Chapter 271. You two go back and prepare the other things first. We still need to think about it, Yang Qing said. Lin Rui wanted to say something, but Lin Chen stopped him. Alright, we go and allocate 100,000 gene of grain and gold first. As for this box of injections, keep it with Miss Yang for now. Yang Qing was surprised. Aren't you afraid we embezzle it? Lin Chen smiled wryly. Actually, this thing is a hot potato right now. Whoever takes it is in danger. If Miss Yang wants it, I'd be happy to give it away. Many people probably saw Uncle Lin take the box out. If you give it to us now, you're putting us in a dangerous situation. Even if you wanted to give it to us, it wouldn't be now, Yang Qing said. Lin Chen understood the implication in Yang Qing's words. It seemed she really wanted it. I didn't think it through. I take the things back first, Lin Chen nodded. We go home and wait for your good news. After the two left, Yang Qing took Lang Yi into her spatial dimension and took out the box of blue injections that Dr. Zhang had given her earlier. Look! This. Is it the same thing as their box? Lung Yi asked. Yang Qing nodded. The properties might be similar, but the energy might be different. I have a feeling our box has more energy than theirs, but their box isn't bad either. This thing can't just fall into other people's hands, especially bad people. I suspect. Yang Qing paused. Dr. Zhang told me this box might change the world, but what could have such a big impact? Even nuclear weapons, many countries have them, and they can't be said to change the world. The most likely thing to change the world is people, and this box just happens to contain syringes. You mean this thing might change people? Lung Yi frowned. Yes, maybe some kind of genetic mutation, like mutants? Yang Qing nodded. Of course, this is just my guess. In her previous life, she lived 6 years into the apocalypse and witnessed some mutations, mainly in animals and plants. She hadn't seen any in humans yet. Perhaps she was too ordinary back then to come into contact with mutants. She obtained her pink crystal accidentally during an expedition. Everyone knew it possessed some kind of mutated energy, which is why they desperately tried to take it from her, ultimately killing her and Lu Lin. In this life, Dr. Zhang predicted the apocalypse in advance and created these injections, altering the various disasters of the apocalypse. Mutations might arrive earlier. That box of things can't fall into other people's hands. Can this really give people superpowers? Lung Yi touched the box. Nobody knows. Yang Qing shook his head. We can't just try it. What if someone can't handle it and dies? Lung Yi nodded. Indeed, even if this stuff works, it's not something ordinary people can withstand. Too much energy could cause them to explode and die. It could also be some kind of genetically mutated biological agent. If they end up looking like a monster, it would be a huge loss. We can't use bad people for experiments either. What if that person becomes a superhuman, and we can't control them? That would not only benefit others, but could also endanger other people's lives. So, this stuff can't be used for now. What do you think about Grandpa Lin's matter? Lung Yi asked. I think it's worth doing. First, we really need the helicopter Lin Chen mentioned. Second, that box of injections can't fall into other people's hands. Third, Grandpa Lin has made many contributions to Xia City. Such a person deserves to be saved, Yang Qing said. Lung Yi nodded. Whatever decision you make, I support you. However, this trip is fraught with danger. We need to prepare for the worst, Yang Qing pondered. We probably can't stay here any longer. We need to pack up. The two left the space and used the walkie-talkie to tell Lin Rui they could help rescue the old man, but only if he agreed to a few conditions. What conditions? Lin Rui asked. First, the helicopter you mentioned earlier. Get it ready and place it in the designated location. We retrieve it later. Second, that box of injections must be given to me. What? The injections are for you? How are we going to redeem my father? Lin Rui was shocked. Don't worry, we make some similar injections to fool them, Yang Qing said. Lin Rui looked at Lin Chen, who waved his hand. Give them to them. This stuff will only cause trouble if they keep it. Third, it's a bit difficult for just a few of us to rescue the old man. I like to bring my friends along. They're specially trained and much better than your bodyguards. Of course, we can't let them help for free. Each person needs 1,000 caddies of grain. 1,000 caddies of grain would be worth the trip for them. Their current job pays 20 caddies a month, a little over 200 caddies a year, and it would take them 4 years to earn that much. Whether we can rescue the old man or not, we give them the grain first. As for us, if we can't rescue the old man, we won't take the helicopter. Lin Rui looked at Lin Chen, who didn't hesitate at all. Okay. Lung Yi then went on to explain some specific details, such as preparing bulletproof vests and helmets and weapons. Lin Chen agreed to everything. Lung Yi used a walkie-talkie to tell Li Liang and Li Shengnan about rescuing Old Master Lin, offering each of them a reward of 1,000 jin of grain and promising weapons. They all agreed. That was 1,000 jin of grain, enough to last for several years. After agreeing, Lin Chen immediately sent the grain over. As for the remaining 100,000 jin of grain, they didn't have that much stored at home and would have to source it from elsewhere. Yang Qing then told Lu Lin about their decision, which Lu Lin naturally supported. She was quite eager to rescue Old Master Lin. After all, her main job was cooking at home, and she wanted to do something big. The three of them started packing, taking everything they could from the house, even the chickens, ducks, and rabbits from the backyard into their spatial storage, and even pulling up the vegetables. Of course, Aki and Xiaoxue were also taken into their spatial storage. The curtains were drawn over the villa's windows to conceal the interior, but in reality, everything inside had been moved out. The electric fence and blast doors were still there, giving the illusion that they would return. Early the next morning, Li Liang and Lin Feng arrived in their old pickup truck with Wang Min and Jiang Hao, followed by Li Shengnan and Gao Yang. Yang Qing, Lung Yi, and Lu Lin arrived in their night 15. Everyone gathered at the Lin family's residence. 100,000 jin of grain had already been loaded onto a large truck. 10 kilograms of gold were in a box, and there was also a box of syringes. Lin Rui wanted to go with them, but Lin Chen insisted he take a bodyguard, as having one of their own made things more reassuring. Yang Qing didn't mind and understood. Then everyone fully armed themselves, donning bulletproof vests and helmets, and each was given a gun. Li Shengnan and the others sat in the truck. Li Liang and Lin Feng still drove the pickup truck. If the transaction was completed, the truck would likely be given directly to the other party, and they would have to return in the pickup truck. Lin Rui, accompanied by bodyguards, wanted to ride in Yang Qing's night 15. Yang Qing, using the excuse that there wasn't enough room, had his bodyguards go to the truck. His real purpose was to replace the box of syringes later, and he didn't want anyone to know. Chapter 272. The car drove towards the provincial capital. Along the way, Yang Qing had Lin Rui take out the box of syringes. She then pulled a box from under the seat and replaced the syringes in Lin Rui's box with the syringes from the original box. Yang Qing's syringes were incredibly realistic, the colors were almost identical, and even the disposable syringes were the same type. Lin Rui was stunned. "Sister, how did you make this?" "It's a secret," Yang Qing smiled. Actually, she simply used some saline solution, added pigment, and a tiny bit of fluorescent agent. The effect was almost indistinguishable from the real thing. After putting it back in the original box, no one except an expert could tell the difference. "Sister, don't blame me for being nosy, but what do you need these for?" "Do you know what they're for?" Lin Rui asked. Yang Qing shook her head. "I don't know, but since these things are so important, they can't fall into the hands of bad people. I hide them carefully." Yang Qing replaced the syringes, stuffed the box under her seat, and secretly put it into her spatial storage. "Have you agreed on a time for the deal with the kidnappers?" Lung Yi asked as he drove. "Yes, 2 o'clock this afternoon. It's a 3-hour drive from here, so let's go early," Lin Rui replied. He was very worried about his father, and hoped to see him as soon as possible. Although he was always scolded by his father at home, Lin Rui was incredibly worried now that something had really happened. These were turbulent times. The family was already severely weakened, and without his father's support, he worried that he and his brother wouldn't be able to support the entire Lin family. Therefore, he had to rescue his father. Actually, Old Master Lin's health is like this. Yang Qing wanted to say that even if he were rescued, he wouldn't live much longer, right? "If I can live one more day, I saved my dad," Lin Rui said through gritted teeth. Yang Qing sighed. He was unusually filial, unlike some spendthrifts who, in this apocalyptic world, would be unwilling to use so many supplies to save a dying old man. Like during the last riot, he heard that many people pushed their elderly parents out to shield them from gunfire, hiding to survive. So Yang Qing was willing to help them. Upon arriving at the designated location, before the appointed time, there was no one on the road. Everyone got out of the car, and Yang Qing took out a bag of food and shared some with everyone. "Yang Qing, what if we stay here and the other side has weapons and surrounds us, then double-crosses us?" Li Shengnan asked. Yang Qing shook his head. "They won't. What they want is here. They shouldn't kill people indiscriminately if they don't see it. What if the item isn't in the car? They have to go back to the Lin family to get it, and next time the Lin family won't fall for it." Everyone nodded, without asking what the other side wanted. This wasn't their concern. Their mission was to rescue old Master Lin and get him home safely. Of course, everyone should still be careful and avoid getting hurt, Lung said. Jiang Hao patted himself. This bulletproof vest is so good, it can't be penetrated, right? This is my first time wearing something like this. It feels really amazing. It's not completely impenetrable. A sniper rifle might be able to penetrate it, but with the resistance of the vest, a person shouldn't die, but they will be injured, and injuries are very painful, Lung Yi smiled. Is that so? Then we should still be careful. What about the helmet? Is the helmet bulletproof? Wang Min asked. Hells aren't as effective as bulletproof vests, but they make you a smaller target, making headshots less likely. Still, everyone needs to be careful, Lung Yi said. Yang Qing pulled several black hoods from his bag. Put these on later, just in case we get recognized and cause trouble. Everyone nodded. Yang Qing was very thoughtful. Those people were definitely not ordinary kidnappers. They might have organized crime behind them. If we recognized them, it would be troublesome if we encountered them later. Everyone put on the hoods, and then their helmets. Yang Qing and Lung Yi did the same, only Lin Rui didn't, since he was going to make the deal. The others were treated as his bodyguards. Everyone waited by the car. After about half an hour, 2 cars slowly drove up. They stopped about 10 meters away from Yang Qing and the others. Everyone gripped their guns, ready for action. Several tall men got out of the first car, all wearing face masks and carrying guns. In the car behind, 2 men were holding Lin Huaishu and his younger brother hostage. Lin Huaishu was covered in dirt, his face deathly pale, and he was swaying precariously. He might have collapsed if his brother hadn't been supporting him. Dad, third uncle. Lin Rui couldn't help but cry out. Out of his sight, his third uncle was holding a dagger to his father's back. Lin Huaishu opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but no words came out. I brought the things, release my dad first, Lin Rui said angrily. Yang Qing stared intently at Lin Huaiming beside Lin Huaishu. She and Leng Yi had analyzed the situation and concluded that there was definitely a traitor within the Lin family. They weren't sure if he was Lin Rui's third uncle, so they kept a close eye on him. She was wearing a helmet, so the people opposite couldn't see her. Yang Qing watched Lin Huaiming's every move, feeling something was off. Bring the stuff over first, the other party said. Lin Rui waved her hand, and the bodyguards drove the truck to the middle of the road, stopping it on the side. Then, they opened the tarpaulin on the truck bed, revealing the grain inside. The other party only glanced at it indifferently. Lung Yi noticed they didn't care about the grain at all. What else? Lin Rui carried over 10 kilograms of gold, opening the box for them to see. This gold was reserve gold she had previously bought at the bank, all 999 grade, 500 grams per bar, 20 bars in total. The other party seemed satisfied. And the medicine? Release my dad first, Lin Rui roared. The other man sneered and raised his gun. If you don't hand over the medicine, I shoot him. Lin Rui was furious. He also pulled out his gun and pointed it at the medicine box. If you don't release my father first, I destroy all this medicine. He knew those people were after the injections. They wouldn't let him destroy them. Don't push your luck. The other man raised his gun, and Yang Qing and the others also raised their guns, creating a standoff. The tension was palpable. The 2 men holding Lin Huaishu exchanged a glance and said, Open the box, let us see. Lin Rui hesitated for a moment, then took the box and opened it. 10 fluorescent green injections appeared before him. The 2 men nodded. Delivery upon delivery. Lin Rui closed the box, picked up 2 more boxes, and the other men led the 2 men over. Wait! Yang Qing suddenly called out, exchange them one by one. Yang Qing took the medicine box, leaving only the gold box in Lin Rui's hands. Exchange your third uncle first. But Lin Rui panicked. Even if they were exchanging him, they should exchange his father first. Listen to her, Leng Yi said coldly from the side. Lin Rui paused, remembering his elder brother had said to listen to them in everything. He figured they must have their reasons for saying that. He nodded. Lin Huaiming across from him trembled slightly, glancing furtively at the man beside him. The man gave him a barely perceptible nod. Lin Huaiming sheathed his dagger, brushed past Lin Huaishu, and walked forward. Chapter 273. Lin Rui carried the box of gold, with a man following behind Lin Huaiming. The 2 walked together towards the other side. Yang Qing beckoned to Lu Lin behind him, and whispered some instructions in her ear. Lu Lin was startled, but quickly nodded. When they reached the middle, Lin Rui put down the gold box and helped Lin Huaiming over. The man picked up the gold box and retreated. As Lin Huaiming walked back to his side, Yang Qing pretended to go to meet him, pulling him to the back. Lu Lin protected Lin Huaiming to the back of the car, then quickly struck him on the back of the neck, knocking him unconscious, tying him up, stuffing a gag in his mouth, and searching his belongings. Her actions were hidden by the car, so the people on the other side didn't see it and thought she was genuinely protecting him. Next, Lin Rui picked up the medicine box, looked at his father across the way, his hands clenched tightly, showing his nervousness. "Don't be afraid, go." Yang Qing patted his shoulder from behind. Lin Rui glanced back at her, nodded, his eyes resolute, and slowly walked towards her, carrying the box. Lin Huaishu, on the other side, seemed to be nearing his limit, being supported by someone as he walked very slowly. When the two groups reached the middle, Lin Rui put down his box to help his father, then immediately escorted him back. Yang Qing and Lang Yi stared intently at the other side. These people weren't after the grain and gold, they only wanted the box of medicine. Now that they had the medicine, and given their collusion with Lin Huaiming, they might help him kill Lin Rui and Lin Huaishu, so naturally they wouldn't let the others go. Out of Yang Qing and Lang Yi's sight, the man carrying the medicine box quickly walked towards his own group, giving his accomplices a meaningful look. Yang Qing kept a close eye on the people opposite her. Seeing someone raise a gun, she raised hers as well. But then she heard a loud bang from behind. Someone had fired even faster than her. Just as she was wondering who it was, Wang Min cried out, "Why did you shoot? We can't let them take the grain. That's 100,000 jin of grain." Jiang Hao's voice was almost frantic. Yang Qing was horrified. She hadn't expected Jiang Hao to have such a double-crossing mentality. But this wasn't the time for questioning. The moment the gun fired, the other side immediately returned fire. Fortunately, Jiang Hao had already taken down one of the men in front, and Yang Qing and Lang Yi quickly retaliated. Seeing them fire, the others took cover behind the vehicles and began to return fire. The moment Lin Rui heard the gunshot, he quickly pulled his father into his arms, covered his head, and ran forward. But Lin Huaishu was too weak to run, and the firepower was too intense for Yang Qing and the others to reach him. Suddenly, two shots rang out, striking Lin Rui in the back. His body stiffened, and he collapsed onto his father, shielding him. "Xiao Rui, Xiao Rui." Lin Huaishu, pinned beneath him, burst into tears, crying out in anguish. Lin Rui remained motionless. Although the bullets hadn't pierced his body, the close proximity had caused them to penetrate his bulletproof vest and embed themselves in his flesh. Blood seeped out, and the pain made it difficult for him to breathe. He managed to speak with difficulty. "Dad, I'm alright, I'm wearing a bulletproof vest." But he dared not move, so he simply played dead, otherwise he would become a sitting duck. "Lin Rui!" Yang Qing cried out, anxiously looking at Lin Rui. Although he knew Lin Rui was wearing a bulletproof vest, the distance was too close, and he didn't know where he was wounded. Lin Rui wasn't wearing a helmet. If he was wounded in the head or neck, he would surely die. Lin Rui didn't dare answer, lying motionless on her father's body. The other side, enraged that they had attacked first, pulled a submachine gun from the back of their car and opened fire. Yang Qing and Lang Yi quickly retreated to the back of their car for cover. The car was bulletproof and could easily withstand the attack. Seeing them pull out a submachine gun, Lang Yi realized his own submachine gun was no longer an advantage, so he immediately pulled out a grenade, pulled the pin, and threw it. A loud bang. Flame shot into the sky, the other car exploded, sending it flying, and several people nearby were also blown away. The man with the first aid kit was also thrown, the kit flying a considerable distance with a thud. "Medicine!" The people behind shouted, but seeing the grenade, they dared not go to retrieve it. Yang Qing and Lang Yi exchanged a glance. Since things had come to this, they might as well go all the way and kill them all. Lang Yi pulled out another grenade and threw it at them. Suddenly, a sandstorm swept across their vision. A massive storm, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, churned up sand, gravel, and tree branches, engulfing everything in its path. Countless fragments of sand pelted Yang Qing, causing her sharp pain. Her eyes widened as she watched the sandstorm roll in through her helmet. "It's a sandstorm! Get in the car!" Yang Qing shouted. But the wind immediately drowned out her voice. No one could hear her. Panic gripped them as the sandstorm surged towards them, and they turned to run. But how could a person outrun such a powerful wind? People on the other side were quickly swept up by the gale, screams erupting, and grenades exploding in midair. The car on the other side was also lifted by the strong wind and hurtled towards the Night 15. Lin Rui was still protecting his father, lying on the ground. "Get out of the way!" Yang Qing shouted urgently. But it was too late. The car tumbled several times and crashed into the front of the Night Xe's car with a loud bang. It just so happened to avoid Lin Rui and the other man. Before Yang Qing could even catch his breath, a strong wind swept the car and the two men up into the air, quickly disappearing from sight. Yang Qing stared in disbelief at the car and the two men in the sky. What? What do we do? They've been blown away by the wind. Are they even alive? And how could there be such a strong wind here? A sandstorm at that? Although this isn't the coast, it's the border between Xia City and the provincial capital, both coastal cities. Where did this sandstorm come from? It's unbelievable. However, in the past 2 years, due to drought, many trees have died, forests have been destroyed, farmland has been abandoned, and the soil has turned to desert. But it couldn't have happened this quickly, could it? Where did these sandstorms come from? He couldn't worry about that now. Survival was the priority. Get in the car! Yang Qing shouted at Ling Yi, but he couldn't hear her at all. Sand and stones were flying everywhere, the sky was dark, and even people close by couldn't see clearly. Ling Yi couldn't see what Yang Qing was saying, but seeing her point to the car, he understood what she meant. She wanted him to get inside. Both of them clung to the car body, struggling to move forward, trying to open the door and get inside. The Night 15 weighed over 5,000 kilograms, or more than 5 tons, and was made entirely of steel. It shouldn't be able to be blown away by the wind, right? But the wind was getting stronger, causing the 5-ton car to begin to move backward. Large amounts of sand and stones were hitting the windshield. Even the bulletproof glass couldn't withstand such continuous impact, and cracks gradually appeared. Chapter 274. Yang Qing finally managed to grab the handle of the rear door of the Night 15, pulling it open with all her might, and desperately tried to squeeze in. Suddenly, the wind swerved, pulling the door outwards before slamming it back in. The door slammed heavily against Yang Qing's arm, causing her excruciating pain. Her hand was completely immobile, seemingly broken. Yang Qing used her other hand to brace herself, quickly slipping into the car and locking the door. Looking back, Lu Lin and the others were nowhere to be seen. She didn't know if they had been blown away by the wind or had taken refuge in the truck, as visibility was practically zero. The large truck carrying 10 tons of grain, though not blown away by the wind, was shaking violently, its windshield shattered. Looking across, Ling Yi was also struggling to open the door, but the relentless wind was pressing down on it, making it impossible for him to open. Yang Qing wanted to help, but she was afraid. She kicked the door open and Ling Yi would be sent flying. She was already struggling to stay afloat. She didn't dare cause him any more trouble. Suddenly, Ling Yi floated up, his hand still gripping the doorknob tightly, like a kite in the wind. Ling Yi! Yang Qing cried out in alarm, trying to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. She then remembered she could enter her spatial dimension. In a flash, she entered. Aki and Xiaoxue, seeing a car enter, ran over, shouting at the car door. Yang Qing ignored them, opened the car door, and saw Ling Yi was gone. Yang Qing was shocked. She searched the front, back, and even under the car, but there was no sign of Ling Yi. Could he have been blown away by the wind the moment she entered the spatial dimension? Yang Qing quickly darted out of the space with the car. If she had left alone, she would have been blown away by the wind. Back in the sandstorm, the wind seemed even stronger, lifting the front of the car. With no other option, Yang Qing returned to the space. A sharp pain shot through her arm. Yang Qing removed her helmet, painfully took off her bulletproof vest, and rolled up her left sleeve to see her arm was badly swollen. The area where the car door had pressed against her was a large, red, and swollen patch, excruciatingly painful with any movement. Cold sweat beaded on Yang Qing's forehead. Enduring the pain, she found the first aid kit and swallowed 2 painkillers. She examined the wound with her hand. The bones didn't seem dislocated, likely just a fracture or a minor fracture, which normally wouldn't require surgery. Even if surgery were needed, it wouldn't be possible. It would have to be treated as a fracture. She first cleaned the wound with iodine. The external injury wasn't serious, just a minor cut, but the main problem was internal bruising and significant swelling. There was nothing she could do but let the swelling subside on its own. Then she found 2 splints and bandaged her arm. It was difficult to manage alone, so Yang Qing gritted her teeth, using her right hand to bandage the wound while using her teeth to help, before finally slinging her arm to her shoulder with gauze. Finally, she grabbed a bottle of spiritual spring water and gulped down most of it. Aki and Xiaoxue stayed by her side, sniffing the injured area on her arm and whimpering, seemingly worried about her. Yang Qing stroked the 2 dogs' fur, listening intently to the wind outside. The wind was howling, making it impossible to go outside. Yang Qing truly regretted it. She should have slipped into her spatial dimension when the two of them grabbed the car door, so Lengy wouldn't have been blown away by the wind. But at the time, she hadn't thought of that. She just felt that hiding inside the car would be safe. Moreover, there were others behind, and it was unknown whether they were in the car. If Night 15 suddenly disappeared, it could very well expose his spatial dimension. But the wind was so strong, if Lengy were blown away, his chances of survival would be slim. His life was more important than his spatial dimension. Yang Qing's eyes reddened. Thinking of all the moments she had spent with Lengy, she wanted to slap herself. 2 or 3 hours passed, and the wind outside still hadn't stopped. Yang Qing couldn't hold back any longer. She put on her bulletproof vest and helmet, and sped off again with the car. Outside, the wind was still raging, the storm whipping up yellow sand that filled the sky, making it impossible to see anything outside the car. Yang Qing was in a state of panic. Where could she find Lengy? What if he... No, he'd be alright. He's so capable, he can do everything, he'd be alright. Yang Qing tried to reassure herself while remaining deeply worried. The windshield of the truck behind them had been shattered. Large chunks were nowhere to be seen. There was no one in the cab. She didn't know if Lu Lin and the others had even gone in, or if they had gone in but were blown away by the wind. The truck bed was full of grain. There was simply no room for another person. Underneath the truck, even though it was covered, the wind would still seep through, making it impossible for anyone to hide. But what if? What if someone was hiding behind the truck, desperately holding on? Should she go and rescue them? What if it wasn't Lu Lin, and others discovered her spatial ability? After much hesitation, Yang Qing decided to put the truck into her spatial dimension. She didn't want to regret it later, lest her momentary hesitation lead to the death of another companion. Yang Qing started the car. It wasn't broken and started up quickly. She then put it in reverse. Stepping on the gas, using the wind, Night 15 quickly reversed in front of the truck, slamming into its front with a loud thud. Yang Qing turned off the car, gripped the steering wheel with one hand, and in a flash, entered her spatial dimension. Then she quickly got out and ran back. The truck had indeed followed. But she searched high and low, inside and out, several times, but there wasn't a soul in sight. They had all been blown away by the wind. Yang Qing slumped to the ground in despair, tears streaming down her face. 2 years into the apocalypse, having experienced so much, this was the first time she had cried. She felt so small, utterly powerless in the face of such a massive disaster. She desperately wanted to protect her friends, to make their lives better, but in this crucial moment, she couldn't protect a single one. The 2 dogs, unaware of what had happened, saw their owner so heartbroken and anxiously circled around her, occasionally licking her hand. "Human, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" The next day, Yang Qing woke up to find herself asleep on the floor. A sharp pain shot through her hand. Unwrapping the gauze, she saw a large, swollen, and smooth patch of skin on her arm where it had been pinched. There was a lot of blood pooling inside. It felt hot. This blood had to be drained. There was too much. It couldn't be allowed to absorb on its own. It would cause inflammation, potentially leading to fever or even more serious illness. During the 6 months she studied with Xie Yifeng, she had also learned some Western medicine from other doctors at the hospital and knew a lot. She should have gone to the orthopedics department at the hospital, but now she had to treat herself. Yang Qing retrieved an anesthetic and an extra-large syringe from the storage room. She injected herself with the anesthetic, then inserted the syringe into the smooth, swollen area. Although she was given anesthesia, the pain was still excruciating, like a knife twisting in her flesh. Drawing blood from one hand was particularly difficult, and cold sweat streamed down her face. Finally, the blood was drained. The syringe, larger than a thumb, was filled with more than half a vial of blood. Afterward, her arm felt a little lighter, less tense. Yang Qing then retrieved a bag of medical plaster from the warehouse, filled it with water, and the plaster slowly hardened into a slightly firmer strip. She bent the plaster bag over her arm, then, supporting the plaster with one hand to adhere it to her injured hand, pressed the other hand against the table. Gradually, the plaster hardened, forming a contour that conformed to her arm. Then, using both her mouth and hands, she wrapped it with gauze. This way, the fractured hand wouldn't move easily, promoting bone healing. Yang Qing then took a Yunnan Biao pill, which promotes blood circulation and removes blood stasis, beneficial for the recovery of her hand and arm. She also drank a large bottle of spiritual spring water, hoping her hand would heal faster. Chapter 275. The wind howled outside, making it impossible to go outside. Yang Qing was frantic. She wondered how long he was, where the wind had blown him, and if he was still alive. And Lu Lin and Li Sheng'an. She wondered if they were alright. Yang Qing felt a pang of regret. She shouldn't have accepted this mission. Perhaps none of this would have happened. But she truly hadn't known a sandstorm would occur. It was unpredictable. If she had known, she definitely wouldn't have come. And Lin Rui and Old Master Lin, she watched them being blown away by the wind. Were they also in grave danger? Yang Qing was somewhat dazed, her mood utterly terrible. Her arm ached terribly again, so she took a painkiller. Aki and Xiaoxue brought her a boxed lunch, and Yang Qing realized she hadn't eaten for a day and a night, her stomach cramped with hunger. She picked up the lunch and ate it in large mouthfuls. Without food, her injury wouldn't heal, and how could she go find Ling Yi and the others if she wasn't healthy? She had to take care of herself first. She only realized she was drenched in sweat after eating, and after taking a shower, she was still burning up. She then realized she might have a fever. She found some fever reducer, took it, and felt dizzy, eventually drifting off to sleep. She had a dream where an airplane crashed from the sky, and she seemed to see her parents inside, engulfed in flames. She cried out, "Dad, Mom, don't leave me." Then she saw Leng Yi, clinging tightly to the car door. She reached out to him. "Leng Yi, grab my hand." Leng Yi's hand reached out with difficulty, and she tried to pull him closer, but the wind blew him away, and the gale-force winds, mixed with sand, lashed against them, stinging her face. Leng Yi's hand gradually slipped from her grasp, slowly pulling away and being blown into the sky by the wind, disappearing from sight. "Leng Yi!" Yang Qing screamed shrilly. Opening her eyes, she realized it was just a dream. Touching her face, she found it covered in tears. Looking at the time, it was already evening, but the wind outside still hadn't stopped. A sharp pain shot through her hand. The swelling in her arm hadn't subsided and remained throbbing. Yang Qing took 2 more Yudon buyout pills and drank half a bottle of spiritual spring water. She forced herself to eat a large box of food, determined to conserve her strength to find Leng Yi and the others. On the 3rd day, the wind seemed to have subsided a little. Yang Qing put on her bulletproof vest and helmet, got into the car, and left the space again. She was in the same spot, almost entirely covered in yellow sand, and there wasn't a soul on the ground. The other person and their vehicle were gone, and the fallen box was nowhere to be seen. It had been blown away somewhere. Yellow sand still swirled in the air. Though the wind had subsided, it still rustled against the car like rain. Visibility remained extremely low. She couldn't see more than 10 meters ahead. Yang Qing didn't know where to look for them. She sat quietly in the car, thinking that if Ling Yi was still alive, he might come back for her. He knew she had a spatial ability, and would return to the same spot after leaving it. She sat there all morning, the only sound being the wind. It felt as if she were the only person left in the world. Yang Qing felt she couldn't continue like this. She had to go find them. The wind gradually subsided in the afternoon. Yang Qing brought Aki and Xiaoxue out, letting them smell Leng Yi and Lu Lin's belongings. They had stayed in her spatial ability before, and her clothes were still there. She patted the 2 dogs' heads. "Go find Leng Yi and Lin Lin." The 2 dogs growled and ran off, sniffing as they went, with Yang Qing following closely behind. But they searched the entire kilometer radius without finding a single person. They'd probably been blown far away. Yang Qing put the 2 dogs in the car, gave them some dog food and water to replenish their energy, and ate something herself, taking her medicine. The swelling on her arm seemed to have subsided a bit, leaving a bluish-purple bruise, which her body would have to heal slowly. Yang Qing drove with one hand, deciding to head towards Xia City. If Ling Yi and the others were still alive, and didn't see her when they returned, they might think she might be going home. Maybe they were waiting for her at home. She took out her walkie-talkie, but all she could hear was static. She took out her satellite phone, but that didn't work either. She didn't know what was going on. This sandstorm was probably more serious than it seemed. Yang Qing put Aki and Xiaoxue out of the car, and let them search the area. If Ling Yi and the others hadn't returned home yet, and were still somewhere, Aki and the dogs might find them. Suddenly, screams came from ahead. A dog. A really fat dog. "Quick, catch them. We get dog meat." Then came the barking of Aki and Xiaoxue, and the sounds of fighting. Yang Qing quickly drove over, and Aki and Xiaoxue ran back as soon as they saw her. "There's a car. There seems to be a woman in the car. Perfect timing. Let's take them both. Dog meat to eat, and a woman to sleep with. What a stroke of luck today." Ha ha ha. Yang Qing coldly stared at the people in front of him, his already depressed mood reaching its peak. He didn't want to say another word to them, So he pulled out his gun and fired. He instantly took down 3 or 4 people, and the remaining one, terrified, turned and ran. 2 dogs immediately chased after him, caught him, pounced on him, and bit him hard. Ah, it hurt so much. Help! Help me! Spare me! Yang Qing walked over, stepped on the man's back, pulled his hair up, and forced him to look at the photos of Leng Yi and Lu Lin on his phone. Have you seen these 2 people? No, no. The man glanced at it, and quickly denied it. Look more closely. Yang Qing shouted sharply, forcefully pulling the man's hair and forcing him to look again. The man had no choice but to look again, his face contorted in pain. I really haven't seen them. But what? Yang Qing asked. You can look ahead, there's a rescue team there. A temporary rescue camp was set up after the disaster. Maybe the person you're looking for is there. Yang Qing frowned. What rescue camp? You don't know, do you? Seeing that Yang Qing seemed clueless, the person immediately said, a couple of days ago, something happened in Xia City. A volcano suddenly erupted on an island, causing a tsunami. The entire city was destroyed. What? Yang Qing was shocked. She hadn't expected such a dramatic change in just 3 days. Another tsunami? Or caused by a volcanic eruption? She suddenly remembered that Xia City did indeed have a volcanic island, but it hadn't erupted for thousands of years. How could it suddenly erupt? Was the newly built urban area destroyed again? What about Hao Shigua, Chen Rou, Kai Qin, Haozi, and Lin Chen? Were they all trapped? Last time, there was a prediction, and Hao Shigua was prepared. This time, not all of them. Yang Qing didn't dare to think about it. Where is the rescue camp? Yang Qing asked. It was about 20 kilometers ahead, and there was practically nothing to eat there, so we ran out. Heroine, I told you everything I know. Please spare my life. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Qing raised her gun and killed him. Keeping someone like that around would only bring trouble. Chapter 276. Yang Qing drove forward, storing the car in her spatial storage about a kilometer from the camp. She removed her helmet and bulletproof vest, changed into some old clothes, and also stored away her 2 dogs. The rescue camp was full of refugees. Letting the dogs out would be dangerous. Carrying a canvas bag, she walked forward for about a kilometer before gradually seeing more people. Everyone was covered in dust and dirt. Some had families with them. Some were alone, all exhausted. Yang Qing was injured, and with her face and body covered in dirt, she did look somewhat like a refugee. She went up to ask for directions to the rescue camp, and someone pointed her in the right direction. Yang Qing walked forward against the wind and sand, quickly becoming covered in dust, and her hair was covered in gray, making her look like a real refugee. The further she went, the more people there were. Many were heading towards the rescue camp, as they didn't know what the situation was like inside, and all hoped to receive help. Suddenly, the sky darkened, a deafening clap of thunder boomed, and a black hurricane appeared in the distance, crackling and flashing with lightning as it swept in. Then, large raindrops poured down, and everyone scattered in all directions. Quick, quick, back to camp! Someone shouted. Don't hide under the trees, there's lightning. A bolt of lightning struck a tree with a crack, splitting it in 2. Those beneath it didn't have time to dodge and fell. Yang Qing clutched her hands and ran quickly up the mountain. The camp was not far away. The rain poured down on her, like someone were dousing her with a bucket of water. In no time, she was soaked to the bone. Rainwater streamed down her hair, washing away the dust and sand from her head, and leaving dirty streaks on her face. Yang Qing ran while wiping her face, soaking wet and filthy, looking more like a refugee than a refugee herself. Those were manageable, but the plaster cast on her arm, now heavy from the water, was digging into her shoulder and causing pain. The running further aggravated the pain in her fractured arm. Helpless, Yang Qing stopped, intending to find a secluded spot to hide in her spatial dimension. Suddenly, someone ran towards her. Quick, come with me! Grabbing her wrist, Yang Qing recognized the man as a soldier in uniform, likely from the rescue camp. She quickly said, I can manage on my own? But this meant she couldn't enter her spatial dimension, so she followed the soldier. Several others followed behind. Soon, they saw a flat area ahead with many military tents. The heavy rain had created torrents that washed over the tents, many of which were flooded. Those outside were still frantically running into the tents. Having shelter was better than being soaked in the rain. The soldier pointed to one of the tents and said, You all go inside first. The wounded will be bandaged soon. The tent was pitch black. Someone had lit a candle and placed it in the center. Every time someone lifted the tent flap, the candle flickered, seemingly about to go out. but stubbornly reigniting. Yang Qing sat in a corner, quietly drying her hair with a towel she took out of her bag. The towel became black from drying, suggesting how dirty she was. Everyone was silent, tidying themselves up. No one spoke, only occasionally glancing at the others. Yang Qing sat in the darkest spot, turned her back, and quietly unwrapped the bandages on her hand, removed the cast and tossed it into her spatial storage. Then she took out 2 splints and rebandaged her hand. Someone glanced in her direction, but it was too dark in the tent to see clearly. Yang Qing huddled in a corner, also secretly observing the others. They were all women, their clothes soaked, their hair disheveled, their faces stained, and most of their clothes were worn and tattered. One of them had probably just fallen, her knee was a bloody mess, and she was groaning in pain. But no one paid her any attention. Everyone was in bad shape. No one had the energy to care for anyone else. Yang Qing sat for a while, the wet clothes clinging uncomfortably to her skin, her hands throbbing, and her injured areas wet and swollen. She thought for a moment, then took out a set of dry, old clothes from her bag and turned to change. They were all women anyway, it didn't matter if they saw. If she didn't change and let the wet clothes stick to her skin, she would definitely get a fever later. Her health was the priority. She quickly changed out of her wet clothes, put on the dry ones, and put the wet clothes in a plastic bag in her bag. The others were a little surprised. They hadn't expected her to have clothes to change into. Most of them hadn't brought anything with them. They were lucky to have escaped at all, let alone have time to grab anything. After sitting for a while, Yang Qing's stomach growled. She took out a piece of bread from her bag and ate it silently in the darkness. But in such darkness, people's sense of smell became more acute, and they all looked in Yang Qing's direction at the aroma. Yang Qing glanced at everyone and quickly finished the bread. Finally, someone couldn't help but speak up. "Hey, little sister, do you have any more food? If you do, could you share some with us?" "No," Yang Qing said coldly. We all smelled it. "You're carrying a bag. There must be a lot of good stuff in it, right?" Someone else said. "Look, we have nothing, but you have clothes to change into and food to eat. Could you share some with us?" "Exactly, people shouldn't be so selfish. Just give me a small piece of bread. I don't want it, but my child is starving," said a woman with a child. The child stared intently at Yang Qing, his eyes practically glowing with greed. Another person said, "I don't want food, I just need a dry piece of clothing. I'm injured, and wet clothes sticking to my body are too uncomfortable." "You don't have any clothes either." Yang Qing remained motionless. If she had, these people would have torn her apart. "I don't believe it. Your bag is so big, how could it possibly contain just one set of clothes? Just one piece of bread? Show us your bag." "That's right, what's wrong with giving you a set of clothes? It's not like we won't return them. I give them back when the weather clears up. We're all refugees, don't be so selfish." A cold glint flashed in Yang Qing's eyes, but she knew it wasn't worth arguing with them here. She didn't have the energy, nor could she kill someone in this relief camp. It would only cause unnecessary trouble. She opened her bag and walked to the candlelight. "Don't believe me? Look!" Yang Qing pulled a knife from the bag and held it tightly. She opened her backpack. Inside, besides a set of wet clothes, a dirty towel, and an empty water bottle, there was nothing else. Everyone was disappointed. Seeing the knife in Yang Qing's hand, they all retreated a considerable distance. "Fine, if there's nothing, we're not unreasonable people. How can there be nothing at all? We carried such a big bag for nothing. What bad luck." Yang Qing brandished the knife in front of the candle, her eyes fierce. "Don't give me any crap. I don't owe you anything." Seeing her fierce expression, everyone shut up and silently retreated to a corner. Yang Qing returned to her previous spot, held the knife horizontally against her chest, closed her eyes, and listened to the sound of the rain outside. The rain was too heavy. She could only wait for it to stop before checking the other tents to see if the person she was looking for was there. Chapter 277. Lu Lin opened her eyes to complete darkness, with only a faint light in the distance. "Lu Lin, you're finally awake?" A voice called from beside her. Lu Lin looked up and saw Wang Min. She was overjoyed. "We're not dead. Where are we?" Her voice was hoarse, barely audible. "And..." Wang Min glanced at the light, hesitating to speak. Lu Lin then realized her hands and feet were bound with rope. Her head throbbed violently, and the places where she had previously had surgery throbbed as if they were about to split open. Looking at Wang Min, she saw that she was also bound and had lost a lot of weight. "We've been captured?" Lu Lin finally understood their predicament. "Where are the others? Yang Qing and Leng Yi?" I don't know. Wang Min shook her head. When the sandstorm hit, Jiang Hao and I were together. You were right next to me. Then you were blown away by the wind, and I quickly grabbed you. Who knew the three of us would be swept up together? When I woke up, we were already here. You were unconscious for 2 days. I thought you. Wang Min didn't finish her sentence. 2 days? Lu Lin was stunned. She hadn't expected to be unconscious for so long. She realized her whole body ached, her throat felt like it was being rubbed with sandpaper, and her stomach was growling with hunger. She slowly sat up and found Jiang Hao sitting next to Wang Min. He was also tied up, his head hanging low, seemingly lost in thought. Behind him were several other people, men and women, all covered in dust and looking disheveled. Do you have any water? Lu Lin asked hoarsely. Wang Min shook her head, glanced at the light again, and called out, Someone come here. Someone's awake. Get her some water. A figure moved, followed by heavy footsteps. Seeing Lu Lin awake, the man was surprised. Oh, you're finally alive. I thought you were going to die. He grabbed a water glass, pinched Lu Lin's chin, and forced water into her mouth. Lu Lin coughed and choked, her face turning bright red, almost fainting. The man touched her face, feeling its smooth, soft texture. He squatted down to look at Lu Lin. She was the most beautiful woman among them, with fair, delicate skin. No other woman could compare. She must have been a wealthy heiress before, which explained why she hadn't suffered in the apocalypse. A flash of resentment and malice crossed the man's eyes. He grabbed the knot on Lu Lin's hand and lifted her up. What are you doing? Wang Min cried out in horror, struggling to lunge at Lu Lin. She had seen too much these past 2 days. Women were being dragged away from her, returning unrecognizable. Those people were beasts. Jiang Hao, standing nearby, quickly grabbed her sleeve and shook his head at her, urging her not to intervene now, or she would be the one to die. Lu Lin was dragged to her feet. Her legs, bound for 2 days, were numb and limp, utterly powerless. She was practically being pulled along by the man. Lu Lin glanced at Wang Min and Jiang Hao behind her, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. However, she could understand. They were barely able to save themselves. How could they possibly help her? Don't worry, it'll be your turn soon. The man grinned menacingly at Wang Min. Wang Min's face paled, and she shrank back, trying to minimize her presence. Jiang Hao quickly moved forward, blocking Wang Min's path. Please untie the ropes on my feet, okay? My feet hurt so much. I come with you obediently, Lu Lin pleaded, her hoarse voice heartbreaking. The man sneered. This pampered young lady couldn't endure any hardship. What was this little pain? He himself had suffered countless injuries in the past 2 years, nearly dying several times. He was now working for Brother Wang, a position he had earned through sheer hard work and battle. Brother Wang treated his men well, always sharing supplies with them. When he had women, he shared the broth with them when he ate meat, ensuring everyone got his share. Today, her skin was so fair and smooth, Brother Wang would definitely like it. Perhaps after he finished eating, he saved the first one for him. The man untied the ropes, binding Lu Lin's feet, watching her sit on the ground rubbing her ankles. Her skin was so delicate and tender, the areas where the ropes had been were red and swollen, a testament to the pampered life she had once led. Although she had been unconscious for 2 days, and had lost some weight, her figure was still curvaceous, sparking many fantasies. Brother, is there anything to eat? I'm so hungry. Lu Lin looked up at the man, her big, watery eyes blinking innocently, her appearance making his heart flutter. He pointed to the steamed buns on the table, gesturing for Lu Lin to take them. Lu Lin quickly stood up and eagerly reached out. But her hands were bound with rope, making it difficult to reach them. Brother, could you untie the ropes on my hands too? Don't worry, I definitely won't run away. Give me food, and I'd do anything. My family is all gone. Tears streamed down Lu Lin's face. The man was moved by her pitiful appearance and took pity on her, untying her ropes. Looking at her frail appearance, she definitely couldn't escape. Even if she did escape, she wouldn't survive. It was better for her to stay here and serve her brothers. This woman was quite sensible. Once the rope was untied, Lu Lin thanked them profusely and wolfed down the steamed bun. She was genuinely hungry, not faking it. While swallowing the bun, she picked up the water bottle on the table, not caring who had drunk from it. Conserving energy was paramount at this moment. After finishing the bun, Lu Lin finally regained her strength, and a hint of color returned to her face. Brother, you're so kind. I definitely repay you. Lu Lin smiled sweetly at the man. The man was stunned. No beautiful woman had ever treated him with such kindness. He was ugly, his face covered in acne. His former colleagues always looked at him with disdain, let alone those high society heiresses. Once, he accidentally bumped into his boss's daughter, and the woman, upon seeing him, immediately had him fired, saying his appearance negatively impacted the company's image. During that time, he was so ashamed he contemplated suicide. But this woman had actually smiled at him. The man's heart pounded, already picturing the beautiful woman repaying him. Just then, another man emerged. "Old Chin, what are you dawdling for? Brother Wang is still waiting for your woman." The man snapped out of his daze. He better hand the woman over to Brother Wang first, and after he had his way with her, beg him to keep her for him. The man walked towards the captives, his eyes immediately landing on Wang Min. He lifted her up. "What do you think you're doing? Let her go!" Jiang Hao roared, kicking the man hard. The man collapsed to the ground with a thud, instantly enraged. "You're asking for it." He pulled out a dagger and stabbed at Jiang Hao. Lu Lin heard the thud sounds, her whole body trembled, and she dared not turn around. "Jiang Hao!" Wang Min screamed shrilly, throwing herself at Jiang Hao. The dagger pierced her shoulder with a thud, and she fainted. Chapter 278. Be good, I won't let anything happen to you. The man glanced over, seemingly used to this. Lu Lin nodded obediently. "Big brother, I do whatever you say." The man grabbed Lu Lin's wrist and led her inside. After walking along a winding path, Lu Lin realized that this place seemed to have been dug out of a cave and then reinforced with wooden planks, creating a charming cave-dwelling style. Turning a corner, the room opened up into a large room with a bed and a table beside it, on which sat a rechargeable lamp. A man sat beside him drinking, with a plate of meat and a plate of peanuts on the table. The man was very burly, with a long scar on his face that looked somewhat frightening. Lu Lin flinched, her eyes filled with fear. "Don't be afraid. As long as you behave, Brother Wang won't do anything to you." The man who had brought her in spoke with an unusually gentle tone. The scarred man saw Lu Lin stand up and seemed quite pleased with her delicate, fair skin. He waved to the man, who pursed his lips and walked away helplessly. Lu Lin's eyes lit up when she saw the meat on the table, and she licked her lips. "Want some?" The scarred man chuckled, his eyes scanning her up and down. Lu Lin felt as if she were being watched by a venomous snake, her whole body trembling. She still pretended to be ingratiating. "Yes, I want some. Come over here if you want some." The scarred man smiled and beckoned to Lu Lin. She hesitated as she walked over, trembling all over. "If you want some, I ask you a few questions. Answer them, and you can have some." "Okay." Lu Lin nodded quickly, swallowing hard. "These things were taken from you. Are you soldiers?" The scarred man pointed to a pile of things nearby. Lu Lin then realized her bulletproof vest and helmet were there, probably taken off when these people captured her. No, we're just bodyguards." Lu Lin shook her head repeatedly. "Bodyguards? Someone like you. Who are you protecting?" The scarred man sneered. Lu Lin's face flushed crimson, and she stammered, "Yes, it's old Master Lin from the Lin family. He's been kidnapped. The Lin family hired bodyguards to ransom him, but no one is willing to do it. Everyone's afraid of dying. I know someone in the Lin family. He asked me to fill in, saying there would be food to go with, and the Lin family wouldn't know anyway, and they wouldn't be able to tell with the helmet on. I thought they had a ransom and there shouldn't be any danger, so I agreed. Actually, I never even touched a gun, let alone know how to fire one. By the way, where are the guns?" The scarred man chuckled. "When I found you, the guns were long gone. Only this one was left." He then pulled a pistol from his waist and placed it on the table, observing Lu Lin's expression. This isn't our gun. Our guns are long." Lu Lin gestured with her hands. "I don't know if it's real or fake, anyway, nobody taught us how to use it. I just sneaked in to get a reward. Who knew we encounter a sandstorm? If I known it was this dangerous, I wouldn't have come." Lu Lin pouted angrily. The man chuckled, seemingly amused by Lu Lin's naivete. He pulled her close and picked her up, his hand stroking her waist. Startled, Lu Lin quickly hugged his neck, hooking her legs around his waist, afraid of falling. The scarred man grinned smugly. He reached for the meat on the table, about to feed Lu Lin, when suddenly he froze, the meat falling from his hand. He clutched his neck, blood gushing like a fountain, and collapsed. He died without ever knowing how he died. Lu Lin stood up from the man, a cold laugh on her face, and revealed a razor blade between her fingers. Although her bulletproof vest and helmet had been removed, they didn't know she had a razor blade hidden in her shoe, a trick Lungi had taught them to use during practice with Yang Qing. It had come in handy today. She had removed the blade when she hooked her foot up. This man, blinded by lust, hadn't been on guard at all. He deserved to die. Lu Lin quickly grabbed the gun on the table, cocked it, and put on a bulletproof vest. She glanced at the meat on the table, quickly grabbed it, and swallowed it. After swallowing, she cautiously walked out. At the corner, the man from before was still waiting. Hearing footsteps, he turned and saw Lu Lin. He was visibly startled, probably not expecting her to come out so quickly, seemingly unharmed. Lu Lin raised her gun without hesitation. Bang! The echo of the gunshot reverberated through the cave. The man's eyes widened, his depth filled with disbelief. He couldn't understand how the woman he cared about would shoot him in the head. Lu Lin quickly returned to where she had been. The man with the dagger was undressing Wang Min, seemingly accustomed to the gunshot. Sometimes, Brother Wang would shoot when he was having a good time, finding pleasure in watching women struggle in their death throes before him. He was already used to Brother Wang's depravity. Completely unaware of the approaching danger. Those nearby screamed when they saw Lu Lin emerge with a gun. Before the man could react, Lu Lin shot him dead. Lu Lin kicked the man's dagger to the men behind her, yelling, "Cut your own ropes." She continued walking out. The guards outside heard 2 gunshots and sensed something was wrong. Some rushed in. Lu Lin lay in wait, shooting them one by one. She picked up the man's gun as she walked, just in case her own gun ran out of bullets. She shot 7 or 8 men in quick succession. No one else came in. Lu Lin looked out of the cave. No one was outside. The others must have gone out to find supplies. She breathed a sigh of relief. When she returned to the cave, the men had already untied each other and were looking at her in horror. Perhaps no one expected that such a delicate young girl could kill those bandits. Lu Lin walked to Wang Min's side and checked her nose. Thankfully, she was still breathing. She was probably just injured. Then she looked at Jiang Hao. He was covered in blood, and there was a pool of blood on the ground. It was unclear whether he was dead or alive. She checked his nose again. There was no breath. Lu Lin paused, a pang of sadness in her heart. But there was no time to investigate now. Escape was the priority. Run, all of you. What are you all standing there for? Lu Lin shouted to the people who were frozen in place. Mainly because she had a gun and had killed several people, everyone was afraid. Go! Lu Lin waved her hand, and the others immediately scrambled to run outside. Just as Lu Lin was about to carry Wang Min on her back, a man emerged from the shadows. I can help you. He grabbed Wang Min's hand, lifted her onto his shoulder, and quickly walked outside. Lu Lin hurriedly followed. Chapter 279. The heavy rain lasted for an hour before stopping. As soon as the rain stopped, Yang Qing immediately left her tent to find Lun Yi and Lu Lin. Others also began to emerge from their tents. Yang Qing inquired at the camp's command center, hoping to check if a list of rescue personnel had been registered. However, the staff said the list was incomplete. There were too many people needing rescue, and many couldn't be registered in time. Especially those who had just arrived. If they weren't injured, some left after a short while. After all, the camp's resources were limited, and it was impossible to distribute supplies to everyone. Some people left because they saw no benefit. Yang Qing had no choice but to search tent by tent. Each tent was crowded. Some people looked numb, while others were wary. Those with supplies clutched their belongings tightly, looking at Yang Qing suspiciously, as if afraid she would steal them. Others secretly sized her up. She had changed into clean clothes and was carrying a bag. They guessed she must have something valuable inside and wanted to take advantage of her. Yang Qing searched tirelessly. There were about 40 tents in the camp, and she had looked through more than 30 of them without finding a single person she recognized. Not only was Lun Yi nowhere to be seen, but she hadn't even spotted Li Liang or Lin Feng. Her fractured bone was throbbing again, and Yang Qing was utterly exhausted. She wanted to find a place to rest and eat something. She walked to a secluded spot near the edge of the woods, and as soon as she took her bag down, several people surrounded her. What do you want? Yang Qing suddenly pulled a long knife from her bag. The men were startled to see her with a knife. We just saw you looking for someone and wanted to ask if you needed any help. One of them quickly explained. No need. Yang Qing coldly glanced at the group, brandishing his knife in front of him. The long blade gleamed coldly, startling them. Fine, forget it. Let's go! Seeing that Yang Qing was not to be trifled with, and not daring to cause too much trouble in the camp, the group left reluctantly. Yang Qing didn't dare to take anything out of his bag again. Countless eyes were watching him from the shadows. He kept searching, if he couldn't find them, he'd leave the camp and rest in his spatial dimension. He walked past several more tents without seeing the person he was looking for. Yang Qing felt a pang of sadness, wondering how they were doing. In such a sandstorm, being blown away by the wind would be incredibly difficult to survive. If he hadn't had his spatial dimension, he might already be dead. Thinking of the days he spent with Lung Yi, Yang Qing's eyes reddened. He couldn't imagine how he would live without him. Looking ahead, only a few tents remained. Yang Qing mustered his spirits and walked towards them. When he reached one tent, a man stood guard at the entrance. The man was very tall, at least 1.9 meters, with a buzz cut, a lean and rugged face, a broken eyebrow on one side, and cold, fierce eyes. He looked very intimidating. Yang Qing walked over, and was about to lift the tent flap when the man looked at her coldly. "What do you want?" "I'm looking for someone." Yang Qing looked up at the man, fearless. Just then, a voice came from inside the tent. "Peichuan, go see why the doctor hasn't arrived yet." "Lin Lin." Yang Qing was overjoyed. Who else could it be but Lu Lin's voice? The tent flap was open from the inside, and Lu Lin appeared before Yang Qing. "Ching Ching." Lu Lin threw herself into Yang Qing's arms, tears streaming down her face. "I thought I'd never see you again." Yang Qing's eyes reddened as she hugged Lu Lin tightly. It's all right, I'm here, aren't I?" Peichuan stared at Lu Lin, somewhat stunned. He had seen Lu Lin feign compliance in front of the kidnappers, and witness her kill without blinking an eye. He had always thought of her as a cold and resolute woman, never expecting her to have such a vulnerable side. Just who was this woman? "By the way, where's Lung Yi? Isn't he with you?" Lu Lin, having cried enough, felt much better. "How did you hurt your hand?" "I'm fine, just a small injury." Yang Qing shook her head. "Lung Yi and I were separated by the wind, and I haven't found him yet." Lu Lin took her hand. "Don't worry, he's so capable, he'd definitely be alright." "I knew you'd be alright too." Lu Lin knew Yang Qing had a spatial ability, allowing her to save herself in dangerous situations, but she hadn't expected Lung Yi to be away from her. "By the way, Wang Min is with me, but she's injured," Lu Lin added. "Really?" Yang Qing was overjoyed. She had found another companion. Even if she was injured, at least she was alive, which was good. Lu Lin pulled Yang Qing's hand and led her into the tent. Peichuan stood at the door. She seemed to have forgotten about him. Yang Qing entered the tent. There were several other people inside, but they were all keeping their distance, and were wary of Yang Qing. Yang Qing glanced around. They were all women. This was a good thing about the camp. Men and women were separated. Otherwise, in such chaotic times, mixed-gender accommodations could easily lead to unnecessary bullying. Wang Min is quite badly injured. She doesn't have any medicine, and she got caught in the rain. She seems to have a fever, Lu Lin whispered to Yang Qing. She knew Yang Qing had medicine in her spatial storage, but she wasn't sure if it would be convenient here. "It's all right, I handle it," Yang Qing said in a low voice. She took things out of her bag, first grabbing a black curtain and having Lu Lin pull it up to shield Wang Min. The tent was already dark, and with this curtain, no one else could see anything. Yang Qing knelt beside Wang Min, first removing her shirt to check her injuries. She had a knife wound on her shoulder, slightly whitish from being soaked in rainwater, showing signs of infection, but thankfully it hadn't festered and didn't require cutting away any rotten flesh. Yang Qing took out iodine to clean Wang Min's wound, then applied anti-inflammatory ointment and bandaged it with gauze. She took a set of clean clothes from her spatial storage and changed her clothes. Wang Min was still unconscious and couldn't swallow pills, so she poured ibuprofen suspension into her mouth, then poured some water down her throat, which she instinctively swallowed. "All done," Yang Qing said. Lu Lin pulled back the curtains and knelt down to check on Wang Min. "How is she?" "She's alright. The wound hasn't gotten infected yet. I gave her fever reducer." Yang Qing's voice was very low, not wanting others to know she had medicine. However, she wondered if they had smelled the iodine. But it didn't matter, anyway, all those things were stored in her spatial storage. Even if they wanted to take them, they couldn't. "That's good." Lu Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Qing pulled her down to sit. "Are you injured? Where have you been these past 2 days?" Lu Lin recounted what had happened yesterday. Yang Qing nodded. "My Lin has grown up. She can not only save herself but also save others. However, I still couldn't save Jiang Hao. At that time, I couldn't expose myself, otherwise I might not have escaped myself." Lu Lin lowered her head. Yang Qing stroked her hair. "It's not your fault. In this situation, The most important thing is to protect yourself. Only by surviving can you save others. If you had stepped forward then, you wouldn't have been able to save Jiang Hao, let alone Wang Min. Now, at least you saved her, and you saved so many people inside. Lu Lin felt a little better after hearing this. Chapter 280. By the way, who is that man outside? Yang Qing asked. He's one of the people I rescued yesterday, Lu Lin said. After we came out, he insisted on coming with me. He could also help me carry Wang Min, otherwise, I probably wouldn't have been able to get her out by myself. After we came out, we met other refugees, and learned that another tsunami had struck Xia City. I wonder how the others are doing. Thank goodness you called us all out to rescue Grandpa Lin, otherwise, we might all have died in Xia City. Yang Qing was silent. Yesterday, she was blaming herself for taking on this mission, feeling like she had harmed them. Who knew that life is unpredictable? What she thought was harming them had actually saved them. This volcanic eruption and tsunami came too suddenly. Even with the helicopter, she probably could only save Leng Yi and Lu Lin in time, the others wouldn't have survived. Although she didn't know where they were, there was still hope for them. She wasn't sure if the helicopter the Lin family had promised was still at the designated location, but with Lin Rui and Old Master Lin's fates unknown, she felt awkward about going to retrieve it. It's inconvenient staying here, let's find somewhere else, Yang Qing said. When she was looking for people earlier, she noticed some of their tents weren't from the camp, they must have brought their own. The reason she stayed at the camp was twofold. Firstly, it was relatively safe, and secondly, there was a doctor there, so she could receive treatment if injured. Although it wouldn't be as timely, it was better than nothing. Yang Qing took a tent out of her bag. Since the people here didn't know what was in her bag, taking whatever she wanted was perfectly reasonable. Lu Lin went out to call Pei Chuan to help set up the tent, then carried Wang Min out. Lu Lin changed into clean clothes in the new tent before calling Pei Chuan in and introducing Yang Qing to him. This is my best friend, my best sister Yang Qing. This is Pei Chuan. Pei Chuan glanced at Yang Qing. She was very fair-skinned, taller and prettier than Lu Lin. However, he simply nodded slightly, hello. Yang Qing looked up at Pei Chuan. This man seemed unusual, and she and Lu Lin had only met yesterday. She didn't know who he was, what he did before, and she wasn't entirely comfortable with him. Lu Lin could tell what Yang Qing was thinking from her expression. She said to Pei Chuan, my friend is here? It's safe at the camp. If you need anything, you can leave. Don't worry about me. Having lived through 2 years of the apocalypse, Lu Lin wasn't naive. Although Pei Chuan had helped her, she didn't necessarily think he was a good person. Her words were a subtle way of telling Pei Chuan that she didn't need him anymore, and that he shouldn't follow her anymore. Pei Chuan remained expressionless. I'm fine, and I have nowhere to go. The implication was that he still wanted to be with Lu Lin. You saved my life, I can protect you. And your friends, Pei Chuan added. Lu Lin rolled her eyes. Are you trying to say you repay me with your body? Pei Chuan remained indifferent. I didn't say that. This made Lu Lin blush deeply, feeling like she'd been presumptuous. Whatever. Lu Lin said, pulling Yang Qing into the tent. Pei Chuan silently sat down outside the tent. Yang Qing lowered her voice. I think this man is not simple. You should be careful. I know, Lu Lin nodded. She saved him unintentionally, not intentionally. So many people she saved yesterday ran away. Even if he left, she wouldn't say anything. She never expected them to repay her, much less take advantage of her kindness. She knew nothing about Pei Chuan. Besides his name, she knew nothing else. However, judging from his appearance, he must have killed people before. But that didn't matter, she had killed people herself. In this apocalypse, killing was commonplace. With no one else around, Yang Qing felt relieved and took out some food from her bag. Of course, she only took some bread and other dry rations. Taking boxed meals wouldn't be appropriate. Lu Lin hesitated for a moment, then took a loaf of bread and a bottle of water and took them outside the tent, handing them to Pei Chuan. After all, in this camp, without him guarding outside the tent, she and the injured Wang Min might have been bullied. Pei Chuan was taken aback, not expecting her to bring him food. He silently accepted it and began to eat heartily. He hadn't eaten for 2 days and hadn't been at the camp long. Nothing had been distributed yet. Lu Lin's lips curled slightly as she returned to her tent. Beside her, Wang Min suddenly groaned, seemingly in great pain, her forehead beaded with sweat. Yang Qing took out a handkerchief to wipe her sweat. Jiang Hao, Jiang Hao. Tears streamed down Wang Min's face. Yang Qing and Lu Lin exchanged a glance and sighed. They hadn't expected that Jiang Hao would be the first among them to die. Wang Min must have been in immense pain, watching her beloved die before her eyes, under such circumstances. Wang Min, wake up, wake up! Yang Qing gently patted Wang Min's cheek, not wanting her to continue struggling in pain. Wang Min opened her eyes, her face momentarily blank when she saw Yang Qing. Then, seeing Lu Lin, she suddenly became agitated. Jiang Hao he. Lu Lin opened her mouth, unsure how to speak. He's gone, Yang Qing said. He was already dead when Lu Lin came out. Jiang Hao. Wang Min burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face like a flood. Neither Lu Lin nor Yang Qing spoke again. Let her cry. Perhaps it would make her feel better. Pei Chuan, hearing the crying outside, paused for a moment, then silently resumed eating his bread. After Wang Min finished crying, she was covered in sweat. Her fever subsided. Yang Qing gave her some antibiotics, worried about infection of her wound. He also gave Wang Min bread and water, which she ate in small bites. Where are the others? Wang Min asked. We haven't found them. Yang Qing shook her head, her voice tinged with sadness. Lung Yi isn't there either. Wang Min was taken aback. She hadn't expected Lung Yi to be separated from Yang Qing. He should be alright. He's so capable. Wang Min comforted Yang Qing, understanding her feelings. The two of them had such a close relationship. If Lung Yi were gone, she would be in even more pain than she was. Did you save me? Wang Min asked, looking at Lu Lin. She had been unconscious since being stabbed, and didn't know what had happened afterward. Sort of, Lu Lin sighed. I was taken inside, but I managed to kill everyone there, and release the others. But when I came out, Jiang Hao was already. Lu Lin lowered her head. I'm sorry, I couldn't save him. Wang Min's tears fell again, and she shook her head. It's not your fault. You were barely able to save yourself back then. We were useless, and capable of saving ourselves. Lu Lin didn't know what to say. Chapter 281. Yang Qing stayed at the rescue camp for a day, and the next day she packed her things to leave. She left some food and medicine for Lu Lin and Wang Min, saying, You two stay here to rest. I still need to find Lung Yi. She couldn't stay here in peace without finding Lung Yi. Lu Lin and Wang Min naturally understood her concern for Lung Yi and nodded. Go ahead. Don't worry about us, be careful. Yang Qing slung her bag over her shoulder and walked out of the camp. Just as she reached the intersection, a group of people ran towards her, several soldiers carrying stretchers. Make way, make way. Yang Qing quickly stepped aside, glancing at the stretcher. The person on it was covered in mud, as if dug out of the ground. Sheng Nan, hold on, we're almost there. Sheng Nan, hold on. A choked voice rang out. Yang Qing stopped abruptly. Sheng Nan? Was it her friend Sheng Nan? She immediately chased after her, and saw that the person anxiously calling out was Gao Yang. Gao Yang. Yang Qing shouted. Gao Yang turned around, surprised to see Yang Qing, and immediately said, Wait a minute, Sheng Nan, she... No rush, you go first. Yang Qing replied immediately. Li Sheng Nan was taken into the medical tent, and Gao Yang waited outside. Yang Qing hurried over and called out, Gao Yang. Yang Qing, you're alive, that's wonderful. Gao Yang looked at Yang Qing, his eyes red-rimmed. Was that Sheng Nan just now? What happened to her? Yang Qing asked. That day, when the sandstorm came, Sheng Nan and I jumped into the pickup truck. We clung tightly to the railings, and the wind swept the truck and itself away. Then the pickup truck fell, and we were trapped underneath it. There was a big tree on top, and we couldn't push it away. No one came to rescue us, and we were trapped under the truck for 2 days. Yesterday it rained heavily again, and the soil above us loosened, forming a mudslide. We were swept down with the truck and buried together. Luckily, the spot where I was later collapsed, and I crawled out. I desperately dug with my hands to try and get Sheng Nan out, and luckily, these rescue soldiers came. They just managed to pull Sheng Nan out. I don't know what she... Gao Yang's eyes welled up with tears, and he couldn't continue. Yang Qing sighed and comforted him. Sheng Nan is a lucky person. You were rescued. Heaven surely wouldn't let her die. Gao Yang was silent, looking at Yang Qing. By the way, how are you? What about Lung Yi and the others? Seeing her alone, it seemed she was preparing to leave the camp. Yang Qing's nose stung with tears. I haven't found Lung Yi yet. But Lu Lin and Wang Min are at the camp, and Jiang Hao is gone. What? Gao Yang was shocked, not expecting Jiang Hao to be dead. Jiang Hao was the first to fire when they rescued Grandpa Lin, and he had even resented him, thinking that if it weren't for him, the subsequent events might not have happened. But then he thought, it was a natural disaster, no one expected it, and no one could have stopped it. Now that he knew he was gone, he felt a pang of sadness. After all, he was a comrade in arms. I was just about to go look for Leng Yi Gaoyang. I'm sorry, I can't stay here with you waiting for Sheng Nan. I'm afraid that if we don't find him, he'd be buried in the ground like you, and no one will even know. Yang Qing's eyes also reddened. Gaoyang nodded. He now completely understood Yang Qing's feelings. He didn't want to experience that feeling of helplessness again when Sheng Nan was buried in the ground, and there was nothing he could do. I go tell Lu Lin to come and keep you company, Yang Qing said. Yang Qing ran back to the tent. Lu Lin was surprised. Why are you back again? I just ran into Gaoyang and Sheng Nan, but Sheng Nan's condition is critical. She's still being resuscitated. I don't have time. Could you go over there for a moment? Okay, I go right away. Lu Lin immediately agreed, overjoyed to know that Gaoyang and Li Sheng Nan were still alive. She looked at Pei Chuan. Could you please stay here and watch over Wang Min for me? Go ahead, I stay here. Pei Chuan agreed without hesitation. The two returned to the medical tent. Lu Lin was excited to see Gaoyang. Gaoyang. Gaoyang looked at her. It's so good that you're all here. How is Sheng Nan? Lu Lin asked. She's still being resuscitated. There's still no news. Gaoyang shook his head. She'd be alright. Lu Lin didn't know what to say. Yang Qing pulled Lu Lin aside. When Sheng Nan wakes up, move her to our tent. It'd be easier to take care of her that way. He then took out 2 bottles of spiritual spring water and gave them to Lu Lin, whispering, Give her some of this water to drink later. I understand. Lu Lin nodded. She had drunk it before and knew it had excellent restorative properties. Go ahead, leave it to me. Gaoyang, I'm sorry, I have to go. Yang Qing looked at Gaoyang somewhat apologetically. Go ahead, I wait for Sheng Nan here. Gaoyang nodded, looking at Yang Qing hesitantly. Yang Qing, when we were blown away by the wind that day, I thought I saw Leng Yi, but I couldn't be sure if it was him. Where? Yang Qing asked immediately. She couldn't let go of even the slightest clue, otherwise she'd be like a headless fly, not knowing where to start looking. Gaoyang gave a general location. When we fell, we were behind a mountain. Maybe the wind was lower there because of the mountain, which is why we fell. Go there, and see if you can find us. I go right away, thank you, Gaoyang. Yang Qing nodded, and turned around immediately. Ching ching. Lu Lin called out to Yang Qing, hugging her, you must be careful in case. No, in case. Yang Qing shook her head, I must find Leng Yi. If I don't come back for a long time, don't wait for me. How about we go to the military base? I meet you there after I find Leng Yi. Okay, we wait for you at the military base. Lu Lin nodded. Yang Qing waved goodbye to the two of them. When she reached the foot of the mountain, she discovered that yesterday's torrential rain had caused many roads to collapse, and there were still many rocks and debris piled up on the roads, making it impossible to drive. They could only walk to the place Gaoyang had mentioned. It took them almost a day to reach the mountain. When they arrived, Yang Qing's heart sank. The mountain had collapsed. Many places, including large trees, had been washed down to the foot of the mountain. If Leng Yi was there, he would surely be buried. But she absolutely couldn't give up. First, she looked up at the nearby trees, hoping Leng Yi might have been lucky enough to land in one when he fell. It was getting dark, and she couldn't see anything at all. She took out her night vision binoculars and scanned the area, but didn't see a single person. If he wasn't up there, she had to search downwards. Yang Qing took out her flashlight and let Aki and Shushu out to sniff Leng Yi's belongings. Go find Leng Yi. The 2 dogs immediately rushed out. But because of the heavy rain and the mudslide, the human scent was very faint. The 2 dogs ran for most of the day, covered in dirt, but still didn't see anyone. Yang Qing's heart sank. She gave the dogs some food. The 2 dogs, seeing Yang Qing's low spirits and realizing they hadn't found her, seemed uneasy and licked her hand, trying to comfort her. I'm fine, Yang Qing said, wiping her wet eyes and patting the dogs' heads. Now is not the time to be sad. She must pull herself together and find Leng Yi. She must find him alive or dead. Chapter 282. After the 2 dogs had eaten their fill, Yang Qing told them to split up and search. Both of them together would be too inefficient. Anyway, it was quiet on this mountain, and the dogs could hear each other's barks. The 2 dogs separated, one on each side, with Yang Qing following behind Xiao Shui. It was originally Leng Yi's dog, and should be more familiar with him. Perhaps it had a better chance of finding him. After running quite a distance, Xiao Shui suddenly started barking wildly at a certain spot. Yang Qing's heart raced. Had they found Lung Yi? Running to Xiao Shui, he found a person lying on the ground, mostly buried in the dirt, with only 2 bare feet sticking out. Yang Qing's heart leaped into his throat. Was the person already dead? He touched the person's feet. They were ice cold, devoid of any warmth. Yang Qing's hands trembled. No, it couldn't be. Then he looked closer. The feet seemed larger than Lung Yi's. This isn't Lung Yi. But what if his foot got swollen from being soaked in water? What if? She had to dig him out and confirm, no matter what. Yang Qing put her flashlight down and took out a shovel from her spatial storage, frantically shoveling dirt from the wet, heavy soil. The splattered mud covered her completely. She didn't care about the dirt. She dug frantically, her hands blistered, until she finally unearthed the body. When she shakily wiped the mud off the person's face with a towel, she collapsed to the ground. It wasn't Lung Yi. Tears streamed down her face. She didn't know if she was sad or happy. This person was dead, thankfully. It wasn't Lung Yi. But where was Lung Yi? Could he not even be in this area? If so, where could she find him? Tears streamed down Yang Qing's face, washing away the mud and leaving 2 dark streaks. Xiao Shui licked her face, whimpering in comfort. Yang Qing wiped her face hard. She had no right to be sad without finding Lung Yi. Suddenly, Aki's voice came from afar, barking urgently and rapidly, its barking echoing through the mountains. Yang Qing's spirits lifted. Had Aki found Lung Yi? Xiao Shui, let's go! Yang Qing grabbed Xiao Shui's leash and quickly ran towards the direction of Aki's barking. When she arrived, Yang Qing found a cave ahead, and Aki was standing at the entrance waiting for her. Seeing her approach, Aki rushed over, grabbing her trouser leg and pulling her forward. Yang Qing hesitated, hesitant to go forward. She was terrified that the person she would see wouldn't be Lung Yi, but someone else she didn't recognize, or even a corpse. She couldn't bear to face it. As long as they hadn't found him, there was still hope. What if? She couldn't even imagine. Xiaoxue ran inside first, then came running out of the cave a moment later, shouting at Yang Qing as if to say, "Come quick! The master is inside." Yang Qing's eyes reddened, and she ran over quickly. She saw a tall man lying prone in the cave. There were clear crawl marks from the entrance to the inside, suggesting how he had dragged himself in with great difficulty. He was wearing a bulletproof vest and a bulletproof helmet. Was it Lun Yi? Yang Qing's heart pounded. It must be him. But his build looked a bit like Li Liang's? Lung Yi was more muscular. Li Liang was tall and thin. Because Li Liang was also her partner, that's why Xiaoxue and Aki had found him. Yang Qing walked slowly towards him, her heart pounding in her throat. She crouched down and touched the man's hand. It was ice cold. Her hand trembled and withdrew. His body temperature was probably already. She barely had the courage to remove the helmet. Her hand shook violently, but she finally managed to take it off, revealing Lung Yi's gaunt, emaciated face. Tears streamed down Yang Qing's face like raindrops, falling onto Lung Yi's cheeks. It was Lung Yi, it was him. For days, a full 4 days, he had lay here without food or water. No wonder he had lost weight. Yang Qing reached out tremblingly and touched Lung Yi's nose. There was still a faint breath, but it was more exhalation than inhalation. Yang Qing hugged Lung Yi, tears streaming down her face, and called Aki and Xiaoxue to go into the space with her. As soon as they entered the space, they immediately gave Lung Yi half a bottle of spiritual spring water, then carried him to the bathtub and filled it with hot water. Lung Yi had lost his temperature, his body was as cold as ice, and he was completely unconscious. While she was doing this, Yang Qing laid an electric blanket on the bed, turned on the heater, dried Lung Yi, and carried him to the bed. As she lifted him, tears welled up in Yang Qing's eyes again. A man over 6 feet tall, so light, so incredibly thin. He was practically skin and bones, completely unrecognizable as human. His limbs were dangling, suggesting multiple fractures. Yang Qing's heart ached terribly. She placed Lung Yi on the bed, immediately gave him some hot water, and covered him tightly with a blanket. But his breathing remained extremely weak, as if he might die at any moment. Yang Qing was very anxious. She didn't know where Lung Yi was injured, but it was definitely not just broken limbs. There were likely multiple injuries throughout his body. Because of the bulletproof vest, there were no obvious visible wounds, but his body was covered in bruises, suggesting internal injuries. Yang Qing ran into the warehouse. The warehouse had a lot of medical equipment, but she didn't know how to use any of it, and had no way of determining Lung Yi's condition. His pulse was erratic. Practically none of his internal organs were functioning properly, and she could barely feel his pulse. Yang Qing only had an 4 drip and an oxygen concentrator. She didn't know how to use anything else. All she could do now was keep him alive. She put Leng Yi on in 4 drip and inserted an oxygen tube, ensuring he could breathe and receive the necessary nutrients. Leng Yi's body gradually warmed up, and Yang Qing turned off the heater and electric blanket to prevent him from becoming dehydrated. But Leng Yi remained unconscious. Yang Qing could only do what she could, cleaning his external injuries with iodine, applying medicine, and bandaging them. She put a cast on his fractured bones. 2 days passed, and Leng Yi still hadn't woken up. When Yang Qing bathed him, she discovered he was covered in blood. This indicated he had suffered extremely severe internal injuries and internal bleeding. Yang Qing was completely unable to treat him with such a serious condition. Although she had studied traditional Chinese medicine with Xie Yifang for half a year, she was only a beginner. She could handle minor illnesses, but she dared not treat such a serious one. She was afraid she would kill Leng Yi. She didn't even dare give him water now, unsure if his internal organs were damaged. If his intestines and stomach were ruptured, drinking water would only worsen the situation. He needed to go to the hospital. Such severe injuries definitely required surgery, but the conditions at the rescue camp probably couldn't support such an operation. Should she go to the provincial hospital to find Teacher Xie? But there were landslides everywhere, cars couldn't be driven, and she didn't know how to fly a helicopter. How could she get there? Even if she put Leng Yi in her spatial dimension, walking there would take several days. Could Leng Yi wait? Yang Qing touched Leng Yi's gaunt face, no longer recognizable as his former handsome appearance. Tears streamed down her face. She had never felt so helpless. Completely at a loss, she didn't know what to do. After cleaning Leng Yi's body, Yang Qing lay down beside him, turning to look at the unconscious man. Tears welled in her already swollen and red eyes. Leng Yi, please wake up. Open your eyes and look at me. What should I do now? Please tell me. Chapter 283. After crying, Yang Qing wiped away her tears. She couldn't wait any longer. Without treatment, Leng Yi had no chance of recovering on his own. Rather than waiting for a miracle, she decided to take a chance and go to the provincial capital. Perhaps there was still hope. Yang Qing took a shower, changed into work clothes, put on military boots, and slung a backpack over her shoulder. She walked up to Leng Yi and kissed him on the lips. Honey, wait for me, I will definitely cure you. Aki and Xiaoxue, knowing Yang Qing was leaving, reluctantly surrounded her. Yang Qing stroked one's fur and patted the other's head. Don't worry, I come back. Once outside the space, she was still in the cave. Yang Qing carefully climbed out. After getting her bearings, she quickly headed out of the mountains. She needed to get to the provincial capital as quickly as possible. Once out of the mountains, Yang Qing checked the road conditions. The landslides and mudslides blocked sections of the road, but some areas were intact. Cars weren't convenient, but motorcycles were still usable, which was much faster than walking. Seeing that no one was around, Yang Qing took out a lightweight motorcycle, put on her helmet, started the engine, and sped off. She hadn't gone far when she heard a roar from behind. Turning around, she saw 3 or 4 heavy motorcycles speeding towards her. The riders were all teenagers around 17 or 18 years old, wearing sunglasses and sporting dyed blonde hair, shouting wildly. Yang Qing frowned slightly, ignored them, and continued on her way. The motorcycles quickly caught up with Yang Qing. Although she couldn't see her face, her figure clearly indicated she was a woman. And a woman with a very good figure. The young men roared and whistled. Miss. A young man in a black leather jacket, sitting on the back of a motorcycle, laughed and called to Yang Qing. Where are you going? Want us to give you a ride? Look at our motorcycle, it's much better than yours and faster. Yang Qing glanced to the side. Several young men, dressed in fine clothes, with delicate skin, clearly had never experienced hardship. In this apocalyptic world, still having the mood to race like this, they must be rich kids or children of officials. These spoiled brats, oblivious to the hardships of life, she had no interest in playing with them. Yang Qing looked ahead and continued driving. The young man was getting annoyed. No one had ever dared to treat him like this before. Xiao Mao, go for it. Huh, isn't that a bad idea? The young man called. Xiao Mao hesitated for a moment. Too dangerous. What are you afraid of? Our motorcycle isn't afraid of her. Let's knock her off, and see if she still dares to be so arrogant. The young man in the leather jacket sneered. Now, go for it right now. Xiao Mao had no choice but to grip the handlebars and accelerate. Who knew Yang Qing would also suddenly accelerate and overtake him? Despite her somewhat rudimentary vehicle, a mountain bike like hers wouldn't be slower than theirs in this terrain. Chase! The leather-clad youth gritted his teeth. Upon reaching the front, The road was blocked by a collapsed pile of earth, forcing Yang Qing to stop and carry the bike forward. The heavier motorcycles behind weren't so easy to lift. They were too heavy for one person to carry alone, requiring several people to work together. Seeing Yang Qing about to leave, the leather-clad youth abandoned his companions and quickly gave chase. Reaching Yang Qing's side, he kicked her hard, catching her off guard and sending her sprawling onto the muddy pile. Her helmet hit the mud, obscuring her vision, and the motorcycle lay on her leg, causing a dull ache. The young man in the leather jacket laughed loudly. "Who told you to ignore me?" Yang Qing was truly enraged. She pushed aside her motorcycle, stood up, and threw off her helmet. The young man in the leather jacket froze for a moment as the helmet came off. He hadn't expected this young woman to be so beautiful. "Get lost." Yang Qing kicked him with her long leg, sending him tumbling into the mud beside her, covering him in mud from head to toe. The people behind her wanted to laugh, but dared not, struggling to suppress their laughter. "You dare hit me?" The young man in the leather jacket shouted angrily at the people behind him. "What are you all standing there for? Grab her." Yang Qing snorted coldly. She didn't have time to play games with them. She picked up her helmet, wiped it clean with a tissue, picked up her motorcycle, and, ignoring the dirt on her clothes, quickly carried it forward. She crossed the road, got on her motorcycle, and disappeared in a flash. But not long after, the group of men caught up again, wielding sticks and charging at her, shouting. Yang Qing quickly sped up, not wanting to get entangled with these people. They were all spoiled brats, who had never experienced hardship, disregarding human lives, and only knowing how to have fun. "Die!" Someone suddenly shouted from behind. Yang Qing turned around and saw a baseball bat coming from behind. He ducked to avoid it, the bat flying over his head and rolling in front of him. Yang Qing was truly enraged. If he hadn't dodged it, at that speed, he would have been knocked unconscious by the impact. These spoiled brats really didn't treat people like human beings. They wouldn't know the meaning of death unless they were taught a lesson. Yang Qing pulled out his pistol, turned his head, aimed at the leather-clad youth's motorcycle tire, and fired. With a loud bang, the tire burst, the motorcycle overturned, and due to the high speed, the rider was thrown out, screams echoing throughout the vehicle. "Young Master Han!" everyone exclaimed. Yang Qing sneered, raised her middle finger in a gesture of international goodwill, and sped off. She reached the foot of the mountain, where the rescue camp was located, in just half a day. After thinking for a moment, she decided to go and see if Lung Yi could be saved. If he could, there would be no need to go to such lengths. If not, she would have to continue towards the provincial capital. Seeing no one around, she put the motorcycle away in her spatial storage, unplugged Lung Yi's oxygen tube, and replaced it with a small oxygen pillow for easier movement. He was so thin now, probably only around 100 pounds, Yang Qing could easily lift him. She rushed to the medical tent carrying Lung Yi, shouting, "Doctor, please save him." The doctor, hearing her voice, quickly told her to carry him inside. "What happened to him?" the doctor asked, surprised to see the patient's hands and feet bandaged and oxygen in his nose. "Multiple fractures throughout his body, unconscious rectal bleeding, suspected internal bleeding," Yang Qing said. The doctor was surprised. "You're a doctor too?" I only study for a short time. I'm a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner," Yang Qing said hesitantly. She wasn't really a doctor, although she had studied with Xie Yifang for half a year. Before that, she would have been considered a medical student at most. The doctor quickly examined Lung Yi. The medical tent had simple equipment like an ultrasound machine. After the examination, the doctor's expression was serious. "He's seriously injured. Besides soft tissue contusions and fractures, a ruptured spleen, and other organs seem to have varying degrees of damage. There's blood in his abdominal cavity. He needs immediate surgery. But it's too serious. We don't have the surgical facilities here. If we operate, he might not even survive the operation. Then what can we do?" Yang Qing's face paled. "If we go to the provincial capital, do you think there's any hope? The provincial capital is so far away, and he's so badly injured, he simply can't withstand the bumpy ride." The doctor finished speaking, and looked at Yang Qing suspiciously. How had she managed to carry the patient to the camp? Chapter 284. "Don't worry about the journey, I find a way. I just want to ask you, if we get to the provincial hospital, will they have the facilities to operate on him?" Yang Qing asked. The doctor pondered. "It's hard to say. As far as I know, the provincial hospital now integrates the medical resources of major hospitals, but as you know, this is the apocalypse. Both medical equipment and doctors have suffered significant losses. Even if all the resources of major hospitals were combined, It wouldn't compare to any of the top-tier hospitals of the past. The conditions are far worse now. Moreover, medicines are scarce, many surgical drugs are unavailable. Your friend is so badly injured, he may need more than one organ repaired. His body is so weak, he might not be able to withstand multiple surgeries. Furthermore, hospitals nowadays don't have ICUs. Without ICU care and the necessary equipment, it's almost impossible for him to survive. Yang Qing's heart sank. So, even if they reached the provincial hospital, there was no hope? This is my husband, Yang Qing murmured, not a friend. I'm sorry, the doctor said helplessly, looking at Yang Qing with pity. He's seen too many cases like this. Many people had died under his care, the elderly, children, men, and women. He wanted to help them, but his resources were limited. Thank you, doctor. Yang Qing picked up Leng Yi and was about to leave. Hey, you can't do this. You hurt him. He can't handle any more jostling. The internal bleeding will worsen, the doctor warned from behind. Yang Qing turned back, a bitter smile on his face. Will letting him lie here do any good? The doctor stammered. Yang Qing scooped Leng Yi up and quickly walked out. She didn't go to find Lu Lin and the others. It would be pointless, and it was better not to tell them to avoid worrying them. She didn't have time to catch up with them anymore. She needed to settle Leng Yi first. Leaving the camp, she found a secluded spot and entered her spatial dimension. She placed Leng Yi on the bed, reconnected the oxygen concentrator, and started the 4-drip. After thinking for a moment, she took out the cardiac monitor from the storage room, read the instructions, and found it relatively simple. She attached the cardiac monitoring patches to various points on Leng Yi's chest, and put a pulse oximeter on his finger. This way, she could clearly see Leng Yi's vital signs. After doing all this, she checked Leng Yi's lower body, and found that he was bleeding again. Yang Qing, her eyes red, took off his pants, cleaned him up, and then put an adult diaper on him. What if he bled again later, and she didn't know while she was outside? How uncomfortable he would be. Although he didn't feel anything now, Yang Qing knew he was a clean person, and would definitely feel uncomfortable if he knew. After descending the mountain, Yang Qing felt a little lost. Where should she go now? Should she go to the provincial capital? Would going to the provincial capital still be of any use? But she had to try anyway just in case. What if there was equipment? What if she could find a good doctor? Teacher Xia was still in the provincial capital. Perhaps she had some good doctor friends. Perhaps there was still hope. Yang Qing took out some food, ate, and then took out her motorcycle to continue her journey. As she traveled, the number of refugees on the road gradually increased. Most of them were ragged and emaciated from hunger. A few who still had supplies clutched them tightly to their arms, afraid they would be stolen. These people must have all fled from Xia City. Xia City is completely destroyed. After 2 tsunamis, the new urban area is gone. Even if it's rebuilt, it won't be in Xia City. It's too dangerous. Some of these people probably want to go to the official base in Ming City, while others want to go to Fu City. After all, Fu City is the provincial capital, and the conditions there might be better than other places. As for the real situation, nobody knows. Seeing Yang Qing riding over on her motorcycle, everyone was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Someone saw her, a woman, and tried to steal the motorcycle. Yang Qing took out her crossbow and shot an arrow. Even if she didn't kill them, she teach them a lesson. Did they think women were so easy to bully? Yang Qing placed the crossbow on the front of the motorcycle, exuding an aura of menace. Those behind her quickly gave way. If you can't beat them, can't you at least avoid them? Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind. She's over there. Chase her. Yang Qing turned around, and saw that the group of spoiled brats had followed her again. They were like persistent ghosts. The refugees, seeing several motorcycles roaring towards them, didn't dare stop them. They were clearly people they couldn't afford to mess with. They were trying to avoid them. Some were too slow to dodge, and the riders raised baseball bats and struck them. Instant cries of pain filled the air. Some were struck in the foot and fell to their knees, others collapsed, bleeding from their heads. The riders, however, became excited, laughing loudly, swinging their bats even faster. Yang Qing gritted his teeth. These were simply a bunch of demons. If he didn't teach them a lesson, they wouldn't know why flowers bloom so red. Yang Qing turned around, raised his crossbow, and fired at the foot of the person in front. The person dodged the shot, swerving his motorcycle, and grinned triumphantly at Yang Qing. Yang Qing snorted coldly, and immediately fired another arrow. Ah! A scream rang out. This time, the arrow missed, and the motorcycle hurtled towards the mountainside. Those nearby scrambled to the side, crashing into the rocks with a loud thud. One of them knocked unconscious. The young man in the leather jacket, his head bandaged, his face dark, gripped the handlebars, accelerating relentlessly. That bitch, he thought, if I catch her, I make her pay. Yang Qing fired several more arrows, but he dodged them all. She considered drawing her gun, but what if she hit a passerby? Bullets don't discriminate. If the people on the motorcycle swerved, those behind wouldn't be able to avoid them, easily injuring innocent bystanders. Yang Qing didn't want to get entangled with these spoiled brats any longer, so she twisted her wrists and sped up. Suddenly, a jeep appeared in front of her. Yang Qing had no time to dodge, and was about to crash into it. Those around gasped in surprise. Yang Qing jerked the handlebars up, leaping onto the motorcycle, which then launched her over the jeep and crashed backward. But a truck was following behind. Yang Qing had no time to dodge and landed with a thud in the truck bed. The entire truck jolted. Yang Qing was dazed and disoriented, seeing stars. She thought, I'm done for. I'm going to be half dead or crippled. She touched herself, and found she was surprisingly unharmed, except for a sore buttock. Looking at the truck, she saw it was full of food, blankets, clothes, and other supplies. Her fall had cushioned her fall. Yang Qing breathed a sigh of relief. She was incredibly lucky. Are you all right? A uniformed man climbed onto the truck to check on Yang Qing. Still dizzy, she waved her hand and collapsed back onto the supplies. The young man in the leather jacket behind him couldn't brake in time either, and with a loud thud, he crashed into the jeep. The momentum sent him flying, smashing through the windshield and bleeding profusely from a head wound. He stopped abruptly before he could finish his curse, staring in horror at the middle-aged man in the passenger seat. Second uncle. Chapter 285. Young Master Han. The driver quickly got out of the car, carefully pulled the young man in the leather jacket off the windshield, and then called for someone to help stop the bleeding and bandage him. What happened? The middle-aged man looked at the young man in the leather jacket, his face grim. What are you doing here? Second uncle, weren't you? Ouch. Be gentle. The young man in the leather jacket glared at the person applying the medicine, then looked at the middle-aged man. Weren't you supposed to be delivering supplies to the relief camp? I wanted to go see them, so I came ahead of time. Who knew we run into a female thief who was robbing us? A few of us chased after her, but she actually had a weapon and injured several of us. Yang Qing was unloading his mountain bike from the truck when he heard the young man in the leather jacket say this, and immediately became furious. You're talking nonsense. The young man in the leather jacket sneered. Second uncle, look, this woman is full of foul language, she's no good at all. Yang Qing threw the motorcycle to the ground and rushed over. The young man in the leather jacket kicked her, but people nearby quickly blocked her way. The middle-aged man's face darkened. What do you want to do? What do I want to do? Yang Qing snorted. Are you his elder? Don't you know his character? He's completely distorting the truth. Look at those injured people behind him. They were all beaten with baseball bats, just because they blocked his way. This morning I was walking alone on the road, and a few of them chased after me and harassed me. I ignored them, and then he kicked me into the mud while I was carrying my motorcycle. Look, half of my body is covered in mud, that's from him. I didn't want trouble, so I avoided them, but they chased after me again and started hitting me on the head with baseball bats. I had no choice but to fight back, and that's when his motorcycle crashed, and that's how he got the head injury. The middle-aged man looked at his nephew. Sure enough, he still had an old injury on his head, not from a recent fall. They chased us again this afternoon. There were so many people on the road, they didn't care at all. Anyone who got in their way was hit with a baseball bat. You can go ask how many people were injured, Yang Qing said angrily. One of the injured people stepped forward. She's right, it was this boy who injured us. Look at my leg. And my head. They don't treat us like human beings. You're a leader, aren't you? Why don't you do something about him? Letting your junior bully us refugees like this? Is this how you lead? You owe us an explanation. More and more people gathered around, showing their recent injuries, and accusing them of disregarding human life. The middle-aged man's face turned ashen. He knew his nephew's character. He'd been spoiled since childhood. After his father died, he pitted him for being fatherless, so he turned a blind eye to everything he did. He never expected his nephew to develop such a tyrannical nature. The middle-aged man slapped the young man in the leather jacket across the face, stunning him. You hit me? What right do you have to hit me? Why can't I hit you? I'm your second uncle. Your father's gone, so I'm teaching you a lesson on his behalf, so you won't forget what respect is. The young man in the leather jacket retorted angrily, respect my ass. A bunch of useless refugees. What good are they? Their deaths would save us food and reduce our burden. This sparked outrage among the crowd, and more people gathered around. What are you saying? You demon, you bastard. Someone picked up stones and clods of dirt and threw them at them. Yang Qing quickly stepped aside to avoid being caught in the crossfire. You? The middle-aged man was also enraged, slapping her again. Apologize. Apologize to them. The young man in the leather jacket retorted, I did nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? The middle-aged man was truly furious. Fine, you still don't know you're wrong? I shoot you today, so you won't harm others. He then made a move to draw his gun and point it at the young man in the leather jacket. Those around him quickly pulled him away. Sir, don't be angry, don't be angry. He's just a child. We can teach him slowly. Yang Qing scoffed. So grown up and still a child. They're like this because they've been spoiled by these people. This middle-aged man appears strict with his nephew, but does he not know his own personality? Would he have become like this without their usual pampering? Yang Qing didn't want to watch their act anymore. She picked up her motorcycle and left. She didn't have time to get entangled with them here. What's the use of an apology? It's not sincere. The middle-aged man was about to apologize to Yang Qing when he saw her right away on her motorcycle. He frowned. He addressed the other injured people, saying, Don't worry, I will definitely compensate you. Those who are injured, come and get your wounds treated. I also give you food. Come on over. Everyone praised his actions, saying he was different from other officials, and that they had misunderstood him earlier. The young man in the leather jacket looked at Yang Qing's departing figure with a mocking expression, his eyes filled with hatred. Yang Qing continued driving forward on her motorcycle. The road ahead was much clearer, probably because the leader and his group had come to deliver relief supplies. However, due to the drought of the past 2 years, almost all the trees on the mountain had died, and soil erosion was severe. Areas that hadn't collapsed yesterday had experienced new landslides, causing some delays. Along the way, there were many refugees, and Yang Qing couldn't find a chance to enter her spatial dimension. That night, she had to stop by the roadside, light a fire and eat. When someone approached her, Yang Qing brandished her long knife to scare them away. In the latter half of the night, as the people on the road gradually stopped to rest, Yang Qing finally rode her motorcycle to a secluded spot and entered her spatial dimension. She checked on Lung Yi. His condition was still very bad. The readings on his monitors were steadily declining, and his heart rate was slowing. Yang Qing was extremely anxious. Without resting, she left her spatial dimension that very night and rode her motorcycle towards the provincial capital. She finally arrived in Fucheng the next day at noon. As she approached the city, she took a van from her spatial dimension, inquired about the location of the Provincial People's Hospital, and drove directly there. Upon arrival, she pretended to carry Ling Yi out of the van, but actually carried him out of her spatial dimension. However, upon arriving at the hospital, she found it overcrowded. Doctors and nurses were working like whirlwinds, and no one paid any attention to her despite her calls. Yang Qing panicked, carrying Ling Yi into the emergency room. Doctor, please save him. Put him aside for now. Can't you see we're busy? A doctor said impatiently. Yang Qing grabbed him. My case is more critical. Please save him. The doctor glanced at Lung Yi and brushed her hand away. Who here isn't in critical condition? You already bandaged him up. Don't cause trouble. Yang Qing looked around, confused about what was happening. There were so many injured people, the doctors were overwhelmed. What to do? Yang Qing felt dizzy. Was getting here useless? Chapter 286. No, Yang Qing, you can't panic. You have to stay calm. Lung Yi is counting on you. Yang Qing took out her satellite phone. Xie Yifang had given her the phone number for the provincial capital central hospital before. She decided to try calling it. To her surprise, the call went through. Yang Qing was overjoyed. Hello, Provincial Central Hospital. I'm looking for Dr. Xie Yifang. She's busy. Who are you? I'm her student. My name is Yang Qing. I'm currently at the Provincial People's Hospital. Could you please find her for me? Please wait a moment. A short while later, Xie Yifang answered the phone. Little Yang, you come to the provincial capital? When did you arrive? Teacher Xie. Yang Qing's voice choked with emotion. My husband is seriously injured. I came to the provincial capital to treat him, but no one is paying attention to me. Xie Yifang quickly said, there's been a major accident these past few days. Our hospital also has many injured people. Please bring him to the central hospital. But he's seriously injured. Can the central hospital handle it? No problem. The Central Hospital doesn't just have traditional Chinese medicine, it also has various medical equipment and surgeons. What the People's Hospital can treat, we can treat here too. Upon hearing this, Yang Qing quickly picked up Lung Yi again and returned to the van, placing him in the back seat. When no one was looking, she secretly put him in her spatial storage. She couldn't let him experience any more jolting. They only brought Lung Yi out of the spatial dimension when they arrived at the entrance of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital and placed him in the back seat. Xie Yifang had already brought people out and hurriedly lifted Lung Yi onto a stretcher and sent him to the emergency room. However, after an examination, a doctor came out. The patient's injuries are too severe, and so much time has been wasted, I'm afraid. How can this be? Is there no way? Xie Yifang frowned. Last year in Mingcheng, she took Yang Qing on house calls at the hospital. Thanks to Ling Yi's constant protection, she wouldn't have been able to complete the mission so smoothly. He's a very good young man. Is he really beyond saving? We can perform the surgery, but the conditions are limited right now. Even if he gets out, he probably won't wake up, the doctor said hesitantly. As long as you can perform the surgery, we take care of the aftercare ourselves. Doctor, please, you must perform the surgery. I will bear all the consequences, Yang Qing said quickly. As long as the internal organs are repaired, the bleeding in the abdominal cavity is stopped, the accumulated blood is cleared, and he can drink the spiritual spring water, then there is hope. All right. The doctor was helpless. Since the patient's family had said so, then they would proceed. Whether he lived or died depended on his fate. The surgery continued, and Xie Yifang waited outside with Yang Qing. What happened? How did he get so badly injured? Xie Yifang asked. Back in Xia City, we encountered a severe sandstorm. He was blown away by the wind, he must have fallen too hard, and his internal organs are severely damaged. Yang Qing said, tears welling in her eyes. Xie Yifang sighed softly. In these turbulent times, it's truly difficult to avoid such situations. It's a miracle he didn't die. Don't worry, that doctor was very skilled. The surgery should be fine, but I'm worried about the post-operative care. The resources are really limited right now. I know. Yang Qing nodded. There's always hope after the surgery, isn't there? Xie Yifang didn't speak. She had sensed from the doctor's tone that the prognosis was likely grim, but she didn't want to discourage her student, afraid of upsetting her too much. She looked much thinner than before. She must have been worried about her husband and hadn't been eating or sleeping properly. She knew their relationship was good. If her husband were to pass away, she didn't know how devastating it would be for her. 3 hours later, the doctor came out, and Yang Qing rushed to greet him. Doctor, how is he? The surgery is done, but the patient is still not out of danger. His vital signs remain unstable. I'm afraid. The doctor shook his head. He was only temporarily alive. There was no ICU available. He could only be admitted to a regular ward, given oxygen and 4 fluids, nothing else. What do you need? I can go find it, Yang Qing said urgently. Go find it. The doctor seemed a little confused. Find what? Xie Yifang immediately understood. Dr. Zhang, you don't know, when I was in Mingcheng, she donated the brain microscope at Mingcheng Hospital. She might have connections. Really? The doctor's eyes lit up, yet he found it unbelievable. But we lack so many things, it's impossible to find everything. What does my husband need most right now? Tell me, Yang Qing said quickly. First, there's the ventilator. His lungs are also damaged. Although he's had surgery and has an oxygen machine, he can't breathe on his own, and the oxygen might not last long. Also, his spleen and gastrointestinal tract are ruptured, which is why he's bleeding in his stool. Although they had repair surgeries, they're prone to infection, and he's short on medication. The doctor listed several more medications, which Yang Qing wrote down one by one. Wait for me, I go find him, Yang Qing said immediately, looking at Xie Yifang. Teacher Xie, could you please take care of Lung Yi for me temporarily? I'll be back as soon as possible. Go ahead, don't worry, I stay with him. Xie Yifang nodded. Yang Qing left the hospital, not actually to find medicine, but to give herself some time to avoid arousing suspicion. She drove her van out of town, found a secluded spot, and went into her spatial storage to retrieve her belongings. Sure enough, there were ventilators in the warehouse. While not all the medications the doctor had mentioned were available, she found at least 2 or 3. She took those out first. Yang Qing rested in the van for 3 hours, then returned to the hospital with her belongings. Dr. Zhang was speechless with shock when he saw she had actually brought back the ventilators. He really wanted to ask where she had found them. However, now wasn't the time to ask. He quickly took the ventilators to the ward, cleaned and disinfected them, and then gave Lung Yi a private room, also rigorously disinfected, mimicking the sterile environment of an ICU. While it certainly wouldn't reach that level of sterility, it was better than nothing, and it could prevent cross-infection among other patients. Giving Lung Yi a private room during this overcrowded time was the hospital's way of repaying Yang Qing for donating the ventilators. It's well known how rare medical equipment is these days, especially brand new one. No one knows where she got it from. Actually, Yang Qing's spatial dimension even has a CT scanner, but that thing is too large, and she really couldn't take it out, otherwise, things would be even more complicated. After being put on a ventilator, Lung Yi's condition seemed to improve a little, but he still showed no signs of waking up. His vital signs remained unstable, and the doctors were very worried. That night, Yang Qing put on sterile clothing and stayed by Lung Yi's side. She was simply too worried about him. Besides, he had just undergone surgery and couldn't drink the spiritual spring water. She couldn't do anything else except stay by his side. After several days of this, Yang Qing was exhausted and fell asleep by the bedside. In the middle of the night, she was suddenly awakened by the beeping of the equipment. She saw Lung Yi convulsing, spitting out a large amount of blood. "Doctor? Doctor?" Yang Qing cried out in alarm, rushing to the door. Dr. Zhang hadn't gone home. He was also worried about the patient, and was resting in the on-call room. Hearing the noise, someone rushed in, followed by another doctor who said to Yang Qing, "You go out first, we need to save him." Yang Qing walked to the outside of the ward and looked worriedly at Lung Yi through the glass window. How could this happen? Hadn't he already had surgery? Why did this happen? Chapter 287. Half an hour later, the doctor came out, removing his mask. The patient is bleeding heavily again. We temporarily stopped the bleeding, but the situation is not optimistic. What do we do now? Yang Qing asked hurriedly. The doctor shook his head. There's no good way. We can only hope for a miracle. Yang Qing's legs went weak, and she almost knelt down. Did this mean there was no hope? Even surgery didn't work? He's indeed too badly injured. Even with an ICU before the apocalypse, he might not have survived, let alone under these conditions. The doctor sighed. You need to prepare yourself mentally. Yang Qing's heart sank to the bottom. No, she didn't want to prepare herself mentally. Lung Yi wouldn't die, he definitely wouldn't. But what could she do now? Hope for a miracle, but are miracles so easy to happen? If they were so easy, they wouldn't be miracles. Yang Qing went into the ward and took Lung Yi's hand. Lung Yi, please wake up. Didn't you say you love me forever? How could you leave me alone? Tears streamed down her face, and Yang Qing couldn't hold back her sobs. Miracles? Where can you find miracles? Having even a space of her own is already a miracle. There aren't that many miracles to be found. Right, Yang Qing suddenly remembered the 2 boxes of medicine and the purple crystal in her space. The space had collapsed once before because the purple crystal's energy was too powerful, so she kept it at home ever since. With Lulin home, she wasn't worried about losing it. When the 3 of them went out, she put it in her bag and carried it with her. But this time, during the sandstorm, she entered and exited the space several times, completely forgetting about the crystal in her bag. The space seemed unaffected. Could it be that the upgraded space can now accommodate the energy of the purple crystal? She hadn't noticed before. Yang Qing closed the hospital room door, took the crystal out of her bag, and examined it. It looked the same as before. She went into the bathroom, closed the door, and entered the space. The crystal emitted a dazzling purple light in her hand, but the space didn't vibrate at all, seemingly unaffected. But what was the use of this crystal? Yang Qing still didn't know. In her previous life, she had been reborn with a space after holding a pink crystal. Did Lung Yi need something similar? Yang Qing left the space and placed the purple crystal in Lung Yi's hand, but there was no reaction. She thought for a moment, pricked Lung Yi's finger with a needle, squeezed out a little blood, and then placed the purple crystal on it. The crystal seemed to light up for a moment, then quickly returned to normal. But Yang Qing knew she saw it. It really lit up, but for some reason, it didn't seem to activate the crystal's energy. Does death really have to be effective? Yang Qing dared not gamble. What if the crystal didn't work and Lung Yi really died? And those 2 boxes of medicine, Dr. Zhang said, they could change the world, which should mean changing people, altering their genes, turning them into superhumans. Or granting them superpowers. If Lung Yi were injected with them, could his body be repaired? Or even grant him superpowers? Yang Qing's heart surged with excitement. She wanted to try. But she was also afraid of being wrong. What if she turned Lung Yi into a monster? Yang Qing was deeply conflicted. She was struggling internally. Never mind, let's try. Anyway, things are already like this, the worst outcome is death. Perhaps a miracle really will happen, but what if something goes wrong? What if it gets out of control? Yang Qing didn't sleep a wink all night, constantly worrying about Leng Yi. When Xie Yufang arrived, she saw that Yang Qing's eyes were bloodshot, her eyes were dark, and she looked haggard. Xie Yufang felt sorry for her. Yang, go and rest. I watch over him for you. Yang Qing shook her head. Teacher Xie, I can't sleep. How can you keep going like this? Don't collapse before Leng Yi wakes up. Xie Yufang sighed. I'm fine. Yang Qing gave a bitter smile, took out a bottle of spiritual spring water from her bag, and drank it. She could still manage. Dr. Zhang came to check on her again in the morning, but shook his head again, telling Yang Qing to prepare herself. Is there really no hope? Xie Yufang followed after her. Dr. Zhang shook his head. It's too difficult. He's just being kept alive by a machine. Once the ventilator stops, he won't make it. Xie Yunfang's expression darkened, feeling sorry for her student. Yang Qing heard everything in the ward, and for some reason, she felt calmer. Suddenly, she made up her mind. She touched Leng Yi's gaunt face. Husband, how about we give it a try? Don't worry, if we really fail, I won't let you become a monster. I kill you with my own hands. Little Yang. Xie Yufang stood at the ward door, looking at Yang Qing, unsure how to comfort her. Yang Qing forced a smile. Teacher Xie, I'm fine. Let me stay with him a little longer. Xie Yufang sighed and left. Yang Qing closed the ward door, looked around, drew the curtains, and made sure there were no security cameras in the room. She took out the box of blue syringes from her spatial storage. There were 2 boxes of syringes in her storage space, one green and one blue. The green ones were from Lin Rui's house. The blue ones were from Dr. Zhang. She naturally trusted Dr. Zhang more. Yang Qing put on medical gloves and took out a blue syringe, holding it in front of her. The blue liquid emitted an eerie blue light, so mysterious and full of the unknown. She pushed the syringe upwards, expelling the remaining air and a little bit of liquid, wiped it clean with a cotton swab, and tossed it into her storage space. Not a drop could remain. Then she pushed up Leng Yi's sleeve, applied some iodine, aimed the needle at his vein, and slowly, drop by drop, injected the blue liquid into his body. Then she pressed a cotton swab against the injection site, tossed the empty syringe into her storage space, took out a pistol, and stared intently at Leng Yi. If he mutated into a monster, she had to eliminate him without hesitation. She couldn't let him remain to wreak havoc on the world. Yang Qing's hands trembled slightly, her eyes fixed on Leng Yi. But he didn't move at all, sleeping peacefully, as if he hadn't received the injection at all. Did it not work? Was she mistaken? Was this injection not meant for humans? Yang Qing stared at Leng Yi, her vision slowly blurring, and she uncontrollably drifted off to sleep. She slept until 4 in the afternoon, when a knock on the door startled her awake. Dr. Zhang pushed open the door, glanced at the monitor on Leng Yi's bedside table, and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. What's wrong? Yang Qing asked anxiously. Your husband's condition seems to be improving. Dr. Zhang was surprised and quickly took out a flashlight and stethoscope to examine Leng Yi. It really seems to be improving. Dr. Zhang exclaimed with delight, That's wonderful. Maybe he can be saved. A miracle has truly occurred. Really? Yang Qing smiled. She knew it wasn't a miracle. It must be that the blue injection had worked. Leng Yi had truly been saved. Chapter 288. Over the next few days, Leng Yi's condition improved day by day. Yang Qing's face brightened with a smile, and Xie Yufang was happy for her. She felt that the student's genuine affection must have moved heaven, and even heaven couldn't bear to separate them. 5 days later, Leng Yi finally opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Yang Qing sitting by the bed. Her face was haggard, tears streaming down her cheeks, yet she managed a radiant smile. Leng Yi opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. Wife, why have you lost so much weight? Yang Qing hugged him, unable to hold back her tears. Her heart was filled with mixed emotions. Leng Yi reached out and touched the back of her head. Wife, I'm sorry to have worried you. Do you know how long you were unconscious? I thought. You really scared me to death. Yang Qing hugged Leng Yi, tears dripping onto his clothes, a mixture of sorrow and joy. I'm sorry, Leng Yi said, his heart aching. It will never happen again. There's a next time? Yang Qing looked up and snapped at him. Leng Yi smiled weakly. There is no next time. Afterwards, Dr. Zhang arrived, along with hospital leaders. They took Leng Yi for another round of examinations, and all the results showed that Leng Yi's recovery was excellent. The repaired internal organs had also shown significant healing, and he could start on a liquid diet. Everyone said it was a miracle. Leng Yi stayed in the hospital for a few more days, but Yang Qing decided to discharge him. His recovery was a bit too fast. Even the fractures had shown significant improvement. Yang Qing worried that others might suspect something was amiss. Through Xie Yunfang's introduction, Yang Qing rented a small courtyard for Leng Yi to recuperate. Xie Yunfang saw them off when they were discharged. Xiaoyang, since you're in the provincial capital, why don't you come work at the hospital? I talked to the director. You're my student, and you donated a ventilator to our hospital. He shouldn't have any objections. Yang Qing shook his head. Teacher Xia, thank you for your kindness, but Leng Yi's injuries are too severe. He won't recover for several months. I need to take care of him at home, and I don't trust anyone else to do it. Just let him stay in the hospital. You can work and take care of him at the same time. The director will agree to a shared ward, Xie Yufang said. Yang Qing smiled. No need. The hospital environment isn't suitable for recuperation. Besides, we've been using resources for so long, many people have complaints. Let's just forget it, to avoid being disliked. You donated such good equipment to the hospital. Who dares to object? Let those who object try donating one too. Xie Yufang said. I still won't. I saw the ward you introduced. The environment is quite good, conducive to Leng Yi's recovery. I postpone my work for now. We talk about it later. Yang Qing said. Xie Yufang was a little helpless. She knew the student was very opinionated and difficult to change once she made a decision. Alright, then come back when Leng Yi is better. We welcome you anytime. Thank you, teacher. Yang Qing nodded and pushed Leng Yi into the van. They arrived at the rented courtyard, a quiet suburban area. Because it had been flooded, few people lived nearby. It was a small brick house. After the water receded, the house hadn't collapsed and was still habitable. A couple of days ago, Yang Qing had someone throw out all the broken furniture and repaint the walls. It was fine for the time being. The main advantage was the quietness of the place, free from disturbance. Although Leng Yi's health had improved, he still had multiple fractures in his hands and feet, requiring a long recovery period. Yang Qing took out some furniture and kitchenware from her spatial storage, then brought out a solar generator, plugged it in, and they could begin living there. She also let Aki and Xiaoxiu out. The yard was small, but they could still run around comfortably. There was no one nearby, and they could get whatever they needed or ate from her spatial storage whenever they wanted, without any worries. A month later, Leng Yi was able to walk around in the yard. His recovery was rapid. Normally, it takes 100 days to recover from a broken bone, but with multiple fractures, it wouldn't heal so quickly. He knew it was the blue injection that had worked. Yang Qing had secretly told him about it while he was hospitalized. How are you? Don't push yourself if you can't, Yang Qing said, watching Leng Yi slowly move around in the yard. It's okay, I feel better now, Leng Yi smiled back at her. After a month of recuperation, he had gained a lot of weight. His face was no longer so thin, and he had regained his former handsome appearance. However, because he couldn't move, the muscles in his legs had atrophied somewhat. He needed to do proper rehabilitation to build up his muscles as soon as possible, otherwise, he looked terrible, like a weakling. I was worried you would turn into a monster. Thank goodness you didn't, otherwise I might have killed you. I really thought so at the time, Yang Qing said, looking at Leng Yi. Leng Yi looked at her as well. You're right. I don't want to become a monster or a zombie either. If I did, it would not only harm you, but it might also harm others. Qing, although I recovered now, those medications are still in my body. If I mutate someday, don't hesitate, you must give me a quick death. Yang Qing looked at him quietly. It was easier said than done. If that day really came, she didn't know if she could bring herself to do it. But I feel full of energy now. Leng Yi raised his arm, clenching his biceps. Since my body can accept that injection, I shouldn't mutate. That injection was supposed to give people superpowers, but because I was so badly injured before, all the energy was used to restore my body's vitality, so I can't generate any more powers. Maybe once I'm fully recovered, another injection might turn me into a superhero. Yang Qing fell silent. She wasn't sure. She had only tried it as a last resort. If he were healthy, he might not be able to accept the injection's energy, and the outcome would be uncertain. Let's not think about that anymore. Let's focus on recovering first, Yang Qing said. I know. Leng Yi nodded. She walked faster and faster in the courtyard. 2 months later, Leng Yi had fully recovered. His body was as strong as before, his constitution even better, and he was incredibly strong. The effects of the injection were showing, but no special mutations had appeared. Yang Qing's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. Actually, she was particularly worried that Ling Yi would mutate, worried that he wouldn't be the same person he used to be. She really didn't know how she would face that. Wife, don't worry, I know my own body. Ling Yi hugged Yang Qing, although my body is better because of the injection, this part. He pointed to his head. I've been very clear-headed, not controlled by anything. I'm still me, still your most loving husband. Yang Qing's eyes reddened, and the corners of her mouth turned up. Ling Yi lowered his head and kissed her, carrying her into the room, demonstrating to her through his actions that he was truly healed. Chapter 289. 3 months ago. Rescue camp. Li Shengnan was finally rescued. Because she was buried in a mudslide, her mouth and nose were filled with mud, and she was almost suffocating. An airway was opened, her throat was cut open, and 2 of her ribs were broken. There were no options for surgery, so she was simply given rib bandages. But at least she was saved. As for her injuries, she could only recover slowly. Fortunately, Yang Qing had left some medicine, and Lu Lin changed her throat dressing every 2 days to prevent infection. However, her vocal cords were still damaged, and her voice remained hoarse after healing. But in this apocalyptic world, being alive was a blessing. A slightly unpleasant voice wasn't a big deal. Gao Yan also moved into Lu Lin's tent with Li Shengnan. They had all shared a room before in 702, and given the current situation, mixed-gender accommodations didn't matter. Pei Chuan, who had been sleeping outside the tent, followed Gao Yang in and slept next to Lu Lin. Of course, they kept a distance. Yang Qing had been looking for Ling Yi for several days without any news, and Lu Lin was worried about them, and couldn't sleep. What's wrong? Pei Chuan asked softly, noticing Lu Lin tossing and turning. Nothing. Lu Lin shook her head. Can't sleep? Shall we go sit outside? Pei Chuan suggested. Lu Lin hesitated for a moment before nodding. Tossing and turning here would disturb others. The two went outside the tent and sat down. The moon was bright tonight, its cool light casting dappled shadows on the branches and leaves in the woods. Lu Lin looked up at the moon, lost in thought. Pei Chuan looked at her. Her skin was fair, her features soft, and she looked beautiful in the moonlight. What are you thinking about? Pei Chuan asked. Nothing. Just thinking about Qingqing. I wonder how she is. Lu Lin kept looking at the moon. Pei Chuan thought of the woman he had met a few days ago. He could tell at a glance she was a very capable person, probably the same type as Lu Lin. However, Lu Lin showed a vulnerable side in front of her. Their relationship must be very good. Have you known each other for a long time? Pei Chuan asked. Yes, 7 years. A faint smile appeared on Lu Lin's face. We were classmates in college, studied together for 4 years, and then stayed in the same city after graduation. A year later, the apocalypse came, and 2 more years have passed. 7 years have flown by. We've never been apart for so long. But she went to find a man and abandon you. Pei Chuan suddenly blurted out, thinking to himself that perhaps their relationship wasn't as good as she thought. Lu Lin glared at him. What do you know? Do you know how good Qingqing and her brother-in-law's relationship is? And her brother-in-law is a very good person. He treats me like a younger sister. You know nothing. How can you so easily speculate about others? Pei Chuan pursed his lips. He too had once been so open and honest with others, yet he had still been betrayed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been kidnapped by those bandits. After Lu Lin woke up, he had been observing her. Among those people, she was the prettiest. He knew she was destined to be humiliated. After she woke up, she acted coquettishly towards the ugly bandit, asking for food. He assumed she, like the others, was trying to use her body to survive. She didn't know that those women actually died tragically later. Unexpectedly, she later turned the tables and killed those bandits, single-handedly. He suddenly looked at her with new respect. So when she dealt with those people, he was prepared to join her. But she actually released them all. He had thought she would become a bandit queen. After all, that bandit stronghold had quite a bit of supplies. She was beautiful and capable. She could easily have subdued them. But she released everyone, and he knew she was a kind person. For some reason, he suddenly wanted to protect her. Perhaps it was just wanting to protect this rare good person in this apocalyptic world. I'm sorry. Pei Chuan lowered his head. Lu Lin was a little annoyed. You're all right now, you can leave. There's no need for you to keep following me, and I have no obligation to support you forever. The food distributed at the rescue camp was meager, mostly stinky centipede cakes. Fortunately, Yang Qing had left some, otherwise they wouldn't have had enough to eat. I won't eat your food anymore. I can support myself, Pei Chuan said calmly. Lu Lin looked at him. I'm just curious, you don't seem incapable, so why do you insist on following me? Pei Chuan moved his lips, but he didn't really know. Perhaps he was attracted by her personal charm, or perhaps he wanted her to lend him a hand, otherwise he might have sunk into hell, like those bandits. I have nowhere to go, Pei Chuan casually offered an excuse. Don't let my appearance fool you. I'm skilled in martial arts, I can protect you. I don't need your protection, Lu Lin said helplessly. Look, my friends are here too, we can protect ourselves. Pei Chuan's face turned cold. Can't I be your friend? I don't know you, Lu Lin said looking at him. They've been my friends for years, they're all good people. Pei Chuan remained silent. He wasn't exactly a good person, but he was willing to be one for her. Lu Lin seemed to think she couldn't reason with him. She glared at him, and went back to her tent to sleep. Pei Chuan silently followed behind, lying down beside her. Watching her peaceful sleeping face, and hearing her even breathing, he slowly closed his eyes. The next day, Pei Chuan got up early, and went to get a small bag of centipede-shaped pancakes. He swallowed them with rainwater flowing down from the mountain. They were indeed hard to eat. Their bread and mineral water were much better, but he had said he didn't need her to support him. Suddenly, several spoiled young men with bandages on their heads and hands started making a fuss, saying they wanted to find a woman. A woman with fair skin and a pretty face. Pei Chuan quickly ran back to his tent. Lu Lin, come out for a moment. What is it? Lu Lin came out of the tent and looked at Pei Chuan. Pei Chuan reached out his dark hand and groped Lu Lin's face haphazardly, then ruffled her hair. What are you doing? Lu Lin brushed his hand away, both angry and annoyed, and wiped her face with her sleeve. Don't wipe! Pei Chuan grabbed her hand. Someone's looking for you. Lu Lin frowned. Was this guy crazy? Shouldn't he show his true face if he wanted to find her? Who? Lu Lin asked. A few spoiled brats, Pei Chuan said, pausing for a moment. Maybe they're not looking for you, just some pretty women. Lu Lin immediately understood, wiping the grime off her face and her hands as well. Back in the tent, she hid all the food. Soon after, several young men lifted the tent flap and came in. One of them carried a gun, the others carried sticks. Everyone silently watched them. The newcomers searched around and found 2 men and 3 women. 2 were injured and pale, and 1 was dark-skinned, not one of them. Chapter 290. Those spoiled brats stayed at the rescue camp for 2 days, bullying many people and causing all sorts of trouble. Later, it was said they were arrested by an official. Lu Lin finally washed the grime off her face. It wasn't fear, she just didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. She knew she wasn't bad-looking, and she hadn't suffered much following Yang Qing for the past 2 years. Fair-skinned women were rare in the apocalypse, and she knew she was attracting attention. Pei Chuan's heart also calmed down. That day, 2 more men came looking for her. One of the men was very excited when he saw Lu Lin, hugging her tightly, his eyes reddening. Pei Chuan clenched his fists. He really wanted to pull the man away, but he was afraid Lu Lin would be angry. The men entered the tent, and everyone was excited, hugging each other. Pei Chuan then learned that one of the men was named Li Liang, and the other Lin Feng, who were also her friends. Why did she have so many friends, especially the one named Li Liang? The way he looked at Lu Lin was very different. He had seen it in a woman's eyes before, and she had seen it in his own eyes too, yet in the end, she had still betrayed him. When Lu Lin saw Pei Chuan, she introduced him to the 2 men. This is my new friend, Pei Chuan. Hello. Li Liang smiled at Pei Chuan and extended his hand. Pei Chuan also extended his hand, nodding coldly. He really didn't want to shake hands with that man, but he had to give Lu Lin face. That night, with 2 more people, the tent became a bit crowded. Li Liang wanted to sleep next to Lu Lin, but Pei Chuan squeezed in, placing himself between the 2. Li Liang's gaze towards him finally changed slightly. Lu Lin, oblivious to anything amiss, called to Li Liang and the others, "Move over a bit, it's too crowded." Pei Chuan's lips curled slightly. For the next few days, Li Liang stayed by Lu Lin's side, helping her with chores and taking care of her friends. Pei Chuan really wanted to kill that man. But he knew he couldn't. Lu Lin would be furious and might never speak to him again. For her sake, he had to restrain himself. That evening, after dinner, Pei Chuan sat on a large rock outside, watching the moon, when Lu Lin approached. "Why didn't you come over for dinner tonight?" Pei Chuan looked at her. Had she finally realized he hadn't eaten with them for the past few days? I told you I don't need you to support me. I can support myself. Lu Lin paused, realizing she only said it in anger that day. They were all friends. Sharing a meal was nothing. That's not what I meant. I just felt you didn't need to keep following me. You can do your own thing. I don't have anything to do. Pei Chuan stared intently at her. Suddenly, someone came running over with a flashlight, shouting that they were looking for someone. It seemed to be those same group of spoiled brats again. Pei Chuan immediately covered Lu Lin's mouth and pulled her behind a tree. Lu Lin let him cover her mouth, her warm breath tickling his palm. She turned her head towards the tent, revealing the back of her fair neck, and Pei Chuan's heart pounded. Go look around the area again, the group said, stepping out of the tent. I don't believe she could hide anywhere if she's in the camp. Lu Lin quickly shrank back, hiding in Pei Chuan's arms. Pei Chuan looked at her, then suddenly turned her face and kissed her. Lu Lin's eyes widened, and she made a soft as she tried to push him away. Pei Chuan grabbed her hand and pinned it against a tree, then closed his eyes and kissed her forcefully. A flashlight beam shone through, and someone, seeing the two kissing, clicked their tongue, bad luck, saw a pair of lovebirds. As soon as the person left, Lu Lin slapped him, her face turning bright red. Pei Chuan turned his head, wiped his mouth. It was bleeding. The slap had been quite hard. Lu Lin returned to the tent, and Li Liang looked at her anxiously. Where did you go? Are you all right? I'm fine. Lu Lin suppressed her racing heart, trying to appear calm, and asked knowingly, what happened just now? Those same people came again a few days ago. From their description, I suspect they're looking for Yang Qing, Li Liang said. What? Lu Lin frowned. When did Qingqing get involved with him? But since they didn't find her, it means Qingqing should be alright. Li Liang sighed. I wonder if she found EG yet. It's been so many days, and there's still no news of them. They'd definitely be alright, Lu Lin said. By the way, I heard this camp is going to be dismantled in a few days, Lin Feng suddenly said. Where will we go then? We probably can't go back to Xia City. Even if we did, everything would be gone. They definitely won't build a new city. What if another tsunami hits? Everything will be wasted. Qingqing said she wanted us to go to the military base. Shall we go together? But the requirements for the military base are very high. Can we even get in? And they need supplies. We have nothing right now. Shengnan is so badly injured, she won't recover for several months. The two of us definitely can't get into the military base, Gao Yang said. Let's go to Fucheng first, then we figure something out. We can look for work, and once we have supplies, we can go to the military base, Li Shengnan said. They had experience as security patrolmen, and could probably procure some supplies. Okay, everyone get ready, we leave tomorrow, Lu Lin said. Pei Chuan stood outside the tent listening to their conversation, and no one let him in to discuss anything. He walked to a tree, looked up at the moon, and wondered if he would be alone again. Lu Lin didn't see Pei Chuan come in until she went to sleep. Was he angry because she slapped him earlier? But how could he kiss her without her permission? That was her first kiss. Lu Lin thought resentfully, but couldn't fall asleep. Without Pei Chuan by her side, she felt a little unaccustomed. Habit is a terrible thing. Once it changes, it feels like losing something. But it's okay, habits are cultivated. She get used to it eventually. After an unknown amount of time, Pei Chuan finally entered. Lu Lin quickly closed her eyes, pretending to be asleep. Pei Chuan lay down beside Lu Lin. After a while, he slowly moved closer, kissed her cheek, and then pulled away. Lu Lin's face instantly flushed red. She dared not utter a sound, her heart pounding as if it would leap out of her throat. How could this person? Really? The next day, Lu Lin casually asked Pei Chuan, we're planning to go to Fucheng. What are your plans? Wherever you go, I go. Pei Chuan replied without hesitation. Everyone looked at him. They all could see that Li Liang liked Lu Lin, and they were happy for them. But this unexpected obstacle had appeared, and they weren't too welcoming of him. However, they didn't have much right to say anything. It was Lu Lin's own business. The corners of Lu Lin's mouth curved almost imperceptibly. She thought that after slapping him yesterday, he would definitely leave. Then come along, Lu Lin said, feigning indifference. Chapter 291. The next day, everyone got up and started packing. After tidying up the tent, they began packing it up. This tent belonged to Yang Qing, so naturally they couldn't lose it, and they might need it on the road. Lu Lin suddenly realized she hadn't seen Pei Chuan since getting up. Where's Pei Chuan? Has anyone seen him? No. Several people shook their heads. Does he not want to come with us? Li Liang said. During their time at the camp, he had noticed that Pei Chuan liked Lu Lin. Although Lu Lin hadn't shown any interest, she didn't seem to reject him either. He felt a little relieved. What did Pei Chuan have that made him special? He had known Lu Lin since Yunshan, they had collected centipedes together, and later worked together at the official base. After Lu Lin's brain injury, he had taken care of her for so long, and they had lived together for several months. His feelings for Lu Lin were definitely deeper than Pei Chuan's. She used to feel she had nothing and wasn't good enough for her, but Pei Chuan also had nothing. Why should he like Lu Lin? However, Lu Lin didn't seem to show any affection for Pei Chuan. Maybe she, like herself, only saw him as a friend? Lu Lin was a very kind person. No way. Lu Lin was shocked. Didn't Pei Chuan say yesterday that he would go wherever she went? Did he go out on something? Wang Min asked. She had quite a good impression of Pei Chuan, not in a romantic way. She had arrived at the camp earlier than the others, and Pei Chuan had been protecting her and Lu Lin outside, without any inappropriate behavior. He had been instrumental in allowing her to focus on her recovery. Although he seemed cold on the surface, he had a strong sense of responsibility. It reminded her of Ling Yi. She felt they were the same kind of people. He should at least tell us if something's wrong. Fuching is so far away, why make everyone wait for him? Lin Feng scoffed. He had known for a long time that Li Liang liked Lu Lin and had encouraged him to confess, but Li Liang had always been too afraid, saying he wasn't good enough for Lu Lin. Now this other man had appeared out of nowhere, seemingly trying to push Li Liang away from Lu Lin. He felt indignant on Li Liang's behalf. Li Sheng'an looked at Lu Lin, feeling she had no right to speak. Feelings are unpredictable. There's no such thing as first come, first served. It all depends on whether the two people can spark a connection. Let's wait a little longer, Lu Lin said. She packed up the tent and tied it to her bag. Li Liang tried to take it. This is too heavy, let me carry it. No need. Lu Lin shook her head, placing it at her feet. I let you carry it when I can't carry it anymore. Okay. Li Liang nodded. Lu Lin then distributed some food to everyone. Without a car, everyone had to walk to Fuching. They needed to eat well to have the energy. After everyone finished eating, Pei Chuan still hadn't returned. Lin Feng was getting impatient. Why don't we stop waiting and go first? If he wanted to come with us, why would he leave at this time? Lu Lin's expression wasn't good either, but she still said, wait a little longer. Why don't you go first? I catch up later. Who would dare leave first after she said that? It's okay to be a little late. It won't make a difference if it's a day or two. We won't get to Fuching in a day anyway, we have to spend the night on the road, Li Sheng'an said. Everyone fell silent. After a while, Pei Chuan came running back, panting, with a large bag on his back. Where did you go? Lu Lin asked, a little angry. Pei Chuan patted his backpack. I'm going to find supplies. He took off his backpack, pulled out a sausage, peeled off the red plastic wrapper, and held it to Lu Lin's lips. Try it, it's delicious. Lu Lin's face flushed. Who wants your sausage? It really is delicious. Pei Chuan, as if he hadn't heard, shoved the sausage to Lu Lin's lips, and she involuntarily opened her mouth and took a bite. Everyone's expressions varied, and Lu Lin felt incredibly embarrassed. Pei Chuan's lips curled slightly. He stuffed the sausage into Lu Lin's hand, picked up the bag at her feet, and said, Let's go. I can do it myself. Lu Lin quickly said, as he already had another bag on his back. It's okay, I'm strong. Pei Chuan stacked the two bags together, tied the tent to the side, and carried it without any difficulty. Lu Lin pursed her lips. Let's go! Li Liang looked a little grim and walked to the front, with Lin Feng quickly following. Lu Lin walked beside Pei Chuan and whispered, Where did you get all this stuff? It's from the cave where you rescued us, Pei Chuan said. Lu Lin was surprised. After killing the leader, she picked up his gun and glanced at it, but didn't seem to see any supplies. Of course, she didn't check if there were any in the cabinet. When I went there today, almost everything was gone. Those people you released must have sneaked back. But I know where there are still things hidden, so I went to get them. How did you know? Lu Lin frowned. They were all tied up in the cave in front. They couldn't possibly know what was inside. Was he in cahoots with them? Actually. Pei Chuan paused. One of those bandits was my friend. He wanted me to join them, but I refused, and then they kidnapped me. My friend told me about those things. He said they had supplies, so I shouldn't worry, and that I wouldn't suffer if I worked with them. Lu Lin was shocked. So one of the people I killed that day was your friend? Pei Chuan pursed his lips. That was his own fault. If Lu Lin hadn't woken up by chance, he might have become one of them. So Lu Lin pulled him out of that quagmire. It's a good thing you didn't work with him, or I might have killed you too. Lu Lin looked at Pei Chuan. Yes. Pei Chuan nodded. So you're my benefactor. I always protect you from now on. Lu Lin's lips curved into a smile. It was just a small favor. Don't call me benefactor all the time. It makes me feel old. Pei Chuan looked down at Lu Lin. He rarely saw her smile. She looked truly beautiful when she did. Then can I call you Xiaolin? Lu Lin's heart skipped a beat, and her ears turned red. It was the first time someone had called her that. Usually, they called her Lu Lin or Lin Lin, and she was used to it. Suddenly, someone called her Xiaolin, as if it were a special nickname. Whatever. Lu Lin's face was a little awkward. Pei Chuan's expression didn't change, but his relaxed brows showed that he was in a good mood. Li Liang turned around, and saw the two seemingly chatting happily, his expression somber. Lin Feng, standing to the side, grumbled, what right does that guy have? In terms of feelings, you known Lu Lin for much longer than him, and in terms of actions, you done just as much as him. You're just too honest. If you had confessed earlier, she might have said yes. Stop talking. Li Liang looked ahead. Actually, he also regretted it. Back in Mingcheng, he felt that Lu Lin also had feelings for him, but he never dared to say it, and they slowly became just ordinary friends. He blamed himself for being too cowardly. He couldn't blame anyone else. Chapter 292. The journey wasn't peaceful. They encountered several robberies, large and small, and Pei Chuan displayed his astonishing abilities. He was already tall with a cold, imposing face, giving off a strong sense of intimidation. His actions were swift and powerful, earning everyone's admiration. Lu Lin had a gun, and the two worked together seamlessly, driving away many people with malicious intentions. Upon arriving in Fucheng, everyone quickly found work and settled down thanks to their abilities. Except for Li Shengnan, who needed to continue recovering from her injuries, everyone else started working. It was Lu Lin's first time working outside, and everything was new and exciting. Pei Chuan stayed by her side almost constantly, fulfilling his promise to protect her. Leng Yi had fully recovered. After breakfast that day, he asked Yang Qing if she wanted to go for a stroll in Fucheng City. Sure. Yang Qing nodded. She had been in Fucheng for over 3 months, and hadn't yet explored the city center. The two switched to an inconspicuous old pickup truck, not wanting to attract too much attention. Upon entering the city, they discovered it was far more prosperous than Xia City. Although the urban area was older, it had only suffered from floods and earthquakes, preserving most of its buildings. There were also many more people than in Xia City. The city had issued a new currency that could be exchanged for goods. Of course, direct bartering was still possible, as some people were still worried about the reliability of the new currency. Readily available supplies were the most important thing. Yang Qing and Leng Yi inquired about the location of the barter market and drove there. Actually, it was just for novelty. They had everything in their spatial storage and lacked nothing. Yang Qing saw someone selling flower seeds, and bought a little of everything. They had planted many vegetables and grains in their spatial storage, but no flowers. Planting some flowers next to the villa would definitely make it very beautiful in the future. Later, she saw someone selling baby birds, which she found quite novel. In this world, life is hard enough. Who has the leisure to raise birds? However, she didn't actually have any birds in her own space, so she could try raising a few. How much are these birds? Yang Qing asked. 3 birds for 1 pound of grain, the stall owner said. These are birds I hatched myself from eggs. They're quite rare. What kind of birds are these? Yang Qing asked. There were all sorts of shapes and colors. She didn't recognize any of them. I don't know either, the stall owner said somewhat awkwardly. These eggs were all found. I just tried hatching them, and they actually hatched. They're so small and all look pretty much the same. I don't know what they are. Yang Qing smiled. Okay, 6 it is. She tried raising them anyway. Maybe she know what they were after they grew up in her space. Yang Qing took out 2 pounds of grain and gave it to the stall owner, who quickly took it and packed the 6 baby birds in a cardboard box, adding a few small insects for them to eat. Leng Yi carefully placed the box on his pickup truck. Going back? Leng Yi asked. Let's go back. Yang Qing nodded, seemingly finding nothing worthwhile to shop for. Get in the car. Leng Yi tilted his head slightly and said in a low voice, Someone's following us. Huh? Yang Qing was startled. She hadn't flaunted her wealth today, had she? She only bought a few small things. Had someone taken a liking to her car? Leng Yi started the car, keeping a close eye on the rear, and suddenly said, "They're following us." Yang Qing turned around and saw them. "It's them." "Who?" Leng Yi was surprised. She actually knew them? Yang Qing's face turned cold. A bunch of arrogant, privileged kids. She hadn't expected to run into them here again. Were they specifically looking for her? It's been 3 months, and they still haven't given up? Yang Qing recounted her experiences from Xia City to Fucheng to Leng Yi. They actually dared to harass you? Leng Yi's face darkened instantly. You ignorant fools. Perfect timing. You're not leaving now. Leng Yi drove slowly, afraid they wouldn't catch up. The men on motorcycles followed at a leisurely pace, waiting for an opportunity. Leaving the city and heading towards the suburbs, they reached a secluded spot. Seeing their chance, they accelerated, overtook the pickup truck, and blocked its path. Leng Yi stopped the truck, coldly staring at the men ahead. Han Xiao looked at Yang Qing, his hatred undisguised. Sister, we meet again. Yang Qing sneered. I don't have a brother as ungrateful as you. What? Wasn't the slap you received enough? You come knocking again? Don't be so arrogant. We came prepared? A blonde-haired man shouted loudly. Is that so? I like to see what you got. You're just kids who haven't even grown their hair yet, daring to provoke us. Leng Yi said coldly. The blonde-haired guy pulled out a gun, and Han Xiao also raised his gun, looking smug. He glanced at Leng Yi and sneered. Is this your man? Not so great, sister. Why don't you come with me? I definitely satisfy you. And us, we definitely make you incredibly happy. Ha ha ha. The group of young punks made lewd jokes, completely unrestrained. Yang Qing narrowed her eyes, silently pulled out a gun, and fired a shot. Then let me see. The blonde-haired guy fell to the ground. Leng Yi swiftly drew his gun, first shooting Han Xiao through the hand holding the gun, then firing another shot into his leg, knocking him to the ground. The others tried to run, but before they could take 2 steps, they all collapsed. The 2 women got out of the car and walked to Han Xiao's side, stepping on his injured hand. What, is that all you got? Han Xiao cried out in pain, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He now realized the kind of person he had messed with. This woman hadn't bothered with him before. He thought she was weak. Sister, spare me. I never do it again. Who's your sister? Yang Qing kicked Han Xiao in the mouth, instantly filling it with blood and knocking out 2 teeth. I gave you a chance before, but you were too stupid to come looking for me. You're offering me your life, and I'm not taking it back. Do you think you deserve coming all this way to find me? Yang Qing patted Han Xiao's face, sneering. Han Xiao stared at her in horror, now realizing just how terrifying this beautiful woman was. I used to think she was pretty, but now I realize she's a devil who bewitches souls. I was wrong, sister. Heroine, spare me. I was blind to your greatness, please forgive me. Just pretend I'm nothing, let me go. Han Xiao cried out in terror. Leng Yi lifted his foot and stomped on Han Xiao's face, grinding it down hard. I heard you even flirted with my wife before, how dare you? Ah! Han Xiao screamed, his ears bleeding from the rough sand on the ground. I won't dare again, I never dare again. So young and already so bad, yet so skilled at rape and kidnapping, huh? Leng Yi lifted his foot again and kicked Han Xiao in the groin. Today I take away your tools of the trade. Ah! The scream echoed in the air as Han Xiao fainted from the pain. Remember to be a good person in your next life. Yang Qing coldly looked at the man beneath her feet and shot him dead. Chapter 293. After disposing of Han Xiao and the others' bodies, Yang Qing and Leng Yi returned to their residence. They took the flower seeds and several small birds into their spatial storage. Leng Yi had been recuperating from his injuries for the past few months, and another season of crops in the space had ripened but remained unharvested. Now that they had time, they harvested them and planted another round. Leng Yi drove the harvester to harvest the crops, while Yang Qing harvested the vegetables. It took several days to harvest both the crops and vegetables, and then they planted a new batch. The land around the villa was cleared, and flower seeds were sown and watered with spiritual spring water to ensure the seeds would survive. The 6 small birds, some eating insects and others eating crops, grew considerably larger in a few days and adapted to the spatial environment, beginning to learn to fly. Once they could fly, Yang Qing stopped caring for them and let them grow freely. Because vegetables and fruit trees were planted in the space, some insect eggs inevitably got in, resulting in butterflies, bees, and other insects. The environment inside the space was very similar to the natural world, so there was no need to worry about the birds not having food. After finishing these tasks, Yang Qing and the others had some free time. Although they were very comfortable, they felt something was missing. How about we go to the military base? Yang Qing said. I told Lin Lin to wait for us at the military base. It's been several months. They should have gone by now. I don't know how things are now. I still want to go and see. Sure. Lung Yi nodded, knowing Yang Qing was worried about Lu Lin. Yang Qing knew the military base was in Fucheng, but he didn't know the exact location, so he asked Xie Yifeng. He heard it was in a rather remote place, and Xie Yifeng had never been there either. Xiao Yang, are you really not coming to the hospital? Xie Yifeng felt a little regretful. Yang Qing was quite talented in medicine, and she hoped that she would achieve great things under her care. I'm sorry, Teacher Xie, Yang Qing said, somewhat embarrassed. She still wanted to do what she loved and didn't want to be constrained. Xie Yifeng sighed. I won't force you. Your medical skills will still be useful in the military base. You still be contributing to the country. However, I heard the requirements for entering the military base are quite high. If it's not possible, you can still come to my hospital. We welcome you anytime. Okay, teacher, I understand, Yang Qing replied. She inquired about the requirements for entering the military base. Besides excellent personal qualities, each person had to contribute 50 gene of grain. Yang Qing had no problem with that. She had plenty of grain. Moreover, the requirements were lower than those for entering the official base. Entering the official base required 500 points, which was equivalent to 250 gene of grain. Now that she thought about it, it was a real waste. She had wasted so many points, and only stayed in the official base for half a month. The military base seemed to genuinely seek talent, hence the low barrier to entry for supplies, but high barrier to entry for individuals. However, with Yang Qing and Lung Yi's skills, there was no need to worry. Given that Lung Yi had only recently recovered, and the two had practiced at home for a few days, they were perfectly fine, so they prepared to head to the military base. Yang Qing packed everything in the house, placing essential food and supplies in the pickup truck, hiding the key under a rock near the door, and told Xie Yifeng that she would have someone come and collect it. The two then drove the pickup truck with Aki and Xiaoxue. They had been living in the yard for some time, and didn't want to go into the space anymore. Yang Qing figured the military base was mostly staffed by soldiers, or at least people of high moral character, so the two dogs shouldn't be a problem. He decided to let them go with him. If things got really bad, he could find an excuse to leave, and put them back into the space. It was only about 50 kilometers from their residence to the military base. After all, they were in the same city, so it couldn't be too far. The journey was relatively smooth. They encountered some people going to the military base along the way, and some tried to stop him, but Lung Yi ignored them all. There was no need to create trouble for himself. About 20 kilometers from the military base, a person in military uniform suddenly stopped the car in the middle of the road. A jeep with red license plates was parked nearby. It was clearly a military vehicle. The person who stopped the car was a young woman with short hair, regular features, a tall figure, wearing a military uniform, and healthy tan skin. She looked very energetic. Should we stop? Yang Qing asked Lung Yi. This person was clearly in trouble. Lung Yi was also a soldier. Would he help her? Lung Yi hesitated for a moment, then stopped and rolled down the window. The female soldier approached, seemingly startled when she saw Lung Yi's handsome face, and immediately saluted. Are you going to the military base? Could you give me a ride? Our car broke down. She was so certain that Yang Qing and her group were going to the military base because this was the only route to it, and the base was newly developed. There were no other villages in this direction, so it must be the military base. Our car is full of stuff, so it's not comfortable to sit in. There are 2 dogs in the back seat. I'm afraid you won't be used to it, Lung Yi said. You have 2 dogs? The female soldier was surprised, then laughed. It's alright, I love dogs. I train military dogs at the base. They definitely like me. Lung Yi was surprised. He hadn't expected this person to be a military dog trainer, and it was the first time he'd seen a female dog trainer. She rolled down the back window, and Archie and Xiaoxue poked their heads out, looking adorably bewildered. Wow, they're so cute. You take such good care of them. The female soldier reached out to pet Archie and Xiaoxue. Yang Qing was about to stop her. They weren't ordinary dogs, and she didn't want to get bitten. But Archie and Xiaoxue didn't seem to mind at all, and even seemed to enjoy having their heads petted. Yang Qing was shocked. Did dog trainers really have some kind of magic with dogs? Look, they like me. The female soldier laughed. Actually, it's because I smell like a dog. They smell their own kind. Yang Qing smiled. This woman was interesting. Saying she smelled like a dog suggested she was easygoing. Since you don't mind, please get in, Yang Qing said. Thank you so much. The female soldier was delighted. She exchanged a few words with her driver, opened the car door, and got into the back seat. 2 dogs lay down beside her, as if they were old friends. What are their names? They're so well cared for. None of the military dogs at our base are this good. The female soldier was adoring Archie and Xiaoxue. The Husky is called Archie, and the Alaskan Malamute is called Xiaoxue, Yang Qing said. They're a pair? The female soldier asked in surprise. Yang Qing glanced back at the 2 dogs. They were adults, well past their mating age, but they didn't seem to show any signs of intimacy. Perhaps it was due to the influence of the spatial dimension. They're not married yet. I won't force them. Love is a matter of personal choice, Yang Qing said with a smile. The female soldier chuckled, finding Yang Qing's statement quite amusing. Actually, we have many excellent military dogs at our base. If they don't click, I can help them find a few to mate with, guaranteeing they produce excellent offspring, the female soldier said. We see, Yang Qing smiled, surprised that joining a military base would include the perk of having dogs. Chapter 294. Archie and Xiaoxue are really excellent. I suggest they join my military dog training camp. They'd definitely be a great asset, the female soldier continued. If you can't get into the base, I can talk to my superiors and get you special treatment. Yang Qing and Leng Yi exchanged a glance. Neither of them expected they received such preferential treatment because of their dogs. Amazing, my dogs. No need. We get in on our own merit. If we can't, we won't go, Leng Yi said calmly. But they're really outstanding. It's such a pity they don't get into the military dog training camp, the female soldier said, stroking the 2 dogs' heads with regret. Besides, they're so beautiful, many people would covet them outside. It's much safer at the military base. Yang Qing was a little displeased. Was this person being a bit nosy? This is our own business. The female soldier noticed Yang Qing seemed angry and quickly said, I'm sorry, I just admire their talent. I didn't mean to force them. Yang Qing didn't speak. She could tell that this person didn't have any ill intentions. They genuinely liked Aki and Xiaoxue. However, she didn't like her affairs being dictated by others. We actually wanted to find some friends. We don't know if they entered the military base. If not, we might not go in, Yang Qing said. Is that so? The female soldier seemed thoughtful. There's a personnel checkpoint at the base entrance. Everyone entering the base is registered. You can make sure your friends are there before going in. That's good. Yang Qing nodded. This is so humane, no wonder it's the military. Unlike official bases where you have to go inside to check, which made her weigh so many points cards. Upon arriving at the military base, the female soldier confirmed again that Yang Qing and the others weren't going through the green channel with her before leaving alone. Yang Qing first went to the information desk to ask if there was a person named Lu Lin. The soldier in charge immediately checked for her. There is indeed someone named Lu Lin. She joined the base a month ago. What about Li Shengnian? Is she there? Yang Qing asked again. The other person checked. No. How could that be? Yang Qing was shocked. They had been together at the rescue camp, but Li Shengnian was still being resuscitated when she left. Could she have died? Were there any other people with Lu Lin? Yang Qing asked quickly. Yes, there are 5 people entering the base at the same time. Lu Lin, Wang Min, Pei Chuan, Li Liang, and Lin Feng. Yang Qing was even more surprised. Even Li Liang and Lin Feng came. So why wasn't Shengnian here? Could it really be? Yang Qing didn't dare to think about it. She couldn't wait to enter the base and ask Lu Lin for clarification. Having confirmed their entry, the 2 went to the back to queue. When it was their turn, they registered simple identity information, vehicle details, and information about the 2 dogs. Then came the assessment. There were several options. Yang Qing and Leng Yi both chose combat and shooting, their strengths. The assessors were astonished to see Aki and Xiaoxue. They had never seen such well-bred dogs in the apocalypse. Both dogs were a head taller than normal dogs, muscular, and well-trained, seemingly even more capable than the base's military dogs. Our base has a special military dog training camp, they can. Before he could finish, Yang Qing immediately refused, not needed for now, thank you. The soldier was a little helpless, you should reconsider. As military dogs, they receive special rations. Their treatment is even better than humans. Leng Yi shook his head, not considering it for now. The soldier had no choice but to lead the 2 dogs aside and give them passes to enter the base. The two dogs, with their passes around their necks, looked quite proud. Next was Yang Qing and Leng Yi's assessment, which was actually a piece of cake for them. The soldier in charge of the assessment was very satisfied, asking them about their pre-apocalyptic household registration, resume, occupation, and other information while having the data entry clerk next to him input their data into the computer. The data entry clerk suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, strange, there's already someone named Leng Yi here. Is it just a coincidence of names?" The assessor said dismissively. "It doesn't seem entirely true." The data entry clerk turned the computer around. Not only is the name the same, but the place of origin, birthplace, and date of birth are all identical. What a coincidence. The examiner looked over. Look, even his father's name is the same. Wait, why is the mother different? Is that so? The examiner was shocked, carefully examining the information on the computer. The person's information on the computer was indeed almost identical to what Leng Yi had filled out on the form, except for the appearance. They didn't look like the person in front of him. The person in front of him was much more handsome than the one on the computer. The examiner looked at the other information again. You used to be in the Navy? Yes. Leng Yi nodded, a Marine Corps Special Forces soldier. What's the specific unit number? Leng Yi stated his unit number. The examiner frowned. The computer didn't show a specific unit number, only that he had retired from the Navy. It can't be such a coincidence, can it? Could someone have stolen Leng Yi's identity? Yang Qing said. The examiner looked at Leng Yi and asked many more specific details, such as the specific village where he was born, his house number, and which school he attended. Leng Yi answered them all, mentioning that he had attended a sports school, was an athlete, and only later joined the army. The examiner then asked about Leng Yi's situation in the military and how he retired. Leng Yi recounted some specific missions he had been on, explaining that he was discharged after fighting the rich kid who had caused his comrade's death. The examiner quickly checked another computer specifically for recording retired soldiers' data. Leng Yi's account was perfect, everything matched. His expression turned serious. Leng Jiaxing is your father? Huang Chanwan is your mother. My father is Leng Jiaxing, but my mother isn't Huang Chanwan. She's my stepmother. My mother passed away when I was 5. Her name was Lin Hengxia. The examiner frowned deeply, tapping the table with his finger. Someone was indeed impersonating another person. Judging from this, the person in front of him was the real one, the previous one was fake. The data entry clerk searched the computer for a moment, then his expression changed. He whispered something in the examiner's ear. The examiner looked at the person on the computer, then at Leng Yi, and said, "I'm sorry, there is indeed a problem with your identity information. We need time to verify it. You have to wait outside." "No problem," Leng Yi nodded. "Then what about my wife's?" "Her is fine. You can register her first," the examiner said. Then he had the data entry clerk register Yang Qing's information first, and he went into an office inside to make a phone call. Chapter 295. The examiner made one call, but no one answered, so he dialed another. The phone rang 3 times before someone answered. "Hello?" A girl's pleasant voice came from the other end. "This is the assessment department. Is Chief Leng home? Are you Zhang Ping?" The girl's voice was cheerful. "My dad's not home." "What's wrong?" Zhang Ping paused. "Someone came in here today. His identification information is Leng Yi. We discovered that there's already someone with the same name at the base. At first, we thought it was just a coincidence. Later, we found that his identification information is almost identical to the previous person's. I also found out that the previous person was brought in by Leng Hui through the Green Channel." "Is that so?" Leng Qiao was surprised. "I come over right away." "No need." Zhang Ping was a little helpless. What use would she be? "Oh well, let her be." "Okay." Yang Qing sat outside with Aki and Xiaoxue. People came and went around them. They didn't know how long they would have to wait. "Could someone really be impersonating you?" Yang Qing whispered to Leng Yi. "Who do you think it could be?" Leng Yi frowned. "Someone who knows my identity and family situation is most likely from my hometown." "Most likely. My father and stepmother." Leng Yi's face turned cold. Yang Qing suddenly realized. Right, otherwise how could they even know your ID number, and all the other information match up? Are they trying to use your identity to get protection from the military? But there are so many retired soldiers, it's impossible for just one to get special treatment, right? Unless they themselves are exceptionally capable, why would the base take care of them? Leng Yi's brows furrowed deeply. This was what he couldn't understand. He had served as a special forces soldier and earned merit, but he hadn't become an officer, and didn't qualify for special treatment. Lung Yi abruptly stood up, went to the office door, and peeked in, asking, "May I ask, was Lung Yi alone when he came in?" The data entry clerk checked. No, his mother, Huang Chanwan, was with him. Lung Yi immediately understood. Huang Chanwan had probably brought her younger brother to impersonate him. Wasn't Lin Jiaxin there? No. The data entry clerk shook his head. Lung Yi returned to his chair outside. Had his father already passed away? Had his stepmother and the others been unable to survive, so they had his brother impersonate him to gain entry into the military base? What's wrong? Yang Qing asked. When that person came in, it was just him and my stepmother, Lin Yi said. Yang Qing's heart skipped a beat. Had his father died in this apocalypse? Although his father hadn't treated him well, he was still his father. Yang Qing grasped Lin Yi's hand, and Lin Yi looked at her. I'm fine. Actually, it was expected. Few people survived the apocalypse. This disaster was global, and very few could escape. As for Huang Chanwan and the others, they were probably just lucky. A while later, Ling Qiao came running up, panting. She was surprised to see Yang Qing and Lin Yi. What are you doing here? Then she immediately realized, it's not you, is it? Yang Qing and Lin Yi also looked at the female soldier in front of them. What a coincidence. Ling Qiao sized up Lin Yi. When she saw his face when he rolled down the car window that morning, she felt he looked familiar. Now she knew why. Are you Lin Yi? Ling Qiao asked. I am Lin Yi, but I didn't impersonate anyone else. Someone else impersonated me, Lin Yi said coldly. Ling Qiao smiled wryly. She should have asked his name this morning, but she felt it would be impolite not to. Otherwise, this situation might not have happened. Don't worry, we investigate your matter thoroughly. Ling Qiao smiled at Lin Yi, then looked at Yang Qing and smiled back at her, leaving Yang Qing completely bewildered. Ling Qiao pushed open the door and entered. Zhang Ping greeted her, Instructor Lung. You can call me Ling Qiao. Ling Qiao glared at him, and Zhang Ping rubbed his nose. Let me see that person's information. Ling Qiao held out her hand. Zhang Ping handed her the information about Lin Yi that he had just obtained. Ling Qiao looked at it carefully, and the more she looked, the clearer it became that this was the real Lin Yi. He's my cousin. Didn't you notice he looks a bit like my dad? Ling Qiao smiled at Zhang Ping. Looking at it this way, it does seem a bit like him. Zhang Ping nodded and stepped back to the data entry clerk. Ling Qiao was a little annoyed. Zhang Ping, what do you mean? Do you think I eat you? Why are you stepping back? The data entry clerk chuckled. Zhang Ping's ears turned red. I didn't. Ling Qiao handed over the data. I talked to my dad. You guys enter his information first. As for the person impersonating him, just use any other name for now, and make sure it's clearly labeled. Okay. The data entry clerk quickly took the data. Is the other girl his wife? Ling Qiao asked curiously. Yes, that's what they said themselves, but they didn't get married before the apocalypse. They don't have a marriage certificate. They got together after the apocalypse, the data entry clerk said. Ling Qiao nodded, that's my sister-in-law. Zhang Ping called Lin Yi inside for the final facial recognition scan, so his photo would be included in his identity information. Is everything alright? Lin Yi asked. Can you confirm my identity is real? That I'm not impersonating someone? Ling Qiao looked at him, smiling brightly. It's basically confirmed, but if you come home with me, it will be even more certain. What do you mean? Lin Yi was a little confused. Even if his identity was confirmed, what did it have to do with her? Why did he need to go to her house? Ling Qiao smiled. Do you know who my father is? The head of the base, the top leader. Lin Yi still didn't understand. Yang Qing, who was outside the door, was a little alarmed. Could this girl be trying to use her power to bully Lin Yi? My father is Lin Jiaxin. Do you remember him? Ling Qiao smiled. Second uncle? Lin Yi was shocked, suddenly realizing why Huang Chanwan had brought her child to impersonate him. It really did get special treatment. If his second uncle was in charge of the military base, even if his younger brother wasn't capable, his subordinates would still have to give him some respect. Big brother, hello. Ling Qiao smiled and extended her hand to Lin Yi. My name is Ling Qiao. I'm Lin Jiaxin's youngest daughter, and also your little cousin. Lin Yi was still confused. Are you sure? What about the person who impersonated me before? Big brother, don't worry, I have someone to investigate. But I really am your cousin, and my father is Lin Jiaxin, your second uncle. There's no mistake about that, right? Ling Qiao smiled. Lin Yi nodded. Of course he remembered. He knew from a very young age that his father had a younger brother serving in the military, but he rarely came home. However, Every time he came home, his brother was very kind to him, taking him out to play and giving him New Year's money. Later, he gradually came home less often, and he saw him less and less. At that time, he was still young and didn't dare to ask. As he grew up, he almost forgot that such a person existed. Chapter 296. My dad will be back this afternoon. You and sister-in-law, come home with me first. My mom and brother are home. Leng Qiao smiled at Leng Yi. This made Leng Yi very uncomfortable. Family was a strange and cold word to him. His family had never given him a kind look, and he had never encountered such a warm smile. Then I take him with me. Leng Qiao turned to look at Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping frowned slightly. Shouldn't we double-check? What if? Should we wait for the commander to come back? No need, I know he's definitely real. Leng Qiao rolled her eyes at him. Or do you want to come home with me and wait for my dad to come back? No need. Zhang Ping quickly waved his hand, while the data entry clerk next to him lowered his head, trying not to laugh. The usually arrogant Zhang Ping was like a mouse seeing a cat when he saw Leng Qiao. It was too funny. Leng Qiao walked out of the office and said to Yang Qing outside, Sister-in-law, come on, come home with me. Huh? Yang Qing looked at Leng Yi. Leng Qiao ruffled Aki and Xiaoxia's hair again. I told you, they were destined for me. Haha, now they're in my hands again, aren't they? Aki and Xiaoxia looked completely bewildered. What was going on? Let's go take a look, Leng Yi said, taking Yang Qing's hand. This is my second uncle's daughter. My name is Leng Qiao. You can call me Qiao Qiao, sister-in-law, Leng Qiao said immediately, smiling at Yang Qing. Yang Qing looked at Leng Yi in shock. Leng Yi was a little helpless. You find out when we get there. Leng Qiao led Aki and Xiaoxia ahead, while Leng Yi explained the whole story to Yang Qing from behind. Yang Qing couldn't help but laugh. I really didn't expect to run into your relative here, and a high-ranking one at that. Looks like this trip was worthwhile. But the person impersonating you? Most likely it's my younger brother. He came with my stepmother. I don't know how they knew my second uncle was here. Leng Yi's brows furrowed, his face turning cold. Yang Qing grasped his hand. Don't worry, now that we're here, they can't impersonate you anymore. By the way, Qiao Qiao, Yang Qing called to Leng Qiao, where is that imposter now? Is he staying at your house? No. Leng Qiao turned around, her brows slightly furrowed. That guy isn't very capable. If he hadn't impersonated my cousin, he wouldn't have been able to get into the base. My dad just arranged a simple job for him. He and his mother live in that apartment over there, not with us. Even if he is my cousin, there's no need for them to live together. I don't think that woman is a good person. She quickly looked at Leng Yi. Big brother, that's not what I meant. It's all right. She's just my stepmother, and she's not good to me either. Leng Yi shook his head. I knew it. Leng Qiao suddenly became indignant. That woman didn't seem like a good person. She came to our house every day to play the victim, asking my dad for this and that. Our whole family was very impatient with her. Then, is that person impersonating you really your brother? Leng Qiao asked. Leng Yi was silent for a moment. I'm not sure. He remembered the photo on his computer. It looked unfamiliar, yet he seemed to have seen it somewhere before. I left home after graduating from junior high to attend a sports school, and rarely came home. My brother was still very young then. Later, I joined the army, and didn't come home for several years. After I was discharged, I never went home again. Then came the apocalypse, and I hadn't seen him for many years. I'm really not sure if the person on the computer is my brother. Leng Qiao pursed her lips. I hope not, so we don't have to worry about him. But if he is, he's my uncle's youngest son, and my dad will definitely take good care of him. That person, it's a long story. Leng Qiao looked at Leng Yi again. Seeing you makes me feel like you're the one from our Leng family. That ugly **** doesn't even deserve to be in our family. But he really does look a bit like your stepmother. I don't know how my uncle could have married her, she's so ugly. Yang Qing couldn't help but chuckle. This girl is obsessed with looks, but she's also too blunt. Daring to talk about her elders like that, it seems she really dislikes that woman. You don't know, ever since she married into the Leng family, she's never been kind to Leng Yi. She often abuses him. Leng Yi has never had enough to eat or wear since he was little, and he had to work part-time to pay for his school fees. Luckily, he's talented. He went to a sports school and joined the army, otherwise, I don't know what kind of life he would have had, Yang Qing said. What? Leng Qiao's eyebrows shot up. How dare she? Doesn't her uncle care? Yang Qing sighed. With a stepmother comes a stepfather. He has his own young son now. Why would he care about Leng Yi? Leng Qiao angrily tightened her grip on the dog leash. The two dogs whimpered, and Leng Qiao quickly loosened her grip, patting their heads. I'm sorry, I was just too angry. Leng Qiao took the two people and two dogs home. It was a two-story villa with a yard, almost like a mansion. After all, it was the home of a high-ranking official. Such treatment was to be expected. Mom, I'm home. Leng Qiao shouted at the gate. A man appeared at the door. He ran out without a word just before dinner. He pausing when he saw Leng Yi and Yang Qing. Who are they? Brother, this is my older cousin Leng Yi. The one you brought back last time was an imposter, Leng Qiao called out to Leng Hui, then said to Leng Yi and Yang Qing, this is my brother, Leng Hui, your older cousin. Leng Hui looked at Leng Yi. This man did indeed resemble his father more. However, he hadn't thought much of it then, only assuming the previous one looked like his mother. Now it seemed the father's genes were incredibly strong. He and his sister both looked more like their father. Leng Yi and Yang Qing looked at Leng Hui, unsure how to address him, and simply nodded. Are you sure? Leng Hui asked. Does that even need confirmation? Leng Qiao laughed. Look at your brother's face. He looks more like dad than you do. Leng Hui pursed his lips, looking at the dog in Leng Qiao's arms. Why did you bring the dog home again, knowing Mom is allergic to dog hair? No, this is my brother and sister-in-law's dog. They take such good care of him, even better than the dogs at our base. Yang Qing quickly said, no need to bring them inside, just leave them outside. Aki, Xiaoxue, you two stay in the yard, don't come inside. Aki and Xiaoxue came over and rubbed against Yang Qing, then squatted down beside her. They're so well behaved. Leng Qiao was surprised. The dogs at the military dog base were specially trained and very obedient, but that was through years of repetitive commands. But Aki and Xiaoxue seemed to understand human speech. She really needed to ask her sister-in-law how she trained them. The group reached the doorway. Leng Qiao washed her hands at a tap and rubbed herself several times, seemingly trying to remove any dog hair that might be on her. Her practiced movements suggested it was a habit. Yang Qing and Leng Yi also washed their hands. Having spent a lot of time with the two dogs, they were bound to have some dog hair on them. When visiting someone's home, one shouldn't cause them any trouble. Chapter 297. Mom, I brought guests over. Leng Qiao called towards the kitchen. Cheng Shuhua came out, wiping her hands on her apron. When she saw Leng Yi, she paused. This is? Mom. Leng Qiao went over and took her mother's arm. This is my eldest cousin, Leng Yi. That one last time was an imposter. Look how much he looks like my dad. He's the real member of the Leng family. Cheng Shuhua's eyes flickered, then she smiled. Come in and sit down. It's almost time to eat. Big brother, sister-in-law, this is my mom. Leng Qiao introduced Yang Qing and Leng Yi. Yang Qing smiled. Hello, auntie. Since she hadn't officially recognized Leng Yi yet, calling her auntie wasn't wrong. Sit down. Cheng Shuhua smiled, calling to Leng Hui and Leng Qiao. Xiao Hui, entertain the guests. Qiao, come help me serve the dishes. Oh right, since there are guests, I cook a couple more dishes. Cheng Shuhua said, then went back into the kitchen. Entering the kitchen, Cheng Shuhua took a deep breath to calm herself, opened the cupboard, and took out some eggs to fry. During the meal, Leng Qiao was very hospitable, constantly urging Yang Qing and Leng Yi to eat. Leng Hui's attitude was somewhat cold, perhaps because the person he had brought earlier was a fake, hence his slightly unnatural expression. What puzzled Yang Qing the most was Leng Qiao's mother. She seemed rather uneasy. Logically, it should be Yang Qing and Leng Yi who were nervous, not her, an elder. Why was she nervous? Especially in her own home, it was really strange. Not long after the meal, Ling Jieshan returned, and he paused for a moment when he saw Leng Yi. Leng Yi immediately recognized him as his uncle. He hadn't changed much, except he was more mature and composed than when he was younger. Second uncle. Leng Yi called out and stood up, and Yang Qing quickly stood up as well. You're Xiao Yi? Leng Jieshan was a little excited, taking a few quick steps to look at Leng Yi. It really is you. Leng Yi smiled. Second uncle, long time no see. You've grown so much, it's great. Leng Jieshan patted Leng Yi's shoulder excitedly. Great, that's wonderful. Cheng Shuqing watched from the side, looking nervous and seemingly a little dejected, which made Yang Qing even more confused. Second uncle, this is my wife, Yang Qing, Leng Yi introduced to Yang Qing. Yang Qing hurriedly greeted him. Second uncle. Please sit down. Leng Jieshan gestured for the two to sit down, and asked his wife to make tea. When did Xiao Yi arrive? Leng Jiashen asked. This morning. Leng Yi replied. Leng Qiao chimed in. Dad, you wouldn't believe it. Our department's car broke down this morning, and I hitched a ride back to base with my older brother. Isn't that a coincidence? When I first saw him, he looked vaguely familiar, but I didn't think much of it at the time. Later, when they were entering the data after their assessment, Zhang Ping called, and that's when I realized he must be the real Leng Yi, and the previous one was definitely an imposter. So I brought them home. Leng Qiao finished speaking and looked triumphantly at her father, but instead of praising her, he fell silent. Dad, you didn't already know, did you? Yang Qing and Leng Yi both looked at Leng Jiashen. Leng Jiashen nodded. I guessed it. That child doesn't look like Xiao Yi when he was little. Although we haven't seen each other for many years, Xiao Yi was a handsome young man. He shouldn't have grown up like that. Besides, he doesn't look like a soldier at all. How could he have served in the army? But I think he's also my brother's child. Maybe he's just impersonating Xiao Yi to get our help. I turn a blind eye, as a way of giving my brother an explanation. Upon hearing this, Yang Qing couldn't help but ask, is Leng Yi's father gone? Leng Jiashen nodded. Huang Chanwan said it. She said that after the apocalypse, her eldest brother and their youngest son were killed. She suffered a lot alone and didn't want to live anymore, but then Xiao Yi found her, and she lived on for her husband. Yang Qing wanted to say something, but Leng Jiashen waved his hand. I know she's lying. Xiao Yi didn't go back at all. She's just saying this to have her youngest son impersonate Xiao Yi. But how did she know you were at the military base, and in charge here? Leng Yi asked, voicing his doubts. Actually, Leng Jiashen hesitated for a moment, then said, after the apocalypse, I went back to my hometown to look for you, but there was no one home then. I thought you were all. So I went back to the base. Maybe they went home later and heard from others that I had looked for them, so they came here. I know he's not Xiao Yi, but I thought you were gone, and I thought he was also my brother's child, so I didn't expose him. Dad, why didn't you say so sooner? Leng Hui's face was not good. He had brought those two people in, but he hadn't expected to bring the wrong people. You didn't do anything wrong. If we didn't help them, how would they survive outside? At the time, I was thinking, let's help my brother preserve his bloodline. Leng Jiashen sighed. But now, seeing Xiao Yi, seeing you all doing so well, I'm very gratified. Leng Jiashen looked at Leng Yi. As soon as he entered the yard, he saw the two dogs outside. In this kind of time, to be able to keep dogs so well, Leng Yi's life must be quite good. Have you all passed the assessment? Have you joined the army? Leng Jiashen asked Leng Yi. Leng Yi nodded. They even wanted us to let our two dogs join the military dog training camp, but I didn't agree. Dad, please talk to my older brother and let those two cuties come to my base. I love them so much. Leng Qiao chimed in. Leng Jiashen ignored him. What about you guys? Don't you want to join the army? With your qualifications, you could really make a difference in the army. Yang Qing looked at Leng Yi and asked, does joining a military base mean you have to join the army? Not necessarily, Leng Jiashen shook his head. It's voluntary. But the army has good benefits, and most people who pass the assessment will join. Of course, there are still some who don't. There are many reasons. Some people are very skilled, but their character might not be so high, and we take that into consideration. And some people don't want to be tied down by the army, and want to do what they like, so they become freelancers. They find supplies to exchange for points, and with points, they can stay at the base indefinitely. Leng Yi nodded. It was similar to the official bases in this respect. He looked at Yang Qing, who frowned almost imperceptibly. Leng Yi immediately understood her meaning. Actually, we hadn't even reached that step yet. We got stuck when entering the identity information. My information was already there, but it wasn't me. Oh, that was my oversight. I thought you weren't here, so I didn't have them correct it, Leng Jiashen quickly said. I have them fix it. However, Leng Yi grasped Yang Qing's hand. We don't plan to join the army. Chapter 298. Why? Leng Jiashen was a little confused. You used to be a Marine. You have rich combat experience. You can better utilize your talents in the military. Leng Yi was silent for a moment. I've been retired for many years. I gotten used to being free these past few years, and don't want to rejoin the military for the time being. Leng Qiao thought of the information she saw about Leng Yi in the assessment room, and knew the truth about his retirement. She couldn't help but say, why don't you let your brother reconsider? He's already in, so what's a little longer? Leng Jiashen nodded. I was too hasty. Xiao Yi, you and your wife can stay at home. There are rooms available. Lung Yi and Yang Qing exchanged a glance. No, we stay outside. We have 2 dogs, and we heard that Auntie is allergic to dog hair, so we won't bother her. Cheng Shuhua looked at Lung Yi, hesitated, and finally said nothing. All right. Lung Jieshan didn't want to force them. Then I arrange a place for you to stay, somewhere close to me. No need, second uncle, we still have some supplies. We can exchange them for these with our points, we can afford it. Lung Yi still declined. He didn't want people to think they came just to take advantage of his uncle, nor did he want to owe them a favor. They weren't incapable of doing so themselves. Lang Hui was somewhat impressed with him. He didn't want anything at all, a stark contrast to the mother and son. Those 2 couldn't even find a place to stay but practically came every day to freeload, driving his mother and sister crazy. He was starting to regret bringing them along. Now he realized that this Lang Yi was the real child of the Lung family. The mother and son were so different. Sure enough, a stepmother's character is flawed. The children she raises are just like her parents. Xiao Yi, why are you being so polite with me? Lung Jieshan sighed. Are you upset that your second uncle hasn't visited you all these years? Upset that he let your brother impersonate you? No, it has nothing to do with him. This was our own choice. Lung Yi shook his head. Dad, you have no idea, Lung Qiao added, on the way back, my sister-in-law told me that my eldest brother's stepmother treats him terribly, often abusing him at home. He's always been hungry and cold since he was little, and he had to work to pay for his school fees. It's very pitiful. What? Lung Jieshan was shocked. How could they? Lang Hui also looked at Lung Yi, surprised that he was having such a hard time. It's nothing, it's all in the past. Lung Yi smiled faintly. It's all thanks to my older brother's hard work. He got into sports school, and then joined the army. That's why he's doing so well now. Otherwise, I don't know what his stepmother would have done to him. Dad, you said you take care of that mother and son? I wish I could go and beat them up right now. Lung Qiao said indignantly. Lung Jieshan's face was grim, and Cheng Shuhua's face turned pale. Second uncle. Yang Qing tugged at Lung Yi's sleeve. We have a few more friends who have also joined the base. I want to go see them. I don't know if they joined the army or are doing freelance work. Could you help us find out first? Lung Jieshan nodded. Let Xiao Qiao take you to find out. He then looked at Lung Yi. Xiao Yi, think about my suggestion again. Lung Yi stood up. I will consider it. Lung Yi and Yang Qing followed Lung Qiao out. Lung Jieshan stared at their retreating figures, his eyes fixed on them. Jieshan. Cheng Shuqing looked at her husband, her face pale. Lung Jieshan waved his hand. Let's talk about it later. I'm a little tired. I go back to my room and rest. Cheng Shuhua's expression darkened further. Lung Qiao took Aki and Xiaoxue, and led Lung Yi and Yang Qing to the information department. After checking on Lu Lin and the others, she discovered that all 5 of them had joined the army, in different departments. They hadn't been there long, so they were still in training. Could you take me to see Lu Lin? I have something important to ask her, Yang Qing said. Sure. Lung Qiao readily agreed, leading them to the training camp. She greeted the instructors, and called Lu Lin out. Lu Lin was initially confused, but when she saw Yang Qing, she became excited and rushed towards her. Qing, you're finally here. She then looked at Lung Yi, overjoyed. Brother-in-law, are you all right? I'm fine. Lung Yi smiled faintly. I knew Qing would find you. Lu Lin's eyes reddened. We were all so worried about you. Thank goodness you're all right. By the way, where's Shengyan? I checked the base's personnel list. Why isn't she with you? Yang Qing asked. Well, she was badly injured that time, breaking 2 ribs. She can't enter the base yet, afraid she won't pass the assessment, so she's still recuperating outside, Lu Lin said. Yang Qing immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, she thought Li Shengyan was gone. Where are they staying? I go see them when I have time. Okay, I tell you the address. Lu Lin nodded. But now that you're in, you can't just go out. You need to train. Yang Qing smiled. We didn't join the army, we want to be freelancers. Ah? Lu Lin was surprised. But you and your brother-in-law are so skilled, it's a shame you didn't join. Lung Qiao nodded repeatedly, agreeing. She looked at Lu Lin. So this was her sister-in-law's friend, they seemed to have a good relationship. She could be friends with her in the future. We're used to being free, Yang Qing smiled, brushing a strand of hair behind Lu Lin's ear. Now that you're a soldier, this hairstyle suits you quite well. I think so too. Lu Lin smiled. She had shaved her head due to a brain injury, and after half a year, her hair had only grown to ear length. Do I look like a soldier now? Lu Lin turned around to show Yang Qing. Yes. Yang Qing smiled. Not just look, you are. Keep up the good work, I believe in you. Yes, I won't let you down. Lu Lin smiled back. She knew Yang Qing had her own decisions, and wouldn't try to persuade her. Besides, she had her own space, being with so many people would easily expose her. Being a free person was the best choice. Then go back to training. I come find you all after I settled in, and we could all have a meal together then, Yang Qing said. Okay. Lu Lin nodded. I tell Wang Min and the others later. They'd be very happy to know you're here. Lu Lin saluted Yang Qing and the others before leaving. Now let's think about where to stay. Xiao, does the base have a separate courtyard? We don't want to live in an apartment, Yang Qing asked Leng Qiao. Yes. Leng Qiao nodded. It's just that the rent is a bit expensive, 50 caddies of grain a month. If you need it, I can take you to the trading post. They have everything there, and you can exchange it for grain and points. You don't have points, but you can exchange them for supplies. I can also lend them to you. I accumulated quite a few points over the past 2 years, and I don't really need them anyway, so I lend them to you. Yang Qing smiled. This younger sister was quite generous. Chapter 299. Leng Qiao led Yang Qing and Leng Yi to the trading center. Yang Qing immediately noticed that it resembled the management office of the official base, with a row of clerks and LED billboards on the walls displaying rolling trade information. There were items for exchanging base supplies with points, including various daily necessities such as pots and pans, clothing, shoes, socks, and hygiene products. There were also rentals for apartments, air conditioners, washing machines, and other household appliances. In addition, there were large pieces of machinery, such as cars, ships, and helicopters, but the point requirements for these were extremely high, especially for helicopters. Yang Qing counted 6 zeros at the end. That would require millions of points. Yang Qing clicked his tongue inwardly, wondering who could possibly reach that level. Luckily, he already had a helicopter, and didn't need to waste points exchanging for it. Further down, there was a highlighted item called a deep-sea rescue capsule, said to have evolved from submarine rescue capsules, but with improvements. It not only possessed the functions of a submarine rescue capsule, but also had enhanced surface materials. It can withstand pressure at a depth of 600 meters, temperatures of 500 degrees Celsius, and high corrosiveness. Yang Qing recalled the volcanic eruption in Xia City. Although she hadn't witnessed it, she could imagine the thousands of degrees Celsius lava surging into the sea, instantly boiling the water. However, that was only on the surface. It probably wouldn't reach that depth. Therefore, as long as it doesn't land on lava, this deep-sea escape capsule should be fine underwater. Ordinary submarines can only dive to 300 to 400 meters, advanced ones to 700 meters, and only nuclear submarines can reach 1,000 meters. This escape capsule reaching 600 meters is already quite impressive, even more so than ordinary submarines. Yang Qing recalled the escape pod he acquired from a certain domineering CO. Although it was made of aviation materials, he wondered if it could withstand the pressure of a 600-meter depth. Furthermore, it lacked the ability to submerge. It could only float on the surface. It might be usable on land, but completely useless at sea. If another volcanic eruption or tsunami occurred, and there wasn't time to use a helicopter, this deep-sea escape pod would be a good option. Yang Qing carefully read the description. The deep-sea escape pod resembled a torpedo, and possessed the basic capabilities of a submarine. However, because ordinary submarines were quite large and were national military equipment, they couldn't be exchanged for private use. Therefore, this type of deep-sea escape pod was developed. The deep-sea escape pod could only accommodate a maximum of 6 people, and contained essential living supplies. If someone were to exchange it, a specialist would teach them how to operate it. Yang Qing looked at Leng Yi and asked in a low voice, "Can you operate this?" Leng Yi shook his head. He wasn't omnipotent either, and besides, this was a new type of deep-sea equipment. It didn't even exist when he was in the army. "You want this?" Leng Yi asked. "This is very useful, but the points required are really too high." Yang Qing shook his head. Leng Qiao said from the side, "This is indeed not something ordinary people can afford to exchange. However, if you can find some rare metals, there is still hope. But I don't think it's necessary. If there's a volcanic eruption or tectonic shift, just evacuate with us. My dad won't abandon you." Yang Qing raised an eyebrow, worried that if something happened suddenly, there wouldn't be enough time to prepare. They wouldn't even have time to save themselves. How could they rely on others? It's better to rely on yourself than others. If they had it themselves, they wouldn't have to worry. As for rare metals, he happened to have some in his own space, but he wasn't sure if they would meet their requirements. Yang Qing looked at the billboard advertising exchanging supplies for points. They accepted everything, including daily necessities, but the points weren't high. The higher point items included building materials, machinery, ores, and various metals, with rare metals offering the highest points. Let's rent a place first, Yang Qing said, adding that they could take their time with the rest. Leng Qiao led Aki and Xiaoxu on their leashes. The two dogs were so eye-catching that many people gathered around, wanting to pet them. Aki bared its teeth and growled fiercely. Afraid they might hurt someone, Leng Qiao said to Yang Qing, sister-in-law, there are too many people here. I take them outside for a walk. Okay. Yang Qing nodded. Leng Qiao was a professional dog trainer, and Aki and Xiaoxu liked her, so there was no need to worry about them. Yang Qing and Ling Yi then went to the counter to inquire about housing. They chose a courtyard relatively far from Leng Jishen's house. The two didn't want to curry favor with Leng Jishen, but they also didn't want to be disturbed by them. They just wanted to live their own quiet lives. Since they didn't have any base points yet, they went back to the car and got 50 kilograms of grain. Leng Yi went to register for the house rental, while Yang Qing got a points card, which they would definitely need later. While Leng Yi was registering, someone suddenly called out, "Hey, Leng Yi, there's someone here with the same name as you." Leng Yi, Leng Yi? It took Huang Zifeng a while to react. He wasn't used to having the name Leng Yi. People always had to call him several times before he remembered they were calling him. I said, "How can you be so hard of hearing at such a young age?" "Can't you hear me?" the clerk said, somewhat annoyed. "Sorry, I didn't notice." Huang Zifeng smiled. "What did you call me for?" "Look, there's someone here with the exact same name as you," the clerk said, pointing to Leng Yi. "Really?" Huang Zifeng smiled, then looked at Leng Yi, his face immediately stiffening. "Yes, what a coincidence. It's not surprising, my name isn't special, it's normal to have the same name." Leng Yi frowned as he looked at Huang Zifeng. Was this the person impersonating him? This definitely wasn't his younger brother. Although he hadn't been home for many years, his brother looked so different from this person when he was little. His brother did resemble his stepmother somewhat, but it was impossible for him to have changed so drastically, completely distorted, and not resembling anyone from the Leng family. He remembered his brother being quite handsome as a child, resembling his father, who was quite proud of him back then. How could someone grow up and completely change? "Who are you?" Leng Yi stared at Huang Zifeng. "Why are you impersonating me? What are you talking about? Who's impersonating you?" Huang Zifeng quickly retorted. "You're not the only one in the world named Leng Yi. Why can't others be called that?" "I say you're impersonating me." Leng Yi sneered. "Don't think I don't know. You were brought in by Huang Changwan, weren't you?" The clerk beside him looked at Huang Zifeng with surprise. This colleague's mother really did have the surname Huang. How did he know? Huang Zifeng panicked. "What nonsense are you spouting? What's wrong with you? It's just a name. Are you trying to cause trouble here? This is a military base. If you cause any more trouble, we have you kicked out." Leng Yi's lips twitched. Trying to shift the blame? He didn't bother arguing with him. He was just annoyed that Huang was impersonating him. "You know the truth yourself," Leng Yi snorted. After registering the housing information, handing over the grain, and getting the keys, he called Yang Qing, and they walked out of the trading center together. Chapter 300. After seeing Leng Yi leave, Huang Zifeng quickly lied, saying he had a stomachache, and went home to find Huang Changwan. "Annie, Leng Yi is here." "What?" Huang Changwan didn't react immediately. "I said, Leng Yi, your stepson, it really is Leng Yi. I saw him today," Huang Zifeng said in a panic. "What did you say?" Huang Changwan was stunned. "Impossible. He's not dead? Not only is he alive, he's alive and well. He's tall and strong, and he's moved into a separate courtyard, which means he has a lot of supplies," Huang Zifeng said. "That damn bastard, he's still alive." Huang Changwan gritted her teeth. "If I had known this would happen, I should have killed him when we were home. What's the use of saying all this now? Now that he's here, are we going to be exposed?" Huang Zifeng panicked. "No way. They probably don't know. There are tons of people with the same name. There are 3 Zhang Weiss in our building," Huang Changwan said. "Besides, I brought you here. Leng Jiaxing is my husband. If I say you're my son, who dares to say otherwise? But what if we get caught?" Huang Zifeng was panicked. This was a military base. If he fabricated something, and it was exposed, he might be kicked out of the base. "Did that **** say anything?" Huang Changwan asked. "He didn't cause any trouble. He just asked me why I was impersonating him." I said we just have the same name. He said he knew I was brought in by you, Huang Zifeng said. What? How did he know? Huang Changwan's face changed. Does he know Leng Jiaxing is gone? Who knows? Maybe he found out from someone else. So many people died back then, and many people fled. Maybe they ran into him and told him about his uncle. What if he goes to Leader Leng and exposes us? Huang Zifeng said. What's there to be afraid of? We just deny it to the death. Huang Changwan gritted her teeth. Anyway, Leng Jiaxing is gone, and nobody knows the truth. What she didn't know was how comprehensive the military's database was. Many things could be easily investigated. Their ability to live comfortably here was entirely due to Leng Jiaxing's special treatment of them. No, I have to go talk to his second uncle. Tell them someone is impersonating you, and they absolutely mustn't be fooled, Huang Changwan said. This? Will they believe that? Huang Zifeng asked doubtfully. Nobody here knows him. Isn't it all thanks to my mouth? Huang Changwan snorted. Besides, my husband and children are gone. What's wrong with telling a little white lie? Leng Jiaxing is such a high-ranking official. What's wrong with him looking after his sister-in-law? Huang Zifeng remained silent. That's because he didn't know how his uncle-in-law died. Otherwise, why would he look after her? Back when the apocalypse came, they were in the countryside. Because their family farmed, they had stored up food, so they didn't starve. But later, her child fell ill, and when things got really bad, she took the child to the hospital. On the way, they were robbed by several people. One of them stabbed her, and she pulled Leng Jiaxing in front of her to shield him. The knife pierced through Leng Jiaxing and the child he was carrying, killing them both. She managed to escape. She hid for many days before returning home. When she got home, she learned that someone had come looking for Leng Jiaxing, his younger brother, who was now a high-ranking official. She then came up with the idea of using her nephew to impersonate Leng Yi, and after many hardships, she finally reached the military base. Having finally settled down, she couldn't let Leng Yi ruin her plans. You go back to work first. I go find his second uncle, he definitely have a solution, Huang Changwan comforted Huang Zifeng. Huang Zifeng had no choice but to go back. After all, impersonating Leng Yi was his aunt's doing, not his. If anything went wrong, he could just pin the blame on her. Huang Changwan changed into clean clothes and went to Leng Jiaxing's small villa. She rang the doorbell. Cheng Shuhua's eyes flashed with disgust when she saw her. She already disliked this woman, and now that she knew she had abused Leng Yi, she disliked her even more. Huang Changwan could easily see that Cheng Shuhua hated her. She cursed inwardly, but her face remained smiling. Second aunt, is second uncle home? Yes, come in, Cheng Shuhua said coldly. She wanted to see how her husband would treat her later. Huang Changwan entered the house and sat down awkwardly on the sofa. Outside, she was arrogant, flaunting her relationship with a high-ranking official, but in his presence, she was as timid as a quail. Leng Jiaxing came out of the house, nodded to Huang Changwan, and called her sister-in-law. His second uncle, Huang Changwan said with a smile, I heard from Leng Yi that he met someone who just came in at work today, and his name is exactly the same as his. I suspect he's trying to impersonate my Leng Yi. Many people in our hometown know you're a high-ranking official. Someone's definitely trying to take advantage of this. Please don't be fooled. Leng Jiaxing looked at Huang Changwan strangely. She already run into Xiao Yi, and instead of apologizing, she was turning the tables, accusing Xiao Yi of being an imposter. Cheng Shuhua looked at her with a mocking expression, as if she were a clown. Seeing that Leng Jiaxing seemed unconvinced, Huang Changwan became anxious. Second uncle, I'm telling the truth. Go ask the people at the trading center, they all saw it. That person is definitely trying to take advantage of you, wanting to get into the base first and then claim you. Don't fall for it. People like that should be kicked out of the base, otherwise, they corrupt everyone inside. Leng Jiaxing's face darkened. He knew this woman was selfish. He could understand her impersonating Xiao Yi for her own child, but he hadn't expected her to slander Xiao Yi like this. Recalling what Xiao Yi's wife had said that morning about his stepmother treating Xiao Yi badly, his expression turned even uglier. Huang Changwan had met Ling Hui at the base entrance with the child. After learning their background, Ling Hui had brought them in directly through the green channel. So she didn't know that getting in wasn't so simple. Not only was there an assessment, but their entire family history had to be investigated. He had known all along that the child wasn't Ling Yi, but he only taken them in out of respect for his elder brother. And she was still putting on an act? And even wanted him to kick Xiao Yi out of the base? Sister-in-law, Leng Jiaxing said coldly, looking at Huang Changwan, I'm still calling you sister-in-law only because of my elder brother. I knew the child wasn't Xiao Yi when you entered the base. What did you say? Wang Chanwan was shocked. Then why did you still? Because you're my sister-in-law, and the child is my elder brother's flesh and blood. I thought that since my elder brother was gone, I would take care of you in his place. I never expected you to slander Xiaoyi like this. Are you afraid he have a good life? Leng Jieshan looked at Wang Chanwan, his face cold. How could this be? Wang Chanwan panicked, then grasped the key point in Leng Jieshan's words. Did he think Wang Zifeng was Leng Jiaxing's child? Her youngest son? Right, if he thought that, then everything would be fine. As long as she insisted that Wang Zifeng was her youngest son, he would definitely still take care of her. Chapter 301. Second uncle, second brother, I was wrong. I lied because I was afraid you wouldn't take us in, and that's why I had my son impersonate Leng Yi. Wang Chanwan knelt down with a thud, tears streaming down her face. You haven't met my youngest son. I was afraid you didn't care about us, so I had him impersonate Leng Yi. I was wrong, please don't kick us out. Jiaxing is gone. You don't know how hard my child and I have been. We went through countless hardships to find this place. I was afraid you wouldn't recognize us, so I was foolish. I judged you with my own petty mind. Please don't hold it against me. Leng Jieshan rubbed his temples, somewhat speechless. He hated people who would kneel down at the drop of a hat. Sister-in-law, please get up. Wang Chanwan hesitated, looking at Leng Jieshan, and then at Cheng Shuhua, before slowly standing up. So you've forgiven me? I know I was wrong. I was really scared. After the apocalypse, we didn't have enough to eat or wear, and I almost got beaten to death. You don't know the suffering of us poor people, Wang Chanwan said, blowing her nose. This disgusted Cheng Shuhua. Leng Jieshan frowned slightly. Although he held a high position, how could he not know the suffering of ordinary people? Therefore, after the military base was established, he instructed his subordinates to recruit as many capable people as possible, regardless of their background, as long as they were willing to work hard. Failure on the first or second assessment didn't matter, as long as they passed, they were welcome to come anytime. However, he couldn't let his compassion get the better of him and take in people just because they were pitiful. He was the head of the military base, he had to be responsible to the people and the country, and he couldn't let those who were just there to fill the positions. Did Wang Chanwan think she was unaware of the cruelty of the apocalypse just because she had never worried about food or clothing? On the contrary, he had seen far more, he had witnessed people killing each other, and even cannibalism. However, he also knew that Wang Chanwan, having lived in the countryside for a long time, lacked worldly experience and possessed the self-centered, small farmer mentality typical of rural people, which he could understand. That's why he could tolerate her letting her son impersonate Xiaoyi to enter the country. But she couldn't be allowed to make such malicious assumptions about others, slander Xiaoyi, and even abuse him. You can go back now. As long as that child doesn't cause trouble or bother Xiaoyi, I won't do anything to him. By the way, his name needs to be changed. He can't use Xiaoyi's name anymore. What's the child's name? Wang Chanwan hesitated for a moment, then whispered, Leng Xian. My child's name is Leng Xian. Leng Jieshan nodded. It's a good name. I have someone change it. He can keep his job, you don't need to worry. Thank you. Wang Chanwan was overjoyed. She hadn't expected Leng Jieshan not only not to kick her out, but also to keep Wang Zifeng's job. Luckily, she hadn't let it slip. After Wang Chanwan left, Cheng Shuhua spoke up, Jieshan, I feel like that woman is full of lies. Her child doesn't look like anyone from the Leng family at all. Even if he does, he can't be this distorted, can he? This isn't the first time she's lied. Maybe she's lying again this time? Leng Jieshan pondered for a moment, you're right. He made a phone call to Leng Hui, go and call your uncle's child out. Ask him his real name, and whose child he is. Yes, father. Leng Hui replied, and went to the trading center to find Wang Zifeng. Wang Zifeng had just returned to the trading center from home, and sat down, when Leng Hui walked in with someone. Hui. Wang Zifeng was about to call him Brother Hui, when he remembered that he was now Leng Yi, and should be older than him. He smiled, little Hui, what brings you here? Leng Hui looked at him coldly. How could he dare call him little Hui? Come with me. Huh? Where to? Wang Zifeng was startled. Could it be that they had already seen the real Leng Yi? You know when we get here. Leng Hui said expressionlessly. Wang Zifeng was uneasy, yet dared not refuse to go with him. Leng Hui led Wang Zifeng into a small, dark room, and had him sit down on a chair in front. Wang Zifeng's heart pounded. Did they know something? Let's begin. Leng Hui said to Zhang Ping, who was standing beside him. Zhang Ping held a file on this Leng Yi. his eyes sharply fixed on him. You were brought in by Battalion Commander Lung, so we didn't assess you, and your identity information is incomplete. We need to further verify your identity. I ask you answer. Answer truthfully. Yes, yes. Wang Zifeng broke out in a cold sweat. Name? Lung Yi. Zhang Ping glanced at him. Age? 20, 26, 7. Wang Zifeng panicked, seemingly unable to remember Leng Yi's age. Is it 26 or 27? Zhang Ping looked at him. Let me think. Wang Zifeng smiled bitterly. What year was Leng Yi born? What, you don't even know your own age? Leng Hui sat in the armchair and spoke coldly. Well, I was injured before, and my mind isn't quite right. Wang Zifeng quickly made an excuse. My mom said my age on my household registration was changed, so I don't know what year it really is. You went to a sports school before. What did you study? Martial arts. Wang Zifeng knew this clearly. He heard Huang Changwan mention it. Later, I heard you changed your major. What did you change to? Huh? Wang Zifeng was dumbfounded. He changed his major? Zhang Ping didn't press further. He knew perfectly well this guy couldn't answer. You also joined the army. What branch? Navy. This time Huang Zifeng was certain. Which unit in the Navy? What was the unit number? And what was your direct superior's name? This. Wang Zifeng broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't answer a single one. It wasn't that Huang Changwan hadn't told him. She herself didn't know. Leng Hui slammed the folder he was holding onto the table with a thud, startling Huang Zifeng. You dare impersonate a soldier? How dare you? Wang Zifeng knelt down with a thud. It wasn't me, it was Huang Changwan. She made me do it. I didn't want to either. She said that as long as I impersonated Leng Yi, I would get favor from the leaders. I was bewitched. Please, please don't kill me. I tell you everything. Leng Hui and Zhang Ping exchanged a glance, speechless. What did they take them for? Were they people who would kill people at will? Speak, who exactly are you? What is Huang Changwan to you? Wang Zifeng looked at Leng Hui, and then at Zhang Ping, thinking that they must have already seen Leng Yi. If he continued to hide it, he would definitely be in deep trouble. So he honestly told them. My name is Wang Zifeng. Huang Changwan is my aunt. My parents died after the apocalypse. One day, my aunt found me, and said I should go find her brother-in-law, who had become a high-ranking official. She said if I impersonated her stepson, I would definitely receive special treatment. Wang Zifeng told her the whole story. Chapter 302. What about her own son? Is he dead? Leng Hui asked. If he were still alive, she wouldn't have used her nephew to impersonate Leng Yi. Dead? Wang Zifeng was covered in cold sweat. He died with his father. I heard that when the child was sick, my uncle carried him to find a doctor. You know, hospitals have all collapsed after the apocalypse. It's very difficult to find a doctor. On the way, they encountered robbers. To save her own life, my aunt pulled my uncle in front of her to shield him from the knife. As a result, those people's knives pierced my uncle's chest, and even pierced through the child on his back. Hearing this, Leng Hui's jaw tightened. He hadn't expected that woman to be so vicious, even harming her own husband and indirectly causing the death of her own child. Her youngest son is already dead, that's why she came to me. When Leng Yi was at home, your aunt often abused him? Leng Hui asked again. How do you know? Wang Zifeng blurted out, realizing they must have seen Leng Yi. It must have been him who told him. Yes. He's not my aunt's biological son. Of course, my aunt doesn't like him. He was only 6 or 7 years old when she made him work in the fields and do chores. If he didn't do them well, she would beat and scold him. I seen it several times. Leng Hui's face turned ashen with anger. He couldn't believe the person he brought in was like this. He truly felt sorry for his older cousin. Zhang Ping was shocked. He had passed Leng Yi's test and knew his abilities, but he never expected him to have such a childhood. I told you everything I need to say. Please don't kill me. I really didn't mean to. If Huang Changwan hadn't misled me, how could I have dared to impersonate a soldier? Wang Zifeng wept uncontrollably, filled with regret. Leng Hui rubbed his temples. Go back first. We won't kill you, but we will punish you and Huang Changwan. Thank you, leader. Wang Zifeng was moved to tears. As long as he wasn't killed, he didn't care what happened. At worst, he'd be kicked out of the base and have to find a living on his own, which was better than being killed. Leng Hui called home. Leng Jieshen had already gone to work. He went to Leng Jieshen's office and reported Wang Zifeng's situation in detail. Leng Jieshen's face was grim. He hadn't expected that the child wasn't his older brother's child, but Huang Chengduan's nephew impersonating him. How dare she? Moreover, his older brother and the child were also killed by her. Dad, what do you think? Lung Jieshan pondered for a moment. They didn't pass the assessment to get in. Kick them out of the base. As for what happens afterward, we won't interfere. Yes. Leng Hui replied. Wang Zifeng returned to his apartment and saw Huang Changwan cooking in the kitchen, humming a song as she did so, seemingly in a good mood. Seeing Huang Zifeng, Huang Changwan was a little surprised. Why are you back again? Aren't you going back to work? Aunt? Huang Zifeng moved his lips, unsure how to tell her. I tell you. Huang Changwan pulled Huang Zifeng to the dining table and sat him down. I went to see his second uncle. They already know you're an imposter, Lung Yi. I told him you're my youngest son, Lung Xian. He didn't blame me too much, saying he let us stay at the base for my husband's sake. Huang Zifeng was about to cry. Aunt, they all know. I'm not Lung Xian, I'm your nephew. I told them everything. What did you say? Huang Changwan was shocked. When did you say that? Just now, they took me into a small dark room. I was terrified they'd kill me, so I told them everything. Huang Changwan slapped him. How could you be so useless? You confessed after just a little scare? As long as you didn't admit it, who would know you weren't my son? Huang Zifeng immediately flared up. They all met Leng Yi. How could they not know? He slapped his face. Look at my face. What part of me resembles my uncle? Do you think they're stupid? They're lucky they didn't shoot us. You think you can fool them? Huang Changwan collapsed. It's over, everything's over. What do we do now? What do we do? Pack your things quickly, or we have nothing left. Before they could finish speaking, there was a knock at the door. Huang Zifeng jumped in fright, and nervously went to open it. Two fully armed soldiers walked in. Huang Zifeng, you impersonated a soldier, violating military law. Huang Changwan was the mastermind, committing the same crime. According to regulations, you are both being expelled from the military base. No, I want to see Lung Jieshan. I'm his sister-in-law. I want to see him. Huang Changwan screamed. The two soldiers remained unmoved. Please pack your things and leave immediately, or we will deal with you according to military law. We're leaving right now. We're leaving right now. Huang Zifeng said immediately, hurriedly packing his belongings. Huang Changwan was still screaming. Huang Zifeng, unable to bear it any longer, said, Stop howling. He knows how you treated Leng Yi back then. Do you think he still supports you? Don't dream. You said that? Huang Changwan was furious. How could you be so stupid? How could you say something like that? You should have said I was very good to him. Huang Zifeng sneered. How dare you say good? Do you think he's stupid? Besides, Leng Yi is here. Doesn't he have a mouth? Can't he speak for himself? Back home, my dad advised you. Even though he's not your biological son, he's still Leng Jiaxing's child. That kid is so sensible, treat him better. And you? You abuse a child without a mother. You're a vicious stepmother. What did you say? How dare you say that to me? Huang Changwan roared, raising her hand to strike Huang Zifeng. The two began to fight. Two soldiers, unable to bear it any longer, shouted, Stop it. If you keep this up, we arrest you. The two froze, reluctantly packing their belongings. After they finished, the soldiers inspected them, confiscating their passes and Huang Zifeng's points card. They were allowed to take their personal belongings. Huang Zifeng didn't dare say anything. The points card was earned through work given to him by Leng Jieshan. It was only right that they take it back. The soldiers escorted the two men out of the base, watching them until they were out of sight before returning to report. Leng Hui received the soldiers' report and went to find Leng Yi. The couple had already moved into their rented courtyard house and were unpacking. Brother, Leng Hui called from outside. You're here? Come in, Leng Yi said calmly. Leng Hui entered the house. The furnishings were rather simple. The living room only had a dining table, 4 chairs, and an old wooden sofa. The bedroom also only had a basic bed and wardrobe, both old. Brother, everything's cleared up, Leng Hui said, looking at Leng Yi. The person impersonating you is called Huang Zifeng, your stepmother's nephew. Leng Yi paused, remembering him. So it was him. No wonder he looked familiar. He must have seen him when they were children. He confessed everything. Your stepmother made him impersonate her. He also said, Your father and brother are both gone. Your stepmother pushed them in front of the thugs to save her own life, and they were killed. Yang Qing was stunned and looked at Leng Yi. Leng Yi's face was indifferent. Although he was a little surprised, He could imagine that the woman was a vicious person. He just didn't expect his brother to die too. At home, although his stepmother treated him badly, his brother never bullied him. However, the two brothers' relationship was just so. They didn't communicate much. He just didn't expect his brother to die so young. Chapter 303. My dad has already ordered them both kicked out of the base, Leng Hui added. Leng Yi nodded. Thank you. Leng Hui looked at Leng Yi with some surprise. This cousin of his was really aloof. Nothing seemed to affect him. He had seen Zhang Ping's file. Leng Yi's military skills were exceptional. He was truly a rare military talent. Why didn't he join the army? Brother, I think you and your wife both passed the base's assessment, and Zhang Ping gave you high praise. I suggest you join the army. You definitely achieved something great there, Yang Qing said, looking at Leng Yi. If he really wanted to join, she wouldn't object. Leng Yi didn't even look up, continuing to organize his things. No need. We already made it clear. We're used to our freedom, and don't want to be bound by the military anymore. But, Leng Hui wanted to say something, but Yang Qing interrupted him. Leng Hui, since we made our decision, we won't change it. We come find you sometime when we want to join, but we don't have that idea right now. Alright. Leng Hui was a little helpless. His older brother and sister-in-law were so alike. Your place is too simple. I have someone send some things over, Leng Hui said again, feeling a little guilty towards his older cousin for letting that person impersonate him for so long. No need, we have our own. Leng Yi shook his head again. See that pickup truck outside? We have supplies, we just haven't brought them in yet. We don't lack anything. Leng Hui looked at Leng Yi, unsure what to do. Why wouldn't he accept his help? Was he resentful that his father hadn't helped him in his most difficult time, or was he holding a grudge against Wang Zifeng for impersonating him? Well, if you need anything, just come to me. Anything is fine, Leng Hui said finally. Yang Qing smiled. Okay, I understand. Leng Hui had no choice but to leave. That evening at dinner, Leng Hui told his family about Leng Yi's refusal to accept help. Cheng Shuhua glanced at her husband furtively, a strange emotion on her face. Leng Qiao spoke up. Does eldest brother feel he's not close to us, so he's embarrassed to accept our help? But maybe that's just his personality. When I got in their car this morning, he didn't say a word, he was so cold. Leng Jieshen's hand holding the chopstick stopped. I'm sorry to him. Leng Hui and Leng Qiao both looked at their father in surprise. They hadn't helped their uncle's family all these years. But helping is a favor, not helping is one's right. It's not a matter of owing anything, is it? Only Cheng Shuhua lowered her eyes, her expression very unnatural. After dinner, Cheng Shuhua cleared the dishes and went into the room. Are you still blaming me? Blaming me for not being able to forgive that child back then? Leng Jieshen, who was smoking, opened the window to let the smoke out when she came in. Haven't you forgotten that woman? Cheng Shuhua couldn't help but ask again. Leng Jieshen stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. I'm so old, I'm busy as hell every day, how can I have the time to think about those things? Then why do you say you're sorry to that child? Cheng Shuhua asked, a little aggrieved. Then tell me, have I done right by him? Leng Jieshen's face turned cold. Over the years, apart from visiting him twice when he was little, I haven't fulfilled any responsibility whatsoever as he's grown up. But you sent money back home. You didn't abandon him. Your salary wasn't high back then, and you sent most of it back. You did more than enough. Cheng Shuhua paused, remembering what they said about the woman abusing the child, not to mention that the money certainly wasn't used for the child. That money must have been embezzled by that woman, used for herself or for her own child. Thinking about it made her furious. Under those circumstances, it really wasn't right for you to keep the child with you. Your life, your future shouldn't be ruined by a child, and you also need to think about me. Leng Jieshen remained silent. Back then, he was just a lowly soldier with no connections, and he fell in love with a local girl while stationed at the military base. Although he knew it violated regulations, he still fell deeply in love without hesitation. Later, the girl's family objected, and they broke up. Who knew that a year later, the girl's parents came to him with a child, saying that their daughter had died from postpartum depression and jumped off a building. This was their child. He was devastated, feeling utterly guilty towards that person. He had truly loved her. After their breakup, he dreamed of her countless nights. Who could have imagined that just a year later, they would be separated forever? He held the child, completely at a loss. The child's maternal grandparents didn't want to raise the child, saying that seeing him reminded them of their deceased daughter, and that he should take responsibility for raising the child himself. At that time, Cheng Shuhua was pursuing him passionately, and she couldn't accept the fact that he had a child. He wasn't particularly fond of Chung Shuhua at the time. He still couldn't forget his first love. Later, Chung Shuhua said she could accept his child, but the child couldn't stay with him. At first, he refused, but then he realized that as a single man, he simply couldn't raise such a young child. His salary was low, and he couldn't afford a nanny. He also frequently had to go on assignments, sometimes for months at a time, making it impossible for him to care for the child. Later, he heard that his older brother and sister-in-law hadn't had children for many years, so he considered giving the child to them. His older brother said that once the child was given to them, it was theirs, and he couldn't take it back. He promised to treat the child as his own. His sister-in-law was a very gentle woman and treated the child very well. He felt relieved. During 2 visits home, he saw that the child was growing up well, and that his older brother and sister-in-law treated the child very well, so he stopped worrying. Later, he married Chung Shuhua. With the support of her parents, he got a promotion and became increasingly busy, with no time to go back to see his child. He sent money home to the child every month, and Chung Shuhua never objected, for which he was very grateful. He had considered bringing the child back, but Chung Shuhua firmly disagreed. Besides, his older brother and sister-in-law already treated the child as their own. Taking him away would be unfair to them. But he never expected his sister-in-law to fall ill and die. At that time, he went abroad on a mission, which lasted a year. When he returned, his older brother had remarried. His brother told him that his new wife treated the child very well, and that he shouldn't worry. He also told him not to call home too often, as it wouldn't be good for the child to know he wasn't their biological son, and it would upset his new wife. After that, he rarely inquired about the child, thinking his brother would definitely not mistreat him. But he had lied. They treated the child very badly, and that woman had even abused him. Thinking about all this, he felt immense regret and heartache for the child. If only he had kept the child with him back then, perhaps none of this would have happened. Chapter 304. I know I made mistakes back then, but think about it too. A young girl like me marrying you, only to become someone else's stepmother right after entering the family. What will others think of me? Chung Shuhua felt wronged. Then you didn't have to choose me. I didn't force you to like me, Ling Jiashan said coldly. Tears streamed down Chung Shuhua's face. Now you regret marrying me? Ling Jiashan, did you never love me? Ling Jiashan sighed. At this age, what was the point of talking about love? But he had indeed fallen for her later, otherwise, no one could have forced him to marry her. Back then, Chung Shuhua was young and beautiful, from a wealthy family. Her parents were both high-ranking military officers. She had a cheerful personality, loved to laugh, but was a bit willful, yet many people still liked her. But she fell for him, a poor boy with no background. It would be a lie to say he wasn't happy. Later, under her gentle persuasion, he finally relented. Aside from disagreements about the child, they were quite harmonious on other matters. However, he understood her perspective, so he ultimately didn't acknowledge the child. He always believed the child was doing well, so he didn't want to bother him anymore. Now, thinking about the suffering he had endured, he felt incredibly guilty. Seeing Ling Jiashan's lack of response, Chung Shuhua was heartbroken. All these years, she had poured her heart out to him, even bearing him 2 children, yet she hadn't warmed his heart. Fine, it's all my fault, okay? I go get that child right now, and tell him you're his biological father, that I'm the one who wronged him. Are you satisfied now? Chung Shuhua sobbed. Leng Hui and Leng Qiao, hiding outside the door, were utterly astonished. They had found it strange to hear their parents arguing. Their parents had almost never spoken ill of each other in their lives, and they had always assumed their parents had a very good relationship. So, they were curious about what they were arguing about. They never expected to overhear such a shocking secret. Their mother wasn't actually their father's first wife, and Lang Yi was their biological older brother, not just a cousin. Both were incredibly shocked. I always thought it was strange that our older brother looked more like Dad than you. Turns out he's our older brother, Leng Qiao said to Leng Hui. Leng Hui nodded. He hadn't expected it either. But then he thought about Leng Yi's excellent military skills, and it didn't seem so strange anymore. It was all inherited from their father. Brother, do you think we should go and acknowledge our eldest brother? Leng Qiao fiddled with her fingers. I love my eldest brother so much, and my sister-in-law too, and their dog. Eldest brother is amazing. He's better than us in everything, even taking better care of his dog than I do. Leng Hui was both amused and exasperated. What kind of time is this for her to be thinking about her dog? I love my eldest brother too. He's amazing, even more amazing than me. Leng Hui nodded. Leng Qiao's eyes lit up. Then why don't we go and acknowledge our eldest brother? That way Mom and Dad won't fight because of him. He suffered so much before, we can make it up to him together. Lung Hui nodded. I think it's a good idea. It's just that I'm worried about his personality. I'm afraid he won't accept it. That's alright. I don't have much to do at the training camp anyway. I often go to their place. I definitely bring eldest brother and sister-in-law into our family. Lung Qiao said with a grin. The two ignored their parents' argument and secretly left, arriving at Yangqing and Leng Yi's small courtyard. But then, they heard laughter and chatter coming from inside, and figures moved about by the window. They seemed to have guests. It doesn't seem appropriate for us to go now, Leng Qiao pouted. Yeah, it isn't really appropriate, Leng Hui nodded. Let's do it tomorrow. In the courtyard, Lu Lin arrived with Pei Chuan, Wang Min, Li Liang, and Lin Feng. They talked about their experiences after the sandstorm, and what happened after they parted ways at the rescue camp. Yang Qing secretly observed Pei Chuan, sensing that his relationship with Lu Lin was unusual. Although he knew Lu Lin had rescued him from the bandits' den, back then it was just a benefactor-savior relationship. Now it seemed different. I have some fruit here. Lin, come with me to the kitchen to help wash it. Okay. Lu Lin stood up, and Pei Chuan stood up as well. Yang Qing teased, you don't need to follow her every step of the way. She's in my house. She can't possibly get lost, can she? Lu Lin's face flushed instantly. She looked at Pei Chuan. You stay in the living room and talk to my brother-in-law. I'd be right out. Pei Chuan glanced at her, silently nodded, and sat back down. Yang Qing pulled Lu Lin into the kitchen. What's going on? You two are in love? So inseparable, you can't bear to be apart for even a moment? Don't tease me, Lu Lin said, her face red. He's so stubborn. He said he'd protect me, and he really is following me everywhere. What about when we go to the bathroom? Yang Qing asked deliberately. Ching. Lu Lin's face turned even redder. Of course not, but he wait outside the bathroom. Yang Qing frowned. Don't you feel suffocated like that? There's no privacy at all. Actually, it's okay now. Lu Lin suddenly felt a little embarrassed, maybe in the future, but for now, I don't feel it yet. It feels pretty sweet. Yang Qing sighed, you're not becoming love-struck, are you? Actually, we haven't officially started dating. Lu Lin suddenly said, her expression unnatural. Huh? You're inseparable like this, and you're not dating? Yang Qing looked incredulous. Actually, we haven't said we like each other. We haven't officially started dating, but he kissed me once. Huh? Kiss before even starting a relationship? Yang Qing didn't understand. He forcibly kissed me that time. After that, he followed me around every day, but because of Wang Min and Li Liang, we always got along like friends. For 2 months in Fuqing, I was busy gathering supplies to get into the military base, and we didn't talk about this. Then, getting into the base, I was so busy every day, I had even less time. Yang Qing frowned, cutting fruit as she spoke. I think you and him need to have a serious talk. If you're going to be in a relationship, be formal and define it clearly. Otherwise, a third party might appear, and he say he only sees you as a benefactor. Impossible. Then why did he kiss me? Lu Lin's eyes widened. Who knows? Maybe it was the atmosphere, maybe it was hormones. Don't assume a man kisses you because he's in love with you. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. Then what about you and your brother-in-law? Lu Lin was a little unconvinced. We only kissed for the first time after we officially became a couple. Yang Qing recalled that time. It seemed she kissed him first because she was drunk. Love needs a sense of ritual. That's what you told me before, Yang Qing said. If you're going to be in a relationship, be clear about it. Don't leave things ambiguous, or you might misunderstand. Lu Lin seemed thoughtful. Okay, I find a chance to ask him. But I used to think you'd be with Li Liang. It seemed like he liked you, Yang Qing added. Lu Lin nodded. Actually, I sensed it before, but he never said anything, and I was afraid I misunderstand, so I didn't bring it up. Now it seems we're not meant to be. Chapter 305. Are you living together? 5 people in one apartment? Yang Qing asked. How could that be? We're all soldiers now, not a couple, so we can't live together. Wang Min and I live in the women's dormitory, and they live in the men's dormitory, Lu Lin said. Oh! Yang Qing nodded, realizing he misunderstood. This was a military base, different from an official base. What if you wanted to be together? Can you get married at the base? Lu Lin nodded. I heard from veterans that if you're both soldiers at the base, you can submit a report to your superiors, get approval, and then we can get a room together as a wedding party. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. That was quite humane. But marriage is still a bit far off for me, Lu Lin pondered. Let's solidify our relationship first. If his feelings for me aren't romantic, then we should cut our losses quickly, and not let things remain ambiguous. Yang Qing nodded. And you, are your feelings for him romantic? Lu Lin blushed. I guess so. I don't know if it's because he was the first person to kiss me, but I assumed he was my boyfriend. Looking back, I was so immature. I should have asked him directly. Was it just a momentary impulse, or did he really like me? Qing, what do you think of him? Is he reliable? Yang Qing hesitated for a moment. I don't know his character, but he seems nice. He's tall, aloof, and doesn't talk much, a bit like Lung Yi's personality. But that person is a bit strange. Yang Qing didn't know how to describe her feeling when she saw Pei Chuan. He seems like a soldier, but not as righteous as Lung Yi. There's a hint of sinister malice in him, like a bad guy, but not entirely bad, though he's definitely killed someone. Lu Lin was surprised. Qing, you're absolutely right. I asked him later what he did before, and he said he was a mercenary abroad. That explains it. Yang Qing suddenly realized her intuition was spot on. If that's the case, you should be careful. People who have been mercenaries abroad are generally ruthless. Of course, I'm not saying it's bad, but their moral compass is different from ours. And judging from his attitude towards you, this person is very possessive. If you do something to betray him, he might go to extremes. Of course, on the other hand, he might be very devoted. It depends on your tolerance. If you can accept it, you might feel he cares about you, but if one day you can't accept it, you only feel increasingly suffocated. Hearing Yang Qing say this, Lu Lin became worried. But I don't know what will happen in the future. I can accept it now. Yang Qing nodded. It's a case of one willing to give, and the other willing to receive. The teapot lid and the teacup are a perfect match. Let's solidify our relationship first, and talk about the rest later. This is the apocalypse. Having someone who cares about you so much might not be a bad thing. This is the apocalypse, unlike the peaceful times of the past, when everyone had their own lives and didn't worry about safety, so personal space was essential. But now, accidents could happen at any moment, so having someone by your side might be a good thing. Just like with Lung Yi, except for the days he was missing, they were practically inseparable, and didn't she enjoy it? The two carried the fruit out, and the group chatted for a while before the five of them left. Pei Chuan, let's go for a walk over there, Lu Lin called to Pei Chuan. Li Liang glanced at them, his expression somewhat somber, but he didn't say a word and pulled Lin Feng and Wang Min away. If Lu Lin and Pei Chuan could be happy together, he would bless them. Pei Chuan followed behind Lu Lin and asked, "Where are we going?" "Just a casual walk. I have something I want to ask you," Lu Lin said. Pei Chuan followed, walking beside Lu Lin. "What do you think our relationship is now?" Lu Lin asked directly, looking up at Pei Chuan. He was really tall, even taller than Lung Yi. "Friends?" Pei Chuan didn't understand what she meant. "Then why did you kiss me that time?" Lu Lin finally asked. Pei Chuan stopped and looked at Lu Lin. In the moonlight, her skin was glowing white, and her eyes sparkled like stars. "Because I like you." Lu Lin was startled by his blunt words, her face flushing red. "Yes, what kind of liking?" "The liking for someone who saved my life?" Lu Lin asked. Pei Chuan moved closer to Lu Lin, looking down at her. She really seemed so small. He wanted to pick her up. "Shaolin." Lu Lin's heart pounded. Hearing him call her Shaolin again gave her goosebumps. "Haven't I made it obvious enough? I like you as a girlfriend. Although you saved me, actually, if you hadn't shown up then, I wouldn't be in this situation. It's just that I might have taken a different path. You made me change my choice. I'm willing to be a good person for you." Pei Chuan. Lu Lin looked up at Pei Chuan, suddenly feeling a little moved. "But that time when I kissed you, you slapped me. I thought you hated me, so I didn't dare do anything again, but I couldn't bear to leave you. Don't send me away. If I leave you, I might become a bad person. Actually, I wasn't a good person before either. I killed many people." Lu Lin looked up at Pei Chuan and beckoned to him. "Lower your head a little." She was only 1.6 meters tall, while Pei Chuan was 1.9 meters tall, a huge difference. Pei Chuan brought his face closer to Lu Lin, looking at her earnestly. Lu Lin's face flushed. "Then from today onwards, we're officially dating. You're my boyfriend, and I'm your girlfriend. From now on, you're only allowed to look at me, not other women. You're only allowed to love me, to be loyal to me forever, and to be good to only me. You can't be a central air conditioner, someone who is nice to everyone. What's a central air conditioner? Peichuan blinked. Lu Lin suddenly found him kind of cute. It's just that you're not nice to anyone else, only to me. I always been like this, Peichuan said. Once he's decided on someone, there's no room for anyone else in his eyes. Lu Lin smiled, hooked her arms around Peichuan's neck, and kissed his lips. Peichuan was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted, lifting Lu Lin up in one swift motion, one arm around her waist, the other on the back of her head, and kissing her lips again. The kiss was fierce, as if he wanted to devour her. Lu Lin felt like she was suffocating, hitting Peichuan's chest several times before he released her. Peichuan held Lu Lin tightly in his arms, his chin resting on the crook of her shoulder. I thought about this for a long time. Lu Lin leaned against him, hearing his heartbeat, so strong, thump thump thump, like a drum beating inside. She thought, he must really like me, right? Chapter 306. Leng Qiao and Leng Hui went for a walk outside, and only returned after watching Yang Qing and her friends leave. Sister-in-law. Leng Qiao called from outside. Yang Qing was surprised to see them. What were they doing here so late? Is something wrong? Yang Qing went to open the door. Well, there's something I'd like to discuss with you, Leng Qiao said. She had already talked to Leng Hui, and it would be better to tell her sister-in-law about her brother's situation first. They had a good relationship, and her sister-in-law might be more receptive to her brother. Come in, Yang Qing said. Let's talk outside. Leng Qiao hesitated. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. What was it that Leng Yi couldn't know? Yang Qing nodded, went back to tell Leng Yi, and followed Leng Qiao out. The two strolled around the residential area. Sister-in-law, my parents had a fight today, mainly because of my older brother. Why? Yang Qing was puzzled. She and Leng Yi hadn't bothered them, so what could they possibly be arguing about? Actually, my older brother is our biological brother, not our cousin. I only found out today. Leng Qiao looked at Yang Qing, who was shocked. What did you say? My parents were arguing earlier, and my brother and I eavesdropped. We found out that my older brother is my dad's first child, born to his first love. However, they broke up because her family disapproved. A year later, she gave birth to my older brother but committed suicide due to postpartum depression. Those parents resented my dad and didn't want to raise his child, so they gave him to him. My dad, a bachelor, couldn't possibly raise a newborn. Later, he heard that my uncle and aunt couldn't have children, so he gave my older brother to them to be their son. My dad said that my uncle and aunt treated my older brother very well back then, so he was at ease and didn't bother them anymore, thus keeping my brother's identity a secret. But then my aunt died, and my uncle remarried and became unkind to my brother. My dad called, but my uncle lied, saying his wife was good to the children, so my dad stopped interfering. Because he's too busy with work, he simply doesn't have time. My brother and I were raised by my mom alone. To be honest, my dad hasn't really cared much about us. Yang Qing frowned. Even so, shouldn't he fulfill some of his responsibilities as a father? Actually, he does. My dad sends money back to my uncle every month. My mom said he sent at least half his salary, but now it seems his stepmother has embezzled it all. It's probably not used for my brother. So what do you mean by telling me all this now, that we shouldn't hold your father's mistakes against us? Yang Qing's voice was cold. Sister-in-law, you misunderstood, Leng Qiao quickly said. Actually, my parents don't know that my brother and I already know about this. We overheard them arguing. My dad feels sorry for my brother, and my mom thinks he still can't forget his ex-girlfriend. My brother and I came to you purely because we like my brother and you. I think our parents' generation made mistakes, but that doesn't affect us. I want to acknowledge him as my brother, regardless of whether he forgives my parents or not. I decided he's my brother. My brother feels the same way. We both like your brother and sister-in-law very much. Of course, please don't misunderstand. It's purely sibling affection. My brother and I are only 2 years apart. We used to fight a lot when we were little. Neither of us would give in. Actually, we really wished we had an older brother like him. Yang Qing fell silent. This was truly unexpected. She hadn't realized Leng Yi was actually the boss's biological son. Why did your parents fight? Did your mother not welcome us? Yang Qing asked. No, not really. Actually, she felt quite guilty because my father had considered bringing my brother back home, but she didn't approve. After all, being a stepmother isn't easy. At the time, she thought my brother was doing quite well, and there was no need to bring him back, especially since my father gave him a considerable amount of money. This time, when she heard that my brother was being abused by his stepmother, and had suffered so much since childhood, She felt terrible. She loves my father very deeply. When she heard my father apologize to my brother, she felt like he was blaming her, so she broke down, feeling that all her sacrifices over the years had been one-sided. Lung Qiao sighed. To be honest, I always thought my parents' relationship great. My dad isn't good at expressing himself. I thought he was just reserved, but I didn't expect he had a first love. As for his feelings for my mom, I don't know. But they probably won't divorce because of this. First, they're both getting old, and second, my dad is really too busy. He doesn't have much time to dwell on this. They might argue, but they'd probably be fine again tomorrow. Besides, it's the apocalypse now, there's so much to do, he simply doesn't have time for these things. But I think no matter what my parents do, my brother, and I genuinely want to acknowledge our older brother again. Yang Qing nodded, able to tell that Lung Qiao was sincere. She was a lively, cheerful, and straightforward girl. Actually, she had a pretty good impression of her. It wouldn't be bad if Lingy had a sister like that. I understand. I talk to Lingy when I get back. But he's a rather cold person. If he doesn't show any reaction, don't misunderstand and think he hasn't forgiven you or anything. That's just the kind of person he is. I understand. Lung Qiao nodded. As long as you understand our hearts, sister-in-law, we be family from now on. Yang Qing smiled. Then I go back first. I talked to Lingy about this. Then I leave it to you, sister-in-law. Lung Qiao clasped her hands together in a pleading gesture. Back in the courtyard, Leng Hui was squatting in the corner. Seeing them return, he quickly stood up and called out, sister-in-law. Yang Qing nodded. You two go back first. I talked to Leng Yi. Leng Hui and Leng Qiao left, and Leng Qing hurriedly asked Leng Qiao, how did it go? What did sister-in-law say? Sister-in-law is quite easy to talk to. She probably helped persuade brother. But she said brother's personality is naturally rather cold, so if he doesn't show any reaction, we shouldn't take it to heart, Leng Qiao said. Leng Hui sighed. To be honest, if I were the eldest brother, I probably wouldn't forgive dad either. Me too. Leng Qiao pouted, truly surprised that there was such a thing between her parents and her eldest brother. Yang Qing returned to the courtyard, and Leng Yi looked at her. What did Leng Qiao want with you? Yang Qing smiled, walked over, and hugged Leng Yi's waist. I just heard a story about your background. What do you mean? Leng Yi frowned. Yang Qing then repeated what Leng Qiao had said. In other words, you are Ling Jieshen's son, not your father's biological son. Leng Yi was stunned for a moment, then suddenly smiled. No wonder. No wonder his father treated him so badly after marrying his stepmother. It turned out he wasn't his biological son at all. Thinking this way, he suddenly felt relieved about the injustices and resentments from years ago. Chapter 307. Husband. Yang Qing hugged Leng Yi's waist, feeling a pang of heartache for him. Leng Yi lowered his head, resting his chin on Yang Qing's shoulder, and whispered, I'm fine. After so many disappointments, there was no hope left. Even if Ling Jieshen acknowledged her, life would still go on, and she didn't need to rely on him for anything. It doesn't matter who my father is. As long as I'm with you, that's enough. Yang Qing responded, hugging Leng Yi tighter. Then let's not worry about that. Let's think about how to get our rare metals to exchange for the deep-sea rescue capsule. Leng Yi released Yang Qing and pulled her to sit down. No rush. We just arrived at the base. Finding such rare supplies would be too obvious, wouldn't it? Let's take it slow. Yang Qing nodded. Indeed, 2 years into the apocalypse, and the military base had been established for a year. Supplies in many places had been almost completely searched. It wasn't that easy to find them. They have to find an excuse to get those rare metals out later. Let me check the place again, Leng Yi suddenly said. They had just moved in today, and only done a quick cleaning and tidying up. They hadn't properly checked the courtyard for anything suspicious. For example, whether there were any listening devices or hidden surveillance cameras. After all, they shouldn't be the first people to move into the courtyard. Someone might have installed them before, or even the military might have them. While Leng Yi began his inspection, Yang Qing went back to her room to decorate. The room had only the most basic furnishings. The bed was neither new nor old, and the mattress wasn't clean. Yang Qing put these things into her spatial storage, took out her old bed and mattress, and put on clean sheets and blankets. 2 bedside tables were placed beside the bed, each with a lamp. Curtains hung in the window, and a small dressing table, a chair, and a single sofa were placed below. A rug and slippers were placed beside the bed. With this simple decoration, the room looked much better than before. Since only the 2 of them lived in the yard, the other rooms didn't need much storage. They could be used as storage rooms. A rug was also placed outside the door for Aki and Xiaoxue to sleep on. They were close by and could also act as lookouts. Leng Yi carefully checked the entire house, both floors, twice to make sure there were no listening or surveillance devices before he felt relieved. The two took turns showering and resting in the room. Shall we go see Shengnan and the others tomorrow? Yang Qing said to Leng Yi. Sure. Leng Yi nodded. We received 1,000 caddies of grain from each person as payment for saving Grandpa Lin, and we still have it in our storage space. However, Xia City experienced a volcano and a tsunami, so it's difficult to retrieve it now. Should we still give it to them? Yang Qing asked. Leng Yi pondered for a moment. In that situation, even if we had supplies, they would be almost impossible to find. We see how things go. If we really need it, we say the grain was hidden away, and we don't know if there's any loss. We go look for it, and see if we can get it back. Yang Qing nodded. Normally, the grain would definitely be gone if it were in Xia City. He was able to preserve it because of his storage space, but it wouldn't be easy to explain to them. Besides, they're all soldiers now, with food and lodging provided, so they basically don't need the grain anymore. Let's go see Li Shengnan and the others tomorrow, and take some with us. They need grain when they enter the base, Yang Qing said. Okay. Leng Yi nodded. You had a long day. Get some sleep. The next day, Yang Qing woke up to find Leng Yi gone. She got up and searched for a while, before finally finding him on the rooftop, looking around with binoculars. What are you looking at? Yang Qing asked. Looking at the surroundings, Leng Yi said, handing her the binoculars. I got up as soon as the reveille sounded this morning and took Aki and Xiaoxue for a run around the neighborhood, Leng Yi explained. Looking through the binoculars, Yang Qing realized the residential areas were clearly divided. Her area had both apartment buildings and individual courtyards, all inhabited by ordinary residents, mostly freelancers. Another area was for soldiers, also divided into apartment buildings and courtyards. The apartment buildings were probably for soldiers, and the courtyards for officers. Leng Jieshen's courtyard was in that military residential area. She hadn't noticed it yesterday, now she realized it was in a different area. The troops in the military area were clearly distinguished by their uniforms, being either Navy or Army. Each unit was divided into sections for training, stretching far into the distance, numbering at least tens of thousands, a truly impressive sight. In the residential area, many people were also exercising, some even resembling soldiers. It seemed everyone had become more disciplined within the military base. I didn't expect so many people, Yang Qing remarked. Leng Yi nodded. Conservatively speaking, there should be over 100,000. I don't see any military facilities, ships, artillery, or anything like that, Yang Qing asked. They should be far away, out of our binoculars. Those are usually located on the coastline, in heavily guarded military areas. Ordinary people can't see them or enter them, otherwise they'd be easily sabotaged, Leng Yi replied. Yang Qing nodded. Yes, Leng Yi used to be in the Navy, so he must be very experienced in this area. The base is still quite safe, Leng Yi said. However, look over there. Leng Yi pointed to the residential buildings ahead. There are many vehicles belonging to freelancers who go out to scavenge for supplies. You can tell what they've been through just by looking at them. They probably often fight over things outside, so be careful. Yang Qing nodded. Anyone who can get into a military base is usually quite skilled. They are indeed more difficult to deal with than the freelancers at official bases. The two went downstairs. I forgot to ask Lu Lin yesterday if they were in the Navy or the Army. They arrived after get-off work, all in civilian clothes, so it wasn't obvious. Let's get together again when Li Shengnan and the others arrive, and we can ask then, Leng Yi said. The two ate breakfast and loaded 150 jin of food onto the pickup truck. 100 jin was for Li Shengnan and Gao Yang to use in the military base. In case Li Shengnan's injuries hadn't healed and she needed to recuperate outside, the other 50 jin would be their rations. She dared not bring any more. Finding the address Lu Lin had given her, she entered a residential area. It looked quite dilapidated, likely due to previous flooding, but still much better than the slums of Xia City she had previously inhabited. Yang Qing knocked on the door. Li Shengnan's wary voice came from inside. Who is it? Yang Qing smiled. Shengnan, it's me, Yang Qing. A gasp came from inside, and the door immediately opened, revealing Li Shengnan. Yang Qing. Li Shengnan hugged Yang Qing tightly, overjoyed. Gao Yang, seeing Leng Yi behind Yang Qing, nodded to him. You're here too? Leng Yi, it's so good you're alright. Li Shengnan exclaimed with delight. Back at the rescue camp, Yang Qing went to look for you, but didn't return for a long time. We were all very worried about you. Lung Yi smiled. I was seriously injured. Luckily, she found me, otherwise I might already be. Don't talk nonsense. Yang Qing turned and glared at him. Come inside and talk, Gao Yang quickly said. Chapter 308. Come help us first, Yang Qing called to Gao Yang. We brought some food. Gao Yang walked over, and was surprised to see the food on the pickup truck. Why did you bring so much? I was worried that you wouldn't be able to go out and find supplies while taking care of Shengnan, and that you wouldn't even be able to afford the food to enter the military base. So I brought it for you, Yang Qing said with a smile. You already gone in? Have you seen Lu Lin and the others? Gao Yang asked. Yes, Lung Yi and I just went in yesterday and have already seen the 5 of them, Yang Qing said. Li Shengnan was embarrassed. This is too much, we can't accept it. Actually, this was originally yours, Yang Qing smiled. Remember when we asked for help to save Grandpa Lin? The condition was that each person would receive 1,000 caddies of food. They gave it to me that very night, but the food is all stored in Xia City. We don't know if we can still find it, so for now, we can only give you this much. That's not your fault. Nobody expected this. Without you giving us that mission, we wouldn't have gotten it, and we might even have died in Xia City, Li Shengnan said. Yes, we should thank you, really, Gao Yang nodded. We still have some ourselves, you can take these first, Yang Qing smiled. The 3 of them each carried a bag of grain into Li Shengnan's house. Gao Yang quickly poured some water. The 4 of them recounted their experiences after the sandstorm, learning that Leng Yi was so badly injured, and it was Yang Qing who brought Aki to find him. Luckily, you gave me the approximate address, otherwise I really wouldn't know where to find him, Yang Qing said, still very grateful to Gao Yang. I only glanced at him then, I wasn't sure at all, thankfully it was him, Gao Yang laughed, but we were too busy taking care of ourselves to go find him. Yang Qing nodded in understanding, and looked at Li Shengnan. How are you? I heard you broke 2 ribs, are you all better? Almost, Li Shengnan nodded. I was just telling Gao Yang that we need to practice hard these days, otherwise we might not even be able to get into the base. You 2 will definitely be fine, Leng Yi said. Li Shengnan and Gao Yang were already quite skilled. Even Wang Min could get in, so they were even more capable. Then I take your good wishes, Li Shengnan smiled. Shall we have lunch at home? Li Shengnan asked Yang Qing. Sure. Yang Qing nodded, not standing on ceremony. I also brought some ingredients. She gestured for Leng Yi to bring everything from the car, bringing them some cured meat, dried vegetables, potatoes, and other things that keep well. It's not customary for guests to bring their own food, Li Shengnan said, feeling embarrassed. Why are you being so polite with me? Yang Qing took Li Shengnan's hand. Let Leng Yi and the others cook these, we can chat. Okay. Li Shengnan smiled. Yang Qing told Li Shengnan about Lu Lin and the others at the base. It seemed Lu Lin and Pei Chuan were dating. I noticed, Li Shengnan smiled. We thought she ended up with Li Liang, but then this unexpected guy showed up. Yang Qing sighed, you can't really say first come, first served when it comes to relationships, it's all about fate. But Li Liang is definitely too timid. If he were a little bolder, Lu Lin might be with him. You could argue with that, Li Shengnan laughed. You could say they weren't meant to be. Pei Chuan seems pretty good too, but he's so quiet and reserved, it's hard to understand him. Indeed, that guy is a bit gloomy, but as long as he's good to Lu Lin and doesn't bother others, it's not a bad thing, Yang Qing nodded. The 2 men cooked, and the aroma of cured meat wafted out, attracting several people to open their windows and look over. The 4 ate and chatted. What about you? You joined the army too, right? Gao Yang asked. Yang Qing shook his head. No, we're used to freedom. We don't want to join the army, we stay as freelancers. Ah, you haven't joined? Gao Yang was surprised. Leng Yi used to be a soldier, why didn't he want to go back? Leng Yi smiled. We're used to being out there, occasionally going out to find supplies. There's not so much freedom in the army. But I do suggest you join. The army has good benefits, including food and lodging, and you'd be protected in case of any disasters. Li Shengnan nodded, knowing they had their own ideas, so she didn't try to persuade them further. Besides, they were much more capable than her. Finding supplies wouldn't be difficult for them at all. They were much more comfortable on the outside. After dinner, Yang Qing and the others sat for a while longer. Before leaving, they agreed to meet again when Li Shengnan and the others entered the base. Back at the base, they saw Leng Qiao squatting at the courtyard gate. Seeing them return, she quickly stood up. Big brother, sister-in-law. What's wrong? Leng Yi frowned slightly. Dad wants to see you. Leng Qiao looked at Leng Yi, and for some reason, he seemed colder than when they first met. She was even a little afraid of him. What does he want to see us about? Yang Qing asked. Does he know we already know he's Leng Yi's biological father? Yes. Leng Qiao lowered her head. But it seems it's not about that. He's waiting for you in his office. Leng Yi hesitated for a moment, then said, Let's go. Lead the way. Leng Qiao led the two to Leng Jieshen's office, spoke to his guard, and the guard announced their arrival before letting them in. Leng Jieshen was busy, with a young man beside him reporting something. The young man immediately fell silent upon seeing them enter. Yang Qing glanced at the young man, feeling he looked vaguely familiar, but couldn't quite place him. You can go back now, I understand, Leng Jieshen said to the young man. The young man saluted him and turned, pausing noticeably when he saw Yang Qing, before walking away. Yang Qing and Leng Yi looked at Leng Jieshen, suddenly unsure how to address him. Commander. Leng Jieshen paused, then looked up. You're here. Have a seat. The two sat down in the chairs opposite Leng Jieshen. Leng Jieshen picked up Leng Yi's file beside him. I've seen your file. You did quite well in the army. Leng Yi remained non-committal. Our base desperately needs someone like you right now. If you still want to persuade us to join the army, we won't change our minds, Leng Yi said coldly. Let me finish. Leng Jieshen looked at him seriously. We received information that another disaster is coming soon, an unprecedented catastrophe, larger and more severe than the volcanic eruption and tsunami in Xia City. Yang Qing was shocked. What is that? Plate collision, Leng Jieshen said. The volcanic eruption and tsunami may occur simultaneously, and with the impact, plateaus may fracturate and collapse, plains may rise to form mountains, and oceans may disappear. All indications suggest that humanity is in an extremely critical moment. Chapter 309. Our base has over 100,000 people. When it comes time to evacuate, we can't take care of the freelancers, Leng Jieshen said. Yang Qing and Leng Yi remained silent. They had considered this, which was why they wanted to exchange for deep-sea escape pods. Besides, they also had helicopters and amphibious aircraft. They had ways to save their lives. Seeing their silence, Leng Jieshen continued, I also give you a heads up. Our military base, besides providing shelter, is also a place of salvation for the continuation of human civilization. Currently, all of our country's best preserved books, paintings, antiques, research materials, including plant seeds, animal embryos, large machinery, medical equipment, aerospace materials, etc., are stored at our base. As long as these are preserved intact, human civilization can continue. Our responsibility is to safeguard these important resources. We must shoulder this heavy responsibility. Yang Qing and Leng Yi exchanged a glance. This was something they hadn't expected. So the base also bore such a significant mission. How will these be preserved in a plate collision? Yang Qing asked. We have sea, air, and land transport. But due to limited resources, sea transport is the primary method. We use specialized containers made of special materials that can withstand high temperatures and pressures, and can even withstand impacts of N-newtons, ensuring they won't be shattered in a plate collision. But these all require our soldiers to transport them in submarines. How? Leng Yi asked. They're attached to the stern of the submarine, so even in the deep sea during a plate collision, we can still navigate underwater. What if the containers detach from the submarine? Leng Yi asked again. It's all right. The containers have signal transmitters, and the submarine has specialized signal receivers. Even if the containers accidentally fall to the seabed, as long as the signal transmitters aren't destroyed, we have a way to find them. Yang Qing nodded. It was indeed very advanced, much safer and more reliable than the cruise ship left by Dr. Zhang. Therefore, we now need a large number of soldiers. To protect these seeds of human civilization, we all must contribute our share. Yang Qing and Leng Yi remained silent. Although this was a noble cause, his words made it seem as if not joining the military was irresponsible towards humanity. There was a hint of moral blackmail. Could the continuation of human civilization not continue without the two of them? I saw deep-sea rescue capsules for sale at the trading center. Do they have signal receivers on them? Yang Qing suddenly asked. Leng Jieshen pondered for a moment, looking at Yang Qing, seemingly guessing her meaning. Yes, they do, but the deep-sea rescue capsules don't have enough pulling power to transport the containers. They can only protect themselves. Yang Qing understood. She had her spatial storage. As long as she could find those containers, she would naturally have a way to store them. Commander, we need to think about it some more, Yang Qing said, glancing at Leng Yi. Leng Yi naturally understood her meaning. It was a polite refusal. Leng Yi nodded. Lung Jiashen said somewhat helplessly. All right, you two go back and think it over carefully. I still hope you can come. The two stood up. If there's nothing else, we be going now. As they turned to leave, Lung Jiashen suddenly spoke. Xiao Yi, I'm your father. Lung Yi paused, without turning around. I know. I'm sorry. Lung Jiashen's voice was tinged with melancholy. Yang Qing looked at Lung Yi, whose face remained expressionless. It's all in the past. I'm doing well now. A soft sigh came from behind Lung Jiashen. The two walked out of the office, and as they went downstairs, the person they had seen earlier was still standing there. Seeing them come down, he quickly walked up to Yang Qing. You. The man glanced at Lung Yi, hesitating to speak. Yang Qing frowned. What do you want? It's you, isn't it? You're the one who saved us back then. I'm from the Fengwu Mountain Research Institute. Yang Qing suddenly remembered. This person was Dr. Zhang's student, one of the people she had rescued from the institute. What research institute? Yang Qing feigned ignorance. You mistaken me for someone else. She was wearing a mask at the time. How could he recognize her? But you look so much like her. The man stared at Yang Qing, looking her over. Although she was wearing a mask, her demeanor was too similar, and her height and build were almost identical. But if it was her, why wouldn't she admit it? Yang Qing simply didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Dr. Zhang's research institute held too many secrets, some of which even her students might not know. If the secrets were ever exposed, and someone found out she was the last one to leave the institute, it would be extremely troublesome. What do you want to do? Lung Yi blocked the man's path, deliberately misinterpreting his meaning. This is downstairs from the leader's office. What do you intend to do to my wife? No, you misunderstand. That's not what I meant. The man panicked. He just wanted to confirm if Yang Qing was indeed his benefactor, to thank her for saving his life. He also wanted to ask about her advisor and classmates. The entire research institute was bombed. Did they escape or did they all sink underground? He wanted to ask the woman. I'm sorry, you mistaken me for someone else. Maybe I look a bit like the person you're talking about? But I really don't know anything about any research institute, Yang Qing said. The man looked at Yang Qing, and seeing her composed expression, he immediately slumped down. Sorry, maybe I really was mistaken. The two returned to the courtyard, and Lung Yi asked Yang Qing, was that person from that research institute? He had heard Yang Qing mention the research institute before. Yes, he was one of the researchers, Dr. Zhang's student. When I went in, I saw him serving food and drink to the bandits there, being trampled underfoot. I killed those men, and let them escape. I was wearing a hat and a mask at the time, but I didn't expect him to recognize me. Later, the Institute's self-destruct program activated, and he went back to look for people. Luckily, I had locked all the iron gates, so he couldn't get in, otherwise he might have died inside too. Lung Yi nodded. It's best not to let anyone know about that institute. I know, Yang Qing nodded. I just didn't expect him to go into the military base. Do you think he predicted this tectonic plate collision? Or perhaps Dr. Zhang and his team predicted it, and he just reported it to his superiors? Possibly. I just don't know exactly when, whether it will be months or years, Lung Yi said. But it shouldn't be in the near future, otherwise the base wouldn't be so relaxed. When things are tense, you can feel the air itself. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. Perhaps only someone like him, who had served in the military, could sense that tension. In any case, we need to be prepared. Okay. Yang Qing nodded. Chapter 310. Not long after the two left, Lung Qiao approached again. Brother, sister-in-law, what did Dad want to see you about? Nothing much, just that he wants us to reconsider enlisting. We haven't decided yet, Yang Qing said. Lung Qiao nodded. I feel like something's going to happen at the base. Even I'm being transferred away from the military dog base. Really? Yang Qing asked curiously. Where are you being transferred to? To the Navy, and I have to learn how to operate a submarine, Lung Qiao said. The two fell silent. It seemed they were really short-handed. The number of those containers carrying the civilization's legacy must be enormous. A single submarine can't carry many, so they need a large number of submarines, and therefore a large number of people to operate them. Lung Qiao was already a soldier, so training him would be easier. Brother, you and Dad. Do you not want to acknowledge him? Lung Qiao looked at Lung Yi. Lung Yi didn't speak, but after thinking for a moment, he said, I haven't disowned him, and he hasn't said he wanted to acknowledge me. Everyone's busy, those ceremonies don't matter. It's enough that we know in our hearts. Actually, he didn't hate Lung Jiashen at all. He was originally his second uncle, someone he respected greatly. Now, he was the head of a military base, shouldering the heavy responsibility of protecting the continuation of human civilization. He was already working very hard, and Leng Yi didn't want to bother him with his own affairs. Of course, he probably didn't have time to bother him either. So, things were fine as they were. Everyone was busy with their own lives, and everyone accepted their fate. Hearing Leng Yi say this, Leng Qiao's eyes lit up. So, Big Brother doesn't hate Dad? No, Leng Yi shook his head. But I won't deliberately try to acknowledge him either. Things are fine as they are now. Then may my brother, and I come find you and sister-in-law? Leng Qiao asked. Sure, Leng Yi nodded, but we might not be at the base often. We be out looking for supplies, so it's best if you come at night, or wait until we return, otherwise you might come to nothing. Okay, Leng Qiao nodded happily, as long as her brother didn't object. The two returned to the small courtyard, got into the pickup truck, and pretended to go out to find supplies. Should we go to the barter market? Yang Qing said to Leng Yi. What do you want to exchange? Leng Yi was curious. They lacked almost nothing. Hearing what your father, the commander, said today, I suddenly realized that I have very few books, paintings, and antiques in my space. Aside from what I found at some shops while sweeping buildings, I haven't collected any more. Actually, back in Xia City, many people tried to trade famous paintings and calligraphy for other things, but I thought they were useless and didn't accept them. Now, thinking about it, exchanging a few kilograms of grain for those valuable paintings and calligraphy is such a good deal. After the apocalypse, if we have the opportunity, we can donate these to the country. Even if we don't donate, they'd be very valuable when we sell them. I think we should collect more, Yang Qing said. Leng Yi nodded. Okay, but we know nothing about those things. What if we receive fakes? I have a way, Yang Qing smiled. As my space has upgraded, I discovered that it has a certain sensitivity to items with spiritual energy. Do you remember when my space could first support living things? I tried to kill the creatures inside with my mind? I failed at first, but with practice, I gradually learned to kill them remotely. Later, I even learned that I could kill the living things inside directly with my mind. This mind seemed to be manipulating the spiritual energy in the space. I thought I'd try using this spiritual energy in my hand to see if I could sense the objects outside. Those antique paintings and calligraphy, if they're genuine, also possess a certain spiritual energy. Perhaps we could sense them with spiritual energy. Does such a thing as spiritual energy really exist in the world? Leng Yi asked. I think spiritual energy is just a more traditional Chinese concept. If we really want to explain it scientifically, it's actually just a kind of energy, Yang Qing said. Leng Yi nodded. Indeed, let's try it later. The two arrived at the barter market, which was quite lively, with all sorts of things available. Several months had passed since the eternal night, and the weather was gradually warming up. It was now in the 20s, the most comfortable temperature. Therefore, there were many people setting up stalls. The two found a place to park the car, and Yang Qing slung a large bag over his shoulder to conceal what he might need to take from his spatial dimension. The two specifically sought out stalls selling antiques and calligraphy, as well as books, especially professional ones. Novels were also acceptable, as they would provide their future intellectual nourishment. Surprisingly, quite a few people were selling them. However, books weren't worth much. A pound of grain could be exchanged for a dozen books. Relatively speaking, most of the antiques and calligraphy were genuine. In this era of frequent disasters and relocations, fakes would have been thrown away long ago, unless the seller hadn't known they were fake when they acquired them. Yang Qing saw a painting by Tang Bohe and asked the stall owner if it was worth 5 pounds of grain. My old man spent millions at auction to buy this, the stall owner said reluctantly. Now it's only worth a few pounds of grain. I wouldn't sell it if we weren't so desperate for food. Yang Qing placed her hand on the calligraphy and painting, pretending to appreciate it, and used her spatial spiritual energy to sense it. Sure enough, she could feel a faint flow of energy within the artwork. Auntie, could you make it a little cheaper? It's a bit too expensive. Yang Qing deliberately feigned difficulty. After all, at this time, a painting was really less valuable than 5 caddies of grain. If she agreed too readily, people would think she was foolish and had too much money. For caddies, that's the lowest I can go. The old woman gritted her teeth. 3 caddies. Yang Qing bargained. No. The old woman shook her head. 2 caddies short was too much. 2 caddies of grain could feed their family for 4 days. 3.5 caddies. Yang Qing raised the price. Any more and I won't take it. The old woman hesitated for a long time. Fine, take it, but make sure you give me the correct weight of grain. Don't worry, I guarantee I won't shortchange you a single cent. Yang Qing smiled. I have other things here. Do you want them? The old woman suddenly lowered her voice. Let me see. Yang Qing nodded. The woman took another painting from her bag and showed it to Yang Qing. Yang Qing tried to sense it with her hand but felt nothing. She didn't expose her, saying, I don't like this one, I don't want it. The woman sighed and put the painting away. Yang Qing put 3.5 jean of rice in a black bag for the woman, then put the Tang Boha painting and calligraphy into her bag. She repeated the process, collecting several more paintings and calligraphy by famous people, even a Song Dynasty plum vase, all for just a few jean of grain. The stall owner was both pained and helpless. In the apocalypse, these inanimate objects were useless. It was better to exchange them for food. Yang Qing had no shortage of food. Her spatial storage already held nearly 1,000,000 jean. The two spent the day wandering around and returned to the base in the evening. To lay the groundwork for later acquiring rare metals, Yang Qing took out a box of cigarettes from her spatial storage, pretending it was supplies they had found, to demonstrate their capabilities. In any case, cigarettes were the most useless thing in her eyes. Neither she nor Leng Yi smoked, but they were very valuable in the apocalypse, so she might as well exchange them for points. Chapter 311. A box of cigarettes was deliberately flattened and sprinkled with sand, making it look like it had been found in some corner. It actually sold for over 500 points at the trading center, so it seems quite valuable. Of course, it's far from enough to exchange for a deep-sea escape pod that would require millions of points. In fact, the base exchanges these with private individuals because they want rare metals, as crucial components for all types of transportation, land, sea, and air, require rare metals. The more they acquire, the more submarines they can build, and the greater their power to protect the seat of civilization. After exchanging the points, Yang Qing quietly asked a staff member, Do you need any of your water-damaged medical equipment? You have them? The staff member asked, surprised. Yes, I'm from Xia City. I collected some before when I was there, but they've been soaked in water, and I was worried they'd be useless, so I didn't bring them. I don't know if the base can repair them. If they can, they might still be usable. I go to Xia City and see if I can find any more and exchange them for some points. The staff member nodded. Our base has dedicated mechanical repair engineers who have repaired quite a few water-damaged machines before. However, whether you can exchange them for points depends on the engineer's assessment. If they think they're worth repairing, then you can exchange them for points, and if they're usable, the points won't be low. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. Then I can try to look for them. The staff member said, I heard Xia City was hit by another tsunami. Can you still find them? Let's see. If we really can't find them, there's nothing we can do. Yang Qing smiled. The two left the trading center, and Leng Yi asked Yang Qing, Do you want to take out those water-damaged medical devices? At the time, he and Yang Qing had swept through all the major hospitals in Xia City, initially only taking the good medical equipment. Later, thinking that those that had been soaked in water might be reparable, they dived down and retrieved quite a few more, storing them all in their spatial storage. Yang Qing nodded. Keeping them in the spatial storage means they can't be used, and we don't know how to repair them. It's better to take them out. The military's repair personnel might be able to fix them, so it won't be a waste. The military definitely has excellent repair engineers. Even if they don't, they recruit them specially. They desperately need such talent right now, Leng Yi said. The two went back to the courtyard to rest. The next day, they went out again to continue exchanging antiques, paintings, and books. They rested in their spatial storage that night, returning to the base 3 days later, pretending to have come from Xia City. Driving a truck covered in mud with a tarpaulin, they arrived at the trading center. Yang Qing found the staff member he had consulted before. Since he had already explained it once, there was no need to explain again. Do you remember me? I said I was going to Xia City to find medical equipment, and I actually found it. Could you have someone take a look? You really found it? The staff member was surprised. Xia City had experienced a volcanic eruption and a tsunami. You could imagine what it was like. They couldn't believe they could still find it. Sure, I call the engineer right away and have him come over. The engineer arrived shortly after. Yang Qing had Leng Yi lift the tarpaulin from the truck, revealing a truckload of medical equipment, all in perfect condition. The engineer was astonished. He had assumed that equipment from Xia City would be muddy and rusty, but this was so well preserved, it didn't even look old. Are these really from Xia City? Yes, we pulled them out of the water earlier, Leng Yi explained. Back then, the apocalypse had just begun, and the hospital was flooded. We retrieved them from underwater. It was a torrential downpour then, but the seawater didn't overflow, so it was just rainwater and wasn't corroded by the seawater. If it were now, after the tsunami, Sia City would be a different story. Seawater had submerged the entire city, and everything was destroyed. Where did you hide them? The engineer asked curiously, wondering how they hadn't been submerged. We hid them on the mountain, Lungi casually offered an excuse, since there was no way to get proof anyway. They should still be useful. The engineer quickly called for people to unload all the medical equipment. Many people came to watch the spectacle. This was the first time anyone had found so much medical equipment. These two were no ordinary people. The engineer first conducted a basic electrical test, and predictably, most of it was unusable. This meant they had to disassemble the machines to see where the problem was, and check if there were any replacement parts at the base to repair them, and make them usable. It shouldn't be that quick. It'd take at least a week to get results, the engineer said. That's okay, we can wait, Yongqing said. The engineer then registered all the equipment, and had it moved into the warehouse to be tested machine by machine. Seeing no results, everyone dispersed. They had thought that bringing such a large truckload of stuff would guarantee a high score, but now it seemed useless. It could probably only be sold as scrap. However, someone still approached Lungi and asked, "Hey buddy, where did you get all this stuff?" Sia City, Lungi didn't hide anything. Anything else? The man asked with interest. Bring us along, buddy, we make a fortune together. No more. Lungi shook his head, thinking, this is my stuff, why should I help you get rich? This is what we hid before, just this one truckload. You have to dig it up from underground if you want it. The man's face changed, he was being played. Sia City had been hit by a volcanic eruption and a tsunami, buildings had collapsed. How could they dig? They have to turn the whole city upside down. Lungi sneered. These people just wanted something for nothing. There was no such thing as a free lunch. The outcome wasn't so quick. The two drove the truck home first. The next day, they went out to exchange goods in the pickup truck again. Shortly after leaving the base, Lungi noticed someone following them. Someone's following us. Huh? Yongqing looked back and saw a small truck following them at a leisurely pace. Is it really following us? Yes, they caught up shortly after leaving the base. Lungi nodded. Could it be that they wanted a piece of the pie after hauling so much cargo back yesterday? Yongqing asked. Probably, Lungi sneered, but they were going to be disappointed. They drove to the barter market, where the two of them continued to exchange books and paintings for goods, then wandered around the city aimlessly. For 3 days in a row, the people following them also followed. They got nothing. Seeing that they hadn't gained anything, and had wasted several days' worth of gasoline, they cursed and stopped following. Yongqing and Lungi didn't go out again. They entered their spatial dimension. There were too many rabbits, pigs, cows, and sheep in the space. A batch needed to be slaughtered. These livestock would stop growing once they reached a certain size, and they wouldn't die, they were just wasting food. It was better to kill them. They wouldn't spoil in the space anyway. They kept only a dozen or so rabbits, killing over 100. Mainly because rabbits reproduced too quickly, and each litter was large. They were practically overpopulated. Some of the killed rabbits are kept, while the rest are processed into semi-finished products such as smoked rabbit, so that they can be easily cooked whenever desired. Chapter 312. They slaughtered over a dozen pigs and sheep, bled them, boiled the blood, and kept most of it in their spatial storage. They took a few bowls outside to eat. They only slaughtered 2 cows. This is mainly because cows, like humans, have a 10-month gestation period, and generally only give birth to 1 calf per litter. Even with the time flow enhancement in the spatial storage, their reproduction rate is still relatively slow, resulting in far fewer offspring than others. The slaughtered pigs, cows, and sheep yielded a huge amount of internal organs, which took the two of them several days to process. Most of it remained in their spatial storage. They only took a few pounds out to cook and eat. There was simply too much to eat. Besides, it wasn't convenient to exchange this for points, so it had to stay in their spatial storage. Finally, a week passed, and someone from the trading center came to inform Yongqing that the evaluation results for her medical devices were available, and they should come over. When the two arrived at the trading center, the same staff member greeted them warmly. Miss Yang, Mr. Lung, your points have been processed. Please bring your point cards to collect them. How many? Yongqing asked. 108,000 points. The staff member smiled. So many? Yongqing was surprised. He thought there wouldn't be many. Over 100,000 points? Well, our engineers took the machines to be repaired, and almost all of them are fixed and usable. We deducted the points needed for the repaired parts, calculating the total as if the equipment were in good working order. That's why the points are so high, the staff member explained. These machines are extremely rare in the apocalypse. You could find only a handful in the entire city. The engineers were overjoyed that they were all usable after the repairs. Yang Qing was surprised. They calculated it this way. He thought it would be calculated based on depreciated equipment, or even that some parts might only be worth scrap. They only deducted the cost of the parts. The military base was indeed quite humane. Those around them were incredibly envious of the sheer number of points they received. Most of them might only earn a few dozen points after working hard for half a month, while these two had 100,000. It was incomparable. However, their items were indeed rare, and most were needed by the base. It would be strange if their points weren't high. Yang Qing thought to herself. Thankfully she hadn't taken out her new equipment, otherwise she could have accumulated 1,000,000 points just from those. But she was reluctant to take out the new equipment. Who knew when the next disaster would strike? If the base couldn't evacuate in time, many things would be buried deep underwater. It was safer to keep them in her own space. With the points, Yang Qing asked Leng Yi if there was anything she wanted to exchange. After all, many things at the base weren't available outside. Leng Yi looked up at the scrolling advertisement for resources that could be exchanged for points, and suddenly said, "Let's exchange for some oxygen and parachutes." Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. These were indeed worth exchanging for. The oxygen in her own space was already scarce, and after so many uses, it was almost gone. It would be useful if they needed to go to sea again. On the other hand, if they switch to a deep-sea escape pod later, the oxygen inside is limited. If they have to stay in the pod indefinitely due to unforeseen circumstances, the oxygen will eventually run out, so having extra is advisable. And since their own space doesn't have a parachute, Leng Yi is probably worried about having a backup in case they encounter an accident in the air someday. Okay, let's switch. Yang Qing readily agreed. Anyway, they had so many points, they wouldn't use them all up anytime soon, and switching to a deep-sea escape pod wouldn't be enough for the time being. They switched to something useful first. But I don't know how to parachute, Yang Qing whispered to Leng Yi. It's alright, I can teach you. At worst, I take you with me. Leng Yi's lips curled into a slight smile. The two exchanged 10 oxygen cylinders and 10 parachute packs. Although the staff didn't understand why they wanted these things, they still gave them to them. After all, they had points. Why bother asking others for them? The two dragged the items back to the courtyard. Just as they put the items into their spatial storage, the doorbell rang. Leng Yi looked out the window and saw Leng Qiao, so he went out. Big brother. Leng Qiao waved to Leng Yi. Leng Yi nodded. You're here? Leng Qiao followed Leng Yi into the house. I heard that big brother and sister-in-law handed over a batch of medical equipment. That's amazing. It's all old, waterlogged. Leng Yi said dismissively. That's still amazing. I heard that the equipment can be repaired and used, and many of them our base hospital doesn't even have. Leng Qiao smiled. Yang Qing chuckled. That's just because we were lucky. No, I heard everything. You guys went underwater to retrieve it, and then hid it. It shows big brother and sister-in-law have good taste. Otherwise, why wouldn't others have known to try? Leng Qiao looked at Leng Yi with admiration. Yang Qing's lips twitched. This girl had a very strong preference for her older brother. By the way, Dad said he wants you to come home for dinner tonight, Leng Qiao suddenly said. Yang Qing looked at Leng Yi, thinking he wouldn't agree, but to her surprise, he nodded. Okay. Really? Leng Qiao was pleasantly surprised. She had also thought she wouldn't be able to complete her task today. Then I go back right away and tell Mom to prepare plenty of good food. She then ran off like a shot. Yang Qing smiled. This little girl is quite cute. Leng Yi's lips curled slightly upward, and he hummed in agreement. I thought you wouldn't go, but I didn't expect. Yang Qing looked at Leng Yi. Leng Yi smiled. I said I wasn't opposed to acknowledging him, but since he didn't take the initiative to acknowledge me, I won't either. Actually, our personalities are quite similar, which is good. We understand each other implicitly. We just know what's going on in our hearts. That's good. I hope you're happy. Yang Qing took Leng Yi's hand. Actually, they're all good people. Leng Qiao and Lang Hui are both decent individuals. As for your father and Cheng Shuhua, perhaps they were the best choices back then. Although they might have made mistakes, their hearts weren't bad, so it's understandable. Leng Yi nodded. So I don't hate them. It's just that fate plays tricks on us. That evening, when Yang Qing and Leng Yi arrived at the Leng family home, Leng Jiashen and Cheng Shuhua were very happy. Cheng Shuhua prepared a large table of dishes. Leng Jiashen even personally served food to Leng Yi, nearly causing Leng Qiao and Leng Hui's jaws to drop. They had never received such treatment in their lives. Leng Yi silently picked up his food and ate, while Leng Jieshan remained silent. Cheng Shuhua sighed inwardly. These father and son were truly alike. Even without growing up together, they shared the same temperament. Luckily, the boy had a broad perspective, otherwise he would definitely blame her. After that day, Cheng Shuhua regretted questioning Leng Jieshan about whether he had ever loved her. At their age, what was the point of love? In this apocalyptic world, being able to be together as a family, to have a proper meal together, might seem like a luxury to others. What was she thinking about love? It was ridiculous. They had weathered decades of storms together. Didn't she know what kind of person Leng Jieshan was? Why dwell on past grievances? Living each day to the fullest was the most important thing. Chapter 313. I heard you earned 100,000 points today? Leng Jieshan suddenly asked. Yes. Leng Yi nodded calmly. Big brother is amazing. Leng Qiao smiled broadly, and Leng Hui nodded as well. He had also been surprised when he heard the news. This was the first time anyone in the base had earned such a high number of points in one go. And it was his own older brother. He felt truly proud. Actually, it's all thanks to Yang Qing, Leng Yi said. Back then, she suggested we go into the water to retrieve those equipment, saying it might be reparable and usable, so we went together to look for it. The diving suits and oxygen tanks we used were also obtained through her connections. Of course, he couldn't say that Yang Qing had bought these before the apocalypse. It would be too obvious. Leng Jieshan looked at Yang Qing, surprised that his eldest daughter-in-law was so capable. Actually, I wanted to go to the hospital to see if there was any medicine left. Post-apocalyptic medicine is the most valuable commodity. But when I got there, all the medicine had been snatched up, except for some things underwater. I thought those were valuable equipment before, and it was such a waste, so Leng Yi and I went down to retrieve them, Yang Qing said. Sister-in-law, you can dive? Leng Qiao asked in surprise. Yes, I learned before, Yang Qing smiled. Later, I learned a lot from Leng Yi. He actually taught me shooting and boxing. Leng Jieshan nodded. He had seen their assessment records. Their scores were both excellent. The eldest son was originally a soldier, which is understandable, but his wife was just an ordinary employee. In just 2 years since the apocalypse, her skills are truly remarkable. Even Leng Qiao might not be able to match her. Seeing how good their relationship is, I'm really happy for them. Although she still hoped they would join the army, she wouldn't force them if they really didn't want to. It seemed they could manage well on their own. She just didn't know if they would be able to protect themselves in the event of a major disaster. My older brother is amazing. I can't compare to him, Leng Hui said. He had read Leng Yi's military records. During those years, he had undertaken many dangerous missions, saved many people, and even won a championship in the military regions competition. He was truly a king among soldiers. If it weren't for that rich kid ruining things, his achievements would definitely surpass his own. He admired him greatly, and felt very proud. You should learn from your older brother, Cheng Shuhua added. Thinking about how hard this child had suffered before yet remained so outstanding, she felt both happy and guilty. She had been too selfish before, only thinking about the difficulties of being a stepmother, never considering that he might also suffer in someone else's home. Fortunately, this child was generous and didn't hold a grudge, otherwise, they would certainly harbor resentment, if not die. I'm truly grateful to him for allowing us to enjoy a happy family meal together like this. However, you've gotten into the limelight this time. Many people are watching you. Be careful next time you go out, Leng Jieshan cautioned. Leng Yi nodded. Understood. After dinner, the two returned home. Yang Qing noticed that Leng Yi's expression had relaxed considerably, and couldn't help but ask, Were you happy today? Leng Yi smiled and hummed in agreement. Going to his father's place, he hadn't forced him to acknowledge him, nor had he pressured him to join the army. He had even been told to be careful in the future. This made him feel very comfortable. He felt respected and cared for, something he had never experienced in his previous family. Yang Qing hugged Leng Yi, feeling a pang of heartache for him. It was because he had never received such things before that he was so easily satisfied now. He was truly an easily satisfied person. She had to cherish him. We still have some old medical equipment in our space. Do you think we should hand it over again? Yang Qing asked Leng Yi. Leng Yi shook his head. Let's forget it. Finding this one truckload is already a miracle. It's not that easy. Wouldn't that be blatantly telling everyone we're hiding a lot more? Since it can be repaired, we can take it out after the apocalypse ends or when the country needs it. For now, let's keep it in our space. Then next time, we take out some steel. We give it to the base anyway, they definitely find it useful. Then the time after that, we exchange rare metals for a deep-sea rescue capsule. Lung Yi smiled and nodded. Okay, whatever you say. The next day, the two pretended to go looking for supplies again. Not long after leaving the base, Lung Yi noticed someone was following them again. He discreetly drove towards Xia City, pretending to be going there to find goods again. They drove to a deserted area when the men behind suddenly accelerated and rushed in front of the truck, blocking the road. Lung Yi frowned. These people weren't here to find the goods, they were here to cause trouble? Several men, brandishing machetes, rushed to the truck, looking menacing. Get out, or don't blame us for being impolite. Yang Qing and Leng Yi exchanged a glance. They really wanted to see what these men were up to. The two got out of the truck and looked at the men. What do you want? What do we want? The men grinned maliciously. You offended someone. Someone wants you dead. But brother, this woman is so beautiful, it's a shame to kill her. Why not keep her for us brothers to play with? The men laughed heartily. Yang Qing looked at Leng Yi. They only been at the military base for a few days. They hadn't offended anyone. Those people might want to rob them after finding so many supplies, but surely they wouldn't kill them. If they really had to offend anyone, it would be Huang Changwan and Huang Zifeng. But judging from Huang Zifeng's expression, he wouldn't dare, so it could only be Huang Changwan. This vicious woman, who used to abuse Leng Yi, now wanted to kill him. A chill crept onto Yang Qing's face. Did Huang Changwan hire you? The men were stunned, surprised that he guessed so easily. However, they dared not admit it. They couldn't reveal their client's information when they took this kind of job, otherwise no one would dare hire them again. No, don't guess, we won't say. Is that so? Yang Qing sneered, pulling a gun from behind his back and pointing it at the leader. Will you talk or not? The men were shocked. They actually had guns? You mustn't do anything rash. They panicked. If they had known this guy had a gun, they wouldn't have taken this job in the first place. You want to steal my wife? Leng Yi also pulled out a gun. Don't you even know if you have the guts? Run! The men turned and ran in terror. Yang Qing and Leng Yi fired simultaneously, instantly taking down 3 men, leaving 1 alive. I talk. The man hurriedly raised his hands and knelt on the ground. It's her, it's Huang Changwan. She said you schemed against her, causing her to be kicked out of the base, and she wants revenge. Where is she now? Leng Yi pressed the gun against the man's forehead. The man was sweating profusely. We don't know either. She came to us. But she's definitely still in the city of Fucheng. Leng Yi shot the man dead, dumping their bodies on the roadside. They should have considered that one day, they would be killed in return when they committed the murders. Chapter 314. The two returned to Fucheng and searched the city several times without finding Huang Changwan and Huang Zifeng. They didn't know where they were hiding. However, since they could hire someone to kill, they could too. Finding someone shouldn't be difficult without them doing so. Back at the base, Yang Qing asked Leng Qiao to get photos of Huang Changwan and Huang Zifeng from Zhang Ping. Sister-in-law, what do you need their photos for? Leng Qiao asked. Yang Qing then explained that Huang Changwan had hired someone to kill. What? She actually dared to hire someone to kill you. She was in the wrong first, how dare she? Leng Qiao was shocked. Yang Qing sneered. She must resent us for kicking them out of the base. That's why she wanted to kill us. Then, sister-in-law, you also want to kill her? Leng Qiao looked at Yang Qing worriedly. Yang Qing smiled. Of course, he couldn't say he wanted to kill someone in front of Leng Qiao. No, I just wanted to teach her a lesson, to let her know we're not so easy to mess with. Oh! Leng Qiao breathed a sigh of relief. Although she thought Huang Changwan was despicable, she didn't deserve to die. Yang Qing didn't want to explain further. Leng Qiao grew up in the military, and had the protection of her parents and brother. She was actually quite naive. There was no need to tell her these things. Leng Qiao went to find Zhang Ping, who was assessing new recruits at the base. Leng Qiao watched from the side, admiring Zhang Ping in his military uniform, every gesture so handsome. Someone nudged Zhang Ping with their elbow and raised an eyebrow at Leng Qiao. Miss Leng is here to see you again. Zhang Ping looked at Leng Qiao, his ears inexplicably turning red, and walked over. You wanted to see me about something? Yes, I really do have something to trouble you with today. Leng Qiao nodded. Zhang Ping was surprised. Usually, when Leng Qiao came, it was just for fun, and when asked, she would say, What? Can't I come if there's nothing wrong? He hadn't expected her to actually have something to do today. What is it? Zhang Ping asked. Do you still have photos of Huang Zifeng and his aunt Huang Changwan, the one who impersonated my older brother? Give me 2. Leng Qiao said. What do you need their photos for? Zhang Ping frowned. Although the two had been expelled from the base, these were still the base's personal information, and no one else had the right to ask for them. Don't worry about that, I need them. Leng Qiao pouted. I can't give them to you unless you tell me. Zhang Ping said seriously. Then can I just take a look? Leng Qiao said, thinking she could just take a quick picture of the two with her phone. No! Zhang Ping insisted. You? Leng Qiao was speechless with anger, and had no choice but to tell the truth. Actually, it was my older brother who wanted it. That Huang Changwan was kicked out of the base, and she must have been harboring resentment, so she actually hired someone to kill someone. Luckily, my older brother and sister-in-law are good fighters, otherwise. My sister-in-law said she wanted to teach them a lesson, but she didn't know where they were, so she thought of using their photos to have someone find them. Zhang Ping facepalmed. This girl was really honest, actually telling him? What if something happened to those two? Would he be aiding and abetting them? But hiring someone to kill someone was indeed going too far. He should have known better than to ask. It would have been better if he hadn't known. After thinking for a moment, he still had someone print out the photos of the two and gave them to Leng Qiao. Don't tell anyone that this is for you. I know, I'm not stupid. Leng Qiao glanced at him and said with a smile, thank you. After speaking, she turned to leave, but Zhang Ping stopped her. If you need to find someone, you can have your older brother and the others go to apartment 302 in building 5. They're freelancers doing, you know, those kinds of shady things. Leng Qiao smiled. Oh, I see. Thank you, Zhang Ping. I treat you to dinner another day. No need. Zhang Ping blushed, unsure why he was helping Leng Qiao. Leng Qiao gave the photo to Yang Qing and also mentioned the people Zhang Ping had mentioned, who could do some shady business. Okay, thank you, Qiao Qiao, Yang Qing smiled. Sister-in-law, why are you being so polite? Leng Qiao smiled, but if you find a person, you must be careful. That woman might do something desperate. Understood, we be careful, Yang Qing nodded. Following the address Leng Qiao gave them, Yang Qing and Leng Yi found a man named Cheng Ge in apartment 302 of building 5, explained their purpose, and asked them to find the person in the photo. He told them that the two men had previously worked at the base, but had been expelled, which might make it easier for them to find them. Cheng, looking at the photo and smoking, said, don't worry, as long as they're still in Fucheng, we definitely find them. How much is the reward? Leng Yi asked. 10 jin of grain, Cheng replied. Okay. Yang Qing nodded, giving them 10 jin of grain to save himself the trouble of searching. 2 days later, Cheng said he had found them, and gave them an address. The two drove their pickup truck to the city center, where they found themselves in an unfinished building. The building had no doors or windows, yet it was inhabited by many people. It was filthy, with garbage everywhere. Because there were no walls, ropes were tied to the pillars, hanging with all sorts of clothes and tattered sheets. The air quality was also poor. When the two found Huang Changwan, she was cooking a pot of wild vegetables. Seeing Leng Yi and the others, she was so frightened that she knocked the vegetables over. Yang Qing found it amusing. Even in this state, she was still thinking of hiring someone to kill them. How much did she hate herself and Leng Yi? You. Huang Changwan trembled with fear, never expecting they were still alive, and even more so, never expecting them to find this place. We're not dead, are you disappointed? Leng Yi sneered, glancing around. Huang Zifeng didn't seem to be there. Where's your good son? Where is he? Leng Yi asked again. He ran away a long time ago. I'm the only one living here. Huang Changwan trembled all over. So hiring someone to kill us was your idea all by yourself? Leng Yi said, taking out a silencer and attaching it to his pistol in front of Huang Changwan. No, it wasn't me, I didn't. Huang Changwan still tried to deny it. We know everything. We even ran into those people who wanted to kill them. They all confessed. Should I have them come over to confront you? Yang Qing said deliberately, though in reality, those people were all dead. Huang Chengjie stared at the gun in Leng Yi's hand, then knelt down with a thud. Xiao Yi, I'm sorry, I was confused for a moment. I never dare to do it again. Please, have mercy on me. Before she could finish speaking, Leng Yi raised his gun and killed her. Huang Changwan didn't even have time to scream before she collapsed, blood gushing from her forehead, her eyes wide open in death. The two didn't bother to dispose of the body. In any case, it would decompose in a few days, and someone would come to take care of it. Huang Changwan deserved her fate. If she had lived her life peacefully outside, Yang Qing and the others wouldn't have bothered her. They couldn't believe she dared to hire someone to kill someone, then she shouldn't blame them for being ruthless. Chapter 315. After dealing with Huang Chanwan and the other person, they didn't return to the base, but instead hid in a mountain. They took out a bamboo hut they had collected before and moved in. They took out a truckload of high-quality steel bars from their spatial storage and placed them outside the hut, watering and muddying them to make them look as dirty as possible, as if they had been dug from the ground. They leisurely lived in the mountains for 5 days. The steel bars were slightly rusty, which they felt was about right. Too much rust would affect their quality, while too much newness would arouse suspicion. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they took the steel bars out and loaded them onto a truck, which was also covered in mud, as if it had traveled a long way. Back at the base, they went to the trading center. The previous staff recognized Yang Qing immediately. There was no way they could forget such a large number of points from the last transaction. "Miss Yang, it's been a few days. Any good stuff you got today?" Yang Qing smiled. "I really have some. A truckload of steel bars." "What? Steel bars?" The man's eyes lit up. This was a crucial resource for the base. "I go take a look with you right away." Outside, Leng Yi was leaning against the truck, surrounded by a group of people discussing where they found their supplies. "By the way, may I ask your surname?" Yang Qing asked a nearby staff member. "No need for formalities, my surname is Lin." "Miss Yang, you can just call me Xiao Lin," Xiao Lin said with a smile. "Then, Xiao Lin, could you please tell me how many points we can get for these steel bars?" Yang Qing smiled. Xiao Lin climbed onto the truck from the back, and saw a truckload of steel bars. Although they were a bit dirty and slightly rusty, they were clearly high-quality steel. He'd been in this position for over a year, and had collected a lot of supplies. He had a good eye for quality. "That's great," Xiao Lin nodded. "Let's weigh it on the scale over there." After weighing it, excluding the truck's approximate weight, the steel bars weighed about 10 tons, so they rounded up to 10 tons. Yang Qing had calculated this carefully, having learned from her previous experience exchanging housing purchase points in Xia City. She used that approximate weight. In Xia City, 10 tons of steel bars earned her over 30,000 points. She wondered how many she could get here. Xiao Lin had the truck driven to the warehouse, the steel bars unloaded, and the warehouse manager signed for them. She returned to the trading center with a signed receipt. "Miss Yang, these 10 tons of steel bars can be exchanged for 50,000 points, Xiao Lin said with a smile. They didn't ask where the steel bars came from. They didn't care where the supplies came from. They just collected them. Some of the supplies outside were found by themselves, some were stolen, and some were acquired through middlemen. They couldn't interfere. As long as they entered the military base, they were legal." "Okay, thank you." Yang Qing nodded. These points were much more than in Xia City. Now he had 150,000 points on his points card. Of course, that was far from enough to exchange for a deep-sea rescue capsule. After exchanging the points, the two returned to their small courtyard, took showers, and had a good meal. Leng Jieshen was surprised when he received the news that they had handed in another truckload of steel bars. Once might be a coincidence, but twice wasn't. There might be a third, a fourth time. After a few more times, they might actually be able to exchange for a deep-sea rescue capsule. No wonder they didn't want to join the army. It turned out they had already thought it through, and had their own plans. Leng Jieshen was relieved and stopped insisting on persuading them to enlist. They had their own methods, and they could even contribute to the base. He was very gratified. Yang Qing and Leng Yi had just finished dinner when the doorbell rang. Yang Qing went out to see Li Sheng'an, Gao Yang, and Lu Lin. "You're here. Come in quickly." Yang Qing was pleasantly surprised and quickly opened the iron gate. "Sheng'an, when did you and Gao Yang come to the base?" Yang Qing asked. "We came the day before yesterday. We came looking for you, but you weren't there. We figured you were out looking for supplies," Li Sheng'an said with a smile. "Today, as soon as we went out, we heard someone had found a truckload of steel bars. I was wondering if it could be you. We found out it was, so we arranged to come and see you tonight with Lu Lin and the others." Entering the house, they saw Leng Yi. Everyone called him Brother Yi. Leng Yi nodded. "You're all here? Why didn't you come sooner?" "We could have had dinner together," Yang Qing said. Lu Lin took her arm. "We were thinking of waiting until you finished eating before coming. There are so many of us now. How could we possibly eat here?" "It's nothing. We can afford to treat you to a meal," Yang Qing laughed. "I knew it. With their abilities, they wouldn't be short of a meal," Gao Yang said with a smile. Everyone sat down, and Yang Qing took out a bunch of snacks and washed some fruit. "Look, they even have fruit. Are they afraid we eat them out of house and home?" Gao Yang said. Everyone laughed. Indeed, Yang Qing and his group were doing better than anyone else. Yang Qing sat down and asked Li Shengnan, "Did you enlist yesterday, or are you still self-employed?" "We enlisted," Li Shengnan smiled. "We know our limitations. We don't have your abilities. We stay in the army, where we have enough to eat and wear, and we can still contribute to the country." "That's what we all think too," Li Liang and the others said. "It's good that we can all be together and achieve something. It's worth struggling in this apocalypse for so long," Yang Qing said. "It's all thanks to you and Brother Yi. Otherwise we might not have survived until now." Everyone looked at Yang Qing and Leng Yi, their hearts filled with gratitude. Yang Qing looked at them. Except for Pei Chuan, who joined later, Lu Lin, Wang Min, Li Shengnan, Gao Yang, Li Liang, and Lin Feng were all good brothers who had gone through thick and thin together. It wasn't easy for them to survive. She hoped that they could all survive future catastrophes. Although she and Leng Yi had chosen different paths, she hoped that everyone would get better and better. Yang Qing asked about their respective branches of service. Lu Lin and the other 4 who joined earlier were in the Navy, while Li Shengnan and Gao Yang were in the Army. Leng Yi frowned slightly. "Do you know about the tectonic plate collision? Have your superiors told you about it?" "Yes." Li Shengnan nodded, and Lu Lin and the others nodded as well. The leadership said, "We all have our own missions, but our responsibilities are the same. While it might be safer at sea, we can't put all our eggs in one basket. Our army also has its own methods and channels. For the sake of humankind's survival, we must do our utmost to protect those seeds." Yang Qing nodded. Indeed, using different channels might increase the chances of success. Logically, the Air Force is safer, but they can't load those containers, and they can't build those large aircraft right now, so the Navy and Army are more reliable. However, in case of unforeseen circumstances, your safety is paramount, Yang Qing said. Those containers are made of special materials, and generally won't be damaged. You must survive first. If you survive, you can go back and retrieve them. If you lose your lives, you never get them back. Chapter 316. Li Shengnan nodded. Our leader said, there are signal transmitters on the military vehicles and containers. If they're lost or buried underground, there's a chance they can be retrieved. But our lives are also important. If we lose them, they're gone forever. Yang Qing was a little surprised. She hadn't expected them to say that. In the past, they might have said, as long as we're alive, the supplies are there, we should protect the supplies with our lives. The apocalypse was indeed different. By the way, Lu Lin suddenly spoke, a blush rising on her face as she looked at Pei Chuan. Pei Chuan and I submitted our marriage application to our superiors. It should be approved in a couple of days. Really? Everyone else was surprised. It was probably the first time they heard Lu Lin say this. Li Liang's expression darkened for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. Congratulations. 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 Are you really sure? Yang Qing asked Lu Lin. They hadn't known each other for very long, but it had been a few months. Lu Lin nodded. Everyone knows that survival in this apocalypse is difficult. We don't even know if we'll be together again when we carry out the seed mission. Let's cherish this time we have together. Everyone fell silent. Yes, they were facing an unprecedented catastrophe, and whether they could survive was truly uncertain. They should cherish the people in front of them. Li Shengnan and Gao Yang exchanged a glance and grasped each other's hands. Pei Chuan also took Lu Lin's hand, his eyes shining brightly. Isn't it difficult to get marriage approvals at this time? Yang Qing asked skeptically. No, quite the opposite, Lu Lin smiled. I heard it's particularly easy to get approved. As long as both parties are willing, the higher-ups generally won't object. Why? Aren't you afraid of the consequences? Yang Qing asked, puzzled. Li Shengnan said, I heard that the base actually encourages this kind of thing, and there are even preferential policies for women entering the base. It's not just the seeds of human civilization that need to be passed on, but also humanity itself. In this apocalypse, perhaps 2/3 of the world's population, or even more, died. If we don't continue to reproduce, won't humanity be wiped out? Besides, women are already vulnerable. Not many survive the apocalypse, making reproduction even more difficult. So the higher-ups encourage this kind of thing. Yang Qing frowned, but what if I get pregnant? Survival will be even more difficult, with many inconveniences. If that's the case, the military will provide special care, Lu Lin said. But we decided not to have children for now. We think about it after the disaster, if we can survive. Everyone fell silent. Yes, survival was the most important thing. We'd definitely be fine. Yang Qing exclaimed. Look at us, we're all capable people, and you all enlisted. so you're all guaranteed protection. Lung Yi and I haven't joined yet, but maybe we join someday when we feel we had enough fun. So we'd definitely be alright, because the country is our biggest support now. Everyone cheered again. Yes, there's nothing to worry about in the army. Just train hard, master all the skills, and the country won't let you down. But have your leader said when the major disaster will come? Yang Qing asked. No. Everyone shook their heads, mainly because predictions are inaccurate. It's better if it's a little later. We only just joined. There are many things we don't understand, many things we haven't learned. I'm worried I won't be able to handle it, Li Shengnan said. Lu Lin nodded. Yes, we're starting to learn how to operate a submarine now, but it's so hard. There's so much to memorize, and we're not in electronics or mechanical engineering. I'm losing so many brain cells every day. Everyone laughed, sharing their difficulties, but they were all happy. The courtyard was filled with laughter all night. When the lights out signal sounded for the first time, everyone reluctantly got up. Lu Lin and Pei Chuan walked last. Yang Qing suddenly heard Pei Chuan quietly call Lu Lin's sister. She couldn't help but laugh. What? Are you two playing some kind of romantic game? A simulated sibling relationship? Lu Lin's face flushed instantly. It's all because he calls me that. Actually, I only found out a few days ago that he's the same age as me, but actually a few months younger, and then he keeps calling me sister. I don't know what's wrong with him. I didn't realize. Yang Qing looked at Pei Chuan and noticed that he was much gentler than when they first met. Love really can change a person. I guess I aged too much, Pei Chuan said seriously. Yang Qing chuckled and whispered in Lu Lin's ear, looks like he really likes you. Lu Lin smiled. Yeah, he's just a little too clingy. But Yang Qing could tell she was enjoying it. After all, Pei Chuan was quite handsome, tall, and had a fierce, wolf-like appearance, yet he called her sister so softly. Who could resist that? Once the marriage application approval report comes through, can you two live together? Yang Qing asked. Yes, there are suites in the building specifically for married soldiers. Some are one-bedroom apartments, and some are three-room suites. We get one. That way, we can live together as husband and wife. Yang Qing nodded, then took out several boxes of 18-piece Durex condoms from her spatial storage and gave them to Lu Lin. Take these. Be careful if you don't want to have children. Lu Lin's face and neck flushed red. She quickly stuffed the things into her pocket, afraid the people in front of her would see. You haven't. Yang Qing covered her mouth. Of course not. Lu Lin rolled her eyes at her. We don't have that kind of time. Besides, we all live in dormitories. What kind of conditions do we have? Yang Qing smiled. Then you better take it easy. Ching ching. Lu Lin pretended to hit Yang Qing, her face turning bright red. When the approval comes through, come over to my house, and I take care of things for you. Yang Qing suddenly said seriously. Lu Lin was stunned for a moment, a little touched. Okay, I understand. I treat everyone to a meal then. Sure, I celebrate with you. Yang Qing nodded. Back in their room, Yang Qing and Lingyi embraced on the bed. Seeing everyone so happy makes me so glad for them. Yang Qing looked up at Lingyi. He took the opportunity to kiss her on the lips and murmured, It's a pity Jiang Hao is gone. I noticed Wang Min last night. She didn't say anything, but she seemed a bit distracted when she heard Lu Lin was going to marry Pei Chuan. Lingyi pursed his lips and sighed. Jiang Hao was just an average guy, but he was incredibly good to Wang Min. It was because of her that he died. But in the apocalypse, that's perfectly normal. Yang Qing nodded. I hope she meets someone who loves her like that again. The next day, Yang Qing woke up naturally, and found Lingyi wasn't home. Looking outside, she saw him standing at the door, talking to someone through the iron gate. When Lingyi came in, Yang Qing couldn't help but ask, who is that? Another freelancer. He said, they have a team, and want to invite us to join, Lingyi said. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. Is this because they think we're capable? Lingyi snorted coldly. I refused. Everyone knows what they're up to. Chapter 317. I heard that there are relatively few lone wolves like us. They usually form teams of several people, some even with a dozen or 20 members. There are several such teams just at the base, and many more outside the base. However, the people inside the base are relatively easier to get along with, and not as ruthless as those outside. He hopes we can join their team, so we can look out for each other if we encounter those outside the base, Lingyi said. Yang Qing smiled. They make it sound very noble, but it's all because they see how many points we earned. Of course, what they say isn't wrong, but we don't need it. Lingyi nodded. Yang Qing has his spatial ability, and they have weapons. There's nothing to worry about. Being with others is not only inconvenient, but also makes it easier to be exposed. However, this means even more people might be watching us. We have to be more careful when we travel in the future, Lungi said. Yang Qing nodded. Let's collect the points as soon as possible, then we won't leave the base anymore. We focus on learning how to operate the deep-sea rescue pod, and try to avoid conflicts with those people. 2 days later, Lu Lin and Pei Chuan's marriage application was approved, and Yang Qing called everyone to the courtyard for a grand wedding. Since leaving Xia City, everyone had experienced a lot, and it had been a long time since they had such a happy occasion. Everyone had a great time, teasing the newlyweds in their bridal chamber. Pei Chuan was very generous, kissing and hugging them as asked, and even doing push-ups on his bride's back without any hesitation. Everyone laughed heartily, while Lu Lin was incredibly shy, but it was clear she was genuinely happy. Seeing her happiness, Li Liang sincerely wished her well. After the wedding festivities, Lu Lin and Pei Chuan went into their new room. As soon as the door closed, Pei Chuan picked Lu Lin up, startling her so much that she screamed and quickly clung to his neck. Pei Chuan, flushed from drinking, looked at Lu Lin with deep affection in his eyes. Sister, I finally married you. Lu Lin's face turned bright red, feigning anger. Still calling me sister? I like calling you sister. Pei Chuan lowered his head and kissed Lu Lin, not as roughly as before, but gently, teasing her senses with each kiss. Go to bed. Lu Lin's face was so red it felt like it was about to bleed. Pei Chuan smiled, carried her to the windowsill, and drew the curtains. I want to give you a different kind of wedding night. A breeze picked up outside, and the shadows of the trees swayed on the windowsill all night. During their 3-day wedding holiday, the two barely left the house except for meals. Lu Lin realized that her younger brother was truly amazing. After their honeymoon ended, the two returned to intense training. Pei Chuan applied to be in the same group as Lu Lin, and they would be joining the same submarine. Their superiors approved, believing that being together as a couple would allow them to work together more effectively without having to worry about each other. Yang Qing and Lengi hadn't left the base for the past few days. Another team invited them to join, but they refused. The inviters were a bit angry, feeling they were being disrespectful. However, they dared not do anything within the base, waiting for the two to leave. Once they were outside, they would make things difficult for them. They didn't believe that just these two could defeat a dozen of them. 2 days later, Yang Qing and Lingi drove their truck out of the base. Not long after, Lingi noticed they were being followed, and it seemed there was more than one group. Let's drive into Shangqi Mountain, Yang Qing said. Last time, they had spent several days on Shangqi Mountain. The road ahead was somewhat treacherous, with many bends. Let's see if the people behind us dare to follow again. As the two accelerated, the cars behind them also sped up. They also spotted another group. Neither group was willing to back down, and they began jostling each other on the road. Lungi seized the opportunity to accelerate, navigating several bends and entering a tunnel. The people behind reacted and quickly gave chase. But after exiting the tunnel and chasing for quite a distance, they couldn't find the car in front. The large truck had vanished. They naturally didn't know that while the car was inside the tunnel, and no one could see it, Yang Qing had entered his spatial dimension along with the vehicle. The two groups argued and even fought on the road, ultimately returning wounded on both sides. After they left, the two emerged from their spatial dimension and leisurely spent another 7 days hiding in the mountains. Then they decided to exchange the rare metals for points this time. They had opened a container of blind boxes and gotten a whole box of rare metals. Lungi felt that all of those rare metals were extremely valuable, and there was no need to give them all away. Half should be enough, Lungi said. If they only need half, the extra points we get will be wasted. What if it's not enough? Yang Qing asked. If it's not enough, we just go out again, or exchange it for something else. I don't think it'd make a huge difference, Lungi said. Yang Qing thought for a moment. Okay. The rare metals in the container were sealed in iron cans, then tightly sealed with plastic wrap, and further packaged in wooden crates. They decided not to open it and take it back unopened. Of course, they couldn't be that clean. So they watered and soiled it, making the outer packaging filthy, and let it rot for 2 days before loading it onto the truck and returning to base. Their return was so sudden that the freelancers' teams didn't even have time to intercept them. By the time they noticed, they were almost at the base. Lungi simply pulled out his submachine gun, he drove, and Yang Qing fired. Anyone who dared to block their way would be scared into hiding by a burst of bullets. No one expected them to possess such heavy weaponry. No wonder they were so arrogant. Who would dare to stop them? Were they courting death? Upon entering the base, Yang Qing holstered her gun and went straight to the trading center to find Xiao Lin. Miss Yang, what good stuff do you have today? Xiao Lin asked with a smile. I really have something good today. Send an expert over immediately, Yang Qing said in a low voice. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a rare metal. What? Rare. Xiao Lin quickly covered her mouth. She dared not say that lightly. Really? Xiao Lin was both excited and a little doubtful. Could they really find something like this? The base had sent countless soldiers, searching several cities, and they hadn't found much. Were these two really that capable? It should be true. I'm not entirely sure, but the packaging looks like it, Yang Qing said, feigning hesitation. Okay, I report to my superiors immediately. You two come with me. Xiao Lin put down his work and followed Yang Qing out. Leng Yi sat in the driver's seat, the back of the truck covered with a tarpaulin. A crowd had gathered below, discussing what supplies were on the truck, wondering if it was another load of steel bars. The two teams that had tried to intercept them hadn't managed to stop them. Thinking they must have found something good again, they all looked on, with envy and resentment. Yang Qing got into the truck, and Xiao Lin led the way, directing them to the warehouse. And not an ordinary warehouse, but a secret warehouse at the very back. Soldiers guarded the front, keeping the onlookers out of sight. Chapter 318. Not long after, the experts arrived. They boarded the truck, glanced at it, and, looking excited, quickly called a team of soldiers to unload the cargo. Be careful, should we wear protective suits? I saw some with skull patterns printed on them. Could they be poisonous? Yang Qing asked hurriedly. The expert smiled. It should be fine. The packaging is undamaged. There won't be any leaks. Even if it's poisonous, it's okay. Oh, that's good. Yang Qing nodded. Half the truckload of rare metals was unloaded. To prevent contamination of the warehouse, the experts had the soldiers remove the dirty wooden crates. Seeing that the inside was well sealed, with the cling film still on, they were directly pulled into the warehouse. Be careful, don't overturn it. The expert instructed from the side. Professor Wang, are these all rare metals? How do I exchange them for points? Xiao Lin asked. Yes, they should all be, but we only know for sure once we open them. And we don't know where they came from, or if they're expired. We have to test them to know their value in points. But judging from the packaging, there shouldn't be any damage. Teacher Wang looked excited. Yang Qing stepped forward. Teacher Wang, are these things valuable? Actually, she didn't know exactly what they were. She didn't dare open them, afraid they might be poisonous, or that she might damage them. Valuable, of course they're valuable. Teacher Wang couldn't suppress her smile. Look, this jar contains osmium. Do you know what osmium is? Yang Qing shook her head. Osmium is a very important rare metal, extremely toxic, but also very useful. It can be used to make ultra-high hardness alloys. Before the apocalypse, 1 gram could sell for $50,000. 50,000 per gram. In US dollars? Yang Qing was astonished. This jar must weigh at least 10 kilograms. Its value is immeasurable. No wonder Leng Yi said that the rare metals in just one suitcase he was protecting were worth tens of millions. He thought it was an exaggeration, but it turned out to be true. And these two, this is tungsten, this is beryllium. These things are all very useful. Your contribution. Teacher Wang looked at Yang Qing and Leng Yi, almost speechless with excitement. The base needs these exactly. I thank you on behalf of the country. Teacher Wang bowed deeply to the two of them, startling them. Teacher Wang, please don't do this. It's what we should do. So much. Teacher Wang looked at the jars of things, rubbing his hands excitedly, his eyes welling up with tears. Xiao Lin was also infected by his enthusiasm, looking at Yang Qing and Leng Yi with both excitement and admiration. Miss Yang, Mr. Leng, you two are truly amazing. However, these tests might take a few more days to complete, but don't worry, you two will definitely get your points, Teacher Wang said to Yang Qing. Yang Qing nodded, confident that the base wouldn't treat her unfairly. Then we come back in a few days. For the next few days, the two stayed at home. They went into their spatial dimension to pick fruit, gather vegetables, and walk the dog. They watched the cattle and sheep grazing in their spatial dimension, living a relaxed and carefree life. During this time, several more teams came looking for them, but they simply closed their doors to visitors and refused to see anyone else. Anyway, they definitely had enough points, and they didn't need to go out anymore. There was no need to deal with those people. A week passed quickly, and the trading center sent someone over. When Yang Qing and Leng Yi arrived at the trading center, Xiao Lin was already waiting there. Seeing them, Xiao Lin waved enthusiastically. Miss Yang, Mr. Leng. The two went over. Have the test results come out? How many points do you have? Yang Qing asked. Xiaolin directly handed them a black gold card, smiling as she said, the points are already on this card. Yang Qing picked up the card, looking curious. Why was it different from her previous one? Her previous one was green, like a regular bank card. Xiaolin lowered her voice. This is a black gold card for those with over 1 million points. This time, you have over 2 million points. So many? Yang Qing was surprised. The deep-sea rescue capsule only cost 1 million points. This was more than double. She had been worried it wouldn't be enough, but it exceeded her expectations by so much. Of course, there was nothing to regret. These things were needed by the base. Consider it a contribution to the country. It was just that she didn't know what to do with all these extra points. Miss Yang, look at the points board over there. You could exchange them for anything you want. Think it over carefully, and come find me when you decided what you want, Xiaolin said with a smile. Thank you. Yang Qing nodded. Leng Yi and Yang Qing looked at the scrolling billboards. Besides deep-sea rescue capsules, there were helicopters and ships, but they already had everything else. If they exchanged for deep-sea rescue capsules, what would they do with all those points left? They exchanged a glance, both a little helpless. Having too much money was a problem. Exchanging for 2 deep-sea rescue capsules seemed unnecessary. But there weren't any submarines available. How about we go back and discuss it again? Leng Yi suggested. Okay. Yang Qing nodded. Back home, Yang Qing took out a watermelon, cut it in half, and they each ate half with a spoon. Do you think if we went to your dad and asked him to sell us a submarine, he'd agree? Yang Qing asked while eating. It's difficult. Leng Yi shook his head. Even though it's the apocalypse, submarines are military supplies, they can't be sold to private individuals. Yang Qing sighed. She knew that, of course, but they felt a little unwilling to exchange 2 million points for just a deep-sea life pod. People are sometimes like that. If they happen to have 1 million points and get what they want, they're very satisfied. But once they have more, they're no longer content. While eating watermelon, the doorbell rang. The two exchanged a glance. It wouldn't be those freelancers trying to recruit people again, would it? They really didn't want to deal with them. Leng Yi got up and looked outside. There stood Leng Jieshan and Leng Hui. It's my dad and Leng Hui. Yang Qing quickly got up and put the watermelon away. Leng Yi went to open the door. Leng Hui looked at Leng Yi eagerly, somewhat excited. Big brother. Yes. Leng Yi nodded. Where's your wife? Leng Jieshan asked. Inside, Leng Yi replied. Yang Qing saw them come in, wanting to call him dad but hesitant, since Leng Yi hadn't formally acknowledged him. He instead called him commander. Leng Jieshan nodded, and Yang Qing quickly gestured for them to sit down, brewing a pot of tea. I know about your finding the rare metal. On behalf of the country, I thank you, Leng Jieshan said. No need, Leng Yi said calmly, we exchanged it for points. It wasn't a free donation. That's a rare metal, brother. Do you know how much it's worth? Leng Hui asked excitedly. How much is it worth? Yang Qing asked curiously. Before the apocalypse, those things were worth at least several billion, Leng Hui said. You only exchanged them for 2 million points, which is actually a bit of a loss. What are you talking about? Leng Jieshan glared at him. How can that be the same? Yang Qing smiled. She naturally knew that several billion in the past might not be worth much now, but these were rare metals, which happened to be what the base needed, so they could be exchanged for so many points. If it were antique paintings, calligraphy, diamonds, or jewelry, things that could fetch hundreds of millions at auctions before, might now only be worth a few hundred kilograms of grain. Chapter 319. You want to exchange for a deep-sea rescue capsule? Leng Jieshan asked. Yang Qing had previously asked if the deep-sea rescue capsule had a signal transmitter, so he guessed they wanted to exchange for that. Leng Yi nodded, but we still have a lot of points. Exchanging for just this seems a bit wasteful. Can we exchange for a submarine? Leng Jieshan shook his head, no. Yang Qing and Leng Yi were silent. Although they had expected this, they still felt a little disappointed. However, Leng Jieshan smiled at the two of them. Our military industry department can customize one for you, turning the deep-sea rescue capsule into a rescue capsule with the same functions as a submarine. Yang Qing and Leng Yi exchanged a glance. This was good, it met their requirements and didn't violate regulations. Dad, is it really possible? Yang Qing asked eagerly. Leng Jieshan paused upon hearing Dad, looked at Leng Yi, and seeing that he wasn't angry and seemed to have tacitly accepted Yang Qing's address, the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up. Actually, Yang Qing also wanted to use this opportunity to help Ling Yi and his son Ling Jishan break the ice. The two had such similar tempers, neither willing to back down first. He figured he could be the bad guy, and if Ling Yi really got angry, he could just plead with him, and the father wouldn't blame him. Sure, you're our big clients now, Ling Jishan laughed. Today, knowing you earn so many points but haven't exchanged them for any supplies, some people are worried you might sell them to others. How could we? We wouldn't sell. Yang Qing smiled. But is it okay to sell points? In principle, no. But if you use your points cards to help others exchange for supplies, it doesn't seem to violate any rules, Ling Jishan said. They could secretly collect kickbacks without their knowledge. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow, surprised that this was possible. Ling Hui smiled. That's why we hope you order the product and use your points. At least we know you won't mess things up. Ling Jishan nodded. And when a major disaster really strikes, I believe you help us too. The customized deep-sea rescue capsule has submarine-like functions, so if you encounter any lost containers, you can help retrieve them. Yang Qing nodded. Dad, don't worry. As long as we have the ability, we will definitely help. That's good. Ling Jishan felt relieved. Tomorrow, I have Ling Hui come over to sign the contract with you. We order a customized, advanced rescue capsule for you, which will add some functions to the existing one. I don't think it will be too difficult. After the contract is signed, you can go and participate in training. Although the customized rescue capsule has more functions, it's no different from a regular one in operation, so you can practice first. Understood. Yang Qing nodded. We will definitely learn well. After finishing their conversation, the two got up and left. Yang Qing and Ling Yi escorted him to the gate of the courtyard before returning. I called you Dad just now. You're not angry, are you? Yang Qing looked at Ling Yi. No. Ling Yi shook his head. It's not easy for me to say it myself. It's better if you do it. That's good. I was afraid you'd be angry. Yang Qing smiled, holding Ling Yi's hand. Actually, I'm happy for you that you have a family now. Yes. Ling Yi looked at Yang Qing. But my most important family will always be you. Yang Qing smiled, tiptoed, and kissed Ling Yi's lips. Your words are so sweet, like they're coated with honey. Because we just ate watermelon, it's sweet, Ling Yi laughed. Yang Qing remembered they hadn't finished the watermelon, so she quickly took it out again, and the two continued to leisurely eat it. The weather is most comfortable now, cherished these days. Who knows what the future holds? Ling Hui and Ling Jishan walked home. Ling Hui was excited. Dad, my sister-in-law called you earlier, and my brother didn't object. Ling Jishan smiled. My brother has acknowledged you. He doesn't resent you. Ling Jishan sighed. I wronged him, made him suffer so much. If he resents me, it's my fault. But my brother is broad-minded. He doesn't resent you. He's just a bit aloof and doesn't talk much, actually very much like you, Ling Hui said. Ling Jishan's lips curled into a smile. Like me? But you and Xiao Xiao are good too, unlike him who's so reserved. You complement each other, you can spend more time together in the future. I know, Ling Hui nodded. But I think your sister-in-law has a great personality. If it weren't for her, your brother might never have been able to bring himself to say that. Ling Jishan nodded. That boy is indeed good. You can tell they have a good relationship, and she's capable. When you look for a partner in the future, you should find someone like your sister-in-law. That's too difficult, Ling Hui laughed. My sister-in-law is beautiful and capable. It's not that easy. Besides, a major disaster is coming soon. Let's talk about it later. Your mother, and I won't pressure you about this. This isn't like a peaceful and prosperous era where starting a family and building a career are part of life planning. Right now, the most important thing is to survive, protect the nation's future generations, and then consider personal matters, Ling Jishan said. I understand, Ling Hui nodded. But I think Xiao Xiao really likes that kid Zhongping, Dad. Will you object? Really? Ling Jishan was a little surprised. He naturally knew Zhongping. He was a good young man, responsible for assessing new recruits at the base. His professional skills were excellent, which was why he was qualified for the job. As long as they're willing, I won't object. Xiao Xiao is different from you. She's a girl, and I prefer someone to take care of her. However, if they don't agree, don't force them. Don't use my name to pressure them. How could I? Xiao Xiao wouldn't be that unreasonable, Ling Hui laughed. If she were that capable, she would have won Zhongping over long ago. Why wait until now? Meanwhile, Ling Xiao found Zhongping. Now that I'm joining the submarine division, my physical fitness isn't good enough. I'd like you to train me individually. Ah? Don't you have dedicated training instructors? Zhang Ping blushed. That's with everyone else, I can't keep up, Leng Qiao pouted. The instructor said that being a submariner means being underwater for months at a time, which can cause a decline in the body's biological clock and various bodily functions, so it places high demands on a person's mental and physical endurance. I know you have experience in this area. Can you help me? Leng Qiao looked at Zhang Ping pleadingly. You don't want me to get into trouble during the training, do you? Well, I can introduce you to someone. He's very experienced. Zhang Ping avoided Leng Qiao's eyes. Leng Qiao got angry. Zhang Ping, are you just going to push me on to someone else? Then you regret it. Watching Leng Qiao storm off in a huff, Zhang Ping felt a little lost. It wasn't that he didn't like Leng Qiao, he was afraid he wasn't good enough for her. But what if she really fell for someone else? Wouldn't he regret it? Chapter 320. The next day, Leng Hui brought over the contract for the custom-made deep-sea escape pod. He looked at the blueprints. The overall appearance remained unchanged, still torpedo-shaped, indistinguishable from a regular escape pod. However, the materials used and the load-bearing capacity were significantly improved, and some submarine functions were added. Essentially, it was a submarine in the shape of an escape pod. Yang Qing and Leng Yu were both very satisfied. How many points does this cost? Yang Qing asked. 1,500,000 points, Leng Hui replied. 500,000 more than usual. I thought it would cost 2 million, Yang Qing laughed. Not really. It didn't use twice the materials of a regular escape pod, it just enhanced some functions, Leng Hui said. You can use the remaining points to exchange for other things. Can we exchange them for weapons? Yang Qing asked. No, Leng Hui shook his head. Although it was the apocalypse, weapons still couldn't be sold openly, otherwise, things would become even more chaotic. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. Actually, they didn't need them, they were just asking. Then, can we add torpedoes to this escape pod? Leng Hui asked. Military submarines are equipped with torpedoes. Yes, in case we encounter the enemy, we can handle it, Yang Qing nodded. This? I need to ask Dad before I can give you an answer. Leng Hui hesitated to make a decision. Torpedoes are also military weapons. Didn't you say you wanted the escape pod to be basically similar in function to a submarine? Isn't it still lacking? Yang Qing laughed. Leng Hui nodded. The escape pod was originally for self-rescue. Customizing it for them was to allow them to help search if the container fell. He hadn't really considered the possibility of it being attacked. It's the apocalypse now. The defenses on land, sea, and air aren't as tight anymore. With tectonic shifts, we might actually encounter foreign submarines and ships. What if they come to steal our supplies? I go talk to Dad again. Wait for my news. Leng Hui stood up. That afternoon, Leng Hui came again. He took out the newly drawn blueprints and pointed to a spot. 10 torpedoes have been added here. 10? Leng Hui frowned. Having served in the Navy, he knew a thing or two. A typical attack submarine carries 40 torpedoes, a conventionally powered submarine carries around 20, and a nuclear submarine carries anti-submarine missiles, cruise missiles, mines, anti-aircraft missiles, etc., plus another 20 torpedoes. While the custom-made deep-sea escape capsule has some submarine-like capabilities, it's still far from sufficient. Leng Hui nodded. After all, it's a modified escape capsule, it can't carry too many. It's generally enough. Leng Hui was a little helpless. He couldn't expect too much, after all, it wasn't a real submarine. That means we need to spend 2 million points, Leng Hui said. Okay. Leng Hui nodded. With so many points, it would be a waste not to use them. After signing the contract, Leng Hui brought over a card reader, avoiding the need to go to the trading center and attracting attention. Yang Qing used his black gold card to spend 2 million points, leaving him with 10,000 points. Combined with the 150,000 points on his previous card, they had a total of 160,000 points remaining. Shall we see what else we can exchange? The two looked around the trading center, unsure what to exchange for. They really didn't need anything. So they exchanged some grains, fruits, and vegetables for Lu Lin and Li Shengnen as compensation for their previous mission to save Old Master Lin. This didn't cost many points. Then they replaced 2 bulletproof doors and some bulletproof glass. The previous ones were used in their villa in Xia City. At the time, they thought they might go back, so they didn't remove them, they probably wouldn't be found. They'd prepare them now, in case they needed them later. For the next few days, Leng Hui hadn't arranged any training, so the two of them, bored, wandered around the base. It's been almost a month since they entered the base, and they haven't really had a chance to properly explore it. They wanted to take advantage of this time to learn more, so they know which way to run if disaster struck. The base was larger than they had imagined, surrounded by high walls on all sides, with 3 entrances. Besides the north gate for entry, there were a west gate and a south gate. The west gate led to the coastline, and the south gate led into the mountains. The two of them toured the base, familiarizing themselves with the facilities and layout. As they passed the north gate, they suddenly heard someone call, "Sister, sister." The voice sounded familiar. Yang Qing turned around to look. A emaciated man dressed like a beggar shouted excitedly at her, almost jumping for joy. "This is Lin Rui?" Leng Yi spoke. "Huh? This beggar is Lin Rui?" Yang Qing's mouth dropped open. It was hard to reconcile the disheveled, sallow-faced man before her with the once spirited, peacock-like rich second-generation heir she knew. But he survived that sandstorm. He was incredibly lucky. Xia City was destroyed. Could his family be gone? Otherwise, why didn't he go looking for them? Why did he come here? But it's already a miracle he survived. The outside environment was so harsh. If he hadn't learned a few days of rudimentary martial arts from Leng Yi, he probably wouldn't have survived. The two walked over, and Lin Rui was extremely excited. "Sister, brother Yi, is it really you? What happened to you?" Yang Qing frowned. Lin Rui looked at himself, his clothes tattered and reeking. He was disgusted with himself. "Sister." Lin Rui's eyes reddened. He was truly wronged. He, the second young master Lin, used to have everything he wanted in Xia City. He never imagined he would fall to this state. "You can't get in?" Yang Qing asked. Lin Rui blushed. "I have no food." Yang Qing looked at him. She could help him with 50 caddies of food, but with his current physical condition, he definitely wouldn't pass the assessment. Should she help him? If she contacted Leng Hui, they might be able to bring him in through the green channel. If she gave him food to recover outside before coming in, he probably wouldn't be able to hold out, and it would only harm him. "Look!" Yang Qing looked at Leng Yi, wondering if they should help him. Leng Yi pondered for a moment. "I go find Leng Hui. We're friends. If we don't help him, he might not survive. The Lin family has made many contributions to Xia City in the past. If everyone else is gone, he'd be the only heir left." Yang Qing nodded. "That's what I was thinking too. After that sandstorm, old Master Lin was probably gone. Xia City had a volcanic eruption and a tsunami. It was unknown whether the Lin family had escaped. Although Lin Rui was a playboy, he wasn't a bad person. They should help if they could. Lin Rui, wait a little longer. We find a way to let you in," Yang Qing said to Lin Rui through the iron gate. "Thank you, sister." Lin Rui's eyes welled up with tears. He hadn't expected Yang Qing and the others to help him. Seeing them looking so glamorous while he was in such a sorry state, he felt utterly ashamed. But he still called out with a glimmer of hope, and he hadn't expected them to actually be willing to help him. Chapter 321. Yang Qing and Leng Yi found Leng Hui and asked him to bring a friend in through the fast track. "This?" Leng Hui hesitated. Although he had done this before, it was only because the person was a relative. This was a complete stranger. "What? This isn't the first time you've done something like this. What's the problem?" Leng Yi deliberately frowned. "Brother." Leng Hui smiled bitterly. "He'd been caught red-handed." Yang Qing smiled. "Our friend is just temporarily unwell. I guarantee I train him within half a month. Then you can test him. If he fails, we kick him out. How about that?" Leng Hui pondered for a moment. His sister-in-law had said so. He couldn't refuse her. "All right then, I bring him in right away." The three of them went to the door and brought Lin Rui in. They took him to Zhongping and had him register Lin Rui's information. The test would be conducted in half a month. Zhongping naturally gave him face, entered the information, took photos, and let Lin Rui and Yang Qing go in. Lin Rui was overjoyed that he was actually allowed in. "Sister, brother Yi, thank you so much." "Don't get too excited yet," Yang Qing said. "You be tested in half a month, and if you don't pass, you be kicked out." Lin Rui chuckled. "With brother Yi teaching me, I'd definitely be fine." "Let's find you a place to stay first," Yang Qing said. "You don't have any points right now, so we cover them for you, and you can pay us back later." She didn't want Lin Rui to live with her. Firstly, it would be inconvenient, and secondly, she had no obligation to. Being able to bring him into the base was already a favor. "Sister, don't worry, I definitely pay you back once I have enough points," Lin Rui said quickly. Leng Yi looked at him. "You're supposed to be the second young master of the Lin family. Don't you have anything to rely on?" Lin Rui smiled bitterly. "Brother Yi, you know how lucky I was to have survived that sandstorm. What could I possibly have left? Oh right, only this. Lin Rui pulled a piece of jade from his collar. This is what my mother left me. If you don't mind, you can have it. Forget it, Yang Qing stopped him. That was probably a keepsake from his mother. How could he accept it? Besides, he didn't need it. Your father. Lin Rui's expression darkened. When I woke up, he was already dead, but he was holding me tightly in his arms. It's probably because he cushioned my fall that I wasn't seriously injured. Later, I buried him on the spot. Yang Qing and Leng Yi were both silent. Although they had expected it, they hadn't anticipated such a tragic outcome. The old man Lin had been a powerful figure in the business world for half his life, only to die far from home, probably without even a grave. My condolences. Yang Qing sighed softly. What about your brother and the others? Did you go back to Xia City to check on them? Leng Yi asked. Lin Rui nodded. Yes, I went back. Everything was gone. The villa area was a complete ruin. I don't know where my brother and the others went. But I believe he should still be alive. Lin Rui's eyes gleamed. He wouldn't die so easily. Yang Qing nodded. The Lin family had a helicopter. There was still hope of escape. Could they have gone to the official base? Didn't you go check? Maybe, Lin Rui sighed. But my father said before he died that if he had the chance, he'd like me to come to a military base. Official bases are a mixed bag, rife with bureaucracy. We might not have a good time there. That's why I risked everything to get here. I can't let my dad down. Yang Qing nodded. That's why she would help Lin Rui. He was a little different from other rich kids. Then good luck. If you can stay, Grandpa Lin will be very pleased in heaven, Yang Qing said. The three went to the trading area. Yang Qing used her points to get Lin Rui a room, one of 3 rooms and a suite shared with others. He wasn't a rich young master anymore. He couldn't be too fussy. Then she got him some daily necessities, clothes, food, eggs, and vegetables, about half a month's supply. He'd have to earn the rest himself. Of course, if he could join the army, then there wouldn't be any problems. I have some free time these few days, so I train you well. I hope you can join the army. This is probably Grandpa Lin's wish too. He wants you to join a military base, not be a freelancer, Leng Yi said. I understand. I try my best, Lin Rui nodded emphatically. After lunch, Leng Yi began training Lin Rui. With only half a month, it's impossible to start teaching from the basics. Entering the army mainly involves passing combat skills, which require certain techniques. Leng Yi, being a former soldier himself, naturally knew this, so the training focused on that. Once Lin Rui joins the army, he have dedicated instructors. That's when he truly learned the skills. Just 3 days later, Leng Hui came to inform Yang Qing and Leng Yi that the deep-sea rescue capsule training was about to begin. Practice on your own for the next few days. I come back in a week to test you, Leng Yi said to Lin Rui. Brother Yi, don't worry, I definitely practice hard, Lin Rui nodded. After a few days of good eating and sleeping, and with practice starting again, Lin Rui had noticeably gained weight and had more energy for workouts. With a goal in mind, Lin Rui naturally didn't dare to slack off. Is the training location far? Yang Qing asked Leng Hui. It's about 20 kilometers from here, Leng Hui said. The deep-sea rescue capsule is naturally placed in the sea. Training requires actual operation. Yang Qing nodded. No wonder it was so far, even with binoculars. Shall we drive there? Leng Yi said. Their pickup truck and truck were parked in the yard. The pickup could be driven out. No need, I take you, Leng Hui said. Then what about the return trip? We're walking all the way back. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. The instructor can take you back after the training. He'd be coming back anyway, Leng Hui said. Will we come back every day? Or only after the training? Yang Qing asked. They should come back after the training, Leng Hui said. Since it's practical training, they need to stay inside to fully learn and adapt to the deep-sea rescue capsule environment. They probably can't come back. Then let's bring some food? Leng Yi suggested. No need, brother. Food and lodging are provided, Leng Hui laughed. Yang Qing thought for a moment, then decided to bring some food. What if they didn't like the food there? Bringing some good food could also be a way to bribe the instructors and build a good relationship. Maybe they'd be more attentive when teaching. Although this was the military, it was still a society based on personal connections. Yang Qing took a large bag filled with food. Of course, everything was in his spatial storage. He could just take whatever he needed from there. Yang Qing also brought his 2 dogs along. If they really had to go into the deep-sea rescue capsule, the dogs would need time to adjust. Chapter 322. Leng Hui drove a military jeep with 2 people and 2 dogs out of the west gate, driving 20 kilometers to their destination. Upon getting out of the car, Yang Qing and Leng Yi were both astonished by the scene on the coast. Many giant cargo ships were moored along the shore, loaded with containers, and the shore itself was densely packed with them, at least several thousand. These were likely containers carrying the seeds of civilization. Signature convoys of military trucks were transporting something, stretching for several kilometers. Not far away, many warships were out at sea, with helicopters taking off and landing. On the other side was a deep-sea pier, with countless submarines and deep-sea lifeboats docked there. The two exchanged a glance. This was truly a military stronghold. The three got out of the car. Leng Hui pointed to the deep-sea dock and said, "Your life pods will be docked here. There will be a special gate for you, and they be numbered. Just find your life pod according to the number." So many life pods. Have others exchanged them too? Yang Qing asked. Of course, we only produce so many because there is demand, Leng Hui said. But most of them use points accumulated by several people to exchange for them, unlike you two. Yang Qing nodded. The deep-sea life pod could hold 6 people, so it was indeed possible to accumulate points together to exchange for one, making it much easier. At this moment, a soldier in military uniform ran over from a distance. "That's your instructor for this trip," Leng Hui said. As the man approached, Yang Qing and Leng Yi were both surprised. "Zhang Wei? You know him?" Leng Hui was also surprised. "It really is you, Brother Yi." Zhang Wei rushed up and hugged Leng Yi. "Long time no see. Long time no see." Leng Yi patted his shoulder. "Sister-in-law." Zhang Wei saluted Yang Qing. "Hello, it's nice to see you again." Yang Qing smiled. Zhang Wei was the soldier Yang Qing and Leng Yi had rescued when they were looking for cattle in the mountains, the one who had been captured by bad guys and taken to a farmhouse. Later, Haozi and Lin Jun were captured by the Hung Hing Society. Yang Qing went into the community and killed the Hung Hing Society leader. It was Leng Yi who contacted Zhang Wei and the army to take down the hideout. He hadn't seen Zhang Wei since. Battalion Commander Leng. Zhang Wei also saluted Leng Hui. "You don't know, Brother Yi and sister-in-law saved my life." "Really?" Leng Hui was surprised. Zhang Wei then briefly recounted what happened at the farmhouse. "If it weren't for them, I might be dead already." Leng Yi smiled. "Don't say that. Meeting you means we're destined to meet. Hey, by the way, Battalion Commander Leng, your surname is Leng, and Brother Yi's surname is also Leng. You two wouldn't happen to be?" Leng Hui laughed. "Yes, we're brothers. Leng Yi is my older brother." "That's quite a coincidence." Zhang Wei also laughed, patting his chest. "Brother Yi, this time when you're learning to operate the escape pod, don't worry about leaving it to me. I make sure you learn." Leng Yi nodded. "Then thank you for your trouble. By the way, when did you come to the base, and how did you become an instructor here?" "I came after the first tsunami in Xia City," Zhang Wei said. "After the tsunami, I didn't want to go back to Xia City. I'm a soldier, so getting into a military base is easy. After I came in, the leader said there was a shortage of submarine instructors, so I came here." Leng Hui stood to the side for a while, then said, "You two chat slowly, I have to go. But don't chat for too long, training is important." "Understood." Zhang Wei saluted Leng Hui again, and Leng Hui drove away. "Brother Yi, sister-in-law, come with me." Zhang Wei led the 2 men and 2 dogs onto a speedboat. "The deep-sea rescue capsule is already in the sea, we take the speedboat over." "The dogs should be fine in the rescue capsule, right?" Yang Qing asked. Zhang Wei glanced at the 2 plump, strong dogs. "They should be fine, but you need to train them well. Don't let them chew on things randomly. What if they accidentally damage the equipment or wiring inside?" "Don't worry, they won't cause trouble." Yang Qing nodded, patting Aki and Shishua's heads. "Be good inside, don't chew on things, understand?" The 2 dogs whimpered, "Don't worry, human, we definitely won't cause trouble." Upon reaching the escape pod, Yang Qing noticed several other vessels nearby, indicating that others were also undergoing training. The escape pod floated on the sea surface, with the hatch at the top. Zhang Wei climbed up first, opened the hatch, and led Yang Qing and the others down the ladder. The pod could accommodate 6 people, and was quite spacious, although a large portion was occupied by various equipment. Other areas included a dining area, a rest area, and a toilet, very similar to a submarine. Zhang Wei explained the principles of the escape pod, while pointing to the various instruments, giving a brief overview. He handed the 2 a brochure about the escape pod, saying, "You better memorize everything in this, especially the various instruments and meters. That way you know what I mean when you need them." "Understood." they both replied. The two dogs curiously looked around the cabin, but obediently stayed put at Yang Qing's feet. Zhang Wei showed Yang Qing and Ling Yi the information on the various instruments and meters, explaining them to them to help them remember faster. The two spent the morning familiarizing themselves with the equipment. At lunchtime, Zhang Wei said, "We eat and sleep in the survival pod for the next few days, which will help us get used to the environment." He took out several portions of compressed biscuits and canned snake food for Yang Qing and Ling Yi. "Is this all we eat?" Yang Qing asked. This canned snake food must have been caught during the snake infestation, used to barter for food. Zhang Wei gave a wry smile. Before the apocalypse, we had pre-prepared meals. Now, as you know, conditions are limited. But Yang Qing really couldn't eat it, especially the canned snake food. She was terrified of it. Just thinking about it made her feel nauseous. "Let's eat ours," Yang Qing said, pulling a large box of dumplings from her bag. "Knowing we'd be staying here, I brought some myself." "This?" Zhang Wei swallowed, looking at the plump round dumplings. He hadn't had dumplings in ages. "Come on, eat up. Why be so polite?" Ling Yi smiled, handing Zhang Wei a pair of chopsticks. Zhang Wei didn't refuse anymore. They spent over 1,000,000 points to exchange for a life pod. This little bit of food was nothing. Yang Qing also gave them some vinegar and chili sauce to dip their dumplings in, and the three of them ate with relish. Yang Qing had brought some dog food for the two dogs. After finishing the dumplings, Yang Qing gave Zhang Wei a cucumber as an after-dinner fruit. Over the next few days, Zhang Wei naturally shared everything he knew, and Yang Qing and Ling Yi learned very diligently. Things in the deep sea are no joke. One wrong move could mean death at the bottom of the ocean, so they couldn't be careless. Chapter 323. A week later, Ling Yi returned to the base. Having reviewed Lin Rui's training results, which were quite good, he slightly adjusted the training plan and urged him to continue practicing diligently. Back at the deep-sea dock, this time it was time for practical sea drills. Zhang Wei remained silent, watching as Yang Qing operated the various equipment to launch the deep-sea rescue capsule out to sea, and then slowly descended. He had memorized the instruments perfectly, but during the practical operation, he was still a bit clumsy, and Ling Yi provided reminders. Gradually, he became more and more stable. Zhang Wei was very satisfied. As expected of Brother Yi and his wife, their abilities were truly impressive. The rescue capsule descended to 500 meters, and Yang Qing saw many marine creatures he had never seen before, colorful and fluorescent, very beautiful. "Watch out!" Zhang Wei suddenly shouted. A huge black shadow rushed towards them, and Yang Qing quickly changed direction to avoid it. "Was that an octopus?" Yang Qing said uncertainly. "Yes." Zhang Wei nodded. "How can they be so big?" Yang Qing asked in surprise. Zhang Wei sighed. The seawater must be polluted. Nuclear wastewater from some country, and the melting of glaciers from the apocalyptic heatwave, have caused ancient viruses to flow into the sea, affecting all marine life. I've been here for almost a year, and encountered so much. Not only octopuses, but also sharks, sea snakes, jellyfish, and sea turtles have all become enormous. Some have even mutated, growing sharp teeth. So you must be careful when you encounter them in the sea in the future, and avoid them if possible. Some sharks or whales are 2 or 3 times the size of a life pod, and can swallow a life pod whole in one gulp. So never provoke them. It's best to stay far away. Yang Qing and Ling Yi both nodded. This was advice based on experience, and should be remembered. After practicing underwater for 3 more days, both were very proficient in operating the equipment, and returned to shore. Zhang Wei led them to the deep-sea dock, where the deep-sea rescue capsule that Yang Qing and his team had ordered was already moored in the lock. It appeared slightly larger than other rescue capsules, but this was easily overlooked. After all, it was custom-made, equipped with torpedoes, making it slightly different from other rescue capsules. Zhang Wei had them register their iris scans before activating the rescue capsule. Once the group entered the capsule, Zhang Wei instructed them on how to operate it, especially the torpedo launching system, which was not found on other rescue capsules, so he naturally had to teach them again. They were familiar with it in just 1 day. The entire course on the deep-sea rescue capsule was now complete. Zhang Wei drove the two back to base. Yang Qing wanted to treat him to a meal, but he said he was too busy. The next person he needed to train was waiting for him, and he had to leave soon. "Let's meet again sometime." Ling Yi grasped Zhang Wei's hand. Zhang Wei nodded. "Brother Yi, since you didn't enlist, when a major disaster strikes, you must get to the deep-sea dock immediately. That lifeboat is yours. No one else can take it. As long as you're in the sea, there's still a chance of survival." "Understood." Lung Yi nodded. Be careful then too. We meet again. Definitely. Zhang Wei nodded with a smile. Back home, the two took a good shower and even washed their two dogs. They were really bored in the lifeboat with no facilities. Then Lung Yi killed a chicken and cooked a big meal with beef, fish, and vegetables. Inside the escape pod, they had no choice but to eat pre-cooked meals and dry rations, and both of them became very thin from hunger. Lung Yi served Yang Qing a large bowl of chicken soup and tore off large pieces of chicken for the two dogs, who also suffered. After eating and drinking their fill, the two went into their room and fell asleep immediately. Although there was a rest area in the escape pod, it was naturally not as peaceful as sleeping on a bed on land. The next day, Lung Yi went to check on Lin Rui's training progress. There are still 3 days left. I spar with you again, and we should be almost done, Lung Yi said. Lin Rui smiled broadly. Thank you, Brother Yi. Without you, I couldn't have improved so quickly. After these 10 days, he had become much stronger, no longer so thin and bony, and much more energetic. At the appointed time, Lung Yi took Lin Rui to see Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping personally reviewed him, and was quite satisfied. You passed. You can stay, Zhang Ping said with a smile. Really? Lin Rui was overjoyed and hugged Lung Yi. Brother Yi, did you hear that? I passed. I can stay. Lung Yi smiled. Congratulations. Lin Rui's eyes reddened. Brother Yi, if it weren't for you and my sister, I wouldn't be where I am today. I will never forget your kindness. Why are you getting so emotional? Lung Yi laughed. This is the result of your own hard work. Do you want to enlist or become a freelancer? Zhang Ping asked. I want to enlist, Lin Rui answered without hesitation. Zhang Ping was a little surprised, thinking that the person Lung Yi brought would be like him. Good, ambitious. Zhang Ping smiled. As an examiner, he most hoped that capable people would join the army and serve the country. Lung Yi, you and Yang Qing. Zhang Ping looked at Lung Yi, wanting to persuade him further. He felt that Lung Yi and Yang Qing were exceptionally capable, and it would be a real waste if they didn't join the army. No need to persuade me anymore. Lung Yi waved his hand. Our decision won't change. All right. Zhang Ping was a little helpless, and had someone take Lin Rui to the army to report for duty. Lung Yi was about to leave when Zhang Ping suddenly called out, Brother Lung. Lung Yi turned around. What's wrong? Why the sudden change in address? Zhang Ping scratched the back of his head. How's Lung Qiao doing lately? Huh? Lung Yi was a little surprised, then realized he knew he was Lung Qiao's older brother. I'm sorry, I've been training in deep-sea rescue capsules for the past 2 weeks and haven't seen her. What's wrong? No, nothing. Zhang Ping's face flushed red. Since he refused Lung Qiao's request for individual training, she hadn't come to see him for 2 weeks, something that had never happened before. She used to come see him every few days, just dropping by for no particular reason. He appeared indifferent, but was secretly pleased. Would she stop coming altogether? Seeing his expression, Lung Yi suddenly realized, was there something between him and Lung Qiao, something he dared not say? Instructor Zhang, let me tell you a story, Lung Yi said. Not really a story, just something that happened to someone I know. I have a friend who likes my wife's best friend, but feels unworthy of her and has never dared to confess. Later, that girl met another man. He wasn't particularly outstanding, but he was very bold. He confessed to her, and even boldly kissed her. She got together with him, and they're married now. My friend could only watch helplessly as she was with another man, filled with regret. Instructor Zhang, I hope you won't be the one who regrets it. Zhang Ping was deeply embarrassed, his secret exposed. Thank you. Zhang Ping nodded. Actually, he already regretted it, but he had never taken the initiative to contact Lung Qiao before, and he didn't know what reason to use to find her. What if she ignored him? Chapter 324. After dinner, Zhang Ping thought it over and decided to go find Lung Qiao. He didn't want to become the one who regretted it. When Zhang Ping arrived at the Lung family villa, Lung Jiashan, the person in charge of the base, was naturally guarded by soldiers outside. Zhang Ping was embarrassed to say he was looking for Lung Qiao, so he said he was looking for Lung Hui. Lung Hui came out and was surprised to see him. You were looking for me. Is something wrong? Zhang Ping blushed. Actually, I wanted to see Lung Qiao. Is she home? No. Lung Hui shook his head. She is at the training hall over there, doing special training with Instructor Lin. She said her physical fitness isn't as good as others, and she needs to work on it. She's never been this proactive before. It seems like she's matured all of a sudden since being transferred to the submarine unit. But speaking of which, why didn't she ask you to help her train? Have you been very busy lately? Zhang Ping's face burned. He didn't dare to tell the truth and blurted out, yeah, I have some free time now, so I wanted to ask her if she still needs me. Leng Hui raised an eyebrow. I don't know. Go ask her yourself. Zhang Ping rushed to the training hall and saw Leng Qiao playing chess with Lin Lei. The two were locked in a fierce battle. Leng Qiao was covered in sweat, her military green t-shirt soaked through, but she refused to stop. Upon seeing Zhang Ping, Leng Qiao was momentarily distracted and was kicked away by Lin Lei. Leng Qiao cried out and fell to the ground. Zhang Ping panicked and rushed over to help her up, yelling at Lin Lei, "Did you have to hit her so hard?" Lin Lei scratched his head. "I didn't use that much force." "Can your strength be the same as a girl's?" Zhang Ping snapped. Leng Qiao pushed Zhang Ping away. "Why are you yelling at her? I told him not to hold back. What are you doing here causing trouble?" Zhang Ping choked, quickly looking at Leng Qiao. "How are you? Are you hurt? What's it to you?" Leng Qiao stood up, rubbing her stomach where Lin Lei had kicked her. "It really hurt." She said to Lin Lei, "Instructor Lin, let's call it a day." "Okay." Lin Lei nodded. "Are you alright?" Leng Qiao smiled. "I'm fine, I just rest a bit." Leng Qiao grabbed her coat and walked out of the training hall, Zhang Ping quickly following. "Are you really alright? Should I take a look?" Leng Qiao stopped, looking at him coldly. "How do you want to look? Take off my clothes to look?" I didn't mean that. I go get you some medicine, or I can take you to the infirmary." Zhang Ping stammered. "It's none of your business. I have my own medicine at home." Leng Qiao glanced at Zhang Ping and walked towards home. "Leng Qiao." Zhang Ping walked up to Leng Qiao. "I made up my mind. I give you special training from now on. I have time." "No need." Leng Qiao walked around Zhang Ping. "I think Instructor Lin is great. I learned a lot in the past 2 weeks, and my physical fitness has improved a lot. Training needs to be continuous. Changing instructors at the last minute is a big no-no." Zhang Ping didn't know what to say. Did he have no chance anymore? Watching Leng Qiao's retreating figure, he followed her. "I can do everything he can. I can do it better than him. I know it was wrong of me to reject you before. I thought it through, and I won't do it again." Leng Qiao stopped and turned to look at him. "Then do you know why I contacted you before?" Because. Zhang Ping was a little embarrassed to continue. Saying she liked him made him seem like he was presumptuous. "Yes, it's because I like you." Leng Qiao blushed after saying this, her eyes reddening as well. "But how did you treat me? When I went to see you, you wanted to stay at least 3 feet away from me. Wherever I was, you quietly retreat, as if I were some kind of germ. Did you hate me that much?" No. Zhang Ping quickly said, "I don't hate you, I hate myself, I hate my cowardice, I feel I'm not good enough for you. You're so beautiful, so dazzling, like a red sun in a crowd, and I'm just an ordinary soldier." Leng Qiao paused. "What did you just say?" Zhang Ping was a little confused. "Which sentence?" "I'm just an ordinary soldier." "The sentence before that?" "You're like a red sun in a crowd?" "The sentence before that?" "You're so beautiful, so dazzling." Leng Qiao's face lifted, revealing a smile. "So you like me too?" Zhang Ping's face turned bright red. I. "If you don't like me, then forget it." Leng Qiao pretended to be angry and turned to leave. Zhang Ping hurriedly chased after him. I like you. His face and neck flushed red as he finished speaking. Leng Qiao's lips curled up. "You're not lying to me?" "No." Zhang Ping was firm this time. "I actually liked you for a long time. I was just worried I wasn't good enough for you. But I thought it through. I want to say it. I don't want to regret it later. If you fall for someone else, I regret it for the rest of my life." Leng Qiao smiled, looked at Zhang Ping, and held out her hand. "Give me your hand." Zhang Ping reached out his hand, but Leng Qiao suddenly pulled it back. "Never mind, my hands are sweaty." "It's all right." Zhang Ping quickly took her hand. It was damp and warm, but he found it very comfortable. Leng Qiao's face flushed. The man's hand was large and dry, completely enveloping hers in his palm. Her heart pounded. The two walked hand in hand to the Leng family villa. Zhang Ping quickly let go, afraid of being seen by the chief. Leng Hui watched everything from inside the house through the window. "You go back first. I go home, take a shower, have some food, and then come find you," Leng Qiao said to Zhang Ping. "Okay." Zhang Ping nodded, his eyes shining as he looked at Leng Qiao. Leng Qiao returned home, took a shower, and changed her clothes. Back in the living room, Everyone else had already eaten, but they had left her some food. She had been focusing on her training during this time, so her family didn't need to wait for her. While eating, Leng Hui came over and sat down at the table. Zhang Ping just came to see you? How did you know? Leng Qiao asked in surprise. Did you send him to find me? No. Leng Hui shook his head. He came to my house and asked me, so I told him you were at the training center. Leng Qiao's lips curled into a smile. He took the initiative, otherwise, she would have been angry again. Is he pursuing you? Leng Hui asked bluntly. Leng Qiao was startled, her face flushing. Yes. And you, do you like him? Leng Qiao smiled. Yes, I liked him for a long time. He's so dense, he has no idea how I feel. Leng Hui smiled. While I don't object to you dating, you're still young. You need to think things through. Besides, a major disaster is coming soon, and who knows what the future holds. Leng Qiao put down her chopsticks and looked at her brother. It's precisely because I don't know what the future holds that I cherish my life now. If I die in the disaster, I might regret not being with the person I like. What nonsense are you talking about? How could you die? Leng Hui's face darkened. Leng Qiao sighed softly. Brother, although we soldiers have a better chance of survival than others, nobody knows what will happen in the future. How many people died in the apocalypse? Nobody knows how severe the disaster will become or how many people will die. I already made preparations. Leng Hui was stunned. His sister was only 20 years old. He hadn't expected her to be so insightful. At this age, she should be living a carefree life in university, but because of the apocalypse, she joined the army as soon as she came of age, and now she had to shoulder the task of protecting the seed container. He truly felt sorry for her. Let her do what she wants. He didn't want her to have any regrets. Chapter 325. In the days that followed, Yang Qing and Leng Yi stayed at the base, living a leisurely life. Those people outside were eyeing them covetously, but they didn't bother to provoke them. Since no one dared to cause trouble at the base, they simply stayed inside for peace and quiet. They occasionally went to the trading center to exchange for items, slowly spending their remaining tens of thousands of points. They exchanged for food, an electric fence, bulletproof vests, radiation suits, gas masks, diving suits, Arctic cold weather clothing, and everything else they might need later. Leng Yi also acquired a set of special agent tools, a 5-pronged golden hook specifically for climbing steel cables, a high-strength steel dagger, and a miniature surveillance, listening device. He even suspected that the base had set it up specifically for him. When they went to the warehouse, they also found bicycles, small wooden boats, and other items that Yang Qing didn't have in his inventory space. Thinking they were interesting, they exchanged them too, along with fishing gear, a parasol, and other things, none of which would cost many points. Finally, they made the entire RV bulletproof. When out in the wild, an RV was more useful than an off-road vehicle, at least they could get a good night's sleep. And so they spent the most pleasant 2 months since the apocalypse at the base. One day, Yang Qing and Leng Yi were leisurely eating watermelon in rocking chairs in the yard, when several white streaks suddenly flashed across the sky. What were those? Yang Qing squinted. Shooting stars? Leng Yi said uncertainly. Shooting stars in broad daylight? Yang Qing looked at the sky. Suddenly, a white streak sped towards the small yard, slowly turning into a black dot. The dot grew larger and larger, and then a huge rock fell from the sky. Run! Leng Yi grabbed Yang Qing's hand and ran outside. A deafening roar followed, the earth shook, and the boulder smashed a large hole in the house. The two were thrown to the ground by the shock, taking a long time to get up. This is a meteorite? Yang Qing stared incredulously at the smoking stone, about the size of a tabletop in the living room. Just as they were about to approach, a series of booming sounds followed, and the ground shook violently. Looking outside, they saw countless meteorites falling like rain, drawing white streaks across the sky. Some were blazing with light, crashing down like giant fireballs, igniting everything around them upon impact. Some struck buildings, collapsing halfway down. The ground shook violently, explosions rang out intermittently, and cars were thrown into the air, only to explode in midair. The entire base seemed to be under air attack. At that moment, the base's air raid siren sounded, its piercing wail echoing throughout the entire base. Aki and Xiaoxua ran out of the house, barking loudly. Yang Qing quickly stored them in his spatial storage. A catastrophe is coming. Run! Yang Qing rushed into the house, quickly storing everything he could into his spatial storage. When he came out, he saw the meteorite, hesitated for a moment, then picked up a meter-long pole and used it as a medium to attach to the meteorite, storing it in his spatial storage. The spatial storage seemed to tremble slightly before calming down. Leaving the living room, Yang Qing also stored the truck in the yard, preparing to drive his pickup truck to the deep-sea dock. But as soon as he stepped outside, he found the area teeming with people. The crowds were panicking and running in all directions. The vast base was suddenly a sea of people, tens of thousands rushing towards the North Gate exit. It was incredibly crowded. Vehicles couldn't move at all, people trampled and shoved each other. Curses, cries, and roars filled the entire base. A meteorite struck, blasting away a large number of people. Meteorites continued to fall from the sky, making helicopters unusable. A hit from a meteorite would mean certain death. Lung Yi pulled Yang Qing against the flow of people towards the west gate. They needed to reach the deep-sea dock to open a life pod. Perhaps there was still a chance of survival in the sea. Many freelancers at the base were unaware that the west gate was also an exit point, blindly heading towards the north gate. At this point, Yang Qing and the others had no way to warn them, and could only keep colliding with the oncoming crowds, persisting forward. Lung Yi gripped Yang Qing's hand tightly to prevent them from being separated. Suddenly, Ling Yi's walkie-talkie crackled to life, but he had no time to respond. Big brother, where are you?" came Lung Hui's anxious voice. "We're going to the deep-sea dock, don't worry about us," Lung Yi quickly replied, seizing an opportunity. Finally, they reached the west gate through the crowd, where countless soldiers surged from all directions, rushing towards their respective units. Yang Qing was unable to contact Lu Lin and the others at this point, assuming they would evacuate with his unit. Upon exiting the west gate, Lung Yi jumped into a nearby military truck and started driving. Meteorites rained down from the sky like cannonballs. Lung Yi was tense, focused intently, constantly dodging the falling fireballs. Cries for help and explosions echoed around him, a scene of utter apocalypse. But he couldn't care less about anything now, only one thought remained in his mind: run. Lung Yi floored the accelerator, constantly speeding, exceeding speed limits, reaching the deep-sea dock in just over 10 minutes. The ground shook violently, the coastline undulating like waves. The waves grew higher and higher, crashing against the shore, seemingly shattering the land. The moored ships rocked violently, and mountains of containers cascaded uncontrollably into the sea. Submarines at the dock were frantically loading containers, but the sea was too turbulent, and many fell into the water before they could be loaded. Military trucks on the shore were still loading something. Some were accidentally struck by meteorites and shattered. Yang Qing was terrified, wondering if any of her friends were inside. She didn't know where Lu Lin and Li Shengnan were. No time. Lung Yi knew what Yang Qing was looking at, grabbed her hand, and ran towards the escape hatch. He unlocked his escape hatch with his iris scanner, pulled Yang Qing inside, and closed the hatch tightly. He activated the escape hatch and began diving directly into the deep sea. Only the deep sea was safe at this point. The resistance of the falling meteorites would slow them considerably as they fell deeper, allowing them to avoid the impact. Even as they descended, rocks continued to fall, carrying scorching heat that seemed to boil the surrounding seawater. Lung Yi could only keep diving deeper, while Yang Qing helped control the air pressure. Diving too fast made him extremely dizzy. Finally, they reached a depth of about 500 meters. The impact of the meteorite lessened, and the sea surface seemed to calm down. However, the sea creatures were startled and scattered in all directions, nearly crashing into the life pods several times, but Lung Yi narrowly avoided them each time. They had been submerged for 24 hours, neither daring to relax. Both were exhausted and relied on the spiritual spring water for support. "Should we be alright now?" Yang Qing said, sounding quite calm. Just then, the life pod suddenly began to shake violently, as if a force was constantly pushing them upwards. Lung Yi was almost losing control. "What's that?" Yang Qing exclaimed. A bright red light appeared ahead, seemingly surging upwards. An underwater volcano erupting? Lung Yi was shocked and quickly turned around. The surrounding seawater was boiling, spewing out large amounts of bubbles. Chapter 326. Lung Yi sped away from the underwater eruption point, when suddenly he heard a deafening roar behind him. Fiery red lava erupted from the sea like a fountain, shooting high into the air. The violent tremors caused the life pod to roll several times before gradually stabilizing. "A deep-sea earthquake, it's likely to trigger a tsunami," Lung Yi said grimly. "We must get out of the sea and into the air." The two quickly raised the life pod, and upon reaching the surface, they witnessed the volcanic eruption. Fiery red lava, billowing black smoke, surged from the sea, the deafening roar pressing down in all directions. Red-hot rocks were propelled high into the air before crashing back down, leaving countless fiery streaks in the smoke-filled sky. Volcanic ash scattered like snowflakes, falling into the sea and covering the surface like a gray carpet. The life pod was tossed into the air and then plunged into the sea by the crashing waves, which seemed poised to overturn everything in its path. In this situation, the helicopter couldn't be retrieved, and there was nowhere to land. What do we do? Yang Qing was frantic. Get the cruise ship out first, and land the helicopter on it, Lung Yi said. The cruise ship was large and heavy enough to provide some stability on the sea. Yang Qing's eyes lit up. Right, she'd forgotten about the cruise ship. She retrieved the cruise ship from her spatial storage, then the helicopter, and finally stowed the life pod away. The two boarded the helicopter, stowed the cruise ship, and the helicopter took off, disappearing from the volcano. Looking down, the sea was a surging mass of waves, each higher than the last, the highest reaching the height of a dozen stories. Look! Yang Qing suddenly exclaimed. A submarine was swept up by the wave and pulled to its crest. The hook at the rear of the submarine snapped under the weight, and the containers behind it crashed into the sea. The submarine tumbled in the waves like a toy, disappearing from sight in no time. Yang Qing's heart sank. What had become of the submarine? Were the people inside all right? Would Lu Lin and the others be inside? But there was nothing he could do now. He could only get away. A towering wave rolled in, and Leng Yi sped away, escaping from the front of the wave. Upon reaching the airspace above the base, it was a scene of utter devastation. Fires raged everywhere, corpses littered the ground, and explosions continued to erupt. Suddenly, the ground began to collapse, and countless buildings crumbled like dominoes. The entire city of Fu began to collapse. Mountains cascaded down like an avalanche, carrying trees and rocks, while the ground itself began to bulge upwards, and seawater flooded in, submerging the entire city. The tectonic plates continued to move, destroying and obliterating city after city, gradually disappearing from sight. Yang Qing and Leng Yi's faces were grave. They couldn't bear to watch any longer and turned north. But as they drove north, all they saw was ruins. Cities were gone, mountains had collapsed, and the ground had become like the Great Rift Valley of East Africa, devoid of people and livestock. The helicopter flew for 6 hours, until it reached a grassland. Exhausted, the two finally decided to stop and rest. The grassland had also split into several pieces, the Rift Valley's bottomless. However, because the grassland was large enough, there was still some room to hide. Let's stop there. Yang Qing pointed to a relatively large area and decided to stop and rest. They were too tired. The helicopter finally landed on the ground. The grass on the grassland was withered and yellow, not a trace of green in sight. Suddenly, Yang Qing seemed to see a moving white expanse, thinking he was seeing things. Those are sheep? It looks like it. A flock of sheep, at least 100 of them, their wool all gray, emaciated, yet still alive. Yang Qing released Aki and Xiaoxue. Quick, herd those sheep over here. Aki and Xiaoxue, unaware of what was happening outside, excitedly ran towards the sheep as soon as they were released. In the space, they were already used to being sheepdogs, and these sheep were no problem for them. Leng Yi smiled, letting them play, and took out fuel to refuel the helicopter. In just over 10 minutes, the two dogs had herded over 100 sheep over. Suddenly, the ground began to shake again, and a large crack appeared in front of them. The sheep at the front couldn't brake in time and fell through. Yang Qing shouted anxiously, Aki, Xiaoxue, be careful, come back quickly. But Aki and Xiaoxue didn't give up, barking wildly at the sheep, directing them to charge forward. The sheep in front leaped over the gap, and the sheep behind, encouraged, followed suit. The sheep bounced up like galloping meatballs. Finally, Aki and Xiaoxue leaped across the gap, their long fur flying, like divine beasts descending from the sky. So cool, two dogs rushed up to Yang Qing and Leng Yi, licking their hands incessantly, as if begging for praise. Humans, aren't we amazing? Fantastic. Yang Qing stroked one dog's head and the other's fur, completely captivated. All the sheep were herded together, and Yang Qing stored them all in his spatial storage. He took out some fast food, and had only taken a few bites when the ground began to shake again. The ground beneath his feet cracked inch by inch, like glass that had been smashed. Go! Leng Yi shouted. Yang Qing stored the two dogs in his spatial storage, boarded the helicopter, and the rotors roared as it soared into the sky. The flat grassland collapsed piece by piece, finally stopping before a massive fissure. From a distance, the fissure resembled a mountain peak, but it looked as if it had been carved by a knife, smooth and steep. Years later, perhaps people would think that this was once a high mountain. The two continued driving forward, passing through almost no place to set foot. Finally, they stopped in a desert before nightfall. The yellow sand kicked up by the helicopter landing almost buried them. Only after the sandstorm completely subsided did Yang Qing and Ling Yi step out of the helicopter. The desert temperature plummeted at night, and both of them shivered as soon as they stepped out. They quickly took out the RV and turned on the air conditioning. The helicopter was temporarily stored away. The two of them took a shower in the space before feeling truly alive. Although they could stay in the space indefinitely, they couldn't stay forever. There was always an unreal feeling in the space. Only when their feet were on the ground did they feel truly alive. The space felt like an illusion, like a dream. So it was more reassuring to stay outside. They could cook in the RV. Ling Yi took out the beef he had prepared earlier and stewed it with some potatoes. He also pan-fried a ribbonfish that Yang Qing liked and stir-fried some greens. The RV was warmly lit. The food smelled delicious. His lover was dozing off beside him, and their two pets were playing outside. Suddenly, there was a feeling of peace and tranquility. It didn't feel like the apocalypse at all. If only things could always be like this, Ling Yi thought. I wish the apocalypse would end soon. Chapter 327. Wake up, time to eat. Ling Yi nudged Yang Qing. Yang Qing groggily opened her eyes, a little confused by the scene before her, then realized she was in the RV. What's wrong, still half asleep? Ling Yi smiled. Yeah, I thought I was dreaming. Yang Qing sat up, sniffing. It smells so good. What did you cook? I fried ribbonfish, your favorite. Ling Yi smiled and pulled Yang Qing up. They walked to the small dining table and sat facing each other. Yang Qing looked at the crispy fried ribbonfish, the tender stewed beef, and the vegetables, all of her favorites. You worked hard. Yang Qing smiled brightly. He had been flying the plane all day, and now he had to cook for her. She felt really bad. Eat. Ling Yi gently ruffled her bangs. He knew she was tired. Even without doing much, flying all day would be tiring. He had much better stamina than her. Yang Qing tossed a few pieces of beef to Archie and Xiaoxue, who ate them with relish. After dinner, Yang Qing washed the dishes, and the two squeezed onto the narrow bed, embracing tightly. I wonder how Lu Lin and the others are doing, Yang Qing said, still shaken by the disaster. They should be all right, Ling Yi reassured her. The military anticipated this disaster and made preparations. Ling Yi trailed off. They had witnessed so many deaths. Who knew if Lu Lin and the others were among them? But there was nothing they could do. In the face of a catastrophe, humans were as insignificant as ants. Nothing could withstand it. If she were still with me, she would be all right, Yang Qing said. With her spatial ability, she could guarantee the lives of all three of them, no matter what. That was her own choice, Ling Yi said. She found her love, and she wants to live and die with him. Yang Qing sighed. Yes, it was her own choice. If she wanted, she could have chosen not to join the army and wait for him. He wouldn't have abandoned her. She knew that, but she still made the decision. But the thought of something possibly happening to her still filled her with worry. Sleep, you had a long day, Ling Yi said, holding Yang Qing tightly. I dozed off for a bit, but I can't sleep now. Yang Qing nestled into Ling Yi's arms, wrapping her arms around his waist. Then let's exercise a little. You feel sleepy when you're tired, Ling Yi said, lowering his head to kiss Yang Qing. Aren't you tired? Yang Qing looked at him, wondering how he had so much energy. Ling Yi laughed. I've been sitting all day. This is good exercise. Yang Qing's face gradually turned red. You said we're in the RV. Does this count as car sex? Ling Yi chuckled. Whatever you say. The RV lights went out, leaving only a small night light. The vehicle swayed gently. Aki and Xiaoxue looked up for a moment, then lay back down, seemingly used to it. The two woke up the next day because of the heat. Daylight broke, and the temperature in the desert rose sharply. The heater they run all night was now unbearably hot, so they quickly switched to air conditioning. Outside, it was sweltering, the air felt like it was melting, and the distant scenery looked distorted, as if seen through frosted glass. Ling Yi got out of the vehicle and looked around. Luckily, the tires had been replaced when the vehicle was bulletproofed, otherwise they might have melted in this heat. It's too hot outside, we can't go out at all. Ling Yi quickly closed the door as soon as he got back in. It seems this isn't a place to stay for long, Yang Qing said worriedly, but there really wasn't anywhere else to go. Let's rest for a few days, and then look again. There's bound to be some undestroyed place, otherwise humanity would be wiped out, Ling Yi said. Yang Qing nodded, recalling yesterday's catastrophe. The meteor shower only lasts a day, the world can't be completely destroyed, but it won't just be a scourge on our Yin country, right? Ling Yi nodded. The entire northern hemisphere has probably been severely damaged, not just our country, but the surrounding areas are unlikely to be spared. So, are we going to live in the southern hemisphere? Yang Qing asked. We see. We can survive anywhere, as long as there's still a piece of land intact. It's just that our home has been destroyed so thoroughly, it won't take years to recover, Ling Yi sighed. This isn't like the tsunami in Xia City before. That one only affected one city, this time it's almost the entire country, even the globe. The ground has collapsed, there's nowhere to rebuild, and the disaster might not have stopped yet. Who knows when things will stabilize? And those sea containers, we only saw so many sink to the sea. There are others that were hit by the tsunami. We don't know how many more were lost, Yang Qing sighed. We look for those later when we have a chance. There's nothing we can do now, Ling Yi pondered. Besides, with tectonic plate movement, those containers might not still be in their original places. They might have been swept away somewhere long ago. Yang Qing nodded. Once the disaster stabilizes, we have time to look for them, and we find as many as we can. Just as he finished speaking, the RV shook, shuddered a few times, and then stopped. It seems even the desert wasn't spared. It too was affected by the earthquake. Yang Qing looked out, and saw that a cluster of sand dunes not far away had vanished, likely subsided due to the earthquake. However, this situation seemed likely to persist regardless of location. The magnitude of the earthquake here was relatively small, making it relatively safe. The two had unknowingly spent 7 days in the desert. Aside from the occasional minor tremor every few days, things were generally stable. Of course, neither of them let their guard down. Although this was an uninhabited area, it was relatively safe. They couldn't rule out the possibility of others seeking refuge here. Ling Yi, as usual, climbed into the RV to keep watch, scanning the surroundings with binoculars. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he spotted a group of people approaching in the distance. He quickly climbed down and entered the RV. Someone's coming. What? Yang Qing was shocked. There were people here? He wouldn't have been able to get here at all without the helicopter. Get the electric grid out, Ling Yi said. The desert daytime temperature was high, and with the solar generator, electricity wasn't a problem. Yang Qing quickly retrieved the electric fence, specially installed at the military base. It was over 2 meters high, buried in sand to prevent it from being easily knocked over. Then he used it to enclose the RV, creating a wall. He connected the wires and adjusted the power, just in case anyone tried to break in. The two sat by the window, keeping a close eye on the group. The group drew closer and became clearer, a dozen or so people, carrying large bags and covered in debris. When they saw the RV, they cheered, "There are people! There are people over there! It's an RV! They must have water! We're saved! Hurry up! Almost there!" Yang Qing and Ling Yi exchanged a glance, silently donned their bulletproof vests, and prepared their guns. They might not need them, but it was better to be safe than sorry. Chapter 328. A dozen people stopped in front of the electric fence. Someone approached and called out, "Hello, is anyone here?" "Hi." Yang Qing and Ling Yi remained calm. "There must be someone here? How could there be no one here? How did this vehicle get in? This vehicle is so luxurious, it must have a lot of stuff inside to get here. There must be water." The people outside stared intently at the RV, their faces filled with eagerness and greed. Yang Qing and Ling Yi exchanged a glance and opened the window a crack. "What do you want?" The people outside asked excitedly, "Are you Chinese too? Can you help us? Do you have any water? We're out of water. Can you give us some?" "No," Ling Yi said coldly. Their RV had a limited water capacity. If so many people outside drank from it, the stored water would be gone. Although Yang Qing had water in his space, he couldn't reveal it, so he had to say there was no water. Otherwise, these people would drink from it once, and then want more, becoming insatiable. It was better to say there wasn't any. How could there not be any? How did you survive here without any? Don't be so stingy, we're all compatriots. Ling Yi coldly looked at the people outside. We only have enough water for ourselves, there's nothing extra. You better look elsewhere. We just walked over 10 kilometers away, and we didn't find any water. We drunk all our water, we die of thirst if we run out soon. We just need a little bit, just one sip each. Yang Qing looked at the people outside expressionlessly. Could such greedy expressions be satisfied with just one sip of water? If they were allowed to come in and get water, they would definitely cause trouble immediately. "No, you can leave now, or don't blame us for being impolite." The people outside immediately flared up. "You're so cold-blooded, you won't even spare a drop of water, and you think you can be impolite? How do you intend to be impolite?" "That's right, they're so heartless, Are they just going to watch us die of thirst without helping us? Brother Chong, forget about it. Just push down this fence and go straight in. They were the ones who were heartless first. Don't blame us for being ruthless. Brother Chong, charge. Charge in. He then forcefully pushed down the fence, trying to force his way in. Lung Yi sneered. I advise you not to be impulsive. My wire mesh is electrified. Don't blame me if you get electrocuted. The people outside were startled, but realizing there was no electricity on the mesh, they became smug again. Brother Chong, don't listen to him. There's no electricity at all. He's just bluffing. They're just putting on a show. Aki and Xiaoxua, already impatient, were lying in front of the RV door. These people were so ungrateful. They should kill them. The people outside were even more excited to hear the dogs barking. They have dogs. We can have dog meat. It's been so long since we had meat. Brother Chong, let's go. Even a child in the back shouted, Mommy, I want to eat meat. Okay, we kill the dog and cook meat for you later. Yang Ting was furious. They wanted to eat his dog? Die. He immediately switched on the electric switch. Ah! Mommy! Screams of agony rose and fell outside. Those who had been electrocuted clutched their burned hands, terrified, and immediately retreated. There really is electricity. It hurts so much. Where did they get the electricity? Lung Yi said coldly, I advise you to leave quickly otherwise. Before he could finish speaking, the other man suddenly pulled out a gun and fired. Both men ducked, and the bullets hit the window and fell out. The entire vehicle was bulletproof. They weren't afraid of their gunfire. Yang Qing was instantly enraged. He hadn't wanted to kill innocent people, and had let them go, yet they fired first, then they shouldn't be so ruthless. Yang Qing closed the window slightly, leaving only enough space for the gun barrel, and fired at Brother Chong. Bang! A sound rang out. Brother Chong fell to the ground. Ah! Someone on the other side cried out, probably not expecting the other man to also have a gun. Brother Chong, Brother Chong. Brother Chong is dead. Someone quickly picked up Brother Chong's gun and fired at the RV. Bang, bang. Several shots rang out, but the RV remained undamaged. The RV is bulletproof. They're not afraid of bullets at all. What do we do now? Lung Yi aimed at the person who had just grabbed the gun. Bang. The man was blown to the head. Ah! The others screamed in terror, falling to the ground. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. We're leaving right now. We don't need water anymore. Let us go. Don't kill us. The men outside chickened out. They hadn't even gotten their water, and they were already losing their lives. Even someone like Brother Chong was dead. How could they, a group of people of all ages and genders, possibly fight back? Let's retreat first, we talk about it later. Someone whispered. Everyone nodded. No one wanted to lose their lives. A dozen or so people slowly retreated. The child protested, Mom, I want meat. I want meat. The woman quickly covered his mouth, terrified. My little darling, now's not the time for meat. We give you some later. Really? The boy blinked his big eyes, glaring hatefully at the RV ahead. It was all the people's fault. They wouldn't let him eat meat. The dozen or so men retreated, backing up to a spot a kilometer away. There was nowhere to hide in the desert, and they were drenched in sweat, so they took out whatever they had and held it above their heads to shield themselves from the sun. Everyone was even thirstier. Their throats were parched. Brother Chong and Brother Gang are both dead now. What do we do? I propose Brother Hong become our leader. One of them shoved a gun he had secretly retrieved into Brother Hong's hand. Brother Hong, what do you say we do? We follow you. Going now is definitely not an option. We have to wait until tonight, after they're asleep. Brother Hong took the gun and contentedly tucked it into his waistband. But those people in that vehicle are so skilled, can we beat them? Yeah, they have guns. Why don't we keep going? Maybe we find water once we get out of the desert. Are you crazy? We've been walking for so long. Where could we find water? What if the people in the vehicle know where the water is? Let's go ask them. Let's go find it ourselves. That's not necessarily true. Look at their RV. It's so big, maybe it's full of water. Hearing about a truckload of water, everyone's eyes lit up. If there was that much water, it was definitely worth a heist. With water, they would have the energy to search for water sources, and they could also stay in the RV, making finding water much easier. Then we act tonight. Brother Hong, I go with you. We form a team. The woman, holding her child's hand, smiled obsequiously at Brother Hong. Brother Hong, I can't go, I have a child. Brother Hong grinned. All right, you stay here with the child. After we take care of those two, your child will be my child, and I help you take care of him." The woman understood his meaning perfectly well, forced a smile, and tightened her grip on the child's hand. As the sun set and the temperature slowly dropped, everyone took out their food and silently began to eat. Brother Hong pulled the woman away to a secluded spot, and soon after, indescribable sounds could be heard. Everyone understood without saying a word, and lowered their heads to eat their food. Chapter 329. Those people definitely won't let this go easily. Should we prepare for tonight? Yang Qing asked Leng Yi. No need. They won't come that early. We should get some sleep. Just tell Aki and Xiaoxue to keep an eye on things. Leng Yi laughed. Aki let out a soft "don't worry, leave it to us." After dinner, the two played a few rounds of Connect 4. Leng Yi carried Yang Qing to bed. They chatted casually, and Yang Qing gradually fell asleep and closed her eyes. Leng Yi kissed her on the lips and held her tightly in his arms. A kilometer away, people were preparing. What if they have an electric fence? We can't get in. They also have guns. We can only catch them off guard while they're asleep, so they can't react. The electric fence outside isn't actually that strong. Just bump into something and it'd break. Bump into what? This is a desert, not a forest. There's nothing to bump into. The group racked their brains, but couldn't find a good solution. Why don't we dig a hole, cut the wires, and that do the trick? That's a good idea. Everyone agreed. As darkness fell, and the temperature gradually dropped, those with tents set them up. Brother Hong organized 8 people to wait until after midnight, thinking it would be more reliable to act after everyone was sound asleep. After midnight, the 8 set off. Upon stepping out of the tents, they realized how cold it was, and they all shivered. Several people considered turning back. After all, it wasn't just them, and it would be much better to stay in the tent and sleep. But then they thought of the supplies in the RV and perked up again. If they got the RV, they wouldn't have to worry about finding a place to sleep, right? The group wrapped themselves tightly in their clothes and headed towards the RV. When they were about 500 meters away, they slowed their pace. Leng Yi, who hadn't slept inside, sat up at the slightest sound. Aki and Xiaoxue growled softly, and Leng Yi shushed them. Don't wake Qing. Leng Yi kissed Yang Qing on the forehead, picked up his submachine gun, and sat by the window. The 8 men stopped about 20 meters away. They lay prone, silently watching the RV. The RV's lights were off. The people inside were undoubtedly fast asleep. Brother Hong gestured forward, and the group got up and crouched low, slowly making their way forward. Upon reaching the electric fence, lacking tools, some used their lunchboxes and stainless steel bowls as makeshift tools, digging sand under the fence. Be careful, don't touch the fence, Brother Hong whispered. Leng Yi coldly watched the men outside, remaining silent, letting them dig until they were tired, then capturing them all at once. The men dug for a long time, panting heavily, but still hadn't broken through the electric fence. Who is this person? How could they be buried so deep? Someone complained. When will we finally reach the electric fence? We still need to dig a hole big enough for a person to pass through? Stop complaining, just keep digging. Look how soundly the person inside is sleeping. This is the perfect opportunity. Otherwise, we alert them and fail. Hearing this, the men immediately started digging again. Leng Yi sneered and quietly watched the men court death. Yang Qing woke up. She had been asleep, but her senses were still very sharp. She could hear even the slightest noise. Are they here? Yang Qing walked to Leng Yi's side. Why are you up? Leng Yi's face softened immediately, looking tenderly at Yang Qing. You sleep, I'm fine on my own. Yang Qing smiled. I wake up again when the gunfire starts, so let's work together. Leng Yi laughed, cupped Yang Qing's face and kissed her, then moved aside. Okay, come and see. Yang Qing leaned closer, and saw the people outside digging in the sand, and was taken aback. Are they trying to dig a hole to crawl in? Leng Yi chuckled. Yes. What a clever idea. Yang Qing was speechless. But then she realized those people really had no other choice. This was the only way. The group dug for nearly half an hour before finally finding a hole big enough for one person, and they cheered. Shush shush. Brother Hong quickly told them to be quiet. You crawl in, I cover you. Brother Hong pointed to a short man beside him, and pulled out his gun. The man had no choice but to crouch down and crawl into the hole. Watch out for the electric fence above. Someone behind warned. The man slowly crawled inside, and as soon as he poked his head out, Yang Qing pulled out a sniper rifle and aimed it at his forehead. Bang! The man fell to the ground. They weren't asleep. We've been tricked. Run! The group turned to run, but Hong Gu fired back, and Langy raised his submachine gun, unleashing a burst of bullets. One by one, they were hit and fell. The gunshots were especially clear in the silent night, echoing throughout the sky. The remaining men in the distance panicked at the intense gunfire. What was happening? How could there be so many gunshots? They only had one gun, and the other side only had 2 people. Could there be more than just 2 of them? Were there many more people hiding in the car? Wouldn't Brother Hong and the others be in grave danger? The men huddled together, trembling. The people outside were silent. Yang Qing and Ling Yi exchanged a glance, silently donned bulletproof vests and helmets, turned on the RV's lights, and switched on the power to the outer metal fence before stepping outside. 8 men lay on the ground, some shot in the chest, others in the head, almost all killed instantly. Suddenly, Yang Qing noticed a man lying on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, a foul odor emanating from beneath him. He wasn't dead yet, but had wet himself in fear. Yang Qing flipped him over. The man cried out, "Don't kill me, don't." Before he could finish, a dagger plunged into his heart, silencing him. The 2 then finished off the remaining men, ensuring no one was left alive. They took the gun from Brother Hong's hand and returned to the RV. Inside the RV, Yang Qing took off his helmet. What about the corpses outside? Leave them. The temperature will rise during the day, and the corpses will dry out and won't smell. Lung Yi said expressionlessly. Anyone who dares to launch a sneak attack should consider the consequences. It also serve as a warning to the others. Yang Qing nodded. Having experienced too much of the apocalypse, they were already hard-hearted. If they were given a chance and still chose to die, then they wouldn't blame him for being ruthless. The people in the distance had waited anxiously all night, but the 8 people hadn't returned, and their faces were grim. The little boy, still unaware of what was happening, tugged at his mother's hand. "Mom, I want to eat meat. You said yesterday there would be meat." "Eat my ass." Someone angrily slapped him. "What are you thinking about at a time like this?" The boy burst into tears, and the woman quickly covered his mouth, silencing him. "What do we do now? Should we leave? Where can we go? Without water, we can't get out of this desert. Should I go check on them?" Someone said, "Let's see how Brother Hong and the others are doing. We need to see them alive or dead." Chapter 330. Maybe Brother Hong and his gang won. They stole the gun, and they fired it. They're probably living the high life in the RV right now. Everyone thought this was quite possible. Won't they send someone to tell us? Who knows? If it were me, I wouldn't want to come back either. Should we go check? I'm too scared to go. Just send 2 people. If it's good news, send someone back to let us know. I go. A middle-aged man stepped forward. Everyone looked at him. Then we have to trouble you, Uncle Zhao. Make sure you let us know if there's good news. When they arrived at the RV, they saw 8 corpses lying in pools of blood, the blood already congealed. Some had their eyes wide open in death, a gruesome sight. The middle-aged man stumbled back. Uncle Zhao, how is it? Where are they? The middle-aged man's face was deathly pale. Dead, all dead. Ah? The others were shocked. Although they had guessed it, hearing the news still startled them. What do we do now? Run. What else can we do? I'd rather die of thirst than die at their hands. You have no idea how horribly they died. The middle-aged man's hands trembled as he packed his belongings. The others quickly gathered their things, picking through the items the dead had left behind, putting what they thought was useful into their bags. Yang Qing and Ling Yi leisurely finished their breakfast and looked at the corpses outside. There seemed to be more than 8 of them, right? 2 died yesterday, so with these 8, that makes 10, Lung Yi said. I counted yesterday, there were 17 of them. 7 left? Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. Lung Yi nodded. As long as they don't come looking for trouble, we don't need to wipe them out. Yang Qing hummed in agreement. If they hadn't come, he wouldn't have gone out to kill them. It was their own fault for courting death. The 2 stayed in the RV and didn't go anywhere. 2 days passed, and those people didn't come back. It was unclear whether they had left or died. Yang Qing took out the drone. Want to take a look? Sure. Lung Yi took the drone, climbed onto the roof of the RV, adjusted it, and flew it out. About 3 kilometers away, several corpses lay scattered about, seemingly showing signs of a struggle. The bodies were dried by the sun. Not a single one was alive. Lung Yi frowned. How could they be exhausted after only 3 kilometers? Even without water, they should be able to manage over 10 kilometers, right? He flew the drone out again, and surprisingly found a crescent-shaped spring about 2 kilometers away. The water was clear, and there was plenty of grass growing around it. Lung Yi sneered, retrieved the drone, and returned to the RV. How is it? Yang Qing asked. They're all dead? Just 3 kilometers away, Leng Yi said. Only 3 kilometers? Yang Qing exclaimed in surprise. That's incredibly slow. Leng Yi shook his head. I saw signs of a struggle on their bodies. They must have had an internal conflict, fighting over the last bit of water, and in the end, no one got any. What's even more ironic is that there's a spring just 2 kilometers away from them. If they had just held on a little longer, they would have reached it. Yang Qing scoffed. That's what you call courting death. When those people came that day, the greedy looks on their faces told them they weren't good people, so they weren't going to give them a single drop of water. 2 days later, another group of people arrived. However, seeing the desiccated corpses beside the RV, they dared not make a move. But looking at the luxurious RV, they were unwilling to give up. Yang Qing and Leng Yi used binoculars to observe the group from a distance, remaining indoors. They wouldn't move unless the enemy moved. If they wanted to die, they would let them. Finally, a few people couldn't resist and walked towards the RV. Suddenly, someone pointed in fear into the distance. What's that? It's a sandstorm. Run! The group scrambled backward. Yang Qing and Leng Yi turned around and saw a massive sandstorm surging in like a tsunami, the sky filled with yellow sand, carrying the force to engulf everything, like a gaping maw ready to swallow the entire desert. In a flash, Yang Qing and the RV entered his spatial dimension. The people ahead ran and shouted, then turned around, and the RV was gone. The sandstorm had blown away such a large RV. How could they have escaped? Those further away had also noticed the sandstorm, but there was nowhere to hide in the desert. Some lay prone on the ground, some covered their heads with clothes, trying to bury themselves like ostriches, and some hid under nearby dunes. But the sandstorm treated everyone equally. When the wind swept away, there wasn't a soul on the ground, as if no one had ever been there. Except for the shifted dunes, nothing seemed amiss. Yang Qing could hear the sounds outside from her spatial dimension. After the wind subsided, she waited several more hours before saying she wanted to go out and check. What if the environment outside has changed? Leng Yi said. They could hear sounds in the space, but they didn't know the specifics. What if they got stuck in quicksand after exiting? I have an escape pod, Yang Qing said. Not a deep-sea escape pod, but a high-tech one I found at a CEO's place when I was doing a building sweep. Yang Qing retrieved the circular escape pod from the warehouse. We use this to get out? Even if something happens outside, we shouldn't be in any danger. Okay. Leng Yi nodded, took out the instruction manual, and quickly figured it out. The two sat in the escape pod, fastened their seatbelts, and closed the door. Aki and Xiaoxue stayed in the space. The escape pod was too small for them to stay in. Out of the space, the escape pod appeared in the desert. Yang Qing looked out the window. Nothing seemed amiss. The desert remained unchanged, a vast expanse of yellow sand. Suddenly, the escape pod shook violently, then bounced up and rolled down in one direction. Ah! Yang Qing cried out in surprise, quickly grabbing the seatbelt. The escape pod rolled and bounced, leaving Yang Qing dizzy and nearly vomiting. With no other option, Yang Qing quickly slipped back into the spatial dimension. Once inside, it took them both a long time to recover. What happened? Yang Qing rubbed her temples, her head still spinning. It felt like an earthquake, the whole ground tilted, Leng Yi said. What do we do now? Aren't we stuck? Yang Qing's face paled. They entered the spatial dimension while rolling downhill. If they went out, they'd be back where they started, and who knows where that spot would be. They might be buried underground, or they might fall into some crevice, or even end up in a volcano. Going out would mean certain death. Even though they could stay in the spatial dimension forever, wouldn't that mean she and Leng Yi would cease to exist in the world? Chapter 331. In the days that followed, Yang Qing and Leng Yi stayed within their spatial dimension. They didn't know what was happening outside, and dared not venture out, fearing the tectonic plate collision might not be complete, and going out would mean certain death. It was better to stay in their spatial dimension, and wait for the disaster to pass. The two spent their time in their spatial dimension tending flowers, walking the dog, and feeding the chickens and ducks, living a leisurely life. One day, the two lingered around the meteorite they had collected from the military base, examining it closely but unable to discern anything significant, wondering if it possessed any energy. Yang Qing placed his hand on the meteorite, manipulating the spiritual energy of his spatial dimension to touch it, faintly sensing an energy flowing within the meteorite. However, he didn't know its purpose and couldn't extract it. Yang Qing pricked Leng Yi's finger, drawing a little blood, and placed it on the meteorite, but the meteorite remained completely still. Lung Yi chuckled. If it were that easy, there would be countless superhumans in the world. Yang Qing nodded, agreeing. Human history spans thousands of years. Countless meteorites have fallen from the sky. If energy could be obtained so easily, there would be countless superhumans. Without advanced technology, there's no way to extract the energy here. If you want superpowers, it's much faster to use Dr. Zhang's injections, Lung Yi said. Yang Qing shook her head. That's too dangerous. If a mutation occurs, it's beyond our control. Let's forget it. Anyway, I have a spatial ability, and you're so powerful. Don't think about anything else. Yang Qing put the meteorite into the warehouse, keeping an eye on the outside. It's been half a month since she went out. She wondered what was happening outside. Listen, what does that sound like water? Yang Qing asked. It sounds like ocean waves, Lung Yi frowned. No way, we were in the desert before. Even with an earthquake, it wouldn't have reached the sea, would it? The desert is 1,000,000 miles away from the ocean. That's hard to say. During a major catastrophe, tectonic plate movement can cause the sea to almost completely submerge the land, so it wouldn't be surprising if it washed up to the desert. What was impossible before is possible in the apocalypse. Besides, Yin country is in the northern hemisphere, where land only accounts for 40% of the area, while oceans make up 60%. If the land collapses, the ocean could potentially submerge the entire northern hemisphere. Shall we go out and take a look? Okay. Lung Yi nodded. The two entered the escape pod and emerged from the space. Upon exiting the space, they found the escape pod floating on the sea. The sea was calm, with only slight ripples. The escape pod gently swayed on the surface, giving the feeling of sitting in a small boat. The sun hung high in the sky was clear, and there was no sign of the apocalypse. Yang Qing was overjoyed. He first entered his spatial dimension, then took out the yacht and reappeared on the sea, bringing the two dogs with him. Having been cooped up in the spatial dimension for too long, the two dogs, smelling the fresh air and seeing the azure sky, excitedly ran around on the deck. Where are we? Yang Qing looked around. The endless ocean stretched as far as the eye could see. There was nothing but seawater, making it impossible to discern directions. Let me see. Lung Yi took out a compass. This is heading south. He then took out a theodolite, a strange look on his face. What's wrong? Yang Qing asked. We're actually drifting towards the southern hemisphere, and we're almost at Dongi Island, Lung Yi said. Dongi Island is the only Asian country entirely located in the southern hemisphere. It's a very young and politically unstable nation with a large Chinese population. Do you think they might have also experienced the apocalypse? Yang Qing asked. Probably. This apocalyptic crisis is global, just with varying degrees of damage in different regions. Perhaps the southern hemisphere didn't experience the last meteor shower, so their situation might be better than ours. Can we go? We can't just drift at sea forever, can we? Yang Qing said. We should be able to? Lung Yi wasn't entirely sure. Global disasters, tectonic plate movements, there shouldn't be any borders between countries anymore. It's just that we haven't ventured abroad and don't know much about it. Maybe Dongi Island isn't the original island anymore. It might have been occupied by someone else. That makes sense. Yang Qing nodded. Let's just go with the flow wherever we end up. Lung Yi smiled. We can use this time to enjoy a few days at sea. We have a yacht. Consider it a vacation. Great. Yang Qing smiled. He already had a cruise ship, but it wasn't necessary for just the two of them. Cruise ships consume a lot of fuel, and two people would be too wasteful. Yang Qing took out a parasol from his spatial storage and placed it on the deck, along with two deck chairs and a small table. He took out a watermelon, 2 glasses of ice, poured himself a drink, put on sunglasses, and laid down on the deck chair, leisurely sipping his beverage. He really did look like he was on vacation. How about we go fishing? Lung Yi suddenly suggested. The fishing rod he exchanged at the military base could finally come in handy. Sure. Yang Qing smiled, took out his fishing rod, used small fish as bait, put on his sun-protective clothing, sat by the railing, and cast his line. They weren't really aiming to catch anything. They had more fish in their space than they could eat. They were just doing it for fun. Unexpectedly, the fishing rod trembled shortly afterward, and the line showed clear signs of being pulled. A fish! Yang Qing exclaimed excitedly, rushing to pull the rod. But she couldn't budge it. It's a big fish. Come help. I do it. Lung Yi quickly went over, reeling in the line. It felt heavy on the bottom. This fish must weigh at least 10 pounds. After reeling in the line, he flicked the rod upward, and the fish jumped and splashed on the deck. Aki and Xiaoxua rushed over, grabbing the fish to bite. Don't move, Lung Yi shouted. This fish seems a bit strange. Yang Qing looked closely. The fish looked like a common sea bass, but it was half a meter long and had a mouthful of sharp teeth, looking quite frightening. This fish seems to have mutated. We can't eat it, can we? Yang Qing said. It definitely doesn't look like the usual ones. It's much bigger, and its teeth are sharp and pointed. It must be mutated, Lung Yi nodded. Just like those giant sea creatures we saw on the seabed before, they all mutated. Maybe they have a virus. It's probably inedible. What do you think would happen if someone ate this? Would they mutate too? Yang Qing asked. It's hard to say, but I think it would have some effect. Even if it doesn't mutate, it certainly won't be good for your health. Lung Yi shook his head, speared the fish, and threw it back into the sea. Yang Qing suddenly lost interest in fishing. What's the point of catching fish if they can't be eaten? She might as well take out the fish from her spatial storage and eat them. How about we have a barbecue? Yang Qing suggested. Great. It's been a long time since I had a barbecue. Barbecue at sea would be quite a treat, Lung Yi laughed. Yang Qing took out a barbecue grill from her spatial storage, along with sea fish, shrimp, scallops, oysters, and more. Lung Yi helped light the charcoal, while Yang Qing chopped garlic and added some chili peppers for extra flavor. The grill was lit, seafood was placed on it, and soon a fragrant aroma filled the air, making Yang Qing's mouth water. Chapter 332. The two were enjoying barbecue and iced drinks, completely relaxed. After finishing the barbecue, Yang Qing lay under a parasol, almost falling asleep in the sea breeze. Suddenly, Lung Yi called out, "There seem to be people over there." Huh? Yang Qing quickly stood up, taking the binoculars from Lung Yi. A small wooden boat was drifting in the distance, carrying 7 or 8 people, all with black hair and yellow skin, but it was unclear whether they were Chinese. It was too late to pack up the yacht now. They had probably seen them too. Yang Qing quickly gathered everything up from the deck. The people on the wooden boat clearly saw them as well, cheering upon seeing a luxury yacht. "Fellow countrymen! Fellow countrymen!" they called, waving. Yang Qing and Lung Yi exchanged a glance. "Should we move away?" Lung Yi looked at the people more closely through the binoculars. They look black-haired and yellow-skinned, but they don't seem Chinese. "Fellow countrymen, hello!" The people on the other side called again. Yang Qing glanced at them too. Their Mandarin isn't even authentic. Lung Yi chuckled. "People from Riyadh?" "They look like it," Yang Qing said. "Although the people of these Asian countries are of the same race, they're actually quite easy to distinguish, except for those from Europe and America who might not recognize them. People may look similar, but their demeanor is different. Looks like they've been at sea for quite a while. They probably don't have much food left," Lung Yi said. "I'm too lazy to get entangled with them. Let's go!" Lung Yi started the yacht, increased the power, and in no time, the yacht was far ahead. Those people's small wooden boats couldn't catch up at all. Yang Qing looked at the people behind them through binoculars. They were furious, cursing and swearing. Although Yang Qing couldn't understand their language, he recognized the phrase from watching too many TV dramas. They were swearing. His nationalistic instinct suddenly awakened, and he grabbed his sniper rifle and fired with a bang. The bullet hit one of the boatman's oars, startling him so much that he dropped the oars, and the boat stopped, too afraid to give chase. Yang Qing didn't kill them outright. He wanted to give them a warning since they hadn't provoked him yet. If they dared to swear again, they'd be in for a world of trouble. Having shaken off the group, the two stopped the yacht again and laid down on deck chairs to rest, since they had nothing else to do. That night, the two went down to the cabin. There was a lounge downstairs, and being a luxury yacht, it was quite comfortable with all the amenities. In the middle of the night, Lung Yi and Yang Qing suddenly opened their eyes. They sensed someone approaching. Aki and Xiexue also stood up, crouching at the top of the stairs, watching outside and letting out low growls. They were already experienced in this. When the enemy came, they shouldn't make a sound, but rather catch them off guard. The two stood up. Yang Qing took out his night vision binoculars and saw that the men had caught up again. The men looked tired, but their faces betrayed an excitement. They probably thought that since they had caught up with the yacht and the people on board hadn't noticed, once they boarded, the yacht would be theirs. Too optimistic. The small wooden boat drew closer, and the calculating greed on the men's faces was crystal clear. One of them was holding a gun and was urging the others to hurry up, already impatient to board the yacht. Lung Yi and Yang Qing exchanged a glance, then suddenly switched on the yacht's main lights, illuminating the nearby sea, including the small wooden boat. The people on board were stunned. They had thought their ambush would be successful, but they had been discovered. but they were unwilling to give up now. They chased for so long and finally caught up. They had to take a gamble. Maybe they could kill the people on the yacht and steal it. Such a luxurious yacht must have plenty of supplies on board. Right? They seen a beautiful woman on board during the day. The thought of pinning her down made their bodies tremble with excitement. Quick, quick! The man with the pistol shouted excitedly. Just as their boat was about to reach the yacht, Lungi immediately reversed the yacht, pulling back more than 10 meters to increase the distance. The people on the wooden boat were stunned for a moment, then became somewhat enraged. Several of them frantically rowed, trying to catch up. Lungi reversed the yacht again, increasing the distance. The man opposite was furious and raised his gun, aiming at the yacht. Bang! Lungi and Yang Qing ducked to avoid the bullet, but the yacht's windshield shattered. Lungi snorted coldly and immediately fired a burst of bullets from his submachine gun. There was no movement from the other side. The boat was riddled with holes, and the two survivors at the back had fallen into the sea. Yang Qing and Lungi sat in the cockpit, shining their lights on the water, coldly watching them slowly sink. The sea returned to calm, with only the small wooden boat floating on the surface. Yang Qing felt no ripple of emotion. Since the apocalypse, she had always adhered to the principle of I won't offend others unless they offend me, but if they do, I will show no mercy. She wouldn't provoke others, nor would she kill for a little supplies. But if those people tried to take advantage of her, then sorry, they wouldn't return alive. Initially, she hadn't been ruthless, always feeling that survival was difficult in the apocalypse, and that she should leave them a way out. But this often leaves behind future troubles. They dare come back next time, and with even more people to seek revenge. So, it's best to nip it in the bud, otherwise, the consequences will be endless. It's alright, go to sleep. Lungi turned off the lights and returned to the lounge. The bed in the lounge was small, but the two still squeezed together. The more they experienced in the apocalypse, the more people they killed, the more they realized that only their loved ones could give them warmth. They needed to hug each other tightly, offering warmth to one another, so that they wouldn't feel so cold and lonely in this apocalypse. What's wrong, can't sleep? Those people deserved it, Lungi said. Yang Qing shook her head. It's not because of them. It's because I'm thinking about how many more people like them are waiting for us in this world. We're all tired of killing. When will this apocalypse end? Lungi lowered his head and kissed Yang Qing. Don't think so much. Things will get better. The apocalypse will definitely end. How about we go to Dongdi Island? Yang Qing said. We can't live at sea forever, can we? Seeing the seascape is novel for a few days, but we get tired of it after a couple. It's just the sea and the sky, nothing else. We get tired of it quickly. Okay, let's go see it. But Dongdi Island isn't very safe, so we have to be careful. Let's try to find a Chinese area. Maybe it'd be better if we find fellow countrymen there. Lungi nodded. We find out which city has the most Chinese people and go there. Maybe others are already there. After all, this disaster was predicted, and some people might have been prepared. There are Chinese people in every corner of the world. Yeah, but this is the apocalypse. Even Chinese people aren't necessarily friendly. Lungi sighed. Chapter 333. Yang Qing and Lungi drifted at sea for several more days, heading towards Dongdi Island. When they could see land, they stowed their yacht, changed into a small wooden boat they had acquired at the military base, changed into 2 sets of old clothes, and smeared their faces and hands black to make it appear as if they had been at sea for a long time. Then, they rowed the small boat towards the land. Yang Qing took out his binoculars and saw cities in the distance, indicating that the disaster here was far less severe than in his own country. Many boats were moored along the coast, cargo ships, yachts, and wooden boats. It seemed quite a few people had come here. After all, it was the apocalypse. Finding an intact place was not easy. Yang Qing saw many heavily armed men patrolling the dock. The dock had a breakwater, with only one iron gate open for entry, guarded by personnel. Those entering had to hand over supplies. It seems they're charging a toll, Yang Qing said, observing the activity on the dock. Normal. Lungi nodded. Even entering an official base in China requires paying a toll, let alone here. However, Yang Qing handed the binoculars to Lungi. Take a look. Those soldiers' uniforms don't seem to belong to the regular army. Could they not be official? Possibly. Lungi frowned, looking towards the dock. The political situation on this island has probably changed a long time ago. It's been occupied, and whoever has the weapons is the most powerful. To control this island, anyone wanting to enter has to pay a fee, and it's not a small sum. Yang Qing took the binoculars again. Getting closer allowed for a clearer view. She wanted to see what the toll included. They had all sorts of things: food, daily necessities, basically anything useful. Yang Qing wondered if he should bring out some cigarettes. Cigarettes are a hot commodity everywhere. They didn't seem to check IDs or anything, just paid the fee, and you could get in, Yang Qing said. Those people control this place just to make money. They don't know how to manage it at all. Anyone can come in, which seems free, but the more free it is, the more chaotic it becomes. All sorts of people are here. So we must keep a low profile, or we be targeted in no time, Leng Yi said. Yang Qing nodded, then looked at himself, slightly tore his clothes, put on a sun hat, and slung 2 worn canvas bags over his shoulder. As the sun was about to sink below the horizon, the two finally reached the shore, dragging their small wooden boat. They didn't know where to put it. It certainly couldn't be put in their spatial storage. At the lock gate, 2 uniformed men coldly looked at them, stretched out their hands, and mumbled something unintelligible. Leng Yi towed the small boat over, wondering if they could use it as a substitute for supplies. One of them pointed to the side, and Leng Yi saw a large pile of boats lying there, all unusable and unwanted. Had no choice but to tow his small wooden boat over. Yang Qing waited for him, noticing a sign nearby advertising supplies for island entry fees. The sign was in 3 languages, including Chinese, indicating a significant Chinese population. The sign listed cigarettes, alcohol, and medicine, suggesting they were accepting cigarettes. But wouldn't handing in cigarettes attract too much attention? Yang Qing whispered to Leng Yi, considering they had come from the sea and their survival depended primarily on water and food. Bringing cigarettes seemed unreasonable. How about giving them a piece of gold? Leng Yi whispered. Gold is a global hard currency, and most people wouldn't throw it away. Even a small piece is valuable. Yang Qing's spatial dimension contained many gold jewelry pieces, all from previous shopping trips to gold shops and department store counters. The dimension didn't absorb them, and there was still a lot left. According to the tags, if it was gold, it would cost 50 grams per person. For 2 people, that would be 100 grams. During his shopping spree, some safes contained whole gold bars, but Yang Qing didn't dare take them out. He found a few antique gold rings and 2 gold bracelets, which would be about the right weight. Yang Qing wrapped the gold jewelry in a small cloth bag and handed it over. One of the men took it, and his eyes lit up immediately. It's impossible to calculate exactly what's needed. He could keep the extra. After taking the items, the man waved them in without asking any questions or registering them. Yang Qing and Leng Yi stepped through the iron gate and entered this foreign island. Standing on the pier, hesitating about where to go, a short man with tan black hair and yellow skin ran over. Hello. Hello? Yang Qing looked over. Chinese? Yes, I'm Chinese. The man was pleasantly surprised and nodded repeatedly. You're Chinese too? Yang Qing and Leng Yi nodded. Is this your first time on Dongdi Island? Where would you like to go? I can show you the way, the man said with a smile. May I ask your surname? Are you a local or? Yang Qing looked at him. My name is Sun Bing, nicknamed Monkey. You can just call me Monkey. Monkey grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. I'm a local. I'm a 3rd-generation Chinese. My grandfather's generation came here. Are you two from Yan country, or another country? Yang Qing didn't answer directly. Are there Chinese from other countries here? Of course, many, from several Asian countries. I know the disaster was quite severe over there. So many people came very early, Monkey said with a smile. However, don't be fooled by your Chinese appearance. Some are good people. Be careful. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. This monkey seemed alright. How much do you charge? Leng Yi asked. It depends on where you're going. Monkey was taken aback. They wanted to use him. He quickly said, don't worry, I know Dongdi Island very well. You can go wherever you want. After all, our place is small, only tens of thousands of square kilometers nationwide, with just over 1 million people before the apocalypse, less than the population of one of your cities. Yang Qing was a little surprised. Was it really that small? Which city has the most Chinese? Leng Yi asked. That's the capital, Liqing, of course. And now there are far more Chinese than before the apocalypse. The capital is practically controlled by Chinese, Monkey replied. But those people at the dock don't look Chinese, Yang Qing said. Those are just lackeys, laborers, Monkey scoffed. They act all high and mighty because of the power they've been given. It's getting dark. Let's figure out where to stay tonight first, Leng Yi said. The island isn't that big. They can just buy a map and figure things out on their own tomorrow. No need for someone to guide them, lest their whereabouts be revealed. So would you like to stay somewhere nice or cheap? Monkey immediately asked. Tour guides like them get a commission for taking people to hotels. You still have good hotels around here? The disaster didn't destroy them? Yongqing asked. Yes, we experienced torrential rain, high temperatures, earthquakes, and other disasters, but the first year of the apocalypse was the worst. A lot of houses collapsed then, but they've been gradually repaired. Of course, the poor don't have the money to repair, so they have to find planks and sheet metal to rebuild themselves. That's why the rich area is luxurious, while the poor area is like a junkyard. It's a world of difference, Monkey sighed. Chapter 334. What do we use to pay for the hotel? Is there still currency? Yongqing asked again. Yes, we use the new currency now. You can exchange it with your supplies. If you need some, I can help you exchange some, the monkey said immediately. We should be able to exchange it at the hotel, right? Lungy asked. They can, but it's not cost-effective at the hotel. They're quite rip-offs. I can help you exchange more, the monkey laughed. Yongqing and Lengy exchanged a glance. Being new to the island, they didn't know much about the monkey and weren't entirely comfortable with him. They decided to exchange at the hotel. It wouldn't hurt to exchange a little more, and safety was paramount. Let's go to the hotel first, Lungy said. The monkey led the two of them, explaining the island's layout as they walked. Yongqing observed secretly. As darkness fell, the shop lights came on, and the street was quite crowded and lively. People of all skin colors and races were present, with many having black hair and yellow skin. Soon, the monkey led them to a hotel. Yongqing thought, is this even a hotel? It's more like a small inn. Seeing the two seemed dissatisfied, Monkey chuckled. This is all the accommodations we have here. It can't compare to the capital. This is already the best hotel in town. All right. Yongqing nodded. The three entered the hotel. Monkey went in and told the receptionist they wanted to check in and requested a good room. Yongqing inquired and found it cost 20,000 Singapore dollars per night. Seeing a currency exchange nearby, he took out a pack of cigarettes and exchanged it for 100,000 Singapore dollars. Monkey's eyes lit up when he saw they had cigarettes. These were valuable items. The hotel didn't register them. They just paid and received their room key. Gentlemen, where are you going tomorrow? Would you like me to take you? If you're going to the capital, I can help you call a taxi. Monkey became even more attentive, knowing the two had money. No need, we explore on our own tomorrow. Yongqing smiled and took out 10,000 Singapore dollars for Monkey. That's enough for today? Is that enough? Enough. Monkey quickly took the money, surprised by their generosity. He usually only gave a few hundred or $1,000 when he brought others, enough for their whole family to eat for a day. Thinking that they weren't using him, he felt a pang of regret. If you two change your minds, you could always find me at the pier tomorrow. I usually solicit customers there. Sure. Yongqing smiled. Thank you for today. You're welcome. Monkey quickly replied, thinking how kind and polite these two were. He wished he could always have customers like them in the future. Yongqing and Leng Yi went into their room and locked the door. Leng Yi checked the room thoroughly to make sure there were no security cameras before he felt relieved. The room was small, with only a bed, a single sofa, and a small wardrobe. The sheets weren't very clean. Yongqing took a clean sheet from her bag and laid it on the bed. Otherwise, she couldn't even sit down, let alone sleep. Luckily, there was a bathroom, but it looked filthy, and Yongqing didn't want to use it. Leng Yi checked the bathroom again to make sure it was okay. Then the two closed the door and entered the space. They took a shower in the space before coming out. Finally, I can rest a bit, Yongqing said, lying down on the bed. These past few days at sea, I've been walking unsteadily. Leng Yi smiled and lay down beside Yongqing. It's more reassuring to be on land. What do you want to eat? Yongqing sat up, picked up her bag, and although there was no one else around, she pretended to take something out of her bag to be cautious. How about we order some food? Ask the front desk if they have any, Leng Yi suggested. Yongqing nodded, looked around the room. There was no phone, so she changed her clothes and went downstairs. She asked the front desk, who said the restaurant could make it. Yongqing looked at the menu, all sorts of strange things she couldn't understand. She initially wanted to order 2 seafood fried rice dishes, but then she remembered the fish she caught at sea and immediately hesitated. Who knew what ingredients they used? So she ordered 2 egg fried rice dishes and 2 soups. The food arrived in the room about 10 minutes later. It looked ordinary, but she ate it anyway. It was better than eating dry rations. Although there were no security cameras, taking fast food out of her spatial storage was still a risky business. Eating hotel food was more sensible. After finishing her meal, Yang Qing took 2 bottles of mineral water from her bag, drank them, brushed her teeth, and went to bed. Why does it still feel like I'm on a ship, swaying back and forth? Yang Qing said. Lung Yi laughed. Maybe you're not used to it yet. Wait, did we have an earthquake? Huh? Yang Qing sat up abruptly. The bed shook a few times and then stopped. Lung Yi looked outside. The people on the street didn't seem panicked at all, as if they were used to it. It seemed these small tremors happened frequently. It's nothing, just a small tremor, Lung Yi said, returning to bed. Go to sleep. You haven't slept well these past few days on the ship, have you? Yang Qing snuggled into Lung Yi's arms. It's more comfortable on the ground. The next day, the two slept until late morning. They drew back the curtains and opened the window. The street below was already bustling with activity. However, because the city was small, it was like a small town market, a bit dirty and messy. Let's go straight to Licheng. There doesn't seem to be much to see here, Yang Qing said. Lung Yi nodded. The two washed up, went downstairs to pay, and bought a map of the entire island at the front desk. It was over 300 kilometers from here to Licheng. Walking wasn't an option, they have to take a car. Yang Qing had many cars in his spatial storage, but it wasn't convenient to take them out. They asked the front desk if there were any car rental shops, but they said no, though they did have car dealerships. The two found a nearby dealership, a very old place that looked like a repair shop. They had all kinds of cars, but they were all old and not cheap. There were quite a few buyers, mostly Chinese. Judging from their conversation, they all seemed to want to go to Licheng. Most of them are flood-damaged cars, Lung Yi said, looking them over. But they all been repaired, so they should be fine for now, but I don't know if they break down on the road. Why don't we find a secluded place and take our own cars out? Yang Qing suggested. The population of this area was almost entirely concentrated in the city center. The suburbs were practically deserted. The two, carrying their bags, walked towards the outskirts of the city. They came across a dilapidated school. The buildings had long since collapsed, and no one was inside. Yang Qing walked behind a half-collapsed wall, took out a worn pickup truck, removed the license plates, and placed several boxes in the back, covering them with tarpaulins to conceal their contents. Is this okay? Yang Qing patted the hood. Sure. Lung Yi nodded. This old car was inconspicuous, and the cargo bed was perfect for carrying things. Lung Yi got into the driver's seat, and Yang Qing got into the passenger seat, taking out a map to look at. This way, let's go! Yang Qing waved. Lung Yi smiled and started the car. Suddenly, he felt a sense of anticipation for the upcoming journey. The unfamiliar city gave him a feeling of adventurous travel. Everything was unknown, yet incredibly novel. Chapter 335. After driving 20 kilometers, the number of people and vehicles on the road increased dramatically. Cars, trucks, and RVs, all seemingly heading to Licheng. The road became increasingly congested and slow-moving, reminding Yang Qing of the scene on the highway during the National Day holiday before the apocalypse. Back then, she was in high school. One year, her parents said they were going on a road trip, and the whole family happily prepared for several days. However, they got stuck in traffic shortly after getting on the highway, remaining stuck for a full 8 hours without even leaving the city. They eventually had to get off at the nearest highway exit and take the national highway to another small city. Fortunately, the family was together, strolling around and eating delicious food, enjoying a few pleasant days. Unfortunately, those days were gone forever. What are you thinking about? Lung Yi asked, noticing Yang Qing's absent-mindedness. Yang Qing smiled. It's nothing. It just reminded me of when my parents were still alive. Once we wanted to go on a trip, and we got stuck on the highway like this. It's really congested today. I wonder if something happened up ahead. Lung Yi craned his neck to look, but there were already so many cars blocking the way that he couldn't see anything. The car moved slowly, and people kept trying to hitch a ride, but they were all turned down. Just as a large section of road cleared up ahead, Lung Yi accelerated, intending to speed through, when suddenly someone darted out from the roadside, giving a thumbs up as a hitchhiker's gesture. Lung Yi didn't want to pay attention, but after glancing at the person, he suddenly slammed on the brakes. What's wrong? Yang Qing, jolted forward, quickly grabbed the car door handle. Having already turned down so many people, she thought Lung Yi wouldn't stop. Was this person special? Yang Qing looked outside. The man who had flagged down the car was tall, wearing a cowboy hat, a black sports vest, and a brown canvas bag. His skin was tanned a deep bronze, and his muscles were well-defined. He looked quite formidable. When the car stopped, the man leaned towards Yang Qing's window and looked inside. He had just said, "Excuse me," when he suddenly froze. "Lun Yi?" Lun Yi smiled, got out of the driver's seat, and hugged the man. "Wang Hao, long time no see." Wang Hao was also excited. "I didn't expect to run into you here." "Me neither," Lun Yi said, looking at Wang Hao and patting his arm. "Still the same as before." Yang Qing got out. "It was an acquaintance." Lun Yi pulled Yang Qing to Wang Hao. "This is your sister-in-law, Yang Qing." "Hello, sister-in-law." Wang Hao greeted him with a smile. Lun Yi then said to Yang Qing, "This is my comrade-in-arms, Wang Hao. He retired with me back then." Yang Qing immediately realized, "He fought that rich kid with you." Lun Yi nodded and smiled. Wang Hao was surprised. "You even told your wife this?" Lun Yi looked at Yang Qing with a doting expression. "She's my lover, I have nothing to hide from her." At this moment, the car behind them honked impatiently, urging them to move aside and talk in the side. "Let's get in the car first. We can talk in the car," Yang Qing quickly said. "Get in." Lun Yi patted Wang Hao, who opened the back door and got in. Lun Yi started the car and stepped on the gas. "Wang Hao, what did you do after that?" Lun Yi asked, observing Wang Hao in the rearview mirror as he drove. "I done everything," Wang Hao chuckled. "I delivered packages, worked as a waiter, and even started a business, but it failed. Then I did all sorts of odd jobs. What about you? You're more capable than me, you must be doing better than me, right?" Lun Yi smiled faintly and said simply, "Pretty much. I worked as a bodyguard for a few years, and then the apocalypse happened." Wang Hao sighed. "Yeah, nobody expected an apocalypse. I would never have believed it before." The two fell silent, neither mentioning what happened after the apocalypse, nor how they ended up on Dongdi Island. They had both been through too much, killed people, and it was hard to say anything. "You're going to Liqing too, right?" Wang Hao asked again. "Yes, I heard there are more Chinese people in Liqing, and it's more prosperous. This place is too dirty and chaotic, I can't stand it here." "I'm going to Liqing to check it out," Lun Yi said. "I heard that if you have a property certificate in Liqing, you can enter the city for free. If you don't, you have to hand over a large amount of supplies. 2/3 of the supplies you bring in must be handed over before you can enter the city," Wang Hao said. Yang Qing frowned upon hearing this. So much money? Was this to prevent wealthy people from entering the city and seizing power? "What about those without supplies?" Yang Qing asked. "Then forget about entering. Go to the surrounding cities. There are a few small cities nearby, but the environment is similar to here, dirty, chaotic, and with very poor security," Wang Hao said. "But you have a car, so there should be some things in it. Don't worry." "What about you?" Lun Yi asked. "I still have some things here," Wang Hao patted his bag. "We see how it goes. Maybe there's hope. If not, I go check other cities first." Yang Qing turned her head. "You can come with us, right? We don't need to count by the number of people, do we?" She knew Lun Yi wouldn't abandon him. He was Lun Yi's comrade-in-arms, and his character shouldn't be too bad. Even in the apocalypse, she could still see some righteousness in him. "This is too much trouble." Wang Hao smiled. Lun Yi tilted his head. "With our friendship, what's there to be embarrassed about? Back in the army, they ate and slept together, went on missions together, fought bad guys together, and even got disciplined together. Their bond was arguably stronger than that of other comrades." Wang Hao smiled slightly. "Then I won't stand on ceremony." They slowly traveled another 30 kilometers, and it was already past midnight. The sun was high in the sky, and pedestrians on the road were drenched in sweat. Wang Hao sat in the car, enjoying the air conditioning. If he hadn't met Lun Yi, he would have been like them. "How about we rest for a bit and get something to eat?" Yang Qing asked. Lun Yi nodded, parked the car on the side of the road, and cracked the window open a crack to let in some fresh air. Yang Qing took out 3 boxes of fried rice from her bag and handed one to Wang Hao. He was surprised that there was still fried rice to eat. Yang Qing smiled. "I had this made before I left the hotel, it shouldn't be spoiled." Actually, it was fast food she had bought before, kept in her spatial storage without being eaten, but it was still the same as when she first bought it. "Thank you." Wang Hao didn't stand on ceremony and took the fried rice to eat. Suddenly, his eyes welled up with tears. "It tastes like home." Yang Qing was taken aback, and quickly said, "I went to the hotel kitchen and asked the chef to make it the way I told him to." "No wonder." Wang Hao smiled and ate heartily. Yang Qing and Lun Yi exchanged a glance, almost giving themselves away. They hadn't expected Wang Hao to be so thoughtful. The taste was indeed different from the local version, which was more Indian style, with more spices and a stronger flavor. The fried rice was a bit dry, and just as Yang Qing was about to take out a bottle of mineral water, Wang Hao handed her and Ling Yi each a peach. "Where did you get these?" Yang Qing asked in surprise. "I picked them," Wang Hao smiled. "I lived on the mountain for a while. There was an orchard there that wasn't completely destroyed, some trees were still bearing fruit, so I picked some." Wang Hao patted his backpack. "There's more here. Ask me if you need more." Chapter 336. While they were eating, a knocking sound came from outside. Someone was knocking on the car door. All three looked out. A fat man with a thick gold chain, a large belly, and a greasy face was bending over and looking through the window. Yang Qing rolled down the window, his face turning cold. "What do you want?" The aroma of fried rice wafted out as soon as the window opened. The fat man sniffed, swallowed hard. It smelled delicious. "What do you want?" Ling Yi asked in a low voice. "Brother, don't misunderstand," the fat man said with a smile. "You're Chinese too, right? We're all from the same hometown. It's like this, my family came from Xinjiang. They just had a disaster there, and we left in a hurry without any food. Could you give us some?" The fat man glanced at the fried rice in Yang Qing's hand. "Of course, I won't take it for free. I give you money." The fat man picked up a suitcase, opened it, and inside was a neatly arranged box of cash, all in new dollars. Yang Qing glanced at Ling Yi. They had used the money yesterday and knew it was usable, but they didn't know the situation in Licheng and were worried the money might be unusable. Wang Hao, seeing this, figured Ling Yi and the others weren't familiar with the area and quickly said, "This money has depreciated drastically. In Licheng, it'd probably be worthless, not even good enough to wipe your butt. Who wants your money?" Yang Qing and Ling Yi both looked at the fat man indifferently, as if to say, "Do you think we're fools?" The fat man quickly said, "I don't want this. I have gold." He hurriedly took off the large gold chain around his neck and handed it to Yang Qing. It was covered in the fat man's sweat and smelled strongly of sweat. Yang Qing turned her head away in disgust, wiping her nose with her finger. "I don't need this." The fat man panicked. Before the apocalypse, he was a construction foreman who made his first fortune and then went into real estate. He caught a lucky break and amassed a fortune of over $1 billion. But before the last batch of houses was even finished, the apocalypse struck, and he lost everything. Fortunately, his wife and children, who loved antiques and jewelry, sold many items and struggled to escape to this place. Upon arrival, they were introduced to a small courtyard house by a so-called guide. That very night, someone broke in. Luckily, he discovered them when he got up to use the restroom in the middle of the night. He quickly called his family, and they fled through the back door with their valuables. Outside, they met a man in a van who offered them a large sum of money to take them to Licheng. In their haste, they hadn't brought food. After a day and a night without any shops along the way, they were starving. At lunchtime, everyone stopped to eat. He observed several vehicles and noticed that Yang Qing and Ling Yi were different from the others. They were fair-skinned and clean-cut, clearly having never suffered hardship, and must have a lot of supplies. He asked several vehicles, but none of them were willing to trade with him. After circling around, he saw the people in this vehicle eating fried rice with eggs, and his mouth watered. Looking at their vehicle, although it was a bit old, the tarpaulin covering the back was bulging, indicating it was definitely loaded with valuables. Since they were all Chinese, he thought there was still hope of trading with them. Seeing that Yang Qing wasn't interested in the fat man's large gold chain, Wang Hao shouted, "Didn't you hear me? We don't want this stuff. Get out of here." The fat man panicked. I have other things. Wait a minute." After saying that, he ran back to his car and returned a moment later carrying something. "This is something good. Miss will definitely like it." Yang Qing looked curiously at the box in his hand. The box wasn't large. It was a silver metal box, resembling a jewelry box. "What is it?" The fat man smiled and opened the box, revealing a light purple, irregularly shaped gemstone pendant that emitted a faint purple glow. Yang Qing's pupils contracted. This purple pendant resembled the purple crystal Dr. Zhang had given her, only smaller and lighter in color. "What is this?" Yang Qing asked calmly. "May I take a look?" "Of course." The fat man quickly handed it over. Yang Qing reached out and touched it, clearly feeling the energy fluctuations inside. The energy was even greater than the table-sized meteorite she had found at the military base. Ling Yi sensed Yang Qing's emotional fluctuations and leaned closer. "What good stuff do you have? Let me see." Seeing his interest, the fat man quickly said, I bought this at a Sotheby's auction in Hong Kong for over 100 million. It's a genuine natural diamond, uncut. Yang Qing glanced at it. Natural diamonds are purple? And uncut, yet so beautiful? It probably wasn't a diamond. She had owned diamond rings before. Ordinary diamonds didn't have this kind of energy fluctuation. Wang Hao noticed Yang Qing seemed tempted and deliberately said, "It's pretty, but what use is it in this apocalypse? You can't eat it. This is a 20th birthday gift for my daughter. I wouldn't have given it away if I hadn't had no other choice," the fat man said urgently. "How much do you want in return?" Yang Qing asked casually, showing no particular interest, only that she thought it looked nice. The fat man glanced at the back of the pickup truck, then at the unfinished fried rice and peaches in their hands, and said with a smile, "I want 500 jin of rice, 10 boxes of water, 2 boxes of fruit." Before he could finish, Yang Qing slammed the box shut and tossed it into the fat man's arms. "I just thought it looked nice and wanted to use it as a toy. Do you think I'm stupid? Let's go!" She then rolled the car window to close it. "Wait, wait!" The fat man hurriedly grabbed the window and pressed it shut, squeezing his chubby face forward with a fawning expression. "A little less is fine too, don't rush, we can talk, we can talk." Wang Hao sneered. "What kind of talk is that? Asking for an exorbitant price? This is just a piece of junk. My sister-in-law thinks it's pretty and wants to wear it for fun. Is it worth hundreds of jin of grain? Don't think we're stupid." Lung Yi just stared at him coldly, remaining silent. The fat man, sweating profusely, asked anxiously, "How much are you offering?" Yang Qing looked at him and smiled. "At most 100 jin of grain, 50 jin of potatoes, and 5 bottles of mineral water." The fat man gritted his teeth, looking at the rice and peaches in their hands. "Is there any more rice? Where are the peaches?" Wang Hao was speechless, opening his bag. "I only have these left, you can have them all. There are only 2 boxes of rice left." Yang Qing took out 2 boxes of fried rice from her bag. "Okay, deal," the fat man said quickly. "With these things, they should be able to make it to Licheng, and then they have a way to find their relatives." Yang Qing smiled, took a plastic bag, and gave it to Wang Hao, who took out the peaches and put them in the bag. Yang Qing gave Lung Yi a wink, and the two got out of the car and walked to the back of the pickup truck. Lung Yi waited outside the car. Yang Qing got in, crawled under the tarpaulin without even opening it, and then took out 2 50-pound bags of rice, a box of potatoes, and 5 bottles of mineral water. Lung Yi took them and gave them to the fat man. The fat man happily took the things and carried them to his car. Chapter 337. The chubby man returned to his car excitedly with the things he brought. His family was overjoyed to see him with so much. "Yang Wei, where did all this come from?" Yang Wei's wife, Zhao Fanxiu, asked with a smile. "I traded for it, of course. Do you think it'd just fall from the sky?" Yang Wei scoffed, handing over the fried rice and peaches first. "Fried rice too?" Yang Wei's daughter, Yang Qing, excitedly took it, eagerly opening it. "It smells so good." Yang Wei looked at his daughter with doting eyes. "Eat up." Yang Qing opened the lunchbox, picked up her chopsticks, and began to eat heartily. Zhao Fanxiu took the other lunchbox and started eating as well. Yang Wei sighed and took a peach to eat first. The fried rice smelled delicious, and Yang Qing ate with great satisfaction. She picked up a bottle of mineral water and gulped it down. Yang Wei felt a pang of sympathy. "Drink less. There are only 5 bottles of water. We don't know how many days we'd be on the road. There are 3 of us." He hadn't even considered the driver. He paid him, but hadn't planned to cover his meals. Yang Qing had a small appetite and didn't finish her lunchbox. Yang Wei took the rest and ate it. "Dad, did you exchange all this for money?" Yang Qing asked, wiping her mouth. Yang Wei paused. "I exchanged it for that diamond I bought at Sotheby's." "What?" Yang Qing shrieked. "Wasn't that my 20th birthday present? Why did you exchange my things for it?" Yang Wei's face darkened. "If you don't exchange it for this, no one will want anything else. Do you want our whole family to starve to death on this road? I don't care. You have to get the diamond back for me." Yang Qing snapped, throwing the lunchbox away from Yang Wei's hand, splattering fried rice everywhere. "You?" Yang Wei was furious, raising his hand to hit his daughter, but then he couldn't bring himself to do it. "Mom, look at Dad, he took my things and still wants to hit me." Yang Qing's eyes were red, her face full of grievance. Zhao Fanxiu's expression wasn't good either. "That diamond was worth over 100 million, and you traded it for this little thing? How could you be so stupid?" Yang Wei lost face. "It's been almost 3 years since the apocalypse. 100 million is nothing. They were only doing this because they were generous, otherwise, they might not even be able to get it for a few pounds of grain. If you're so capable, why don't you go and trade it yourself? All you do is lie in the car and enjoy what you have. Dad, you can't trade such an expensive diamond. These things could be bought for a few $100s before the apocalypse, but my diamond was worth over 100 million. Yang Qing pouted. Yang Wei snapped, you know that was before the apocalypse? Now it's just a rock. Can you eat it or drink it? Even if it were worth billions, it wouldn't fill your stomach. You think you're so great? Go and trade. I have a chest of cash and a gold chain here. Let's see what you can get in return. The two fell silent. They understood the logic, but they were still resentful. Why should those poor people cheat them out of such expensive things for this junk? Those people were both poor and wicked. But Dad, Brother Xiaojin said that once we get to Liqing, we exchange supplies for this diamond. It'd definitely be more than just these things, Yang Qing pouted. But we have to get to Liqing first, Yang Wei said helplessly. He's so good to you. Why doesn't he come to pick you up? Do we have to go find him ourselves? If we starve to death on the road, do you think he'd resurrect us? Yang Qing pursed her lips, unconvinced, and said, isn't he busy? I heard he joined some powerful organization. How could he have time to pick us up? Li Fangxiu's eyes darted around. Old Yang, did the people who traded you for this stuff have a lot of good stuff? Why don't we go rob them tonight with the driver? Yang Wei pondered for a moment. They do have a lot of good stuff on their truck. This grain was unloaded from the back of the truck. That whole truck is probably full of supplies. However, there are 3 of them, and 2 of them are tall, strong young men. We probably can't beat them. That's too easy on them, Yang Qing said indignantly. When we get to Liqing, I'm definitely going to tell Brother Xiaojin. That's right. Li Fangxiu slapped her thigh. If Xiaojin really likes you, let him do it. Doesn't he have some kind of organization? He must have a lot of people. Robbing a few people would be a piece of cake. When we get the diamonds back, we give them to him and have him give us the supplies. Yang Wei thought it was a good idea. Those people had cheated him like that, exchanging over 100 million diamonds for so little stuff. He let them have their fun for a few days, and then, well, they'd make them regret it. Yang Qing and Leng Yi finished their meal and continued their journey. However, they felt constantly watched. It seemed someone had seen them giving food to the fat man at lunchtime, and someone was eyeing their supplies. Actually, there wasn't much in the truck. Yang Qing had taken everything from his spatial storage. The truck was mostly filled with empty boxes, covered by a tarpaulin, so no one would know. Looks like quite a few are watching us. We need to be careful tonight, Leng Yi said. Wang Hao noticed as well and nodded. Don't worry, I keep watch tonight. They had only traveled 50 kilometers that afternoon. The 3 stopped to rest, and Yang Qing prepared to cook some food. Wang Hao fetched firewood, while Yang Qing cooked rice in a pot. She also took out several packets of pickled vegetables, bamboo shoots, and other side dishes. Bringing out meat and vegetables wouldn't be appropriate in this setting. The cooked rice smelled delicious, attracting frequent glances from those nearby. After all, a pot of hot rice was a rare treat these days. Suddenly, a luxury SUV drove in the wrong direction. Everyone was heading to Liqing, all going in the same direction, and few cars came from that direction, let alone a luxury vehicle. It certainly drew attention. The luxury car drove slowly, eventually stopping in front of a minivan. Yang Qing noticed it was the same car the fat man who had come to exchange things earlier that day had driven. Yang Qing and Leng Yi exchanged a glance, both becoming tacitly alert. Xiaojin got out of the car, his gold-rimmed glasses scanning the people around him. Yang Qing jumped out of the car excitedly when she saw him. Brother Xiaojin, you come to pick me up, right? A smile appeared on Xiaojin's face. I figured you'd be here soon, so I came to see if I could run into you. Brother Xiaojin, you're so good to me. Yang Qing threw herself into Xiaojin's arms. Yang Wei was surprised to see that Xiaojin had actually come, and happy for his daughter. It seemed he truly cared about her. By the way, did you bring the diamond we talked about? Xiaojin asked softly, stroking Yang Qing's hair behind her ear. Yang Qing's face stiffened as she looked at Yang Wei. What? The diamond is lost? Xiaojin grabbed Yang Qing's earlobe tightly. She cried out in pain and looked at Xiaojin in terror. Yes, I took the diamond to trade for supplies. Yang Wei's face turned pale. What did you say? Xiaojin grabbed Yang Wei's neck and lifted him up with a forceful pull. Chapter 338. Look! Yang Qing gestured for Leng Yi to look over. Leng Yi's pupils contracted as he looked at Yang Qing. How could this be? That fat man weighed at least 200 pounds, and that man looked quite refined. How could he possibly lift such a heavy adult man with one hand? Lung Yi recalled his near-death experience before. After receiving the blue injection, his body not only recovered but also gained immense strength. Although he hadn't shown it yet, he knew it was all thanks to that injection. Could this man also possess some kind of supernatural ability, which explains his incredible strength? Could it be? Wang Hao's expression also changed. Lung Yi looked over. What is it? Wang Hao, do you know anything about this? I'm not sure. I vaguely heard someone mention it before, but I don't know if I heard correctly. Wang Hao shook his head. It seems that many creatures mutated after the apocalypse, and some people even mutated, gaining superpowers or special abilities. I thought it was just someone bragging before. Could it be true? Yang Qing and Leng Yi exchanged a glance. They had Dr. Zhang's blue injections, and later obtained that box of green injections from the Lin family. It was possible that others also had them. Moreover, someone might have already been injected, but they just didn't know. In this foreign land, a lawless zone, all sorts of people exist. It wouldn't be surprising if someone with superpowers appeared. Brother Xiao Jin. Yang Qing cried out in fright. Don't worry, the diamonds my dad exchanged are still there. They're just ahead, they haven't gone far. Really? Xiao Jin suddenly let go. Yang Wei fell to the ground, looking at him in horror. He hadn't expected him to be so powerful. Was it related to the organization he joined? Where? Xiao Jin glanced ahead. It's that pickup truck, the one with 3 people in the front. Yang Wei said, panting, clutching his aching neck. They should have a lot of supplies in that pickup. Why don't you go and take them? The diamonds are yours, the supplies are ours. Xiao Jin scoffed. What right do you have to negotiate with me? Yang Qing lowered her head, avoiding looking in that direction, and whispered to Leng Yi and Wang Hao, we're being watched, be careful. Do you have a gun? Yang Qing asked Wang Hao. He hesitated for a moment. No, but I have a dagger that can cut through iron like mud. Yang Qing quietly took a pistol from her bag and handed it to him. Be careful later. Wang Hao looked at her in surprise, then at Leng Yi. Leng Yi nodded to him, and Wang Hao quickly took the pistol and hid it. Xiao Jin turned to look at Yang Qing, but didn't immediately come over. In this chaotic situation, they were driving a truck full of supplies. He didn't believe they had no backup. They couldn't act rashly. Yang Qing swallowed the last mouthful of rice and stomped out the fire on the ground. Let's get in the car first. Leng Yi and Wang Hao nodded and quickly packed their things and got in the car. Xiao Jin watched from the side. He wasn't worried they would escape. With so many people on the road, they couldn't drive fast, and they couldn't escape under his watchful eye. If they drove away, he could catch up and make their move in a secluded spot, which might be easier. Yang Qing took 3 bulletproof vests out of his bag and handed one to Wang Hao. His pupils contracted, they even had these. Wear this, just in case, Leng Yi said. Those people definitely had guns, they couldn't be careless. But the helmet was inconvenient to take out. It wouldn't fit in his bag. The main problem was that this pickup truck wasn't bulletproof. If he had his own RV or Night 15, he wouldn't have to worry about them at all. But those 2 vehicles were too luxurious and ostentatious, they couldn't be bought here, so he didn't dare take them out. Just as Leng Yi was about to start the car, Yang Qing suddenly called out, wait a minute. What? Leng Yi looked at him. Could they be targeting us because of this? Yang Qing took out the purple crystal he had traded with the fat man. Since they knew there would be superhumans, this thing might be useful. What do you mean? Wang Hao asked from behind. Yang Qing placed the amethyst in Leng Yi's hand, pricked him with a needle, and dripped a drop of blood onto it. The amethyst lit up for a moment, then dimmed. Wang Hao blinked, wondering if he had misread it. Yang Qing guessed that Leng Yi had previously injected himself with the blue serum, and there was still residual energy in his body, so he could sense this thing, but the energy was too little. Yang Qing quietly grabbed Leng Yi's other hand, channeling spatial energy from his own body into Leng Yi's. Leng Yi's hand suddenly trembled, his fingers twitched, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He seemed to be in immense pain. Yang Qing quickly released his hand, but Leng Yi involuntarily reached for the steering wheel, gripping it tightly as if he wanted to crush it. Leng Yi! Wang Hao suddenly cried out, his mouth agape as he stared at the steering wheel. The leather rim on the steering wheel was emitting bluish smoke, as if it were charred, and then the metal inside began to drip down as if it were being melted. Yang Qing quickly pulled out a stone to catch the molten metal, preventing it from dripping onto Leng Yi's legs. A moment later, Leng Yi released his grip. Wang Hao exclaimed, holy crap! He saw a chip in the round steering wheel. It hadn't been broken off, but rather melted away by Lung Yi. This is unbelievable, too surreal. Wang Hao stared in disbelief, feeling his worldview completely shattered. Yang Qing chuckled, it's the apocalypse, nothing's impossible. Besides, haven't some people already developed superpowers? Then, can I try? Wang Hao looked at Yang Qing. Lung Yi opened his hand. The purple crystal was still in his palm, only slightly lighter in color than before, seemingly still usable. Yang Qing glanced at Lung Yi, who nodded. Yang Qing pricked Wang Hao's hand, squeezed out a drop of blood, and then placed the purple crystal on it. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. 5 minutes passed, and Wang Hao still felt nothing. Perhaps this thing also has bloodline requirements? Yang Qing wondered. However, she knew that Lung Yi's bloodline awakening might be due to the blue injection and the transfer of her energy, otherwise, it might not have succeeded. But she couldn't transfer energy to Wang Hao, it was too risky. It's alright. Since you know about this thing, maybe you're just not used to this stone. Try others next time, Lung Yi said, taking the amethyst stone. I hope so, Wang Hao said, a little dejected. I thought I could have superpowers too, but it turns out not everyone can. There will be other opportunities, Lung Yi smiled. Don't be discouraged. Wang Hao pursed his lips. It's okay. I survived before, didn't I? Now that you and sister-in-law are here, there's nothing to be afraid of. Lung Yi nodded. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen to you. Sister-in-law, do you want to try? Wang Hao looked at Yang Qing. Yang Qing looked at Lung Yi, who placed the amethyst stone in her hand. Yang Qing also pricked her hand, drawing a drop of blood, placed the amethyst stone on it, and then mobilized the energy of her space to contact the crystal. The amethyst seemed unmoved, and Yang Qing's hand remained motionless, showing none of the pain Lung Yi had displayed. Suddenly, with a crack, the entire amethyst shattered into fragments, leaving only a pile of powder on Yang Qing's hand. What happened? Wang Hao exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 339. I don't know either. Maybe only Lung Yi can awaken superpowers. Yang Qing shook her head, feigning ignorance. Actually, she sensed it. The energy within the purple crystal had been absorbed by her body, which was why it shattered. She probably possessed the same superpower as Lung Yi. She threw the crystal powder out the window. Lung Yi, a piece of your steering wheel melted. What kind of superpower is that? Wang Hao asked curiously. Lung Yi wasn't entirely sure either. He pulled out a dagger, gripped it tightly, and squeezed it. The hard dagger bent and deformed like putty, leaving a row of handprints on it. Is this divine power? Like that man's? Wang Hao wondered. No. Lung Yi shook his head, casually flattening and rolling the dagger in his hand into a ball. It seems to be able to manipulate metal. Holy crap, that's amazing. Wang Hao exclaimed in disbelief. Then what are we afraid of? However, Yang Qing hesitated. It's best not to let others know you have superpowers, otherwise, who knows what trouble you might get into. Lung Yi nodded. Use it only as a last resort. Wang Hao also nodded. Don't worry, Lung Yi, I absolutely won't tell anyone about this unless you tell me. Let's go! Lung Yi started the car and accelerated. Yang Wei and the others saw this and immediately shouted, Xiao Jin, they run away. Aren't you going to chase them? Do you need to tell me? Xiao Jin glanced at him coldly, turned around and returned to his SUV, giving the order, chase after them. Yang Qing looked in the rearview mirror and reminded Lung Yi, they're catching up. I know. Lung Yi nodded. He had been keeping a close eye on the movements behind them. The car behind them followed at a leisurely pace, as if they were just going the same way. They didn't overtake. Wang Hao frowned. They don't seem to be in a hurry. Lung Yi sneered. They think we can't escape. They're playing us. They think we're trembling with fear. Yang Qing also smiled, intending to take advantage of their underestimation to launch a surprise attack later. The car had driven quite a distance. The number of people on the road gradually decreased, and there was a rather steep section of road ahead. Suddenly, the car behind accelerated, quickly overtaking Yang Qing's car, and then abruptly reversed, crashing into their car at high speed. The speed was too fast. Lung Yi didn't have time to reverse. Bang! The hood was smashed open, emitting a puff of white smoke, and Yang Qing and Lung Yi were also hit by the deployed airbags, their heads spinning. Lung Yi's sister-in-law, are you all right? Wang Hao called out anxiously. Lung Yi shook his head. I'm fine. He immediately looked at Yang Qing. Ching. I'm fine too. Yang Qing shook her head. The airbag had just bounced on her forehead, and she was still a little dizzy. 4 people got out of the car in front and surrounded them. Xiao Jin held a gun in one hand and grabbed the passenger door with the other, forcefully ripping the door off. Yang Qing pretended to be shocked. Xiao Jin looked smug, seeing how fair and beautiful Yang Qing was. A hint of amazement flashed in his eyes. "Get out of the car." Xiao Jin waved the gun in his hand. Leng Yi and Wang Hao also got out of the car. Leng Yi quickly went to Yang Qing's side, pulled her behind him, and feigned anger. "What do you want?" "Husband." Yang Qing clung to Leng Yi's clothes, looking terrified. Xiao Jin glanced at Yang Qing and chuckled. "I heard you traded a diamond with someone this afternoon. Where's the stuff? What are you trying to do?" "We traded over 100 kilograms of grain for that. Are you trying to rob us?" Leng Yi looked indignant. "What, you're not happy?" Xiao Jin pressed the gun against Leng Yi's forehead. "I give you two choices. 1. Leave the diamond and the supplies in the car, and I spare your life. 2. Leave the diamond and this woman, and you can have the car and supplies. Choose one." This young couple seemed quite loving. He wanted to see if, in this apocalypse, a man would abandon his beloved woman for a little bit of supplies. "What if I choose neither?" Leng Yi asked expressionlessly. "Then you die?" Xiao Jin pulled the trigger. "You dare to shoot?" Leng Yi reached up and grabbed the gun barrel from his forehead. Xiao Jin chuckled. Even in this apocalyptic world, there were still people so arrogant and ignorant. They were courting death, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Just as his fingers were about to move, the gun in his hand suddenly twisted in a strange way. Xiao Jin was terrified. He tried desperately to pull the gun out of Leng Yi's hand, but it wouldn't budge. They're also holy blood cultists." Xiao Jin cried out. "What holy blood cultists?" Yang Qing hesitated for a moment, then, without thinking, pulled a pistol from his spatial storage and fired a shot into Xiao Jin's heart. With a bang, Xiao Jin fell to the ground. At the same time, Wang Hao also pulled a gun from his back and fired a shot at the person next to Xiao Jin. That person also fell to the ground. The other two were startled and turned to run. Leng Yi pulled out his gun and shot them all dead. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his thigh. Leng Yi looked down and saw that the man lying on the ground had somehow sat up again, his hand transformed into a sharp bone spur embedded in his thigh. "Leng Yi!" Wang Hao was startled and immediately fired several more shots at the man. But the man's body only twitched, he didn't fall down. Yang Qing kicked the man hard, sending him flying a considerable distance, the bone spur dislodging from Leng Yi's leg. "Leng Yi!" Yang Qing quickly helped Leng Yi up, and Wang Hao also came to assist. "Hang in there." Yang Qing quickly took out a roll of bandage from her bag and used it to bandage Leng Yi's thigh to stop the bleeding. The wound needed to be cleaned once the bleeding stopped, and if it was large, it would need stitches. Fortunately, she had learned suturing from other doctors during the 6 months she spent with Xie Yufang in the hospital, so there was no need to worry. Suddenly, Wang Hao cried out again, "Leng Yi, look!" The man Yang Qing had kicked away slowly stood up again. In the darkness, only cracking sounds could be heard as his body grew taller and taller, his bones piercing through his flesh with each crack, forming bone spurs. His flesh tore open, pieces falling away, his bones growing larger and taller, resembling a skeleton covered in flesh and blood. Unlike a skeleton, his hands had grown into 2 long, sharp bone spurs, like 2 razor blades. What kind of monster is this? Wang Hao's eyes widened. All 3 looked up at the monster, over 2 meters tall. Yang Qing's heart surged with horror. This man had truly mutated into a monster. She hadn't dared to inject Leng Yi with that blue serum, because she was afraid of this. If he mutated into a monster, he might not come back. This monster seemed indestructible. Even after being shot so many times, it could still stand up, and had become even stronger. No wonder Dr. Zhang said that injection could potentially change the world order. If any country had such an invincible monster army, wouldn't everyone have to bow down and submit? Chapter 340. The monster trudged forward, its flesh dripping blood and flesh, filling the air with a stench of blood. "Get out of the way!" Yang Qing shoved Leng Yi aside, pulled out a long knife, and plunged it forcefully into the monster's heart. The monster let out a piercing scream, raising its bone spikes to stab at Yang Qing. She blocked with her knife, a clang echoing as the bone spikes rang out. Were the bone spikes really that hard? "Wang Hao, hurry and help!" Leng Yi shouted, tossing him a tang sword. A gun seemed useless now. "Cut off its head." Wang Hao caught the sword, leaped up, and swung it at the monster's head. With a thud, the monster's head actually severed. But it wasn't dead yet, swinging its 2 enormous bone spikes at Yang Qing and Wang Hao. The 2 quickly parried with their knives, rolling away to avoid the blows. Leng Yi's mind raced. Ignoring his leg injury, he ran to the SUV in front, turned it around, stepped on the gas, and charged towards the monster. He didn't believe that if he smashed the monster to pieces, he could still stand up. Yang Qing and Wang Hao quickly dodged to the side. With a bang, the SUV knocked the monster away. Just then, another car came from behind, and the monster crashed into it, then slammed back. What the hell was that? The driver got out, and Yang Wei followed. What was that just now? Suddenly, two sharp bone spikes pierced their skulls, making a gurgling sound, as if they were absorbing their energy. The two men's eyes widened, and their bodies convulsed. Ah! The two women in the car screamed in terror, trembling all over, and wet themselves in fear. Yang Qing and Wang Hao were also stunned. Could this really happen? Soon, the two men were drained of their life force and turned into dried corpses. The monster seemed to have gained energy, picked up its severed head, and actually put it back on. As if sensing the women's voices, it turned its head to look into the car. Two bone spikes pierced the windshield of the van with a crack, and then lunged at the two women. The two men quickly dodged backward, but the car was only so big, where could they hide? With two splatter, they were pierced again, and the bone spikes began to absorb their energy once more. Now's the chance. Yang Qing shouted, pulling a steel plate from the pickup truck. He slashed across one side, turning it into a sharp blade, and hurled it at the monster. With a swoosh, half of the monster's head was sliced off. The steel plate slammed into the monster's body, pinning it beneath it. Lung Yi! Yang Qing shouted. I'm here, get out of the way! Lung Yi drove the car over, and slammed it heavily onto the steel plate, the monster's bones cracking as they were crushed. The monster tried to stand up, but the steel plate thumped and creaked. Lung Yi reversed and ran over it again. Crack, crack! The sound of bones against the steel plate was teeth grinding. After at least a dozen rounds, the steel plate flattened under, revealing shattered bones on the side, before Lung Yi finally stopped. He jumped out of the car, limping, and Yang Qing quickly helped him up. I'm fine. Lung Yi shook his head, grabbed the steel plate, and pried it open. Beneath it was a bloody mess. The monster was now a mangled pulp, a patty of flesh with broken bones. It can't be revived now, right? Burn it! Yang Qing took a can of gasoline from the pickup truck and poured it on the bone. Suddenly, she noticed something pulsating on one of the bones. She picked it up with her dagger and found it was a blue, jelly-like substance, wriggling as if it were alive. Is this the holy blood that person mentioned earlier? Yang Qing took out a glass bottle and put the substance inside. Then she took out a lighter, lit it, and threw it down. Boom! The meat patty on the ground burst into flames, releasing a fragrant aroma of roasting meat. It shouldn't be alive now, right? Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the thing in Yang Qing's hand. What is this? This is probably what caused their mutation, the holy blood that person mentioned. Yang Qing shook the bottle, the substance inside liquefied, very similar to her blue syringes. But Leng Yi didn't inject any holy blood, he gained his abilities by absorbing that diamond, right? Wang Hao wondered. Yang Qing nodded. Yes, it's different. Ours isn't some kind of holy blood. That diamond must be some kind of meteorite. We absorb the resources from the meteorite. The channels are different. By the way, sister-in-law, are you also? Wang Hao looked at Yang Qing. Yang Qing nodded. She had already used her superpowers, and couldn't hide it anymore. I also suddenly awakened it just now. It must have been triggered by an emergency, unlike Lung Yi. She naturally wouldn't say that she got the steel plate from her spatial storage. She pretended it was already hidden in the pickup truck. But Wang Hao had seen her sharpen the steel plate and throw it. It couldn't be hidden anymore. Great. Wang Hao was envious. He thought she, like him, couldn't awaken her superpowers, but it turned out she was just a late bloomer. Oh right, there's one more. Yang Qing returned to Xiao Jin's side. He possessed divine power. Had he also been injected with holy blood? Looking at Xiao Jin's corpse, sure enough, something was wriggling under his skin. Perhaps because his superpower was only divine power, he hadn't turned into a monster, nor did he have the resurrection ability of one. Yang Qing used a dagger to pry the wriggling thing out of the flesh, and put it in a glass bottle. What about these people? Wang Hao pointed to the other two, and the 4 people drained by the monster. Burn them all, Yang Qing said. He had Wang Hao move Yang Wei and the driver's bodies to the van, pour gasoline on them, set them on fire, and push them off the road. The van rolled off, then exploded with a loud boom and burst into flames. Is our car still usable? Wang Hao looked at the pickup truck. The doors were gone, the engine was smoking, and the airbags had deployed. Drive this SUV. Yang Qing climbed into the pickup, crawled under the tarpaulin, and took some things from her spatial storage, putting them into a box. Since the box was sealed, Wang Hao couldn't see what was inside. Put all this in the SUV. Yang Qing unloaded the items from the pickup, and had Wang Hao put them in the SUV's trunk. After emptying the pickup, they put the bodies of the other 3 men into the pickup, poured gasoline on it, set it on fire, and pushed it down the hillside. A short while later, the pickup also exploded. The bodies inside should have been charred. This car is so luxurious and new, it should be easy to recognize. Wang Hao looked at the SUV. That's simple. Lung Yi pulled off the license plates from the front and back of the car, twisted them into a rope, rolled them into a ball, and handed it to Yang Qing. She took it and tossed it into her bag. Actually, she threw it into her spatial storage. Then Leng Yi pounded on various parts of the car body, chipping paint in some places and denting others, turning it into an old car in an instant. Wang Hao gave him a thumbs up. You're awesome. Honey, let me check your wound, Yang Qing said. She opened the car door for Leng Yi to sit down, then shone a flashlight on him for Wang Hao to see, and unwrapped the bandage on Leng Yi's leg. The bleeding had stopped. The wound was a bloody, round hole. It shouldn't need stitches, Yang Qing said, taking out iodine to clean the wound, applying anti-inflammatory medicine, wrapping it with gauze, and then bandaging it again. Chapter 341. Wang Hao, you drive. Let Leng Yi rest for a bit, Yang Qing said to Wang Hao. Sister-in-law, don't worry. Wang Hao nodded, and got into the driver's seat. You two get some sleep. I wake you up when it's light. Yang Qing and Leng Yi sat in the back seat together. Yang Qing took out the small glass bottle containing the blue liquid she had just collected and shook it. Those people must have mutated and gained superpowers after being injected with this so-called holy blood. They call them holy blood people. It seems there are quite a few of them, and they might even be organized. Leng Yi nodded. Be careful in the future. Leng Yi, do you think I can get injected with this too? Wang Hao asked while driving. It's best not to, Yang Qing shook her head. Didn't you see that person turn into a monster? It's better to have no superpowers than to become a monster. Wang Hao nodded without saying a word. Wang Hao, don't worry. Now that we're here, there will definitely be plenty of this kind of thing in the future. We use whatever suits you, Leng Yi said. Okay, I do as you say. Wang Hao nodded. After driving for another 2 days, they could see Licheng ahead. There were many people and vendors outside the city. Leng Yi inspected the SUV thoroughly, discovering a dashcam still on, which he removed. He also emptied all the accessories, car ornaments, perfumes, and items from the glove box and center console, making sure no trace of its previous condition remained. The car had gotten dirty from the past 2 days of driving. The paint was chipped and rusted, making it look quite different from before. Only someone very familiar with cars would likely notice. Licheng had set up city gates with 2 entrances and exits, guarded by designated personnel. Those entering the city either had to show their property deeds or hand over supplies. The 3 stopped at the city gate and observed for a while. Sir, would you like to buy something? A vendor asked when a car stopped in front of him. Yang Qing glanced at the bananas and was a little surprised. Fruit was rare after the apocalypse, and the fact that he could still find them at a stall here meant that the island's damage wasn't severe. He asked how much. 500 per gene, the vendor said. Wang Hao glanced at them. So expensive. I saw them for only 300 per gene in Xinjiang. The vendor rolled his eyes. This is Licheng. Can Xinjiang compare? Fine, I give you a discount, for 100 per gene. Yang Qing picked up a bunch, weighed it, 5 gene, and gave the vendor 2,000 yuan. When they burned the van, they also retrieved the 100+ kilograms of grain and potatoes they had given to Fatty, along with a box of money and some jewelry, which they kept. They weren't short of money for the time being. Can I ask you what the requirements are for entering the city? Yang Qing asked the vendor. Is this your first time here? You need a property certificate for a house in the city to enter, the vendor said. I also want to live in the city, but I can't get in without a property certificate. Isn't there another way to get in? Yang Qing asked. The vendor glanced at their van. If you want to enter, this van won't stay. It will be confiscated, and they check the contents. They only leave you about a third of it, the rest will be taken. Yang Qing frowned. This was similar to what Wang Hao knew. But if the car is confiscated, it will be difficult to retrieve their supplies later. If we give them everything, will they arrange accommodation? Yang Qing asked. Yes, but there will be rent. The city management will arrange it uniformly. One house will house at least a dozen people. Alternatively, you can rent a house. Some landlords in the city may own more than one house. Some live in only one room and rent out the others. However, the rent is very high. There are too many people coming to the city now, and the supply of houses simply cannot meet the demand, the vendor said. Yang Qing looked at Lung Yi. How about we stay outside for one night, and then think of a solution? Lung Yi nodded. Okay. There are small towns outside the city, and many shantytowns. It's quite lively, but a bit chaotic. The three found a small hotel to stay in, and ordered food there. Boss, I want to ask you something, Yang Qing called to the receptionist, who also looked Chinese. Please go ahead, the owner said politely. We want to enter Liqing. Is there any way to buy a house in Liqing? Yang Qing asked. Buy a house? The shopkeeper was startled. Houses are hard to buy these days. Money isn't the problem, it's just that I don't have the connections, Yang Qing smiled. Boss, if you have connections, we give you a commission. Money isn't very useful these days, the shopkeeper shook his head. What do you need? A car? Grain? I can handle anything, Yang Qing said with a smile. Wang Hao looked at her in surprise, but didn't speak. The shopkeeper glanced to the side, and sat down next to Yang Qing. To be honest, I do have a friend who owns a house and wants to sell it. But what? Yang Qing asked. The shopkeeper lowered his voice. He used to have a beautiful wife and a 3-year-old son. One day, a powerful figure in the city took a liking to his wife and abducted her. He fought back desperately, and not only was he seriously injured, but his son was also beaten to death. He can't survive now. Having a house is useless. Living there would only bring more grief and reminders of his wife. Someone died in that house. It's considered unlucky. Yang Qing paused for a moment and nodded. That's not a problem. We don't believe in those things. But, are there any conditions he's offering to sell the house? Surely he doesn't want us to help him get revenge. No, he just wants to buy a... The shopkeeper gestured with a pistol, but there's no way to get one. Even though things are chaotic now, weapons are strictly controlled, ordinary people like us can't buy them. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. She didn't need that, and she had just picked up one of the Holy Blood's guns that day. She could give it to him. Just this? Yang Qing asked. Of course, some grain would be even better, but that's not important. The most important thing is that, the shopkeeper said. Yang Qing nodded. Tell me about his place. I have some things he needs. His place isn't very nice. It's a small 2-bedroom apartment, about 50 square meters. The neighborhood is quite old, and the place is just average. Yang Qing nodded. That didn't matter, as long as she had a place to stay, it was fine. When we enter the city, they only check the property certificate, not the person's name? Yang Qing asked. Yes, as long as you have a property certificate, they don't care whose name it is, the shopkeeper said. The person with the property certificate doesn't need to hand over supplies, but the others with you still need to. Once you're in the city, they issue you passes, and you won't need to hand over supplies again. What if I buy a car in the city later, or buy one outside the city, or bring supplies in? I won't have to hand them over then. That's right. You only need to hand them over once. They won't care about anything you buy afterward, the shopkeeper said. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. That was good. Luckily, she hadn't rushed in earlier, or she wouldn't have left anything behind. Chapter 342. Boss, could you contact your friend for me? Tell him we have what he wants, Yang Qing said. We just want a property deed. Really? You're not kidding me, are you? The boss was a little skeptical. Yang Qing smiled, took off her bag, unzipped it, and showed him the pistol inside. The boss was startled. He really had one. Okay, I have someone deliver a message to him right away. You guys stay here tonight. He should be able to leave the city tomorrow, the boss said. Thank you, Yang Qing smiled broadly. Lung Yi looked at Yang Qing. You're really resourceful. Yang Qing smiled. Houses in Liqing are so sought after right now, there's definitely a market. Have you noticed that the higher the prices used to be, the better the housing market was? When prices drop, nobody buys? Even in this apocalypse, it's the same. And there are always some people who own more than one property, they just aren't offering enough. If the price is high enough, someone will sell. Lung Yi nodded, that made sense. The three of them then checked into the small hotel. In the middle of the night, Yang Qing and Lung Yi went downstairs, took some supplies from the car, and Yang Qing then stored the car in her spatial storage. The next morning, the shopkeeper knocked on the door. Miss, my friend is here. Let him in. Yang Qing opened the door. A thin man in his 30s walked in. Looking at Yang Qing and Lung Yi, you really have guns? Yang Qing nodded and took a pistol from her bag. Do you know how to use it? No. The man was a little embarrassed. Leng Yi took the gun, first opening the magazine to show him. There are 6 bullets in here. Where's the property deed? The man handed over the property certificate. Leng Yi opened it and saw that it was indeed a property certificate for Li Cheng, for a residential complex called Changfu Garden. Judging from the name, it was probably a Chinese community. It wasn't an apartment building with an elevator, located on the 6th floor, a 2-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 bathroom unit, 56 square meters. The property certificate was jointly owned by the man and his wife, in both their names. Since he and Yang Qing were a couple, the certificate would be used for both of them, so they didn't need to pay any supplies. They only needed to pay Wang Hao's share. Leng Yi gave the property certificate to Yang Qing, picked up the pistol, and instructed the man, before firing, first pull the safety, then put your finger here, aim, and pull the trigger. The man picked up the gun, his hand trembling slightly. Leng Yi gripped the barrel. Don't be afraid. As long as you strike unexpectedly, you definitely hit someone. The man's eyes immediately reddened. Thank you. It's okay if you don't aim accurately this first. Shoot at the easier targets first. Body targets are large, wound him first, then finish him off with a shot to the heart or head. It'd be fatal, Leng Yi added. The man gripped his gun tightly. Good. What else do you want? Food or something else? Yang Qing asked. The man shook his head, his eyes bloodshot. I don't want anything. Yang Qing felt a pang of unease. This man seemed resigned to his fate. She couldn't help but say, maybe your wife is still alive. You can avenge her and rescue her, then run away together. You can have children later. A glimmer of hope suddenly flashed in the man's eyes, but it quickly dimmed again. It's not that easy. Where there's a will, there's a way. Leng Yi patted the man's shoulder. Here's what we do. I leave 100 gene of grain with the boss. You can come back for it later. If you manage to rescue your wife, she won't starve, Yang Qing said. Thank you, the man said gratefully. To be honest, with his wife and children gone, he couldn't survive, so keeping the house was pointless. It was better to exchange it for a gun and avenge them. If that failed, he could at least reunite with their family. The man left with the gun. Yang Qing left 100 gene of rice, and gave the boss 50 gene of potatoes as commission. Then, he called Wang Hao over. He gave him a large backpack filled with 50 gene of rice, and 2 packs of cigarettes. I won't carry so much stuff, it all has to be handed over, Wang Hao said. Don't worry, the cigarettes are much more valuable than the grain. Hand over the cigarettes, and you can keep the grain, Yang Qing said. Wang Hao thought it made sense. Yang Qing prepared 2 large bags for herself and Leng Yi, each carrying 50 gene, 25 kilograms, of grain, along with some cured meat, sausages, dried vegetables, and pickled vegetables. A frying pan was also hanging on her back. That's all? What about the rest of the stuff? And our car? What are we going to do? Wang Hao asked. I already talked to the shopkeeper. We leave it here for now. We get our permits and drive it back later when we have time, Yang Qing said. She naturally didn't mention that the car was already in her personal storage space. Wang Hao nodded. His sister-in-law was clever. This way, the car wouldn't be confiscated, and the supplies could be saved. The 3 went downstairs, and told the shopkeeper that the 50 gene of potatoes he'd given him, and the 100 gene of rice for the other person were in the room. Then, they paid the bill, and headed towards Licheng. At the city gate, many people were queuing to enter. There were 2 lanes for vehicles, but only 1 for pedestrians. The 3 walked towards the pedestrian lane. Upon reaching the guard post, they showed them the property certificate and explained that Wang Hao was with them. The guard checked Wang Hao's belongings, took 2 packs of cigarettes, and waved them through. Then someone registered their identities and issued passes. With the passes, they passed through another iron gate, showed them to the people there, and entered Licheng. Wang Hao looked back at the city gate, still somewhat incredulous. I can't believe I actually made it in. Leng Yi smiled. Let's go to our new home. Wang Hao walked to Leng Yi's side. Leng Yi, to be honest, although I wanted to come to Licheng before, I knew it would be very difficult. I didn't expect to get in so quickly. You guys really know how to do things. Yang Qing smiled, looking ahead. The surrounding area consisted of low-rise houses, with some tall buildings in the distance. She suddenly felt a pang of emotion. Finally, they could settle down again. Looks like we can stay here for quite a while. Yeah. Leng Yi and Wang Hao nodded, both full of anticipation for their future life. The 3 of them inquired about the location of Changfu Garden and walked there, which would also be a good opportunity to familiarize themselves with the city. Upon arriving, they found it to be a rather old residential area, similar to those in many small Southeast Asian countries. The management of the community was not strict. No one asked them anything when they entered. Many other people entered the community with them, seemingly brought by officials. Perhaps some houses had been requisitioned for those who were being allocated housing. They were all carrying large and small bags of luggage, with families in tow, and all looked exhausted. They were probably from out of town. Yang Qing glanced around. At this point, there was no need to be picky, they just needed to settle down first. They could find a better place later if they had the opportunity. Chapter 343. They found the apartment in Building A2, Unit 602, and opened the door. The apartment was filthy, littered with trash. Clearly someone had lived there, but hadn't cleaned it. It seemed the man, having lost his wife and children, had no interest in cleaning. After checking the apartment, they realized the man had only taken his own clothes. Everything else was left behind. The bed, wardrobe, pots and pans were all there old, but at least they didn't have to buy new ones. The three of them prepared to clean the room, but when they turned on the tap, the water flow was weak and very murky. They had no choice but to fill a bucket and let it settle first. They swept the floor, and then used the settled water to wipe everything down. They washed the dishes in the kitchen and threw away the trash. There were 2 rooms, one for Yang Qing and Leng Yi, and one for Wang Hao. It was hot, so they didn't need blankets or anything. Wang Hao changed his pillowcase and straw mat, washed them quickly, and made sure they were usable. Yang Qing quietly replaced the mattress with a better one from her own space, covering it with a sheet so it wouldn't be noticeable, and then put a straw mat on top. She also took down and washed the curtains, and wiped the floor and furniture again with detergent, making the whole room look brand new. Yang Qing put 150 jin of grain into the kitchen, and put the cured meat, sausages, and dried vegetables into the cupboard. Want to cook some rice for lunch? Leng Yi came over. Okay. Yang Qing nodded. While cooking, Wang Hao was in his room, so Yang Qing took out water from her space to use. She cooked a pot of rice, a plate of stir-fried sausages, a dish of stir-fried cured meat with bamboo shoots and pickled mustard greens, and a dried vegetable soup. The aroma of the stir-fried cured meat was very strong, so Yang Qing closed the doors and windows tightly to prevent the smell from spreading. The people around her were a mixed bunch, and she didn't want to cause any trouble. When the food was ready, Wang Hao came over and exclaimed, "Wow, what a feast!" He hadn't had such distinctly yin-style dishes in a long time. "We brought all this from our hometown, carrying it all the way here." Yang Qing smiled. "It's a pity we didn't have any chili peppers, otherwise it would have been even more fragrant. By the way, can you handle spicy food? I remember you're from Hunan province, right? You should be able to handle spicy food quite well," Leng Yi said. "Yes, you're right," Wang Hao smiled. "Actually, the locals here eat spicy food too, but it's not just pure spiciness. They like to add all sorts of spices. It's the spiciness of the spices that makes it much stronger than what we eat. Our own food is still the best." After finishing the meal, Wang Hao went to wash the dishes, but when he turned on the tap, there was no water. It seemed the water supply was rationed. There was nothing he could do but leave it for now. Wang Hao said, "Should we go out for a walk this afternoon and see if we can find some work?" Yang Qing and Leng Yi exchanged a glance. They had never worked before because everyone knew they had plenty of supplies, so working wasn't an issue. Now they arrived in a new place, practically penniless, and it wouldn't be right not to find work. "Let's go take a look and see if we can find something suitable," Leng Yi said. Yang Qing wanted to rest for a while at noon, but the noise from next door was unbearable. She couldn't sleep at all. "Should we wear earplugs? Or maybe we should just go into our space?" Leng Yi asked. It seemed like a dozen people lived in the next house. There were children crying, men hitting women, and people arguing. It was impossible to sleep. Yang Qing sighed. "What if it's like this at night too? Let's go into our space." They locked the door, drew the curtains, and slipped into their space. After sleeping for 2 hours, they heard Wang Hao knocking on the door and emerged from their spatial dimension. The 3 of them headed towards the city center. Their neighborhood was located in a relatively remote area, quite a distance from the city center. As they walked, they discovered that there were virtually no street vendors in the city. Aside from a few homeless people, there wasn't a single business on the streets, and even shops were scarce. There were a few large supermarkets, but the prices inside were outrageously high. A bottle of water cost tens of thousands, and a kilogram of grain also cost tens of thousands. It was much better outside the city. There were so many street vendors there, and a wider variety of goods. However, Yang Qing thought about it. Those stalls didn't seem to sell food and water, the most essential supplies for survival. How could this be? Yang Qing asked, puzzled. There's only one possibility. These businesses have all been monopolized, Leng Yi said. That's certainly possible, Wang Hao nodded. Why don't you go ahead? I go and find out what's going on. Aren't you coming with us? Yang Qing asked. Leng Yi smiled. Let him go. He used to work in intelligence in the army, he's good at this. Really? Yang Qing raised an eyebrow, surprised. Wang Hao waved to the two and ran off. The two continued walking towards the city center. Reaching a square, they suddenly noticed a long queue ahead, wondering what was going on. Yang Qing went over and asked, What are you doing? Exchanging points for water. Yang Qing was a little surprised. Exchanging for water? But considering the water quality in their neighborhood, it was indeed undrinkable. Adults might be able to manage, but families with children needing to make formula would likely find it unsuitable. How do you get points? Yang Qing asked. The man glanced at Yang Qing. You're from out of town, right? These points are what we earned by catching centipedes and snakes. Yang Qing said, Oh, so they've been through that too? Then how do we out-of-towners get points? Yang Qing asked again. Exchange them for supplies. There's a special place to exchange points. Go ask around and you find out. After you get your points, come here to exchange them for water. Yang Qing nodded, Oh, I see, and said, Thank you. The two walked forward and saw a sign for exchanging points for water, which read, Today, 20 points can be exchanged for 2 jin of water. Judging from this, the exchange rate changes every day? I have 40 points. Why can't I exchange them for 4 jin of water? A middle-aged woman asked. Each person can only exchange a maximum of 2 jin per day. If everyone did it like you, what if someone came in with 10,000 points and exchanged for 1,000 jin of water? What would everyone else drink? The daily water supply is limited. Do you think you own the water station and can exchange as much as you want? The staff member rolled their eyes. Fine, 2 pounds it is. The middle-aged woman backed down and handed over the bottle. The staff member inserted a funnel into the bottle and scooped in a small spoonful of water. The middle-aged woman weighed it in her hand. This isn't right. It's not 2 pounds. It's at most 1 pound. You say 1 pound, and it's 1 pound? We weigh everything here. If you don't want to exchange it, give it back. The staff member reached out to snatch it. The middle-aged woman wouldn't have it. You're shortchanging me, and you still have the nerve to say that? We don't do things like this. I exchanged the water before. This is cheating. At this moment, a young man in white walked out. Yang Qing's pupils contracted when he saw him. Bai Yi? What was he doing here? No wonder he hadn't been seen since the rabies vaccination. Xia City survived 2 tsunamis. It seems he left Xia City a long time ago and came here. Bai Yi sensed someone watching him and glanced over. Yang Qing quickly looked away. Bai Yi glanced at her, but didn't recognize Yang Qing or Leng Yi. That meeting was during the dead of winter. Both of them were wearing down jackets, hats, and masks. Quite different from now, probably something they hadn't expected. What happened? Bai Yi asked. Young Master Yi. The staff member smiled ingratiatingly, pointing to the middle-aged woman. It's this old woman. She accused us of shortchanging us on water. Chapter 344. I'm not accusing you. This water definitely doesn't weigh 2 pounds. Don't believe me? Weigh it here. The middle-aged woman argued. Bai Yi sneered, and without a word, kicked her, knocking her to the ground. The bottle shattered, water spilled everywhere, and the woman writhed on the floor in pain, clutching her stomach. Yang Qing and Leng Yi stepped back, not wanting to get involved. Bai Yi, however, wasn't going to let the woman off the hook. He walked over, grabbed her collar, and slapped her again. Yang Qing frowned, and Leng Yi grabbed her hand and shook his head. They hadn't even established themselves in leeching yet. They didn't want any more trouble. Seeing Bai Yi personally intervene, 2 more staff members rushed over and started punching and kicking the middle-aged woman. Stop! A voice suddenly rang out. Everyone looked over at the sound, and a beautiful young woman walked over, wearing a white suit and accompanied by 2 bodyguards. Her status was clearly not ordinary. Hey, isn't this Miss Sung? Bai Yi sneered, seemingly unafraid of her. It's our Bai family's turn to be on duty today. What, Miss Sung? Do you want to interfere in our Bai family's affairs? Bai Yi. Sungjin pointed at Bai Yi, her eyebrows furrowed. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because your second uncle is Bai Xiangfu. The points for water redemption system has set rules. Why should your family get half off when it's your turn? So what? It's none of your business to interfere in our family's affairs. Bai Yi scoffed. If you're so generous, why don't you bring your own water over for everyone to drink for free? Being generous with other people's money, yet having a double standard. You? Zungjin's face flushed red with anger. You're utterly hopeless. Something about these words struck a nerve with Bai Yi, his face suddenly darkening. He grabbed the middle-aged woman by the back of her collar and kicked her forcefully. You want to save her? Come on, let's see if you can bring her back to life. The middle-aged woman spat out a mouthful of blood, landing right at Lin Yi's feet. She grabbed Lin Yi's leg, looking up with tears streaming down her face. Please save me, save me. Lin Yi tried to pull his foot away, but the woman clung to it tightly. Lin Yi dared not shake her off forcefully, fearing that any more force would kill her. Bai Yi's men approached, glaring fiercely at Lin Yi. I advise you to mind your own business. Zungjin stepped in front of Lin Yi. What else do you want to do? Are you going to beat her to death before you're done? Bai Yi sneered. You want to teach me how to do things? With a wave of his hand, his men struck Zungjin. Yang Qing frowned. This Miss Xing seemed to have considerable power. How dare Bai Yi openly challenge her? Was his family really that influential? Yang Qing crouched down to look at the woman beneath Lin Yi, trying to pull her hands away, but the woman clung even tighter, murmuring with her eyes closed, Save me, save me. Two more of Bai Yi's men emerged and began fighting Zungjin's bodyguards. Zungjin's two bodyguards were quite skilled. Bai Yi's men were no match for them, and all four fell to the ground. Zungjin wore a smug expression. Bai Yi's eyes were filled with malice as he called out, Bai Chong. A young man stepped out from behind, his hand suddenly transforming into a long round metal spike, which he thrust towards the two bodyguards. The two men were terrified and rolled away to avoid it. Unexpectedly, Zungjin was right behind her, instantly exposing her. Startled, she stumbled backward and fell into Lin Yi's arms. The metal spike shot towards her quickly. Lin Yi had no time to dodge. If he didn't intervene, he and Zungjin would both be impaled. He raised his hand and grabbed the metal spike, glaring fiercely at his opponent. Bai Chong sneered. Someone dared to oppose him. He tried to pull the metal spike out, but couldn't. He looked at Lin Yi in surprise, then raised his other hand, transforming it into a metal spike and thrusting it at Lin Yi. Lin Yi exerted force, and Bai Chong felt his hand suddenly become incredibly hot, as if it were about to melt. He couldn't pull it out, and his body grew increasingly hot. The metal spike grew redder and redder, like molten iron, then dripped down. Ching Ching, get out of the way! Lin Yi shouted. Yang Qing, who was crouching on the ground watching the middle-aged woman, rolled away at the sound of his voice. He's a superhuman! Bai Yi's men exclaimed in shock. And he seemed even more powerful than Bai Chong. He had melted even the hardest metal, Bai Chong. Lin Yi didn't let go. Bai Chang's body was out of control, his other hand was also powerless, and his bound hand and body caught fire. Soon, his entire body was burning red-hot, turning into a pool of molten iron that fell to the ground. Bai Yi's face was grim. He waved his hand, signaling his men to advance. Go! The men exchanged glances. This guy was so powerful, going up would be suicide. You bunch of trash. I settle the score with you later. Bai Yi roared, pulling out his gun and firing at the opposite side. Suddenly, someone rushed in front of him, shouting at Bai Yi, I fight you to the death. Bang! Bang! Two shots rang out simultaneously, and both men fell to the ground. Lin Yi was shocked to see that the man lying on the ground was the homeowner he had just sold the house to. He quickly pulled Zungjin aside, and rushed to the homeowner's side. He had come to seek revenge on Bai Yi. Bai Yi had stolen his wife, and killed his child. The people opposite him panicked upon seeing Bai Yi shot, and no one paid any attention to what was happening here. Lin Yi looked at the homeowner. He had been shot in the heart, and blood was gushing out. Lin Yi pressed his hand against the bleeding area and looked up. Where's the hospital? Zungjin seemed to only then realize what was happening. There aren't any hospitals anymore. Only our three major families have their own. He saved you. Can you save him? Can you take him to your family's hospital? Lin Yi said. This? Zungjin hesitated. She only remembered that this handsome man in front of her had saved her. The other man had clearly gone to kill Bai Yi. It had nothing to do with her. Yang Qing glanced at Zungjin, then looked at Lin Yi. Let's go, we find a doctor ourselves. Lin Yi understood her meaning, picked up the homeowner, and left. The two deliberately ran through secluded alleys, finding a quiet place without surveillance cameras, before slipping into their spatial dimension. Yang Qing quickly examined the homeowner's injuries. They were severe, the wound near his heart. It hadn't completely hit his heart, but it was very close. Without surgery, he wouldn't survive. What do we do now? Lung Yi looked at Yang Qing. She wasn't a doctor. The only way to save him was with the box of injections. She herself had survived thanks to those injections. If she gave them to him, he should be able to survive too. But they had only met this homeowner once. Should they really save him? But if he hadn't shielded her, she might not have dodged Bai Yi's bullet. Let's try. Maybe we have another helper later, Yang Qing said. She took out a blue syringe and injected it into the homeowner's hand. The landlord's body trembled, then his tightly furrowed brows seemed to relax, as if his body was repairing itself. Should we still remove the bullet? Yang Qing said. She wasn't a surgeon and wasn't confident, but now that the blue injection had been administered, if the bullet wasn't removed, it would remain permanently inside his body after the wound healed, posing a potential health risk. Performing the surgery, while the injection was taking effect, might allow the wound to heal simultaneously. Yang Qing took out a scalpel, performed a simple sterilization, made the incision, and searched inside his body with her fingers. Finally, the bullet was removed and dropped to the ground with a thud. The landlord's wound visibly began to heal. Before he woke up, Yang Qing quickly led her people out of the spatial dimension and ran home. Chapter 345. The two men carried a person home on their backs. Neighbors saw them, but no one asked any questions. Every day people were injured and died. Nobody wanted to get involved. Lung Yi placed the homeowner on the sofa, his gun fixed on him. That blue injection must be the holy blood others had mentioned. Just because he was healed didn't mean others could. If this person mutated into a monster, he still had to be killed. The homeowner remained motionless. The wound on his chest had almost completely healed, leaving only a scabbed scar. I didn't expect it to heal so quickly. Lung Yi found it unbelievable. Last time you were seriously injured, your whole body was covered in wounds, and it took so long to recover. So the recovery was slow, Yang Qing said. This time we acted so quickly. Although the wound was on the chest, it didn't damage the heart, and the injection was timely, so the healing was fast. It seems there hasn't been a mutation, Lung Yi said, staring at the homeowner. Don't let your guard down. Observe him further, Yang Qing said. He took out the property certificate and looked at it, only to find that the homeowner's name was Lin Jin, and his wife's name was Zhang Shui. 3 hours later, Lin Jin regained consciousness, looking around in confusion. Was this his home? What was going on? You're awake? Lung Yi asked. Yang Qing was cooking in the kitchen, and quickly came out when she heard Lung Yi speak. It was you? You saved me? Lin Jin sat up, remembering what happened that afternoon, and immediately touched his chest. I wasn't shot? No, he definitely felt a lot of pain. He should have been shot. His hand touched the scar on his chest, his face filled with disbelief. He hadn't had a scar there before. How could it have healed so quickly if he had been shot? This. Lin Jin looked at Lung Yi. Lung Yi couldn't reveal the blue injection, so he said, I'm a superhuman. I removed the bullet and healed you. Since many people had seen he was a superhuman, there was no need to hide it. He might believe him if he said he healed him with his superpower. A superhuman? Lin Jin murmured, repeating, I didn't expect it to be true. Superhumans really exist? He looked up at Lung Yi and Yang Qing. Thank you, but I have nothing to repay you with. Yang Qing smiled. Giving us the house was a huge help, and this afternoon you even took a bullet for Lung Yi. Lin Jin felt a little ashamed. I didn't do it for him. I just wanted to kill the man who stole my wife and killed my child. Yang Qing and Lung Yi exchanged a glance. This man was honest. An ordinary person might have used this as leverage to repay a debt of gratitude. This guy was good. It wasn't for nothing that they had saved him. Is it Bai Yi who stole your wife and killed your child? Yang Qing asked. Lin Jin nodded. We have a house in the city, and we saved up some points. Life wasn't particularly good, but we were self-sufficient. Who knew that one day we run into that young master of the Bai family on the street? He froze when he saw my wife. He said she looked just like him, so much like him. He insisted on taking my wife away. We refused, and he beat me severely. My son chased after his mother crying, and one of his men kicked him in the chest, killing him. Lin Jin's eyes welled with tears. But I survived, living a life worse than death. My only thought for living was revenge, and today I finally found this opportunity. So you're willing to trade your life for his? Yang Qing frowned. Lin Jin smiled bitterly. He's usually in the Bai family manor, and when he finally comes out, he's always surrounded by bodyguards. I never have a chance to get close to him. Today is a rare opportunity. Lung Yi patted his shoulder. A gentleman takes revenge even after 10 years. We have a grudge against him too, and I help you. Really? Lin Jun was surprised. Didn't they just arrive in Licheng? How did they become enemies with that young master of the Bai family? To be honest, we became enemies with him back in Yin country. I didn't expect him to hide here. It just so happens we're here too. We definitely get our revenge. But we can't do what you did today. Kill 1,000 enemies while losing 800 of our own. If it weren't for us, even if you died, the other person might not be hurt, Lung Yi said. By the way, was he shot too? I think I hit him. Lin Jun asked quickly. Lung Yi nodded. He was shot, but we don't know if it hit a vital organ. His family has a hospital. He might be able to recover quickly. Lin Jun was a little dejected. It's my fault. Lung Yi shook his head. You just lack experience. From now on, follow us, and we help you. But you must listen to us, and never be as reckless as you were today. Lin Jun nodded. You saved my life. It belongs to you from now on. I do whatever you tell me to do. At this moment, the door opened, and Wang Hao walked in. He paused, seeing Lin Jun. This is the original owner of the house. We found him injured today and brought him back, Lung Yi said simply. Lin Jun looked at Lung Yi, who spoke up. My name is Lung Yi, my wife is Yang Qing, and this is my friend Wang Hao. Brother Leng and his wife saved me. They are my saviors, Lin Jun said. Wang Hao was taken aback and quickly asked what had happened. Lung Yi then recounted what had occurred at the square. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao quickly locked the door. Then you offended the Bai family? That Bai Yi is the young master of one of the 3 major families in Licheng. Lung Yi frowned. Tell us what you found out. Licheng is currently controlled by 3 major Chinese families. The Bai family, the Zheng family, and the Wang family. However, the Bai and Zheng families are the most powerful, while the Wang family is far less powerful. Now, all of Licheng's water and food resources are controlled by these 3 families. That's why we rarely see any shops on the streets. Even the large supermarkets are owned by these 3 families. No one else can open a shop. Lin Jun nodded. That's true. Although we have water at home, it's only available for a limited time. We only have half an hour to cook each of the 3 meals a day, and the water quality is very poor. If we had a choice, no one would want to drink it. Yang Qing nodded, explaining why so many people go to the square to exchange points for water. Food is the same. You have to exchange it for points or supplies, Lin Jun said. The 3 families take turns on duty, and the prices change every day. If the Bai family skimps on your supplies, you're just unlucky. Don't the other 2 families care either? Yang Qing asked. Nobody can control anyone else. The Wang family is a little better off, but the Zheng family also skimps, though they're only slightly better off than the Bai family, Lin Jun said helplessly. In a place like this, you're at their mercy. You can't go without water and food, so you can only endure it. Yang Qing hadn't expected this situation. She wished she hadn't come into the city. Things might have been better outside. However, in this apocalyptic world, nowhere is safe. Finding a peaceful place is extremely difficult. Chapter 346. Everything I wanted to say has already been said by this brother, Wang Hao said helplessly. But I also know that there's a black market in Licheng where you can exchange water, food, and many other things. Lung Yi nodded. The 3 major families exploited them too much, which led to the creation of the black market. The profits there were enormous. However, you saved us today. What if the Bai family comes looking for us? Lin Jun looked at Lung Yi worriedly. Bai Yi knew him, and could easily find out where his family lived. Although the house was given to Leng Yi and his group, they were present today, and Bai Yi might think they were on his side. That is a problem, Leng Yi pondered. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Everyone was startled. Could they have come so quickly? They all gripped their guns. Leng Yi gestured for them to calm down and walked towards the door. The door was an iron door with a peephole. Leng Yi peered through the peephole and saw several men in black suits outside. He wasn't sure if they were from the Bai family. Who is it? Leng Yi asked in a low voice. Hello, we are from the Zhang family. We are here on the orders of our patriarch to see you, sir, and to thank you for saving Mrs. Life, the man outside said. Leng Yi glanced back, gave a signal, and tucked his gun into his waistband. Yang Qing quickly helped Lin Jun lie down, tossed him a coat to cover his wounds, and Lin Jun pretended to be unconscious, closing his eyes. Leng Yi opened the door, and one of the men in black bowed respectfully to him. Sir, our patriarch requests your presence. He glanced into the room, saw the men, and also saw Lin Jun with his eyes closed, but said nothing, showing no intention of saving him. I already said it. It was just a small favor. I didn't intentionally save your young lady. In that situation, if I hadn't intervened, that Bai family's ability user would have killed me too. I only acted to protect myself. I'm not a savior, Lung Yi said. The man in black looked displeased. Someone was actually trying to shirk the Zhang family's life-saving grace? Was it some kind of blessing he accumulated in his past lives to be considered a savior? However, he dared not disobey the patriarch's orders. Sir, please don't make things difficult for us servants. If we can't get you back, none of us will survive. You won't just stand by and watch us die, will you? Lung Yi frowned. Is your patriarch so cruel? He kills people just because he can't get one back? The man in black's forehead veins throbbed with anger, but he suppressed his temper. Sir, you're joking. You better come with us. Don't make things difficult for us. You still have friends. You don't want things to get too ugly, do you? The threat was obvious. All right, let's go, Yang Qing said. They wouldn't give up until they got the person they wanted. They didn't want to offend the Bai family first, and then the Zhang family. Their future would be difficult, and it would also implicate Wang Hao and Lin Jin. Then you come with me. Lung Yi grasped Yang Qing's hand. The man in black opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't speak. As long as they could get the person, whether it was one or two wasn't up to him. I changed my clothes. Yang Qing went back to her room, packed up her belongings, and changed into some simple clothes. Lung Yi called Wang Hao aside, and lowered his voice. Take Lin Jin outside and hide for a while. I'm afraid the Bai family might come, and you be in danger. Don't worry. Wang Hao nodded. Lung Yi and Yang Qing, each carrying a bag, followed the Zhang family. Wang Hao closed the door, and Lin Jin sat up abruptly. Wang Hao packed his things. Let's hurry. If the Bai family comes, we won't be able to escape. What about Lung Yi and the others? Lin Jin asked. He's the Zhang family's eldest daughter's savior now. He should be fine. Wang Hao quickly packed his things. Let's go hide for a while. Lin Jin also helped carry things. There were over 100 pounds of grain and some vegetables in the kitchen, which he easily lifted. Huh, when did I become so strong? Could it be the effect of Lung Yi using his supernatural abilities to heal my injuries? Wang Hao was also stunned for a moment, not expecting Lin Jin to be so strong. But he couldn't worry about that now. He just grabbed his things and headed out. Where are we going? Wang Hao asked. I have a friend. Let's go to his house to hide first, Lin Jin said. Having lived in Liqing for decades, one must have made a few friends. The man in black led Lung Yi and Yang Qing to the Zhang family's house. Upon arrival, they discovered the Zhang family estate was a vast manor. Even after entering the gate, there was still a long way to go. Large lawns lined both sides of the road, planted with many trees, and castles of varying sizes were scattered throughout, showing no signs of the apocalypse. Truly worthy of being one of the three great families, their foundation is impressive. After driving for more than 10 minutes, they entered one of the castles. The men in black led the two into the hall, and then withdrew. A short while later, a man in his 50s, wearing a white shirt, black suit, and black bow tie, came out and smiled at Lung Yi. Mr. Lung, hello. Lung Yi was slightly taken aback, but then he realized that if they could find his place, they must have discovered his identity. He had registered his identity when he entered the city. I'm the manager here. You can call me Uncle Zheng. Our master will be here shortly. Please wait a moment. Butler Zheng glanced at Yang Qing after speaking. And this is my wife. Her surname is Yang, Lung Yi replied. Butler Zheng's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Miss Yang. Yang Qing nodded without speaking. A cold smile crept across her face. Lung Yi had clearly stated that she was his wife, yet he didn't call her Mrs. Lung but Miss Yang. Was this disrespect, or did he have another purpose? Lung Yi was handsome and a superhuman, perhaps that Miss Zheng had taken a liking to him. I go see if the master has arrived yet, Butler Zheng said before leaving only the two of them in the living room. Butler Zheng entered the next room and respectfully greeted a sprightly old man with half-gray hair. Master. Is that Lung's wife with him? That's what Mr. Lung said. Butler Zheng nodded. Zheng Jianwei frowned. Don't tell Jin'er that he's married. Yes, master. Butler Zheng nodded. Have him come here to see me. Zheng Jianwei added. Butler Zheng then went out and returned to the living room, saying to Lung Yi, Mr. Lung, our master invites you. Wasn't he supposed to wait for him here? Lung Yi said calmly. Butler Zheng smiled. The master has something to discuss with Mr. Lung, and only invites you. Speak plainly. There are no outsiders here. My wife has nothing she can't hear. Lung Yi took Yang Qing's hand. Butler Zheng gave Yang Qing a cold look. It's confidential. If Mr. Ling thinks it's appropriate to tell Miss Yang, it's not too late to say it after we come out. Yang Qing smiled. Go ahead, I'm fine. They won't be able to hurt me so easily. Lung Yi looked at Yang Qing, saw her smile at him, and said helplessly, then be careful. I know. Yang Qing nodded with a smile. Chapter 347. Lung Yi followed Butler Zeng to another room, which appeared to be a study. Behind a desk sat an elderly man with half-gray hair, presumably the head of the Zeng family. This must be Mr. Lung? Zeng Jianwei immediately stood up upon seeing Lung Yi, walked over, and warmly shook his hand. Thank you, Mr. Lung, for saving my daughter. Our Zeng family will never forget your great kindness. Lung Yi smiled faintly. You're too kind, Patriarch Zeng. Please sit down. Zeng Jianwei gestured for Lung Yi to sit, and Butler Zeng quickly poured tea. My daughter told me what happened today. If it weren't for Mr. Lung, she might be dead. I can never repay her life-saving grace. It was nothing, Lung Yi waved his hand. In that situation, if I hadn't intervened, I wouldn't have been able to protect myself either. It's nothing to your daughter. Zeng Jianwei smiled. Mr. Lung is too modest. There aren't many humble young people like him these days. I heard Mr. Lung is also a superhuman. Did you use your superpowers to save my daughter? And even kill the other superhuman? Yes. Lung Yi didn't deny it. So many people saw it, there was no point in hiding it. I wonder where Mr. Lung obtained his holy blood. Zeng Jianwei suddenly asked. Lung Yi sneered inwardly. They were waiting for him here. That's not something I can comment on. Zeng Jianwei's expression changed slightly, but he quickly put on a smile again. Yes, I was being rash. How could I just say such a thing? Ha ha ha. However, regardless of the circumstances, Mr. Lung did indeed save my daughter's life. The Zeng family is not the kind of people who forget kindness. Mr. Lung, please feel free to make any requests you may have. We will agree to anything. Zeng Jianwei looked at Lung Yi. He was so young and handsome, and also a superhuman. If he could marry his daughter, the Zeng family would have another powerful ally. He only had 2 daughters. His eldest daughter had married before the apocalypse, choosing an honest man for easier control. While her husband was honest, he lacked ability, which became even more apparent in the apocalypse. His younger daughter, like her elder sister, was a strong-willed woman, but proud and arrogant, with high standards, and hadn't found a suitable partner. However, after returning today, she couldn't forget her savior. Hearing that the man was a superhuman, a newcomer to Liqing with only 3 companions, and had no connections there, he began to consider finding a husband for his younger daughter. Although he had adopted a son, he wasn't his own bloodline. He felt reluctant to entrust his entire fortune to him. If his younger daughter found a husband, he would take his surname, thus continuing the family line. Looking at Lung Yi again, handsome and humble, Lung Yi liked him even more. Really, anything is fine? Lung Yi asked Zeng Jianwei. Anything is fine, Zeng Jianwei smiled, even offering his daughter in marriage. Then, would you please send me 10 cases of purified water, Patriarch Zeng? Lung Yi asked. The water in Yang Qing's spatial storage was hard to retrieve, and the water outside was too unpalatable. Exchanging water wouldn't earn him any points. Since Patriarch Zeng said he was willing to do anything, surely he wouldn't be stingy with a little water? Zeng Jianwei's smile froze. 10 cases of water? Lung Yi smiled. I'm new to Liqing, and only now realize how scarce water resources are. We don't have any points, so we can't exchange for water. That's why I'm making this request. Have I troubled Patriarch Zeng? No, not at all. Zeng Jianwei's lips twitched. He couldn't even afford 10 cases of water. What kind of head of the family was he? Mr. Lung is too modest. My daughter's life is worth more than 10 cases of water. Zeng Jianwei was a little embarrassed. My daughter is 23 years old this year, and is not yet married. I see that Mr. Lung is a very handsome man, and I intend to betroth my daughter to him. Zeng Jianwei had no choice but to get straight to the point. Lung Yi's expression changed. Patriarch Zeng, you jest? I already have a wife. Didn't I just tell Steward Zeng? The woman who came with me is my wife. Zeng Jianwei smiled indifferently. Men, having a few more women is nothing. Not to mention the polygamous system of ancient times, even in families like ours now, how many don't have women outside the marriage? Besides, this is the apocalypse. It's not surprising for capable men to have a few more women. I don't ask Mr. Lung to divorce his wife. I just hope that after you marry my daughter, you will treat them equally. If the 2 of them can call each other sisters, and get along harmoniously, Mr. Lung can also enjoy the blessings of having 2 wives. Wouldn't that be even more enjoyable? Ha 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 ha. Although he said this, his real plan was to first stabilize Lung Yi, and then, after he married his daughter, find an opportunity to kill Lung Yi's wife, so that he would only have his daughter as a wife. Lung Yi couldn't laugh. His face turned cold. Patriarch Zeng, I come from an ordinary family, and wouldn't dare have such unrealistic thoughts. After my wife and I married, we swore that we would only marry her for life, until our hair turns white. Zeng Jianwei's smile faded, and he continued, things are different now than before the apocalypse. If it were before, I wouldn't have wronged my daughter like this. Lung Yi sneered, this is unfair to my wife. Patriarch Zeng keeps saying he wants to repay a debt of gratitude, but I feel like you're repaying kindness with ingratitude. Zeng Jianwei's face couldn't hold back anymore. Mr. Lung, I only took a liking to you because you have some skill and are handsome. Don't refuse a polite offer and then suffer the consequences. You offended the Bai family and killed one of their ability users. Without the protection of our Zeng family, you won't survive until tomorrow. Is Patriarch Zeng threatening me? Lung Yi's face also darkened. Mr. Lung, I'm kindly reminding you that this is the apocalypse, and this is our Liqing, not a place where you can do whatever you want. You should also consider your wife. If she doesn't have you, can she survive alone? As long as you agree, our Zeng family will definitely treat her well, and won't let her suffer in the slightest. Zeng Jianwei's expression had completely changed. No need for Patriarch Zeng to worry. I take good care of my own wife, and won't let her suffer. Lung Yi snorted coldly, stood up, and was about to leave. But Lerzing immediately blocked Lung Yi's path. Lung Yi sneered, suddenly snapping off a metal armrest from the swivel chair beneath him. Instantly, it transformed into a soft whip in his hand, wrapping around the Zeng family head's neck. The Zeng family head was startled. But Lerzong was terrified. Mr. Lung, please calm down. Please don't hurt our family head. Think of your wife, she's still in the living room. You dare threaten me? Lung Yi was enraged, increasing the pressure on his hand. The whip tightened, and the Zeng family head's eyes rolled back, almost causing him to faint. Let go, let go. The Zeng family head waved his hands frantically, his eyelids still rolling. Lung Yi loosened the whip slightly. Can we talk properly now? The Zeng family head gasped for breath, coughing several times. Fine, since Mr. Leng is unwilling, I won't force you. Chapter 348. On the other side, Zeng Jun, having heard from the servants that Lung Yi had been invited, happily changed into a pretty dress to go see him. She bumped into her eldest sister Zeng Zhu, just as she stepped out of the room. What's making you so happy? Zeng Zhu teased. The two sisters had been very close since childhood, and she doted on her younger sister. I heard Dad invited my savior, so I'm going to see him. Zeng Jun's face flushed. Oh, is your heart fluttering? What kind of person is making my sister so infatuated? Zeng Zhu laughed. A very handsome man, and he's also a superhuman, very powerful. Zeng Jun spoke with the air of a young girl. Zeng Zhu had never seen her sister like this before. In their large family, they had seen all kinds of men, but so many talented young men hadn't caught her sister's eye. She never expected her sister to be like this today, genuinely curious about her savior. I go with you to see him, Zeng Zhu said. The two didn't go directly to the living room, but instead entered a side room with a one-way mirror. They could see into the living room, but the people in the living room couldn't see them. Why is there only one person, and a woman at that? Zeng Zhu frowned. That's the woman with Lung Yi. I don't know if she's his girlfriend or a friend. Zeng Jun looked a little unhappy. Why was she here too? She had seen the woman with Lung Yi when she stood between Bai Yi and Lung Yi. No matter who she is, we can make her disappear immediately. A sinister look appeared on Zeng Zhu's face. Zeng Jun smiled. I knew my eldest sister loved me the most. But what if she really is Lung Yi's girlfriend? What if he blames me when he finds out his girlfriend is dead? Zeng Jun worried again. That's easy. Just keep her calm for now. Once Lung Yi marries you, find a chance to get rid of her. Zeng Zhu smiled faintly, saying killing someone was easier than killing an ant. In the apocalypse, that was indeed how it was for them. Their hands were stained with the blood of countless people, especially those worthless civilians, whom they considered less than ants. Come on, I take you to ask them. Zeng Zhu took her sister's hand. The two entered the living room. Yang Qing saw someone looking over and realized it was two women who looked quite alike. They must be sisters. Who are you? Why are you in our living room? Zeng Zhu preemptively asked, trying to intimidate Yang Qing. Yang Qing looked at Zeng Jun, as if she hadn't heard Zeng Zhu's words. Miss Zeng, we meet again. You are? Zeng Jun pretended not to recognize her. Oh, you're the woman beside Mr. Lung, aren't you? I didn't recognize you at first, I'm sorry. It's all right. Yang Qing smiled, not taking it to heart at all. Getting angry over such a small trick would have made her furious long ago. May I ask your surname, miss? Zhengzhu asked again. No need for formalities, my surname is Yang. I am Leng Yi's wife. Yang Qing smiled, neither humble nor arrogant. He's married? What a pity. Zhengzhu feigned surprise. He saved my sister's life, and my sister was preparing to repay him with her body. Then there's no need. He's already married. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. You're too late. Zhengzhen's face darkened. Do you think you're good enough for Mr. Leng? Zhengzhen sized Yang Qing up and down, a mocking smile playing on her lips. You're not bad looking, but there are plenty of beautiful women in this world. If he wants them, I can find him 10 right away. But what do you have besides being pretty? What can you bring Leng Yi? Wealth? Status? Power? You have nothing. He only suffer with you. You're just an ordinary woman. Do you think you're good enough for him? Yang Qing finally snapped. Whether I'm good enough or not isn't for you to decide. No matter what kind of person I am, my husband only loves me. Other women, no matter how beautiful, are nothing but a pile of shit in his eyes. Who are you calling shit? Zhengzhen's expression changed. Whoever identifies with me is the one I'm calling shit. Yang Qing shrugged. You? Zhengzhen was furious. Jinjin! Zhengzhu called out, a smile spreading across her face. Miss Yang, you're right. You did arrive first, you met Mr. Leng first, you had the advantage, you're very lucky. But can you be this lucky forever? This is the apocalypse. Our Zheng family is powerful and wealthy, with more resources than we can use. If Mr. Leng marries my sister, he'd be set for life. Yang Qing was about to speak when Zhengzhu waved her hand. Let me finish. In this apocalyptic world, you and Mr. Leng are still inseparable, which shows your relationship is very good. We don't intend to ruin it. However, my sister fell in love with Mr. Leng at first sight, and I can't bear to see her feelings go to waste. How about letting my sister marry Mr. Leng as a concubine? Our Zheng family will certainly not mistreat you with a dowry. Yang Qing looked incredulous. Please, what era is this? A concubine? Are you still living in ancient times? Zhengzhu's face softened. What's your family background compared to ours? Treating my sister with the rights of a concubine is already beneath her. Do you really want her to be a concubine? Many wealthy men in their country have 3 or 4 wives. Besides the principal wife, the others are essentially concubines. Then don't lower yourselves like that. Why lower yourselves to find a married man? Yang Qing sneered. You're of noble birth. You're rich and powerful. Why are you afraid of not being able to marry? Why are you competing with a commoner like me for a man? You? Zhengzhen's face flushed red with anger. If any woman had dared to speak to her like that before, she would have killed her on the spot. She didn't move, but Zhengzhu did. A gun was immediately pressed against Yang Qing's forehead. Believe me or not, I kill you right now. Yang Qing grabbed the gun barrel, and with a flick of his wrist, the barrel bent. With her other hand, she pulled out a gun and pressed it against Zhengzhen's forehead. Come on, let's see who kills whom first. Both men were shocked. You're an ability user too? They had thought she was just an ordinary woman. At this moment, the Zheng family head and Leng Yi came out. Seeing the standoff, they were horrified. What are you doing? Dad. Zhengzhen was almost crying. The Zheng family head was also shocked to see the deformed gun barrel in Zhengzhu's hand. He hadn't expected this woman to be an ability user too. Yang Qing sneered. They forced me to give my husband to Miss Zhengzhen. I refused, and they said they would kill me. Upon hearing this, Leng Yi pulled out a gun and pressed it against the back of Zhengzhu's head. You dare threaten my wife? With 2 guns pressed against the heads of their 2 daughters, cold sweat broke out on the Zheng family head's forehead. Even if his servants came and killed them, it would be too much of a loss if his daughters died. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Patriarch Zheng hurriedly said, I didn't ask Mr. Leng to marry Zhengzhen. Zhengzhen, don't be ridiculous. Dad. Zhengzhen felt so wronged. She had actually been held at gunpoint in her own home, and her father was even speaking up for them. She had never felt so humiliated. Chapter 349. Mr. Leng, let's talk this out. Let's talk this out. Please don't get agitated, Zheng Jianwei said hurriedly. If the gun went off accidentally, both of his daughters would be dead. Then all the wealth he had built would just go to outsiders. You forced me into this, Leng Yi said coldly. You kept saying you wanted to repay me, but you're trying to separate my wife and me, even trying to kill her. Is this your repayment? Zheng Jianwei smiled bitterly. He thought that with their family background, an ordinary person would be eager to do this, even willing to sell their wife for personal gain. He hadn't expected to run into such a tough nut to crack. Moreover, this woman was no ordinary person. He had misjudged her. We originally meant well, wanting to help Mr. Leng rise to prominence. Zheng Jianwei said. Killing your wife, and you think you can rise to power? I don't care for that kind of power. Leng Yi snorted. Get out of my way, or don't blame me for accidentally firing my gun. The Zheng sisters, Zheng Zhu and Zheng Zhen, didn't dare move. Now they realized these two were no ordinary people. They had underestimated them. Mr. Leng, Mrs. Leng, we were blind. Let's talk this out, Zheng Jianwei said. Release my daughter, and we can sit down and have a proper talk. There's nothing to talk about. If we put down our guns, you can surround us immediately. Do you think we can escape? Don't think we're stupid, Yang Qing sneered. I promise I won't, Zheng Jianwei quickly said. We really underestimated you two before. We didn't expect Mrs. Leng to be a superhuman. It seems my daughter is unworthy. Zheng Zhen bit her lip, feeling resentful but unable to speak. She wasn't a superhuman. Ordinary people were nothing in front of superhumans. The marriage proposal will not be mentioned again, but I hope you two can come to our Zheng family. We agree to any conditions as long as you stay, Zheng Jianwei said. Having two more ability users would be a huge help. Yang Qing and Leng Yi exchanged a glance. Yang Qing spoke, we're used to our freedom, and don't want to be affiliated with any power, nor do we want to get involved in the conflicts between your three families. We appreciate Patriarch Zheng's kindness. As for Leng Yi saving Miss Zheng, it was unintentional, don't take it to heart. Zheng Zhen gritted her teeth, her heart filled with jealousy and resentment. Mrs. Leng, I know you haven't been in Liqing long, and now you offended the Bai family. Even if you don't want to work for us, the Bai family has already listed you as enemies. Why not join the Zheng family? You can get their protection. If you two aren't comfortable, you don't have to stay at the Zheng family manor, you can stay in the area under our Zheng family's jurisdiction. The place you're currently staying in is under the Bai family's jurisdiction, they come knocking sooner or later. You also need a place to stay. Our Zheng family's urban management office has a few vacant rooms, we can give you one. The conditions there are much better, with water and electricity, and water usage is unrestricted. Mr. Leng, you and your wife are together, you wouldn't want her to suffer, would you? With our urban management office, you don't need to worry about that. Leng Yi looked at Yang Qing, who understood immediately. Then thank you very much, Patriarch Zheng. Zheng Jianwei breathed a sigh of relief when they agreed. As long as they stayed in his urban management office, it was assumed they were members of the Zheng family, and others would have to be more cautious. Patriarch Zheng, are you really not going to pressure us anymore? Leng Yi loosened his grip on the gun. I swear, if I break this oath, may I not live to be 60. Zheng Jianwei raised one hand. Dad. The two sisters were both shocked. Their father would be 60 next year. Such an oath was practically a deadly one. Although swearing oaths themselves weren't a big deal, the elderly were very sensitive about their age. Who wouldn't want to live a long and healthy life and risk their lifespan? Yang Qing and Leng Yi lowered their guns. They could see the sisters' tension. This oath was indeed quite harsh. Although it might not come true, it showed the Zheng family head's determination. Just then, a servant entered. Master, the Bai family has sent an invitation. What is it? Zheng Jianwei was a little impatient. The Bai family head's nephew wanted to kill his daughter, and now they're sending an invitation? Do they expect him to come and apologize? The messenger said that two members of their Bai family have awakened spatial abilities, and they're holding a grand banquet to celebrate. What? Zheng Jianwei was shocked. Spatial abilities? How many cubic meters? I heard one is over 30 cubic meters, and the other is over 50 cubic meters. That big? Zheng Jianwei swayed. Over 50 cubic meters was equivalent to a small apartment. Although not huge, it allowed for carrying a lot of things. He wondered how convenient that would be. Dad. Zheng Zhu and Zheng Zhen quickly supported their father. Yang Qing walked to Leng Yi's side, glanced at him, and thought, only 30 or 50 cubic meters, and they want to throw a big banquet? If they knew my space had thousands of acres, wouldn't they be terrified? Leng Yi grasped Yang Qing's hand. At this moment, it was even more important not to expose her space. If they found out she had dual abilities, and captured her for research, it would be disastrous. Although he didn't know where their holy blood came from, he was certain it was researched by some institution. If they knew Yang Qing possessed such a vast space, they certainly wouldn't let her go. Zheng Jianwei glanced at the invitation and said to Leng Yi and Yang Qing, Mr. Leng, Mrs. Leng, why don't you come with me? Leng Yi shook his head. This is a matter between your Zheng family and the Bai family. We won't get involved. It's like this, Zheng Jianwei said. Zheng Zhen and Bai Yi from the Bai family had a conflict today, and Mr. Leng was also involved. I think it would be good for you to come and discuss this matter. Lung Yi still refused. If Bai Yi comes looking for me because of this, let him come, we won't interfere. Zheng Jianwei sighed. Alright then, I have someone arrange your accommodations right away, and send 10 cases of purified water over as well. You can go with them. Thank you very much, Patriarch Zheng, Lung Yi nodded. After the two left, Zheng Jin gritted her teeth in anger. Dad, why were we so polite to them? They may have superpowers, but our Zheng family isn't without its own. If we were determined to kill them, do you think they could have escaped? Zheng Jianwei sighed. Superpowered individuals aren't all the same. Didn't you see? He could easily kill Bai Chan all by himself, let alone 2 of them. We might be able to kill them because we outnumber them. But if they go all in and kill all our superpowered individuals, what will we use to compete with the Bai and Wang families in the future? That would be a Pyrrhic victory, a lose-lose situation. We can't do something so thankless. Besides, they're both superhumans. Don't you find that strange? Zheng Ju realized. Dad, do you think they have connections? Zheng Jianwei nodded. Although they just arrived in Liqing, we can't assume they don't have powerful backers. Their abilities are so strong, they must have acquired high-level holy blood. Our entire family has no more than 10 high-level holy blood members, and they have 2 at once. How could they not have connections? I suspect they might be members of the Heavenly Descent Organization. Chapter 350. From the sky? Zheng Ju murmured, her expression changing slightly. Impossible, right? They're still living in such a dilapidated place? Zheng Jin said. Don't judge a book by its cover. Zheng Jianwei shook his head. None of their 3 families originally had superhuman abilities. Then an organization called From the Sky appeared, and they learned that humans could possess superhuman abilities. They spent a great deal of money to obtain 10 vials of high-grade holy blood from the Sky organization. Injecting high-grade holy blood could relatively easily grant superhuman abilities, with a success rate as high as 90%. However, there was also a 10% failure rate, which is why they hadn't used it on the 2 sisters. They were afraid that 10% would fall on their own shoulders. 5 of the 10 vials of holy blood had been used. 1 person became a monster, and 4 others gained superhuman abilities, but the abilities varied in strength, and not all were very good. They were reluctant to use the remaining vials. The cost was too high. Later, when the organization that descended from the sky saw they weren't buying anymore, they said they had some low-grade holy blood that they could sell to them at a lower price, but the success rate would be much lower. They bought 2 boxes, and several people died, several mutated into monsters, and were locked in the basement. However, 2 people did succeed. So they assembled a group of scientists to study the holy blood, hoping to develop it themselves, so they wouldn't have to buy it from the organization anymore. Although low-grade holy blood was cheaper than high-grade, it was still very expensive overall, and with such a low success rate, it was simply unaffordable in the long run. So they decided to research it themselves. Anyway, capturing ordinary people for experiments was free, and in this apocalyptic world where people disappeared every day, nobody cared. Therefore, both Lung Yi and Yang Qing are superhumans, and they must be connected to the Skyfall organization. These are people you could only befriend, not offend. Everyone agreed with Zheng Jianwei's analysis. Jinjin, I think we should just let Lung Yi's matter go. We can't afford to offend him. Even if we manage to get him to marry you, he might kill you in a fit of anger one day, and you wouldn't even know how you died. His wife is also not someone to mess with. Killing her won't be easy. Since we can't kill her, we might as well use her. Zheng Jin pouted. Although she understood this, she still felt very uncomfortable. She had always gotten what she wanted easily, and now she had to give it all up. She felt very resentful. Dad's right. There are plenty of good men out there. Next time, I find you an even better one, Zheng Ju said with a smile, putting her arm around her sister's shoulder. Yang Qing and Lung Yi were led to a relatively new building. The building's layout was uniform, somewhat like a company dormitory. They were allocated a small 2-bedroom apartment, fully equipped with all the necessary amenities, including water and electricity. Yang Qing turned on the tap. The water flow was strong and clean, definitely different. Looking at the bathroom, there was even a water heater for showering, a far cry from Lin Jin's place. The Zheng family also brought over 10 cases of bottled water, politely saying that they should let them know if they needed anything. Let's stay here for now. Lung Yi grasped Yang Qing's hand. Since they were already here, a better place to stay was always preferable. After all, they couldn't rely on the Bai family now that they offended them, and they weren't familiar with the Wang family, so they decided to settle down here for the time being. Although they didn't want to take sides, everyone now knew they were superhumans, and it was impossible to remain unscathed. They might even be hunted down by all three factions. It was better to choose one side first and settle there. They could always leave later if things didn't look good. Yang Qing opened the box of purified water, took out a bottle, and took a small sip. It should be fine. It was produced before the apocalypse. Water everywhere after the apocalypse was polluted. Even distilled water might contain unknown viruses, so it was best to drink less water from the post-apocalyptic world. However, the water in the suite had a filter, so showering and washing clothes should be fine. I wonder how Wang Hao and Lin Jun are doing. Should we bring them over too? Yang Qing asked. I don't know where they are now, Leng Yi nodded. Let's sneak back and check. If they go back, we bring them over, Yang Qing said. But this is where the Zhang family's staff live. Can we let them come? They should be able to, Leng Yi said. I noticed some people nearby were with their families. It's unlikely the whole family were staff. They were probably brought along by the city management officers. So it's not surprising we have 2 family members. That makes sense, Yang Qing nodded. Let's go back and check. Meanwhile, Bai Yi was shot in the shoulder and taken to the Bai family hospital by his subordinates. He underwent surgery for over an hour to remove the bullet. As soon as Bai Yi opened his eyes, he saw his uncle, Bai Tang. Feeling wronged by being injured, he was about to cry when Bai Tang slapped him. Who told you to cause trouble while on duty? And you even sacrificed a superhuman. A person with superpowers is hard won. A single high-level holy bloodline is so expensive, equivalent to a family's annual profit. Bai Yi was stunned. He had suffered such severe injuries, almost dying, and instead of comforting him, his second uncle had beaten him? A surge of hatred welled up in his eyes. If he hadn't been so desperate to stay in Xia City, would he have come to this god-forsaken island? They used to contribute resources to the main family every year, and now they were acting like tyrants towards him. It was the Xing family who sent bodyguards to beat me first. I only hit an old woman who didn't know her own limitations. What right do they have to meddle? Does it matter what the Bai family does? Bai Yi was indignant. Bai Tang pointed at him, furious. You still have the nerve to complain? We asked you to supervise the water changes, and you skimped on so much. Did we skimp on your food or drink? A young master from a prominent family like you, greedy for such petty gains, aren't you ashamed? Bai Yi's face flushed red. If his cousins hadn't bullied him and always skimped on his things, would he have done this? He, a young master of the Bai family, had worse living conditions than the butler. How could he feel comfortable? He could only secretly skimp on his own expenses. Others had done it before, so why was he wrong? Wasn't it because he wasn't their direct descendant? If Xia City hadn't been destroyed, how could he be so pathetic? Back in Xia City, he didn't have to do anything, and he used the same things as his brother. They were just taking advantage of him now that he was homeless. Who was that shooter? Have they found out? Bai Tang asked again. Bai Zhan, standing nearby, curled his lip. It's all because of my cousin's womanizing ways. He wouldn't have chosen a perfectly good young girl, but instead went for a woman who had been married and had children. He even beat her child to death, and that woman's husband came for revenge. Useless thing. Bai Tang said, about to strike again. Bai Yi quickly raised his hand to cover his face. How could he face anyone if his face was ruined? Chapter 351. A sudden movement pulled at the wound on his shoulder, causing Bai Yi to gasp in pain. Second uncle, can you give me some saint blood? Bai Yi said. Give it to you? Your life isn't even worth a drop of saint blood. Bai Tang sneered. He couldn't even do anything right, yet he wanted saint blood. Then give me low-grade saint blood, is that alright? Bai Yi said defiantly. Bai Tang was furious. Don't you know how low the success rate of low-level holy blood is? You want to become a monster? It would be faster to just send you to the lab. Bai Yi looked embarrassed. That doesn't necessarily mean you become a monster. Aren't there successful examples? Don't you know how low the success rate is? Bai Tang pointed at Bai Yi. Even though you're not my biological son, you're still my elder brother's child. Do you think I just watch you go to your death? Bai Zhan rolled his eyes inwardly. Who cares if he dies? He's useless, and only good for causing trouble. Does he think he's still the eldest young master of the Bai family? Don't even think about holy blood. Focus on healing your injuries, and don't cause any more trouble. When you're better, go apologize to the Xing family's young lady. Don't provoke her again, or I break your legs. Bai Tang was exasperated. Xia City is gone. He might be the only heir left in the main family. Although he's not very useful, he still doesn't want the family line to die out. Meanwhile, Yang Qing and Leng Yi left the city management dormitory and secretly returned to Chongfu Garden. However, They didn't show themselves, but instead hid on the rooftop of the building opposite, secretly observing with binoculars. Not long after, several people rushed into the building, broke down the door of apartment 602, and went in to look for them, but naturally, they didn't find them. They smashed everything inside. Then they waited at the door for 2 hours, but no one returned. Concluding the people who had escaped wouldn't dare come back, they retreated. As darkness fell, the two men ate some dry rations on the rooftop. They decided to wait and see if Wang Hao and the others would return. Although Licheng wasn't large, they were unfamiliar with the area, and finding them wouldn't be easy. They could only wait and see if they would come back. It wasn't until late at night that they discovered Wang Hao and Lin Jun had indeed returned. Seeing the vandalized house, they knew someone had been there, quickly locked the door, and hurriedly left. Yang Qing and Leng Yi observed them for a long time, and seeing no one following them, they slowly approached. Wang Hao quickly noticed they were being followed and whispered to Lin Jun, "Someone's following us. Run!" The two sprinted. Leng Yi, somewhat helpless, had no choice but to take a shortcut to get ahead of them. As soon as the figure appeared, Wang Hao and Lin Jun immediately drew their weapons, ready to fight to the death. Leng Yi quickly called out, "Wang Hao, it's me." Leng Yi. Wang Hao and Lin Jun were overjoyed. Yang Qing smiled and walked out from behind. "Are you alright?" the two asked hurriedly. "I'm fine, but Leng Yi almost became someone else's live-in son-in-law," Yang Qing chuckled. "Ah?" The two looked at Leng Yi. Leng Yi's face flushed slightly. "Don't listen to her nonsense. I wouldn't even look at that Zhang family's young lady." "That's the Zhang family." Lin Jun was stunned. The Zhang family, one of the three major families in Licheng, was incredibly powerful. He wouldn't even look at that rich young lady? So what if it's the Zhang family? No one can compare to my wife. Leng Yi was full of survival instinct. Wang Hao chuckled, "Indeed, no one can compare to your sister-in-law. I heard about Xingzhen. She's wild and unrestrained. She might only be interested in you because you're an ability user, and wants to win you over, but she has many men outside." Leng Yi rolled his eyes. "Who cares about her? I won't like her anyway. But the Xing family gave us an apartment to win us over. Why don't you come and live with us?" "Is this appropriate?" Lin Jun asked. "They're currently staying at a friend's house, but their friend has rented out the apartment, so they have to sleep on the floor. Besides, the Bai family hasn't found them yet, and if they trace it back to their friend, it could implicate them. Having somewhere else to go would be even better." "It's alright, you're my friends, you can come. It's a 2-bedroom apartment, you two can share a room, it fit perfectly. Plus, there's water and electricity there, much more convenient than here," Leng Yi said. "Really?" Wang Hao exclaimed excitedly. "Then I won't be polite. I haven't showered in days, I really want to take a good bath." "Let's go!" Leng Yi smiled. "I'm going back to my friend's house to get some things. There's still so much food there," Lin Jun said. "Okay, let's go together," Leng Yi nodded. Wang Hao walked beside Leng Yi. "Leng Yi, you don't know, Lin Jun awakened a superpower, becoming incredibly strong." "Really?" Yang Qing was surprised. "You really awakened a superpower?" Lin Jun scratched the back of his head. "I don't know if it's true or not, but my strength has definitely increased a lot, something I didn't have before." Yang Qing and Leng Yi exchanged a glance. It seemed the blue injection had taken effect. While his body was repaired, he also gained superpowers. "Is it just increased strength? Is there anything else?" Yang Qing asked. "I don't know," Lin Jun shook his head. "I haven't discovered anything else yet." Wang Hao looked at Leng Yi. "I heard Lin Jun say that you used your superpowers to heal him. His gunshot wound healed immediately, and he even gained superpowers. Is that true?" Leng Yi mumbled, "I'm not sure either. I didn't know that using superpowers to heal would have such an effect." Wang Hao sighed. "Then you should heal me too. Maybe I have superpowers too. You three are all superpower users, only I'm not." Leng Yi was a little speechless. How can you heal someone who isn't injured? Lin Jun almost died. That's no joke. Yang Qing smiled. "Don't rush it if you have the chance later." She still had several blue injections in her space. Not that she couldn't use them on Wang Hao, but firstly, she wanted to test his character further, and secondly, she wasn't sure if it would be successful. As for using them on Lin Jun, it was a last resort to save him, and gaining superpowers was his good fortune. Lin Jun went back to his friend's house to retrieve the things they had brought, and then went with Leng Yi and the others to the Xing family's urban management dormitory. Upon entering the room, they were delighted to see it was bright and clean, with tiled floors and fully furnished. "This is so much better," they exclaimed. Wang Hao and Lin Jun took showers first, and when they came out, Leng Yi had cooked a late-night snack, a large pot of beef brisket noodles. They said the beef was a gift from the Zeng family, and Wang Hao and Lin Jun didn't suspect a thing. It smells so good. Your cooking is really good, sister-in-law, Wang Hao said while eating. It was Leng Yi who made it. I don't deserve any credit, Yang Qing smiled. I didn't expect you to have this skill? Wang Hao was surprised. Back in the army, everyone ate in the mess hall, so he didn't know Leng Yi could cook. It's just SOSO, Leng Yi said modestly with a smile. Wang Hao looked at Leng Yi. Do you think the Zeng family will use us since they let us stay here? They want your sister-in-law and me to stay and work for them, but we haven't agreed yet, Leng Yi said. Why wouldn't we agree? Staying with the Zeng family is much better than finding jobs outside on our own, Wang Hao said. We're used to our freedom and don't want to be restricted, Leng Yi said. Of course, now that we're living here, we're willing to help out with chores if needed. As long as it's not murder or arson. Chapter 352. Although killing is common in the apocalypse, Yang Qing and Leng Yi mostly do it for self-preservation. However, if the Zeng family asked them to kill, especially innocent people, they wouldn't do it. That would be tantamount to aiding and abetting evil, no different from being lackeys. They have food and superpowers, and they disdain being lackeys. After staying in the city management dormitory for a few days, the Zeng family didn't bother them. They knew they weren't easily manipulated. As long as they didn't go to the other two families, they were essentially guests of the Zeng family. Anyway, it's just a house, and they don't have to spend money to support them, which is much more cost-effective than supporting other superpowered individuals. Besides his divine strength, Yang Qing didn't discover any other superpowers in Lin Jun, so he encouraged him to practice more. He found that his strength increased day by day, and he would be quite powerful in future battles. However, he hadn't forgotten the revenge for his wife and children, though he wasn't as impulsive as before. He had considered that if it weren't for Leng Yi, he would have died. Not only would he have failed to avenge his wife, but he would have also lost his life. So now, he was silently waiting for an opportunity. Leng Yi had said that they also had a grudge against Bai Yi, and they would take revenge sooner or later. Just after dinner that day, a rumble of thunder sounded outside, dark clouds filled the sky, and a strong wind rustled the trees. Looks like it's going to rain? Yang Qing looked at the sky outside, and quickly closed the window. Finally, it's going to rain. It hasn't rained in Liqing for so long, Lin Jun sighed. The weather had been too hot for too long, and water sources everywhere had dried up. Even the sea level had dropped several meters. Some people ran outside, dancing with joy, wanting to get a good soak in the rain and take a bath. Plop, patter, patter. Large raindrops fell, quickly covering the ground. What's that? Yang Qing looked at the ground in confusion. It didn't seem like rainwater, it wasn't flowing. She opened the window, and caught a few drops. Looking at them, she was startled. What's wrong? Leng Yi asked quickly. That's not rain at all, it's insect eggs. Yang Qing quickly slapped the object in her hand. Quick, close all doors and windows, seal all the gaps. They were very experienced. They had encountered mosquitoes, centipedes, and snakes in Xia City, and were adept at handling this kind of thing. The group quickly closed all the doors and windows tightly. Leng Yi found some old clothes, and stuffed the gaps under the doors completely. Yang Qing had Wang Hao and Lin Jun carefully check the drains, ventilation pipes, and other possible entry points, and plugged them up. Having exhausted all other options, Leng Yi dismantled a metal cabinet, quickly crafted suitable metal plates to block the passageways, and welded them securely to prevent insects from getting in. After finishing, the four went to the window to look outside. Those preparing for the rain below also noticed something amiss. It wasn't rain at all, but rather tiny insect eggs, about the size of soybeans, pattering against the ground. Before they could react, the eggs hatched instantly, and fiery red ants emerged. Ah! Run! They're man-eating ants! Ouch, that hurts! Panic erupted as people desperately ran upstairs, pushing and shoving, trampling each other, some falling to the ground. Help! Don't step on me! My hand! Those who couldn't escape were instantly surrounded by red ants. Swarms of red ants wrapped around the person like a net, and the person screamed in agony, collapsing moments later, instantly reduced to a skeleton. A while later, even the skeleton disappeared, completely clean, without a trace, as if the person had vanished. Yang Qing and the other three shuddered. How could it be so serious? Were they really man-eating ants? Back in Xia City, the centipedes and snakes, while frightening, at least didn't eat people. How could these have evolved so quickly? One person after another fell, the ants like a tide, biting anything in their path. In moments, the person was gone. Even the trash on the ground, the discarded, crippled stools, were swept away. They even began gnawing at the ground and cars, devouring the tires in an instant, leaving only the chassis that crashed to the ground with a thud. The paint on the car was also eaten away, leaving only the bare metal shell. Then the trees, billboards, and trash cans below were all swept away. The red ants swept through everything in their path like autumn leaves, leaving nothing behind. A series of screams echoed. The four people stood by the window, dumbfounded. Could anyone have survived? They seemed to secrete an acid that corrodes substances, Yang Qing said, frowning. Otherwise, how could they even gnaw through human bones? But it doesn't seem to do much for metal. Looking at the fallen car frames, it was clear that the plastic parts, leather, and foam inside had been completely eaten away, leaving only the metal frame. Upon hearing this, Lungi quickly took out the old clothes he had stuffed under the door, took the iron plate, melted it, and dripped it into the door crack, welding it shut. Even the gaps at the hinges of the iron gate were all welded shut. The dormitory windows were aluminum alloy, so they should be fine, but Lungi still carefully checked every part, leaving no gaps. After all, those were ants, they could squeeze in through even the smallest cracks. The people, animals, and plants outside were almost completely wiped out, leaving the once vast street empty, only the pitted and uneven ground remaining. Even the ground itself had been gnawed away. With nothing to eat outside, the red ants began to crawl upwards, like a tide flowing against the current up the stairs, some even climbing directly up the walls. They moved in swarms, like molten metal, leaving a trail of erosion wherever they went. They won't get in, will they? Lin Jun swallowed hard, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Slowly, screams echoed from inside the building, followed by the sounds of slapping, gunshots, and curses. But those are ants, so tiny, swarming in droves. What's the point of a gun? Even a whole magazine of bullets wouldn't kill more than a few. We can use fire. Yang Qing looked at Leng Yi, but she couldn't easily retrieve gasoline from her spatial storage right now. Leng Yi held a sheet of iron in his hand. Don't rush. As long as they can't get in, we're safe. If any do manage to get in, this molten iron will be more than enough to give them a hard time. Lin Jun and Wang Hao looked at Leng Yi with envy. His superpower was incredibly useful. Lin Jun's divine strength was utterly useless against these red ants. If he went outside, not even a bone fragment would remain. What about the three major families? Shouldn't they be doing something by now? Wang Hao said. If they don't do something soon, there won't be many people left in the entire city. It shouldn't be that quick. This happened too suddenly. Leng Yi shook his head. In this situation, only fire can be used. They also need to prepare gasoline, firearms, and other supplies, as well as protective suits that won't be eaten by the ants. It's a bit difficult. Chapter 353. The ant swarm was still rampaging, sweeping away everything in its path. The ants on the ground quickly reached the 6th floor. Yang Qing watched as tiny ants, the size of beans, surged up from under the windowsill like a tide, desperately trying to squeeze into the cracks as they passed the windows. Unfortunately, their windows were welded shut, making it impossible to get in. Yang Qing watched as the ants swarmed up the glass, making a clicking sound, like someone knocking on the window. Everyone held their breath, as if afraid the red ants would hear them. Yang Qing took out his binoculars and looked at the building opposite, getting a clearer view. The entire building was gradually covered by the ants, like a reddish-black film, slowly eroding the building. Some people ran upstairs in panic, quickly pursued by the ants below. They reached the top floor, but had nowhere to go, huddling together, trembling. Yang Qing cursed himself inwardly for his foolishness. If he had stayed home and guarded the doors and windows, there might have been a sliver of hope. Running out meant certain death. Soon, the people on the top floor were engulfed by the ant swarm, collapsing like a pile of mud, then turning into a heap of bones, until not a trace remained. Some people inside, perhaps with their doors and windows not properly sealed, were calling for help through the glass, but they too quickly disappeared. The four could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. Going out meant certain death. No one could save them. None of them dared to sleep, watching outside with trepidation, not daring to move. Throughout the night, countless people died. The red ants continued to swarm out, their origin unknown. At dawn, finally, movement was seen. People clad in thick metal protective suits, carrying gasoline tanks on their backs, and wielding flintlock pistols, frantically sprayed bullets at the ant swarm. The red ants burned, emitting a foul, acrid smell that Yang Qing and his companions could faintly detect even with their doors and windows sealed. The red ants were corrosive. Even the smell of burning them was pungent, and made their lungs very uncomfortable. Yang Qing quickly grabbed several masks for everyone to wear. An extra layer of protection was always better. Then, armored vehicles appeared on the street. These vehicles were entirely enclosed in metal, and had tracks, protecting them from the ants. The armored vehicles left trails of gasoline, and burned everything in their path, filling the street with grayish-black smoke, and making the smell even more unbearable. Fortunately, there wasn't much to burn on the ground. The ants had already devoured everything flammable, so no fire broke out. Suddenly, Yang Qing saw a man engulfed in flames walking down the street. At first, he thought he was someone who had been accidentally caught in the flames, but upon closer inspection, he realized the man was wearing iron boots and continuously spraying flames from his hands at the red ants on the wall. But he didn't have a flintlock pistol. "Lung Yi, look!" Yang Qing called to Lung Yi to look at the man. Lung Yi picked up the binoculars and looked, somewhat surprised. He should be a fire attribute ability user. "What? Let me see." Wang Hao quickly took the binoculars and looked, marveling. There's such an ability. That's amazing. However, he probably won't last long. Lung Yi shook his head. A person's energy is limited. He can't keep burning forever. Once his energy runs out, he have to run. Wang Hao nodded. He's wearing iron boots, so he shouldn't be afraid, as long as he runs fast enough. The ant extermination operation lasted a full day, and perhaps out of fear, the red ants stopped emerging. The city reeked of the acrid smell of burning red ants. The dead red ants covered the roads in a thick layer, like silt after a flood. Another night passed before people dared to open their doors. Upon stepping outside and seeing the people in the next room, everyone showed a look of relief at surviving. However, many more doors remained unopened. Perhaps not a single person was left. Some were left with only 1 or 2 people, their faces filled with grief and despair. Faced with such a disaster, humanity was truly insignificant, utterly powerless to resist. Lin Jin took the initiative to prepare breakfast, cooking a pot of white porridge and a side dish. The 4 of them ate in silence. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Mr. Lung, Mr. Lung." Lung Yi opened the door. The person who entered, seeing him and the other 3 in the room, showed a relieved expression. As expected of someone with superpowers, they were all right. "I am the steward of the Zeng family manor. Our patriarch has a matter he would like to trouble Mr. Lung with." "What is it?" Lung Yi asked calmly. "Mr. Lung must have witnessed what has happened these past 2 days. The patriarch wishes to ask Mr. Lung to help manage your area, including your friends." Lung Yi glanced at Yang Qing, his brow furrowing slightly. "We are not locals, and I'm afraid we are not capable of managing others. Mr. Lung, you are too modest. The fact that you and your companions survived this red ant swarm demonstrates your exceptional abilities. Mr. Lung, there's no need to worry. It's nothing serious. The ant swarm has just passed, and we need to help clean up the remains left by the red ants and restore the city's cleanliness. Our Zeng family suffered heavy losses in this disaster, and we are severely understaffed. Since Mr. Lung wants to live in this city, wouldn't you also want everyone to have a clean living environment? As a member of Liqing, contributing to the city is every citizen's inescapable responsibility and obligation. Am I right?" Lung Yi remained silent. Was this some kind of moral blackmail? In the apocalypse, such things were irrelevant. However, these matters weren't difficult. Many people must have died this time, so a manpower shortage was possible. Letting him take charge of this area was, frankly, a way of giving him power and also a way to win him over. Yang Qing squeezed Lung Yi's hand, indicating that he could agree. Since he had decided to stay, doing some work wouldn't hurt. It wouldn't be a matter of illegitimate residency. "And what about after that?" Lung Yi asked. "From now on, you be responsible for housing allocation, security management, and other matters in this area. None of it is a big deal, you have others to help you," the manager said. "Okay." Lung Yi nodded. Having subordinates made things easier. The steward was overjoyed. Thankfully, he hadn't failed the patriarch's expectations, otherwise, he wouldn't know how to report back. "I immediately notify everyone to come over. They be under your command, and I explain in detail what to do next," the steward said, quickly gathering his men. "So we're considered Zeng family staff now?" Wang Hao asked. Lung Yi nodded. "Since you plan to stay, you might as well take the initiative. Having some power will make things easier later." "That's true." Lin Jin nodded. He had lived in this city for decades, and he deeply understood the vast difference between ordinary people and the powerful. If he had worked for the Zeng family back then, Bai Yi wouldn't have dared to so blatantly steal his wife and kill his child. Power is a good thing. Chapter 354. The manager gathered a group of people for Lung Yi's use. Lung Yi first familiarized himself with the boundaries of his assigned area, which included 2 blocks and several residential compounds. He sent some people to clean the streets, while Wang Hao and Lin Jun were responsible for counting the number of survivors in each household. After yesterday's ant swarm, quite a few people must have died. Many houses were now vacant. A tally was done so that newcomers to the city could be allocated housing. Yang Qing and Leng Yi also went to inspect the various locations. The damage was severe. The supermarket in the block was almost completely empty, the huge store reduced to metal shelves and unusable metal tools. Water, food, oil, and daily necessities were almost all gone. Most of the residents in the residential compounds had perished. All the greenery was gone, leaving the compounds barren and devoid of any greenery. Even children's playground equipment and benches were missing. Some of the poorly furnished houses, with wooden doors and windows, had been completely gnawed away, leaving only dark, gaping holes, like unfinished, bare walls. None of the people inside had survived. That night, everyone returned to their dormitories and recounted the situation, falling silent. It was too horrific. There was one silver lining: no need to collect the bodies, because there was absolutely nothing left. The next day, the situation was reported, and the 3 major families immediately issued an order to lower the entry requirements for the city. With so many empty houses, the city was a ghost town. They couldn't let that happen. So they needed to let more people into the city. Of course, although the entry requirements were lowered, the total amount of supplies collected actually increased with the number of people entering. With supplies, the 3 major families could survive. Yang Qing took the opportunity to retrieve the off-road vehicle and supplies he had previously stored in his spatial storage, claiming he had brought them back from outside the city. These things are still here? Wang Hao was surprised. Yang Qing then lied, I still have a can of gasoline in my car. The innkeeper used the gasoline to repel the ant swarm, which is why he was able to protect the supplies. That's incredibly lucky. Wang Hao nodded, it saved his life. Over the next few days, more and more people entered the city, and the number of people moving into the residential area gradually increased. Wang Hao and Lin Jun were in charge of allocating housing and received quite a few bribes, all of which they brought back. Why are there still bribes? Isn't the housing allocation supposed to be according to regulations? Yang Qing asked. Looking at the supplies, there was food, drinks, cigarettes, and alcohol. Sigh, with so many rooms empty now, how we allocate them is up to us. If fewer people are allocated to each room, they can have more space. Having lived in the lower realms for so long, who doesn't have some sense? Wang Hao said with a smile. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. If that was the case, she wouldn't bother with it. It was given voluntarily, unlike Bai Yi who withheld what was rightfully his. A month had passed in leeching without them realizing it, and everyone had had a relatively easy time. Lung Yi generally took charge of the overall situation, leaving the specifics to Wang Hao and Lin Jun, since they had subordinates. He and Yang Qing would often wander around, sometimes staying in their dormitory, closing the door, and entering their spatial dimension. The space's food had reached its new harvest season. After harvesting all the grain, Lung Yi cultivated another 100 acres of land. The superior rice seeds they had cultivated earlier were also getting better and better, so there was no worry about a lack of seeds. With the expanded cultivated land area, they could harvest even more grain in the future. As for the other livestock, those that reproduced too quickly were slaughtered. They wouldn't spoil in the space anyway. The birds released earlier laid eggs, hatched chicks, and with no natural predators, their numbers increased rapidly. The entire space now teemed with birds, fish, insects, chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep, and the ecological environment was improving. The meteorite they collected from the military base was still there, basically unchanged. Yang Qing didn't know its purpose, so she simply kept it in the yard as a decoration, planning to study it later. That day, Lin Jun returned home from get-off work, his face grim. What's wrong? Yang Qing asked. I saw Bai Yi today. He's still alive. He came out? Yang Qing was a little surprised. Actually, she and Leng Yi had often gone out recently, and had inquired about Bai Yi. However, since his injury, he had been staying at the Bai family manor, and hadn't come out. The manor's security was strict, so they naturally hadn't been able to enter. It seems he has a house outside, and is keeping someone. Lin Jun's expression changed as he said this. Could it be? He didn't say it aloud, but Yang Qing guessed that he might be thinking about his wife. In fact, he still didn't know whether his wife was dead or alive. Why don't you go and investigate again, but don't act rashly, Yang Qing said. See if he's just out for a short while, or if he comes out regularly. Find out the pattern before you make your move. Understood. Lin Jun nodded. This time, he absolutely couldn't let Bai Yi go. A few days later, Lin Jun returned very late one day, looking very unwell. What's wrong? Lung Yi asked. I've been staking out for several days, and found that Bai Yi comes out every 2 days. There's someone locked up in his little courtyard, and someone is guarding him. I sneaked in today, while the guards weren't looking. There's definitely a woman inside, but she's not my wife. She might already be. Lin Jun trailed off. Everyone was at a loss for words to comfort him. If that place really was Bai Yi's secret hideout, the people inside probably wouldn't have survived the last ant swarm. In that situation, the guards wouldn't risk their lives to save her. She couldn't possibly block all the entrances and exits by herself. She's likely already gone. It's good that you figured out the pattern. You figure out when he come out, and I go with you. This time, we definitely won't let him get away. Lung Yi patted Lin Jun's shoulder. His eyes reddened. It's tomorrow. Okay, we act together tomorrow. Lung Yi nodded. By the way, Lin Jun and Bai Yi have a grudge. What about you guys? How did you get involved with him? Wang Hao asked. Lung Yi then recounted how, in Xia City, they encountered Bai Yi and his group while fishing at sea one day, and were forced to jump into an ice hole. Of course, they didn't say that Yang Qing survived because of his spatial ability, they just said they were lucky to have lived. It was really outrageous. He's a complete madman who treats human life as nothing. He killed him, so be it. I go with you tomorrow, Wang Hao said. Then we all act together tomorrow, Lung Yi said. But his residence is under the Bai family's jurisdiction, so everyone must be careful. Lung Yi looked at Lin Jun. Tell us the exact address and layout of his small courtyard, so we can plan ahead and avoid confusion. Okay. Lin Jun nodded, roughly drawing a floor plan of the courtyard from memory, circling Bai Yi's bedroom and the place where the woman was being held. Chapter 355. The next day, after dark, Yang Qing and his 3 companions drove to the vicinity of Bai Yijin's villa where he kept his mistress. They parked the car a few hundred meters away to avoid being noticed. Then, they stealthily approached the villa. 2 bodyguards stood guard in front of the villa. Lung Yi took out his pistol and attached a silencer. With 2 sharp thuds, he killed the 2 men. Wang Hao and Lin Jun looked at him in shock. How could he even have a silencer? It seemed they still didn't know them well enough. Go! Lung Yi waved his hand forward. Reaching the door, he checked to make sure there were no security cameras, then used 2 wires to open the villa door. Screams erupted from the 2nd floor. Lin Jun lowered his voice. It seems to be coming from the room where that woman is being held. The 4 of them tiptoed upstairs, reached the room, and peeked through the window. Bai Yi, dressed in white, was lashing a woman with a leather whip. The woman screamed in agony, crawling around frantically. Please spare me! Please! Bai Yi's face was ruthless, his expression sinister as he stared at the woman. Who told you to betray me? Who told you to go with my brother? What do I lack compared to him? Yang Qing and Lung Yi exchanged a glance. Was he still hung up on his ex-girlfriend, taking his anger out on another woman? When Lin Jun saw the woman's face, he stood up abruptly, his face contorted with rage. What's wrong? Lung Yi quickly pulled him back down. That woman. She looks a lot like my wife. A trace of sadness welled up in Lin Jun's eyes. Yang Qing immediately understood. This woman didn't resemble his wife. She must resemble Bai Yi's ex-girlfriend, someone he couldn't have, and thus found a substitute for. But he harbored hatred within him, so he couldn't love these women, he could only use them to vent his anger. I didn't. The woman cried as she crawled away. She didn't know how she had offended this pervert. She didn't even know him, so how could there be betrayal? No! Bai Yi's eyes were bloodshot. He grabbed the woman, looking at her tearful, pitiful state, and kissed her fiercely again. Yang Qing rolled her eyes. This man was psychologically twisted. The woman didn't want to be kissed by him, dodging left and right, but couldn't escape. She bit Bai Yi's lips hard. Bai Yi was enraged. You bitch, you dare bite me? He slapped the woman several times, and still not satisfied, he picked up a leather whip and lashed the woman again. Lung Yi slammed his hand down, kicked the door open, and pointed his gun at Bai Yi. Don't move. Who are you? What do you want? Bai Yi reacted quickly, pulling out his gun and pressing it against the woman's temple. Don't come any closer, or I kill her. Lin Jun paused. Lung Yi sneered. Kill her? We don't even know her. Bai Yi was taken aback, thinking they were there to rescue the woman. Then what do you want? Money? I can give you some. Where's my wife? Lin Jin walked over. Your wife? Who's your wife? Bai Yi looked blank. You? Lin Jin trembled with rage. He had suffered for months, filled with hatred, seeking revenge for his wife and child, and this man didn't even know who his wife was? She's the one who looks a lot like this woman. 3 months ago, we were on the street. You took a fancy to my wife and kidnapped her, and even killed my son. Lin Jin's eyes were red, tears streaming down his face as he spoke. 3 months ago? Bai Yi still looked blank, probably having long forgotten about it. After all, he'd been with so many women, he couldn't remember them all. I don't know, they're probably dead. Bai Yi said nonchalantly. They all deserve to die. Who told them to disobey me? Who told them to betray me? I'm going to kill you. Lin Jin was on the verge of collapse, raising his gun at Bai Yi. Don't come any closer, or I kill her. Bai Yi panicked. He was alone, while the other side had 4 people, and they were all armed. Please, please save me. I don't want to die. The woman looked at Yang Qing and the others, tears streaming down her face. Yang Qing felt a pang of guilt. She knew this woman was innocent. She shouldn't die here. However, they were complete strangers and had no obligation to save her. If they decided to save her, she would become their weakness, and Bai Yi would become even more emboldened. I wait for you outside. Yang Qing decided to stay out of the way and let the 3 of them make their decision. Lin Jin watched the woman approach step by step. He wanted to save her, even though he didn't know her. She looked so much like his wife. He couldn't bear to let her die at Bai Yi's hands. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. Bai Yi panicked. He realized these men truly didn't care about the woman. They were there to kill him. If the man in front of him hadn't been asking about his wife's whereabouts, he probably would have already beaten him to death. Bai Yi, do you remember me? Leng Yi also spoke. Bai Yi looked at Leng Yi. I also stole your wife. Leng Yi's face darkened. Back in Xia City, when it was still extremely cold, my wife and I were fishing on the ice. You and your gang of lackeys showed up. You forced me to jump into an ice hole, and later my wife jumped in too, along with our dogs. Bai Yi's eyes widened. It's you? You're still alive? Why aren't you 2 dead? You dared to show off your love in front of me, so I wanted to see if it was real or fake. I never expected you to actually jump for her. She jumped for you too. Ha ha ha. Why? Why could she go to such lengths for you? Why couldn't that other person do the same for me? She even betrayed me. Why? Bai Yi screamed hysterically, his eyes bloodshot. You all deserve to die. And your dog deserves to die too. Unfortunately, you're disappointed. Not only am I alive, but we're all still alive. I even gained superpowers. But your time has come. You won't escape today. Leng Yi sneered. That superpowered person was you? Bai Yi seemed to only then recognize Leng Yi. You deserve to die. Why aren't you dead? Why are you living better than me? I, the young master of the Bai family, want superpowers but can't have them? You lowly commoners can have them. Why? Bai Yi screamed hysterically. Because you are utterly heartless? Because you have committed countless evil deeds? That's why your lover betrayed you? That's why your family abandoned you? You only have yourself to blame. No, no, no. Bai Yi shouted. You're lying, lying, I didn't. He shouted as he grabbed the woman and backed away step by step. The woman seemed to know they wouldn't save her. She trembled with fear, her legs buckling as she was about to collapse. Bai Yi hurriedly tried to pull him up, but in a moment of distraction, Lin Jin raised his fist and punched him squarely in the forehead. With a thud, Bai Yi flew backward, crashing into the wall behind him with a scream before falling to the ground. Lin Jin now possessed superhuman strength. This blow was no joke. Bai Yi's head was split open. He lay on the ground, convulsing, blood streaming from his face. Ah! The woman screamed in terror, crouching down, clutching her head and trembling. Leng Yi walked over and checked Bai Yi's carotid artery, coldly saying, He's dead. Chapter 356. Don't be afraid, he's dead. Lin Jin slowly walked up to the woman. The woman trembled all over, raising her face, swollen and red from Bai Yi's beating, tears streaming down her face. He's dead. Lin Jin repeated. The woman suddenly burst into tears, throwing herself into Lin Jin's arms, her sobs growing louder with each cry. Leng Yi glanced at Lin Jin, then walked out the door. Yang Qing stood outside. Bai Yi is dead. I know. Yang Qing nodded. He deserved it. Then, that woman. Yang Qing looked at Lin Jin, and the woman embracing. Leng Yi sighed helplessly. Let him be. If he takes that woman with him, we separate. Yang Qing nodded. They really had no obligation to help that woman anymore. Actually, their interaction with Lin Jun was just a coincidence from last time, and he happened to take a bullet for Leng Yi. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had any further contact after the house handover. After the woman finished crying, Lin Jun brought her out. The woman clung tightly to Lin Jun's arm, glancing timidly at the other three. You're planning to take her with you? Wang Hao frowned. Lin Jun seemed hesitant. He knew he had no obligation to help this woman anymore, but she was so pitiful all alone, and she looked remarkably like his wife. Yang Qing frowned, understanding Lin Jun's thoughts, but she really disliked this stand-in trope. It was disrespectful to both herself and his wife. She looked at the woman. Where were you kidnapped from? Do you have any family? No, none. The woman's face was pale. I came to Liqing with my brother. Later, he was beaten to death, and I was kidnapped to a place where they sold me. Bai Yi's men noticed I looked like his ex-girlfriend and brought me here to him. There are still places to sell them at this age? Yang Qing frowned. Yes, there are many women have been captured, some very young. The woman whispered. Yang Qing remained silent. This island was already quite chaotic before the apocalypse. There seemed to be designated areas for such things. After the apocalypse, people were treated worse than humans, and arson, murder, and looting were commonplace. It wasn't surprising that such women were being sold. The world was so chaotic, he couldn't control it. So what are your plans? Yang Qing asked again. I don't know. The woman stammered, tears streaming down her face, looking pitifully at Lin Jun. Lin Jun grasped her hand. I want to take her with me. She's so badly injured, and she has no family. Leng Yi's face remained expressionless. Then take her to your home. We won't be living there anymore anyway. Take your things with you. Okay. Lin Jun stammered in response. He knew they probably wouldn't agree to his decision, but he couldn't just watch this woman fall into the clutches of evil again. Lin Jun, you need to think this through. If you don't stay with us, things won't be easy for you in the future, Wang Hao reminded him. And you can't keep your job as a city management officer here. Lin Jun gritted his teeth. I figure it out myself. Leng Yi nodded. It's good that you thought it through. The group got into the car. Leng Yi drove, Yang Qing sat in the passenger seat, and the other three sat in the back. The woman clung tightly to Lin Jun's arm, as if afraid he would abandon her. Lin Jun patted her hand to comfort her. Leng Yi drove Lin Jun to his old apartment complex, and returned the keys to him. I have Wang Hao bring your things over later. Take care of yourself. Thank you. Lin Jun nodded. He was still very grateful to Leng Yi. He had saved his life and given him superpowers. Without him, he would never have had them in his entire life. The three returned to the city management dormitory. Leng Yi had Wang Hao pack Lin Jun's belongings and take them over. He only had a few sets of clothes to begin with, and it was only because he had received some extra money during his month as a city management officer that he hadn't even had enough to eat with that woman. Leng Yi and the others naturally wouldn't confiscate his things. They all had Wang Hao take them. After delivering the things, Wang Hao returned to the dormitory, still somewhat indignant. I think Lin Jun is too disloyal. If you hadn't saved him, he would have been dead long ago. Now, for a woman, he wants to part ways with us. Leng Yi smiled. Everyone has their own ambitions. Besides, he didn't do anything wrong, he did save that woman. But it's not worth it for a woman like that. Wang Hao shook his head. You can't say that. That woman was a victim too, it's just that she wasn't suited to be with us. Lin Jun didn't really do anything wrong. The fact that he sympathizes with that woman shows he still has a conscience. Unlike herself, who had long since become heartless. Having experienced 2 apocalypses, if it weren't for Leng Yi, she felt she would be even more selfish and indifferent than she was now. She didn't want to be a saint. Right now, she only cared about herself and Leng Yi, and didn't want an uncertain factor by her side. A weak woman with no strength would only be a nuisance. But he only gained his powers because of Leng Yi. He didn't do anything for Leng Yi before he left, Wang Hao said indignantly. Leng Yi smiled, that was just a coincidence. This shows our fate has run its course, no need to force it. If only I had superpowers too, Wang Hao sighed, why can't I awaken them? Yang Qing and Leng Yi exchanged a glance. Leng Yi patted his shoulder, there will be opportunities later. Lin Jun led the woman into his house, opened the door, and found it empty. Because of the ant swarm, everything inside had been eaten, not even the bed. The woman curiously looked around the room, is this your house? Yes. Lin Jun nodded, smiling bitterly, but now there's nothing left. Aren't there still these? The woman pointed to the things Wang Hao had brought. As long as we don't starve, we can earn those things back. You? Lin Jun looked at her. The woman smiled shyly. Brother Lin, you saved me, and I have nothing to repay you with. From now on, I follow you and serve you. No need. Lin Jun blushed, feeling embarrassed. Are you disgusted by me? The woman's face paled, tears streaming down her face. Are you disgusted by my past as a prostitute? But it wasn't my choice, I was forced into it. No, that's not what I meant. I'm not disgusted by you, Lin Jun quickly said. You don't need to repay me. You can recover at my house first. Once you're healed, you can leave whenever you want. I won't leave. The woman shook her head. I have no family left. Going out is certain death. Now that young Master Bai is dead, I'd definitely be caught and taken back. I don't want to die. The woman wept. Okay, I won't kick you out. You can stay as long as you want, Lin Jun quickly said. The woman smiled through her tears. Brother Lin, you're so kind. Chapter 357. The next day, Yang Qing and Leng Yi didn't go out, but Wang Hao went to work and didn't return to the dormitory until evening. Busy today? Why didn't you come back for lunch? Yang Qing asked, serving Wang Hao a bowl of rice. Sister-in-law, you don't know, something very strange happened today, Wang Hao said after taking a big bite of rice. What happened? Leng Yi looked at him. Today I took the newcomers to the suites that still had extra rooms, but many of them disappeared. I asked the people nearby, and they said they saw them go out for a late-night snack last night, but then they didn't pay attention and didn't know they hadn't come back at all, Wang Hao said. Could they have gone to other districts? Yang Qing asked. No, Leng Yi shook his head. They already worked very hard to get a place like this. How could they easily change? Yeah, if it were just one or two, that would be one thing, but I counted, more than a dozen people disappeared this night, Wang Hao said. Just then, someone knocked on the door. A city management officer responsible for other neighborhoods came to report that many people had also gone missing from their neighborhood. Leng Yi frowned. They all disappeared after going out last night? Yes, we asked the neighbors, and that's what they all said, the man replied. I see. Send someone over tonight to check if anyone else is missing, Leng Yi said. The man obeyed and went to assign tasks. Could it be the Bai family behind this? Wang Hao lowered his voice. Did they find out we killed Bai Yi that day? Are they here for revenge? No, Leng Yi shook his head. They don't know we killed him. If they did, they would come directly to us, perhaps even using it as an excuse to attack the Zheng family, instead of arresting innocent people. Were they all women they captured? Yang Qing asked. Could it be like what the woman said the other day, that they were being sold into prostitution? No, there were men and women young and old, Wang Hao shook his head. That's strange. This hasn't happened before, has it? Yang Qing looked at Leng Yi. Could it be the red ants again? Only something like red ants could kill silently. Really? Leng Yi frowned. Last time they came in huge swarms, eating everything, and they even went into buildings. Have they gotten smarter this time? Are they only attacking people who are out? The three fell silent. It wasn't impossible. Anything could happen in this apocalyptic world. Let's go check it out tonight, Leng Yi said to Wang Hao. Then you two must be careful. If anything seems wrong, run, Yang Qing said. Even she couldn't handle those man-eating red ants, let alone the two of them. Don't worry. Leng Yi nodded. After dinner, Wang Hao volunteered to wash the dishes. After resting for a while, Leng Yi drove his SUV with Wang Hao to the neighborhood, where someone had gone missing the day before to stake out the area. Leng Yi parked the car in a corner, where there were no streetlights, so almost no one would notice them. They waited for 2 hours, but saw no movement. It was hot, and people were out for a walk, coming and going, seemingly oblivious to anything amiss. Wang Hao was feeling drowsy, and Leng Yi didn't wake him. He had worked all day, and if he wanted to sleep, he was allowed to. Leng Yi also yawned, took a sip of the spiritual spring water, and continued watching outside. Ah! A piercing scream came from ahead. Leng Yi jolted awake, only to see several people sitting on stone benches, enjoying the cool air, suddenly start running for their lives. A huge, dark shadow chased after them with incredible speed, catching up and swallowing them whole in one swift motion. Wang Hao, Wang Hao. Leng Yi quickly woke Wang Hao. Something's happened. What's wrong? Wang Hao rubbed his eyes, still a little dazed. Leng Yi snapped the headlights on, shining them ahead. Holy crap, what's that? Wang Hao was instantly jolted awake. Before him were several large fish that looked like catfish, at least 1.5 to 2 meters long, with long whiskers around their mouths, and mouths full of sharp teeth. Sticky saliva dripped from their mouths, seemingly corroding the ground and emitting a puff of blue smoke. These are catfish? Wang Hao was stunned. No, look again. Lung Yi frowned. It looked very much like a catfish, but had 4 legs, making it incredibly fast. It waddled like a lizard, but its speed was astonishing. Its skin was sticky, like it was covered in a thick layer of glue. It must have mutated, Lung Yi said. Several large catfish chased after people, swallowing each one whole in one gulp. Seemingly still not full, they chased after the next person. In no time, all the people who had been strolling were gone. No wonder the people inside didn't know where they had gone. They had all been eaten and couldn't be found. After everyone downstairs had finished eating, the catfish darted around like headless flies. Huh, why aren't they eating us? Wang Hao wondered. Lung Yi gazed at the catfish in the distance, pondering for a moment. I suspect they don't have sight, so when we turn on the lights, they have no idea. They probably rely on hearing and smell to identify people. We're sealed in the car, so they might not have smelled us yet. They might find us eventually. Just then, several catfish waddled towards the stairwell, seemingly smelling the people inside. A moment later, a scream rang out. A person ran out, clutching a bloodied severed hand. Before they could take more than a few steps, a catfish pounced, knocking the person to the ground, biting their feet, and crunching away at the bones before swallowing them whole. As they were swallowed, the person could be seen struggling, desperately trying to grab onto something, but ultimately, they were all swallowed whole. Ugh! Wang Hao almost vomited. What the hell is this? Damn it, we have to get out of here. Lung Yi realized that the catfish had entered the building today. Wasn't Yangqing dangerous home alone? As soon as Lung Yi started the car, the loud noise immediately attracted the catfish's attention. 2 catfish, each about 2 meters long and half a meter tall, rushed out of the building. Lung Yi slammed on the gas pedal and charged forward without hesitation. With a loud bang, the first catfish was thrown back, but the other catfish showed no fear and charged on relentlessly. Another bang, and the catfish crashed into the side, nearly flipping the SUV. The continuous noise attracted even more catfish, and several more appeared out of nowhere and charged forward. Fire! Lung Yi steadied the car and shouted to Wang Hao. Okay. Wang Hao pulled out his gun and fired at the catfish behind him, who knew the catfish's skin was wet, slippery, and incredibly tough. The bullets bounced off, proving completely useless. Damn it, they're immune to bullets. What do we do now? Wang Hao exclaimed in alarm. Run! Lung Yi floored the accelerator. Chapter 358. The car sped along, the catfish in hot pursuit. However, no matter how fast they were, they couldn't outrun the car. After a while, they stopped chasing and instead pursued the pedestrians on the street. The street was a scene of utter carnage. Countless catfish were chasing the crowds. The ground was a river of blood, littered with severed limbs. People were desperately fleeing for their lives. Some tried to run into nearby buildings, banging on doors until they nearly broke, but no one answered. They could only watch helplessly as the catfish devoured those outside. Lung Yi was frantic with worry. Would Yangqing be alright at home alone? She couldn't be. She was so powerful, with so many people in the dormitory and other ability users. She wouldn't let the catfish into the building, would she? Besides, she had her spatial ability. She wouldn't let anything happen to her. Although he thought this, he still accelerated, flooring the accelerator. The road surface had been eroded by ants before and hadn't been repaired, leaving it riddled with potholes. At high speeds, the car felt like it was about to fly, bouncing around. Wang Hao knew he was worried about Yangqing, so he gripped the car handle tightly to steady himself, his lips pressed tightly together. Lung Yi, don't worry, your sister-in-law will be alright. Lung Yi didn't speak, staring straight ahead, not daring to relax for a moment. Numerous catfish kept rushing towards them, but he shoved them aside, denting the car in several places and nearly overturning it several times. Finally, they arrived at the city management dormitory. Many catfish were also downstairs, rushing towards them at the sound of the car. What do we do now? Wang Hao dared not open the car door. These catfish couldn't be penetrated by guns, how could they be dealt with? Lung Yi took out a long knife from the car, using his supernatural ability. The blade slowly turned red-hot, emitting billowing heat, as if it had just been forged in a furnace. Get behind me. Lung Yi opened the car door, raising his knife and holding it horizontally in front of him. Wang Hao quickly moved from the passenger seat to stand back-to-back with Lung Yi. Try shooting at its eyes, I think those are its weakest points, Lung Yi said as he moved forward. With the scorching hot knife in front of them, The catfish seemed genuinely afraid and dared not advance. Wang Hao fired his gun at the catfish's eyes, but missed, hitting the catfish's head instead. The bullet slid, not harming the catfish at all. The catfish seemed enraged, leaping up and lunging. Switch! Lung Yi shouted, quickly switching positions with Wang Hao and slashing at the catfish with his knife. With a thud, the fiery red knife struck the catfish's head, severing more than half of it. Unexpectedly, the knife, imbued with supernatural power, was so effective, Lung Yi suddenly felt confident. Meanwhile, on the other side Wang Hao had switched to, the catfish seemed momentarily stunned and didn't attack. Being stationary made it much easier to hit. Wang Hao fired, hitting the fish in the eye. The bullet traveled through the eye and into the catfish's brain. It roared and collapsed. Hitting the eye really worked. Wang Hao exclaimed in delight. But the gunshot attracted even more catfish. The two catfish that had fallen were quickly surrounded and torn apart by the others. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and sticky saliva sprayed onto the pavement, creating puffs of blue smoke. They even eat their own kind. Wang Hao felt a wave of disgust. The two men, one with a knife and the other with a gun, quickly retreated into the stairwell. The catfish, having failed to find food, soon followed. What's going on? Why are there so many catfish over there? I only have 2 here. Wang Hao suddenly noticed, laughing as he said, Is your meat more delicious than mine? That shouldn't be the case. Your knife is more powerful than my gun, they should be more afraid of you. Lung Yi leaped forward, wielding his knife, and slashed down at the charging catfish. Swoosh! The fish's head hit the ground. Bang, bang. Wang Hao wasn't to be outdone, quickly hitting another catfish in the eye. This time, however, he wasn't so lucky, the bullet didn't penetrate its brain, further enraging the catfish, which charged angrily with one eye blind. Lung Yi quickly switched places with him, and with one swift stroke, cleaved off half its head. People upstairs looked out the window at the scene below, all astonished. They hadn't expected Lung Yi to be so skilled. No wonder he was their captain. They had initially thought he only rose to power because of the Zheng family, but it turned out he had real ability. I know, Lung Yi suddenly said, because I'm a superhuman, they want to eat me. Really? Wang Hao's eyes widened. They're that smart? They know you're more nutritious than me? I have superpowers. They can get more energy from eating me, so they're willing to risk everything to eat me, Lung Yi said, brandishing his knife. The catfish and fraud charged forward recklessly. Lung Yi activated his superpower, slashing and cutting, flesh flying everywhere, his body covered in splattered blood. They're too smart, Wang Hao said, firing his gun. They mutated too quickly. The two finally entered the stairwell. Lung Yi switched positions, wounding the catfish behind him, then quickly went upstairs, closed the iron door, and locked it. The iron door rattled loudly as the catfish behind him rammed it, but fortunately, the lock was made of steel and quite sturdy, so it couldn't be broken open immediately. The two went upstairs, only to find an earthen wall blocking the 3rd and 4th floors. A catfish was trapped in front of it, or rather, it was hiding there waiting for its prey. Damn, when did this wall appear? It wasn't here when we left. Wang Hao cursed. Let's deal with this catfish first. Lung Yi raised his knife and walked to the left, while Wang Hao raised his gun and walked to the right. The two attacked simultaneously. The catfish lunged at Lung Yi, and Wang Hao seized the opportunity to aim at its eyes. Bang! A gunshot rang out, echoing throughout the hallway. Lung Yi crouched down, and the catfish leaped over him. The knife sliced through its belly, spilling out its internal organs, along with severed limbs and a half-digested head. Wang Hao couldn't hold back any longer and vomited. Lung Yi looked at the earthen wall, then banged on the door on the 3rd floor. Open the door. We killed the monster. After a while, a tall, dark-skinned man emerged. He glanced at the catfish on the ground, placed his hand on the wall, and with a flick of his wrist, the earthen wall in front of him crumbled instantly. Holy crap! Wang Hao was stunned, looking at Lung Yi. How did you know they had a superhuman in their family? Otherwise, where would this wall have come from? Lung Yi glanced at him, then bowed to the superhuman. Thank you. The man looked at him. We should thank you too. Lung Yi. Yang Qing, standing on the steps, looked at Lung Yi with red eyes, then rushed over. I was so worried about you. Lung Yi quickly hugged her. I'm alright, aren't I? Are you alright? Yang Qing shook her head. I'm fine. When I noticed something was wrong downstairs, I locked my door, and didn't dare go out. When you came back, I wanted to go down and help you, but there was a wall here, and I couldn't get down. I was so anxious. Lung Yi smiled. It's alright, I'm fine now. Lungy looked at the man. Do you have Earth-type superpowers? Yes. The man nodded. Lungy said to him again, thank you. Without him, everyone in this building would probably have been in trouble. You're welcome. It's my responsibility too, the man said calmly. Chapter 359. Are you injured? Yang Qing looked at Lungy anxiously. No, this isn't my blood. It's all from those catfish. Lungy shook his head. The three returned to their dormitory. Lungy and Wang Hao went to shower first, while Yang Qing cooked some dumplings for them as a late-night snack. As they ate their dumplings, they looked downstairs. There was no one there anymore. The catfish couldn't enter the building, so they had all gone out into the street. Those people who went missing yesterday were probably eaten by these mutated catfish. I suspect yesterday was just a test. They realized humans couldn't do anything to them. So today they sent out even more, and they started attacking the people inside the building, Lungy said. They have intelligence? Yang Qing asked in surprise. Sister-in-law, you wouldn't believe it, Wang Hao said, popping a dumpling into his mouth. Those catfish even know how to choose. They attack Lungy more often than me. They seem to prefer ability users. Yang Qing pondered. They mutated. They must be able to sense the energy on ability users? They need the energy from ability users, Lungy said, putting down his chopsticks. Could it be that they level up after eating ability users? Very likely, Yang Qing nodded, looking at Lungy. Then could they also have the energy we need? She remembered collecting energy from the yellow rings on the centipedes when she was collecting them, which had accelerated the flow of space. These catfish have mutated so much. Perhaps they also have the energy they need. What kind of energy do you need? Wang Hao asked curiously. We are ability users, but if we fight, we consume energy. Our ability can't be inexhaustible. We need to replenish our energy. Where does that energy come from? Besides normal eating and resting to recover energy, maybe they can replenish it from other sources. Wang Hao slapped his thigh. No wonder those killed catfish were eaten by other catfish. They must have obtained energy from their own kind, right? But how do we know where it is energy? We can't just eat those fish, can we? Yang Qing and Lengy exchanged a glance. The centipede's energy ring was on its head. Could these catfish's energy also be on their heads? I read some post-apocalyptic novels before. After the zombies mutated, they had crystal cores in their heads. Do you think these catfish might have them too? Yang Qing said. It's actually quite possible, Wang Hao said thoughtfully. If it were before, I would never have believed such a mystical thing, but now it's the apocalypse, and so many mutated monsters have appeared, it's really possible. Let's go look for it. Lungy finished his dumplings in a few bites, and the three of them went downstairs together. The stairwell was deserted. No one dared to go outside. The dead catfish on the third floor was still there. No one dared to throw it out, fearing that if the iron gate opened, the catfish outside would rush in. Lungy took a sharp steel dagger and plunged it into the catfish's head. Huh? You didn't use your superpower? Wang Hao was a little surprised. This fish was impervious to bullets before, but now he could cut it open with a dagger? He then took out a dagger and stabbed it into the catfish, slicing it open instantly. It's probably because after it died, the energy couldn't cover its entire body, so there was no protective barrier, Yang Qing said. Possibly. Lungy nodded, twisting the dagger in his hand, cutting open the catfish's head, and then, enduring nausea, reaching inside with his hands. After a while, he indeed pulled out a shiny, crystal-like stone about the size of a thumb. There really is one. Wang Hao was shocked. Lungy shushed him, took out a tissue to wipe the crystal core clean, wiped the blood off his hands, and put the crystal core in his pocket. The three returned to the dormitory. Lungy placed the crystal core on the table and went to wash his hands. When he came out, he saw Wang Hao holding the crystal core up to the light. Can't see anything? Lungy smiled, took the crystal core, placed it in his palm, and when he opened his hand, the crystal core had crumbled into dust. Holy crap, how did you do that? Wang Hao asked in surprise. I absorbed its energy. Without energy, it shattered, Lungy said. How did you feel? Yang Qing asked. Lungy clenched his fist. It really does seem stronger than before. It must have been replenished. That's great. Next time we encounter them, we dig out all the crystal cores from their heads. Then, Lungy, you be invincible. Your energy will be inexhaustible, Wang Hao said excitedly. Yang Qing nodded. No one should know about this yet. We can secretly collect the crystal cores later. It's a pity those dead catfish were eaten by their companions. Otherwise, we could go downstairs and dig out all the crystal cores. Lungy shook his head. Too dangerous. We talk about it later. In the latter half of the night, the streets gradually quieted down. It was unclear whether the people on the street had been eaten or the catfish had gone back to rest. In any case, there was no sound. The next day, when everyone woke up, the sight of the streets made them want to vomit. Blood was everywhere, already congealed, and the streets had turned a dark red. Limbs and severed bodies littered the ground, along with corpses reduced to half bodies. Some heads were bitten in half, others looked like they'd been half-eaten and then vomited up, covered in slime, a gruesome sight. The three major families had all been tasked with cleanup. Lungi led his men to clean their assigned area, taking the opportunity to count the number of people. Many were missing, likely eaten the previous night. As they were cleaning the streets, a scream suddenly rang out nearby, "Help!" Everyone looked towards the sound and saw chaos erupting as many people desperately ran towards them. "Monsters are coming! Run!" Lungi was startled. Had the catfish appeared in broad daylight this time? Yes, they had no vision, so day and night didn't matter. After the two attacks, they must have realized that far fewer people were out at night than during the day, so now they were coming in broad daylight. "Don't run around!" Lungi shouted. Those catfish were so fast, how could they possibly outrun them? "Surround them. Those with superpowers, protect those without," Lungi shouted. But nobody listened. Everyone panicked and scattered in all directions. Soon, someone was caught by the catfish and swallowed whole. "Everyone from District 3, come here. Don't run around, you can't outrun them," Lungi yelled again. He couldn't protect everyone, but he would protect as many of his men as he could. Some people, hearing Lungi's voice, remembered him slaying those monsters downstairs last night. Maybe staying with him would actually save their lives. Soon, people gathered around. Wang Hao also shouted, "Xiao Zhang, Xiao Li, come quick." Several were city management officers he worked with, all living in the city management dormitory. They had developed a bond after working together for so long. The men all ran over. Chapter 360. Several more people arrived later, one of whom was the Earth Elemental ability user from the 3rd floor. "I help you," the man said. "Thank you, I'm Lungi, what's your name?" Lungi drew his knife, using his ability to heat it until it was red hot. "My name is Wang Xiao," Wang Xiao said, then squatted down, intending to use the earth beneath him. "Can you build a defensive wall?" Lungi asked. "I try." Wang Xiao braced himself with his hands on the ground, activating his ability. Soon, a 2-meter-high earthen wall appeared before them. Before they could even celebrate, a catfish charged at them, and with a bang, the earthen wall collapsed. Lungi quickly dodged, raising his long sword and slashing down. With a swoosh, half of the catfish's head was sliced off, and it collapsed. More catfish rushed in quickly. Wang Xiao kept building a wall, but today's catfish seemed even fiercer than yesterday's, and the wall was breached before it could be connected. Fortunately, he was there, giving Lungi a chance to catch his breath. He could kill the attacking catfish the instant the earthen wall blocked them, and then move to the other side once the wall collapsed. This provided temporary safety for the people inside. Wang Hao took out his gun and fired at the catfish, saying, "Shoot their eyes. Their eyes are their weak points, you might even kill them. Aim quickly." Everyone raised their guns. Several people fired a few shots at the catfish before realizing they were impervious to bullets and blades, and then focused on shooting at their eyes. Soon, another ability user joined in. He had a wood-based ability. His hands transformed into sharp wooden spikes, which he thrust at the catfish. The catfish were instantly pierced and quickly became immobilized. It seems that even with the enhancement of superpowers, they aren't so invulnerable. Wang Xiao, stop building walls. Attack like this, brother, Lungi shouted. The earthen wall was easily breached. Conjuring weapons to attack was far more effective. Wang Xiao, seeing the wood-type superpower user's attack method, immediately understood. With a thought, sharp earthen spikes emerged from the ground, piercing through the catfish with a whoosh, whoosh, killing many instantly. The catfish were terrified and retreated hastily. The wood-type superpower user, seeing this worked, imitated it, sending many wooden spikes emerging from the ground to pierce the catfish. Some spikes pierced several at once, stringing them together like candied hawthorns, frightening the catfish. Amazing! Those protected in the circle were dumbfounded, seeing superpowers so useful for the first time. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out from nearby, and many catfish abandoned their current location and swarmed towards it. The person was devoured in no time. The catfish that ate the person grew at a visible rate, becoming longer and larger, their skin even gleaming brighter, and their crawling speed increased. Damn it, the person who was eaten was a superhuman, Lungi said. They level up when they eat superhumans. The catfish, acting like a leader, let out a strange cry, and many catfish followed. The other catfish seemed to have received the message as well, and they all attacked nearby superhumans. The superhuman catfish led a large group of catfish charging towards Leng Yi and his group, who had 3 superhumans on their side. Wang Xiao and the Wood-type ability user launched a continuous barrage of attacks, desperately trying to survive, otherwise they might have perished. However, their abilities were quickly depleted, and they knew they wouldn't survive if things continued this way. Leng Yi knew he couldn't hide the crystal core anymore, and called to Wang Xiao, drag all those dead catfish over here. And that brother? Please help me too, drag all those over here, I need them. Their earth and wood spikes were incredibly useful, they had killed many, and the catfish, greedy for the ability user's energy, hadn't yet eaten the dead ones. Although the two didn't know what use the dead catfish were, they knew he must have a reason, so they stabbed them with their spikes, impaling a string of catfish and dragging them over. Wang Hao, quick! Leng Yi shouted. Wang Hao understood immediately. Xiao Zhang, Xiao Li, help me cut open the catfish's heads. Huh? The two were stunned, not understanding why they needed those disgusting catfish. No time to explain, hurry up! Wang Hao shouted, and the two of them quickly helped cut the catfish. The others, who didn't have any special abilities anyway, simply joined in. Once the catfish's head was cut open, Wang Hao scooped out the crystal cores one by one, not even bothering to wipe them clean, and handed them directly to Leng Yi. Leng Yi grabbed a handful, and shoved them into Wang Xiao's hand, absorbed the energy inside. Wang Xiao glanced at him in surprise. No wonder he saw the fish on the 3rd floor with its brain cut open, when he woke up this morning. He clearly remembered that last night Leng Yi had only cut open the fish's belly, not the brain. He thought some curious person had done it, but it turned out he had discovered the secret of these catfish. Soon, Wang Hao unearthed several more crystals, which Leng Yi gave to the wood-type ability user. Brother, absorb it. The man quickly took it. My name is Cheng Zheng. Leng Yi nodded. It's for replenishing energy, absorb it quickly. Thank you. Cheng Zheng nodded. The two absorbed the energy from the crystal cores, and immediately felt their bodies filled with power again. Seeing how useful these things were, everyone helped dig. Everyone, hurry up and dig out more so they can better protect us, Wang Hao shouted. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Their survival depended on these ability users. Providing them with energy meant they weren't useless. Wang Xiao and Cheng Zheng knew the crystal core's purpose, so they worked even harder, killing a string of catfish and dragging them over for Wang Hao and the others to collect the crystal cores. The catfish carcasses had piled up into a mountain. The catfish were finally frightened, realizing these 3 ability users were difficult to deal with, and they retreated, running towards the buildings. Screams erupted from the building, children crying, adults shouting. The sounds of catfish leaping up the stairs with a thud, the teeth-grinding sound of bones being chewed, and various strange cries filled the air. The street, however, fell silent. Leng Yi and his group sat on the ground, panting heavily. The remaining people remained silent, still shaken despite their narrow escape. Everyone, dig out all the crystal cores, and give them to the 3 ability users. They saved our lives. Wang Hao said. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother. A dozen people bowed to the 3 ability users. They knew that without them, they would have been dead. Rest for a bit. Leng Yi waved his hand. But no one stopped. They dragged all the catfish carcasses over and dug out all the crystal cores. Wang Hao counted over 100. Leng Yi divided the crystal cores into 3 equal parts, giving one to Wang Xiao and one to Cheng Zheng. We don't need so many. The two were a little embarrassed. If Leng Yi and the others hadn't known there was this inside the catfish, they might have been eaten by it. Take it. Without you, I couldn't protect them alone. Leng Yi smiled. Keep it safe, it'd be useful later. The two didn't stand on ceremony and put the crystal core away. Chapter 361. What about the people in those buildings? Someone asked. Leng Yi shook his head. We can't worry about that. We can only protect our own people first. Let's go back to the dorms. What about these catfish carcasses? They came out to clean the streets, but after dealing with the human corpses, they now had so many fish carcasses. And these fish are so big, over 100 of them, piled up like a mountain. Where are they going to dispose of them? Can we eat these fish? Someone asked. So many fish, all meat. Each fish weighs 200 or 300 pounds. 100 of them would weigh at least tens of thousands of pounds. No way. And these fish are so disgusting, who would eat them? They ate people. Just thinking about it makes me want to vomit. Look at the liquid on their bodies, it's corrosive. If you eat it, it corrode your intestines. Definitely not. Lungy was also thinking about how to deal with the fish when someone arrived with a flamethrower. The catfish seemed to be as afraid of fire as the red ants. The flames ignited them, emitting a foul, acrid smell. One catfish, enraged by the flames, didn't flee but instead lunged at the flamethrower operator. The operator wore a heavy metal suit, but the catfish's claws easily tore through it. The catfish, enduring the burning pain, opened its mouth and bit the operator. A nearby flamethrower operator, terrified, raised his flamethrower and sprayed it at them. This also set him ablaze, causing him to scream in agony as he rolled on the ground, engulfed in flames. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Watching the man writhe in agony, no one dared to offer assistance. Go! Lungy waved to the people behind him, and everyone followed. The other catfish stopped, staring blankly in their direction, seemingly deep in thought. In a moment, they all rushed towards the flamethrower. Quick! Lungy shouted, and several superhumans rushed to the flamethrower's side to protect them. With the superhumans' protection, they were no longer afraid and chased after the catfish, quickly burning a large number of them to death. The other dozen or so city management officers dared not stray too far, fearing an attack from the catfish if they left, so they stayed close to Lungy and the others, ready to help if any catfish attacked. Wang Hao simply led everyone to dig up the crystal cores again. The crystal cores of the burned catfish had not been destroyed, and they dug out many more. Under the protection of the superhumans, the flamethrower burned countless more catfish. The catfish seemed to finally sense the danger and retreated to all corners, disappearing completely in no time. Lungy and his group wanted to chase after them to see where they had retreated to, but the catfish had scattered too much to track. They only saw some enter the sewers, some burrow under bridges, and some disappear into abandoned buildings, all vanished in an instant. Lungy didn't pursue them further, and instead helped dig out the catfish's crystal cores, collecting over 1,000. The flamethrower operators initially didn't know what they were doing, but after seeing them dig out the glittering objects, they immediately reported the situation to the Zheng family. Lungy didn't care, he just wanted to get the cores. After digging out all the crystal cores, they piled all the fish together, poured gasoline on them, and burned the mountain of catfish carcasses. These fish had mutated and likely carried a large number of pathogens, so burying them was impossible. Burning them was the safest option. Lungy divided the crystal cores into 3 portions, giving each person several hundred, and they returned to their dormitory. Back home, Yang Qing saw the 2 of them covered in blood again and hurriedly asked, "More catfish appeared today?" "It's still daytime." "Yeah, a lot more suddenly appeared from somewhere." "We've been busy all morning," Lungy said. "Are you all right?" Yang Qing asked quickly, then looked at Wang Hao. "We're fine, sister-in-law," Wang Hao smiled. "We killed a lot of catfish today, and dug up over 1,000 crystal cores." "So many?" Yang Qing was surprised. Lungy nodded. "But I shared some with others. Today, thanks to the Earth Elemental Ability user on the 3rd floor, and the other Wood Elemental Ability user, I couldn't have handled them all by myself. Yeah, those 3 protected more than a dozen of us. Otherwise, we ordinary people might all be dead," Wang Hao said. "Go take a shower. I cooked some rice." "You can eat after you shower," Yang Qing said. She could have gone to help, but Lungy didn't want her to go, worried he'd be too busy to look after her. It was safer in the dorm. Even if the dorm couldn't be defended, she had her spatial ability. She could hide in it any time, so there was no need to worry. Being outside wasn't as convenient. After they showered, the 3 of them were eating when there was a knock at the door. Several young men arrived with gifts, saying they were very grateful to Lungy and the 2 ability users, otherwise, they would have been dead. It was just some food and drinks, some dry rations. As city management officers, they usually got a little extra money, so Lungy didn't refuse and accepted it all. After all, it was their kind gesture, and they genuinely came to express their gratitude. "I only realized today that this job is actually quite meaningful," Lungy said. "Although they didn't help many people, surviving in this apocalypse is the greatest achievement. But quite a few people died today, and many buildings are empty," Wang Hao sighed. "It's really too difficult for ordinary people to survive." "But you killed so many catfish today, over 1,000 crystal cores alone? How did you manage that?" Yang Qing asked. "At first, Lungy and the other 2 only killed about 100 with us. Later, the flamethrower sent by the Xing family burned many to death," Wang Hao said. "Are they afraid of fire too?" Yang Qing asked. "Yes, like those red ants, they're afraid of fire, but much more resilient. They can still attack before being burned to death." And their claws are surprisingly sharp. I hadn't noticed before, but today a catfish tore through the flamethrower's metal protective suit, and that's when I realized it, Lung Yi said. Then we need to be even more careful from now on, Yang Qing said, then frowned. Did they retreat because of the fire? Probably. Seeing so many of their companions burn to death, they must have been scared too, Wang Hao said matter-of-factly. Did you think of something? Lung Yi looked at Yang Qing. I suspect they didn't retreat because of the fire, but because they discovered you found their secret and dug out their crystal cores, Yang Qing said. The two were silent for a moment, then Wang Hao slammed his hand on the table. Damn, that's really possible. Those fish are practically sentient, they really do have intelligence. They discovered their secret had been discovered by humans, so they definitely do anything to steal their crystal cores, which is why they become wary. Lung Yi pondered. If that's the case, then they're incredibly clever. However, it's true. Just like the centipedes and snakes before, knowing they could be exchanged for food, everyone rushed to catch them, and within days they were almost extinct. If they knew the crystal cores were so useful and could fetch a high price, many people would probably risk their lives to catch fish. Humans are actually more terrifying than any other living being. Chapter 362. The three rested for 2 hours at noon. Just as they got up, there was a knock at the door. Wang Hao opened the door and saw a middle-aged man in a suit with his hair neatly combed standing outside. He paused for a moment. Who are you looking for? Is Mr. Lung in? Butler Zhang asked with a smile. Yes. Wang Hao nodded and called towards Lung Yi and Yang Qing's door. Lung Yi, someone's looking for you. Lung Yi and Yang Qing went out and were a little surprised to see Butler Zhang. Butler Zhang, what brings you here? Our master would like to invite you two over to discuss something. Butler Zhang said kindly. Yang Qing and Lung Yi exchanged a glance. Since Butler Zhang had come personally, it must be something important. Do you know what it is? Yang Qing asked. You find out when you get there. Butler Zhang smiled. Then I changed my clothes, Yang Qing said, returning to her room, changing her clothes, and still carrying a canvas bag on her back. Lung Yi had also changed his clothes, and was carrying a bag like her. Butler Zhang looked at Wang Hao. Is this your friend? Why don't you come along too? Lung Yi frowned. What did it mean to let Wang Hao go? Was it related to Wang Hao? He doesn't need to go, does he? Didn't Patriarch Zhang look for the two of us? Butler Zhang smiled. It's a good thing. You done a good job killing those monsters these past few days, and the Patriarch wants to reward you. I heard your friend also contributed a lot. I didn't. Wang Hao quickly waved his hand. It was all thanks to the superhumans. I just assisted. That's still meritorious. Come along, Butler Zhang said with a smile. Yang Qing looked at Butler Zhang, really unsure of his intentions. Perhaps it would be better to let Wang Hao come along. He didn't have any superpowers, and with her and Ling Yi, they could protect him. If he were alone at home, and the Zhang family wanted to deal with him, he wouldn't be able to escape. Let's go together, Yang Qing said to Wang Hao with a smile. Can I really go? Wang Hao was surprised. That was the Zhang family, one of the three major families in Licheng. He had never imagined he would be going to the Zhang family manor. Let's go! Lung Yi understood Yang Qing's meaning and smiled, urging Wang Hao to come along. The three got into the Zhang family's car and discovered that Wang Xiao and Cheng Zheng were also there. The car was a long, luxurious sedan that could seat many people. Wang Xiao and Cheng Zheng didn't seem surprised to see them. They probably already knew the purpose of going to the Zhang family, and it was natural for them to invite Ling Yi. They just hadn't expected his wife and Wang Hao to come along, which was a bit puzzling. The car entered the Zhang family manor, and Wang Hao and the others were stunned by its luxury. This didn't look like the apocalypse at all, it was practically a paradise. Everything was there, it seemed the apocalypse hadn't affected this place at all. Everyone couldn't help but sigh in admiration. As expected of one of the three major families, they were truly extraordinary. Upon entering the hall, Zhang Jianwei, Zheng Zhu, and Zheng Zhen were all present. They all stood up upon seeing them. Zheng Zhen noticed Yang Qing beside Lung Yi, and a look of jealousy flashed in her eyes. Mr. Lung, Mr. Wang, Mr. Cheng, welcome, welcome. Zhang Jianwei stepped forward and shook hands with the three ability users. He then looked at Wang Hao, and this is Mr. Ling's friend. He made a significant contribution in this operation to eliminate the mutated catfish, said Butler Zhang. Oh, welcome, welcome. Zhang Jianwei quickly said, looking at Wang Hao, are you also an ability user? I'm not. Wang Hao was a little embarrassed. He was the only one among them who wasn't an ability user. Zhang Jianwei's expression immediately softened, but a smile remained on his face. To do so well without any abilities is truly remarkable and deserves recognition. Please, everyone, have a seat. Zheng Jianwei greeted them with a smile, ordering servants to bring tea and various tea fruits and snacks. Wang Xiao and Cheng Zheng had only seen the steward during the Zheng family's recruitment process, and had never been to the Zheng family manor. Seeing these exquisite offerings, they couldn't help but swallow hard. Eat, don't be shy, Zheng Jianwei said with a smile. He secretly observed the group. Only Leng Yi and Yang Qing seemed unmoved by the food, as if they were used to it. It seemed they were indeed different from the others. This time, if it weren't for you all, countless people would have died in the Zheng family's territory. The Zheng family's success today is largely due to your contributions, Zheng Jianwei said with a smile. To reward you all, please feel free to ask for anything you need. The group exchanged glances. It would have been much better if he directly rewarded them. Who would dare ask for anything? Anything is fine. Fine wine, gourmet food, luxury cars, even beautiful women. Ha ha, as long as you ask and I can do it, I will grant your request. If you want money, gold and silver jewelry are also available, Zheng Jianwei said. Zheng Jin curled her lip. They probably can't think of anything good. Dad, just give them what they need. They've probably never even seen anything like our stuff. The other's expressions changed slightly. Was she implying they were country bumpkins? However, knowing she was a young lady from the Zheng family, no one said anything. Yang Qing, on the other hand, didn't bother to argue. The high-grade ingredients in her spatial storage would scare her to death. There was nothing to brag about. I heard you dug quite a few things out of the catfish this time. Is that true? Zheng Jianwei changed the subject. Yang Qing looked at him. So this was what he was waiting for. Yes. Cheng Zheng pulled a crystal core from his pocket. This is it. Leng Yi and the others found it. This can provide energy for us ability users. When we're fighting, we continuously output energy, which is consumed very quickly. With this, we can replenish our energy. Zheng Jianwei picked up the crystal core and examined it. It looked like crystal. If they hadn't said it was useful, he wouldn't have paid any attention to such a stone. How do you replenish it? Zheng Jianwei asked. Cheng Zheng placed the crystal core in his palm. You absorb it, and then you have energy. He opened his hand again. The crystal core had crumbled into dust. The Zheng sisters, Zhu and Jin, were shocked. Could it be done like that? How many of these did you dig up in total? Zheng Jianwei asked, a different emotion already flickering in his eyes. More than 1,000, I think. We divided them among the three of us, Cheng Zheng honestly replied. Leng Yi sighed inwardly. There was no way to hide it now. Is this really useful for ability users? Just such a small stone, Zheng Jianwei said deliberately. Of course it's useful. We were able to keep fighting today thanks to these crystal cores, otherwise, we would have died long ago, Cheng Zheng said hastily. Zheng Jianhu chuckled. Since these crystal cores are so useful, the three of you can't keep them all for yourselves, can you? Our Zheng family has quite a few ability users. The group immediately understood the Zheng family head's purpose in inviting them. He wanted to steal their crystal cores. These were obtained through their hard work killing those catfish. Why should they share them with others? Wang Hao protested. Even if they put in the effort, I heard that the rest were obtained by our flamethrower operators burning the catfish, right? Zheng Zhu sneered. Chapter 363. The flamethrower team did deserve credit, but without Leng Yi and the others, they might all be dead. Their metal protective suits were utterly useless. One bite from that catfish and they were torn apart. If it weren't for them protecting the flamethrowers, let alone killing those catfish, the flamethrowers themselves would have been in grave danger. Besides, it was Leng Yi who discovered the use of these crystal cores, otherwise, they would have all been thrown away as trash. Could you have discovered it? You? The Zheng family head's face darkened. Those several ability users hadn't said anything. What right did he, an ordinary person, have to grumble here? He's right, Wang Xiao said. Understanding the Zheng family head's purpose, he felt a little uncomfortable. He had thought they genuinely wanted to reward him, but it turned out they had ulterior motives. Our Zheng family provides you with food and lodging, and pays you several times more than ordinary people. Isn't it only right that you make a contribution? Without our Zheng family, could you have achieved what you have today? Zheng Jin sneered. Leng Yi couldn't help but speak up. Miss Zheng, don't forget, my wife and I didn't take a single penny from the Zheng family. It was only because you begged us to stay in the Zheng family's urban management dormitory. Otherwise, with our own abilities, why would we be afraid of not having a place to live? Yang Qing sneered and stood up. Yes, since Miss Zheng is so unwelcoming, we move out immediately. Leng Yi also stood up. Farewell. Wang Xiao and Cheng Zheng looked at the two in surprise. They didn't receive any salary? The Zhang family head's expression changed. That's not what we meant. They were so capable, if they left, the Bai and Wang families would definitely try to recruit them immediately. Wouldn't they be at a huge loss? What does that mean? Leng Yi sneered. We only stayed in the dormitory for a few days, and you think you can control us? Patriarch Zheng, aren't you overthinking things? We didn't ask for any compensation. We helped with so many things during this time, killing so many monsters. Now we're going to hand over the crystal cores we found ourselves? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Wang Hao, let's go! Leng Yi called to Wang Hao, who immediately followed. Wang Xiao and Cheng also stood up. In that case, we go too. No! Patriarch Zheng panicked. If 4 ability users left at once, and were recruited by the other 2 families, it would be even more difficult to deal with them later. Wang Xiao looked at Patriarch Zheng. Although we received wages from the Zheng family, we didn't eat and stay for free. We also contributed to killing the monsters. Since Patriarch Zheng thinks we're not worth it, we leave. Yes, Patriarch Zheng, why bother with this hypocritical act? Cheng was a little embarrassed and annoyed. It was all his fault for saying everything. However, since the Zheng family head summoned them, he must know everything and was deliberately trying to get them to reveal it. It's truly despicable. You're not leaving. Zheng Jun and Zheng Ju immediately drew their guns, their faces grim. The Zheng family isn't a place you can come and go as you please. You think you can keep us here? Leng Yi narrowed his eyes. Want to try? Zheng Ju sneered, pointing her gun at him. Last time, she hadn't anticipated his special ability, and she was too close, allowing him to touch the barrel of her gun, which caused it to deform. This time, she was prepared and maintained her distance. Even if he's fast, can he outrun a bullet? Zhu, put down your gun, Zheng Jianwei shouted. Once they turned against these superhumans, they wouldn't be able to keep them alive even if they wanted to. Dad, you saw it too. They have no intention of working for the Zheng family. Keeping them around is just asking for trouble. Zheng Ju pulled the trigger. She didn't believe they would escape this time. Even if they killed them all, they couldn't let them go to the Bai and Wang families. Bang, bang. The 2 sisters fired simultaneously, their faces showing smugness. They thought they had definitely killed 2 people, and the rest would be easy. But suddenly, a wall appeared in front of them, completely blocking the 2 bullets. The 5 people opposite them were unharmed. The 2 sisters were shocked. Now they truly understood the difference between ordinary people and superhumans. As long as they were strong enough, guns were useless against them. Yang Qing sneered, waved her hand at the 2 sisters, and their guns immediately slipped from their hands, twisted in midair, and fell to the ground. Wang Xiao and Cheng were both taken aback. They hadn't expected Leng Yi's wife to possess supernatural abilities, and it seemed she was even more powerful than him. The 2 exchanged a glance, conjuring countless earth and with spikes in their hands, which flew towards Zheng Jianwei and his 2 daughters, completely surrounding them. The sharp spikes were aimed at them, threatening to kill them at any moment. Someone outside heard the gunshots and quickly rushed over, surrounding the living room. Master! But the father and daughters were surrounded by the spikes, and they dared not make a move. All of you, step back. Zheng Jianwei's face flushed red. He had thought that if he used both kindness and force, these people would obey and hand over the crystal cores. Who knew that instead of achieving his goal, he had been taken hostage? Let's talk this over, Zheng Jianwei said, lowering his stance as he looked at the other side. Wang Xiao removed the earthen wall and stared coldly at him. It was my oversight. Those crystal cores are the spoils of war for the 3 of you. They rightfully belong to you. I'm old and short-sighted. Please don't hold it against me. I have them bring up the rewards I gave you right now. We give you even more resources in the future. Please, sir, don't hold a grudge. Zheng Jianwei kept belittling himself, trying to persuade the others. But they all saw through Zheng Jianwei's intentions and remained unmoved. No need. We're not on the same page. We move out of the city management dormitory today, Leng Yi said calmly. I go with you. Wang Xiao and Cheng said simultaneously. Mr. Wang, Mr. Cheng, the Zheng family has always treated you well. Don't abandon the Zheng family because of Leng Yi's words. Zheng Jianwei quickly said. Even if they couldn't keep Leng Yi, they couldn't let these 2 leave, otherwise the Zheng family would suffer a huge loss. Patriarch Zheng, when we were recruited, it was agreed that we would work for the Zheng family, and the Zheng family would provide us with supplies and wages. But now you've broken the agreement first and then threatened us, so don't blame us for tearing off the mask, Wang Xiao said. They have superpowers. In this apocalypse, they're highly sought after. Why would they worry about not having anyone? We don't want the crystal cores anymore, and we even send various supplies. Please give Zhang another chance. Zhang Jianwei had no choice but to swallow his pride. Yang Qing sneered. It wasn't yours to begin with. They risked their lives to get it, and now you're acting like you got a free ride? Patriarch Zhang, one shouldn't be so greedy. Yang Qing conjured 3 metal spikes in her hand, pointing them at Zhang Jianwei and his 2 daughters. If Patriarch Zhang tries anything else, I won't hesitate to turn you all into corpses right now. Leng Yi glanced at Yang Qing in surprise. Not expecting her to use this ability so skillfully, he himself couldn't even conjure metal spikes. Chapter 364. Let's go! Yang Qing controlled the metal spikes as she led the group away. Zhang Jianwei stared at the spikes hanging overhead, too afraid to move. He was filled with regret. Losing 4 ability users was a huge loss. He should have known better than to listen to his daughter and ask for those crystal cores. Leng Yi and his wife were not to be trifled with. He learned his lesson last time. How could he have forgotten? Mainly, they'd been too obedient for over a month, working diligently. He thought they were submitting to the Zhang family, but it turned out they never had any intention of being subservient. They were just doing what they wanted. Zhang Jianwei was truly filled with remorse. Dad, are we just going to let them go like this? Zhang Zhen gritted her teeth. Then what else do you want? Zhang Jianwei roared in anger. If we dare to make any rash moves now, our heads will roll immediately. Dad, this is too cowardly. Zhang Ju's face darkened. Won't our Zhang family have to obey others for the rest of our lives? What will we do if the Bai and Wang families make trouble? Dad, I want to be injected with the holy blood. Me too. Zhang Zhen's eyes were filled with malice. When I get superpowers, the first thing I do is kill the Yang Qing. Zhang Jianwei sighed. But what if? No what if. Zhang Ju's expression was firm. If we really become monsters, Dad, just shoot us. Our Zhang family can't go on like this, otherwise one day they eat us alive. Zhang Jianwei hesitated for a long time. Have the butler bring out the holy blood later. Yang Qing and the others left the hall. Wang Hao dismissed the driver from the car that brought them there and got into his own car. Once everyone was seated, Yang Qing retrieved the metal spikes from the hall. Wang Xiao and Cheng Zheng were both shocked. The spikes had broken off on their own a few meters away. They hadn't expected her to be able to control them. Wang Hao started the car, and no one dared to stop them. Leng Yi grasped Yang Qing's hand. When did you learn this? I don't know how yet. Teach me. Yang Qing smiled. It's actually very simple. It's just that you don't carry any metal with you, and there's too little metal in the air and soil, so you can't use it as flexibly as Wang Xiao and Cheng Zheng. From now on, you just need to carry some metal pieces with you like I do, and you can do it too. I see. Leng Yi nodded. He knew Yang Qing could use it because she had a spatial ability that she could access at any time. He'd probably need to prepare some himself. Is your sister-in-law also a superhuman? Cheng Zheng asked. He only found out today. He hadn't seen her come out and thought she was just an ordinary person. Yes. Yang Qing smiled. It's because Leng Yi doesn't want me to work too hard, so he doesn't let me go out. Actually, I'm quite capable too. Leng Yi chuckled. His wife could boast sometimes? Yeah, your wife is amazing, Wang Hao said with a smile. The two nodded, truly envious of Leng Yi. His wife was not only beautiful but also possessed such strong abilities. No wonder they didn't need to rely on the Zhang family. They had the confidence. Leng Yi looked at the two of them. What are your plans for the future? The two exchanged a glance. To be honest, today's events had happened too suddenly. They hadn't thought it through at all. However, they both had one thought in mind. Following Leng Yi, he would definitely not treat them unfairly. Brother Yi, we follow you wherever you go. Wang Xiao said. Don't call me Brother Yi, Leng Yi quickly said. Judging from your ages, you two should be older than me. I should call you brother. Cheng Zheng shook his head. It has nothing to do with age. You're capable. From now on, we follow you, and you be our eldest brother. We call you Brother Yi from now on. Wang Hao nodded. That's right, Leng Yi, I call you Brother Yi from now on too. Leng Yi laughed. Why are you joining in their antics? How is this antics? Wang Hao glanced at Leng Yi in the rearview mirror. Back in the army, you were better than me. We always addressed each other as equals because we were comrades. Actually, I know you're more capable than me, then and now. You two are comrades? Wang Xiao was surprised. Yes, brothers who've been through thick and thin together. Wang Hao smiled, seemingly very proud. I'm so envious. Cheng Zheng said. In this apocalyptic world, having a brother you can trust is extremely rare. But in Liqing, besides the Zheng family, There are only the Bai family and the Wang family. It seems there's no man's land. If we want a place to stay, we can only go to one of them, Yang Qing said. The Bai family is out of the question. We have a history with them. So, only the Wang family is left. Would you two like to go to the Wang family? We're fine with either of them, Wang Xiao and Cheng Zheng nodded. How about we don't go to any family for now, and instead stay in the Wang family's territory as ordinary people? We can figure out the rest later, Leng Yi suggested. The others nodded. With their skills, they could survive anywhere. There was nothing to fear. Wang Hao was driving towards the city management dormitory when he suddenly saw a familiar face in a car across the street. Hey, isn't that Lin Jun? Leng Yi and Yang Qing looked over and, sure enough, it was Lin Jun. The woman they had rescued was beside him. Nestled close, they seemed to be doing quite well. Whose car is that? It looks like the Bai family's. Wang Xiao turned to look. The Bai family? How could that be? Wang Hao exclaimed in surprise. His wife and children had died because of Bai Yi, and they had killed Bai Yi to avenge him, thus thoroughly offending the Bai family. Why would he go and seek refuge with the Bai family now? Has he forgotten his grudge against them? Yang Qing sneered. Now that he has superpowers and a beauty in his arms, he's probably forgotten his old flame, hasn't he? Heartless bastard, Wang Hao cursed. If it weren't for Brother Yi, how could he have superpowers? Now he's betraying his own people. What do you mean? Wang Xiao looked at Wang Hao. His superpowers were given to him by Brother Yi? Ah. Wang Hao scratched the back of his head, secretly glancing at Leng Yi, realizing he let something slip. Leng Yi smiled. That man was our former landlord. We happened to witness him assassinating the Bai family's young master. We were there, and he was seriously injured. I took him home to heal him, and that's how he awakened his superpowers. Actually, I don't know if I helped him by accident. Leng Yi naturally couldn't mention injecting him with the blue serum. Is that so? Wang Xiao frowned. I heard there are 3 main ways to become a superhuman. One is by injecting holy blood, the second is by contact with a meteorite, and the third is by natural awakening. Would this be considered a natural awakening? But I heard that naturally awakened superhumans are extremely rare. At least I haven't encountered one before. I'm not sure either. Maybe because I'm a superhuman, and I used my own energy to heal him, it helped him awaken? Leng Yi said vaguely. What superhuman did he awaken? Wang Xiao asked. Divine power, Leng Yi said. I don't know anything else. When he left, he only had divine power. Chapter 365. That's alright. As long as it's not close combat, Lin Jun shouldn't be a match for us, Wang Xiao said. However, Wang Hao paused. The Bai family probably doesn't know that he killed Bai Yi, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't have accepted him, would they? It's hard to say, Leng Yi pondered, but perhaps they really don't know the truth. We were quite discreet back then. He killed the Bai family's young master? Cheng Zheng asked. Yang Qing nodded. Back then, Bai Yi took a fancy to Lin Jun's wife and abducted her. Lin Jun resisted, and was beaten half to death by the Bai family. Even his son was killed. Later, he said he wanted revenge, so we all helped him. At that time, he found out that Bai Yi was keeping a woman outside, so we all went there together. Although we all helped, it was Lin Jun who delivered the punch that killed Bai Yi. The woman next to Lin Jun just now was Bai Yi's mistress. She was abused terribly by Bai Yi, and is now with Lin Jun. Wang Xiao nodded. So there's so much going on here? I doubt the Bai family knows. Although Bai Yi is just the Bai family head's nephew, they value him, otherwise, they wouldn't have put him in charge of so many things. Leng Yi shook his head. It's possible they already know. Compared to a dead nephew, a superhuman is more useful. Lin Jun has joined the Bai family, but he definitely wouldn't dare reveal it. Even if he's a superhuman, the Bai family has its share of superhumans, and his ability isn't particularly outstanding. The Bai family probably doesn't know yet, Wang Hao said. Leng Yi nodded. As long as he doesn't betray us, we won't expose him. We keep to ourselves. After all, they lived together for a while, he just chose a different lifestyle. As long as he doesn't harm anyone, everyone will go their separate ways. The 5 returned to the city management dormitory, packed their belongings, and since Yang Qing couldn't use his spatial abilities, he could only put everything in the SUV. As the 5 left, many city management officers came to see them off, wondering why they were leaving. Many were reluctant to see them go. Especially those who had received help before. Without the city management dormitory, many would have lost their lives. Now that they were gone, who would protect everyone? Wang Hao drove to the territory under the Wang family's jurisdiction, and went to a real estate agency. Besides the accommodations arranged by the city management, there were also some rental properties, but the rents were quite expensive, unaffordable for most people. Yang Qing and his group didn't have this problem. They were all superhumans, and their supplies were far greater than the average person. They found an agency and rented a large 4-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment. Yang Qing and Ling Yi shared one room, and the other 3 each had their own. The cost was 20 jin of food per person, 100 jin for 5 people, which was extremely expensive. They rented it for a month first. After all, it was the apocalypse, and they weren't even sure if they would survive next month, so a long-term lease was out of the question. The residential complex is located in a seaside garden, and it looks much more upscale and has a better environment than the old Changfu garden. However, due to the recent red ant infestation, almost all the facilities in the complex have been destroyed, making the whole place feel very empty. Everyone moved their belongings back to their rooms, and each person brought an equal amount of groceries to the kitchen, where they would eat together from now on. After cleaning the common areas, everyone went back to their rooms to tidy up. The rooms all had wrought iron beds. It seems the wooden beds from the previous red ant infestation were all gone, so they were replaced with wrought iron beds. They still look quite nice though. Yang Qing took out the mattress, laid out a straw mat, and practically decorated the room. As long as it was slept on, it was fine. However, using water and electricity in this residential area wasn't as convenient as in the city management dormitory. The water quality was poor, and water supply was rationed. Fortunately, the 10 cases of water the Zheng family had given them weren't finished yet, so drinking water wasn't a problem for the time being. Wang Xiao and Cheng Zheng felt bad taking their water for free, so they traded some supplies for it. "I go get a water tank, store more water, and then disinfect it. That should be enough for daily use," Yang Qing said. She had several water tanks in her spatial storage, all leftovers from before, which could now come in handy. They lived on the 6th floor, with a 7th floor above them. Putting the water tank on the roof and extending the water pipes wouldn't be a problem. "Thank you, sister-in-law. We figure out a way to get drinking water," Wang Xiao said. "Those cases of purified water wouldn't last long. They have to get some more." A few days later, one evening Wang Xiao and Cheng Zheng went out together, and Yang Qing and Ling Yi secretly installed the water tank on the roof and filled it with water. The next day, Wang Xiao and Cheng Zheng had brought over 10 cases of purified water, and Yang Qing and the others had their water pipes connected. No one asked how the others got the water. Everyone had their own channels. Wang Hao, however, woke up in a panic, complaining that no one had woken him up, and that he was the only one who knew nothing. "As long as you're useful, why worry about so much?" Ling Yi laughed. "You guys make me look useless, like I need protection," Wang Hao sighed. He had survived the apocalypse alone for so long, relying on his skills, and now he was the most useless one. "So what? You're our youngest brother," Wang Xiao said with a smile. "With us older brothers here, you don't need to do anything, we protect you." Wang Hao felt both touched and saddened. How wonderful it would be if he had superpowers too. Yang Qing and Ling Yi exchanged a glance, both having their own thoughts. It was time for Wang Hao to have superpowers as well. He was a trustworthy person. That evening, after everyone finished dinner and returned to their rooms, Ling Yi called Wang Hao to his room. "Wang Hao, I know you always wanted to become a superhuman. I have another meteorite here. Would you like to try it?" Yang Qing took out the purple crystal. "Another one? Where did it come from?" Wang Hao was surprised. Hadn't the one he got from that fat man been absorbed? He had personally witnessed the crystal turn to powder. "We found it by chance before. We didn't know what it was for then, but now we do, and we wanted you to try it," Yang Qing said. "But I can't guarantee you awaken your superpowers, or that you turn into a monster." "Sister-in-law, don't worry. If I still can't awaken them, I give up. If I really do turn into a monster, you can kill me immediately, I won't blame you," Wang Hao said earnestly. "If you're ready, then give it a try," Ling Yi said. "But didn't I try last time? I even drew blood, and I still didn't awaken anything. Will it work this time?" Wang Hao was a little doubtful. "I can't guarantee it, that's why I'm saying let's try," Yang Qing said. Last time Lin Jin was injured, it was Ling Yi who used his superpower to give him his abilities. If we let Ling Yi use his superpower to guide you this time, maybe it will succeed. Wang Hao thought, that's right. Back then, Ling Yi had only just gained his superpower and didn't know how to use it. Now that he has a successful experience, maybe it will work. Thinking this, Wang Hao became excited and stretched out his hand. "Come on." Yang Qing winked at Ling Yi, who said, "To prevent you from turning into a monster that we can't subdue, we want to make you unconscious first." In case you mutate, we can take action. Okay, how do we do it? Wang Hao had no doubts. Yang Qing took out a powerful sleeping pill. Take this. Wang Hao swallowed it without hesitation. After a while, he became sleepy and fell into a deep sleep, and couldn't be woken up no matter how hard he tried. Chapter 366. He really trusts you, doesn't he? Aren't you afraid we kill him? Yang Qing laughed. He's actually quite smart. He just doesn't guard against us, Lung Yi said. He knows his comrade in arms well, but after not seeing him for so long, he still needs to test him. After observing him for a while, he found him to be a trustworthy person. Seeing Wang Hao fast asleep, Yang Qing took out a blue syringe. The purple crystal was just a smokescreen. She didn't dare use it on him yet, as she didn't know its effects, and what Dr. Zhang gave her was definitely extraordinary, so she couldn't use it casually. But the blue syringe had already been used on Lung Yi and Lin Jin, so it should be fine. Yang Qing disinfected Wang Hao's arm with iodine, injected the blue syringe, and then quietly observed. Lung Yi gripped his gun, not daring to relax for a moment. If he turned into a monster, he couldn't hesitate to kill him immediately. An hour passed, and Wang Hao remained asleep, neither waking up nor mutating. Yang Qingkai realized the sleeping pills he given were too strong. Wang Hao would probably sleep until the next day. Lung Yi carried Wang Hao back to his room and stayed there, not daring to leave. The next day, Wang Hao didn't wake up until late morning. He was a little confused when he saw Lung Yi. What are you doing in my room? Lung Yi smiled. You forgot? Last night, I helped you awaken your superpower and gave you the pills. Try them now, and see if you feel anything. Oh right, I forgot. Wang Hao touched his face. I haven't mutated, have I? No. Lung Yi smiled. Then how do I test it? Wang Hao looked at his palms, wondering if he had any superpowers. I just thought about using my superpower and releasing it, Lung Yi said. Wang Hao raised his hand, imagining an energy within it, and then released it. The iron bed beside him crackled and popped, a thin spark flashing past. This is... Lung Yi exclaimed in shock. Could it be lightning-based superpower? Huh? Wang Hao was also bewildered. Had that really come from his own body? He reached for the iron cabinet beside him, but Lung Yi quickly stepped aside. With a loud bang, the iron cabinet exploded with sparks and lightning, the door shattering. What happened? Wang Xiao and Cheng Zheng rushed over, banging on the door. Yang Ting, hearing the commotion, also came out. Wang Hao opened the door with a silly grin. I have superpowers too. What? Wang Xiao and Cheng Zheng looked at him in shock, then at Lung Yi beside him. Could it be that Lung Yi gave Wang Hao superpowers? He really had that ability? Lung Yi smiled. To be honest, I gained my superpowers using a meteorite. I had another meteorite I collected before, and I gave it to Wang Hao this time, and he awakened his superpowers too. I really have superpowers, and they're lightning-based. Look! Wang Hao stretched out his palm, snapped his fingers, and wisps of electricity crackled between them. The two were dumbfounded. Holy crap, that's amazing. It was the first time they ever seen lightning-based superpowers. They were most familiar with the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Wang Hao actually had this mutated superpower. It was incredibly rare. His superpower was incredible. It could practically sweep away everything. Now you're the strongest one among us, Cheng Zheng said enviously. Wang Hao laughed, patting his chest. Brothers, it's my turn to protect you from now on. Everyone laughed. Now, all 5 of them were superhumans. They were incredibly powerful. They were undoubtedly the strongest team in the apocalypse. By the way, I haven't asked yet, how did you become superhumans? Lung Yi looked at Wang Xiao and Cheng Zheng. If they were trained by the Zheng family, they wouldn't have let them leave. Heard that holy blood is extremely expensive. They wouldn't let them leave so easily after paying such a high price. Actually, I used low-grade holy blood, Wang Xiao said. Low-grade holy blood? Yang Qing frowned. She never heard of that before. There's also high-grade? Yes. Wang Xiao nodded. High-grade holy blood is extremely expensive, beyond the reach of ordinary people. Only the 3 major families possess a few branches, and they don't easily give them to outsiders. I heard that the chance of becoming a superhuman by injecting high-grade holy blood is very high, almost over 90%. Low-grade holy blood only has a 30% chance. Then where did you get your low-grade holy blood? Lung Yi asked. Wang Xiao lowered his eyes. I actually came from another city. My family bought some low-grade holy blood from an organization called Heavenly Descent. Heavenly Descent? Lung Yi and Yang Qing exchanged a glance. Could it be the group that intercepted them last time? But almost everyone who received the injection mutated into a monster, Wang Xiao continued. A friend of mine also got a vial of low-grade holy blood, but he was afraid to use it. He was afraid of turning into a monster and being killed, so he didn't get the injection and lied to them, saying it had no effect. At the time I did some of the lowest level work, it was a desperate gamble. I stole his holy blood for the injection and then escaped. I never thought I actually succeed and awaken my superpower. But I didn't dare go back, so I ran off to leeching. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. So he had this kind of story? And you? They saw Cheng Zheng. Cheng Feng hesitated slightly. I'm similar to Wang Xiao. I also received low-level holy blood and luckily gained a superpower. Leng Yi looked at him. He clearly had a secret he wasn't revealing. But who doesn't have secrets? He and Yang Qing had even bigger secrets. As long as he was a good person, there was no need to dwell on the past. We're different from you. We all awakened our powers using meteorites. But we obtained them by chance, and we used them all up. Luckily, we both have superpowers now, and I didn't expect Wang Hao's power to be so strong. Yeah, I didn't expect it either. I got lucky. Wang Hao grinned. It means you have a connection with that meteorite, Yang Qing said. We had it for so long, and didn't know what it was for. We only learned about supernatural abilities after coming to Dongdi Island. It's all fate. It's destiny that we met in leeching and are now brothers, Wang Xiao said. Everyone sighed, realizing that such a connection is rare and that they must cherish it. Oh right, I need to remind everyone of something, Yang Qing suddenly said. Do you remember those mutated catfish with crystal cores in their heads? They got those cores because of their mutation. We humans have superpowers, which is also a kind of mutation. So does that mean we have crystal cores in our heads too? Therefore, we not only need to guard against mutated catfish attacking us, but also against people, especially other superpowered individuals. I don't know if the three major families know this, or if they even noticed. Once they find out, we might become their target, so everyone must be careful from now on. Don't trust anyone easily, especially other superpowered individuals. They might approach us not necessarily for resources, but possibly for our heads. Everyone's expression turned serious upon hearing this. It was indeed a possibility. Chapter 367. Now that you mention it, I really want to catch a superhuman and crack their skull open to see what happens. Wang Hao brandished sparks, his face full of eagerness. Leng Yi rolled his eyes at him. Don't get cocky just because you got a superpower. There are always mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people. Who knows if others might have even stronger superpowers? Who can be stronger than me? I have lightning-type superpowers. Wang Hao grinned foolishly. Yang Qing smiled. This guy was still like a child, getting smug over a fun toy. But those monsters' crystal cores are mainly used to replenish energy. Does that person's crystal core serve the same purpose? Yang Qing pondered. Everyone's superpower is different, probably different from a monster's crystal core. So if we have a crystal core, it might not just be about replenishing energy. Could it be that absorbing someone else's crystal core would grant them that person's superpower? That's a very bold idea. Wang Xiao nodded. If that's the case, that's amazing. Can't one person have many superpowers? Cheng Zheng said. However, if that's the case, then people with superpowers will be in danger. Someone wanting an extra power might kill other people with superpowers to obtain it, Leng Yi said. Everyone fell silent. If that were true, possessing superpowers wouldn't necessarily be a good thing. It might make them targets for other people with superpowers. Of course, this is just my personal speculation. Maybe not? Maybe our crystal cores are just a form of energy, Yang Qing added. If it were really as he guessed, the world would probably be in chaos. People with superpowers might start killing each other to steal their powers. If you can think of this, the people from the three major families might think of it too. In any case, everyone must be careful in the future, Leng Yi said. Everyone nodded. Yang Qing's thoughts weren't unfounded. She herself possessed two superpowers. Although her spatial ability was acquired through rebirth, it was also due to the superpower crystal, making it possible for one person to possess multiple superpowers simultaneously. That day at the Zhang family's residence, members of the Bai family delivered invitations to celebrate two of their members awakening spatial abilities, indicating that spatial abilities were no longer rare. If those two absorbed another superpower user's crystal core, gaining another ability wouldn't be impossible. She wondered if she could acquire a third superpower. Yang Qing touched the purple crystal in her pocket, unsure of its power. She only knew it was very powerful but dared not attempt to use it. Meanwhile, Lin Jin entered the Bai family manor. Jiao Shao tightly gripped his arm. Why did the Bai family head suddenly want to see you? Could it be that they found out about us killing Bai Yi? No, we didn't leave any trace. Nobody knows. Lin Jun patted Zhao Zhao's hand reassuringly. Actually, he wasn't entirely sure, but then he thought about how he'd been at the Bai family's house for over a month. If they knew, something bad would have happened by now. Bai Tang, the head of the Bai family, was in his study, looking at the man before him. Are you sure that Lin Jun is the one who shot Bai Yi that day? Absolutely. The man nodded. I was there. He and young Master Bai Yi fired at the same time. Young Master Bai Yi was shot in the shoulder, but I saw that the other man was clearly shot in the chest, right near his heart. I thought he was definitely dead. I didn't expect him to not only be alive and well, but also to have developed superpowers. He didn't have superpowers before? Bai Tang asked. Absolutely not. The man shook his head. Young Master Bai Yi took a fancy to his wife, stole her from him, beat him half to death, and even killed his son. If he had superpowers, wouldn't he have fought back? Bai Tang tapped his finger on the table. Then where did his superpowers come from? I don't know. The man shook his head. You can go now, Bai Tang said. A while later, Bai Zhan ran over. Dad, I found out. The reason Bai Yi bought that villa was to keep a woman outside. Bai Tang replied indifferently. This kind of thing is normal, especially since Bai Yi is a hot-blooded young man. It's normal for him to have women. But since he died, that woman has disappeared. Now she's appeared beside Lin Jun, and Lin Jun's current woman is the one Bai Yi used to keep in the villa. Bai Zhan continued. What did you say? Bai Tang frowned, then said, maybe after Bai Yi died, that woman ran away and met Lin Jun? Bai Zhan nodded. I thought so at first too, so I investigated Bai Yi's affairs, and found that the women he kept in his villa all looked very similar, all like his former fiancée from Yin country. However, those women were later abused to death by him, one of whom was Lin Jun's wife. What? Bai Tang stood up abruptly. So Lin Jun kept Xiao Xiao by his side because they looked like her, that is, like his deceased wife, Bai Zhan continued. Moreover, I checked Bai Yi's villa and found traces of supernatural abilities used. Combining all these factors, Lin Jun is very likely the one who killed Bai Yi. He actually dared to come and work for our Bai family. Does he think the most dangerous place is the safest, that we won't suspect him? Bai Tang's expression was sinister. He's really bold. Have you found out how he acquired his superpowers? Bai Zhan shook his head. No. But I'm certain he didn't have superpowers before. He was rescued by a man named Leng Yi after being shot. That time, Bai Yi and Zheng Jin had a conflict, and it was Leng Yi who saved Zheng Jin. After that, they both joined the Zheng family. That Leng Yi has superpowers, and he's very powerful. He killed Bai Chan on the spot. Lin Jun only gained superpowers after being with him. Bai Tang's expression was inscrutable. He has holy blood? I don't know about that, Bai Zhan shook his head. But they only worked for the Zheng family for about 2 months. I don't know how they fell out with the Zheng family. A few days ago, they left the Zheng family and entered the Wang family's territory. Moreover, Lin Jun and Leng Yi's falling out happened after Bai Yi's death. I suspect Leng Yi knew that Lin Jun killed Bai Yi, and to avoid being implicated, he parted ways with him. Also, I heard that Leng Yi was the one who discovered the mutated catfish with crystal cores. Do you think he might be a member of the Skyfall organization? Why would members of the Skyfall organization infiltrate us? And go through all that trouble killing monsters? Bai Tang said dismissively. That's not necessarily true. How could an organization like theirs not have intelligence agents planted everywhere? They also want to know the dynamics of various places, so that it will be beneficial for them to sell holy blood, right? Bai Zhan said seriously. They might even want to control the entire city. Bai Tang fell silent. He knew the capabilities of the Skyfall organization. Their ambitions were huge, and it wasn't impossible. Send someone to keep an eye on those people, and report back immediately if they make any moves. Yes, father. Chapter 368. A while later, Butler Bai came over. Master, Lin Jun has arrived. Tell him to go to the small reception room next door, Bai Tang said. Yes. Butler Bai nodded. Lin Jun and Zhao Xiao walked into the hall together. Butler Bai walked up to Lin Jun. Mr. Lin, please come with me. Zhao Xiao was about to follow when Butler Bai gave her a disdainful look. Master only wants to see Mr. Lin. Zhao Xiao awkwardly let go of his hand, looking pitifully at Lin Jun. Lin Jun smiled. It's all right, wait here for me, I'll be right back. Someone, take this young lady to have tea, Butler Bai called out. A maid led Zhao Xiao to another side, offering her a lot of fruit and snacks. Zhao Xiao had never seen so much good food before, and couldn't wait to eat it. The maid pursed her lips, went out, and closed the door. Lin Jun entered the small reception room, where Bai Tang was already inside. Master Bai. Lin Jun bowed respectfully. Bai Tang smiled broadly. Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry, you've been with the Bai family for a month now, and this is the first time I met you. I've been too busy lately, with the monsters rampaging, I just haven't had the time. Lin Jun smiled. Patriarch Bai is extremely busy, there's no need for us insignificant people to bother. How can Mr. Lin be an insignificant person? You're a superhuman. Bai Tang laughed, pouring Lin Jun a cup of tea. Mr. Lin, please have some tea. Thank you. Lin Jun was flattered, not expecting Patriarch Bai to personally pour him tea. Is Mr. Lin a local? Bai Tang asked, sizing up Lin Jun. Yes, I'm a native of Licheng, born and raised here. Lin Jun nodded. I heard you have a wife and children. Why haven't I seen your children? Bai Tang asked. Lin Jun's face paled. Did they know something? Lin Jun smiled bitterly. So many disasters happened after the apocalypse. My wife and son died in the disasters. Then who is the woman who came with you just now, Mr. Lin? Bai Tang asked knowingly. I met her not long ago. I noticed she looked like my deceased wife, and seeing her all alone and helpless, I took her in. My ability isn't outstanding, but it's enough to keep me fed and clothed, Lin Jun answered cautiously. Is that so? Bai Tang smiled faintly. Then how did you acquire your ability, Mr. Lin? Did you inject yourself with holy blood? As far as I know, Mr. Lin's family isn't well off. I'm afraid you couldn't afford holy blood, could you? Sweat beaded on Lin Jun's forehead. No, it wasn't from injecting holy blood. I awakened it naturally. Naturally awakened? Bai Tang looked at Lin Jun. I never seen anyone naturally awaken an ability. What was the trigger for Mr. Lin's natural awakening? This. Cold sweat dripped down Lin Jun's face. Perhaps it was someone named Leng Yi who helped you. Bai Tang suddenly raised his voice, startling Lin Jun. Ah? Lin Jun's face paled. They actually knew Leng Yi? How did he do that? Did he inject you with holy blood? Bai Tang asked. Lin Jun hurriedly shook his head, not daring to lie at all. Actually, I don't know. Bai Tang frowned. Mr. Lin, are you still unwilling to tell the truth? Lin Jun knelt down with a thud. I'm telling the truth. I really don't know. I was seriously injured at the time, and when I woke up, the wound in my chest had healed, and I inexplicably gained superpowers. I'm telling the truth, I have no idea what happened. Later I asked Leng Yi, and he said he used superpowers to heal me, and maybe he unintentionally awakened my superpowers, so I probably awakened them naturally. Bai Tang scoffed, thinking, only you believe is nonsense. Awakening someone else's superpower with your own? If it were that easy, the streets would be full of superhumans. So that's how it is. I was quite ignorant, Bai Tang said calmly, then smiled. Mr. Lin, what are you doing? Please rise. Lin Jun's knees buckled, and he stood up shakily. Bai Tang asked again, since Leng Yi helped you awaken your superpower, why didn't you stay with him and instead came to our Bai family alone? Because. Lin Jun's mind raced, and he suddenly found an excuse, because that Leng Yi is arrogant and self-important. He took advantage of helping me awaken my superpower, and made me obey him in everything. Even when I worked for the Zeng family, I never received a penny of payment. His superpower is powerful, and he has resources, but I can't do that. I still need to support my family, so I separated from him. Lin Jun wiped the sweat from his brow, unsure if the Bai family head believed him. He naturally dared not admit that Leng Yi couldn't tolerate him, because he had killed Bai Yi and taken Bai Yi's woman. He also dared not pin the blame for killing Bai Yi on Leng Yi, since he was the one with a grudge against Bai Yi, and an investigation would easily reveal that. Even if Leng Yi had killed Bai Yi, it would be as revenge for him, which would still implicate him, so he simply didn't mention it. They hadn't found out who the murderer was after so long, they must have no leads. So that's how it is. Bai Tang nodded, but he didn't believe a word of it. He had basically guessed that Lin Jun was the one who killed his nephew, or at least that Lin Jun was involved. His wife and children's affairs, his current woman, all were related to Bai Yi. If not him, then who? However, he didn't want to pursue the matter now. After all, Bai Yi was dead and of no value. If he didn't hold Lin Jun's murder against him, Lin Jun would be willing to serve him wholeheartedly. Mr. Lin, thank you for your trouble. I already had a gift prepared, and I have someone deliver it to your residence later, Bai Tang said with a smile. Lin Jun's heart immediately relaxed. The Bai family head hadn't mentioned Bai Yi, so he probably didn't know yet. He could get away with it. Thank you, family head. Bye. Lin Jin quickly bowed again. Stepping out of the reception room, he realized he was drenched in cold sweat. His shirt was soaked. Back in the main hall, he found Xiao Xiao wasn't there. He quickly asked a servant, who brought Xiao Xiao out. Where have you been? Lin Jin asked, somewhat annoyed. Xiao Xiao was carrying bags of snacks. The Bai family took me out for a good meal. Look, there's so much left. They said I can take it all home. Lin Jin glanced at it. These weren't anything special, and of course, he didn't dare say anything while they were at the Bai family's house. He grabbed Xiao Xiao's hand and led her outside. A car was already waiting to pick them up, with gifts prepared inside. Xiao Xiao exclaimed in surprise. Why are there so many things? Are they all for us? Lin Jin smiled. Yes, they're all for us. We can take them home and enjoy them slowly. Lin Jin, you're so good to me. Xiao Xiao gave Lin Jin a quick kiss on the cheek, making him blush. Bai Zhan, watching their interaction from the living room, rolled his eyes. Seeing Bai Tang approach, he quickly said, Father, I sent someone to find some catfish cores. They really do replenish energy. Chapter 369. Bai Zhan placed the catfish's crystal core in his palm. After a while, the core turned into powder. You see, this is what happens when the crystal core's energy is absorbed, Bai Zhan said, brushing the powder off his hand. Bai Tang seemed thoughtful. Do you think people might also have crystal cores? Like those ability users? Upon hearing this, Bai Zhan's face showed admiration. He hadn't expected his father to think of this. It's actually possible. Then can you absorb the energy from an ability user's crystal core? Perhaps even absorb their ability? Bai Tang added. Bai Zhan was shocked. Father, now that you mention it, it's not necessarily true. Why don't we try? Who should we try with? Bai Tang glanced at him sideways. There were so few ability users these days, every one of them was a treasure. What if they failed and we lost another ability user? Didn't 2 of our family members awaken spatial abilities recently? It's convenient for carrying things, but it's practically useless otherwise. They can't do anything, and their combat power is weak. They're only useful when going out. Why don't we try it on them? We have 2, even if one dies, there's still one left. Bai Zhan's face showed greed. If he absorbed the spatial ability, combined with his own metal type ability, he would be practically invincible. Bai Tang hesitated for a moment but nodded. Alright, have someone call Xiao Wu over. Don't let anyone else know. Yes, father. Bai Zhan immediately became excited. He was about to become the first person to possess 2 abilities. Bai Zhan asked the steward to call Wu Yong over, saying the Bai family wanted to reward him. Wu Yong ran over eagerly. Since awakening his spatial ability, he'd been incredibly arrogant. Those who used to look down on him were now respectful, and the family head always took him along on trips, letting him carry things that were inconvenient to carry. Moreover, the Bai family bestowed generous rewards upon him, transforming him almost overnight from an unknown ordinary person into a figure of high status. Relatives who had previously ignored him now came to curry favor with him, bringing gifts. Wu Yong was overjoyed, wondering what the patriarch would reward him with this time. Butler Bai led Wu Yong to a small reception room, but instead of the patriarch, Bai Zhan was there. Young patriarch, Wu Yong greeted respectfully. With the patriarch absent, the young patriarch was now in charge, so naturally, he had to be respected. Bai Zhan smiled at Wu Yong. Mr. Wu, I have something I'd like you to do with me. It would be my honor, Wu Yong quickly replied. Where to? Bai Zhan walked towards Wu Yong, slowly raising his hand, which suddenly transformed into a sharp metal spike and pierced towards Wu Yong's head. To heaven! Before Wu Yong could react, his skull was pierced, and he collapsed, spitting blood. Even in death, he didn't understand why the young patriarch wanted to kill him. Bai Zhan's smile vanished, and he sneered. So what if he had a spatial ability? It was still a one-hit kill, completely useless. He retracted the spikes, conjured an axe in his hand, and cleaved Wu Yong's head open, blood splattering everywhere. Then he reached into Wu Yong's head, searching for a long time, practically turning his brain upside down, but found no crystal core. He was very disappointed. How is it? Bai Tang asked from the doorway, looking disgusted at the blood on the ground. Nothing. Bai Zhan shook his head. How could there be nothing? Bai Tang was shocked. Had he misunderstood? Were humans and monsters different? Had he sacrificed a spatial ability user for nothing? Have you searched carefully? Bai Tang asked. Yes, I searched. I practically turned his brain into tofu pudding, but I still haven't found it. Bai Zhan was a little discouraged. He had thought he would become a multi-talented individual, but he had failed. Hurry up, and have someone clean it up. It's disgusting. Bai Tang frowned. Butler Bai ordered the servants to clean the room, and Bai Zhan went to wash his hands. How could it not be there? Bai Tang was still muttering to himself, feeling that his guess was probably correct. Since those mutated catfish had crystal cores, and multi-talented individuals are also considered mutated, how could they not have crystal cores? Where is the energy of multi-talented individuals stored, and where does it come from? Could it be because Wu Yong injected low-level holy blood? Bai Zhan said. He was just lucky not to turn into a monster, but so many people who injected low-level holy blood became monsters. Could it be because the low-level holy blood is too low-grade to form a crystal core? That's possible. Bai Tang nodded. Let's go to the lab. The two went to another castle, moved a switch, and entered the underground lab. Rows of glass cabinets stood in the lab, filled with unknown solutions, each containing a monster. Some had 3 heads and 6 arms, some had ape heads but octopus limbs, and some resembled zombies. Some were still alive, locked in cages on the other side, constantly emitting strange howls and banging against the iron cages, seemingly trying to escape. Bai Tang and Bai Zhan were already used to it. In the 2 years since the lab opened, they had seen far too much. Countless people had died here, and many more had become food for the monsters. Those dead monsters deemed unworthy of preservation were ground into mincemeat and flushed down the sewers. They never considered the environmental and water pollution impacts of flushing away the flesh and blood of those drugged and monstrous creatures. They were solely focused on developing the holy blood, sparing no expense. Dr. Chiu. Bai Tang called to an elderly man with gray hair, wearing a white lab coat and thick glasses. Is there something you need, Patriarch Bai? Dr. Chiu glanced at Bai Tang, but didn't stop what he was doing. I wonder if there's any progress on the Holy Blood project? Patriarch Bai asked. Dr. Chiu paused, a hint of displeasure in his voice. Patriarch Bai, Holy Blood isn't something so easily researched. That Skyfall organization has been researching it for years, and I only use so much time. However, there's been some progress. Recently, those injected with holy blood haven't turned into monsters as severely. Bai Zhan rolled his eyes. Not so severely? Still a monster? What's the difference between having 1 more leg and 2? Is that so? That's good. Don't worry, Dr. Chiu. I'm not here to rush you. I'm here to confirm something, Bai Tang said. We discovered a crystal core in the head of a mutated catfish that can provide energy. We wanted to ask Dr. Chiu if superhumans might also have this in their heads? Dr. Chiu nodded. It's possible. Proving it is simple. Dr. Chiu opened one of the glass cases and dragged out a mutated monster. He immediately used a craniotomy chainsaw to cut open the monster's brain, reaching inside to search for the crystal core. After searching for a long time, he couldn't find it. No, Dr. Chiu shook his head. But this is only someone who received a low-level holy blood injection, so they don't have a crystal core. What if someone who received a high-level holy blood did? Bai Tang looked at Dr. Chiu. Then go and get someone who received a high-level holy blood injection? Dr. Chiu said sarcastically, looking at Bai Zhan. Isn't there one right here? Crazy. Bai Zhan rolled his eyes. Using himself as a test subject? What would happen to the Bai family in the future? His father wouldn't be that stupid. Chapter 370. Dr. Chiu is joking. Bai Tang chuckled awkwardly. Of course, he wouldn't use his son as an experiment. Wasn't all his hard work for his son? For the Bai family to maintain its former glory? Dr. Chiu sneered and threw the monster's corpse into one of the cages. Soon, the monster inside began gnawing on the corpse, the bones creaking loudly. Bai Tang felt nauseous at the sight. Then we'd be leaving now, Dr. Chiu. Be sure to let us know as soon as there's progress in the experiment. Feel free to make any requests. You must develop the holy blood, Bai Tang said. Dr. Chiu grunted, not even glancing at him. Bai Zhan was unhappy, but Bai Tang was already used to it. These mad scientists only knew how to do research, not human relationships. It didn't matter, as long as the holy blood could be developed. A bad temper wasn't a problem. Dad, do you think we should go and capture one of the other families who has been injected with high-level holy blood? Bai Zhan asked. Do you know who injected high-level holy blood and who injected low-level holy blood? Bai Tang frowned. Awakening superpowers doesn't necessarily make someone's abilities more powerful just because they injected high-level holy blood. It's entirely dependent on that person's bloodline, or rather, their fate. It's not that those who inject high-level holy blood have more advanced abilities. It just means the success rate is higher. Therefore, you can't tell who injected high-level and who injected low-level holy blood from their superpowers alone. How many of those who can inject high-level holy blood are core disciples of the three major families? Are they people you can just grab? Bai Tang looked at his son. Bai Zhan injected high-level holy blood, as did several of his cousins. Even he himself hadn't been willing to use it, partly because he feared turning into a monster. If he did become a monster, it was uncertain whether his son would be able to control the Bai family in the future. So, while he's still relatively young and can still control the Bai family for his son, he doesn't care if he dies or becomes a monster once his son grows up. It's a pity Bai Chang's corpse dissolved, otherwise, we might have been able to determine if someone injected with high-level holy blood has a crystal core, Bai Zhan said. Didn't you check the dissolved corpse for anything unusual? Bai Tang asked. Who would think of that? Bai Zhan shook his head. He was melted into molten iron and spilled all over the ground. The sanitation workers probably cleaned it up later. Even if there was a crystal core, it's probably melted away, right? He regretted not prying the molten iron back then, otherwise, they might have noticed something amiss much earlier. Dad, should I go and bring Linjin over? He must have been injected with high-level holy blood, right? Bai Zhan said. Although he won't admit it, he's clearly lying. Healing an injury can awaken superpowers? You're kidding me. Bai Tang shook his head. His superpower is just divine power. It won't be of much use to you. It's better to keep him alive and use him like a dog. Bai Zhan scoffed. That's true. But what if he has a crystal core in his head? That would mean Leng Yi injected him with high-level holy blood, and Leng Yi and the others might also have abilities gained from injecting high-level holy blood. Maybe he even has more high-level holy blood on hand? If they're people sent from the heavens, we can't afford to offend them, Bai Tang frowned. Who knows if we killed them? There are so many monsters these days. It's normal for them to die at the hands of monsters, Bai Zhan sneered. But Leng Yi and his wife both have metal-type abilities, just like you. What use is it if you have more? At most, you just become a little stronger, you won't have an extra ability, Bai Tang shook his head. That's true. Bai Zhan nodded. But I heard that when he killed Bai Chang, he didn't just use metal-based abilities. Bai Chang's metal spikes were heated until they were red-hot, and eventually, even the man himself melted. He's not just limited to metal-based abilities. Bai Tang pondered, could he also have fire-based abilities? That's uncertain, Bai Zhan shook his head. But while I can control metal, I can't melt it. My metal-based ability is different from his. Or is it simply because his ability is stronger than mine? Neither of them knew the answer, and Bai Zhan was even more eager to capture Leng Yi to verify. After leaving the Zheng family, they arrived in the Wang family's territory. They couldn't let the Wang family recruit them, otherwise, they would suddenly have several more ability users, and wouldn't they be able to rise again? They and the Zheng family had finally managed to suppress the Wang family. They couldn't let them rise again, otherwise, they would be even more difficult to deal with in the future. Although Leng Yi and Linjin had a minor grudge, it didn't matter. As long as he was willing to come, they were willing to kill Linjin. Anyway, Linjin's ability wasn't particularly outstanding, so losing one wouldn't matter. They could lure them here first, and there would be plenty of opportunities to kill him later, seize his holy blood, and even the crystal core in his head. Meanwhile, Yang Qing and the others had settled down and had nothing much to do. They weren't short of supplies for the time being, and weren't in a hurry to find work. However, another catfish swarm arrived, this time even larger than before. The streets and residential areas were teeming with catfish. Dropping with sticky saliva, they bit anyone they saw. However, Yang Qing and the others weren't affiliated with any family now. They were just ordinary residents living in the Wang family's territory, so they didn't go out to kill monsters. However, the monsters still managed to reach the stairwell, causing countless deaths and injuries. People kept calling for help. Unable to bear the sight, the group used their supernatural abilities to wipe out all the monsters in the stairwell. Wang Xiao built a wall on the first floor of the stairwell, but because the mutated catfish had also grown stronger, the wall kept being breached. Later, Yang Qing and Leng Yi reinforced the earthen wall with metal, preventing the catfish from breaking in and saving many lives. Everyone then learned that several supernatural beings lived in their neighborhood, and they were both curious and grateful to them. If it weren't for them, everyone in the building would have died. The news naturally reached the Wang family. The Wang family realized that several powerful supernatural beings were hiding in their jurisdiction, and hurriedly sent people to recruit them. After the monster horde receded, Yang Qing and the others were digging for crystal cores when the Wang family arrived. They were surprised to see them digging for crystal cores. They had also learned the secret of these mutated catfish. What they didn't know was that it was their discovery that led to the leak of the secret. Heroes, thank you all for your help. which saved the people of my Wang family territory from disaster. I thank you on your behalf. Wang Yijun bowed to Yang Qing and the others. The men glanced at him, but remained silent, continuing to dig for the crystal core. Wang Yijun awkwardly touched his nose. I am Wang Yijun, the young master of the Wang family. I would like to invite you all to my estate for a chat to thank you for your generous assistance. The men stopped what they were doing. They hadn't expected this handsome young man to be the young master of a family. He come with such a high-ranking official. Quite sincere indeed. No need for a chat. We're not doing this for your Wang family, but for ourselves, Yang Qing said calmly. Wang Yijun looked at Yang Qing in surprise. None of the men had spoken, but a woman had. Was she the leader among them? Chapter 371. While that's true, you gentlemen truly protected the residents of our jurisdiction, and I, Wang, am deeply grateful. Wang Yijun said. No need for thanks. Let's get practical, Wang Hao joked. Wang Yijun nodded. Our Wang family has been intending to do just that, so we'd like to invite you all to the Wang family manor for a chat, and to offer you a small gift. If you like, you can stay at our Wang family manor. The conditions there are far better than here. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. Was this an attempt to recruit them into the Wang family? She and Leng Yi exchanged a glance. All 5 of them were ability users, and wherever they went, they were bound to be recruited by various forces. They still had supplies, but they would eventually run out, and they would still have to find work. It would be better to become honored guests at the Wang family. The pay would definitely be better than finding work themselves, and the living conditions would be much better. Let's discuss it further after we finish dealing with these crystal cores, Yang Qing said. Of course, the 5 of them couldn't make a decision alone. No rush, Wang Yijun said, even having his men help dig for the catfish's crystal cores. They didn't keep any for themselves, giving them directly to Yang Qing and the others. This impressed Yang Qing. At least this man was sincere, unlike back in the Xing family, where he not only didn't pay them, but also tried to take their crystal cores. Just then, a long limousine pulled up, and several men in black suits got out. Seeing them, Wang Yijun's expression changed. Bai Zhan, what are you doing on our Wang family's territory? Bai Zhan glanced at Wang Yijun, a forced smile on his face. I'm not here to see you, I'm here to see them. Yang Qing glanced up, not recognizing anyone, but judging from their demeanor, they must be from the Bai family. He knew the Xing family patriarch and his 2 daughters, but not the Bai family. Which one of you is Mr. Leng? Bai Zhan asked. Leng Yi straightened up and looked at Bai Zhan. That's me, what's up? Hello, Mr. Leng, I heard so much about you. Bai Zhan smiled and extended his hand to Leng Yi. Leng Yi was still digging for crystal cores, his hands covered in blood. He gave Bai Zhan a cold look, and Bai Zhan gave an awkward smile, sheepishly withdrawing his hand. Where did you hear my name from? The Xing family. Bai Zhan rubbed his nose. What good things could the Xing family say about me? Leng Yi sneered. It's not the Xing family. We all witnessed your achievements in these recent mutated catfish tides. We know your abilities. I sincerely invite you to join the Bai family. The benefits are self-evident, and you can make any requests you have, Bai Zhan said with a smile. Our Wang family is the same, Wang Yijun hurriedly said, not expecting Bai Zhan to poach people right in front of him. Whatever treatment the Bai family offers, our Wang family can offer double. Bai Zhan scoffed. What can your Wang family offer? What does your Wang family have left? Wang Yijun's face flushed slightly. Although our Wang family isn't what it used to be, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. We will definitely not treat you unfairly. Then let's see what our 2 families can offer them, Bai Zhan mocked. What can we offer? Wang Hao asked curiously. Leng Yi spoke up. Wherever we go, I listen to my wife. Wherever she says, I go. Huh? Bai Zhan was surprised. He hadn't expected a powerful figure like him to listen to his wife. His wife may have supernatural abilities, but surely she's not as strong as him. In this apocalyptic world, how many men aren't surrounded by women? He only has one woman, and he listens to her. Madam Leng, look. Bai Zhan looked at Yang Qing. Yang Qing stood up, and a hint of amazement flashed in Bai Zhan's eyes. He hadn't expected this woman to be so beautiful. Tall and slender, with fair skin, delicate features, and a touch of heroism in her brows, she was far superior to those clinging vines who depend on men. No wonder Leng Yi listens to her. I don't like the Bai family. There are people I hate there, Yang Qing said. Bai Zhan paused, taken aback. He had naturally heard about the fight between Leng Yi and Bai Yi in the square. Was he referring to Bai Yi? Didn't they know Bai Yi was dead? Or was he talking about Lin Jin? I know your husband had a conflict with Bai of our Bai family. Back then, Mr. Leng killed one of our Bai family's superhumans. We didn't hold it against him. After all, it was because the Xing family intervened, so it wasn't Mr. Leng's fault. If Mrs. Leng is referring to him, there's no need to worry. He's dead? Oh, how did he die? Yang Qing asked deliberately. This? Bai Zhan hesitated, still not mentioning that Lin Jun might have killed him, although he felt quite certain he had no evidence. Because of a woman, his death was dishonorable, so let's not talk about it. Yang Qing fell silent. Didn't they know how Bai Yi died? Seeing her silence, Bai Zhan assumed she disliked Lin Jun and immediately added, I know you have some minor conflicts with Lin Jun. He's currently working for our Bai family. If Mrs. Leng minds, I can have him leave immediately. It's not that serious. Yang Qing shook his head. If he said yes, would he be so ruthless as to kill Lin Jun? Although their paths diverged, there was no need to kill him. Then what's wrong with Mrs. Leng? Bai Zhan asked. Yang Qing smiled. Nothing much. She just doesn't like the Bai family. Wang Yijun chuckled. This Mrs. Leng was so direct, he liked it. Bai Zhan's expression changed. Has anyone from our Bai family offended Mrs. Leng? It's that Bai Yi. Although he's dead, I still don't like your Bai family. So there's no need to say more. No matter how high the offer, I won't go. Yang Qing was very blunt. Bai Zhan's face darkened. Mrs. Leng can't represent everyone, can she? Bai Zhan looked at Wang Xiao and Cheng Zheng. As for Wang Hao, he didn't know that Wang Hao had also awakened his superpowers. He knew that when Wang Hao left the Zheng family, he was still an ordinary person, and naturally, he didn't want him. Mr. Wang Xiao, Mr. Cheng Zheng, our Bai family sincerely invites you both to join us. You know the Bai family's status in Liqing, far surpassing that of the Wang family. Once you join, whatever the conditions, money, resources, even beautiful women, you can have as many as you want. He then glanced provocatively at Yang Qing. Mr. Leng, if you wish to join, we would also be very welcoming. He refused to believe any man could resist beautiful women. Even the most beautiful woman would become tiresome after a while he could provide them with a constant stream of different beauties. Yang Qing's face darkened as he looked at Leng Yi. Leng Yi quickly said, I don't need any. My wife is enough. Bai Zhan scoffed. Mr. Leng, are you afraid of your wife? A man can have a few more women, no one will laugh at you, they just say you're capable. Otherwise, you'd just be laughed at for being henpecked. So what if I'm henpecked? I'm willing. Leng Yi's face also darkened. Chapter 372. Bai Zhan scoffed, looking at Wang Xiao and Cheng Zheng. Mr. Leng is there because of his wife. What about you two? You don't have wives with you, do you? Yang Qing frowned. So, he was trying to sow discord between her and Wang Xiao. He knew she and Leng Yi wouldn't go to him, so he was trying to drive a wedge between them. Excuse me, young Master Bai, we already acknowledged Leng Yi as our elder brother. Elder brother listens to elder sister-in-law, so naturally we listen to her too. Wherever she says to go, we go, Wang Xiao said calmly. You actually listen to a woman? Are you even men? Bai Zhan was furious. Whether we're men or not doesn't need young Master Bai's approval. We know it ourselves, Cheng Zheng added. Wang Yijun chuckled, a smug look on his face. Bai Zhan, you heard that? They look down on you. Has your Bai family done too many bad things? Go back and reflect on your actions. I advise you to get lost. This is Wang family territory. If you don't leave, I won't be polite. How do you intend to be impolite? Bai Zhan, enraged, instantly conjured sharp metal spikes in his hand, glaring menacingly at Wang Yijun. Wang Yijun took a step back. As a water-based ability user, he knew he wouldn't get the better of Bai Zhan, and didn't want to confront him directly. And you lot, don't be so stubborn. Bai Zhan glared fiercely at Yang Qing and the others. Don't think I can't deal with you just because you have abilities. Bai Zhan waved his hand, and the other men in black surrounded them. Since you're so ungrateful, you can forget about living. You dare. Wang Hao suddenly stepped forward, blocking their way. Bai Zhan sneered. An ordinary person dared to challenge him? He was truly courting death. He thrust the metal spike in his hand towards Wang Hao. Wang Hao swiftly raised his hand and released it. Sparks flew from Bai Zhan's metal needle, turning it into a giant conductor. His entire body convulsed from the electric shock, his hair stood on end, charred and smoking, before he collapsed. Young master. The people behind him were horrified and rushed to help Bai Zhan, only to be electrocuted themselves. Wang Yijun looked at Wang Hao in shock. When he received the news, he had also thought Wang Hao was an ordinary person. It turned out he was also a superhuman, And with such a high-level lightning-based superhuman ability? He had truly struck gold this time. Bai Zhan was unconscious from the electric shock. The others dared not linger any longer, quickly lifting him into the car and driving away. Brother Lung, sister-in-law, look. Wang Yijun looked at them. It's not safe for you to stay here now. Come back to the Wang family with me. Whether you join the Wang family or not, you be well protected. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow, looking at Wang Yijun. He was quite familiar, calling them brother and sister-in-law, reminding her of Lin Rui, who was also a down-to-earth rich kid. This Wang Yijun was somewhat like him. Let's go, help pack your things. Yang Qing raised her hand. Okay. Wang Yijun was overjoyed and quickly had his men help pack the crystal cores, then helped pack their luggage in the room. After everyone had finished packing, Wang Yijun led them into the Wang family manor. Although the Wang family manor wasn't as large as the Zhang families, it was still one of the three major families, naturally incomparable to ordinary people. Wang Yijun specially chose a separate small villa for them to stay in, not sharing with the others. Then all sorts of supplies, food, fruit, meat, were brought in like they were free. 2 servants were even assigned to cook and do chores for them. Yang Qing was very satisfied. This was how guests should be treated, unlike the Zhang family, who wanted people to do things without giving anything in return. There was no such thing as a free lunch. Although they initially refused to join the Zhang family after doing so much for them, they not only didn't show any appreciation, but also tried to steal their crystal cores, revealing their ugly faces. Wang Xiao and the others were also very satisfied. This was far better than the Zhang family's city management dormitory. Each person had a large bedroom with air conditioning and a color TV. Each room had a bathroom with a bathtub. The furniture was all high-end, the beds were so soft, and the wardrobes were full of new clothes. The living room had a wine cabinet with all kinds of high-end foreign liquors, and the kitchen had all kinds of high-end ingredients, some of which they had never even seen before. They had never received such good treatment since the apocalypse. It was truly a blessing to be with their older brother and sister-in-law. Yang Qing and Lang Yi were also surprised. They hadn't expected the Wang family to be so generous. These items were no less than what they had in their own spatial storage. It had been a long time since they stayed in such a nice place. They could finally enjoy themselves. At noon, the servants cooked a large feast, and everyone ate to their heart's content. I haven't had such a sumptuous meal in ages, Wang Hao remarked. Before, when he was alone, he often ate whatever he could find, sometimes hungry, sometimes full. Later, after meeting Leng Yi and the others, although they ate their fill, resources were limited, they couldn't afford to eat so well. Actually, Yang Qing had everything in her spatial storage, but she hadn't dared to take it out. Now, it saved them the trouble. Wang Xiao and Cheng Zheng nodded as they ate. Although they, as ability users, weren't lacking in resources, they usually only received ordinary goods. They couldn't possibly have gotten anything this good. Now I realize how vast the gap is between the wealthy and ordinary people. The Wang family is actually the weakest of the 3 major families. If it were the Bai or Zheng families, they'd be on top of the world. It's a pity those 2 families don't act until they see something of value. They haven't contributed anything, so how could they expect such good treatment? The Wang family is truly sincere. Now, not only do we not need to spend anything, but we're also making a profit. It's incomparable to the work of city management officers. They're treating us so well, won't they ask us to do dangerous things? Cheng Zheng asked. What isn't dangerous? Wang Hao said, taking a big bite of a chicken leg. Didn't we risk our lives killing monsters before? Who saw how well we fared? With the Wang family treating us like this, even risking our lives is worth it. Yes. Wang Xiao and Cheng Zheng both nodded. No, that's not it. Your own life is always the most important, Yang Qing disagreed. Of course, I'm not saying we should repay kindness with ingratitude, but we have to consider the situation. We won't do anything too dangerous. Nothing, no matter how good, is more important than life. Yang Qing is right. What's the use of having so much without life? Leng Yi said. If the Wang family is in trouble, we can go all out, but we can't risk our lives. Yes, we listen to our eldest brother. The 3 nodded. On the other side, Wang Yijun told his father, Wang Zhinshan, about recruiting 5 ability users into the Wang family. Really? All 5 are ability users? Wang Zhinshan was surprised. Yes, all 5 are. Wang Yijun was a little proud. Especially Wang Hao. I thought he was an ordinary person. I didn't expect him to be an ability user, and a lightning type ability at that. It's the first time I ever seen one. Lightning type? Wang Zhinshan was shocked. He had never heard of such an ability before. How powerful must it be? This could be considered the ceiling of the ability world, right? Chapter 373. You did a great job this time. Wang Jinshan patted Wang Yijuan on the shoulder. We must befriend these people and keep them here. Give them good treatment. Don't let them leave again. Dad, don't worry. Wang Yijuan nodded. But they probably won't go back to the Zheng family. They offended Bai Zhan today, so they definitely won't go to the Bai family. Wang Jinshan, that's not necessarily true. You see, even before you invited them, they didn't come to our Wang family. Instead, they hid in an inconspicuous residential area, which shows they didn't think highly of our Wang family in the first place. With their strength, they can live well without relying on any family. Wang Yijuan nodded. That's true. So we must treat them well, and show them the sincerity of our Wang family. That way, they won't want to leave, Wang Jinshan said. Yes, I know that. As far as I know, they used to be Zheng family's city management officers, not exactly core members. Their accommodations and benefits were average. Comparing the two, I believe they can make the right choice, Wang Yijuan said. Meanwhile, Bai Zhan woke up in his own hospital room to find his hair shaved off from electrocution, and he flew into a rage. Summon Linjin here. Linjin was quickly summoned to Bai Zhan's side. He was apprehensive, unsure why Bai Zhan had summoned him. Young master. Linjin greeted Bai Zhan respectfully. Linjin, I have a question for you. Was Wang Hao, who used to be with you, a superhuman? No. Linjin looked blank. He's just an ordinary person. Bullshit. Bai Zhan threw a glass from the bedside table at Linjin. Linjin didn't dare dodge, and the glass hit his forehead, drawing blood. He has superpowers, and very strong ones at that. He can generate electricity. Look, he shocked my hair off. Impossible. Linjin didn't dare touch his forehead, letting the blood flow. I remember clearly, he was the only one who wasn't a superpowered person. He even said he envied us for having superpowers. How is it impossible? We all saw it. I even got shocked by him. Bai Zhan was furious. Where did he get his current superpower? I don't know. Linjin shook his head. Bai Zhan looked at him suspiciously. Your superpower really wasn't from receiving high-level holy blood? I really don't know. I was seriously injured and unconscious at the time. When I woke up, I had superpowers. Maybe Lengi lied to me, Linjin said. After all, he was unconscious at the time. Even if Lengi had given him holy blood, he wouldn't have known. When he woke up, he could only believe whatever Lengi said. So, that Lengi might really have holy blood. Wang Hao followed him, and he felt this person was trustworthy, so he injected him with holy blood as well. Unexpectedly, that guy was so lucky, actually awakening a lightning-type ability. Bai Zhan said thoughtfully. Lightning type? Linjin was shocked. So powerful? How could he be so lucky? He himself had only awakened the most useless divine power. I believe you're not lying to me for now. Is there anything else? If you dare to lie to me again this time, I shoot you dead, Bai Zhan said viciously. No, no. Linjin quickly shook his head. No. Bai Zhan sneered. Didn't you kill Bai Yi? Leng Yi told me everything. What? Linjin exclaimed in shock. Leng Yi said that? He actually betrayed me? So you really killed Bai Yi? Bai Zhan stared coldly at Linjin. Linjin knelt down with a thud. Yes, I had no choice. He stole my wife and killed my son. I was consumed by revenge. I was blinded by greed. It was only because Leng Yi and the others said they had a grudge against Bai Yi and would help me that I decided to seek revenge. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to do it alone, Linjin said, tears streaming down his face. What grudge did they have against Bai Yi? Bai Zhan asked. They say it was back in Yin Kingdom, during the coldest time of year, when they were fishing on the ice, they encountered Bai Yi and his group. Bai Yi forced the couple to jump into an ice hole, nearly killing them. They only survived by sheer luck. That's why they harbored hatred, and they urged me to take revenge. Otherwise, how could I dare to do it alone? Bai Zhan looked at Linjin with disdain. Useless thing, he blurted it out so easily. Anything else? Anything else? Linjin was a little confused. What other secrets? You lived with them for so long, and you didn't know they had holy blood? How did they acquire their special abilities? Bai Zhan asked. Linjin shook his head. They didn't mention the holy blood. But I heard them say that their abilities seemed to come from a meteorite. A meteorite? Where did they get a meteorite? Bai Zhan was surprised. It wasn't the holy blood? I heard they traded for it, only spending a little food. The seller didn't know its value, and sold it like a regular diamond. When they came to Lee City, they weren't considered ability users yet. They were only allowed into Lee City because I gave them the property deeds. You gave it to them? Baijan was surprised. He didn't know this. They wanted to enter the city, but were afraid of not having a place to stay, so they looked for someone to buy property deeds, and they happened to come to me. I traded the property deeds for a gun with them. Lin Jun, thinking that he wanted revenge back then, not because of Leng Yi's instigation, quickly added, at that time, I had lost my wife and children, and I had no will to live, so I wanted to trade for a gun to end my life. Baijan sneered inwardly. Where else could he die? And he had to trade for a gun? However, he didn't want to expose Lin Jun's secret. Lin Jun continued, they probably weren't superhumans back then, otherwise why would they need to trade for property deeds? They could have just revealed their abilities, and all three of your families would have fought over them. It seems they only found out about superhumans after arriving in Lee City, and then awakened their abilities using the meteorite they had traded for earlier. Actually, this was all Lin Jun's own guess. He didn't know that Yang Qing and Leng Yi had awakened their abilities before entering the city, but at the time they didn't understand the situation in Lee City, so they didn't reveal their abilities. Baijan frowned. Could it be that they really weren't fighting for the holy blood? That would make things easier. They probably weren't part of the Heavenly Descent organization, making them easier to kill. Anything else? Yes. Lin Jun hesitated. I don't know if it's true, I'm not sure. What? That Leng Yi's wife, Yang Qing, she seems to possess spatial abilities. Lin Jun said uncertainly. What did you say? Baijanting sat up straight immediately. She has spatial abilities? Are you sure? I'm not sure. Lin Jun shook his head. I'm just guessing. I lived with them for over a month, and they didn't bring much supplies from outside the city, although we got some extra money as city management officers later. But when I ate with them, there were often some vegetables and fresh meat. She said she traded supplies for it. But I know how many supplies you need to trade for those things. The extra money she got wouldn't be enough. So I suspect she has spatial abilities, and that these things are stored in her space, which is why they're so fresh. Especially those vegetables. Even if we put them in the refrigerator, they won't be fresh after a few days, but hers looks like they were just picked from the field. Of course, this is just my guess, I'm not entirely sure. Chapter 374. I see, that's very possible. Baijan nodded. A greedy glint flashed in his eyes. A high-level ability user like her must possess a crystal core. If he absorbed her crystal core, wouldn't he not only enhance his metal-type ability, but also gain spatial abilities? The thought excited Baijan. Sure enough, this Lin Jun was somewhat useful after all. Anything else? Really no. Lin Jun said with a bitter face, I told you everything I know, I really don't know anything else. Did they say they had any more meteorites? How many? Lin Jun shook his head, I really don't know. I didn't even know my ability was awakened with a meteorite. Maybe they still have some, otherwise why would they have given Wang Hao his ability? The reason they used it on me first was because when I was fighting Bai Yi, I happened to be in front of Leng Yi, which saved his life. He probably used it on me to repay me. I really don't know anything else. Baijan looked at Lin Jun. He really wanted to crack open his head to see if there was a crystal core, but then he thought his crystal core was useless, so he decided against it. He already knew what he needed to know. Keeping him might be useful later. Get out. Yes. Lin Jun quickly retreated, touching his forehead, which was covered in sweat. Baijan stroked his bald head, determined to catch that woman named Yang Qing, pry open her head, and see if there was a crystal core inside. However, they should all be at the Wang family's place by now. Although the Wang family is weakened, it won't be easy to force their way in. He have to find a way to trick them out. Someone come here. A man in black entered. Young master. Go and find out if the people we've looked for today have all been recruited by the Wang family. Yes, young master. For the next few days, Yang Qing and his group did nothing at the Wang family's residence, being treated to the best of food and drink. Whether it was a coincidence or not, the catfish never appeared again after that day. The three major families all sent people out to search, but to no avail. The catfish monster seemed to have vanished. However, Lee City is so large, and located on an island, it's possible that the catfish burrowed into the sewers or hid in the sea. The reason the three major families wanted to find the catfish monster was to annihilate it in one fell swoop. Otherwise, they would occasionally leap out, catching everyone off guard and causing heavy losses. Each time, many people were eaten. The number of people entering the city was almost less than the number of those eaten. Moreover, There were probably catfish monsters outside the city as well, and fewer people were entering. If this continued, Lee City would become a dead city. This was something none of the three major families wanted to see. If Licheng were to lose its inhabitants, what would be the point of the three major families' existence? They would be mere empty shells. Moving elsewhere would be incredibly difficult. Finding a suitable place wouldn't be easy, and even if they did, they would be dependent on others, their former glory gone. Therefore, finding and killing the catfish monsters became a consensus among the three families. After a period of reconnaissance, they finally discovered the catfish monsters' trail. They were all concentrated in an abandoned chemical plant. That chemical plant already contained some residual chemical waste that could cause biological mutations, and combined with the effects of the apocalypse, it was no wonder that the catfish had become so strange, even developing intelligence. The three major families held a meeting and decided to jointly exterminate the catfish monster. Each family had to send at least 50 people, with at least 7 being superhumans. Otherwise, ordinary people alone wouldn't suffice and would just be suicide missions. The catfish feared fire, so each family needed to prepare enough gasoline and flamethrowers. If they didn't, and their people died, they would only have themselves to blame. After the meeting, Wang Yijun hurriedly left. He needed to go back and discuss it with his father. 7 superhumans were too many. If Yang Qing and the others hadn't joined, the Wang family wouldn't have been able to muster 7 people. But this time the risk was too great. If they asked all 5 of them to go, would their fathers object? Patriarch Zeng, please wait. Bai Tang called out to Zeng Jianwei. Patriarch Bai, is there something else? Zeng Jianwei looked at Bai Tang. I heard that the Zeng family used to have a superhuman named Leng Yi. Patriarch Zeng even wanted to take him as a son-in-law, but he didn't appreciate it, and left with his men? Bai Tang looked at Zeng Jianwei with a half-smile. Zeng Jianwei, thinking Bai Tang had come specifically to mock him, darkened his face. He's ungrateful. Before, my Xinjin didn't have any special abilities, so I only wanted him to protect my daughter. Now that Xinjin has abilities too, who needs him? Your Xinjin has abilities too? Bai Tang was surprised. Zeng Jianwei beamed. Not only Xinjin, but Zhu has abilities too. Although I, Zeng Jianwei, have 2 daughters, the Zeng family will not decline. Bai Tang was somewhat jealous. Then congratulations, Patriarch Zeng. How about we form an alliance for this operation? Bai Tang lowered his voice. Taking advantage of this siege of the catfish, let's cooperate to capture Leng Yi and Yang Qing. Leng Yi is yours to vent Xinjin's anger. Leave Yang Qing to me. What, you taking a fancy to that chick? Zeng Jianwei looked at Bai Tang mockingly. Didn't expect Patriarch Bai to be so vigorous at his age? Bai Tang's face darkened. Patriarch Zeng, you jest. It's not me, it's... My son has taken a liking to her. Bai Tang lied. Of course, he wouldn't reveal that Bai Zhan actually wanted to dissect the woman's head to extract her crystal core and absorb her special abilities. If he could absorb spatial abilities, he'd be invincible. Of course, the Zeng family couldn't know this, otherwise they might not let the woman go, and would try to snatch her away from him. So it's Bai Zhan? Zeng Jianwei laughed heartily. No wonder. That woman is indeed beautiful, has a great figure, and possesses special abilities. If she bears a child or daughter for your Bai family in the future, she'd definitely be capable. Ha, yes. Bai Tang echoed with a laugh, inwardly cursing Patriarch Zeng's stupidity. But can you guarantee they can all go? Patriarch Zeng asked. That's why I specifically emphasized that each family should send 7 ability users. The Wang family only had 5 before, including Wang Jinshan's son, Wang Yijun. He definitely wouldn't want his son to go. He also needs to leave 2 people to guard the Wang family. Those few are newly recruited. Who else can he use if not them? The Wang family isn't stupid, they won't keep them around for nothing, Bai Tang said. That's true, Zeng Jianwei nodded. If Wang Jinshan really sends his son, we might as well go all the way. Bai Tang made a throat-slitting gesture, then the Wang family will be without an heir. Let's see what he does then. Then Licheng will be without the Wang family. Won't it be up to us 2 families to decide? Zeng Jianwei laughed heartily and extended his hand. Patriarch Bai is very thoughtful. Let's do it this way. I wish our 2 families a pleasant cooperation. A pleasant cooperation. Bai Tang also extended his hand. Chapter 375. Wang Yijun returned home and immediately sought out his father to discuss the matter of exterminating the catfish monster at the chemical plant. What? Each family has to send 7 ability users? Wang Jinshan exclaimed in surprise. We only had 4 originally. They must have heard we just recruited 5 ability users, and they're doing this on purpose, Wang Yijun said indignantly. Then let them all go. Wang Jinshan asked hesitantly. How can that be? Wang Yijun explained anxiously. This operation is very dangerous. They only been with the Wang family for a few days. Are we really going to make them risk their lives? They're not stupid. Do you think they agree? Wang Jinshan's face darkened. What can we do? We're raising them, so we can use them someday. We're not some kind of fool, raising them for nothing. But the time frame is too short. We only raise them for a few days. Are they worth risking their lives for us? Besides, with their abilities, even if they wanted to leave immediately, we couldn't stop them, Wang Yijun said. Dad, I made up my mind. I go this time too. Our Wang family has 4 people with special abilities. I leave 1 at home to protect you, take 2 with me, and ask them to send 4 more. Maybe then they agree? But, Wang Jinshan said anxiously, what if something happens to you? What will happen to our Wang family? Wang Yijun hesitated for a moment, looking at his father with worry. If something happens to me, please support my cousin to take my place. I am the heir of the Wang family. If I don't step forward, it will be difficult to gain the respect of the people. None of them have your abilities. Even if you hand the Wang family over to them, they might not be able to maintain it. Wang Jinshan sighed. The Wang family was truly on the verge of decline. If that's really the case, I'm afraid I alone. Wang Yijun didn't finish his sentence. This is also an opportunity, a chance to establish my authority. As long as I come back alive, no one will object to me taking over the Wang family. Yijun. Wang Jinshan looked at his son, feeling that he had truly grown up. Before the apocalypse, he was actually quite a playboy. Because his family was wealthy, he was lavishly supported during his years studying abroad, never experiencing hardship. Upon returning, he just played around in his family business, showing no signs of being a successor. 3 years after the apocalypse, he had matured dramatically. Wang Jinshan felt both gratified and heartbroken. If it weren't for the apocalypse, he would still be a carefree young master. Now he had to shoulder the heavy responsibility of the family. Good. Wang Jinshan patted his son's shoulder. Talk to those people properly, try to get their support. If that doesn't work, we spend a lot of money to hire a few more people. Yes, Dad. Wang Yijun nodded. Upon arriving at Yang Qing's villa, Wang Yijun explained the operation to hunt down the catfish monster, and requested that they send 4 people. Yang Qing and Leng Yi exchanged a glance. Sending 4 out of 5 seemed a bit too many. Wang Yijun was somewhat embarrassed. I know you only been here a short time, and sending you on such a dangerous mission is really unreasonable. However, our Wang family only has 4 ability users in total. I keep 1 to protect my father, and the other 3, including myself, will go. If you can send 4 people, that would be best. If not, I try and find a few more. Yang Qing was surprised. Your Wang family only has 4 ability users? Wang Yijun blushed. Our Wang family isn't what it used to be. Buying holy blood is too expensive. We only bought 5 high-grade holy bloods, and 4 people have awakened. We didn't buy the low-grade ones. They're too expensive and ineffective. I heard the Bai and Zheng families have their own laboratories researching holy blood. Doesn't your Wang family have one? Wang Xiao asked. Wang Yijun shook his head. That stuff is too laborious and expensive, and extremely inefficient. Those 2 families have harmed countless people, and created countless monsters. We don't want to do that kind of thing. Of course, to be honest, we don't have the financial means right now. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. She hadn't expected the Wang family to be so conscientious, even though it was due to a lack of money. Their honesty was commendable. Was it the Zheng or Bai family who proposed that each family contribute 7 ability users? Leng Yi asked. Yes, it was a joint proposal from both families, so I couldn't object alone. The minority had to submit to the majority. Wang Yijun said helplessly. Leng Yi looked at Yang Qing, feeling that the 2 families were deliberately targeting the 5 of them. In that case, let's go. Sister-in-law, you stay here, Wang Hao said. The Wang family is in trouble now. They can't just stay here eating and sleeping for free, and they wouldn't feel safe staying there either. We have no objection. Wang Xiao and Cheng Zheng said simultaneously. I can go too. It's not like I don't have special abilities, Yang Qing said. She wanted to fight alongside Leng Yi. Besides, the Zhang and Bai families were deliberately targeting them, and might use underhanded tactics. With her there, Leng Yi would be much safer. You stay here, we go, Leng Yi shook his head. He didn't want to put Yang Qing in such a dangerous situation. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to protect her. You know me. I'm no less capable than you. Yang Qing looked at Leng Yi. She naturally understood his meaning, but leaving her alone at home waiting would be even more unbearable. We be fine, Lung Yi said, taking Yang Qing's hand. I value my life. I run if things go wrong. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I rather get hurt myself than let EG get hurt, Wang Yijuan said. Seeing how good their relationship was, he was envious. This time, the one going to exterminate the catfish monster should all be men. He felt bad sending Yang Qing alone. Yes, sister-in-law, don't worry, we all protect EG, Wang Xiao said. Yang Qing thought for a moment and nodded. It was better if she didn't go. She could stay behind and provide backup. If anything happened to them, she could help them. Yang Qing took a signal flare out of her bag. If we encounter danger, send a signal flare, and I come to rescue you. Okay. Lung Yi nodded. Sister-in-law, I have another favor to ask, Wang Yijuan said. I only left one superhuman to protect my father. Could you also stay at the main house, just in case? Yang Qing nodded. Sure. Wang Yijuan was very grateful. Thank you. Having decided, they discussed the equipment needed for the chemical plant. We don't know the current situation at that chemical plant. You better wear gas masks, just in case, Yang Qing said. Besides the essential flamethrower and gasoline, metal protective suits are unnecessary, completely useless, and too cumbersome to move around in. It's better to wear better stab-proof vests, plus bulletproof ones, because you need to protect yourself from not only monsters, but also people. Everyone nodded. No one knew if the Zhang and Bai families would cause trouble, and they also had to be wary of their people. If those two families really target you, don't hold back. Fight them back hard and show them your strength, Yang Qing said. Tell them we're not so easy to bully. Everyone laughed. Lung Yi looked at Yang Qing with affection. Okay. Chapter 376. Wang Yijuan went to make preparations, while Yang Qing and Leng Yi returned to their room. I still want to go with you. In case anything happens, I can pull you into my spatial dimension, Yang Qing said, looking at Leng Yi. Leng Yi cupped her face in his hands. No, if your spatial dimension is exposed, it will bring even more death. I be fine. My ability is no worse than anyone else's. At this point, Yang Qing suddenly remembered, your ability is metal-based, but how come you have the ability to melt metal? Other metal-based ability users don't have that, and neither do I. Their abilities were both obtained by absorbing that meteorite. Theoretically, they should be the same. Leng Yi pondered for a moment. Could it be because I injected myself with a blue serum before, and there's still some residue in my body? Then I awakened my ability with the meteorite, which activated it as well. That's quite possible, Yang Qing nodded. Could the blue serum have activated a fire-type ability? Leng Yi raised his hand, and with a thought, a flame actually appeared on his hand. The flame was small, but combined with his metal-type ability, its power was considerable, capable of melting metal. It really is. Leng Yi was a little excited. So I originally had two abilities, but the blue serum residue was too small, which is why the fire-type ability didn't manifest. Probably, Yang Qing nodded. I wonder if we injected another serum, would we gain another ability? Let's not. Yang Qing immediately rejected the idea. At this crucial time, it was best not to take risks. If something went wrong, it would be a huge loss. Don't worry, my metal-type ability is stronger than others. Not everyone can beat me. And there's Wang Hao, he's a lightning type. No one can stop him, Leng Yi said. What if those two families gang up on you? Even the strongest can't withstand a relentless attack, Yang Qing worried. We still have many crystal cores. We can collect even more later. We might not be worse off than others, Leng Yi smiled. Don't worry, your husband is very lucky. Yang Qing smiled and hugged Leng Yi's neck. You must come back safely. Okay, I promise you. Leng Yi lowered his head and kissed Yang Qing. The next day, 50 fully armed people appeared at the gate of the Wang family manor. Besides flamethrowers, Wang Yijuan also equipped everyone with a gun, gas masks, and bulletproof vests, of course. Each person also had a backpack containing some commonly used medicines, food, and water, just in case. Yang Qing also prepared 2 fire blankets and several bottles of spiritual spring water for Leng Yi, and gave him all her crystal cores so he could replenish his energy. Wang Yijuan introduced Leng Yi and the others to 2 other ability users from the Wang family, one named Zhou Sheng and the other Xinchang. One of them possessed fire-based abilities, and the other metal-based ones. Wang Yijuan introduced Leng Yi and his group to Zhou Sheng and Xinchang, asking them to look after each other. The 50 people, in 2 trucks, met with the Zhang and Bai families in the city center square, and then drove together to the chemical plant. About 500 meters from the chemical plant, everyone got out of the trucks and counted their numbers. Leng Yi discovered that there were at least 10 ability users from the Zhang and Bai families, more than 7 in total. Their targeting was too obvious. He secretly instructed the other team members to be wary of these 2 families and try to avoid being with them. Killing monsters was likely only a secondary objective. Their primary goal was to kill the Wong family. If all the Wong family's superhumans were wiped out this time, the Wong family would essentially be doomed. Everyone felt a chill and became more vigilant. The commander-in-chief of this operation had everyone line up and led the group stealthily towards the chemical plant. The chemical plant was enormous, 2 stories high. From a distance, many huge metal pipes could be seen running above the buildings, likely used to transport some kind of solution. However, judging from this, Lung Yi suspected that there might be many lurking troublemakers inside. The chemical plant had 2 entrances. The commander-in-chief divided the group into 2 teams and slowly led them into the plant. Lung Yi and his group tried to stay together as much as possible. However, the Bai and Zheng families each sent a group of people with them, their purpose obvious. They could only constantly monitor the movements of those around them. Upon entering the plant, a pungent chemical smell assaulted their nostrils. Lung Yi and his group quickly put on gas masks. The Xianbai families only wore masks, which were practically useless. The irritating smell made their eyes red and watery. Seeing the Wong family members all wearing gas masks filled me with a mixture of envy and jealousy. Looking up again, I saw the factory floor covered in a sticky, wet slime, the remaining machinery corroded in patches by the slime. Above the equipment were huge pipes, each topped with a catfish nearly 3 meters long, its skin dripping slime, the pipes themselves mottled with corrosion. The catfish lay on the pipes with their eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Everyone fell silent for a moment. These catfish were much larger than before, and there were so many of them, several on each pipe, one after another, at least 100 in the entire factory. These are just the ones visible. There are countless more hiding in the shadows, yet to appear. This is indeed the catfish's lair. The commander-in-chief's face darkened. He hadn't expected so many. He waved his hand and whispered, "Prepare to breathe fire." Someone nervously grabbed the wrong gun, firing a burst of bullets. All the catfish awoke and charged towards the crowd. Screams echoed throughout the chemical plant. Before anyone could breathe fire, many were bitten by the catfish. Blood gushed out, the pungent stench further fueling the catfish's ferocity, causing them to fight even more violently in the crowd. Some reacted and tried to breathe fire, but people and catfish were already intertwined. Breathing fire would burn them to death. In the ensuing hesitation, many more perished in the catfish's jaws. Someone took advantage of the chaos to approach Ling Yi. He sensed it keenly, turned, and fired a flamethrower directly at the person. Ah! The person screamed, writhing on the ground engulfed in flames. "Sixth brother!" Someone nearby cried out, spewing a ball of flame at Ling Yi. Wang Yijuan immediately stepped forward, using his water magic to create a water barrier in front of him, temporarily shielding him from the flame attack. Lung Yi seized the opportunity to fire 2 metal spikes. Another scream rang out as a spike pierced his chest, and he collapsed. More people surrounded Lung Yi and his group. Meanwhile, the catfish on the other side was biting anyone in sight. Lung Yi yelled, "Run!" Wang Yijuan and the others followed behind Lung Yi, breathing fire at the catfish while simultaneously guarding against the pursuers. However, those behind them weren't faring much better. The catfish attacked indiscriminately. Their retreat gave the catfish more opportunities. Screams echoed from behind them. They probably never imagined that instead of killing anyone, they would become the catfish's meal. Chapter 377. Chaos erupted in the chemical plant. Everyone scattered, forgetting about killing the catfish. Lung Yi and the others were also scattered. Only Wang Yijuan remained close behind. The 2 fought their way through the hordes of catfish, squeezing into any door they saw. They ran into a laboratory only to find it was a dead end. There was no way out. 2 superhumans caught up and blocked the entrance. Judging by their clothing, one belonged to the Bai family and the other to the Zheng family. The 2 wore confident smiles. These 2 were wanted by their family heads with hefty bounties. Killing them would mean instant wealth and power. It was a pity that the woman hadn't come, otherwise, they could have achieved another great feat. A standoff ensued. Both were superhumans. Firearms were largely ineffective. Those with metal-based superpowers could control firearms, so it was a battle of superpowers. One opponent possessed earth-based abilities, the other metal-based. The earth elemental user suddenly kicked up a cloud of sand, plunging the entire laboratory into chaos, obscuring everything. Wang Yijuan used his water-based ability to clear the sand, but the opponent's metal spikes were already upon him. Before Wang Yijuan could conjure an ice wall, Lung Yi pulled him aside and met the attack head-on. The opponent's metal spikes slowly turned red-hot, then melted into molten iron that dripped down. How is this possible? The opponent exclaimed. They only knew that Lingy also possessed metal-based abilities, but they didn't know his ability was different. It had the effect of lava. Seeing they couldn't defeat him, the opponent frantically turned to flee. Lingy and Wang Yijun exchanged a glance. It was the perfect moment. They raised their guns and fired. Lingy was carrying a submachine gun. A single burst of bullets felled the two fleeing opponents. Without their supernatural abilities protecting them, the human body is just a human shield, utterly ineffective against bullets. The two breathed a sigh of relief. Lingy stepped forward, intending to pull the corpses closer. He wanted to verify whether superhumans had crystal cores in their heads, and if so, whether absorbing them would grant him their abilities. Just as he stepped forward, a catfish rushed at him, forcing him to retreat hastily. The catfish grabbed the two superhuman corpses and began to devour them. More and more catfish rushed in to snatch the bodies, seemingly finding the superhuman corpses an unusually delicious treat. The two were trapped in the lab, unable to leave, and picked up their flintlock pistols to spray water. But there were too many catfish. The pistols ran out of fuel quickly, and they even had to take off the gasoline they carried. Even after the gasoline burned out, the number of catfish only increased. What do we do now? Wang Yijun was sweating profusely. These catfish were virtually impervious to bullets and blades. Even with their supernatural abilities, the two would soon run out of energy. The two corpses in front had been devoured, and the catfish at the doorway were eyeing them menacingly. Lingy observed the laboratory, a metal structure with no windows and alloy walls. Hold them off for a bit, I figure something out, Wang Yijun said, conjuring ice spikes to fend off the charging catfish. Lingy, having scouted the approximate location, placed his hands on a wall. Soon, a hole was melted into the wall, slowly widening as the metal continued to melt. Hurry, I can't hold on much longer, Wang Yijun shouted. More and more catfish charged. Those in front collapsed, but the ones behind didn't bother eating them. Perhaps knowing there was more delicious food inside, they were all focused on charging forward. Almost there, just a little longer. Lingy was drenched in sweat. Finally, a hole large enough for one person to fit through melted into the wall. Lingy peered inside. There were no catfish. He shouted to Wang Yijun, "Go!" Wang Yijun threw out the last few spikes, and quickly turned to crawl through the hole Lingy had emerged from. The catfish followed, but their bodies were too large to squeeze through. One tried to escape but got stuck at the entrance, letting out a sharp screech. Lingy turned back, and plunged a metal spike into the catfish's head. The catfish quickly stopped moving, and it got stuck right at the entrance, preventing the other catfish from getting out either. Looking at their surroundings, it was dark and eerily quiet. They had no idea where they were. Suddenly, they heard a hissing sound above them. Lingy shushed Wang Yijun and shone his flashlight upwards. Above them were enormous pipes, winding and crisscrossing without end, creating a very eerie atmosphere. The pipe emitted a constant wriggling sound, sticky and eerie. Lingy suddenly wondered, could this be full of catfish? His hair stood on end. Had they stumbled into a catfish den? Lingy tiptoed, lowering his voice, and said to Wang Yijun, "Don't make a sound." Wang Yijun, his face covered in sweat, nodded and tiptoed. Which way do we go now? The two of them, flashlights in hand, groped their way along the side, carefully trying to avoid disturbing the catfish in the pipe. Suddenly, a loud crash startled them both. It turned out that Wang Yijun had accidentally kicked a section of abandoned pipe nearby. He thrashed in pain, afraid to make a sound, his face contorted. Lingy wanted to laugh but couldn't. He looked up at the pipes above him. If the catfish inside fell out, they'd be dead. Shh, Lingy frantically gestured to Wang Yijun, begging him to be quiet. Wang Yijun nodded, rubbing his aching foot as he cautiously moved forward. Suddenly, a crack sounded above them, as if a pipe had split, but it hadn't broken. Lingy quickly felt his way along the wall, and finally found a door. He pulled, but it was locked and wouldn't open. With a burst of strength, he melted the lock, grabbed Wang Yijun, and hurriedly slipped inside, then welded the door shut. As soon as they stepped inside, they realized something was wrong. The floor was covered in a sticky liquid, almost submerging their feet. Inside were dark shadows, and it seemed someone was standing in the middle. Lingy immediately drew his gun, and Wang Yijun's expression also turned grim. The two sides stood in a stalemate for a long time, neither moving. "Which brother is it?" The man finally spoke. "Wang Hao," Lingy exclaimed in surprise. "Brother E?" Wang Hao was pleasantly surprised, shining his flashlight over. "Is it really you?" Lingy and Wang Yijun breathed a sigh of relief. Good heavens, that was a real scare. How come you? Lung Yi shone his flashlight over, only to see Wang Hao covered in blood, standing amidst a group of catfish carcasses. The shadow cast by the flashlight beam on his face made him look like a man-eating demon. I electrocuted all these catfish, and I'm digging out their cores, Wang Hao said excitedly. Look, I already dug out so many. Lung Yi chuckled. If it weren't for Wang Hao's familiar tone, he would have really thought Wang Hao had mutated. You scared me to death. Wang Yijun patted his chest. His heart had almost jumped out of his throat. Chapter 378. On the other side, Yang Qing accompanied Wang Zhinshan in the main house of the Wang family manor. Wang Zhinshan had prepared plenty of fruit and snacks, and brewed the finest Dongding Oolong tea, but Yang Qing had no appetite for it. She was worried about Lung Yi. They had gone to raid the catfish's lair, but who knew how many catfish were inside? There could be thousands, if not tens of thousands. Could a mere 100 or so people possibly eliminate them? Moreover, the Bai and Zeng families were also eyeing them covetously. This trip was fraught with peril. Miss Yang, Mr. Lang and the others have powerful abilities. They should be alright, Wang Zhinshan reassured Yang Qing. But he himself wasn't confident, and his son, with water-based abilities, was the weakest among them. He was even more worried that his son might not return. But he was a man, and Yang Qing was a woman. In his mind, women were the weaker sex, and he should comfort her. Yang Qing forced a smile. But this operation was too dangerous. I'm sorry, it's our Wang family that's dragged you into this. Wang Zhinshan felt a little guilty. If it weren't for his request, they wouldn't have had to get involved in this mess. They all possess supernatural abilities, they would be highly sought after anywhere, and wouldn't need to risk their lives for him. Since we entered the Wang family, it's only right that we do this, but I'm still worried. Yang Qing sighed. Why don't you rest for a while, Miss Yang? I'll let you know when I have any news, Wang Zhinshan said. He didn't know what to do either, and he had nothing to say to Yang Qing. Rather than both of them sighing here, it was better to rest. I prepared a room, it's right next door. Would you like to go and rest for a while, Miss Yang? Wang Zhinshan said. All right. Yang Qing nodded. She had promised Wang Yijun to protect his father, so naturally she couldn't leave the main house. She would rest here, so she could come out quickly if anything happened. The maid led Yang Qing into the guest room, brought in a pot of tea, and then left. Yang Qing looked around the guest room. The decor was luxurious yet elegant, quite tasteful. She took out the equipment Lung Yi had given her and scanned the entire room, confirming there were no surveillance cameras before lying down on the bed. She tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She thought about going to the chemical plant, but realized her abilities wouldn't offer much advantage there. Even if she went in now, she wouldn't know where Lung Yi and the others were, and she couldn't rescue them. If she had other abilities, perhaps she wouldn't be in such a passive position. If she had lightning-based abilities, like Wang Hao's, perhaps she could help them. Yang Qing pondered for a while. Should she try injecting herself with the blue serum? A gamble, perhaps, and maybe she strike it rich? The blue serum Dr. Zhang gave her should be more advanced than the holy blood from the Heaven-Sent organization. It had been used on Lung Yi, Lin Jun, and Wang Hao without any adverse reactions. Would it be safe for her to use it herself? What if she was lucky enough to awaken a lightning-type ability? Even if it wasn't lightning, having another ability would be good. But what if she failed, or turned into a monster? Lung Yi wasn't around right now. If she turned into a monster, there would be no one to clean up her mess. But she couldn't be that unlucky, could she? The other three were fine, but she was the only one who would be? After much deliberation, Yang Qing decided to take the plunge. She went to the bathroom, closed the door, and checked again to make sure there were no security cameras. She turned on the tap, letting the water run so no one outside could guess what she was doing. Then she drew the shower curtain and entered her spatial dimension. She thought that even if she became a monster, it would be within her spatial dimension, not bothering anyone. Outsiders would only think she had disappeared. She took out a box containing 12 syringes. 3 had already been used, leaving 9. Yang Qing carefully took one, applied iodine to her arm, and then injected the blue syringe. She lay on the bed, waiting silently. Her body felt no discomfort, and there seemed to be no energy fluctuation, as if she hadn't been injected at all. Yang Qing was a little puzzled. Had she failed? Could it be that a person can only possess a maximum of 2 abilities? She already had spatial and metal-based abilities, so it was impossible for her to have a third? Or was it just that she wasn't awakening soon enough? Yang Qing didn't get up. She waited a little longer. She was almost asleep when suddenly, there was a loud knocking on the door. Miss Yang? It was the maid's voice from before. Yang Qing sat up abruptly, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. She stepped out of the room, turned off the tap, and left the bathroom. As soon as she opened the door, a gun was pressed against her forehead. Miss Yang. Wang Jinshan, sitting opposite her, was also grabbed, his hands twisted behind his back, a gun pressed against his temple. Who are you people? Yang Qing raised her hands calmly. They are my nephews, my brother's children. Wang Jinshan looked guilty. They betrayed me, I implicated Miss Yang. The man beside Wang Jinshan grinned maliciously. Uncle, I really have to thank you for letting Yijuan and the others leave, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to succeed so easily. But don't worry, Yijuan won't be gone for long, you see him soon. You beast! Wang Jinshan roared. Why did you do this? What good would killing us do you? Good? Of course there is. As long as you and your son are dead, the Wang family will be ours. Wang Yifan, we always treated you well, why did you betray us? Wang Jinshan asked, his face filled with resentment. Well treated? Wang Yifan sneered. Don't think I don't know how my father died, it was you who killed him. Your father? Wang Jinshan was a little confused, but quickly came to his senses. Bullshit, your father had only himself to blame. He made a terrible mistake. Your grandfather personally punished him with family discipline, and he couldn't bear it. If you hadn't framed him, how could my father have made a mistake? For the position of family head, you used any means necessary to frame my father. Don't think I don't know. Wang Yifan's face was filled with hatred. It wasn't me. Your father was too eager for quick success and ruined the Wang family. If I hadn't intervened in time, the Wang family would be gone by now. And you're blaming me? Things aren't what you think at all. Wang Yifan sneered. Now you're the head of the family. Isn't the truth up to you? Don't think I'm still a 3-year-old child. I won't fall for your tricks. Wang Jinshan's expression darkened. You won't believe anything I say now. In that case, just kill me. Just don't implicate this Miss Yang, she's innocent. She's a superhuman. If you become the head of the family, she can be used by you too. Don't kill her. Wang Yifan then looked at Yang Qing, a hint of amazement flashing in his eyes. Even without you saying so, I will make good use of this Miss Yang. She's so beautiful, she's very useful. Yang Qing narrowed her eyes, and looked at Wang Yifan. We have another ability user. What did you do with him? A person emerged from behind Wang Jinshan. Wang Yifan had him restrain Wang Jinshan and said smugly, I already bribed him. The old man still kept him to protect himself. It's ridiculous. Chapter 379. Zhang Xian, I was the one who gave you the holy blood. You only gained your powers because of me, and you betrayed me? Wang Jinshan turned his head, glaring resentfully at the ability user. A flicker of guilt crossed Zhang Xian's face, but he quickly regained his composure. It wasn't that I wanted to betray you, it's just that young Master Yifan gave us too much. Wasn't what I gave you enough? Without me, you wouldn't be where you are today. Wang Jinshan roared. Zhang Xian was somewhat embarrassed and angry. Don't think I don't know. It's because everyone else was afraid of death that you gave us the holy blood. Otherwise, where would we have gotten a chance? Did I just give it away casually? Do you know how much a single holy blood costs? Wang Jinshan was furious. 5 holy bloods almost emptied our Wang family's coffers. I only let you do it because I saw your loyalty, but I never expected to raise such an ingrate. Wang Yifan spoke up, Uncle, don't be so righteous. You were the one who said that the holy blood wasn't 100% effective and could potentially turn someone into a monster, which is why we didn't dare to do it. But you gave it to Yijun and... Because you're biased? Wang Jinshan roared, believing me. You're all afraid of dying. As soon as I said you turned into monsters, none of you dared to fight. Yijun risked his life to fight, he was just lucky he didn't die. Wang Hu didn't make it either. You were all scared when you saw him, saying you wouldn't fight anymore, and now you're blaming me? You're all just cowards. Wang Yifan was furious. Zhang Xian, stop wasting your breath on him, kill him. Zhang Xian held the gun to the back of Wang Jinshan's head, his eyes flickered, but he still put his finger on the trigger, ready to pull it. Wait! Yang Qing suddenly shouted, and Zhang Xian's hand paused as he looked at Yang Qing. The Wang family had treated you so well, yet you want to kill him? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Yang Qing stared into Zhang Xian's eyes, a strange light flashing within them. However, Wang Yifan didn't see it. With his back to Yang Qing, he was watching Wang Jinshan and Zhang Xian, shouting at Zhang Xian, don't listen to that woman, kill him. Zhang Xian's hand holding the gun suddenly trembled. He slowly moved it away from Wang Jinshan's head, struggling to turn it towards himself. His forehead was covered in sweat, his face filled with terror. The gun slowly pointed at himself. He seemed unwilling, trying to pry it off with his other hand, but it was no use. That hand resolutely twisted towards himself, and then he opened his mouth, shoving the gun into it. Wang Yifan was horrified. Zhang Xian, what are you doing? Stop! Zhang Xian looked at Wang Yifan in despair. He didn't want to do it either, but he couldn't control himself. Wang Jinshan realized something was wrong and turned to look at Zhang Xian, only to see him shoving a gun into his mouth. Was he really having a change of heart and trying to commit suicide? Did you tamper with it? Wang Yifan suddenly realized what was happening and looked at Yang Qing. With a loud bang, Zhang Xian's head exploded, the bullet piercing his skull, blood splattering onto the wall behind him, and even his brains splattering out. Ah! Wang Yifan screamed, clutching her head and crouching down. Wang Jinshan's heart pounded. He looked at Yang Qing in horror. Had she done it? How did she do it? Quick, kill her! Wang Yifan shouted, pointing at Yang Qing. Yang Qing had already grabbed the gun from his forehead. The barrel bit instantly, the bullet unable to fire, exploding in the barrel. The gunman was hit by the recoil and fell to the ground. Wang Yifan was stunned, then immediately ran towards the door. Think you can escape? Yang Qing sneered, conjuring a metal spike in her hand. With a thud, it pierced Wang Yifan's head. His eyes widened, he turned to look at Yang Qing in disbelief, then collapsed. Wang Jinshan stood there dumbfounded, turning to look at Yang Qing. Yang Qing glanced at him indifferently, blowing away the shards from her hand that had just crushed the gun barrel. Only then did Wang Jinshan realize how powerful a true superhuman was. Zhang Xian had committed suicide without even using his ability. He was certain Zhang Xian hadn't truly intended to kill himself. This woman in front of him had done something. But he couldn't see anything. This woman's abilities were simply unfathomable. Master, spare me! The maid who had just told Yang Qing to open the door knelt down with a thud. Young Master Yifan threatened me. He kidnapped my parents and made me knock on Miss Yang's door. Someone come here. Wang Jinshan called out several times, but no one answered. Wangsun. Butler Wang is tied up by young Master Yifan. He's in the next room, the maid said hurriedly. Wang Jinshan rushed to the next room. Butler Wang's hands and feet were bound, and a rag was stuffed in his mouth. Seeing Wang Jinshan, Butler Wang struggled desperately. Wang Jinshan quickly removed the rag from his mouth. Butler Wang cried, Master, are you all right? I'm all right. Wang Jinshan untied Butler Wang's ropes. Miss Yang saved me. Butler Wang immediately knelt before Wang Jinshan. It's my fault. I was deceived by young Master Yifan. He said young Master Yijun wasn't here, and he came to keep you company. I never imagined he had such ulterior motives. Wang Jinshan helped him up. It's not your fault. I didn't expect it either. I've been too lenient with them all these years. Asen, go arrest them all. Yes, Master. Butler Wang rushed out, directing his subordinates to take control of Wang Jinshan's brothers and their children. Wang Jinshan returned to the living room. The maid was still kneeling on the floor, Yang Qing sitting beside her, coldly staring at her. Master. The maid knelt towards Wang Jinshan, hugging his legs. Master, I really had no choice. If I didn't cooperate, my parents would die. I really didn't mean it. Master, please give me another chance. Wang Jinshan sighed and waved his hand. Go. Take your parents and leave the Wang family's territory. Whether you live or die is up to your own fate. The maid's face was pale. She kowtowed to Wang Jinshan. Thank you for sparing my life, Master. However, she also knew that without the Wang family's protection, she couldn't even stay within their territory, leaving meant certain death. But there was nothing he could do. He had done something to betray the Wang family. The fact that the head of the family hadn't killed him on the spot was already a sign of mercy. The servants left, leaving only Yang Qing and Wang Jinshan in the living room. Wang Jinshan looked at Yang Qing, his face full of gratitude. Miss Yang, thank you so much today. Otherwise, I would have lost my life today. I can never repay your life-saving grace. Yang Qing waved her hand. Wang Yijun asked me to stay to protect the head of the family, didn't he? I have fulfilled my mission. However, the Wang family really needs a thorough overhaul. Otherwise, even if they survive this time, there will be a next time, and they might not be so lucky. Wang Jinshan nodded. Miss Yang is right. I already sent people to do it. They must have been planning this for a long time. I will definitely not let them get away with it. The Wang family doesn't need such traitors. Chapter 380. Lung Yi and Wang Yijun helped Wang Hao mine crystal cores. Don't underestimate this small room. There were at least 100 catfish. Did you kill all of them? Wang Yijun asked. Yes. Wang Hao nodded, a little proud. Did you notice? The entire chemical plant is full of metal objects. My lightning ability is at its peak. I can conduct electricity anytime, anywhere. And there's slime everywhere, which is conductive. As long as I unleash my ultimate attack, none of those catfish can escape. Lung Yi nodded. Having lightning power was indeed a significant advantage. Then we follow you from now on, Wang Yijun said. Wang Hao hesitated for a moment. It's not that I disagree, but if you follow me, I can't use my abilities. If I unleash my lightning, you won't be able to escape either. If it were others, I wouldn't have any reservations, especially with the Bai and Zun families. If they die, they die. But with you around, I can't freely use my lightning. Wang Yijun suddenly understood. It was indeed true. It's alright, just keep your distance a bit, we stay away from you, Leng Yi said. I wonder how the others are doing, Wang Yijun sighed. The other two ability users in their Wang family, Wang Xiao and Cheng Zheng, they didn't know if they were alright, or where they were now. The three were digging for crystal cores when suddenly a series of crack sounds came from outside. This was followed by loud bang sounds, and then clang sounds. What was that sound? Wang Hao asked. Leng Yi walked to the door and looked through the broken lock. What he saw shocked him. The pipes above were all broken, and countless catfish had fallen out. The catfish seemed to have smelled the scent of the superhumans nearby and swarmed over. Oh no, the catfish and the ducks outside are all coming out. No sooner had Leng Yi finished speaking than countless catfish charged forward, banging against the iron door with a loud thud, seemingly determined to break it down. Get out of here. This door won't hold for much longer, Leng Yi shouted. But when everyone looked at the room, they saw metal walls on all sides, without even a single window. Where could they run? How did you get in? Wang Yijun asked Wang Hao. I slid down a ventilation duct from the room above. Wang Hao pointed to a vent above. I accidentally entered that room, and since I had nowhere else to hide, I went into the ventilation duct. Who knew there was a room full of catfish down there too? I electrocuted them all. Could you electrocute the ones outside too? Wang Yijun asked, pointing to the swarm of catfish relentlessly ramming the door. Wang Hao looked into the keyhole, and his face turned pale. So many. My energy isn't enough. Even if I absorbed all the crystal cores here, it wouldn't help. The outside was basically a catfish nest. The area was like a warehouse, teeming with thousands upon thousands of catfish. One discharge could only kill a small group, and the catfish kept swarming in. His energy would eventually run out. Leng Yi, flashlight in hand, looked around the room and finally found another vent. There's another vent here. Should we go out this way? What if there's another room, like this downstairs? Wang Yijun asked. Well, there's no other way. It's better than dealing with all those catfish outside, Leng Yi said. I go first. Wang Hao quickly said. If it was the same room, he could just discharge electricity to kill the catfish below, and then there wouldn't be any problems. Leng Yi melted the metal mesh of the ventilation duct, and Wang Hao was the first to crawl in. Before he could even get into position, he slid down in a flash. Don't. Wang Hao tried to say not to follow so closely, but he disappeared, already slid down. Leng Yi and Wang Yijun exchanged a glance. The metal door was about to collapse, but they didn't care and crawled into the ventilation duct one after the other. With a series of slids, they both fell into a large pool. Water suddenly entered Wang Yijun's mouth. He tried to vomit, but seeing what he saw, he began to vomit violently. The pool was filled with dark, foul-smelling water. Floating on the surface were leftover skulls, limbs, thigh bones, and undigested clothes and shoes. The two looked around. Could this be the excrement of those catfish? Thinking this, Wang Yijun vomited again, bringing up stomach acid. Leng Yi suppressed his nausea and took out a bottle of mineral water from his bag for him. Rinse your mouth. Thanks. Wang Yijun quickly took it, rinsed his mouth, and drank a couple of sips of water before his stomach felt a little better. Huh, where's Wang Hao? The two then realized Wang Hao was missing. They had all come down from the same ventilation shaft, so how could he not be there? They hadn't noticed any other branching paths when they slid down. Wang Hao! How? Wang Yijun shouted, his voice echoing throughout the space. Leng Yi picked up his flashlight and shone it upwards, only to find that they had fallen into a huge pit tens of meters high. The walls were covered in slippery slime, and there were several ventilation shafts at intervals, seemingly there specifically to dump the stuff from above into this pit. Combining the black water and the incredibly foul stench, Leng Yi suspected this was a chemical plant's wastewater treatment plant. Therefore, This might not be a place for excretion, but rather a feeding ground for catfish. But why wasn't there a single catfish? Lung Yi continued shining his flashlight upwards, and discovered a huge opening, unlike the ventilation vents. This opening was at least 3 or 4 times larger than the ventilation vents, and below it was a row of metal ladders. Did Wang Hao climb up? Was he that fast? Let's go check it out. Lung Yi shone his flashlight in that direction and called to Wang Yijuan. The two climbed the ladders and reached the opening. Inside was a spacious passage, at least 2 meters high, allowing them to walk without bending over. After walking a few meters, the passage narrowed, as if blocked by something. Lung Yi shone his flashlight, and Wang Yijuan exclaimed, "Holy crap, what's this?" Rows of round objects, about the size of yoga balls, lined both sides of the passage. These can't be catfish eggs, can they? Wang Yijuan exclaimed in surprise. Very likely. Lung Yi nodded, tapping the egg with his hand. It made a crisp sound, similar to an eggshell, but much harder. So big? Then they'd be half a meter long at birth. Wang Yijuan asked in alarm. Have we really entered the catfish's lair? Lung Yi remained silent. It was likely not just a lair, but also the catfish's hatching ground. The black pool below was very likely the catfish's feeding area. After they'd eaten their fill, they climb up here to lay their eggs. As they walked, more and more round eggs appeared. They reached an open area, like a warehouse, densely packed with catfish eggs. It was truly spectacular. In the middle was a catfish at least 10 meters long, still laying eggs. It cried out as it laid them, seemingly experiencing considerable pain during labor. After laying a few, it would grab whatever was nearby and put it in its mouth. Some were people, some were smaller catfish. After eating for a while, it would continue laying. Chapter 381. Holy crap, there must be tens of thousands of fish eggs here, and it's still laying them? Is it a breeding machine? Wang Yijuan exclaimed. We can't let it keep laying. Once it dies, we can set these eggs on fire or blow them up. There's always a way. Only by killing it can we solve the problem at its source, Lung Yi whispered. The two attacked simultaneously, launching several metal spikes and ice spikes at the mother catfish. Caught off guard, the mother catfish was struck squarely, letting out a sharp cry. The still-laying eggs burst open with a plop, spilling a pool of egg liquid. However, this cry seemed to cause the entire space to tremble. A series of crack sounds rang out as the eggshells around them shattered one by one, and baby catfish emerged from their shells. Despite their small size, they were born with sharp teeth, and they were much more agile, swimming towards the two like eels. E.g., look! Wang Yijuan shouted. Countless small catfish surged towards them like a tide. If they didn't run, the two of them would surely be doomed. Wait a little longer. Lung Yi gritted his teeth. The mother catfish was injured. They had to strike while she was weak, or they wouldn't have another chance. Lung Yi fired several more metal spikes at the mother catfish's head. If her head was pierced, she would surely die. Wang Yijuan had no choice but to stand in front of Lung Yi, activating his water-based abilities to buy him some time. A large wave surged up in front of him, washing away the surging catfish. But as more and more catfish hatched, Wang Yijuan was quickly overwhelmed. The mother catfish, initially caught off guard, awoke with agility, dodging Lung Yi's metal spikes. With a flick of her massive tail, she sent the spikes flying back. Lung Yi raised a metal plate to defend himself. The metal spikes pierced the plate with a thud, but he managed to retract them and reuse them. Lung Yi enlarged the metal plate, one side transforming into a sharp blade. The mother catfish dared to swing its tail. He sliced it off. I handle this. A voice suddenly rang out from the side. Lung Yi looked and saw it was Wang Hao. Where did you go? I hid. Wang Hao grinned, took the metal plate, injected a massive voltage into it, and swung it at the mother catfish. The mother catfish seemed to sense the power of the metal plate. Instead of swinging its tail, it quickly darted forward, trying to dodge it. Damn, how is it so smart? Wang Hao cursed. It had actually seen through their intentions? Lung Yi remained silent, continuing to throw out a second metal plate, even faster. It quickly caught up with the first plate, crashing into it with a bang, propelling the first plate forward. With a whoosh, followed by a burst of sparks and lightning, the mother catfish let out a piercing scream. Crack, crack, crack. Almost simultaneously, all the eggshells shattered, and tens of thousands of baby catfish poured out. Damn it, we can't hold on. Run! Wang Yijuan yelled. Lung Yi and Wang Hao didn't care whether the mother catfish was dead or not. Even if she was severely injured, and escaping was the priority. The two ran towards Wang Yijuan's direction, Wang Hao releasing electric shocks as he ran, killing the charging baby catfish. Lung Yi and Wang Yijun also unleashed sharp spikes along the way, killing countless baby catfish. But soon, the three of them began to tire. They absorbed the crystal core and continued running. Just as they were about to return to the original pipe, even more catfish swarmed in, blocking their path. Are we going to die here today? Wang Yijun sighed. Wang Hao pulled out an electric fence, trapping the three of them together. The catfish dared not rush forward for the time being. Even if we run back to that black pool, these catfish will follow us. We won't be able to escape, and we just become their meal, Wang Yijun said. Let's get out of here first, Lung Yi said, taking out several grenades from his backpack. We blow up the pipe. They shouldn't be able to get down there. Holy crap, where did these come from? Wang Hao exclaimed in surprise. Gun is everywhere in the post-apocalyptic world, but grenades are rare. Stolen from someone, Lung Yi said casually, not having time to explain further. Let's go! He threw out a grenade first, killing a large number of catfish in front of them instantly. The three of them quickly ran forward. Wang Hao immediately threw out a second grenade, blasting a bloody path through them. The three continued to advance. Wang Yijun threw down the third grenade, but nothing happened. Could it be a dud? Wang Yijun was bewildered. Lung Yi looked at him. You didn't forget to pull the pin out, did you? Huh? Which one? I don't know either. I saw you guys just throw it like that. Wang Hao rolled his eyes. How can you not be stupid enough to die? I haven't learned how would I know? Wang Yijun felt wronged. Before he could finish speaking, Lung Yi threw another grenade, and the catfish in front of him was sent flying, finally revealing the pipe they had come from. The three of them quickly ran inside. How much did you bring? Wang Hao asked curiously. A lot. Lung Yi weighed his backpack. Yang Qing had packed it all for him. If she were here, he could take it from his spatial storage at any time, but since she wasn't here, he had to pack extra for him. As soon as they entered the pipe, the catfish surged forward again. Lung Yi threw down 2 grenades in quick succession. The deafening explosions echoed throughout the pipe, making everyone's head spin, and their ears nearly go deaf. Fortunately, the pipe had collapsed, temporarily blocking the catfish outside. The group slid into the black water pool. We're still alive. Wang Yijun grinned foolishly. The previously disgusting black water pool now felt somewhat welcoming. Suddenly, with a plop, a catfish fell out of a ventilation duct in the wall. Lung Yi stepped forward and immediately killed it with a metal spike. One after another, catfish fell out from different ventilation ducts, and the three began to busy themselves again. The black water pool instantly turned blood red, and the stench became even more pronounced. Fortunately, the pipes were of limited size, and the catfish that fell were generally smaller and easier to deal with. Suddenly, a long object fell down. Lung Yi was about to stab it with his metal spikes when the thing yelled, "Don't kill me!" Cheng Zheng? Lung Yi's hand paused. Cheng Zheng stood up from the black water pool. Brother Yi? So you guys were here? Where are the others? Wang Hao asked quickly. Just then, someone cried out and fell out of the ventilation duct. Lung Yi immediately recognized the person's clothing as belonging to the Bai family. He stabbed the person with his knife, and the person instantly died. It was the Bai family who were chasing me and Wang Xiao, Cheng Zheng said. Lung Yi immediately conjured a metal knife and chopped at the person's head. Someone who could chase them was definitely not an ordinary person, but a superhuman. The head split open, and Lung Yi reached in with his fingers to rummage inside. The others twitched their lips. Brother Yi was truly ruthless. Didn't he find it disgusting? Lung Yi rummaged for a long time, but didn't find the crystal core. No crystal core, Lung Yi said. Are people different from catfish? Cheng Zheng said. Not necessarily, one doesn't represent the whole. Lung Yi shook his head. Chapter 382. Several more people fell down, and Wang Xiao finally came down as well. I thought they'd taken you out. Cheng Zheng punched Wang Xiao on the shoulder. Wang Xiao grinned. You're still alive. How could I dare to die? Wang Yijun looked at them with some envy. Did you see Zhou Sheng and Shen Chong? The Wang family only had a few ability users. If both of them died, the Wang family would be in even worse shape. Wang Xiao and Cheng Zheng exchanged a glance. Zhou Sheng is dead. We haven't seen Shen Chong yet. Wang Yijun's expression was somewhat gloomy. Although he had been mentally prepared, he still felt very sad. But they didn't have much time to grieve. Several more people fell down from the ventilation duct, followed by countless catfish. The group was quickly eliminated. Wang Hao had the others climb onto the metal ladder. He was alone in the black water pool. With a single electric shock, all the catfish in the pool died. His own body swayed. As soon as the arc of electricity disappeared, Ling Yi quickly jumped down and took out a crystal core from his bag for him to absorb. This can't go on, Ling Yi said. This is a dead end. The catfish above are smart. Once they know they're here, they quickly come down through different pipes, trapping them like turtles in a jar. None of them will escape. Then what do we do? How many grenades do you have? Why don't we just blow this place up? Wang Hao suggested. Ling Yi shook his head. If we blow this up, all these catfish will escape. With so many, will anyone in the whole city survive? Everyone fell silent. Although in the apocalypse, one can only worry about their own survival, gambling with the lives of the entire city is too high a price to pay. Ling Yi surveyed the black pool. If I'm not mistaken, this is the wastewater treatment plant of a chemical factory. Since it treats wastewater, it must still discharge it. Let me see if there's a drain. The black water was half a person's height. If there was an outlet, he'd have to dive down to find it. Without an oxygen mask, Ling Yi could only use a gas mask temporarily, crouching down and feeling his way into the water. The water was pitch black, murky, and foul-smelling, filled with countless pieces of flesh and bones. He couldn't see anything, only able to feel his way in by hand. Several times, Ling Yi felt so nauseous he almost vomited. He stood up to catch his breath, then dived back down to continue his search. Finally, he felt a round iron door at the edge of the pool. Finding the handle, he turned it forcefully, and the door opened. The water from the black pool, along with the skeletal flesh and blood, rushed towards the opening. Several long leg bones were wedged at the entrance of the hole. Ling Yi simply left them there, using them as a filter. Once the black water had all flowed down, the bottom of the pool would be left with a pile of catfish carcasses, several human corpses, and a large heap of skeletons and human bones. The catfish above were still falling down continuously. Go! Ling Yi shouted. Wang Yijun led the way, quickly diving into the sewer, followed by Wang Xiao and Cheng Zheng, then Wang Hao, and finally Ling Yi. After he went in, he used the lava effect to weld the iron door shut, so the catfish wouldn't chase after them anymore. The sewer was only half a meter high, and everyone crouched low as they walked out. Inside, it was full of rotting corpses, and the stench was overwhelming. Fortunately, they all had gas masks, otherwise they would have been suffocated by the toxic fumes. After walking for an unknown amount of time, suddenly the entire sewer shook violently, and the group was caught off guard and fell to the ground. An earthquake? Wang Xiao was still shaken. Then, a series of loud booms rang out. Oh no, bombs! Someone's bombing the chemical plant. Ling Yi immediately realized. I didn't receive any orders to bomb the chemical plant. Wang Yijun was bewildered. Right. Knowing this is the catfish's lair, they could have just blown it up. Why did they send us to surround and annihilate them? They just wanted to lure us here so they could wipe us out in one fell swoop, right? But there are still people from the Bai and Zheng families here. What wouldn't they do to eliminate me and the Wang family? Ling Yi's voice was chilling. This is insane! Wang Yijun gritted his teeth in anger. This time, the Bai and Zheng families had sent 50 people, including more than 10 superhumans. They were really willing to sacrifice so much to lure us in. Then, the sewers began to collapse, and countless bricks and stones fell from above. Run! I bring up the rear! Wang Yijun shouted, absorbing a handful of crystal cores and unleashing his maximum power. A torrent of water gushed from the pipes, sweeping everyone away. The 5 were instantly engulfed by the waves, and after an unknown amount of time, they all tumbled out of the water with a series of splashes. This is the sea? Wang Xiao wiped his face. They all floated to the surface, looking around. They were indeed in the sea. It was quite possible that the chemical plant had discharged wastewater into it. In the distance, the chemical plant was still exploding with deafening roars, flames shooting into the sky, massive pipes collapsing, dust billowing, the factory gradually disappearing from sight. Over 100 lives. Wang Xiao exclaimed. They're not human. Wang Hao cursed. Let's get ashore. Ling Yi said, and the group swam ashore. Where is this? Ling Yi asked. The group looked at each other, seemingly unaware of the place. It resembled a deserted island, completely isolated, and none of them had ever been here before. Everyone looked at Wang Yijun, whose face flushed. I don't know either. I grew up in the city, living a life of luxury. I never been to such a godforsaken place before. The others gave him disdainful looks. He was supposed to be a native of Licheng. By the way, didn't your sister-in-law give you a signal flare before we came? Let's fire it, and see if she comes looking for us, Wang Hao said. Ling Yi glanced in the direction of the chemical plant, and deduced that they were probably outside the city, perhaps a dozen kilometers from the Wang family's house. He took out a signal flare from his backpack and launched it into the sky. Yang Qing, accompanying Wang Jinshan, also heard the loud explosion. Everyone was shocked. Climbing to the rooftop, they discovered the explosion had come directly from the chemical plant. The scale of the explosion would have leveled the entire plant. What happened? Yang Qing asked Wang Jinshan. I don't know, Wang Jinshan said, his face pale. He Juan didn't say anything about the chemical plant being blown up when he came back. He's still inside. It must be the Bai and Zheng families. Yang Qing's face darkened. She hadn't expected those two families to be so ruthless, disregarding the lives of over 100 people just to destroy the Wang family. They wouldn't all. Wang Jinshan couldn't finish his sentence. Could anyone survive such an explosion? Even if someone escaped, the Bai and Zheng families would surely be waiting outside, killing anyone they saw. He hadn't considered this. He had not only harmed his son, but also implicated Lung Yi and the other ability users. My husband won't die. Yang Qing's face was grim. Although she said this, her heart was pounding. Husband, please don't die. Chapter 383. Suddenly, a signal flare rose into the distant sky, exploding into a beautiful firework. My husband isn't dead. Yang Qing exclaimed excitedly. Is this your signal flare? Wang Jinshan asked uncertainly. Certainly not one from the Wang family. Yes. Yang Qing nodded. This is a signal flare I brought from Yin Kingdom, unique. It must be theirs. Although the signal flare was far away, because it rose high, everyone in Licheng could see it after it exploded in the sky. Patriarch Wang, I need to go find them, Yang Qing said. The signal flare means they must be in danger or facing some problem. I must go help them. But, Wang Jinshan hesitated. What if the Bai or Zheng families are over there? Wouldn't you be committing suicide by going like this? I have a way. Yang Qing shook her head. They must have encountered some trouble, otherwise they wouldn't have set a signal flare. If I don't help them, no one else can. Yang Qing looked at Wang Jinshan. With a hint of apology, Patriarch Wang, please take care of yourself. I can no longer protect you. Butler Wang hurried over. Miss Yang, why don't you take the Patriarch with you? He's also going to pick up the young master. The Wang family has no more ability users. If the Bai or Zheng families come to attack the Wang family, none of us can protect the Patriarch. I send a team of men to you. If you encounter the Bai or Zheng families, they can help you hold them off for a while. He then looked at Wang Jinshan. Patriarch, you can go with peace of mind. Leave things here to me. I keep a close eye on those who betrayed you. Wang Jinshan was somewhat moved. Ah son, you come with us. In case. Butler Wang shook his head. Master, if we all leave, the Wang family will fall into chaos. I keep an eye on the house for you. So please go, and bring the young master back. Wang Jinshan's eyes welled up with tears. Ah son. Yang Qing decisively said, it's decided then, no time to waste. Butler Wang immediately went to arrange for people, sending 2 vehicles and a dozen fully armed men to accompany Yang Qing and Wang Jinshan to find the person. Although these people weren't superhumans, they had guns and could hold them off for a while. Yang Qing pointed in the direction the signal flare disappeared. Do you know where that is? Wang Jinshan nodded. I roughly know southwest. The direction is right. The 2 groups headed southwest. On the other side, Bai Tang and Xing Jianwei were still celebrating the elimination of the Wang family, and Leng Yi when they spotted the signal flare. Whose signal flare was that? Not from the Bai family. Not from the Zheng family either. Could it be from the Wang family? They're still alive? Both men's expressions changed. They're really lucky. So many bombs couldn't kill them? Bai Tang's face darkened. He had originally planned to capture Leng Yi and Yang Qing, extract their crystal cores for his son, and see if he could absorb their supernatural abilities. However, several hours had passed at the chemical plant without any news of capture. He figured that since the Bai family couldn't capture them, they couldn't let them fall into the hands of others. He'd rather kill them than let them fall into the Xing family's hands. So, after discussing it with the Xing family, they detonated the bombs that had been planted at the chemical plant. Although Xing Jianwei didn't know Bai Tang's intentions, he was happy to see all the supernatural beings from the Wang family eliminated, allowing the Zhang and Bai families to dominate Licheng. Therefore, he readily agreed to the request. Who knew the Wang family members were so lucky to survive? And they even had a signal flare for help. Bai Zhan and Zheng Jin quickly arrived. Hearing that someone from the Wang family was still alive, they both volunteered to go find them. Bai Tang pointed to where the signal flare had landed, over there. Whoever it is, kill them without mercy. Yes. They both replied in unison. Both were superhumans, full of confidence, believing that dealing with a few remaining survivors would be a piece of cake. They looked at each other, looking completely certain of victory. The two walked out of the hall. Baijian looked at Zungjin, his face disdainful. I didn't expect Zungjin to become a superhuman too? Congratulations. I'm a little curious about what kind of superpower you have, sister. Why should I tell you? Zungjin rolled her eyes. She had never liked Baijian. Not only was he not handsome, but he also indulged in drinking, gambling, and prostitution. He wasn't a good person even before the apocalypse. Baijian snorted coldly. Did you awaken some low-level superpower, and are too embarrassed to say? You just awakened it. I advise you, sister, not to be reckless, lest you get killed by those people. Zungjin scoffed. I think it's young master Bai who's scared. Although I just awakened my superpower, I'm not necessarily worse than you. Awakening doesn't have an order, it's all about who has more talent. Baijian's expression changed. Then we wait and see. The two each led a team, and drove towards the direction of the signal flare. After firing the signal flare, Leng Yi also realized it might attract the Bai and Zeng families, so he led a few people to find a place to hide. Soon after, sure enough, people came looking for them. 2 cars arrived. Baijian's group of Bai family members and Zungjin's group of Zeng family members got out. The two disliked each other. Baijian waved his hand. Search them. The Bai family members scattered. Zungjin curled her lip, waved her hand, and suddenly a gust of wind emerged from her hand. The wind seemed to have a tangible form, carrying a hint of mist, and flew into the distance. Baijian's pupils contracted. Zungjin's ability was actually a mutated wind-type ability? When they bought the Holy Blood, the Heavenly Descent organization had told them that besides the 5 common abilities of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, there might also be 2 mutated abilities, lightning and wind, though these were extremely rare. What incredible luck did Zungjin have to awaken a wind-type ability? Zungjin glanced at Baijian smugly, then controlled the wind, as if searching for something, heading towards the direction where Leng Yi and the others were hiding. Over there, follow me. Zungjin chased after the wind, and her subordinates followed. Baijian's face darkened. He gritted his teeth. We follow too. Since Zungjin had a way, why not use it? It would save him the trouble of searching. Leng Yi and the others were actually hiding not far away. Because they were by the sea, there was nowhere to hide, so they took cover in a hollow behind a large rock. The group peeked through a crack in the rock, not expecting to be discovered so quickly. That wind seemed strange. Wang Hao pointed to the swirling wind overhead. Could that woman's ability be wind-based? Leng Yi pondered, then said to Wang Hao, shoot it down. Perhaps only a mutated ability could counter a mutated ability. Wang Hao nodded, unleashing a bolt of lightning from his hand. With a crack, the wind vanished completely. Zungjin coughed up blood. She hadn't expected anyone to be able to break her wind attack. Baijian gloated. Zungjin, didn't I tell you not to be reckless? See? You didn't listen to your elders, and now you're paying the price. Zungjin glared at him resentfully. You think you'd be better off just because I'm injured? With your metal-based ability, how much better off can you be than me? Chapter 384. Baijian and Zungjin surrounded the rocks with their men, revealing Leng Yi and his group. Seeing that there were still 5 of them left, the two were furious. The Zeng and Bai families had gone to so much trouble, each sacrificing over 50 people, plus 10 ability users, and yet 5 of them had survived? Leng Yi, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. So many bombs couldn't kill you. Zungjin was enraged at the sight of Leng Yi. She had never been rejected before. She had even promised him that he wouldn't divorce Yang Qing and that they could be equals, yet he still refused her marriage proposal. She had never suffered such humiliation. Now that she had caught him, she was determined to torture him thoroughly and see just how tough he really was. Your Zeng family, so ruthless and insane, didn't die. How dare I? Leng Yi sneered. Leng Yi, I advise you to surrender obediently, Baijian sneered. Your wife has already been captured by us. If you don't surrender, she will die. Impossible. Wang Yijuan shouted. If Yang Qing was captured, wouldn't the Wang family be overthrown? Leng Yi stared at Baijian, tilted his head, and said to Wang Yijuan, Young Master Wang, don't listen to him. He's just bluffing. My wife won't be captured so easily. He knew Yang Qing had a spatial ability. Even if the entire Wang family died, she would be fine. Baijian scoffed. So your wife has a spatial ability? Too bad, spatial abilities are useless here. Everyone looked at Leng Yi in shock. Yang Qing actually had a spatial ability? Zungjin was also surprised. She knew Yang Qing had a metal-type ability, but she didn't expect her to have a spatial ability too? No wonder she was so arrogant. Can one person possess two superpowers? No, how did the Bai family know? They knew Yang Qing had a spatial ability, so was their operation at the chemical plant specifically targeting her, trying to seize her spatial ability? They just didn't expect she didn't even go. Zhengzhen's face darkened. She couldn't believe the Zheng family had been used by the Bai family. She had to tell her father when she got back. Leng Yi's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected them to know about Yang Qing's spatial ability. When was it exposed? He had been very careful. He couldn't possibly have leaked anything. It must have been someone who had lived with him for a long time who guessed. After all, resources were constantly available, and someone in the Bai family had awakened a spatial ability. It was possible that this would arouse suspicion. Wang Xiao and the others were all around him. The most likely culprit was Lin Jin. He had saved that person, and that person repaid kindness with enmity? Leng Yi looked at the Bai family members. Lin Jin wasn't among them. He had a superpower. He couldn't have been left unused. It's possible he also participated in the chemical plant operation, but he just hadn't encountered him. Perhaps he died in the explosion. Even if he survived, I never let him go next time we meet. However, hearing Bai Zhan say this, Leng Yi felt relieved. They had no idea Yang Qing could enter his space. They thought it was just a small room of a few dozen square meters, like other space-age users. This showed they were bluffing, trying to throw him off balance. Unfortunately, they didn't understand Yang Qing at all, didn't understand how powerful her space was. Don't listen to their nonsense, Leng Yi said to his companion. My wife and the Wang family head will be fine. If anything happened, she would have set a signal flare. She didn't, which means they're alright. Really? Wang Yijuan hesitated. I'm sure, Leng Yi nodded. Seeing he couldn't fool Leng Yi, Bai Zhan's face darkened. No matter what, none of you will leave here alive today. Bai Zhan and Zhengzhen each brought several ability users. The other ordinary people dared not approach, remaining on the perimeter with guns. Going forward would only make them cannon fodder. It was better to wait and pick off any survivors. A fierce battle ensued, each unleashing their abilities. Various wooden, metal, earthen, and water-based spikes attacked each other, while Wang Hao's lightning and Zhengzhen's wind blades swirled in the air. The battle raged fiercely. However, the Zhang and Bai families had a numerical advantage, and soon some of Leng Yi's group were injured. Of course, the other two families weren't faring much better. They had many leg wounds and cuts, and some were even smoking from being electrocuted. Leng Yi's group was forced into retreat. Using their abilities consumed too much energy, and their numerical disadvantage became even more apparent. Their crystal cores had all been absorbed, leaving them with nothing to replenish their energy. 10 superhumans from the Zhang and Bai families faced off against Leng Yi and his group of 5, and soon Leng Yi and his companions suffered more injuries. Suddenly, a burst of bullets rang out, and the ordinary people with guns on the periphery all fell to the ground. Both sides were taken aback. When they saw Yang Qing arriving with the Wang family head, Wang Yijuan was both surprised and delighted. Dad, are you alright? I'm fine. Wang Jinshan quickly replied. Zhengzhen flew into a rage upon seeing Yang Qing. This woman was still alive. Wasn't the Wang family betrayed by their own people? How could she be unharmed? What a bunch of good-for-nothings. Yang Qing, you, a superhuman, dare to come here to die? If you want to die, I send you on your way. Zhengzhen sneered, conjuring a whirlwind of wind blades and hurling them at Yang Qing. Yang Qing raised her metal knife to block, and with a clang, sparks flew as the metal and the wind blade collided. She swung the knife, aiming for Zhengzhen's head. Zhengzhen dodged, her wind blade rising to meet the metal blade. A strange glint flashed in Yang Qing's eyes, and Zhengzhen's wind blade instantly changed direction, slashing towards Bai Zhan. Zhengzhen, what are you doing? Bai Zhan cried out in alarm, quickly raising his knife to defend himself. Zhengzhen was covered in sweat. She didn't know what was wrong with her. She couldn't control herself at all. Yang Qing then looked at the people around her. They, too, seemed to have lost their minds, attacking those around Bai Zhan. Seeing the two sides suddenly turn on each other, Leng Yi and the others quickly retreated from the battle. The two sides fought fiercely, neither willing to give up until the other was dead. Everyone noticed something was wrong, but no one knew what was happening. Wang Jinshan looked at Yang Qing in horror. He knew she must have done something, just like when the superhuman in his house had shot him. He couldn't control himself at all. Now he understood. Yang Qing was controlling him. Now, these people were also under Yang Qing's control. He hadn't expected her to be able to control so many people at once. He looked at Yang Qing and saw that her face was pale, and she seemed to be struggling. Leng Yi also noticed something was wrong. but he didn't dare to disturb Yang Qing, fearing he would ruin her plans. Finally, the Xing and Bai families all collapsed. Bai Zhan and Zheng Jin died with their eyes wide open, unable to understand why they had died at each other's hands. Yang Qing, also at her last gasp, coughed up blood and collapsed. Ching Ching! Leng Yi cried out in anguish and rushed over. Yang Qing's vision went black, and she fainted. Chapter 385. When Yang Qing opened her eyes again, she saw Leng Yi slumped beside her bed, his eyes dark and his chin covered in stubble, his hands tightly clenched around hers. Leng Yi! Yang Qing called out, her voice hoarse. Leng Yi immediately woke up, his eyes reddening when he saw Yang Qing awake. You're finally awake? Yang Qing smiled weakly, raising her hand to touch Leng Yi's chin. Why do you have a beard? Leng Yi pressed her hand to his face. Do you know how long you were unconscious? A full 3 days. Really? Yang Qing smiled. I also feel like I slept for a long time, and I think I even dreamed about my parents. How are you feeling now? Is anything bothering you? Leng Yi asked quickly. Yang Qing shook her head, trying to sit up. Her back ached from sleeping for several days, so Leng Yi quickly helped her sit up, placing a pillow behind her back as a support. Wang Yijuan came to deliver food and, seeing Yang Qing awake, exclaimed with delight, Sister-in-law, you're awake. Yang Qing smiled, I'm alright. You have no idea. Your slumber scared E.G. half to death. Wang Yijuan put down the tray he was carrying. I just brought over some food, including chicken soup, which my dad specially had made. A fresh pot is made every day, just waiting for you to wake up. Yang Qing nodded, thank you for your trouble, Master Wang. You saved my father and my lives. This is nothing. Wang Yijuan smiled broadly. By the way, how are the others? Yang Qing asked. They're all fine, don't worry. Leng Yi picked up the chicken soup, blew on it, and fed it to Yang Qing. What about the Zheng and Bai families? Yang Qing asked again. They're all dead, Leng Yi replied calmly. I burned all their bodies, scattering their ashes everywhere. Didn't those 2 families come looking for us? Wang Yijuan laughed. Sister-in-law, you have no idea how powerful E.G.'s fire is. They were burned to ashes, the ashes scattered into the sea. When the Zhang and Bai families came looking for us, we just pretended not to know anything. Anyway, they couldn't find any evidence, so we just said we didn't see them, didn't encounter them. They knew Bai Zhan and Zheng Jin were looking for us, but they had no evidence, and they couldn't find the bodies, so they couldn't do anything to us. Leng Yi pulled a handful of crystal cores from his pocket. I cracked open the skulls of all 10 ability users from those 2 families. There were only 6 crystal cores in total. Not every ability user has a crystal core. Wang Yijuan's face turned pale when he saw the handful of crystal cores. He still felt lingering fear when he remembered the day Leng Yi gathered all the ability users' corpses together, cracking open their skulls one by one to search for crystal cores. He figured everyone thought the same thing as him. Back then, Leng Yi was practically the embodiment of a demon, his hands covered in red and white brain matter, yet he calmly plucked it out one by one, and everyone held their breath. They knew he was avenging his sister-in-law, and they both respected and feared him. Have you tried? Can you absorb their abilities? Yang Qing asked. Leng Yi shook his head. Wait until you wake up before trying. Also, they already know you have a spatial ability. Lin Jin must have leaked it. Yang Qing nodded. We weren't careful enough. Actually, when they were with Li Shengman and the others, they always had an endless supply of resources, so they probably guessed it too, but back then, the concept of supernatural abilities didn't exist, so no one even considered that possibility. Now that there are supernatural abilities here, and someone has awakened spatial abilities, it was only a matter of time before they found out. If he's dead, fine. But if I find out he's still alive, I won't let him go, Leng Yi said coldly. Betraying people never end well. Yes, I won't let him go either, Yang Qing nodded. He had given her the supernatural ability. She hadn't expected him to repay kindness with enmity. Such a person was not worth killing. The others, knowing Yang Qing had woken up, rushed to see her. Sister-in-law, are you all right? Sister-in-law, how are you feeling? Yang Qing smiled and nodded. I'm fine. I'm sorry to have worried you all. Miss Yang, our Wang family owes you a great debt this time. We can never repay your immense kindness. From now on, the Wang family will follow your and Mr. Leng's lead, Wang Jinshan said. He knew these 2 had powerful supernatural abilities. Without them, the Wang family would have been wiped out. Now, as long as they were alive, there was no need to fear the Zheng and Bai families. You're too kind, Patriarch Wang. It's only right that we enjoy the resources of the Wang family, Yang Qing smiled. What happened to those who betrayed the Wang family? My second brother's family was the mastermind behind this. I already dealt with them, Wang Zhinshan said coldly. My third brother's family, although not involved, were aware of the situation and were expelled from the Wang family. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. This patriarch Wang was quite decisive. He probably dealt with them all to death, and those expelled from the Wang family probably wouldn't live much longer. However, to become the head of the family, one must be a ruthless character, otherwise, one wouldn't be able to support the entire clan. Of course, Wang Zhinshan's words were merely polite. If his Wang family were truly taken away, he might not be willing to accept it. What had he worked so hard for his entire life? Wasn't it all for the Wang family? If he were to hand it over to someone else, wouldn't all his efforts have been in vain? Yang Qing had no interest in their family. She thought that if she had the chance, she would definitely return to Yin Kingdom, where her roots truly lay. She wondered what the situation was like in Yin Kingdom now, how many people had survived, how many seeds the military had preserved after the tectonic plate collision, and how long it would take to rebuild their homes. The day their homes were rebuilt would be the day she returned home. These crystal cores, want to try them? Yang Qing looked at the crystal cores in Leng Yi's hand, and everyone else looked over curiously, wanting to see what these crystal cores were for. Wang Hao, you have one, Leng Yi said. Wang Hao was his comrade in arms, so he naturally trusted him more and gave him the benefit first. Okay. Wang Hao stepped forward, picked up a medium-sized crystal core, and placed it in his palm. After a while, the energy was absorbed, and the crystal core turned into powder. How is it? Everyone looked at him. Wang Hao clenched his fist, sensing the energy within his body. I absorbed some energy, but nothing else. Everyone was a little disappointed. Couldn't it absorb the owner's power? Yijuan, you take one too. Leng Yi looked at Wang Yijuan. Wang Zhinshan was a little surprised. He hadn't expected him to give it to his son. If this thing could truly absorb other people's powers, it would be incredibly useful. He hadn't dared to hope for it, but now that Leng Yi had given his son one, he was very grateful. Wang Yijuan also picked a crystal core, absorbed it, and shook his head. It's similar to the catfish monster's crystal core, just a little stronger in energy, but no other powers. Leng Yi nodded. It seems we were overthinking it. It doesn't have the power to absorb powers. Let's keep it for when we need it later. After saying that, he put away the remaining 4 crystal cores. This way, others wouldn't covet them. After all, they were just ordinary crystal cores, not very useful. Chapter 386. Just then, a servant reported that the Zhang and Bai families had sent people again to demand Baijian and Zhengshan. Wang Zhinshan was a little impatient. Are they ever going to stop? Leng Yi told everyone else to accompany him out, while he stayed behind to keep Yang Qing company. The Zhang and Bai families had suffered heavy losses this time, losing 15 ability users, which was a significant blow. With Wang Yijuan, Wang Xiao, and Cheng Zheng on the Wang family's side, they shouldn't be afraid of him. By the way, did you awaken a new ability? Leng Yi asked Yang Qing in a low voice. If she hadn't controlled those people, they definitely wouldn't have been able to defeat the 10 ability users from those 2 families. Yang Qing nodded, pointing to her head. I used a blue injection and awakened my mental power. Mental power? Leng Yi was surprised. There was such an ability. What? You used? I wasn't by your side, and you dared to do that all by yourself? That's ridiculous. Leng Yi's face turned red with anger. Yang Qing touched his face and smiled. I figured since all 3 of you have used it, it would be fine for me too. I always had good luck. The injections Dr. Zhang gave me should be higher quality than Holy Blood. Holy Blood has a success rate of over 90%, so Dr. Zhang's will only be higher. Space isn't very useful in combat, except for self-defense. I was thinking I could awaken another ability, so I wouldn't be afraid anymore. I didn't expect such a big surprise, actually awakening mental power. It's fortunate I have this ability, otherwise we would have been helpless when Wang's nephew betrayed us. Your mental power can control other people's thoughts? Leng Yi asked. Yang Qing nodded. Yes, I can control other people's thoughts, making them do things they don't want to do, as if their brains are controlled by me. They can't control themselves, and might even commit suicide. Amazing. Leng Yi laughed. Now I don't have to worry about you anymore. But why was it so dangerous this time? It must be because I just awakened recently. I used it once at the Wang family, and then I controlled multiple people at once. My mental energy was greatly depleted, which is why I fainted. I'd be more careful from now on, Yang Qing said. Leng Yi gave Yang Qing the crystal cores of 4 ability users. Keep these crystal cores, you can use them to replenish your energy later. These are better than the catfish's crystal cores. Okay. Yang Qing nodded, put the crystal cores into her spatial storage, stroked Leng Yi's beard, and laughed. You're not handsome with a beard anymore, shave it. You shave me. Leng Yi looked at Yang Qing with bright eyes. Okay. Yang Qing smiled, her dimple sweet. The two went into the bathroom. Yang Qing first washed Leng Yi's face with a wet towel, wetting his beard, then took out a bottle of shaving mousse from her spatial storage and applied it to his chin. Then she took out a razor and carefully shaved. Leng Yi looked down at her. She looked up at him, her eyelashes fluttering like raven wings, her eyes round and bright, reflecting his image. Leng Yi lowered his head and kissed Yang Qing's lips. Ouch, you got foam all over my face. Yang Qing complained playfully. Be careful you scratch your face. Leng Yi chuckled, straightened up, and obediently let Yang Qing continue shaving. Yang Qing wiped the foam off her face with a towel, then shaved Leng Yi's beard, drying it with a damp towel. She looked him up and down, exclaiming, My husband is so handsome. She tiptoed and kissed Leng Yi's lips. Leng Yi smiled, cupped the back of her head, and deepened the kiss. A knock came at the door. Mr. Leng, Ms. Yang? The two went outside, where a servant was waiting. The master invites you too. Yang Qing and Leng Yi followed the servant out and took a carriage to the manor gate. The manor gate was tightly closed, and everyone was at the sentry post beside it. This sentry post hadn't existed originally. The Zhang and Bai families had been harassing them for the past few days, so Leng Yi suggested that Wang Jinshan build it. Firstly, for reconnaissance. Secondly, some things didn't need to be said outside. They could communicate with those outside while ensuring their safety. Wang Jinshan, hand over Bai Zhan and Zhengzhen. Bai Tang roared from outside. Don't deny it. Those two were out looking for your family's missing superhuman. Don't tell me it has nothing to do with you. A dozen people just vanished without a trace? Don't think I'm a 3-year-old who's so easily fooled. Then produce the evidence. Wang Jinshan retorted, not to be outdone. If you want to attack our Wang family, just say so. Don't make excuses. You're like a prostitute trying to maintain a virtuous image. We have evidence. The chemical plant exploded, and your Wang family sent out 2 teams. Your people returned unharmed, but ours disappeared. Who else could it be but you? Bai Tang shouted. Wang Jinshan sneered. We were just looking for our own people. They were lucky. They escaped through the sewers. We didn't even run into Bai Zhan and Zhengzhen. Who knows where they went? Maybe they eloped? You're talking nonsense. Zheng Zhu roared. My sister would be interested in Bai Zhan? Bai Tang's face darkened. What do you mean? How is my son unworthy of that young girl, Zhengzhen? Zheng Zhu rolled her eyes. Does the Bai family head not know what kind of person his own son is? But now is not the time to talk about that. Don't forget why we came here today. Bai Tang's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Wang Jinshan. Wang Jinshan, don't think we're afraid of you just because we've lost a few superhumans. If you don't hand over my son, we raze your Wang family manor to the ground. Come on then. Wang Jinshan waved his hand, and countless people around him pointed their guns at the crowd outside. Previously, the Wang family had too few superhumans, so they had many reservations. Now that the other families had roughly the same number, who was afraid of firearms? Uncle Wang, don't let a few outsiders ruin the harmony between our 2 families. Zheng Zhu looked at Wang Jinshan, softening her tone. As long as you hand over Yang Qing and Leng Yi to me, our Zheng family will never harm a single hair on your Wang family's head. I know my sister's disappearance is definitely related to them. As long as you hand them over, we let bygones be bygones. From now on, Liqing will still be divided equally among the 3 families. This is my father's wish, and I can represent him. Leng Yi and Yang Qing both looked at Wang Jinshan, waiting to see what he would choose. Wang Jinshan sneered. Those 2 are our Wang family's saviors. I wouldn't be the kind of person to repay kindness with enmity. As for Zhengzhen and Bai Zhan, we don't know anything about them, so don't waste your time. My sister is probably dead. The victor takes all, we accept it, Zheng Zhu said. As long as Uncle Wang returns my sister's body to me, we won't pursue this matter further. Don't deny it. Zheng Zhu pushed Lin Jin forward from behind Bai Tang. This man said Yang Qing has a spatial dimension. Did you hide my sister's body in her spatial dimension? As long as you hand over my sister's body, we leave immediately, and never bother you again. Lin Jin looked at Yang Qing and Leng Yi, his face pale, and lowered his head in shame. Yang Qing looked coldly at Lin Jin, no longer hiding anything. She directly took out a crossbow from her spatial dimension, conjured a metal arrow, and shot it towards Lin Jin. Lin Jin was terrified and ran away. But the arrow seemed to have eyes, relentlessly pursuing Lin Jun. With a thud, the arrow pierced Lin Jun's back, penetrating his chest. Lin Jun's eyes widened, he glanced back at the sentry, then coughed up blood and collapsed. Chapter 387. Bai Tang, seeing Yang Qing dare to kill his superhuman right in front of him, was about to unleash a torrent of curses when the ground suddenly began to shake. Then, the ground beneath their feet cracked open inch by inch, and the group almost lost their footing. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Yang Qing and the others also felt the sentry post shaking, and were about to run down, when they heard a loud boom ahead. The ground at the gate collapsed, forming a huge black hole. The Xing and Bai families were caught off guard and fell, halfway down. Bai Tang reacted quickly as he fell, grabbing onto a nearby rock and then grabbing Zheng Zhu's ankle, his face filled with terror. Zheng Zhu, quickly pull your uncle up, please. Let go, let go. Zheng Zhu was also terrified, her face pale, struggling to break free of Bai Tang's grasp. But she was Bai Tang's lifeline. How could he let go? He held onto Zheng Zhu's foot tightly. Please pull me up. I promise I won't treat you badly. Let go. Zheng Zhu shouted, her face covered in sweat as she saw the ground beside her still collapsing. 2 metal spikes materialized in her hands, which she plunged into Bai Tang's hands. Ah! Bai Tang screamed, but he still refused to let go, his eyes filled with malice. If you want me dead, you won't live either. With a jerk, he pulled Zheng Zhu down as well. The person who fell to the ground stared in horror at the ever-expanding hole, scrambling and crawling as they tried to escape. Finally, the ground stopped shaking, and the black hole calmed down. Everyone stared intently at the hole, on high alert, fearing something might emerge from it. Yang Qing's heart was in her throat. This scene reminded her of a science fiction movie she'd seen before. She felt a giant alien was about to emerge from it. Several minutes passed, but the black hole remained motionless. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, someone cried out, "Look!" Everyone looked into the distance, and were utterly astonished. There were at least a dozen black holes of varying sizes throughout the manor. Some, with buildings above them, had completely disappeared into the holes, leaving no trace. Yang Qing took out her binoculars and looked into the city. Black holes had appeared there too, many buildings had collapsed, killing many people. What is this? Wang Jinshan stammered, cold sweat dripping down his face. Looking back at the entrance, apart from 2 or 3 who had escaped, everyone else from the Zhang and Bai families had fallen into the black holes and vanished without a trace. The Bai family head was dead, the Xing family's eldest daughter was dead too. Wang Jinshan still found it unbelievable. Let's go down and check, Yang Qing said. Everyone descended from their posts, and walked to the edge of the dark hole at the entrance. Because the ground had collapsed, the iron gate beside it was warped. Lungi had to melt the gate to break it before he could get out. They reached the dark hole and peered down. They couldn't see anything, it was pitch black, like a basin of ink, seemingly bottomless. Wang Hao picked up a stone and threw it down, but there was no echo for a long time. He had no idea how deep the hole was. What is this? Someone asked. Yang Qing shook her head. She didn't know either. She had never encountered anything like it in her previous life. Many things had changed in this life. Could a monster escape from inside? A catfish monster, or something else? Someone said. Everyone fell silent. It was possible. With so many black holes appearing throughout the city, if a monster escaped, wouldn't everyone be doomed? Go get some gasoline, Yang Qing said. Monsters are generally afraid of fire. Would burning them stop them from escaping? But these holes are so deep, will it even work? Someone questioned. We have to try, Yang Qing said. Wang Jinshan had 2 buckets of gasoline brought over. Yang Qing poured the gasoline in, deliberately pouring some around the edge of the hole, so it would be visible when it burned. Otherwise, the gasoline might not even make a sound. After pouring in both buckets of gasoline, Lungi lit one, and the hole burst into flames with a whoosh. Everyone stepped back, watching as the whole entrance gradually turned charred black. When the fire died down, it was still pitch black inside. They couldn't see what was inside at all. No matter what, let's burn it all first. What if it works? Yang Qing said. Wang Jinshan nodded, and ordered his servants to pour gasoline into the dozen or so black holes in the manor and burn them. Fortunately, some of the holes were relatively small, so burning them didn't consume as much gasoline. After all the holes had been burned, everyone climbed up the sentry post and looked down. Round, black, deep pits were randomly arranged everywhere, looking incredibly eerie. Back in the living room, everyone was somewhat silent, completely helpless about these sudden black holes. I suspect monsters must have appeared, otherwise why would these black holes suddenly appear? The reason the monsters haven't appeared yet is probably because they haven't had time to come up. Those holes are so deep, it would take them time. Now that so many black holes have appeared in the city, there must be countless monsters. Do we still think we can escape? Can't we think of a way? Suppress the black holes? Yang Qing suggested. So many holes, what can we use to plug them? Lung Yi asked. And some of them are so big, almost 10 meters in diameter, how can we plug them? I just noticed, there are relatively few large holes, mostly small ones. If we use metal mesh to plug them, maybe that would work, like manhole covers. If it's a large monster like a catfish, we can just block it with a mesh, and it shouldn't be able to get out. But if it's something small, like a red mosquito, we have to make manhole covers to cover it, otherwise it will still crawl out. Where are we going to get so much metal? Wang Xiao asked. How much metal would a 10-meter diameter hole need, not to mention how many holes like that are there in the whole city? We can only ensure the safety of the Wang family manor first. We can't worry about the rest for now. Yang Qing sighed. Of course, the lives of their own people were the most important. I figure something out, Wang Zhinshan said. I collected some steel before, maybe it come in handy. Then what will we use to smelt the steel? Wang Yijuan asked. Now that the factories are all gone, how can we manage such a large project with manpower? We got it, Lung Yi said. My ability has the effect of lava, so it's not difficult for me. However, I can't do it alone. I need to find a few fire-type ability users to help me, otherwise we won't be able to manage. Everyone looked at each other, and realized that each of the 6 ability users had a different ability. Wang Hao was lightning type, Wang Yijuan was water type, Wang Xiao was earth type, Cheng Zheng was wood type. And while Lung Yi and Yang Qing both had metal type abilities, Yang Qing's other ability was spatial, and only Ling Yi's had fire attributes. Let's hire with a hefty salary, Wang Zhinshan said. Let's recruit some ability users outside, focusing on fire type abilities. Are there still ability users who don't belong to the 3 major families? Yang Qing asked. Yes, but relatively few, Wang Zhinshan pondered. Like you guys before, you didn't belong to any family, right? I think there might be some hidden superhumans. However, a generous reward will surely bring forth brave men. If we tell them about the dangers of these black holes, perhaps someone will step forward. Chapter 388. Furthermore, Wang Zhinshan glanced at everyone. The Bai family head is dead, and Bai Zhan is gone too. The Bai family will soon be in chaos. Why not take this opportunity? Wang Zhinshan made a killing gesture. Actually, the Xing family is also finished. Xing Jianwei's 2 daughters are dead, but he still has an adopted son, and he himself is still alive. They're not so easy to deal with for now. But the Bai family has a chance. Yang Qing looked at Wang Zhinshan. He really was the family head, he thought of so much already. If this operation succeeds, while they might not become the sole power, at least the Wang family will no longer have to fear the Zhang family. Brother Yi, what do you think? Wang Yijuan looked at Lung Yi. Success depended on Lung Yi and his group's help. Without ability users, nothing could be accomplished. Lung Yi looked at Yang Qing for her opinion. Yang Qing pondered for a moment, then pursed her lips. Let's do it. This was indeed a good opportunity. The Bai family head was dead, and his son was dead, but the Bai family couldn't just consist of the 2 of them. There were also collateral branches of the Bai family. If they waited until they realized what was happening, they wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Now that they were living here, they couldn't be controlled by others like before. They had to seize power for themselves. Then let's act tonight, while they're off guard, Lung Yi said. Patriarch Wang, give me 100 men immediately, fully armed. I lead the charge tonight, and take down the Bai family. Good. Wang Zhinshan exclaimed excitedly. The Wang family's rise would begin tonight. Wang Yijuan issued a citywide notice offering a large reward for those with supernatural abilities, while Wang Zhinshan gathered 100 men for Lung Yi. Lung Yi briefly explained tonight's battle plan. Those leading the vanguard would be equipped with guns and bulletproof vests to minimize casualties. After midnight, Lung Yi led 100 men, silently heading towards the Bai family manor. The main house of the Bai family was brightly lit. Several cousins from the Bai family were vying for the position of family head, none willing to concede. The main hall was in an uproar. Knowing their patriarch was dead, the Bai family servants were demoralized, and no longer focused on guarding the manor. Lung Yi and his men easily eliminated those outside. Only when they were almost inside the main house did someone rush in to report. It's bad. The Wang family has broken in. What? The Wang family? How dare they? What do you mean? We're surrounded. Lung Yi shouted through a megaphone. Those who surrendered would be spared, those who resisted would die. But no one believed him. Could someone captured really live? Some began to resist. Lung Yi shouted from outside, "Those with supernatural abilities will be treated well, they won't be killed, and we even offer them a large reward." Several ability users were tempted. They had been recruited by the Bai family head and Bai Zhan, but now that they were gone, the remaining members were just a bunch of scoundrels, incapable of anything of real importance. One of them stepped forward, raising his hands in surrender. "You traitor!" A Bai family member shouted angrily, firing his gun at the ability user. The man shrugged, the bullet stopping in front of him, quickly turning into a jumbled mess before being thrown away. Lung Yi raised an eyebrow. This was also a metal-type ability user. He could be recruited. The other two ability users, seeing them betrayed, ignored the Bai family members and left. "What do we do now?" The group panicked. A middle-aged man remained relatively calm. "Run! As long as we're alive, we can always fight again. Follow me." They entered a room and quickly fell silent. When Lung Yi and his group rushed into the hall, it was empty. What happened? Where are they? "We've been guarding outside. They definitely didn't escape. There must be some secret passage." Lung Yi ordered a full search of the house. Finally, they found a secret passage in an inconspicuous room. Lung Yi, along with Wang Yijuan and Wang Hao, followed, while Cheng Zheng and Wang Xiao guarded the outside. The passage wasn't very long, only about 100 meters, before they found the Bai family members who had escaped. They stood in front of a thick steel door, but without a key or password, they couldn't get in. Seeing Lung Yi and his group approaching, they immediately opened fire. The three of them were all superhumans. They weren't afraid of him. They simultaneously unleashed their powers, and everyone inside fell silent. By the time Lung Yi and his group got closer, the Bai family members were all dead. The three men stared at the steel door. "Where is this? Could it be a laboratory?" Wang Yijuan said. He knew the Bai family had a laboratory, but he hadn't expected it to be underground in the Bai family manner. "It can't be opened without a password," Wang Hao said, glancing at the door. "I do it." Lung Yi placed his hands on the steel door, ignoring any password, and melted it down. In a short while, a large hole, big enough for one person to fit through, was melted into the steel door, and the three men crawled inside. As soon as they appeared, Dr. Chiu inside discovered them. "Who are you?" Only the Bai family head and young master had been here before. No one knew about this place, yet they were able to get in. Who were they? Before Lung Yi and the others could answer, Dr. Chiu pressed a button on the table, and a large glass cabinet containing solutions suddenly exploded, the solutions gushing out and instantly flooding the area around Lung Yi and the others. The three quickly retreated, standing on the steps by the door. Countless bizarre monsters fell out, their bodies white and muscular, with twisted limbs, bulging eyes, long tails, and bodies that resembled grotesque creatures, a sight that made the three feel nauseous. Dr. Chiu, seeing that he had stopped them, immediately ran to the other side. Lung Yi only then noticed another door on the other side. Before he could reach it, a burst of bullets rang out, and Dr. Chiu was hit and fell. Although they didn't know who this person was, anyone who could research this was no good, and keeping him alive would only cause trouble. Dr. Chiu wasn't dead yet. He struggled to grab onto a table, and with difficulty, reached out and pressed another button. The iron cages on the other side opened with a clatter, and all the living monsters inside rushed out. They pounced on Lung Yi and the other two. The sound of bullets rang out in the laboratory for a long time, various instruments were destroyed, and sparks flew everywhere. When it quieted down, all the monsters were dead, and the floor was covered in blood. These monsters, though terrifying, were still flesh and blood, lacking supernatural abilities, and couldn't withstand bullets. Looking at the laboratory, everyone was both shocked and heartbroken. How many innocent people had been captured to create so many monsters? The Bai family truly deserved to die. Lung Yi, seeing the remaining experimental data, felt it couldn't be left behind, and was about to set the laboratory ablaze. Wang Yijuan suddenly cried out, "Brother Yi, there's another person here, alive." The person was crouching in an iron cage, motionless, hugging themselves tightly. The three exchanged glances, all drawing their guns and warily eyeing the person. "Hey, who are you? Can you hear us?" The person remained motionless, head bowed, almost buried in their legs. "Is he dead?" Wang Hao said. "Alive, look, his back is still rising and falling." Wang Yijuan shook his head. Lung Yi glanced at the iron cage. It seemed to be like the cages containing the living monsters. Could it be that he had transformed into a monster, hence his inability to understand their language? The man neither raised his head nor stood up. They couldn't tell if he had mutated or not. Hands up! Hands behind your head. Turn around and stand up, or I shoot! Lung Yi shouted sharply. The man trembled, seemingly understanding, and slowly stood up. Lung Yi then noticed that the man was completely naked, extremely tall, and muscular. He placed his hands behind his head, and slowly turned around. When Lung Yi saw his face, he exclaimed, Page 1? Chapter 389. Brother Yi, you know him? Wang Yijuan asked, surprised. A friend. Lung Yi frowned, looking at Page 1. To be honest, he wasn't very familiar with Page 1. He wasn't there when Page 1 met Lu Lin. Later, when they entered the military base, they only ate together twice. Otherwise, everyone was busy and didn't have much interaction. However, because Lu Lin liked him, they wanted to get married, and he and Yang Qing didn't object. But he didn't know much about Page 1. He only knew that Page 1 had been a mercenary abroad and later joined the military base, becoming a soldier of Yin country. Since the meteorite impact and tectonic plate collision, they had lost contact with their old friends. He never expected to see Page 1 here. How did he get here? How did he get into the Bai family's laboratory? Is he human or a monster now? Lung Yi carefully examined Page 1. He didn't have any abnormalities on his body, his face was numb, and his eyes were somewhat empty, as if he didn't recognize him. Get him some clothes, Lung Yi said. Wang Yijuan went outside and found someone from the Bai family to borrow some clothes, but Page 1 was too tall, and the clothes were too short on him. Page 1, do you still recognize me? Lung Yi looked at Page 1, but Page 1 didn't look at him and remained silent. Attention! At ease! Lung Yi suddenly shouted, and Page 1 immediately executed the commands perfectly. He can understand? He's a soldier too? Wang Hao was surprised. It's probably instinct, Lung Yi sighed. He joined the military base with us before, and went to the Navy. He's practically our comrade in arms. Ah, then what about him? Wang Hao looked regretful. As fellow soldiers, he felt a natural affinity, but this man had become like this. Take him back first, Lung Yi said. Since they encountered him, they couldn't just abandon him. But what if he mutated? Wang Yijuan worried. Since he was locked up in the Bai family's lab, and in a cage, the Bai family must have lost control and locked him up. What if he mutated and hurt someone? I keep an eye on him, Lung Yi said. He melted down a piece of the iron cage next to him, molded it into handcuffs, and cuffed Page 1's hands to prevent him from suddenly attacking. After checking the lab again and confirming there was no secret passage, he melted down the entire computer mainframe. There was no possibility of recovery. All the data was burned. Then he had Wang Hao take Page 1 out the door. He set the lab ablaze one last time, watching it burn down before leaving. Wang Xiao and Cheng Zheng stood guard outside. The three superhumans from the Bai family had already pledged allegiance to them, and the other servants had also expressed their willingness to submit. The rest of the Wang family found Butler Bai from another building, and he was brought over. Butler Bai saw Lung Yi and knew that he was the one who led the team to wipe out the Bai family. His eyes were filled with hatred. Did you kill our patriarch and young patriarch? Lung Yi remained non-committal. Bai Zhan wanted to kill us, he deserved it. I didn't kill the Bai patriarch, it was just bad luck. See those black holes? He fell into them himself. He can't blame anyone else. He fell in because he went to find you. If he had been in the manor, he wouldn't be in any danger. Butler Bai struggled violently, his face filled with hatred. The victor is king, the loser is villain. When you destroyed the Wang family, did you ever imagine this would be your fate? Lung Yi sneered. What goes around comes around. Butler Bai's eyes dimmed. Indeed, when they decided to blow up the chemical plant, they intended to destroy the Wang family. They hadn't expected that while they hadn't killed the Wang family's young master, the young patriarch had lost his life. Now, even the patriarch was dead, something they never anticipated. They had been pinning their hopes on the remaining Bai family members, but before a patriarch could be chosen, they were wiped out in one fell swoop. He had foreseen this fate for the Bai family when he received news of the patriarch's death, but he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. He had thought that at least they could wait for a new patriarch to appear and struggle for a while longer. Unfortunately, none of those good-for-nothings were useful. Even with the patriarch dead, they hadn't thought to take proper precautions, and were still vying for the position of patriarch. They deserved to die. What should we do with Butler Bai? Wang Yijuan asked Lung Yi. He naturally didn't want to keep Butler Bai around. He served Bai Tang his entire life, utterly loyal. Keeping him wouldn't benefit the Wang family, it would just be a waste of food. Before Lung Yi could speak, Butler Bai said, The master and young master are both dead. I don't want to live alone. I go with the master now. He then forcefully broke free from his restraints and slammed his head against a nearby pillar. With a loud thud, blood gushed from his head as he collapsed. Everyone was startled. They hadn't expected the old man to be so reckless. Lung Yi went over. Butler Bai wasn't dead yet, his eyes open, filled with despair and helplessness. Actually, hitting a pillar like that wouldn't easily kill him. If he had been taken to the hospital in time, he could have been saved. However, seeing his loyalty, Lung Yi decided to grant his wish. He covered the man's eyes with one hand, placed the gun against his heart, and with a thud, the butler twitched and went still. Everyone looked at Lung Yi. Although they had expected it, they hadn't anticipated his decisiveness. Send men to take over the Bai family compound. Search for supplies, and gather them all together, Lung Yi said to Wang Yijuan. Okay. Wang Yijuan nodded, ordering his men to search each building. Lung Yi looked at the 3 surrendered superhumans beside him. Is this the main residence? Does the Bai family head live here? Yes. The superhumans replied, the family head lives on the 3rd floor, and the young family head lives on the 2nd floor. Lung Yi called to Wang Hao, you come with me to take a look. Wang Yijuan hesitated. Was he going to search for things alone? Then he thought that the destruction of the Bai family was entirely their doing, and it was only right that they receive some benefits. So he didn't follow. Pei Chuan stood motionless to the side. Without Lung Yi's order, he remained like a wooden statue. Keep an eye on him, don't let him escape, Lung Yi said to Wang Shao. Don't worry, brother Yi, Wang Shao nodded. Lung Yi led Wang Hao up to the 3rd floor first. The Bai family head lived on the 3rd floor, so there were bound to be some valuables. The 3rd floor had a master bedroom, a guest bedroom, and a study. Lung Yi went into the master bedroom first. The bedroom was luxuriously decorated, with dark yet opulent colors, likely in an earlier style. After looking around, they didn't find anything of value. Later, they discovered a hidden safe in the wardrobe. Opening the safe, they found gold, silver, jewelry, and jade. Lung Yi packed everything away. His wife would probably like these. The two then went to the study. The study had large bookshelves on 2 walls, filled with many books. One cabinet contained many documents. Lung Yi glanced at them, and had Wang Hao put away what he thought was useful. I looked around but couldn't find the safe. I thought it was impossible. Someone like him would definitely have many more things hidden. Later, I found a secret room behind the boss's chair, found the switch, and went inside. Chapter 390. The secret room was filled with various antique paintings and calligraphy, as well as exquisite jade carvings. Lung Yi regretted not bringing Yongqing. If she had, she could have stored all of these things in his spatial storage. He picked out a few valuable items, and had Wang Hao help him pack them. He also packed several items into his own bag, thinking Yongqing would like them. Then he found a safe. Opening the safe, he found many property deeds. Lung Yi raised an eyebrow. He would have been overjoyed to have these when he first arrived in Liqing. There were also some very rare and exquisite pieces of jewelry, each with a certificate. Most seemed to have been acquired at auction, and were quite valuable. He would keep all of these. His wife would be very happy. Finally, Lung Yi found a metal box at the deepest part of the safe. The metal box was black, gleaming with a cold, mysterious light. What's this? Wang Hao asked, leaning closer. Lung Yi shook his head, looking at the box. It didn't have a combination lock, just a simple small lock that opened with a twist. Lung Yi opened the box and saw an irregularly shaped black crystal, about the size of a ping-pong ball, inside. Golden, grain-like particles on the crystal glittered under the light. Lung Yi wanted to get a better look, but suddenly felt the building shake, and his fingers instinctively closed the box. The surroundings immediately fell silent. Lung Yi and Wang Hao exchanged a glance. Another earthquake? Wang Hao asked. Seemingly realizing something, they both looked outside. There were about a dozen black holes of varying sizes in the Bai family manor, but they weren't as noticeable at night. Lung Yi opened the metal box again, and the building shook again. Whether it was his imagination or not, it seemed as if the black holes below also shook. Lung Yi quickly closed the box, and silence returned. This? Wang Hao pointed at the box, speechless. Could these black holes be related to what was inside? Shoo! Lung Yi told Wang Hao to be quiet, silently locking the box again, and tossing it into his bag. Don't let anyone know about this, Lung Yi whispered. Yes. Wang Hao nodded quickly. Seeing there was still room in his bag, Lung Yi took out several paintings and calligraphy pieces, and stuffed them in, filling both their bags. Then the two went downstairs. Bai Zhan's room was much more luxurious, glittering with gold, clearly showing poor taste, like a nouveau riche. His study didn't contain anything particularly valuable, but it did have some expensive cigarettes and wines, top-quality ingredients, and some novel high-tech gadgets. However, Leng Yi had no interest in any of these. Wang Hao, however, found a bag and filled it with Iberian ham, black truffles, caviar, French foie gras, and other interesting items. He then picked out a few other fun things. When they came down, Wang Yijuan looked over. Wang Hao glanced at Leng Yi, then smiled and walked up to Wang Yijuan. "Look what I found. Ham, caviar, and French foie gras. I never seen these things before. This is truly an eye-opening experience. And these too." Wang Hao opened his backpack to show Wang Yijuan, deliberately whispering, "I also found a lot of antiques and jewelry. One bag isn't enough to hold them all. Brother Yi has a lot more. Young Master Wang, can we have these? I want to take them to exchange for money, so I can buy a villa someday." Wang Yijuan laughed. "Of course, these are nothing. If you want, our Wang family has plenty more. I also have some documents and property deeds here. I give them to you when we get home. They're useless to us. But my wife likes these antiques and jewelry, so let's leave them to her," Leng Yi said. "Of course. If it weren't for you and sister-in-law, I might be dead long ago, and I certainly wouldn't have been able to take over the Bai family," Wang Yijuan said with a smile. "Brother Yi, it's fine if you take everything." Leng Yi shook his head. "Those are useless to us. We have food and lodging at the Wang family's house, and I believe you won't mistreat us. Besides, we're young people, we return home sooner or later, so we don't need these." Wang Yijuan was a little surprised, but he could understand. Chinese people have a strong sense of returning to their roots. It's normal for them to want to go back. He himself had lived here for several generations, so he didn't have that kind of thought. After the apocalypse ends in a few years, when they return, Liqing will practically be the Wang family's territory. Back at the Wang family home, Leng Yi took out the documents and property deeds. Wang Yijuan insisted on choosing a nice villa for Leng Yi. Whether he lived there or not was another matter, but the sentiment was important. Yang Qing heard them return and quickly ran over. When she saw Pei Chuan next to Leng Yi, she froze. "What's he doing here?" Pei Chuan, Pei Chuan? Pei Chuan didn't move, his eyes didn't even blink, like a piece of wood. "What happened to him?" Yang Qing asked. "I don't know either." Leng Yi shook his head. "We found him in the Bai family's laboratory. He was locked in a cage. When we found him, he wasn't even dressed, squatting in a corner. He acted like he didn't hear me when I spoke to him. I had to give him a military order for him to react instinctively. So I found him some clothes and brought him back." "The lab?" Yang Qing frowned. "He was captured and used for experiments?" "I don't know. We know nothing right now, and we don't even know if he turned into a monster." Leng Yi shook his head. "Let's take him to our side first, and take care of him for now." "Okay." Yang Qing nodded. "Turn right, move out." Leng Yi gave the order, and Pei Chuan followed behind him back to their small villa. Wang Jinshan watched them leave and asked Wang Yijuan, "What happened to that guy?" "I don't know either. He seems to be one of their friends in Yin country. He seems to be mentally unstable. He can't understand human speech, but he responds to military orders," Wang Yijuan said. "Won't he mutate? What if?" Wang Jinshan worried. Wang Yijuan shook his head. Leng Yi said he'd take responsibility, so he should keep an eye on him. "We don't need to worry about it. Dad, we've taken over the Bai family. The Bai family is ours now," Wang Yijuan explained excitedly. Wang Jinshan laughed. "That old scoundrel Bai Tang never expected he'd end up like this, did he? Ha ha ha. What about the Bai family? Has everything been taken care of? The Bai family members are all dead. That steward was loyal. He killed himself by banging his head against a wall. The rest have been taken over by our people." "Well?" Leng Yi went to the Bai family head's building and searched it. He took a lot of jewelry and antiques. He said his wife likes them. Wang Jinshan waved his hand. "Those are just material possessions. They were meant to be theirs anyway. Without them, we wouldn't have anything. Don't let these little things create distance between us. It's not worth it." "Understood." Wang Yijuan nodded. Chapter 391. Back at the villa, Wang Hao took out the jewelry, antiques, and paintings Leng Yi had asked him to pack, and took the groceries for himself. "Why don't you take some too?" Leng Yi offered Wang Hao several valuable pieces of jewelry. Wang Hao shook his head. "I have no use for those. Give them to my sister-in-law. These are enough for me." Wang Hao patted the groceries bag and grinned. "Have the chef cook something tomorrow, so you can taste the flavors of top-quality ingredients." Leng Yi smiled. "Then I thank you on behalf of your sister-in-law." What are you thanking me for? Yang Qing walked over. Lung Yi dumped all the jewelry, antiques, and paintings he had found at the Bai family's house in front of her. These were found at the Bai family's house. I know you like them, so I gave you some. It's a pity you weren't there then, otherwise I could have stored all the good stuff from his study in my spatial storage. Yang Qing looked at this and that, admiring them all. These are enough. They're all priceless treasures. I'm glad you like them. Lung Yi smiled. Yang Qing put everything into her spatial storage and looked at Pei Chuan outside the room. What about him? Find him a room first, Lung Yi said. She had a servant prepare a room and call Pei Chuan inside. After entering, Pei Chuan squatted in a corner. Because his hands were cuffed, he couldn't hug himself anymore, so he put his hands under his knees and buried his head in them. Yang Qing felt a pang of sadness looking at Pei Chuan like this. She remembered that Pei Chuan used to be quite arrogant and capable, and apart from Lu Lin, he was rather cold to everyone else. Why had he become so insecure now? He was like this in the lab. Lung Yi sighed, then thought for a moment, and installed a surveillance camera in Pei Chuan's room. It wasn't so much to monitor him, but mainly to prevent him from mutating and to detect it in time to avoid any irreversible consequences. After installing it, Lung Yi gave the order, stand up. Pei Chuan immediately stood up reflexively. Get in bed, lie down. Pei Chuan obediently lay down on the bed, his hands on his chest. Turn off the light, go to sleep, Lung Yi added. Pei Chuan immediately closed his eyes. Yang Qing and Lung Yi exchanged a glance, turned off the light, left the room, and closed the door. I wonder what he's been through, Yang Qing sighed. It's too late today, let's rest first. We talk about it tomorrow, Lung Yi said. The two returned to their room, and Lung Yi took the black metal box out of his bag. And what else? Yang Qing asked curiously, about to open it, when Lung Yi quickly called out, don't open it. Yang Qing was startled and immediately stopped. It's not good inside, Lung Yi said in a low voice, a black stone, it looks like a meteorite. A meteorite? Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. It's a rather dangerous meteorite, Lung Yi said. When I was at the Bai family's place, I accidentally opened it, and felt the ground shake. Later, I closed it, and there was no further movement. When I opened it again, it shook again, and those black holes seemed to sense it. I suspect this black meteorite is related to those black holes. Perhaps. This black meteorite is the key to opening those black holes. That's amazing? Yang Qing was surprised. But why doesn't the Bai family make better use of something so important? Lung Yi shook his head. I suspect the Bai family doesn't know the purpose of this thing at all. Besides, black holes have never appeared before, so even if they had this meteorite, they wouldn't know what it's for. They probably just thought it was magical, and that's why they collected it. Possibly. Yang Qing nodded, just like when he collected other meteorites before. Even though he didn't know their use, he kept them anyway. You should keep this safe and don't let anyone find out, Lung Yi said. Yang Qing wanted to sense the meteorite's energy to see if his spatial storage could hold it. If it was too powerful like the purple crystal before and damaged his space, then he wouldn't be able to store it. But he couldn't sense the meteorite's energy. It seemed this metal box wasn't an ordinary object. Yang Qing put the metal box into his spatial storage, and sure enough, there was no problem. The metal box must have isolated the energy, so his space couldn't sense it, and it wasn't affected. The next morning, everyone was already having breakfast in the dining room. Brother Yi, sister-in-law, come on over. Wang Hao greeted them warmly. We got something good today. Yang Qing looked up and saw 2 plates of thinly sliced Iberian ham on the table, along with milk bread, the bread even containing caviar. Yang Qing couldn't help but laugh. Eating so good first thing in the morning? Wang Hao smiled. Of course I had to try it. I couldn't wait, so I had the maid prepare it and bring it up right away. Everyone sat down to eat together, and it was indeed delicious. The ham was savory and flavorful, and the caviar burst with flavor in every bite, truly incomparable to ordinary ingredients. After breakfast, Lung Yi took some bread and milk to Pei Chuan's room. He was already awake, staring blankly at the ceiling, lying motionless without being ordered. Get up, eat, Lung Yi said. Pei Chuan immediately sat up, took the food Lung Yi brought, and began to eat. His wrists were cuffed, but his hands and fingers were still mobile, so eating was no problem for him. After a while, Wang Jinshan and Wang Yijun arrived, bringing a pile of property deeds, giving each of the ability users a villa. They also brought Yang Qing a lot of antiques and paintings. Since they were all from the Bai family's looting, they didn't need to spend any extra money. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, experience counts. The Wang family head knew how to win people over. The Wang family didn't lack these things, and they originally belonged to the Bai family anyway. Doing a favor would earn them everyone's gratitude. Yesterday we recruited 4 ability users, one of whom has fire-type abilities. One of the 3 ability users, who surrendered from the Bai family, also has fire-type abilities. Today we can start sealing up those black holes, Wang Jinshan said. Yang Qing and Leng Yi nodded calmly. Although they suspected the black meteorite was related to the black holes, they weren't sure, so they decided to proceed according to the original plan. What if they were wrong? Wang Jinshan had steel brought in. With 2 fire-type ability users, plus Leng Yi's fire and metal abilities, smelting some steel wouldn't be difficult. Leng Yi asked Wang Xiao, who had earth-type abilities, to help. He instructed Wang Xiao to first make suitable molds out of earth according to the size of each hole, then pour molten iron into the molds, creating manhole covers the size of a black hole. Then, the manhole covers were placed on the black holes, and Wang Xiao and Leng Yi reinforced them together using their earth and metal abilities, sealing one black hole. Following suit, the Wang family sealed off all the large and small black holes in their manor. The Bai family manor already belonged to the Wang family, and the group spent several days sealing off the black holes there as well. The Zhang family, seeing this, didn't know what the purpose was, but figuring they wouldn't do something pointless, so they followed suit and sealed off all the black holes in their Zhang family manor. Chapter 392. As for the other black holes in leaching, the Wang family mobilized everyone. Small holes were plugged with manhole covers, and larger holes were sealed with trees, sheet metal, door panels, whatever could be used, regardless of its effectiveness. Yang Qing naturally didn't need to do these things. At home, she studied Pei Chuan. She noticed many needle marks on Pei Chuan's arm, initially thinking he had used some kind of banned drug. Then she realized that he was in the Bai family's laboratory, and his blood had probably been drawn for testing. With this in mind, she used her energy to sense Pei Chuan, and was surprised to discover that he was also a superhuman. After Leng Yi returned, she told him about her discovery. Pei Chuan is also a superhuman. Leng Yi was also surprised. Could it be that the Bai family really researched the holy blood? Yang Qing shook her head. It shouldn't be. If they really had, he wouldn't be the only successful researcher. When you stormed in, that doctor wouldn't have immediately tried to destroy the lab and escape. Maybe he discovered that Pei Chuan was a superhuman, but hadn't mutated, so he locked him up for research. Then why didn't they capture all the superhumans outside? Leng Yi asked. How do you know they haven't captured any? Yang Qing smiled. Of course, another point is that when they discovered Pei Chuan, his mind was already impaired, so they were able to control him. Other superhumans wouldn't be so willing to be researched. That's true. Leng Yi nodded. This means Pei Chuan was a superhuman before he came here. So when exactly did he develop superhuman abilities? Was it in Yin country, or after he came to Li City? Or perhaps he encountered the heavenly organization and was struck by their holy blood. But he was with Lu Lin and the others before, so how did he end up in leeching? Both fell silent. These were things they couldn't know for sure right now. These past 2 days, I noticed Pei Chuan isn't particularly averse to me, especially when I mention Lu Lin. He gets noticeably agitated. I suspect deep down he still remembers Lu Lin, Yang Qing said. Leng Yi was a little surprised. It seems his feelings for Lu Lin are really quite deep. Yang Qing nodded. Back at the military base, I heard Lu Lin say that he loves her very much, even to the point of being a little obsessive. At the time, I was worried that someone like that might hurt Lu Lin, but Lu Lin said that in such a special period, unlike the peaceful times of the past, everyone needs their own space. Now, besides surviving, they rely on each other, which isn't a bad thing. That's why I don't object to them being together. Leng Yi nodded, looking at Yang Qing. Actually, I feel the same way about you, only I might not be as obsessive as him. But Qing, I can't live without you. Yang Qing was stunned. They had been through so much together, almost every day for the past few years, and they felt like an old married couple. It had been a long time since she had heard him make such a heartfelt confession. Yang Qing smiled, tiptoed, and kissed Leng Yi on the lips. Me too, so we must live well, and live well for each other. Leng Yi nodded, leaning down to kiss Yang Qing. They've been very busy lately, and haven't had a proper chance to be affectionate. This escalated quickly, causing a commotion that lasted most of the day. Once the two calmed down, Yang Qing nestled in Leng Yi's arms. I discovered that my mental power seems to be somewhat effective against Pei Chuan. I use my abilities to help him heal during this time, and mention Lu Lin often. Perhaps it will remind him of something. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Leng Yi kissed the top of her head. Now that we lost the catfish's crystal core, we can't replenish our energy. You must proceed with caution and not rush things. Yang Qing nodded. I discovered that the meteorite I collected at the military base is useful. I've been relying on it to replenish my energy these past few days. Lung Yi raised an eyebrow. Indeed, no meteorite was useless. That meteorite was about the size of a tabletop. It should last a long time. In the following days, the group continued living at the Wang family manor. Lung Yi occasionally led several ability users on patrols outside. Although Yang Qing had stored the black meteorite in her spatial storage, the black holes still existed, and they likely weren't caused by the meteorite. So, although the meteorite was hidden, the monsters in the black hole might still come. The fact that the black hole appeared meant they weren't controlled by the meteorite. It was just a matter of time. Therefore, Lung Yi remained vigilant. After a month, they discovered the black hole was indeed having an effect. The manhole cover at the entrance showed signs of loosening, indicating the monster's emergence was inevitable. He and his men periodically reinforced the manhole cover, but there seemed to be no other effective solutions. Pei Chuan had improved considerably during this month, remembering some past events, but his condition fluctuated. Sometimes, remembering something, he would clutch his head and writhe on the ground in anguish, and Yang Qing didn't dare push him too hard. Finally, one morning, when Yang Qing entered Pei Chuan's room again, she found him looking at her with a renewed sparkle in his eyes. Pei Chuan? Yang Qing called out tentatively. Pei Chuan pursed his lips. Sister Yang Qing. You're alright? Yang Qing was overjoyed. Pei Chuan nodded. I remember everything. Where's Lu Lin? How is she? Why isn't she with you? Yang Qing asked quickly. Pei Chuan's gaze softened. Yang Qing truly was the most important person his wife held dear. Her first concern was for her. I don't know. Pei Chuan's expression darkened again. The tectonic plate collision happened so suddenly. We didn't have time to get to the submarine area, and were temporarily transferred to the army. We were driving trucks transporting seed containers when the earthquake struck. Many trucks were smashed by boulders, and some sank underground. When I woke up, Lu Lin was no longer with me, and everyone else was dead. Yang Qing's heart sank. She could imagine the scene, a meteorite impact and a tectonic plate collision, a typical apocalyptic scenario. Surviving in such an environment was incredibly difficult. Lu Lin was with you. Since she's gone, could she have been rescued by someone else? Yang Qing asked. I don't know. Pei Chuan shook his head. The truck was completely destroyed. She might have fallen underground. Then, in such a dangerous situation, how did you survive? Yang Qing questioned. Surviving in that situation couldn't be explained by luck alone. Pei Chuan hesitated, but finally seemed to have made up his mind, because I'm a superhuman. You were a superhuman a long time ago? Before you met Lu Lin? Yang Qing was taken aback. Pei Chuan also looked at Yang Qing in surprise. She wasn't surprised to hear he was a superhuman. Chapter 393. You know about superhumans? Pei Chuan stared into Yang Qing's eyes, a wary glint in them. Of course, I'm a superhuman. Lung Yi is too. Everyone in this room is, Yang Qing said. How is that possible? Pei Chuan exclaimed. Lung Yi and I came to Dongyi Island about a year ago. That's when we learned about superhumans. We awakened our abilities unintentionally with a meteorite, Yang Qing said, half-truthfully. Later, when we arrived in Liqing, we learned that there were already many superhumans here. We just hadn't encountered them in Yin Kingdom before, so we didn't know. When did you acquire your ability? How did you get it? Yang Qing asked. Pei Chuan frowned, not answering, but instead asking, You awakened using meteorites, but what about them? There couldn't possibly be that many meteorites, could there? They didn't, Yang Qing shook his head. Most of them awakened through holy blood, supposedly bought from an organization called Heavenly Descent, but many became monsters. Not many could awaken superpowers. I see, so they really did sell the holy blood. Pei Chuan seemed to be talking to himself. Who are they? What do you know? Yang Qing asked. Pei Chuan's expression relaxed, and he sat down. Actually, I was already a superpowered person before I met Lu Lin, but I didn't dare say it back then, and you probably wouldn't believe it either. Yang Qing looked at him. Back then, he had never heard of superpowered people in Yin country. How could he have imagined it? He was so careful about revealing his spatial ability that he dared not let anyone know, let alone mention it. Even in his previous life, after 6 years, he had only seen mutated animals, not superpowered people, so he would never have thought of it. If I hadn't come to Dongyi Island and entered Liqing, I wouldn't have known there were so many people with superpowers in the world. It's not that I'm hiding it from Lu Lin, but that secret involves the Skyfall organization. I was afraid of implicating you, and I was afraid you treat me like a monster, Pei Chuan continued. So your superpower was also from injecting holy blood? Did you already have holy blood back then? Yang Qing asked. Yes, actually. I escaped from the Skyfall organization. Pei Chuan seemed lost in memories. Back then, I was a mercenary in the Eagle Country. Later, our superior took us to a laboratory. The laboratory developed a new drug, saying that we could receive a large reward for testing it, and guaranteeing that the drug would be safe, just some ordinary medicine, and they needed clinical data before they approached us. We were all injected with a blue syringe. Later we learned that those syringes were the so-called holy blood, and that laboratory was the prototype of the Skyfall organization. Were you the first generation to be injected with holy blood? Yang Qing asked. Yes, you could say we were the first generation of superhumans, Pei Chuan nodded. However, not everyone gained superpowers. Many mutated into monsters, some died on the spot, and a few became superhumans, including me. But perhaps due to my special constitution, my superpowers didn't immediately manifest. A few others were ineffective against the injections, and were killed. I woke up amidst a pile of corpses, finding myself alive, and my wounds were slowly showing signs of healing. I knew I had superpowers, but I was afraid to go back. I was afraid my special condition would attract their attention, and they used me as a guinea pig, so I secretly sneaked back to Yen Kingdom. Later in Yen Kingdom, I found an old friend who had become a bandit. He tried to persuade me to join him, but I refused. Then I met Lu Lin. At first, I thought she would sell her body to survive, like other women, but who knew she and that bandit leader were just pretending. Later, she actually turned the tables and killed those bandits, saving us all. I felt she was different from all the girls I ever met, and I made up my mind to stay by her side. Yang Qing listened quietly without interrupting, surprised that Pei Chuan had gone through so much. When she first met him, she felt he was extraordinary. Then how did you get to leeching? And how did you become like this? Yang Qing asked. I woke up in the car at the time, and my injuries slowly healed on their own, Pei Chuan said. There was no one around, and I didn't know where to find the army. Later, the tide came in, and I drifted in the sea for 3 days and 3 nights clinging to a piece of driftwood. Finally, I was rescued by a boat by chance. They were coming to Doni Island, so I went with them. Later, I got into a fight with a group of people and found out they were actually from the Skyfall organization, not from headquarters, but probably people sent to Doni to sell medicine. During the fight, I subconsciously used my superpower, and they realized I was a superhuman. Several of them used their powers together, and I was no match for them, and was captured. When I woke up, I found myself tied up. They tortured me severely, electrocuted me, forced me to take drugs, and tried to get me to reveal how I got my superpower, but I didn't budge. Later, I managed to escape by attacking the guard when he wasn't looking. However, the after-effects of the torture I suffered during that time quickly manifested, my mind became confused, and when I woke up again, I was here. How did you find me? Pei Chuan asked. Yang Qing frowned. You don't remember anything about your time at the Bai family laboratory? What Bai family laboratory? Pei Chuan asked. Yang Qing thought for a moment. He must have been taken in by the Bai family when his mind was confused, which explained his lack of recollection of that experience. The Wang family we're now allied with has a grudge against the Bai family. A little over a month ago, we wiped out the Bai family and found you locked in a cage in their lab. Lung Yi recognized you and rescued you. Pei Chuan nodded. So that's how it happened. Did you heal me? Yang Qing nodded. I used my special ability, and then I kept mentioning Lu Lin in front of you. Subconsciously, you probably remember Lu Lin as someone very important to you, so I kept using her to provoke you. I thought it would take a long time for you to regain your senses, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Thank you, Sister Yang Qing, you saved me. You're Lu Lin's sister, and also my sister. Pei Chuan's eyes softened when he mentioned Lu Lin. I just don't know how she is now, whether she is still alive. Lu Lin isn't a weak person. She trained at the military base for so long, maybe she'd be alright? Yang Qing comforted him. But she's not a special ability user. How could she survive in that environment? Pei Chuan's expression darkened. That's not necessarily true. She's always been lucky. There are so many people at the military base, none of them are superhumans. Are they all going to die? Is there really no one left in Yin Kingdom? Yang Qing said. Pei Chuan's heart suddenly felt hopeful again. Yes, they couldn't all be dead. There must be survivors. Lu Lin must still be alive, and Yin Kingdom will definitely be able to rebuild its homeland. Chapter 394. By the way, what's your superpower? Yang Qing asked curiously. My superpower? Pei Chuan looked at his hands. It seems I don't have a fixed superpower. I just know I'm very strong and have a strong healing ability. I'm almost immortal. Yang Qing was surprised. Most superpowered individuals nowadays have one of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. There are also a very few with mutated superpowers, like wind and thunder. It's rare to see someone like you who has none of these. Is it because you're a first-generation superpowered individual that you weren't classified? Or is it just because of your special constitution? I don't know. Pei Chuan shook his head. I just didn't expect there to be so many superpowered individuals now. However, I exposed my whereabouts before, and the Skyfall organization might come looking for me again. It might implicate you, so you must be careful. Yang Qing nodded. We're not weak either. Stay with us, don't be afraid. Pei Chuan pursed his lips, suddenly feeling a sense of destiny reminiscent of when he followed Lu Lin. It was true that Lu Lin liked Yang Qing for a reason. She gave him peace of mind. Lung Yi returned with his men at noon, and was surprised to see Pei Chuan sitting in the living room, talking to Yang Qing. You're alright? He asked. Pei Chuan stood up, and smiled faintly at Lung Yi. I'm fine, Brother Yi. Thank you for saving me. Lung Yi smiled. You're Lu Lin's husband, no need for thanks. Pei Chuan felt a warmth in his heart. This was only the second time, besides Lu Lin, that someone had given him the feeling of home. Before, at the military base, he hadn't felt this way, only treating them as Lu Lin's best friend and her husband, and his attitude towards them was cold. Now, he genuinely wanted to treat them as his family. Brother, are you really all better? Wang Hao walked over and looked at Pei Chuan. You have no idea, when we found you in the lab, you were huddled in a corner like a child, not even wearing any clothes. I even had to rip a set of clothes off a dead person for you, but they were way too short. Wang Hao gestured as he spoke, making everyone around him burst into laughter. Pei Chuan was a little embarrassed, yet also a little amused. This was truly his embarrassing past. Brother, how tall are you? Wang Hao stood in front of Pei Chuan, jumping up to compare heights. How did you grow so tall? What did you eat to grow up like that? Pei Chuan sighed helplessly. 1.9 meters. My family is all tall. It's hereditary. Great genes. Wang Hao laughed. Let me tell you, Yi Ge and I are comrades in arms. I heard you also joined the Navy, so we're comrades in arms too. Pei Chuan's lips twitched slightly. Yeah. By the way, are you also a superhuman? Did the Bai family help you get one? Wang Xiao asked curiously. I'm also an ability user, Pei Chuan nodded, but not from the Bai family. I went through some things before, and my mind went blank. I was captured by them. Thank you for saving me. Don't mention it. The main thanks should go to Brother Yi. If he hadn't recognized you, we would have burned down the lab, and you wouldn't be alive, Wang Xiao said. I understand. I remember it, Pei Chuan nodded. Actually, he's also my brother-in-law, Yang Qing said. I have a very close friend who got married a couple of years ago, and I even attended their wedding. No wonder Brother Yi recognized you at a glance. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow and patted Pei Chuan's arm. Brother, from now on, you stay with us and follow Brother Yi and his wife. We won't let you get captured again. Pei Chuan's lips curled slightly. How's today? Yang Qing asked Lung Yi. The situation isn't good. Several more black hole covers have loosened. It seems the monsters inside won't be out for long. Lung Yi's face was serious. What kind of monsters? Pei Chuan asked. You don't know the situation here. Yang Qing briefly explained the situation in Liqing to Pei Chuan. This place is different from Yin Kingdom. Although it hasn't experienced meteorite impacts or tectonic plate collisions, monsters are constantly appearing, and many people have died. Moreover, the monsters are all enormous. She mentioned the catfish monster from before, and the black hole incident this time, guessing that this monster might be unusual. The monsters used to be afraid of fire. Should we prepare more gasoline? Wang Hao said. Sure. Lung Yi nodded, although he didn't know if it would be useful, it was better to be prepared. Prepare more explosives, Yang Qing suddenly said. The catfish monsters could be killed by explosives before, maybe the new monsters are afraid of explosives too. Okay, I have Patriarch Wang go find some, the more the better, Lung Yi nodded. Wang Hao suddenly said, do you think those catfish monsters were really all killed? That chemical plant is so big, there are tens of thousands of catfish eggs inside. Could they be wiped out in one go? They're probably just quietly developing, waiting to launch another surprise attack. Everyone fell silent. It wasn't impossible. So many catfish monsters, all dead in one go? It can't be that easy, can it? How about we secretly go and investigate? If there are still some, we can wipe them all out in one fell swoop, before they develop and come out to harm people again, Wang Hao said. Leng Yi pondered for a moment. We need to plan this carefully. Over the next few days, Leng Yi instructed the Wang family head to purchase large quantities of gasoline, and also to buy explosives from other cities. They had bought weapons before, so they likely had arms-dealing channels. The Wang family head knew this was to deal with potential monsters, so naturally, he wouldn't be stingy. Only by killing the monsters could the Wang family survive. A few days later, Leng Yi took Wang Hao and Pei Chuan to the chemical plant, where they indeed discovered many more catfish. After this period of rest and recuperation, many of the catfish had grown considerably, even showing signs of surpassing their previous size. The reason they hadn't attacked humans was likely because they were waiting for an opportunity. Leng Yi and his group didn't alert the catfish monsters. The three of them certainly couldn't eliminate so many catfish on their own. They needed to go back and plan carefully, devising a foolproof method. That night, Leng Yi and Yang Qing discussed the matter all night, considering various possible and feasible solutions. The next morning, while eating breakfast, I suddenly felt the ground shake. The shaking intensified, a series of thuds, like a stampede of horses. Oh no! Monsters are coming out of the black hole. A servant cried out in panic. Everyone rushed to the storage room, donned bulletproof vests, grabbed their guns, and even a flamethrower. Whether it would be useful or not, they just needed to be prepared. Yang Qing ran to the rooftop, grabbed binoculars, and looked down. The sealed black hole inside the manor was being repeatedly struck, as if something was trying to break through the cover and escape. Outside the manor, in a black hole covered only by branches and planks, monsters were continuously crawling out. These monsters were at least 5 meters long, resembling lizards with thick black scales and sharp, rock-like triangular spikes on their backs. At first glance, they looked like Godzilla from the movies. Miniature Godzillas. Chapter 395. The lizards in the city began attacking humans, tearing them apart and swallowing them whole once they pounced, turning the streets into a living hell. The sealed manhole covers were smashed open with a loud bang, and soon some were broken open, releasing the lizards. Before the others could catch their way up, Yang Qing took out a metal box and opened it. The black crystal emitted an eerie light. The lizards seemed to sense it, instantly turning their heads to look towards the Wang family manor, some already crawling towards them. Yang Qing quickly closed the box and tossed it into her spatial storage. It had been verified. This black crystal indeed had an effect on these lizard monsters, possibly a kind of energy source they desperately needed. Yang Qing quickly ran downstairs and immediately said to Leng Yi, "Honey, Plan B." What Plan B? Everyone looked at her, but only Leng Yi knew what she was talking about. It was the result of their discussion all night. Leng Yi tossed Wang Xiao a walkie-talkie. "You and Cheng Zheng guard the Wang family manor. I take Wang Hao and Pei Chuan to deal with the lizards." Huh? Wang Xiao was taken aback. How? Why didn't you take us? How can the four of you handle so many lizards? I have a plan. Leng Yi didn't have time to explain. He called Wang Hao and Pei Chuan, and Yang Qing directly pulled a truck out of her spatial storage. Pei Chuan looked at her in shock. Where did she conjure that up? Yang Qing smiled and waved to him. This is my spatial ability. Get in. The others were also surprised. Although they had heard about her spatial ability, this was the first time they had seen her take something out of her space. It was truly amazing, like magic. The truck first drove to the Wang family's warehouse, where large quantities of gasoline, explosives, and steel were stored. Yang Qing simply waved her hand, placing batches of these items into her spatial storage. Leng Yi was already used to this, but Wang Hao and Pei Chuan were stunned. She can do that? And her spatial storage must be huge, otherwise how could it hold so much stuff? Of course, Yang Qing didn't take everything. She left some for the Wang family. Their plan hadn't been discussed with the Wang family head. They wanted to leave some materials to fend off any potential lizards. The truck sped towards the Wang family manor gate. Lizards that had already emerged from the black hole rushed towards them, drawn by the scent of humans. Wang Hao and Pei Chuan raised their guns and fired at the lizards. The bullets sparked as they hit the lizards, but the black scales seemed metallic and couldn't be penetrated. Using a musket to spray fire seemed to have no effect either. Quick! Yang Qing shouted. This was pretty much what she had guessed. These methods were basically useless against them. They could only lure them away. Yang Qing opened the metal box again, and the lizards that had been trying to attack Wang Xiao and his group were quickly attracted and chased after the truck. Wang Xiao and his group had just dealt with a few lizards, but before they could even fire a few shots, the lizards were already chasing the truck. Looking at the other lizards that had emerged from the black hole, they too stopped attacking and were all chasing the truck. How did they do that? Wang Xiao was shocked. Cheng Zheng shook his head, I don't know. On the other side, Wang Zhinchan and Wang Yijuan, having heard the monsters emerge from the black hole, also ran towards Leng Yi's villa. They knew the superhumans here were powerful, and as long as they stayed with them, they should be safe. When they arrived, they saw Leng Yi and his group driving away in a truck. What happened? Wang Zhinchan asked Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao shook his head. I don't know either. Brother Yi said they would deal with those lizard monsters, and told us to stay and protect the family head. Wang Zhinchan was touched. He hadn't expected them to think of him. But why aren't the lizards attacking us? They're all chasing after Leng Yi and his group. I don't know either, Wang Xiao shook his head. Maybe Brother Yi has a way to deal with the lizards, but they appeared so suddenly today that they didn't have time to tell us. Family head Wang, since Brother Yi and his group are confident, you don't need to worry, Cheng Zheng said. Wang Yijuan was shocked. They actually had a way to deal with such powerful monsters. He had underestimated them. Yang Qing hadn't covered the black crystal she was holding, and all the lizards that had emerged from the black hole swarmed towards them. Leng Yi deliberately drove the truck onto the street, attracting all the lizards there so they wouldn't attack humans. Those who escaped the lizard's jaws stared in astonishment as the once ferocious monsters, now completely still, chased after a truck, frozen in place, forgetting to run. As the truck sped up, more and more lizards caught up with it. The scene was horrifying. The truck in front resembled a small boat tossed about on a stormy sea, while the monsters behind were like a black, raging wave, poised to devour the boat at any moment. Brother Yi, where are we going? Wang Hao asked. To the Zheng family's house, Leng Yi said, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Huh? Wang Hao was momentarily confused. Why go to the Zheng family? To wipe out the Zheng family, Pei Chuan said slowly. These past few days, he had learned about the power distribution in Liqing, and that the Bai family had been wiped out by Leng Yi and his group. Now that he had the chance, of course, he wanted to destroy the Zheng family. Leng Yi smiled slightly. Pei Chuan was indeed clever. What's this? Pei Chuan glanced at the thing in Yang Qing's arms. Isn't this the thing we found at the Bai family the other day? Wang Hao remembered. Yes, I discovered that this thing has a deadly attraction to those monsters, so I used it to attract them all, Leng Yi said. Wang Hao looked back, and was startled by the swarm of lizards behind the truck. My God, how come there are so many? The more the better, then the Zheng family won't be able to escape, Leng Yi sneered. Upon arriving at the Zheng family manor, the truck didn't slow down at all, smashing through the manor's iron gate and rushing inside. When Zheng Jianwei learned that the monsters from the black hole had emerged, he ordered the Zheng family's superhumans to guard downstairs to protect him. Otherwise, as an ordinary person, he certainly wouldn't be able to escape once the monsters arrived. But for some reason, the monsters in the manor didn't attack them. Instead, they all ran away. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, someone exclaimed in alarm, Master, look! Zheng Jianwei took out his binoculars and looked into the distance, seeing countless monsters chasing a truck towards the Zheng family manor. Ah, they'd broken in! Someone cried out. It was too late for Zheng Jianwei to stop them. Leng Yi drove the truck, carrying countless lizards, into the Zheng family manor. As soon as Leng Yi stopped the truck, Yang Qing closed the metal box, threw the black crystal into his spatial dimension, and then took Leng Yi, Wang Hao, and Pei Chuan into the dimension. The lizards, suddenly deprived of the black crystal's energy, became agitated. They seemed to have lost their sight, but their sense of taste and hearing were exceptionally acute. The scent of humans in the main house attracted their attention, and soon countless lizards swarmed into the building. Screams immediately erupted. The people in the other buildings tried to rescue the Zheng family head, but neither guns nor flamethrowers could defeat the monsters. Soon, the people in the other buildings also succumbed to the monsters. Chapter 396. Yang Qing led Leng Yi and the other two into the villa within the space. Wang Hao and Pei Chuan were stunned by the scene before them. Where is this? Yang Qing smiled. This is my space. This is a space? There's a villa inside? We can even come in? Wang Hao was shocked, and Pei Chuan was also surprised. Yes. Yang Qing nodded. I don't know what other people's spaces are like, but mine is pretty good. I heard that the two people in the Bai family who awakened spatial abilities only had spaces of 30 to 50 square meters, which seemed only suitable for use as warehouses. Sister-in-law, your space is amazing. Wang Hao gave a thumbs up. Leng Yi said, your sister-in-law's space is different from others. Remember, you must not let anyone know, including Wang Xiao and the others. The truck hadn't driven in yet, so the people outside still thought they were on the truck. I understand. Wang Hao nodded seriously. It was good treating him like one of his own. I definitely won't tell anyone. Me too. Page One nodded, glancing at Yang Qing. He suspected she had her spatial ability back in Yin country. Although Lu Lin hadn't told him about Yang Qing's spatial ability, she had said that Yang Qing was very capable and generally safe. Now, everything made sense. She had a spatial ability, so she had her own way of protecting herself. No matter what happened, she would be safe. The reason Yang Qing had brought them all into her spatial ability was twofold. First, spatial abilities were no longer considered extraordinary, and they could accept them. Second, they were all reliable people. She would take them with her when she returned to China, and she wanted them to know sooner or later. Thirdly, this plan definitely required bringing them in, otherwise, they wouldn't survive outside. The reason for bringing them was that their help was needed for the later stages of the plan, which she and Leng Yi probably couldn't accomplish alone. Wang Xiao and Cheng Zheng were brought along because she felt they were only temporary companions, and would likely part ways eventually. Moreover, this space was so special, it was hard to say those who knew about it wouldn't be tempted. If they developed ulterior motives, it would be too exhausting to be on guard day and night. Therefore, she didn't want them to know about her space. The four of them sat in the space for half an hour, and Yang Qing brought out watermelon for everyone to eat. He didn't show Wang Hao and Pei Chuan around his space. There were too many secrets within, and he didn't want them to know for the time being. Half an hour later, the four of them left the space. The Zheng family was silent. It seemed no one had survived. Yang Qing took out a black crystal. The moment the crystal's energy appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of the lizards, who came running towards it. Leng Yi got in the car and sped out of the Zheng family manor. Where are we going now? Wang Hao asked. To the chemical plant. Leng Yi said. This time, Wang Hao reacted quickly. You want these lizards to fight those catfish monsters? Yes. Leng Yi smiled. He and Yang Qing had thought of this the night they discussed their plan. They'd seen Godzilla and King Kong fight in movies before. They could make those two monsters fight. Once they were both exhausted, they could deliver a crushing blow and wipe them out. The black crystal continuously released energy, attracting all the lizards to follow. Half an hour later, they arrived at the chemical plant. The chemical plant had been bombed. On the surface, it was a ruin, but beneath lay countless catfish monsters. The catfish seemed to have caught the scent of the black crystal and began to stir. The ground undulated, as if something was burrowing upwards. Soon, with a deafening roar, a large hole appeared in the ground, and countless catfish emerged from beneath. Wang Hao, clear the way! Leng Yi shouted. He needed to enter the catfish's lair to maximize the fight between the lizards and all the catfish. He had discovered catfish ovaries near the sewage treatment pond last time. He needed to destroy that area. Besides, the sewage treatment pond was so deep, the bomb might not have destroyed it, so he could make good use of that place. Wang Hao continuously emitted electricity as he went, killing large numbers of the catfish monsters. Pei Chuan was surprised. He hadn't expected Wang Hao to possess such a rare lightning-based ability. He drew his long sword and slashed at the catfish, but before the sword even reached them, the wind blades on the sword cleaved them in two. Yang Qing was also shocked. Pei Chuan's supernatural ability was just like those of cultivators in TV dramas. He possessed sword energy. The group fought their way through the thorns and brambles, quickly arriving at the place where they had seen the mother catfish before. Surprisingly, many eggs had reappeared there, and one catfish was still laying eggs continuously. Leng Yi examined it carefully. It wasn't the same mother catfish from before. There were no signs of injury on its body. The previous mother catfish must have died, and a new queen had appeared in the catfish swarm, a queen bred solely for reproduction. Along the way, the lizards had been tracking them, and had already started fighting with the catfish. When Yang Qing placed the black crystal into his spatial storage, the lizards lost their bearings, thinking the catfish had invaded the crystal, while the catfish thought the lizards were attacking their territory. The battle was fierce. Soon, corpses littered the ground, and the stench of blood permeated the entire underground. The four focused on the mother catfish, which was no match for the superhumans. Leng Yi and Yang Qing planted bombs at various locations, then hid in the passage leading to the black water pool. As the four entered the space, explosions rang out continuously. Giant catfish eggs burst open, splattering egg yolk and killing almost all the catfish and lizards inside. However, Lung Yi knew it was impossible to kill all the monsters, so he hung the black crystal on the wall at the top of the black water pool, and the four re-entered the space. With the reappearance of the black crystal, the remaining lizards and catfish surged forward. The passage wasn't wide enough, and lizards and catfish were constantly being pushed into the black water pool by their later companions. Instantly, the lizards and catfish in the black water pool also began fighting. The black crystal was hung high, out of reach of the monsters rushing out of the passage. They jumped but fell into the black water pool before even touching it. The monsters in the pool also found it difficult to climb out. The black water pool, used as a feeding ground by the mother catfish for years, was covered in blood, flesh, and slime, making it incredibly slippery. Many catfish that tried to climb up from the bottom slipped back down halfway, not to mention the lizards. However, as more and more lizard and catfish corpses accumulated at the bottom, the later catfish used them as stepping stones to climb up, getting closer and closer to the crystal. Yang Qing flashed into the passage to check. No more monsters were coming. The ones arriving later were all very small catfish, probably recently hatched. It seemed that the vast majority of monsters had entered the black water pool. After all, the black water pool was tens of meters high, and almost full. There must have been at least tens of thousands of them. Yang Qing began throwing bombs into the pool, then, like exploiting a bug, he would enter the spatial dimension after throwing one, constantly flashing back. The other three began smelting steel into space. Once the monsters in the black water pool were reduced to almost nothing but mincemeat, Yang Qing led them out of the space. Molten iron poured down from above, sealing the entire black water pool. Then Wang Hao unleashed his full power, continuously discharging electricity. He continued discharging for over 10 minutes, until his energy was exhausted, and he stopped moving. Even the monsters hiding under the corpses in the pool had been electrocuted. As the molten iron cooled, the entire black water pool transformed into a giant lump of iron, encasing all the monsters within. Chapter 397. The group breathed a sigh of relief. The catfish and lizards should be mostly dead by now. Lung Yi put away the black crystal, and handed it to Yang Qing for safekeeping. The four of them walked back along the passage. The previous ovaries had been destroyed, and any stragglers that escaped were quickly killed. On the way back to the surface, they encountered several more lizards. While guns and firearms couldn't do much to them, their superpowers allowed them to quickly kill them. Emerging from underground, they found the corpses of catfish and lizards everywhere, indicating the ferocity of their earlier attack. By the way, do these lizards also have crystal cores? Wang Hao said. We run out of crystal cores, we can replenish them. What crystal cores? Pei Chuan asked curiously. You don't know yet? These monsters have a kind of crystal core in their heads, which can replenish the energy of a superpowered individual, Yang Qing said. Look, Wang Hao just exhausted his energy. If he doesn't replenish it in time, he'd be no different from an ordinary person. Normally, we need to rest for a few days to recover, but with these crystal cores, he can absorb energy and recover immediately. That's amazing? Pei Chuan raised an eyebrow. He had been imprisoned for too long and knew nothing about these things. Lung Yi first dissected the head of a lizard, and sure enough, there was a crystal core inside, even larger than the catfish's. The four of them then got to work. Although most of the catfish and lizards had followed the black crystals underground, the initial conflicts were quite fierce, leaving at least several thousand corpses. Fortunately, Lung Yi and the others all possessed special abilities, making digging out the crystal cores effortless. After digging out all the crystal cores, Lung Yi divided them into 4 equal parts, one for each person. Then a few more bombs were dropped, burying all the bodies under the rubble. On the way back, Wang Hao drove, while Lung Yi and Yang Qing rested in the back. Brother Yi, are we going back to the Wang family now? Wang Hao asked. Along the way, they didn't seem to see any more lizards besides the black holes left on the ground. Although they weren't sure if all the lizards had gone to the chemical plant, they figured there weren't many left. To the Zeng family, Lung Yi said. Why go to the Zeng family? There shouldn't be any survivors, right? Wang Hao was a little surprised. The Zeng family still has so many supplies. Shouldn't we go and take them back? Lung Yi smiled, then paused for a moment. Actually, your sister-in-law and I have an idea. After we go to the Zeng family, we won't go back. Let's take over the Zeng family. Huh? Wang Hao slammed on the brakes, turning to look at Lung Yi. Yang Qing nodded. Lung Yi and I have discussed it. We destroyed the Zeng family. Why can't we take over? Why should we go to the Wang family and work like slaves? Wang Hao released the brakes and slowly pressed the accelerator. Indeed, we can build our own power and no longer have to be subservient to others. Besides, we're all quite capable, there's no need to be driven by others anymore. Leng Yi smiled. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Since we're going to stay in Licheng, we must have our own power. We already given the Bai family to the Wang family, we keep the Zheng family for ourselves. What about Wang Xiao and Cheng Zheng? What will happen to them? Wang Hao asked. I ask for their opinions. If they want to stay with the Wang family, that's fine. If they want to work for us, I'm happy to accept. Leng Yi looked at Wang Hao. You wouldn't refuse to come with me, would you? Of course not, Brother Yi. I go wherever you go, Wang Hao quickly said. Me too, Pei Chuan said. He only knew Yang Qing and Leng Yi here, so naturally he would follow them. I gave Wang Xiao a walkie-talkie when I left. I have him and Cheng Zheng go to the Zheng family now, Leng Yi said. Wang Hao suddenly realized that Brother Yi had tossed a walkie-talkie to Wang Xiao when they left earlier today. He had wondered why. Since they hadn't received walkie-talkies for other missions, today was different. It turned out Brother Yi had planned this all along. They drove to the Zheng family manor. Perhaps because monsters had just appeared today, no one came to steal supplies, maybe no one knew the Zheng family had been wiped out yet. The four drove to the main house. Everywhere were corpses gnawed by lizards, and the building was littered with blood and severed limbs. They quickly found Zheng Jianwei. He was beyond dead. Leng Yi told Wang Hao and Pei Chuan to sort through the bodies first, while he and Yang Qing went to the Zheng family patriarch's bedroom and studied to loot the valuables. Not long after, Wang Xiao and Cheng Zheng arrived, only realizing they had wiped out the Zheng family when they saw the large pile of corpses. It was truly unexpected. You come at the right time. Leng Yi and Yang Qing came out of the building and gathered everyone together. We decided to leave the Wang family and start our own organization. We have the resources and the place ready, this Zheng family manor. Do you two want to join us? Leng Yi asked Wang Xiao and Cheng Zheng. Cheng Zheng still looked incredulous. You really wiped out the Zheng family. Didn't you see it all? Leng Yi pointed to the pile of corpses. They're all here. As for the Zheng family's other forces and external resources, we take them later. We have resources and superpowers. What's there to be afraid of? We can subdue them. Wang Hao nodded. Yeah, Wang Xiao, Cheng Zheng, working with Brother Yi, he won't treat us badly. It's better than being a guest retainer in the Wang family, right? Being a guest retainer sounds nice, but isn't it still being dependent on others? Then what are we supposed to do here? Wang Xiao asked, wondering what the difference was between being here and being in the Wang family. Isn't it just another Zheng family, only it might be called the Leng family in the future? Actually, Yang Qing began, we want to establish a base managed jointly by the six of us. It won't be called the Leng family, nor the Yang family, we can choose a nice name. A base we all own, a base with light and a future. Now that we have the land and supplies, we can recruit people, this will be our home. We can assign different tasks based on each person's strengths, and everyone will have management authority. Of course, for easier management, we still need a general leader, so that there's someone who can make the final decision when making important decisions. After the base is established, we will recruit many people and develop everything, growing grain, opening a hospital, even establishing a school, creating a base that truly belongs to the people. Wang Xiao and Cheng Zheng exchanged a glance. This was indeed very appealing to them. A base different from the three great families, a base for ordinary people. Moreover, becoming a manager was certainly better than being servants in the Wang family. Okay, we work with you. Wang Xiao and Cheng Zheng both nodded. Leng Yi's lips curled up. Let's deal with these corpses first, then we subdue the other forces of the Zheng family tomorrow. Let's just throw them into the black hole, there are ready-made pits anyway, Wang Hao said. Everyone laughed. Indeed, there were ready-made pits, and they were so deep that the corpses wouldn't even make a sound when thrown in. If they were worried about the impact, they could simply cover them with manhole covers. Chapter 398. The Zheng family manor had about 10 villas. Almost everyone inside was dead. The few who were still alive were all sent away to prevent future trouble. An underground laboratory was also discovered. Everything inside was burned, leaving no trace. The manor also had several warehouses, filled with an astonishing amount of supplies. It was easy to imagine how many people the Zheng family had exploited over the years. After we wiped out the Bai family, all that stuff went to the Wang family. Thinking about it now, it feels like a loss, Wang Hao complained softly. Leng Yi smiled, times have changed. Even if we wanted to take the Bai family's things back then, the Zheng family wouldn't have agreed. Now is the best time. Wang Hao thought it made sense. One shouldn't be too greedy. The Xing family already had a lot of supplies. They wouldn't have dared to dream of having so much before. The group inventoried all the supplies, and by the time they finished registering and listing them, it was already dark. Wang Jinshan and Wang Yijun were getting increasingly worried when their friends, Wang Jia and Wang Xiao, didn't return. Had something happened to them? By the way, where are Wang Xiao and Cheng Zheng? Why aren't they here either? Wang Jinshan asked. I heard they received a walkie-talkie and went out, Wang Yijun said. Who gave them the walkie-talkie? Wang Jinshan frowned. It seems to be Ling Yi. Wang Jinshan immediately ordered someone to investigate their whereabouts, only to discover they had gone to the Zheng family. Go to the Zheng family? Wang Jinshan was shocked. He didn't know the Zheng family had been wiped out. Did they intend to join them? Impossible. They came from the Zheng family. Could it be that the Zheng family offered them even better treatment to lure them back? Wang Yijun frowned. I go check. When he arrived at the Zheng family's residence, Leng Yi had already repaired and closed the gate. Wang Yijun rang the doorbell for a long time, but no one answered. It sounds like someone's knocking, Pei Chuan said. Yang Qing looked through binoculars. It's Wang Yijun. Everyone looked at Leng Yi, who calmly stood up. I go talk to him. Leng Yi opened the door, and Wang Yijun was surprised to see him. Brother Yi, what's this? We taken over the Zheng family's residence. We won't be going back. Thank you for the Wang family's help during this time, Leng Yi said calmly. What? Wang Yijun was shocked. What did he mean by taking over the Zheng family's residence? He peered inside, and couldn't see a single member of the Zheng family. The Zheng family members are all dead. We've taken over this place. It's ours now, Leng Yi said. Please tell the Wang family head that my wife, and I, Wang Hao, Wang Xiao, and Cheng Zheng won't be going back. You? Wang Yijun was speechless. Although we left without saying goodbye, we were the ones who lured the lizard monster away today. We done a lot for the Wang family before, and we haven't done anything to wrong them. It's just that we want to go it alone now. Of course, we can cooperate again if there's an opportunity in the future. We won't be enemies with the Wang family, Leng Yi said. Wang Yijun still looked incredulous. His Wang family had taken several generations to reach their current power, and these few people had taken over the Zheng family in a single day. Young Master Wang, would you like to come in and sit for a while? Leng Yi asked Wang Yijun. Wang Yijun quickly waved his hand, no need. But did Wang Xiao and Cheng Zheng really go with you willingly? Of course. Leng Yi raised an eyebrow, and spoke to Yang Qing through the walkie-talkie, telling him to call Wang Xiao and the others out. We all volunteered to follow Brother Yi, Wang Xiao said. When we left the Zheng family, I said I'd go wherever Brother Yi went. Me too, Cheng Zheng added. Wang Hao and Pei Chuan, needless to say, were already Leng Yi's men. Wang Yijun was a little frustrated, but didn't want to poach them in front of Leng Yi. Since you made your decision, I can't force you. Back at the Wang family home, Wang Yijun told Wang Jinshan about it. What did you say? The Zheng family is gone? Leng Yi and his men took over the Zheng family? Wang Jinshan was shocked. How is that possible? Only one day. Wang Yijun smiled bitterly. I didn't believe it at first either, but they were all at the Zheng family's residence, and there wasn't a single Zheng family member left in the Zheng family manor. They were all dead. How could this be? How could they be so powerful? Just one day, one day. Wang Jinshan was somewhat distraught. He had worked hard his whole life, and the Wang family had almost been wiped out. And those people had become one of the two major powers in Licheng in just one day. Dad, don't forget, they were the ones who rescued me from the chemical plant, and they were the ones who destroyed the Bai family. They are more powerful than we imagined, Wang Yijun said. Then will they wipe out our Wang family too? Wang Jinshan instantly tensed up. If they hadn't just recruited 4 more ability users, once the 6 of them left, the Wang family would only have Yijun as an ability user, who wouldn't be a match for them at all. No, they won't. Leng Yi said he won't be our enemy. We can cooperate in the future if there's an opportunity, Wang Yijun said. Wang Jinshan fell silent. That's what they say, but who knows what the future holds. Should we take advantage of their unstable power now, and... Wang Yijun didn't finish his sentence. After all, there was still some affection involved, and the Wang family had indeed survived and even grown strong thanks to Leng Yi and the others. It's useless. All 6 of them are superhumans, and their abilities are very powerful. The 4 of us are no match for them at all. Sending ordinary people to deal with them is even more pointless. Wang Jinshan's face paled. He sighed again, perhaps it's fate. They are truly capable people, it's best to avoid provoking them. Otherwise, The Zhang family's fate today might be the same as our Wang family's. Wang Yijuan nodded. They are different from the Zhang family. They aren't as ruthless. Perhaps we can coexist peacefully with them. After all, my son still has some connections with them. Wang Xinchan nodded. Maintain good relations with them. As long as they don't target us, we shouldn't act rashly. The next day, Leng Yi led a group to subdue the Zhang family's other forces. Originally, those external forces were managed by hired people. Now that the Zhang family members were gone, as long as they were paid, it didn't matter who was the boss. Plus, several of them were superhumans. Once they displayed their abilities, no one dared to disobey. They quickly subdued all the external forces. Next, Leng Yi and Yang Qing began recruiting, posting many job advertisements. The manor was so large, it needed people to manage it, to oversee things. They couldn't possibly do all the mundane tasks themselves. Once the affairs of the manor were settled, Yang Qing cleared out a villa and moved the hospital that had originally belonged to the Zhang family inside for easier management. The existing medical staff were insufficient, so many more were recruited and housed on the manor, receiving excellent benefits. The manor covered several hundred acres, and Yang Qing allocated a large plot of land to hire people to cultivate the crops. He also converted a building into dormitories, assigning rooms to all staff members according to their positions. Newcomers not only had a place to live and meals, but also received a salary. Hearing about these benefits, people flocked to apply for jobs. Chapter 399. Looking at the bustling base, Pei Chuan was a little worried. Won't it cause trouble if we let them all move in? It's fine. As long as it's managed properly, even a large number of people won't cause problems. Leng Yi smiled. Look at our previous military base, nearly 100,000 people, and it was all fine. Now we only have a few people here, maybe 100 at most. Of course, we recruit more people later, several thousand, even tens of thousands. I want to turn this place into a true post-apocalyptic base. But how much food will it take to feed so many people? Pei Chuan asked. So we need to start dividing the work now. Some people will grow grain, some will grow vegetables, and some will raise poultry and livestock. Once these are grown, we can be self-sufficient, Leng Yi said. We can't let these people eat and live for free. The first month's accommodation will be free, and afterwards, they be paid points based on their labor. These points can be exchanged for supplies and accommodation. Those without points will be removed. Of course, so many people need management and protection, so we also need to establish a management team and a guard team. That will require a lot of supplies and weapons, Pei Chuan said. Isn't that readily available? Yang Qing smiled. Actually, her spatial storage contained millions of kilograms of grain, and a lot of guns and ammunition. However, the Zhang family warehouse had readily available supplies and weapons, so of course she would use those first. She would leave the things in her spatial storage untouched, saving them for later use back in the country. Actually, there's no need for them all to live in the manor, is there? Let them live in the areas under our jurisdiction, like we used to, Wang Xiao said. In the past, only core members and those with special abilities from the 3 major families could live in the manor, Cheng Zheng added. Yang Qing smiled and shook his head. But then no one will feel a sense of belonging. Everyone will feel like they're just temporarily staying here. Our initial intention in building this base was to give everyone a place to live and work in peace, a home of their own. Moreover, living together allows for better defense against disasters and monsters. Leng Yi nodded. We will strengthen defenses everywhere, raise the walls, and increase guard posts. This way, if monsters attack again, we can defend ourselves and protect more people. With people, humanity has hope. After the apocalypse ends, more people will come together to build a home. Everyone looked at Yang Qing and Leng Yi, surprised that they had such lofty ideals, considering the long-term future of humanity. For years of the apocalypse had been filled with too much. For a little bit of supplies, people would betray family and friends. For a little bit of food, they would fight to the death. People had become increasingly indifferent and selfish. Everyone lived only for themselves, never considering others. Yet they were thinking of all humanity. They are true heroes. Everyone unanimously agreed to name the base Light Base, signifying a human base with a bright future. The base continued recruiting, this time mainly for management positions, with slightly higher requirements. Those with higher education and management experience were given priority. Suddenly, many people with doctoral and master's degrees applied. Everyone realized that even in the apocalypse, there were still so many highly educated people. Highly educated people are often physically weak, the most useless group in the apocalypse, lacking combat skills and resilience, basically cannon fodder. They never expected to find a use for their talents. These intellectuals were recruited into the bright base, and were extremely grateful, dedicating themselves wholeheartedly to its work. Then, a group of security guards were recruited, with priority given to military personnel, to ensure the base's security. The base's various projects also flourished. Yang Qing took out rice seeds from his spatial storage, along with chickens, ducks, geese, rabbits, pigs, cattle, and sheep, but dared not take out too many to avoid suspicion about their origin. He took about a dozen each of smaller animals like chickens, ducks, geese, and rabbits, and 2 each of pigs, cattle, and sheep. He planned to build a small-scale farm first, and gradually expand it later. With more people recruited, including some with children, Yang Qing established a kindergarten, hiring professional preschool teachers to help care for the children, play with them, and teach them to read, allowing the adults to work with peace of mind. There weren't enough resources to establish a school yet. Having a kindergarten was already quite good. Next, the base cultivated 100 acres of experimental grain fields, started a vegetable garden, and established a livestock farm. Everyone used their skills, and earned a stable life through their labor. Long-lost smiles returned to their faces, and they worked happily. Wang Jinshan and Wang Yijuan were shocked when they heard this. Besides their pre-apocalyptic stockpiles, most of their supplies came from outsiders, who came to the city to hand over their goods or loot them. They never expected the base to be self-sufficient. Donny Island wasn't an agriculturally developed area to begin with. Before the apocalypse, it mainly relied on tourism, so they had little interest in that area. They never imagined those few Chinese people could actually develop agriculture and animal husbandry. I had a friend secretly take me inside. Their base is like a small city. It has everything: a hospital, shops, restaurants, a kindergarten, a guard. They don't need to leave the base. They can basically meet all their needs. And ours. Wang Yijuan looked at his own estate, spacious, luxurious, with lush green grass, but hardly anyone around. Looking at theirs, he realized that those vast expanses of grass were a real waste. Besides being pretty, they were useless. Their estate, spanning hundreds of acres, could actually accommodate many people, but they never considered letting ordinary people live there, thinking it would dirty their estate. But they converted those castles into dormitories, hospitals, and canteens. It was bustling with activity, making you feel like life was wonderful. They are indeed different, Wang Jinshan sighed. But he couldn't bring himself to learn from them. All his years of hard work had been for the sake of elevating himself, escaping the common people, and becoming different. Was he really going to go back to being a commoner? To be honest, Dad, I'm really a little envious of them. So many people, working together, living together, it gives you hope, Wang Yijuan said. But how long can this last? Wang Jinshan shook his head. Maybe before long, a new disaster, a new monster will attack. Then it'd all be for nothing. It's different, Dad, Wang Yijuan sighed deeply. When that happens, they unite. They fight back fiercely because it's their home. They fight to the death for their home. And here, if we don't hold them at gunpoint, how many of them will hold out? Won't they just run away as fast as possible? Wang Jinshan fell silent. Chapter 400. Since the lizard incident, no more monsters have appeared in Licheng. Although there have been a few floods and earthquakes, none have caused significant damage. The black holes, unable to be filled, were all sealed with manhole covers, and everyone got used to it. The various black holes, large and small, resembled the crop circles seen on television, becoming a unique feature of Licheng. A year passed in the blink of an eye, and the Guangming base grew from just over 100 people to over 10,000. Hundreds of acres of land at the base had been fully cultivated, leaving virtually no empty space. Yang Qing even encouraged everyone to dig up more wasteland to grow more vegetables and fruits. The base had largely achieved self-sufficiency, and everyone was happy. During this year, the Guangming base and the Wang family maintained a peaceful coexistence, each living their own way. Wang Yijuan would occasionally visit the base to experience their collective life, finding it very enjoyable. Wang Jinshan, initially filled with apprehension, gradually relaxed, realizing that these young men genuinely didn't want to harm him. They simply wanted a peaceful life. He admired and envied them. They were bold, efficient, and kind-hearted, rare talents in this world. Therefore, he had no intention of annexing them, nor did he have the ability. Despite those young men's busy schedules, if a fight broke out, the Wang family might not be a match for them. So, peaceful coexistence was best. After all, they didn't interfere with the Wang family's acquisition of supplies through other channels. That day, the security captain suddenly reported that 2 people had arrived at the gate, wanting to discuss business with the base's leader. What kind of business? Lung Yi frowned. It wasn't like no one had come before, but he turned them all down. There's no such thing as a free lunch, especially not in this apocalyptic world. They said. The security captain lowered his voice. They said they're from the Skyfall organization. What? Lung Yi's pupils contracted. The Skyfall organization had actually come knocking? Did they see their base was thriving and think the base had the money to buy their holy blood? Lung Yi was silent for a moment. Take them to the small meeting room in the council chamber. The main house had been given to the 6 of them as accommodation, so a villa next door had been converted into a dedicated council chamber, with several meeting rooms of various sizes. Various departments of the base could use the council chamber's meeting rooms for their meetings. Yes. The security captain responded, returning to the main gate to personally bring the people over. Lung Yi called Yang Qing, and they went to the small meeting room to wait. After a while, the security captain brought 2 people to the small meeting room. They were 2 Chinese. You must be Mr. Lung? It's an honor to meet you. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses smiled and extended his hand to Lung Yi. Lung Yi glanced at him and extended his hand as well. I am Lung Yi, and this is my wife Yang Qing. It's an honor to meet you. The man looked at Yang Qing. My surname is Guoming, and this is my assistant Xiao Wu. Mr. Wu, Yang Qing nodded slightly. Are you really from the Heavenly Descent organization? Yang Qing asked curiously. Guoming smiled broadly. Indeed, Mrs. Lung must know about our organization, right? The Xing family had used to buy quite a bit of holy blood from us. They also ordered several vials of 3rd-generation holy blood from us, but the holy blood process is complex and the raw materials are precious. We only managed to produce it with great difficulty, and it was delivered immediately. We just didn't expect that the head of this family here would be Mr. and Mrs. Lung. But it's alright, we still sell it to you at the same price as before. Is that so? Yang Qing smiled. How much? 1 vial of holy blood is worth 1,000 kilograms of gold. A box of 10 vials is 10,000 kilograms of gold. Guoming said with a smile. Yang Qing's expression changed. So expensive? Putting aside the price, just considering the gold alone, who could stockpile 10,000 kilograms? No wonder the Zhang and Bai families wanted to research holy blood themselves. Buying several vials of something this expensive would empty their coffers. I'm sorry, Mr. Gua, it seems you overestimate us. Don't be fooled by the large number of people at our base. Our resources are limited, just enough for food and drink, let alone so much gold, Yang Qing said. I understand, Guoming smiled. Gold reserves are dwindling, and no one can hold that much. But if we don't have gold, we can use other things. Like what? Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. Like meteorites, Guoming said with a smile. Yang Qing's heart skipped a beat. Did they know he had meteorites, or were they just trying to trick him, saying the same thing to everyone? What meteorites? We don't have any meteorites. Yang Qing remained calm. Guoming looked at Lung Yi, who shrugged. My wife keeps everything in my house. If she says we don't have them, we don't have them. Mrs. Lung doesn't want to have more ability users? Guoming looked at Yang Qing. He realized that this woman was in charge of this base. To be honest, this batch of holy blood has been improved, with a success rate of over 99%. If you buy it, the base will have a few more ability users, and you won't have to worry about being attacked anymore. Over 99%? Yang Qing looked at Guoming. Even Dr. Zhang's blue injections couldn't guarantee a success rate of over 99%, right? Can I take a look? Yang Qing asked. Guoming hesitated for a moment, then nodded to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu opened the box in his hand, revealing 10 blue injections neatly arranged inside. This is the 3rd-generation holy blood, Guoming said. We tested it, and the success rate is indeed 99%. Yang Qing picked up an injection and pretended to look at it, actually using his body to sense the energy inside. After looking at the first one, he picked up the second. Xiao Wu was about to stop him, but Guoming gave him a wink. Yang Qing pretended not to see and examined all 10 injections. He knew in his mind that 5 of the 10 injections were fake, and only 5 were real. Of course, she didn't expose him, only smiled. Looks good, but we already have 8 ability users at our base. We don't need them. The other 2 ability users were recruited later. Guoming's expression changed. Are you playing me? She clearly didn't want to buy, yet she examined each item one by one, making him worried and almost thinking this woman had figured something out. Mr. Gua, what are you saying? Even if a deal falls through, we can still be friendly. There's no such thing as forced buying or selling in business. If we don't want to buy, you don't have to sell, so why are you turning on us? Lung Yi mocked. If we don't want to buy, why are you looking at them? Guaming was somewhat annoyed. We already said we can't afford it, but you insisted on recommending it, so why are you blaming us? Yang Qing snorted coldly. Fine, don't buy then, but don't regret it. Guaming slammed the suitcase shut and left with his assistant. As he approached the door, he glanced back, his eyes filled with resentment. Chapter 401. Mr. Gua, even if a deal falls through, we can still be friendly, right? Why are you still angry? Yang Qing smiled and secretly slipped a miniature listening device into Leng Yi's hand from his spatial storage. Leng Yi immediately understood. Yes, maybe we have a chance to cooperate again in the future. Mr. Gua, let me drive you out. The base was large. It took about 10 minutes to walk from the main house to the gate. Leng Yi offered to drive, and Guaming's expression softened slightly. Thank you very much. Leng Yi drove over, and while opening the car door for Guaming, he secretly slipped the listening device into his coat pocket when Guaming wasn't looking. After seeing them off and returning to the building, Yang Qing had already taken out the listening device. Leng Yi adjusted it and heard the sound coming from the listening device. Brother Ming, they're not falling for it. What do we do? Xiao Wu's voice rang out. Could it be that they really don't have any meteorites? Impossible. I already inquired. That time the lizard monster appeared, they were the ones who lured it away. So many people on the street saw it. The lizard monster didn't even eat people and followed their car. There must be something they wanted on it. For those monsters, the energy on the meteorite is what they want most, Guaming said. But what can we do if they don't admit it? Xiao Wu said. Besides, even if they have it, we only have 5 genuine holy bloods. If they find out the truth, they'd be even less willing to switch. Guaming snorted coldly. They can't possibly know that our 5 fake holy bloods are flawlessly made. Even if we use them, there won't be any problems. At most, they'd be ineffective, and then we can say it's a human error. But didn't we say the success rate was 99%? What if they only have 50% success rate? Wouldn't that expose us? Xiao Wu said. They can't possibly use it all up right away. Who would be willing to use something so expensive all at once? Besides, those people in charge at their base all have superpowers. If they gave it to others, would they really use it all up at once? Guaming scoffed. Then they're even less likely to buy it. They themselves have superpowers. Would they really spend so much money to give it away? Xiao Wu said. Guaming thought for a moment. We have to think of a way to get them to buy it. He then sighed. The research base doesn't have many meteorites left. If we don't find new meteorite blood soon, we won't be able to produce any more, and we all be starving. Well, you can't blame us. No meteorite impacts have occurred in any of the countries. Where are we supposed to find so many meteorites? Yin country did have one, but it all sank into the sea. We can't find it even if we wanted to. Xiao Wu said. Yang Qing and Leng Yi exchanged a heavy glance, their hearts heavy. 3 years have passed since the meteorite impact. Has Yin country still not been rebuilt? But that's not necessarily true. Maybe they don't know and are just making things up. I heard the headquarters is coming. What if we can't find the meteorite? How are we going to explain ourselves? Xiao Wu sighed. We see, Guaming said impatiently. Should we go to the Wang family? Xiao Wu asked again. Guaming pondered for a moment. It's worth a trip. The Wang family swallowed up the Bai family. They might have something good. Then they moved out of the listening range, and their voices could no longer be heard. Wang Hao. Leng Yi called Wang Hao over the walkie-talkie. 2 people just left the base. Send someone to follow them, and try to find out where they're staying. Yes. Wang Hao replied and followed them out. Wang Hao returned very late that night. I found out. They went to the Wang family first, talked for about half an hour, and then came out. Later, they left the city and stayed at a hotel outside the city, Wang Hao said, then asked, who are these 2 people? They're from the Heavenly Descent Organization. They're here to sell holy blood, Leng Yi sneered. Sell holy blood? Wang Hao was surprised. Do we still need to buy that stuff? We didn't buy it. They said 1 vial of holy blood costs 1,000 kilograms of gold, which we can't afford, Yang Qing laughed. 1,000 kilograms of gold? Why don't they just rob us? Wang Hao exclaimed. Later they said they could exchange it for meteorites, Yang Qing said. It seems the lizard incident did get found out. What do they need meteorites for? Wang Hao asked. I heard that holy blood is extracted from meteorites, and they seem to be short of meteorites right now, Yang Qing said. I see. Wang Hao nodded, paused for a moment, and said, I might be being a bit selfish by saying this, but I really don't want any more holy blood to appear. Holy blood can create many superhumans, But it's not a good thing for this world. Superhumans are too powerful, they're worlds apart from ordinary people. If superhumans like us think of everyone, that's fine, but most people are selfish and self-serving, even using their abilities to oppress and plunder others. So having superhumans isn't a good thing. Especially if these superhumans serve a country and form an army, that would be a disaster for other countries. Yang Qing and Leng Yi exchanged a glance and smiled. Your thoughts are the same as ours. That's why I had you follow them. I wanted to do something, Leng Yi said. Steal their holy blood? Wang Hao asked excitedly. But even if we take what they have, their headquarters still has a lot. It's just a drop in the ocean. Leng Yi shook his head. I planted a listening device on that man. I know they don't have many meteorites left, and the raw materials for producing holy blood are almost gone. Their holy blood reserves are probably not much either, which is why they're in such a hurry. And I heard them say that people from their headquarters will be coming in a few days. We wiped them all out then, not only taking all the holy blood, but ideally, taking all the people at headquarters too. Leng Yi made a throat-slitting gesture. But the people at their headquarters might not be the ones researching holy blood. If they die, they can continue production as long as they get the meteorites, Wang Hao said. You're right, Leng Yi nodded. So we need to find a way to attract their researchers. Just as Yang Qing and Leng Yi were thinking about how to find a reason to approach the two men unexpectedly came knocking on their door the next day. Mr. Gua, we told you we don't have that much gold or meteorites. We really can't afford the holy blood, Yang Qing said deliberately. That's right, and we don't need the holy blood. Our base has 8 ability users, that's more than enough to protect it, Leng Yi added. Guoming smiled. Mr. Leng, I forgot to tell you yesterday that our 3rd generation holy blood not only awakens abilities in ordinary people, but it can also trigger a second awakening in ability users. Second awakening? What does that mean? Leng Yi asked in surprise. It means that if an ability user is injected with our 3rd generation holy blood, they can awaken a second ability. In other words, an ability user can possess 2 abilities simultaneously, Guoming said proudly. Chapter 402. Actually, the secondary awakening of superpowers hadn't been confirmed. Guoming was just making things up. The research base had this idea, but it hadn't succeeded. But he thought that Leng Yi wouldn't use his holy blood on others, but he might be willing to use it on himself. After all, who wouldn't want to possess a second superpower? But he didn't expect that both Leng Yi and Yang Qing possessed more than 2 superpowers. Yang Qing alone had 3. Really? You're not lying to us. Yang Qing and Leng Yi exchanged a glance, feigning interest. Of course it's true. Would I dare come if it weren't true? Guoming laughed. These two had indeed fallen for it. Yesterday, Mrs. Leng examined our holy blood one vial after another, but didn't buy it. I was so angry that I forgot about it, and only came over today because I remembered. I think Mr. and Mrs. Leng wouldn't miss such a good opportunity, would they? Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. But how can we trust you? Mr. Gui is from the Heavenly Descent Organization. He must also have superpowers, right? Could you demonstrate your 2 superpowers to us? Guoming's face changed, but he quickly calmed down and said with a wry smile, Mrs. Leng, you're joking? We're just employees. Although the organization gave us the first dose of holy blood, they can't give us the second. The 3rd generation holy blood is so precious. How could they possibly use it on us? What if you're lying to us? We have bought it for nothing. No, we don't want it. Yang Qing quickly waved her hands. Upon hearing this, Guoming realized that they weren't refusing to buy it because they couldn't afford it, which meant they did indeed have the meteorite, and his information was correct. Mrs. Leng, I would never lie to you. Whether this holy blood is effective or not is obvious, isn't it? How could we lie? Could we try one first? We give you what you want after we awaken our second ability. Leng Yi asked. How can that be? Guoming's expression changed. How could they continue this deception? What if you use the holy blood and then don't give us anything? Wouldn't we be at a loss? Yang Qing sneered. Since Mr. Gui doesn't trust us, we naturally don't trust Mr. Gui either. There's nothing more to discuss. Mr. Guoming, please leave. You? Guoming hesitated. Do you really have what we want? Whether we have it or not is unimportant. You're just here to scam us. We're not doing this business. Yang Qing feigned anger. Mrs. Leng, please don't be angry, Guoming quickly said. Actually, we have a superhuman at headquarters who possesses 2 superpowers. He can prove that our holy blood has a secondary awakening effect. I can invite him over to prove it, but if you don't have what we need, I can't get him to come. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. Didn't you just say that this 3rd generation holy blood is precious, and wouldn't be given to others? How come someone has had a secondary awakening now? It's... Guoming hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, actually, it's a doctor from our headquarters research institute. He conducted experiments on himself and obtained the results. We naturally don't get the chance, but he developed it himself, so of course he'd benefit himself first if he was confident, Guoming said. That doctor did indeed possess 2 superpowers, but whether he awakened them using the 3rd generation holy blood or not, he didn't know. He could only use him as an excuse, since no one else knew whether he actually awakened them using the holy blood or not. If you two really have what we need, I report it to headquarters and have that doctor make a trip. But if you don't, I dare not report it. Yang Qing gestured to Leng Yi, who took a metal box from a drawer. The reason she didn't take it from her spatial storage was that she didn't want Guoming to know she possessed one. Although several people knew about her spatial storage, it was limited to a few ability users at the base, and Wang Zhinshan and his son, others were unaware. Guoming's eyes widened when he saw the metal box. He sensed it was something extraordinary. Leng Yi opened the box and closed it in a second. He was worried that if too much time passed, what if there were monsters still below the black hole, and he attracted them back up? Hey, I haven't seen it clearly yet, Guoming said anxiously. Leng Yi put the box away. This meteorite is no ordinary object. Leaving it exposed for too long will cause unnecessary trouble. Mr. Gui is an Esper, so he must have already sensed the meteorite's energy. This meteorite is so large, if it were used to extract holy blood, it should be able to produce quite a few, right? Is this what you want? Yes. Guoming reluctantly looked away from the box. In fact, he had sensed it the moment the box was opened. The meteorite's energy was immense, definitely something the research institute needed. How many vials of holy blood can this meteorite be exchanged for? Yang Qing asked. This? Guoming hesitated to answer. Actually, the energy required for 1 vial of holy blood was extremely small. Just a tiny amount could produce hundreds. A meteorite this large could potentially produce hundreds. 10 vials, Guoming said. Yang Qing scoffed. Mr. Gui, do you think we're stupid? To tell you the truth, our base was originally the Zun family. The Xing family has its own holy blood research laboratory, and they made some progress. It's just that this meteorite is too precious. I was afraid they waste it, so I didn't give it to them. I have a pretty good idea how many this meteorite can produce. 10 vials? Hey, Mr. Gui, do you think we're fools? Guoming's face flushed slightly. He hadn't expected them to know this. He also knew that the Bai and Zun families both had laboratories, but they hadn't been able to research holy blood, though they had produced quite a few monsters. One reason was their incorrect methods, and the other was the lack of good meteorites. But this meteorite has powerful energy. If they use it well, they might be able to research it successfully. Then, would anyone still want anything from their Skyfall organization? How many do you want? Guoming asked. 200 vials, Yang Qing replied. Guoming's face darkened. Mrs. Leng, you're really bold. It's uncertain whether this meteorite can even produce 200 vials of holy blood. Yang Qing chuckled. Since Mr. Gui doesn't agree, then forget it. We don't need another ability anyway. Guoming became anxious. What do you need so much holy blood for? That's 200 vials. We can awaken more people, and we can sell it. Who would complain about having too much good stuff? Yang Qing smiled. Guoming choked. I can't make that decision, and the higher-ups probably wouldn't agree. Our stock is running low. Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. At least 150 vials, no less. Otherwise, forget it. Guoming hesitated for a moment, then said, Fine, I promise you. I report to headquarters immediately, and they bring 150 vials of holy blood over, and then you can meet our doctor. You must keep your meteorite safe. We exchanged the holy blood for the meteorite. Actually, he was thinking of double-crossing them, killing them all, taking the meteorite, and not having to give them the holy blood. Coincidentally, Yang Qing and the others had the same idea. Of course, but I must remind Mr. Gui, don't try to fool us with fakes, like yesterday. Yang Qing sneered. Guoming's body stiffened. She actually knew? It seems her ability is quite something. She hadn't fooled them. Understood. Guoming gritted his teeth. Chapter 403. After Guoming left, Leng Yi instructed Wang Hao to follow him, and gave him a listening device. While monitoring from the vicinity, Wang Hao could overhear their conversation. Although Guoming might change clothes, as long as he hadn't thrown them away, they could still be heard near his hotel. Back at the base, Guoming reported via satellite phone that there was a meteorite at the Bright base, stating that it was very powerful, and could solve the raw material problem if obtained. He also mentioned that Lung Yi and his team wanted to meet the doctor with 2 different abilities and exchange the meteorite for 150 vials of holy blood. Headquarters responded 2 days later, saying they would feign agreement to the demands and that the materials and personnel would be prepared, but the delivery location had to be specified. They would then double-cross the enemy, eliminate them, and seize the meteorite. Wang Hao overheard all of this and informed Lung Yi and his team, telling them to prepare. The next day, Guoming arrived at the base, saying that people from headquarters had come and wanted to make the transaction at their hotel. Yang Qing smiled. Mr. Gua, it's not that we don't trust you, it's just that you deceived us the first time. We dare not go to your place, I'm afraid we won't return. Guoming's face stiffened, and he said with a fawning smile, Mrs. Lung, you jest. Our Skyfall is a world-renowned organization, we wouldn't do such a thing. That's hard to say, Yang Qing sneered. How about having your people come to our base for the transaction? This? Guoming's expression changed slightly. What, Mr. Gua, don't you trust us? So why should we trust you? Yang Qing smiled. Trust is mutual, don't you think? It's not that I don't trust you, it's just that our PhD student isn't Chinese, he's from the United States. He can't completely trust us, let alone you. So? Guoming looked troubled. Yang Qing smiled. Since that's the case, let's cancel the deal. We don't care. Our base isn't lacking in ability users, a few more would just be icing on the cake. Guoming was both angry and annoyed. He had finally persuaded headquarters to send Dr. Mike, who even brought the holy blood. Were they just going to let it go like this? Wouldn't that mean losing his performance record? How about we both make concessions? Lung Yi suggested. We randomly choose a hotel in the area under the Wang family's jurisdiction. It's neither your territory nor ours, so both sides can feel at ease, right? Guoming looked at Yang Qing, who nodded. I have no objection. Guoming hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Where should we meet? At Liqing Square, Lung Yi said. Then we set off together, choose a hotel together, and book a room for the transaction. There will be 3 of us, and you should ideally have no more than 4 people. Guoming nodded. Deal. They were all ability users, and Dr. Mike had 2 more abilities. 4 of them wouldn't be any less powerful than 3. To avoid attracting attention, both parties agreed to meet at Liqing Square at 8 p.m. After Guoming left, Lung Yi called Wang Hao over, and the 3 of them discussed the matter at length. Around 7:30 p.m., Yang Qing drove out her Night 15, which she hadn't used in a long time. The base had been operating for so long, having a luxury car wasn't unusual, and besides, no one would know where it came from. The 3 drove their Night 15 to Liqing Square to wait. Around 8 p.m., a large black van arrived. The other party promised 150 vials of holy blood. If each box contained 10 vials, that would be 15 boxes. A regular car wouldn't fit them all, hence the need for a van. The 2 groups got out and met. The other party was surprised to see Yang Qing and his group driving the Night 15. This car wasn't something everyone could afford, even before the apocalypse, let alone in this world. It was a limited edition, money couldn't buy it. They hadn't expected them to be so powerful. Guoming introduced their people to Yang Qing and his group. Besides Xiao Wu, there were 2 blonde, blue-eyed men, one of whom was the Dr. Mike he mentioned, and the other a bodyguard. Yang Qing also introduced Wang Hao to his side. After confirming that both sides had brought what they wanted, they drove around the streets, one after the other. Lung Yi first chose a hotel, but the other party rejected it, probably fearing an ambush. Lung Yi didn't mind and continued driving. He missed 2 hotels, the other party chose one, but Lung Yi rejected it for the same reason. He continued driving, and as he passed an inconspicuous hotel, the person behind honked. Lung Yi stopped the car. You want this one? Lung Yi asked. Yes. Guoming replied. All right. Lung Yi raised an eyebrow, waved, and Yang Qing and Wang Hao got out of the car. Yang Qing was carrying a metal box. Guoming's group of 4 got out of the car. They didn't take anything with them at first, but waited until Lung Yi checked the room before unloading their belongings. They chose the hotel, so Lung Yi could choose the room. That was fair. Once in the room, Lung Yi first checked every nook and cranny to make sure there were no surveillance cameras. The other party also checked, especially the ventilation ducts, to confirm there were no ambushes. Now that it's safe, can we begin the transaction? Yang Qing asked. The other party opened all 15 boxes of holy blood, and Yang Qing felt them one by one. They were all genuine. It seemed they had really gone all out this time. What about Dr. Mike's abilities? Are there really 2? Lung Yi asked the foreigner. Mike smiled contemptuously, conjuring a ball of fire in one hand and a ball of water in the other. A dual ability of water and fire? Yang Qing was a little surprised. Wouldn't water and fire be incompatible? Mike, seeing their surprised expressions, was smug. Where are your things? Yang Qing took the metal box, and just as he opened it, the room light suddenly went out with a snap. Yang Qing quickly threw the metal box into his spatial storage. Then, screams of agony echoed from inside the room. After a while, the light suddenly came back on. Lung Yi and Wang Hao stood to one side, as Yang Qing calmly tossed 15 boxes of holy blood into her spatial storage. Well done. Lung Yi patted Wang Hao on the shoulder. They were really all thrown into your spatial storage by you, sister-in-law? Wang Hao was still a little confused. Yes. Yang Qing smiled. You electrocuted them all, saving me a lot of trouble. Otherwise, I would have had to fight them in the spatial storage. While their attention was focused on Yang Qing, Wang Hao suddenly activated his lightning-based ability, causing an abnormal power outage in the room. Taking advantage of the darkness, he electrocuted the men, and Yang Qing tossed their bodies into her spatial storage. The three of them calmly left the hotel and drove back to the base. No one in the hotel noticed whether the remaining four had left, or when they left, nor did they realize that the others had vanished without a trace. Chapter 404. Back at the base, Yang Qing instructed Wang Hao, "Don't tell anyone about today's events, not even Wang Xiao or Cheng Zheng. We see how things go with Pei Chuan." Understood. Wang Hao nodded. Now that we have so much holy blood, should we use it? Yang Qing shook his head. This is probably a gift from heaven. The organization has only a small amount of stock left. We don't need it, and we won't use it in the future. As for whether we need to hand it over to the state after we return home, we see. In short, this batch of holy blood probably won't appear in the world again. Let's just pretend it never happened. I don't want any more superhumans to appear in the world. After the apocalypse ends, it's best if we all live like ordinary people. Wang Hao nodded, I agree. As long as the number of superhumans doesn't increase, our batch of superhumans will only decrease, and the world will return to normal. However, they reported this transaction to their headquarters. Their people have disappeared. Will they come looking for us? Yang Qing nodded, definitely. We just say the transaction is complete, we're leaving, and we don't know anything about their business. Anyway, we never know. They have no evidence, and they can't do anything to us. What if they take some strong measures? Lung Yi pondered for a moment. I have the base security strengthen their defenses. No matter how powerful they are, they're still on our territory. A powerful dragon can't fight a local snake. If they dare to force their way in, they never return. For the next few days, Lung Yi personally led patrols at the base. That afternoon, someone suddenly came to the main gate to report that someone wanted to see the base's leadership. Who is it? Lung Yi asked. Could it be someone from the Skyfall organization? He said he was a soldier from Yen country, had important business, and that the man was seriously injured, the security guard said. A soldier from Yen country? Lung Yi frowned, rushing to the gate. He saw a man in uniform sitting against the door, his face deathly pale, his lips cracked and bloodless. Zhang Wei? Lung Yi exclaimed. Brother Yi? Zhang Wei was also surprised to see Lung Yi. He tried to stand up, but his head lolled to the side and he fainted. Lung Yi quickly picked him up and ran towards the base hospital. At the hospital, the doctor rushed Zhang Wei to the emergency room. Lung Yi used the walkie-talkie to call Yang Qing over. You said that man was Zhang Wei? Yang Qing was shocked, never expecting to see Zhang Wei here. Zhang Wei was the soldier she had rescued at the farmhouse, the one who caught her and Haozi when they infiltrated the Hunghing Society, the one who caught her under a tree, and the one who later trained them in deep-sea rescue capsules at the military base. How did he get here? Yang Qing asked. He must have some mission, Lung Yi said. He came to see the base leaders using the identity of a Yen Kingdom soldier. He probably doesn't know it's me yet. He was too shocked when he saw me, and coupled with his injuries, that's why he fainted. An hour later, the door to the emergency room opened, and a doctor wheeled someone out. Dr. Chen, how is he? Lung Yi asked hurriedly. He's out of danger. The inflamed wounds have been cleaned and stitched up again. It was mainly dehydration-induced shock. He'd be fine in a couple of days, Dr. Chen said. That's great. Lung Yi breathed a sigh of relief. That afternoon, Zhang Wei woke up. Seeing Lung Yi and Yang Qing, he was very excited. Brother Yi, what are you doing here? Yang Qing and Lung Yi smiled. We built this base. What? The base is yours? Zhang Wei was shocked. He had heard upon arriving on Dongyi Island that Liqing was controlled by Chinese, and that both major factions in Liqing were Chinese. One of the bases was even built by Chinese immigrants, so he wanted to try his luck here. However, he encountered many robbers along the way, constantly getting injured, and suffering from severe food shortages, which led to his exhaustion. You come here this time. Lung Yi looked at him. Zhang Wei excitedly said, Brother Yi, I come to tell all the surviving Chinese people in the world that Yin country has been rebuilt. You can go home. Yang Qing and Ling Yi's hearts leaped upon hearing this. The country had been rebuilt? They could go home? For some reason, their eyes welled up with tears. 6 years had passed since the apocalypse, and now they were entering the 7th. They had escaped from the military base 3 years ago. Could they finally go back? I tell you the coordinates of your new home. Remember them? Zhang Wei said excitedly. Coordinates? Lung Yi was taken aback. Not an address? Zhang Wei sighed. Since the last meteorite impact and tectonic plate collision, the entire Yin kingdom has been submerged by seawater. Our current home is built on the sea. We drove piles into the seabed and built a base on the sea surface. It took more than a year to slowly build a few foundation piles. We need everyone to go back and help build our home. Yang Qing and Leng Yi were both shocked. Building a home at sea? How much manpower and resources would that take? But then, they remembered that Yin Kingdom used to be known as an infrastructure powerhouse, famous throughout the world. Nothing could stump us Chinese. We can build undersea tunnels. We can build cross-sea bridges. What can't the Chinese do? This time, it's bigger and more extensive. It's our own home. With everyone united, what reason is there not to build it? However, Zhang Wei looked at the two. You seem to be doing quite well here. Do you want to go back? Yang Qing and Leng Yi exchanged a glance and laughed. Of course we want to go back. We are Yin people. I knew it. Ouch. Zhang Wei sat up abruptly, aggravating his wound and crying out in pain. Yang Qing couldn't help but chuckle, pressing Zhang Wei down. Don't worry, stay here and recover. Once you're better, we go home together. Zhang Wei shook his head. I can't go back yet. I need to go elsewhere to inform more of my fellow countrymen that our home has been built, so they can come home. But it's too dangerous for you to go alone, Yang Qing said. Zhang Wei smiled. It's alright, I'm used to it. Besides, I didn't come to Dongyi Island alone, I just entered Liqing alone. Someone should be coming to meet me in a few days, and I leave with them. I want to find more of my compatriots, let them know the coordinates of our new home, let them go home. Let them go home. Yang Qing suddenly felt a lump in her throat. For so many years, so many Chinese had longed to go home, but didn't know if they still had a home, didn't know if they could ever go back. Now someone was telling her, you can go home. She really wanted to cry. She hadn't felt this way when she was at home. Only after wandering abroad for these past few years, did she realize that home is where our hearts truly belong, the most important place to us. Okay, then you recover well. I prepare some supplies for you. Our base has many good things, don't worry, Yang Qing said. Thank you, sister-in-law. Zhang Wei nodded. You've done a really good job here, even having a hospital. Our place can't compare. But don't worry, sister-in-law, I believe we have that too someday. Everything will be alright. Yang Qing nodded, tears welling in her eyes. Yes, I believe it. Everything will be alright. Chapter 405. Having confirmed the reconstruction of Yin Kingdom, Yang Qing called Wang Hao and Pei Chuan together to consult their opinions, asking if they wanted to return together. I say it again, wherever Brother Yi goes, I go, Wang Hao said. Pei Chuan also nodded. I definitely want to go back. I still need to find Lu Lin. Having received affirmative answers, Leng Yi then called Wang Xiao and Cheng Zheng over as well. Today, the 6 of us will have a meeting. There's an important announcement to make, Leng Yi said, looking at Wang Xiao and Cheng Zheng. You should know that we're from Yin Kingdom, right? The two nodded. Now we have confirmed news that Yin Kingdom has been rebuilt, and the government has sent people to find us, so we decided to go back, Leng Yi said, a hint of barely perceptible excitement in his voice. What? You're going back? Wang Xiao was taken aback. This was too sudden. What if the information is wrong? What if someone is lying to you? Cheng Zheng said. I heard that there have been quite a few pirates at sea in the past 2 years. They're spreading this information to lure you back, then waiting at sea to attack you. Leng Yi smiled. No, this person is a former comrade in arms, a soldier. He wouldn't lie to me. Then, Wang Xiao didn't know what to say for a moment. It was all too sudden, he wasn't prepared at all. But Brother Yi, you're doing so well here, And the base is doing so well. If you go back now, you have nothing. It's better to stay here, Wang Xiao said. Yes, our base is doing better than the Wang family's now. Although their jurisdiction is larger than ours, everyone wants to come here, and the base's supplies are getting richer and richer. Cheng Zheng added. Leng Yi shook his head. Although you are Chinese, you were born and raised in Dongdi, so your thoughts might be different from ours. Although we succeeded here, this isn't our home, Yin country is. We work so hard because we hope that one day we can go home. Of course, undeniably, Yang Qing added. We had a wonderful time with you these past few years. We're like brothers and sisters, without arguments or disagreements. We're so glad to have met you. These past few years haven't been wasted. We shared hardships, fought monsters together, built bases together, and lived good lives together. We never forget these. Sister-in-law. Wang Xiao and Cheng Jing's eyes reddened. But our country needs us most now. We want to go back, to participate in the reconstruction, to rebuild it into a powerful and civilized nation. Admittedly, our individual strength is insignificant, but if everyone contributes, I think this wish can be realized soon. Yang Qing became increasingly emotional as she spoke. Wang Xiao and Cheng Zheng were both stunned by her. Just like when they first announced the establishment of the Bright Base, a peaceful and prosperous community, they too had found it unbelievable. But in just 2 short years, they had achieved it, even surpassing their expectations. Look at the people in the base. They have enough to eat, and we're every day, housing, education, jobs, entertainment, hospitals, and a strong sense of security. They truly have achieved a peaceful and prosperous life for everyone. Some are even living better than before the apocalypse. So they said they wanted to go home, to rebuild their homes, and they believed they could definitely do it. Of course, our departure doesn't completely sever our connection with the base, Yang Qing continued. We understand that Yin country is currently building its base at sea, so their land area is likely very small, not to mention their arable land. Our base, however, has several hundred acres of fertile land, so we can cooperate in the future. We can buy the grain, vegetables, and fruits we need from the base, and your surplus won't go to waste. This way, we can achieve a win-win situation. No need to buy, this place is yours anyway, Wang Xiao said. Yang Qing and Leng Yi exchanged a glance, feeling gratified. They hadn't made a mistake in befriending Wang Xiao. This base doesn't just belong to us, it belongs to everyone, Yang Qing said. The base was built jointly by the 6 of us, so even if it's divided according to shares, you all have a share. When we really need to buy supplies from the base in the future, we do it like normal business. At worst, we just get a share of the profits. Okay. Wang Xiao smiled. Then I prepare a ship and some supplies for you. The journey to Yin Kingdom is long, so thorough preparation is essential to avoid any mishaps. Thank you. Yang Qing nodded, naturally not refusing Wang Xiao's kindness. However, after we leave, someone still needs to oversee affairs here. Yang Qing looked at Cheng Zheng. I suggest Wang Xiao take charge. He's steady and experienced. Of course, you still need to discuss many things with him, but he'd be the one leading the way. Cheng Zheng nodded. I have no objection. Wang Xiao was already quite capable, and had done more than him in the past 2 years. He was worried that leaving the base to him would ruin it. After discussing it, Yang Qing drafted an agreement, treating the base as a joint stock company. Since Wang Xiao and Cheng Zheng would stay to manage the base, their shares would be slightly larger. Each of them would hold 20%, and the remaining 4 would each hold 15%. However, Wang Hao and Pei Chuan declined, saying that the base was actually established by Yang Qing and Leng Yi, and they were the ones who helped them take down the Zheng family. Without them, there would be no base today. So, it was finally agreed that Yang Qing, Leng Yi, Wang Xiao, and Cheng Zheng would each hold 20%, and Wang Hao and Pei Chuan would each hold 10%. This way, they felt they were getting a good deal, as they wouldn't have to do anything and would receive dividends for free. Brother Yi's sister-in-law, if you find it unsatisfactory after you go back, come back. We always have a place for you here. This will always be your second home, Wang Xiao said. Thank you. Leng Yi patted Wang Xiao on the shoulder. Wang Xiao was indeed a trustworthy person. Over the next few days, Wang Xiao arranged a medium-sized cargo ship for them, loading it with plenty of grain, vegetables, fruits, and poultry produced at the base, fearing they wouldn't have enough to eat on the journey. He also prepared some guns and ammunition in case they encountered pirates at sea. Leng Yi also told Wang Xiao about his dealings with the Skyfall organization, instructing him to pin all the blame on them if anyone came, claiming he knew nothing, and to take precautions. After Zhang Wei recovered, some colleagues came to see him, but he insisted on not going with Lung Yi and the others, saying he wanted to go elsewhere to find more Chinese people to bring home. Lung Yi then prepared a lot of supplies that were easy to carry on the road and saw them off. After Wang Xiao loaded all the supplies onto the cargo ship, it was time to say goodbye. Wang Xiao and Cheng Zheng drove them to the dock, watching them board the ship before reluctantly waving goodbye. Chapter 406. Who knows when we see each other again after this departure? Wang Hao sighed. It won't be long. The country definitely needs a lot of supplies, and we come back then, Yang Qing said. Although she had a lot of supplies in her spatial storage, it wasn't convenient to take them out. Going out to buy them was the normal way. We still have quite a few people from Yin country in our base. Why didn't we tell them this time? Maybe some of them want to go back too? Pei Chuan finally asked the question he'd been wanting to ask. Yang Qing shook her head. We don't know the situation there when we go back. If we take people back, what if life there isn't ideal, and they blame us? Everyone agreed that this made sense. Once the base is more complete, the government should send someone to pick them up. Whether they want to go back then is up to them. Also, Yang Qing glanced at the cargo ship. It's over 6,000 kilometers from Dongyi Island back to Yin country. Even with previous flights, there were no direct routes. You had to transfer in Xian country, which took over 10 hours, let alone by ship. What if we encounter pirates again? So Lung Yi and I discussed it. We need to use a plane, and we can't bring anyone else. A plane? Where will we get a plane? Wang Hao asked in surprise. Once we leave the dock and reach a deserted area, I take out a helicopter. I have one in my storage space, Yang Qing said with a smile. Ah? You even have a helicopter? Wang Hao exclaimed in surprise. Lung Yi smiled. Yes, so we need to put this ship away later, and we fly back. However, even flying will take several days, and it'd be very tiring. What's so tiring about just a few days? Wang Hao exclaimed in surprise. If we were sailing, it would take months, and we might even encounter pirates. Airplanes are much safer. I remember it was just a layover. The journey from Dongyi to Yin only took a dozen hours, didn't it? Pei Chuan chimed in. Yang Qing smiled. Brother, we're using a helicopter. It only travels about 200 kilometers per hour at most. A Boeing 747 has a top speed of over 900 kilometers per hour. Can you compare? Pei Chuan blushed. I forgot. Then what about refueling? Helicopters can't stay in the air for days, and we don't have aerial refueling tankers, Wang Hao said. I have aircraft fuel in my space. We can refuel there, Yang Qing said. Wang Hao and Pei Chuan exchanged a glance. Although they had entered Yang Qing's space before, they hadn't gone anywhere, and had only stayed in their room in the villa. They hadn't expected her space to have so much. By the way, don't tell anyone about my space when we get back to China. Also, don't show off our special abilities for now. We don't know the country's view on special abilities. What if they treat us like aliens? Yang Qing said. Really? There are so many superhumans in Dongyi capital, they must exist all over the world. Why wouldn't our country have them? Wang Hao said. Who knows? We see how things go. After all, superhumans are still a minority. It's best not to reveal our abilities until we understand the country's attitude towards them, Yang Qing said. Safety first, Lung Yi added. Yes. Wang Hao and Pei Chuan both nodded. This was a matter of life and death, so they couldn't be careless. Once the cargo ship had sailed far away and was deserted, Yang Qing took out the helicopter. After everyone boarded, he stored the cargo ship away in his spatial storage. When the fuel was almost gone, they took out the ship, refueled in space, and continued flying. This took 3 days. When they were about 100 nautical miles from the coordinates Zhang Wei had given them, Yang Qing launched the cargo ship and stored the helicopter. The most dangerous area, where they might encounter pirates, was already passed. Flying directly to the new base would likely result in it being shot down by the defending navy. Although it was the apocalypse, the country was rebuilding and would have some air defenses, so caution was still advised. Using the cargo ship would also allow them to legitimately bring back the supplies from the Bright Base. Lung Yi also had an idea. He discovered that the base coordinates were actually near the former military base in Fucheng. There was a possibility of finding the lost sea containers in this area, and he wanted to take this opportunity to retrieve some. Yang Qing then took out the deep-sea escape pod again. How come you still have this? Wang Hao was shocked again. Pei Chuan wasn't surprised at all. He knew that this escape pod was one they had exchanged at the base. I redeemed these with points at the military base before, Yang Qing smiled. The military base isn't just a post-apocalyptic survival base, but also a base for protecting the seeds of human civilization. Many containers carrying seeds were protected here before. But that tectonic plate collision came so suddenly that many containers probably didn't have time to be moved. These escape pods have signal receivers for the containers. We can help find some and bring them back. Those that can be found, they should have retrieved them, right? Wang Hao said. That's not necessarily true. Yang Qing shook his head. The tectonic plate collision caused significant crustal movement in many places, and many containers have disappeared without a trace. Besides, the new home has only been built for a little over a year. They probably haven't had much time to search. We try our best to help search, even if we can only find one or two. Okay. Wang Hao nodded, but I don't know how to operate this. It's alright, I do. Lung Yi does, and Pei Chuan does too, right? Yang Qing looked at Pei Chuan. Pei Chuan nodded. When he entered the military base, he joined the Navy and received submarine training. This deep-sea rescue capsule is similar to a submarine, perhaps even simpler, so of course, no problem. Yang Qing then had everyone enter the rescue capsule, stowed the cargo ship, and dived into the sea together. Wow, the underwater world is so beautiful! Wang Hao exclaimed, looking at the colorful fish in the sea. There haven't been any major disasters in the past 2 years, and the sea has recovered a lot, but there are still many mutated creatures, so everyone is hesitant to eat seafood. What's that? How can it be so big? Wang Hao exclaimed again. It's a whale. Lung Yi quickly turned around to avoid it. Whales are already the largest creatures in the ocean, and because of the mutation, they've grown even larger. If they were hit, the rescue capsule would probably capsize. Just as they were dodging, the life pod nearly crashed into a seabed reef. The group swayed for a moment before slowly regaining their balance. Suddenly, a beep-beep sound rang out. What's wrong? Has the life pod malfunctioned? Wang Hao exclaimed. Everyone tensed up. They were at sea, and an accident would likely mean certain death. Lung Yi looked and saw it was the signal receiver from the container. No, it's the signal receiver. There are sea containers nearby. Really? That's great. Where? Yang Qing rushed over. Lung Yi glanced at the instruments. It's about 500 meters ahead. Let's go check it out right away. Lung Yi sped up and quickly drove forward. Chapter 407. The closer they got to the target container, the more frequent the beeping signal became. When they finally arrived, they discovered that half of the container was buried in the sand. How do we get it out? Wang Hao asked. There are hooks on the container. We can use the hooks on the escape capsule to connect with it and pull it out, Pei Chuan said, having received training and knowing the answer. But I can't see the hooks, Wang Hao said. Lung Yi drove the escape capsule around the container, finding that both ends of the hooks were buried in the sand and completely invisible. What do we do? Are we going to have to go out and get the container out? Even if we could move such a large container, how many meters underwater are we? Can we withstand that much pressure? Wang Hao said. Lung Yi looked at Yang Qing, who smiled. No need to go out. I can get it out as long as we connect our escape capsule to the container. Just get close. Be careful not to crash into it, Yang Qing told Lung Yi. Lung Yi nodded, adjusted the speed, and slowly moved the life pod towards the container. Just as one corner of the life pod touched the container, Yang Qing, with a thought, sent the life pod and container into her spatial dimension. Before Wang Hao and the others could react, the life pod immediately returned to the sea. Where's the container? Wang Hao asked in surprise. I put it in my spatial dimension, Yang Qing smiled. I came out as soon as I put it down. Wang Hao's eyes widened. Sister-in-law, this is a cheat code? It even works like this? Yang Qing smiled. I'm just lucky to have this spatial ability. Lung Yi continued navigating the life pod forward and soon found a second container. Once they reached the surface, Yang Qing brought the cargo ship out again. They placed the two found containers on the cargo ship, with the life pod attached to the stern. They found the containers thanks to the life pod, so it couldn't be retracted, otherwise, it would be difficult to explain how the containers were found. The group went to the cargo ship's deck to examine the two containers. The containers were made of special materials and, apart from a few minor dents, showed no significant damage. What's inside? Wang Hao asked. Pei Chuan raised an eyebrow. Anything is possible: plant seeds, rare materials, large machinery, building materials, etc. Anything that might be useful later. How do you know? Have you seen it? Wang Hao asked. Pei Chuan nodded. When I joined the Navy, my mission was to transport these containers. I saw them loading cargo, but I don't know exactly what was in each container. Then open them and take a look, Wang Hao said impatiently. We can't open them. Pei Chuan shook his head. These boxes all have combination locks, and the locks are specially made. Ordinary people can't open them. If they could be opened and someone else picked them up, the contents would be gone long ago. Only if they can't be opened and someone finds them can they possibly return the contents. The military base will offer a reward, which is the only way to have these containers recovered. Yang Qing was a little surprised. It seemed the military had already thought of this. Indeed, if someone else picked them up and couldn't open them, they were just useless metal boxes. It would be more worthwhile to send them to the military base to exchange for supplies. The group ate their meal on the ship, and Ling Yi quickened his pace towards the new base. As darkness fell, towering buildings could be seen rising from the sea in the distance, their interiors occasionally emitting lights. They were almost there. For some reason, Yang Qing's heart pounded, a sudden feeling of homesickness washing over her. They were back truly home. She wondered how Lu Lin and the others were doing, whether Sheng Nan and Gao Yang were still there. She felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. Leng Yi grasped her hand, his own heart pounding with excitement. Wang Hao and Pei Chuan's expressions changed. They were finally back. Attention, ships ahead. Attention, ships ahead. You have entered Yin Kingdom military territory. Do not approach. A loud horn suddenly blared from ahead, and a searchlight swept across the area. Leng Yi and Yang Qing exchanged a glance, but didn't stop. Yang Qing took out a pre-prepared 5-star red flag from her bag and stood on the deck. The military base personnel spotted a rather large cargo ship approaching, issued a warning initially, and then repeated it loudly when that failed. Someone went to report to the officer on duty. Have you figured out who they are? Gao Yang asked. Not yet, they haven't answered, the soldier said. Raise the alert. Gao Yang raised his voice. Continue issuing warnings. Do not approach any further, or we will take force. The man on the other side continued shouting. Suddenly, a light came on the cargo ship opposite, and a bright red 5-star flag fluttered in the light. Yang Qing waved the 5-star flag vigorously, his eyes gradually reddening. It's the national flag. It looks like one of our own, the soldier said. A few men, come with me to take a look, Gao Yang said, leading a few soldiers in a speedboat towards the cargo ship. When they reached the cargo ship, he saw Yang Qing, Leng Yi, Pei Chuan, and another unfamiliar person. They stood ramrod straight under the 5-starred red flag, Yang Qing waving it vigorously. Gao Yang's eyes immediately welled up with tears. Brother Yi, Sister Yang? Is that Gao Yang? Yang Qing recognized him instantly, shoving the red flag into Leng Yi's hand, both surprised and delighted. Is it really you? Gao Yang gave them a solemn military salute. Welcome home. Yang Qing's tears streamed down her face. Gao Yang boarded the ship, embracing each of them, her eyes also red. You're back. That's wonderful. I thought you were all gone. Sheng Nan often mentioned you, worried about you. Thankfully, you're all still here, you're all back. Yang Qing was in tears. Sheng Nan, are they all right? Lu Lin, Pei Chuan asked hurriedly. Lu Lin is fine, she's at the base. Sheng Nan is fine too, it's just that Wang Min is still missing, Gao Yang said tearfully. And you? Gao Yang looked at Pei Chuan. We all thought you were dead. When Lu Lin was rescued, she said. How come you're all right? It's a long story, Pei Chuan smiled. Lu Lin is all right, that's great. Come on, let's go home, Gao Yang said loudly. He picked up the walkie-talkie and contacted the people on shore, explaining that the ship belonged to them, and there was no need for vigilance. You even found 2 containers? Gao Yang was surprised to see the contents of the ship. Yes, do you remember the deep-sea life capsule we exchanged at the base? We found it using that, Yang Qing said with a smile. What are all these? Gao Yang asked, surprised, looking at the ship full of goods. They're supplies. There's food, vegetables, fruit, poultry, a little bit of everything, Yang Qing said. Where did they come from? Gao Yang found it unbelievable that they could have these things at this time of year. We came from Dongbi Island. Before this, we lived there and even established a survival base, Yang Qing said with a smile. Chapter 408. Me, Leng Yi, Pei Chuan, and Wang Hao. Oh, let me introduce Wang Hao. He's Leng Yi's comrade-in-arms. We met on Dongbi Island. Wang Hao shook hands with Gao Yang. Later, we established a base together. When we heard the news of the country rebuilding its homeland, we came back, Yang Qing said. That's wonderful, you guys are truly remarkable. Gao Yang was deeply moved. Back in Xia City, Yang Qing and Leng Yi were the 2 most capable among them. They survived thanks to these 2, and that's how they got to where they are today. Unexpectedly, after parting ways at the base, they not only survived but thrived, even establishing their own base. They are indeed extraordinary. Back at the base, Gao Yang had 2 containers unloaded first, leaving the rest of the ship untouched for the time being. Those were Yang Qing and his team's own belongings. Whether they would use them themselves or contribute them to the base was still uncertain, so they couldn't be moved carelessly. He sent a squad of soldiers to guard the cargo ship, and then returned to the base with the rest of the group. Gao Yang, where is Lu Lin now? Pei Chuan asked impatiently. Don't worry, I get her right away, Gao Yang said with a smile. He sent a soldier to fetch Lu Lin and Li Shengnan together, and another soldier to inform Leng Jieshan that Leng Yi had returned. Lu Lin and Li Shengnan came out of the dormitory and met downstairs, both feeling strange. Did Gao Yang notify you to come? Could something have happened? The two hurriedly ran towards the border command post. Upon reaching the door, they heard cheerful laughter coming from inside. The two pushed open the door in confusion, and Lu Lin immediately saw Pei Chuan. He was so tall and handsome, he stood out like a crane among chickens. Lu Lin could hardly believe her eyes, tears welled up instantly. Was it Pei Chuan? Was it really him? The command post fell silent. Pei Chuan walked towards Lu Lin step by step, bending down to embrace her. Sister, I'm back. That one word, sister, brought Lu Lin to tears. It was him, only he would call her that. Pei Chuan tenderly held Lu Lin in his arms, resting his chin on her shoulder. I'm back, wife, I'm not dead, I'm back. Lu Lin was already sobbing uncontrollably, pounding her fist on his chest. You're not dead, why didn't you come back sooner? I thought you were already. It's my fault, I'm sorry. Pei Chuan hugged Lu Lin tightly, as if trying to embed her into his very bones. On the other side, Li Shengnan and Yang Qing also embraced tightly, both of them with tears streaming down their faces, overwhelmed with emotion. All right, this is a happy occasion, why are you crying? Gao Yang said with a smile, her eyes also red. As they were talking, the door suddenly opened again, and a tall figure appeared in the doorway. Commander. Several people saluted in unison. Leng Jieshan looked at Leng Yi and slowly walked over. Dad. Leng Yi called out with difficulty. Leng Jieshan's eyes immediately reddened. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Dad. Yang Qing also called out. Good, you all done a great job. Leng Jieshan's eyes were red. Xiao Hui and Xiao Qiao will be very happy to know you're back. Commander, Leng Yi and the others found 2 containers of seeds and brought them back, Gao Yang said. Really? Leng Jieshan was surprised. Good, not bad. Come home with me first. To meet your family? Leng Jieshan asked, seeing Leng Yi. Leng Yi and Yang Qing exchanged a glance and nodded. Okay. Leng Jieshan then turned to Gao Yang and instructed, go tell the logistics department to arrange accommodations for them. Yes, sir. Gao Yang saluted. An orderly picked up Leng Jieshan in a car, and the car drove forward. Yang Qing then noticed that the basement of the command post was constructed of iron plates, which must be what Zhang Wei had mentioned, driving piles underwater and building the houses on top. But further in, they discovered that the ground inside was solid. This area is close to land. This whole area was reclaimed from the sea, Leng Jieshan said. Yang Qing nodded, understanding. I see. Is there still land? Yes, but only a small part, Leng Jieshan said. After the tectonic plate collision, most of the land sank into the sea, but some canyons rose to form the land we see today. Based on that land, we filled in the nearby sea area, and then extended it outwards, driving pile foundations underwater to build a larger offshore platform and rebuild our new home. As the car reached the land, Yang Qing noticed several houses, roughly 6 stories high, already built. There were also construction projects nearby, frame structures, with walls made of lightweight bricks. Lightweight bricks, unlike red or blue bricks, don't require red clay and mortar, making the raw materials difficult to find and the manufacturing process more complex. Furthermore, lightweight bricks exert less pressure on the ground, making them an ideal building material for reclaimed land. Leng Jieshan led Yang Qing and Leng Yi to the 3rd floor of one of the buildings, stopping in front of a door. We're home. Yang Qing glanced around discreetly. It was just an ordinary apartment. But with the current conditions, having a place to live was already a blessing. Did they still expect to have a villa like before? Leng Jieshan unlocked the door, and someone came out when he heard the noise. You're back? Cheng Shihua froze when she saw the person in front of her. Leng Yi? Leng Yi pursed his lips. Yang Qing smiled at Cheng Shuqing. Auntie, long time no see. Oh, long time no see. It's so good to see you back. Cheng Shuqing's eyes instantly reddened. The doors to the other two rooms were suddenly flung open, and Lang Hui and Lang Qiao rushed out simultaneously. Big brother? Sister-in-law. Leng Qiao rushed into Yang Qing's arms, hugging her tightly. Sister-in-law, you're still alive. That's wonderful. Leng Hui was also very excited, looking at Leng Yi and rubbing his hands together. Big brother. Leng Yi smiled. Are you all right? Yes, we're all fine. Leng Hui quickly replied, looking at Leng Yi. How come her brother hasn't changed at all? He even seemed younger than before. Haven't eaten yet? Cheng Shuhua asked. Old Leng hasn't eaten either. I cook you a few more dishes. Cheng Shuhua went to the kitchen to busy herself. Leng Qiao pulled Yang Qing to sit down. Sister-in-law, where have you been these past few years? Do you know how worried I've been? These past few years, Dad often says he regrets not insisting you join the army, otherwise he could have taken you with him. Leng Jieshen's face flushed. How could this little girl reveal all his secrets? We had our own reasons for not joining. Besides, we have deep-sea rescue pods, so we'd be fine, Leng Yi said with a smile. But the meteorite fell so suddenly, many of our comrades didn't even have time to get the submarine going, let alone you. We were all incredibly anxious, but we couldn't find you, we were so worried, Leng Qiao said. The deep-sea rescue capsule was placed some distance from the submarine, so no one saw whether Leng Yi and the others actually went to open it. Besides, the situation was so urgent that there was simply no time to verify. Chapter 409. Sister-in-law, where have you been these past few years? Tell me quickly. Leng Qiao pulled Yang Qing down to sit. We escaped by sheer luck in a deep-sea life pod, then drifted south, and encountered a ship bound for Dongdi Island. We went with them, and eventually settled in Liqing. We've been in Liqing for the past few years. Liqing was originally controlled by 3 Chinese families. After we arrived, we gradually built our own power, annexed one of them, and established our own base. Yang Qing briefly recounted their experiences. Although it was only a few sentences, Leng Jieshen knew they must have gone through a lot, otherwise, how could they have annexed others and established their own base? Sister-in-law, you're amazing. Leng Qiao was very impressed. She knew they were capable before, but she didn't expect them to be this powerful. Dongdi Island is in the southern hemisphere, and the disaster wasn't as severe as here, so many people survived, and there's still land. Our base has grown a lot of food in the past 2 years, and we brought some back this time, Leng Yi said. Are you going to donate all of that to our base? Leng Qiao asked. Xiao. Leng Jieshen scolded softly, you can't ask others like that. Yang Qing smiled, Dad, we keep some of those things for ourselves, and donate the rest to the base. We don't need that much. No need, those are yours. I won't force you to hand them over, Leng Jieshen shook his head. Dad, since we brought them back, we were prepared. We know the base is facing difficulties right now, with shortages of supplies. This is just a small token of our appreciation from Leng Yi and me, Yang Qing said. However, we do want to keep some of it. It'd be more convenient for us to use, and we won't have to go back to the base to get more. That's too much trouble. Of course, Leng Jieshen said. Then tomorrow, you leave what you need. I have someone count the rest and record it as points. You can use those points to exchange for anything you need later. Thank you, Dad. Yang Qing smiled. Also, although we left Dongdi Island, our base is still there. 2 of our friends are helping to manage it. If you need things like grains, vegetables, or fruits, you can buy them from them or exchange them for supplies, Yang Qing said. Great, that's wonderful. Leng Jieshen nodded. These were exactly what they needed most. The new base had no land for farming, and food was a huge problem. Right now, they were only relying on the grain they had previously stockpiled, salvaged from the sea. If they had access to purchasing supplies, that would be ideal. A dozen minutes later, Cheng Shuhua invited Yang Qing and Leng Yi to eat. Leng Jieshen joined them, while Leng Qiao and Leng Hui accompanied them. Yang Qing recounted the events in Liqing to them, and Leng Qiao listened with great interest. Monsters actually appeared over there? That's unbelievable. Leng Qiao was shocked. There were centipedes and snakes at the base before, but they were all small creatures. She never expected there to be such large monsters there. This is too surreal, Leng Hui said incredulously. Even in the apocalypse, it was still hard to imagine such a scene with large monsters. It was like something out of a science fiction movie. Leng Yi smiled, it's the apocalypse, what's impossible? Although they didn't experience meteorite impacts, It's just a small island surrounded by the sea. The ocean is so polluted, it's normal for animals to mutate. Lung Jieshan nodded. Yes, our Navy has also discovered many mutated marine creatures, some even several times larger than before. Just because they haven't attacked us doesn't mean they don't exist. Leng Hui nodded. It was indeed hard to imagine without seeing them. After dinner, someone came to tell Lung Jieshan that accommodations for Lung Yi and his family had been arranged. Lung Jieshan said to Lung Yi, "Your accommodations have been arranged. It's in the building next door. But housing is tight right now, so it's impossible to give you and your husband a separate apartment. You have to share with others. However, I already arranged for you to stay with a few friends to avoid living with strangers." Understood. Lung Yi nodded. Thank you, Dad. Lung Qiao and the others were surprised and happy to hear Lung Yi call their father Dad for the first time. Their eldest brother had finally acknowledged them as his father. Lung Qiao volunteered to take Yang Qing and Leng Yi to apartment 502 on the 5th floor of the building next door. Gao Yang and Wang Hao were also inside. It was a 3-bedroom apartment. Leng Yi and Yang Qing shared one room, Wang Hao shared another, and Pei Chuan and Lu Lin shared the third. Lu Lin originally lived in the female soldiers' dormitory, but since Pei Chuan returned, he naturally arranged for them to live together, freeing up Lu Lin's dormitory room for others. Gao Yang and Li Shengnan lived in the Lin Jieshan building, on the 6th floor. These two buildings were almost entirely occupied by soldiers who had survived from the former military base, with another building housing some ordinary civilians. That building didn't have these suites, it was all dormitories, with 8 people per room to accommodate more people. When Yang Qing and the others arrived, Pei Chuan and Wang Hao had already given Lu Lin and the others a general account of what had happened in Liqing. Of course, the matter of their special abilities wasn't mentioned yet. Yang Qing had specifically instructed them not to reveal it. The group talked until 1 a.m. before returning to their rooms to rest. The next day, Yang Qing and Leng Yi slept in. When they arrived at the dock, the cargo ship was still there, guarded by soldiers, and nothing on board had been touched. Yang Qing kept 500 jin of rice, 10 cases of bottled water, a dozen jin of vegetables, 2 cases of fruit, 2 chickens, 2 ducks, and 2 rabbits for himself. He donated the rest to the base. Then came his personal belongings, including clothing, bedding, toiletries, kitchenware, a refrigerator, an air conditioner, a water heater, and a solar generator. These were all kept in plain sight, to avoid difficulty in retrieving them later. After unloading his own belongings, Gao Yang sent soldiers to unload the rest, including over 1,000 jin of grain, over 300 jin of vegetables and fruit, and a dozen poultry. Besides these, there were also many grain and vegetable seeds, and even a batch of weapons. Gao Yang was surprised. It seemed they had much more freedom in Dongyi than here, even possessing weapons. That batch of weapons was given to Yang Qing and his men by Wang Xiao as a backup against pirates, so naturally they weren't used. Gao Yang first registered everything and put it into storage. How it would be distributed later would depend on the leadership's decision. The cargo ship was also temporarily stored away, though Yang Qing hadn't mentioned donating it, suggesting they might need it later. The deep-sea life pods were also temporarily stored at the military submarine dock. They could be retrieved when needed. After completing all this, Lung Jieshan had Yang Qing and Leng Yi summoned to his office. Lung Jieshan took out a card. "This is your donation reward card. Keep it safe, it will be useful later. Also, the cargo ship and life pods are temporarily stored away, but those are your personal belongings. We won't take them from you. You can retrieve them whenever you need them." "Thank you, sir." Yang Qing accepted the reward card, naturally addressing them by their official titles when discussing official business. Chapter 410. And Lung Jieshan looked at Yang Qing and Leng Yi. "I heard that many people with superpowers have appeared all over the world, including quite a few on Dongyi Island. You two must be among them, right?" Lung Jieshan looked at the two, his tone questioning yet carrying a hint of certainty. Yang Qing and Leng Yi exchanged a glance. The base had sent so many people out to search. They must have heard a lot about people with superpowers. It was impossible to hide it from them. They nodded. Lung Jieshan breathed a sigh of relief. He had guessed it. Otherwise, even with their abilities, the two of them couldn't possibly have taken down an old family with generations of foundation. "Are the other two also among them?" Lung Jieshan asked again. The two nodded again. Lung Jieshan was silent for a moment. "It's best not to let anyone else know about this for now, and you should all try not to show it. Those who already know should only be a select few. Your situation is special, but now that you're back, you all be under the military's jurisdiction. You can no longer be freelancers. Of course, I won't restrict your freedom, but you can only serve our military, especially in special circumstances where we might need your help. Lung Yi and Yang Qing both nodded. Yes, sir. Now that they were back, they were naturally prepared. Of course, on the other hand, you are also special and valuable talents for our military, and we will do our best to protect you. Thank you. Yang Qing nodded. As for the other two, you should go back and talk to them, telling them to be careful not to expose themselves. As for their positions, we inform you later. Take some time to rest and adapt to the base, Leng Jiashan said. The two nodded, and Ling Yi suddenly spoke up. I heard that quite a few sea containers are still missing and haven't been recovered. We can go look for them. Just a few of us will do. We're capable. We only need our own deep-sea rescue capsule and cargo ship. We don't need any other supplies. Leng Jiashan thought for a moment and nodded. This was also a contribution to the base. Alright, you guys figure it out yourselves. I won't assign you any other work for now. Back in the dormitory, Yang Qing first asked Pei Chuan if he had told Lu Lin about the ability users. He said Lu Lin already knew. When she asked him about his life over the past few years, some things couldn't be hidden anymore, and he didn't want to keep it from her. Besides, Lu Lin already knew about Yang Qing. It's okay that she knows. She won't tell anyone. Yang Qing nodded. Lu Lin had known about his spatial ability for a long time, but hadn't revealed a word. She was trustworthy. Yang Qing then asked Wang Hao to come along and told them that the higher-ups already knew they were ability users, and they were all automatically placed under military jurisdiction. However, they were free until the new mission was assigned. Now, he and Leng Yi decided to find the sea containers and asked if they wanted to come along. Sure. Wang Hao readily agreed. He used to be a soldier, and he didn't mind rejoining the military. He was happy to work with Leng Yi. Pei Chuan naturally had no objections either. Besides, he could be with Lu Lin again, and he was willing to do anything. Since Lu Lin already knew their secret, Yang Qing naturally included her among his group. She was already in the know. For the next period of time, the five of them sailed out on the cargo ship every day, carrying deep-sea life pods. They found 2 containers smoothly for the first 2 days, and transported them back. They searched further and further afield, only returning home every few days. Over 2 months, they found more than 30 shipping containers. They heard that many contained very important supplies, and all 5 of them earned a lot of points. With points, their lives were naturally comfortable, especially with the vast amount of supplies in Yang Qing's space. Their food and daily necessities were far better than the average person. However, because they were away from home for so long, no one else noticed anything unusual. Once their lives stabilized, Yang Qing released Aki and Xiaoxue from his space and placed them at the military dog base to avoid attracting attention. Later, they had several adorable puppies, all of whom became excellent military dogs. 3 years passed in this way. During this time, the area of land reclamation at the base increased significantly. The area of land created by foundation piles expanded several times over, and more Chinese nationals were being brought back from all over the world. In a subsequent rescue operation for overseas Chinese, Wang Min and Lin Rui were also found. Everyone was filled with emotion upon seeing each other again. Over the next 3 years, the Yin Kingdom base strengthened its ties with the Brightness base, purchasing a significant amount of needed agricultural products to address its own shortages. Yang Qing, Leng Yi, and the other 4 joined the National Secret Service, living a seemingly ordinary yet extraordinary life. Yang Qing still didn't use the holy blood. She only contributed some research data from Dr. Zhang. In the 4th year, the 10th year of the apocalypse, Yang Qing became pregnant. 10 months later, she gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl. Perhaps because both parents were superhuman, the 2 little ones displayed extraordinary abilities from birth, but their parents kept them under control, preventing them from displaying them. Growing up, both parents possessed exceptionally high intelligence. Their daughter became a top-tier scientific and technological talent in the nation. The son, utilizing resources from Yang Qing's spatial dimension, established the world's largest commercial center, becoming a top-tier tycoon. Originally, those resources were intended for establishing his own base, but he missed the opportunity after becoming a soldier. After his son's success, Yang Qing frequently had his company contribute financially and materially when the country needed it, and he also established numerous charitable organizations. Lu Lin and Pei Chuan had a daughter, tall and beautiful like her father, admired by countless young men in the base. Li Shengnan and Gao Yang had a son, who also became a soldier, dedicating his life to serving the country. The Yin Kingdom base grew increasingly powerful, from a few hundred people initially to thousands, tens of thousands, and even hundreds of millions. The base's territory expanded continuously, constantly adding new territories, transforming it back into a powerful nation. Years later, future generations, looking at this powerful nation, could not imagine how their parents, starting from nothing, had painstakingly filled in the sea, laying foundation piles one by one. Skyscrapers rose one after another, docks expanded one after another. This is how a great nation, capable of supporting over 1 billion people, was formed. Over the years, thanks to the efforts of their predecessors, the country has undergone rapid changes, and its technological level has reached unprecedented heights. Significant achievements have been made in the fields of astrophysics, aerospace technology, biopharmaceuticals, and extraterrestrial civilizations. The younger generation, standing on the shoulders of their predecessors, strives to build an even more prosperous and powerful nation. Decades later, when Yang Qing and Ling Yi stood atop the world's tallest building built by their son, they recalled those days in the apocalypse. It was truly an era filled with the unknown, danger, beauty, and mystery, yet also brimming with opportunities. They encountered them, and seized them. Although that era is gone forever, they believe that they will no longer be afraid, and that things will definitely get better.